In the National Fate game, I fired 5 shots at myself in a row and danced with a bomb about to explode while waving my hands. What should have been an endless series of suicidal acts instead caused the leaders of various nations to abandon the competition one after another, handing victory to China. All because I awakened the gambler system and gained the favor of the goddess of luck. In Russian roulette, 6 bullets were loaded, but 5 missed. The wired bomb refused to detonate no matter which colored wire, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, or violet, I cut. And the moment I entered the game, under the blessing of the goddess of luck, I obtained the SSS grade Demon God's Eye. At this moment, several lines of text appeared on the originally pitch-black wooden doors to my east, south, west, and north. According to the competition rules, black doors led to random rooms, while red doors were battle arenas where participants from different countries fought each other. In the southern teleportation door, a butcher had entered a state of frenzied rage after his wife and daughter were killed. Survival chances upon entering were 0. Only then did I understand why China had been pushed to such dire straits. The black doors were fraught with danger, where a single misstep meant certain death. After seeing the prompt, I didn't hesitate and immediately headed for the western door. The western teleportation gate led to an endless abyss. Once inside, I would remain in a perpetual state of falling, with no cessation even in death. I shook my head and turned toward the eastern red wooden door. Reading the prompt above it, my eyes suddenly lit up. This is the one. At this moment, every electronic screen across China was broadcasting footage of its participant. The people, glancing at the dwindling lifespan values displayed on their arms, all stared nervously at me on the screen. Heaven bless me, this time luck must be better. I'm running out of time, please let it be a resource door. Wait, what is this guy doing? Why is he skipping the black door and heading straight for the red one? You don't even have an hour of lifespan left if you want to die. Don't drag everyone down with you. This is insane. At least the black door is random. With a bit of luck, you might survive. Everyone thought I would choose the black door, and some even began praying for me. But suddenly, I swerved past it and strode directly toward the red door. This scene not only stunned the livestream audience but also left the members of China's specially formed strategy team for the multiverse frozen in place. You must understand that lifespan value is the universal currency of the myriad worlds. They may not know exactly how powerful these realms are, but they do know that within them, as long as you have enough lifespan value, you can buy anything you desire. The Red Gate serves as the battleground for confrontations between nations, and in such duels, naturally, the more lifespan one possesses, the greater the advantage. Now, with less than an hour of lifespan left, entering the Red Gate would be no different from marching to certain death. The elderly leader of the strategy team sighed and looked at the group, asking, "How much lifespan does everyone have left now?" "I still have 1 year left here. I only have a month remaining." The members of the strategy group exchanged glances, and for a moment, the room fell into an eerie silence. Especially after I entered the red door and everyone saw the item for this international showdown, their last glimmer of hope was utterly shattered. Russian roulette. The red door swung open, and amidst a chorus of curses, I stepped inside. Hanging from black wires at the center of the room was an old tungsten filament lamp, casting a dim, flickering glow. In the middle stood 3 hollowed-out wooden tables, their surfaces weathered and worn. At the center of the tables stood a man wearing a bizarre mask and a Western-style suit. On either side of him, 2 walls, invisible to the naked eye, divided the space, each side holding a wooden table. Flanking these tables stood 4 trial participants from different nations: Dragon Country, Sakura Country, Kangaroo Country, and Elephant Country. And at the center of the wooden table lay a gleaming revolver, its cold steel radiating menace. The live stream in Sakura Country's room erupted into chaos. Never thought I'd be so lucky to match with someone from Huaxia. This is in the bag. The game livestream is finally connected. Hurry up and let me teach a lesson to those Huaxia guys. Our great Sakura nation has been waiting for this. I thought these Huaxia guys would choose the black gate, but they dug their own graves by picking the red gate and matching with us. Let us show you what real strength looks like. At that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out in the room. Simultaneously, the 4 people flanking the masked man began to wake up. My eyes scanned the surroundings. Aside from our spot, everywhere else was pitch black. The masked man's eerie outfit under the dim lighting gave me quite a fright. Since everyone is awake now, let me explain the rules of this Russian roulette game, the masked man said indifferently, glancing at the group. The rules are simple. There's a loaded revolver on the wooden table with 1 bullet inside. Participants will take turns pointing the gun at their own heads and pulling the trigger. Those who get shot or chicken out lose, and the last one standing wins. As the man finished explaining the rules, among the 4 present, only the representative from Japan and I remained expressionless. As for the Indian man in front of me, he was already grinning from ear to ear. Ha ha ha, I never expected my luck to be this good. Kid from China, you'd better surrender now. I shook my head, shifting my gaze from the masked man to the revolver on the table. Picking it up to examine it, I replied, "Surrender? The game hasn't even started yet. It's too early to say who'll win or lose. Kid, I'm giving you face by letting you admit defeat. Don't be ungrateful. Seeing my refusal, Ah-san looked at me with displeasure. This match has 2 rounds, and in the end, only one person will survive. I still need to save my life to fight against Sakura country. I don't have so much lifespan to waste on this guy. Your Huaxia is destined for a bad ending anyway. If you admit defeat now, when our white elephant country engages with you in the future, I might be more polite. However, before Ah-san could finish, I suddenly turned the gun barrel toward him and pulled the trigger. But with a crisp sound, the expected scene of a bullet firing did not occur. What are you doing? My action startled Ah-san, who was mid-sentence, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead, with beads of sweat dripping down. Does it only work if I shoot myself? I waved the revolver in my hand, thinking it was a shame. Seeing the referee raise a warning sign nearby, I smiled and looked at Ah-san ahead, asking in a concerned tone, is it very hot? Why are you sweating so much? Do you need me to fan you? My move not only caught the Indian off guard, but also left the Japanese contestants and the crowd from Elephant Country who were watching the scene completely unprepared. Seeing me break the rules, they couldn't help but voice their accusations. What is this guy from China doing? He's violating the rules. He should be disqualified and dealt with immediately. He must be punished. The livestream audience outside the venue also buzzed with discussions. After a brief moment of shock, they quickly reacted, almost all mocking China, believing this was nothing more than a last-ditch struggle before facing defeat. As for the Chinese viewers watching the livestream, their hearts had already sunk to rock bottom, but upon seeing that the challenge was Russian roulette, hope was reignited in each of them. Is Russian roulette that game of chance? Looks like we have a pretty good shot at winning. Win what? This thing might seem fair, but don't forget the role of lifespan points. Do you realize that you've just broken the rules? One more slip-up, and you'll be in danger without me even lifting a finger. Ah-san wiped the sweat from his forehead, then sneered dismissively as he caught on. So there's one chance to break the rules. Ha, thanks for the heads up, I replied with a smile. Seeing this, Ah-san was momentarily speechless, his gaze filled with murderous intent. How dare this guy make me lose face in such a situation? Absolutely unforgivable. A cold glint flashed in Ah-san's eyes as he turned and brandished his lifespan voucher, addressing the referee nearby. I'll spend 10 years of lifespan points to buy the first shot for my opponent. Listening to the Indian's words, I cast a surprised glance at the referee beside me. Could lifespan points really be used this way? As the revolver in my hand spun with a crisp click, the bullet was loaded. Now, whether I spun the cylinder or not, the barrel would ultimately point at myself. Ha, my friend from China, can you even afford 10 years of lifespan? I bet your so-called elders don't even have a single year left to their names. The Indian, seeing my shocked expression, couldn't help but feel smug. Let me say it again, in this world, lifespan points reign supreme. With enough lifespan, you can buy anything you desire, even turns in the rules. 10 years? How generous of you. I waved the revolver in my hand. Then, under the Indian's stunned gaze, pressed the barrel to my forehead and pulled the trigger. Lady Luck intervened. The chamber was empty. The Indian stared at me, his eyes filled with disbelief as if he'd seen a ghost. Wasn't this guy afraid? After all, I represented the entire nation behind me. If I died, all of China would be plunged into crisis. According to intelligence, China's current situation was already dire. Shouldn't he be feeling helpless and terrified, begging for mercy? Why did reality seem so different from what he'd imagined? That was close. Scared me to death. We dodged the first shot, and we still have a chance to win. It seems the god of luck is on our side this time. As long as we dodge one more shot, it's basically a sure thing. Or if we're lucky enough, the next shot could decide the outcome. Stay steady. Must stay steady. At this moment, the members of the Chinese strategy team watching this scene also got excited one by one. Su Cheng did not hesitate to shoot as really surprised to them, but did not expect this time the luck is on their side. As long as the situation goes on, there is a high probability to win behind. However, just as the crowd thought so, Su Cheng did not return the revolver to the desktop. The revolver was raised again and the trigger was pulled. Click. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. 4 shots. Together with the first shot, there were 5 consecutive shots. And the gun is empty. Watching the live stream crowd? Chapter 3, Shocking the Nations, Collapsing San. No, huh? What just happened? This Chinese guy fired 4 shots in a row. And all of them were empty? Shady, I'm reporting shady. How is it possible to fire 5 shots in a row without hitting one? Something is wrong. 9 out of 10. Where did this guy get the guts to dare to gamble like this? Isn't he afraid of beating himself to death? Wait. If I remember correctly, this Chinese guy seems to have fired 1 shot before, plus this one, then a total of 5 shots, and there are only 6 shots inside the roulette wheel, doesn't that mean? Such weighed the revolver in his hand and looked ahead to Sandow, who had long been dumbfounded, with a smile at the corner of. However, the masked man's next words instantly made San fall into an ice cave. This contestant has not committed any other cheating behavior, please continue with the match. No cheating whatsoever? No way. Absolutely not. How could San not believe that there was really someone who had such good luck? This guy didn't even consume his lifespan value to buy luck. What made him so lucky? Keep him in the game? What's the point of comparing? The next shot is inevitably the one with the bullet, isn't letting him continue the same as letting him die? Thinking of this, San shook his head frantically, looking at the cold muzzle of the gun above the desktop, and in an instant the fear of death gripped his entire body. Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. Do you one and all know what it means to be the chosen one? Chang Hu. Sushin, I love you to death, where's all that hollering before? Scream, give it to me and keep on screaming for me. What's the matter, why don't the givers of the White Elephant Kingdom say anything? Is my internet stuck? Why isn't there a single pop-up? Great. Elder Bai, this time it's sort of over. Inside the Huaxia Raiders group, the crowd looked at this scene and suddenly let out a long breath. They didn't expect Su Chang to be so bold, even fired 5 shots at once without even blinking, and most importantly, all 5 shots were really empty. This young man is good, very good. Elder Bai's eyes looked towards Su Chang in the middle of the screen. For some reason, he had a premonition in his heart that perhaps this young man could work. Su Chang's maneuver instantly raised the aura of the long silent Huaxia by more than several times. However, there are those who are happy and those who are sad. Su Chang fired 5 shots in a row, the shots were all empty, and for a while the crowd watching the live broadcast were all dumbfounded. Especially the people from the White Elephant Kingdom, each one of them looked at the images within the screen as if they had eaten. The Tsarist Russian roulette wheel, there are only 6 rounds in total, Su Chang 5 consecutive rounds are empty, then the last round is bound to have bullets. Please ask this contestant to proceed with the match. If he does not proceed any further, it will be treated as a forfeit. Inside the darkened room, the masked man gazed towards San, who had long been stunned. No. I still have 60 years of life expectancy value, I still have a lot of time. No, I can't die, I absolutely can't die. San hastily unfolded the figures in his hand and shouted towards the masked man in a hurry, I'll consume 10 years, no 50 years. Purchase the next time or by the other side to shoot. Since the opponent has opened more than 3 times in a row, beyond the rules, this purchase is voided, and the contestant will please continue the match. As he spoke, the masked man took out the rules of the Tsar roulette. The moment he saw the content above the rules, Su Chang was instantly relieved. Fortunately, this life value is not completely omnipotent, or else really to the other side of the purchase success of their own will suffer. No! How can it fail? I can last time this time by what failure? Being rejected by the masked man, San cried out in the depths of his voice, is it not enough lifespan? I now have a total of 60 years, I'll give you all of these 60 years, okay? I only have so much. However, the masked man remained unmoved. You have 10 seconds left. No. No. I can't die yet, I can't. Hearing the masked man's death-like countdown, San turned and drew his legs towards the back. But it seems that because he had seen many such incidents, the fear of death made his legs weak and he fell to the ground after running for only a few steps, but San didn't give up and kept crawling toward the front with both hands. 3, 2, 1. Time. A crisp hourglass sounded out as the masked man brought the revolver up from the tabletop and snapped it off with a raised hand at the crying and fleeing San. Boo! A silver bright-colored bullet burst out from the pitch-black muzzle, the spinning bullet tearing through the air and attacking towards San with extreme penetrating ability. The next second, only to hear a sound like a watermelon exploding, blood interspersed with brain tissue wantonly splattered all over the ground, the scene was suddenly bloody and incomparable, the air filled with a nauseating breath. Rao Su Chang has long been prepared, cannot help but feel a burst of revulsion, while the sight of the masked man seems to be not surprised, the revolver put back on the wooden table, mechanically speaking words and techniques. In this round, the Chinese side wins. The moment the masked man's words fell, Su Chang suddenly felt a dryness and itching in his right hand. As he pulled his sleeve up, a striking number caught his attention. 00:60:00:29:12. Without waiting for Su Chang to figure out what was happening, the masked man on the side continued to speak, this round of duel is over. Please have the remaining 2 contestants get ready. Next match, China vs Sakura country. Chapter 4, Is this how you admit defeat? What's going on, isn't this the guy from China? Why is he here? Where's San of the White Elephant Kingdom? San even lost. Yossi. I thought it would be a bit tough if it was the White Elephant country, but I didn't realize that the next game would be the waste of China. Isn't this a purely white gift? What is this Chinese guy doing? Why is he frozen in place? Pfft, what else could it be? It must have been scared silly at the sight of our Sakura nation. Hurry up! The fleet of my great cherry blossom kingdom can't wait. The flower girl of Huaxia washes clean and waits for me. Oh. The screen transformed, and the crowd of Sakura nation was first stunned after seeing that the personnel in front of them were not San, but personnel from China, but soon immediately burst into unrestrained laughter. I didn't realize that San guy was such a loser that he couldn't even play with a Chinese softie who didn't even have an hour. This was on the other side of the wooden table. Yamamoto couldn't help but snort out a laugh after seeing that his opponent was actually a Chinese personnel. Chinese whoever, I didn't think you'd be lucky enough to beat that loser San. But that's where your luck ends. See the 80-year number in my hand? Admit defeat before it's too late, and maybe I'll be careful to love your Chinese women when the gates of your country are blown open by us. Speaking of which, a lewd smile appeared at the corner of Yamamoto's mouth. It all seemed like divine providence. I was sorry that I couldn't give Huaxia the final blow, but I didn't expect to meet him in the end. Wachovia Raiders Group. The crowd looked at the picture in the middle of the screen, their eyes revealing gravity. Initially they had a glimmer of hope that if the Kangaroo Nation's personnel could defeat the Sakura Nation, then they still had a chance of winning. But after seeing that the visitor was Yamamoto Kazuki, the crowd's hanging hearts tightened once again. Did you find out? What is this Yamamoto Kazuki's talent? Elder Bai asked in a heavy tone towards his assistant Xiao Lu at the side. Elder Bai, we've found out Yamamoto Kazuki's information, but the situation doesn't seem too good. Seeing Xiao Lu's desire to speak, Elder Bai's brows furrowed. Quickly, what is it? Grade A talent, lucky. Lucky? Elder Bai's expression was stunned, and when the word lucky came out, the entire Raiders group became extraordinarily silent. Luck is a talent that might be slightly underrated in the midst of other circumstances. But now this lucky talent of the other parties seemed to be made for this moment. The Tsarist Russian roulette will lucky occupies absolute dominance, not to mention that the other party has 80 years of life expectancy value in his hands, and he can modify certain rules in it at will. By Lao side, the whole person seems to have aged dozens of years. Let all the war zones be ready. Once the failure, immediately order a full-scale fire, even if it is just to die. We cannot let those intrude into the territory of my Huaxia. As the order was given, an ear-piercing alarm sounded throughout China for a while. Military defenses are fully opened, missiles are put on standby one by one, and even nuclear weapons are in the process of secret key handover. As Yamamoto Ikimoku said, things are extraordinarily bad for them in China right now. If Su Chang lost this one again, more than half of the personnel in Huaxia would die violently on the spot due to insufficient lifespan value. What's going on here? Why do I hear sirens going off? Is this a fight? Alas, don't mention it. That Yamamoto is one of the few guys who possesses a talent, and the opponent's talent happens to be a ranked lucky, so I'm afraid this one is up in the air. Grass. Isn't this cheating? Luck can be considered a talent, and it's matched to this kind of duel. Isn't this pure rascal? As Yamamoto Kazuki's information was gradually broken out, the people watching the live broadcast in China were all on edge. Other countries are gloating, waiting for the moment when China loses to break through its gates and repeat history again. How's that for consideration? I'm sure by now your country has gotten wind of my message and started a full alert? Seeing Su Chang did not move, Yamamoto's body forward, staring at Su Chang's eyes in a tone of mockery. You do not think that you still have a chance to win, right? There's no harm in telling you the truth. I'm one of the few among the contestants who possesses a talent, or an A-ranked talent lucky enough to exist. Admit defeat, and perhaps I can put your corpse aside for you to enjoy as well while I enjoy your Chinese women. How about considering it? Admit defeat? Su Chang opened his mouth. Yes, just admit defeat. This is good for both you and me, isn't it? Yamamoto's eyes sized up Su Chang, as if victory was already in his hands. He didn't want to waste his life on a loser. If he really let his opponent get lucky and hit an empty gun, he would have to waste decades of his life for nothing, and his lifespan was precious. With his sight retracted, Su Chang got up and looked toward the masked man to the side. After spending 10 minutes of his lifespan value to ask for a pen and paper to write down a string of numbers, he gazed ahead towards Yamamoto and inquired, "Is this how you admit defeat?" Between the words, Su Chang grabbed the paper with both hands and handed it out. At this moment, the numbers at the top of the paper stood out in the light. August 15, 1945. The moment the numbers lit up, the entire desktop fell silent, and not only that, the Chinese as well as the Sakura country crowd watching the live broadcast were also dumbfounded. Baka! What is this Chinese one doing? Does he want to die? Kill him! Yamamoto, kill this guy! Damnable Chinese! After my great cherry blossom kingdom breaks through your Chinese gates, we will restart the experiment once again and make you beg for your lives. As if the cloth of shame had been lifted, the crowd of Sakura Nation watching the live broadcast all had extraordinarily red faces, roaring angrily for Yamamoto to kill his opponent quickly. Inside the room, Yamamoto was joined by the people of Sakura Nation who were watching the live broadcast. The moment he saw the numbers, his face flushed red in the flesh. Su Chang's sudden outburst made the originally tense Chinese crowd clam up and burst out laughing. However, the people of Sakura Nation who watched this, one by one, were as hard as if they had eaten. Even certain areas of the think of a certain beautiful fireworks show the moment they see that number. How about this? Is it satisfactory to admit defeat like this? Su Chang looked up at Yamamoto with a smile on his face. There was already a wave of anger in itself, and after seeing Su Chang's cheap smile, Yamamoto's entire being exploded. This guy dared to reject himself and humiliate their great Sakura Nation so much in such a scene, damn it. At the same moment, he also received a message from the Sakura country raider team, telling him to immediately kill the Chinese personnel in front of him right away. I was thinking of giving you some face and letting you admit defeat on your own, but now you've brought all this on yourself. Chapter 5, Yamamoto's Day of the Immortal. Consuming 10 years of life expectancy value, I'm going to buy myself the first shot. Yamamoto said with a sideways glance, looking angrily at the masked man to the side. Trouble. It's still being reacted to by him. Inside the Raiders group. Elder Bai's group of personnel and others listened to Yamamoto's words with extremely ugly faces. This outburst from Su Chang had indeed given them a breath of bad air. But it's a bad time to take this out. The first shooter in this Tsarist roulette was none other than Su City. The crowd had thought that while Yamamoto didn't react, they would let Su Chang bet on 3 shots, and if all 3 shots were empty then they would win this one. But before he could open his mouth, the first shot was now purchased over by Yamamoto, and the only remaining hope was completely dashed. Such a scene immediately made the hearts of the crowd watching the live broadcast of China sink to the extreme, while the crowd of Sakura country cheered wildly. It's coming again. Could it be that big brother Yamamoto's unbelievably lucky talent is going to reappear again? 5 shots. Yamamoto fires 5 shots in a row. Let this Chinese kid across the street see what strength means. Damn it, I've long been looking at this Chinese people, direct 5 shots. Let them be arrogant, I'd like to see how they cry and beg us on their knees later. At this time, beside the wooden table, Yamamoto looked at Su Chang's uncomprehending gaze with a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. Chinese boy, let's show you what is called real strength. Yamamoto gazed towards the masked man to the side, consumed 20 years of lifespan value to purchase a doubling of talent. Consumption successful, talent effect doubling time limit 3 minutes. The masked man made a point into the void in front of him, and the lifespan in Yamamoto's hand was reduced by as much as 20 years at once. To make me consume 30 years of my lifespan, you've died a worthy death. Revolver picked up, muzzle aimed at the center of the eyebrow. Yamamoto skimmed the paper underneath Su Chang, eyes full of anger. Don't worry, I won't shoot 5 times in a row, I'll leave the last 2 shots for you to slowly savor. Bathed in an aura of doubled luck, Yamamoto's confidence reached an unprecedented level at this moment. Even if he fired 6 shots in a row, he was supremely confident that he would survive. Is it the nature of the revolver that it won't jam? Oh, for him, that was just a lack of luck. The words fell. Without the slightest hesitation, Yamamoto's right hand trigger went straight down. Next. Click. Boo. A bullet erupted from the blackened muzzle, the spinning bullet tearing into Yamamoto's brow and shattering a massive crater. Plop. Along with the collapse of Yamamoto's body, for a time the entire scene was as silent as death. The crowd watching the live broadcast was also dumbfounded in place. No, this. What's happening here? Is this his death? Pff, dead. It's really dead. The guy killed himself. Grandma, just now scared my second brother almost vomited milk, pretending for so long, he can't even block a shot. Which guys were the ones who said they fired 5 shots in a row? Why don't you say something? Speak up, all of you. Yamamoto's sudden and violent death left the watching crowd unresponsive for a moment. Especially the populace of Sakura Nation, who were still thinking about what rewards they would get this time, and the next second Yamamoto gave himself a crash, like a TM dream. What a joke! This is a ranked natural luck, or luck that's been doubled. How can it not even be able to block a single shot? No, it can't be. There's an insider. This Chinese person definitely used some kind of despicable means. Baka! Yamamoto, stand up. How can you fall down here? Stand up for me now. Inside the room, as Yamamoto's aura died down completely, along with the masked man opening his mouth, not long after a heavenly voice rang out from the sky above the failed countries. In this round, the Chinese side wins. Death of Sakura Nation, White Elephant Nation, Kangaroo Nation participant detected. The life expectancy of the entire Sakura country has been reduced by 5 years. The Tsar's roulette will descends on Sakura Nation and automatically draws 5 million people to compete. The moment the voice rang out, a time of White Elephant Country, Cherry Blossom Country, Kangaroo Country, everywhere disaster descended. Tsarist Russia will descended to forcefully pull millions of people to go to the game. Death soared, and the Sakura Nation was no longer elated as the wailing continued. Ah! Damn you, San, why are you still trying to harm us when you're dead? No, no, no. I have decades to live, I'm not participating in this. Yamamoto, I dare you, immortal. I just immigrated to Sakura country and I got picked. No, I'm not playing this. I want to go back, let me go back. Wachovia Raiders Group. The crowd of personnel watched the image of Yamamoto's death, and one by one, they erupted in violent cheers. Winning. Actually won. Ha, I didn't expect this Yamamoto to be so unlucky, doubling his talent or being blessed with luck. The first shot ended it, almost scared me to death. I thought it was going to be the end. Elder Bai's mouth similarly revealed a smile at the corners of his mouth when he saw this scene. As for Yamamoto's bad luck? He doesn't think so. Whether it was the 5 shots from before or Yamamoto's violent death now, Elder White was more than convinced that the scene in front of him was the work of this teenager. I don't know what the other side did, but it was always a breath of fresh air for Huaxia. And, he had a hunch. Perhaps, China is going to start changing its luck. This round is over. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the S-rank skill Gamble with Life. Gambling for life, throw a coin. If it is heads, all attributes, skills and talents will be doubled, and you will be briefly immune to all probable negative effects. If it is tails, you will immediately enter a state of near death. If it's negative, you will immediately enter a near-death state. Skills and talents will be invalidated, and all damage received will be doubled. Note, this ability can be affected by other talents and abilities. System, lifespan value reaches standard, bronze roulette wheel opens. Bet your life? Su Cheng looked at the panel that popped up in front of him and was stunned. This skill is strong, very strong. As with the description, this skill is a gamble on life. If the bet is won, it brings the same effect as knocking on Viagra, but if the bet is lost, the consequences will be extremely serious, no doubt with the dead. However, Su Cheng was not worried in the slightest. This gamble of life might be solid on others, and might only be used once in a lifetime, but it was undoubtedly a big help for him. Let's not forget that he had the SSS-ranked Goddess of Luck talent, plus a hint from the Eye of the Gods and Demons, so it would be hard to throw to the opposite side. Another gambler's system, and the skill is gambling for life. Why does it feel like this is the rhythm of turning me into a gambler? Thoughts retracted. Su Cheng skimmed over the dead Yamamoto not far away, and the corner of his mouth slowly curved up. This guy doesn't know where he got the courage to compare his luck with him. Isn't it like beating a lamp in the toilet, looking for? But the good thing is that the other side of the remaining 50 years of life, the same as San, generally died after the arrival of their own hands. At this time, above the wooden table, only to see a large treasure chest fall from the sky. The moment the treasure chest appeared, the entire Chinese people watching the live broadcast were all holding their breath in anticipation of the scene. Su Chan walked forward without ink and raised his hand to open it. Chapter 6, The Orcish Lady? Congratulations to the Chinese player who won the war room. All the people of China are rewarded, life expectancy plus 10 years, and all 3-dimensional attributes are increased by 2 points. Note, non-Chinese nationalities and those who do not have a sense of belonging to China will not be awarded. The voice of the game of the heavens rang out from the sky above China, and a gentle light descended into the Chinese nation. A decade-long increase in numbers on the arms of all wasps. The crowd that had lost their survival was rekindled after seeing the numbers on their arms. 10 years, a full decade, and I've never fought a battle so rich. Ha ha ha. Thanks to Su Xin, all the attributes from the previous failure have been made up all at once. I feel like I can now climb 50 floors in one breath. Previously, the Chinese contestants failed and many of the people had to be wheelchair bound. Now after the 3-dimensional enhancement, the people felt a lightness in their bodies, and they immediately bounced up from their wheelchairs. Even certain youths who had overindulged due to the middle of the night, at this moment even once again felt the majestic power emanating from below and immediately ran into the restroom to verify the strength of their brothers. This was still the first time since the descent of the world of the heavens that Huaxia had managed to pass the barrier, and its joy could not be overstated. Wonderful! Thanks to Su Xin, I now have 10 years added to my lifespan, so I finally don't have to worry about suddenly dying a violent death. More than that. Not only has the lifespan increased by so much, attributes are. This is an extremely rare attribute point. 2 points awarded at once, or 3-dimensional attributes, equal to giving 6 points at once. This thing is worth 300 years of life. Wait, did you guys hear that? The sirens around us seem to have disappeared. Are those Sakura Nation guys gone? Oh, they dare not leave. Now we are a full 10 years of life renewal. As long as they dare to attack, an East Wind Express will immediately be delivered to their doorstep. It's not fair, it's not fair. Why don't I get a reward for studying abroad? I clearly have my heart set on China. Shiba, give me the reward. Why don't I get a reward? I'm not even out of the country yet. I'm just on top of the airplane. The pilot turned around to go back. I want to be a Chinese again. Wait, why don't I get a reward too? I didn't just sell some toxic products, transport a little bit of drugs, kidnap dozens of individuals to go to northern Burma, and secretly discharged Sakura Nation's nuclear sewage into China, so why shouldn't I have this reward? A bunch of fake foreign devils, can you all go to hell? You all want to get a reward too, go eat your farts. Get lost, all of you foreign devils, you're worthy to stand on our Chinese territory. The entire Chinese nation rejoiced as the lifespan value increased so much at once. But some people are happy and some people are sad. Some of the fake foreign devils who did not enjoy the rewards immediately made a scene and argued with the Chinese crowd. And at that moment, the room. Su Cheng did not see these pop-ups as the treasure chest opened and a tang blade with a body that emitted a cold aura was placed in it. Top. Lady Luck triggered it. Just after taking the tang blade into his hands, a huge bright golden light flashed out from the blade. Su Cheng, who had wanted to stare at the tang blade with wide eyes to observe it properly, was almost cracked by this flash. Tang blade, grade D. After wearing, strength +5, agility +1. Devouring, can devour other weapons and materials to evolve itself. Damn it! You can even swipe this kind of attribute? Obtained materials, wood 10, cement 3, wheat seed 10, pure water. Looking at the attributes of the tang blade, Su Cheng pressed his inner excitement. Artifacts. This thing is a godsend. Although the attribute bonus wasn't very high right now, the blade could be upgraded just by constantly devouring other things. Is this the power of Lady Luck? Su Cheng waved the tang sword on his hand. The overall mass of the knife is slightly heavy, and while it's possible to wield it with one hand, it's a bit tedious in a fight. Looks like we have to boost our power first. This time, when he opened the treasure chest, not only did he enjoy the same 3-dimensional attribute bonus as the people of Huaxia, but in addition, he also gained 3 additional 3-dimensional attribute bonus points. Player, Su Cheng. Level, 1. Strength, 10, note, adult male attribute 5. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 10. Lucky, 84, note, 1-5 for normal people. Charm, 10. Lifetime value, 00:119:23:33. Talents, Goddess of Luck SSS, Eye of the Devil SSS, Gambling for Life S. Equipped weapon, Tang Sword Grade D. Battle rating, any chicken can easily beat you. Looking at the panel in front of him, Su Cheng looked delighted. Passing a room not only increased his life expectancy value by more than 100 years, but his 3-dimensional attributes were also fully doubled. Realize that longevity is hard to come by and attributes are even harder to come by. At the same time, he marveled even more at his own lucky attribute. With 5 top points for an ordinary person, his luck was surprisingly as high as 85 points. It's almost as if the outrageous mom opens the door to the outrageous, and the outrageous arrives home. The panel closes and a door of light is exhibited from the front. Whenever a participant in the game of the gods passes through the first gate, he or she will have a side of the home that is uniquely his or her own. Knowing the rules of the heavens, without much hesitation, Su Cheng's figure crossed into the interior. The view of the room dissipated, and a sense of eeriness suddenly came from all around. Su Cheng stood on top of a clearing, and right in front of him was a thatched cottage that even had a hole missing in the wall. If his guess was correct, this would be his homeworld. Protection period, 23 hours 49 minutes and 12 seconds. Just after stepping inside the homestead, a prompt popped up from above the cabin. Looking at the countdown above the wooden house, Su Cheng's gaze was grave. Indeed? He detected a sense of eeriness as he stepped through the door of light, being homeworld, and yet there was a time of protection. This was clearly not quite right. Is this, like, a bug nest or an animal nest? Su Cheng poked his head out, his eyes looking towards the lair of corruption not far away, hidden beyond the shadows of his homeworld. Even if his figure was not close, Su Cheng could feel a cold chill from it. And, there is actually more than one nest like this one. As far as the eye can see, there are at least dozens of nests in the same general area, and there are even a few individuals that have already begun to wriggle, with the intention of breaking out at any time. Looks like the homestead isn't all that safe. Retracting his line of sight, Su Cheng looked at the materials required for the next stage of upgrading amongst the home panel, which put his mind at ease. It was a good thing that this homestead could be upgraded, or else his little straw hut would have been leveled by any random creature. The homeworld is related to the player's life. Once the homeworld is broken, even if he has more life expectancy value, he will have to follow a piece of cold. After observing the surrounding for a while and seeing that the surrounding was not dangerous for the time being, Su Cheng called out the system with a thought. 10 years of life expectancy equals 1 point of strength agility, intelligence attribute. 20 years of life expectancy equals 1 point of charisma attribute. 500 years of life expectancy equals 1 point of luck. Bronze roulette has been opened. Hiss. Redeeming 1 point of lucky attribute requires 500 years of lifespan value? Even though Su Cheng was psychologically prepared, he could not help but pour out a mouthful of cold air when looking at the horrible exchange ratio. I thought that my 100-year life expectancy was a lot, but I didn't realize that I couldn't even afford to exchange a bit of lucky attributes. But the good thing is that the other attributes are still not too expensive. As for this bronze wheel, Su Cheng had noticed this information earlier during the pass. The panel clicked open and a huge roulette wheel appeared from in front of Su Cheng's eyes. Unlike the roulette wheel that he had initially extracted, the rewards within the bronze roulette wheel were obviously quite a bit worse, and extracting it once unexpectedly required the consumption of 50 years of lifespan value. Only. Su Cheng looked at the bronze roulette wheel among the various rewards, accounting for an extremely small column. 300 years worth of life expectancy. In normal times he might have considered it, but now with the Goddess of Luck's talent boost he didn't have the slightest hesitation. Raise your hand and spend 50 years of life expectancy value to start the lottery. The wheel spins. At this moment, even though Su Cheng knew the power of the Goddess of Fortune, his mood was still slightly excited. 50 years for 300, that's not a bad deal by any stretch of the imagination. It wasn't long before the familiar sound of a talent triggering sounded. Su Cheng looked delighted. But soon, his eyebrows grew puzzled. The talent triggered yes, but the reward wasn't what he wanted. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the point of enlightenment 1. Nodding, activate nodding on any creature to nudge it into beastier woman form, plus 99 adoration, talent boost, sex drive plus 1000%. Chapter 7, The Marriage Chamber, The Eight-Tailed Fox. Pointing out? Su Cheng looked at the rewards obtained from the roulette wheel with a slightly stunned expression. Using it on any creature can turn it into a beast-eared lady and can boost talents, which he can understand. But what the hell is the adoration and libido bonus behind this? What's the use of giving him this thing? It's not as real as his 300-year lifespan prize. However, spit though spit. But it was impossible for Su Cheng to refuse this reward. Putting the number of points away, Su Cheng skimmed the remaining 69 years figure above his arm, and his eyes looked towards the system exchange panel. Does it consume 50 years of life expectancy value to purchase 5 points of strength attributes? Without much hesitation, Su Cheng raised his hand and clicked down. Confirmed. As the words fell, a gentle and strange feeling surged up from within Su Cheng's body. Su Cheng clenched his fist, feeling the changes in his body, and swung his fist at the air in front of him. Boom! A subtle cracking sound rang out from his ears. Su Cheng picked up the tang blade, and the tang blade, which was slightly heavy before, was extremely suitable for his hand at this moment. This time he traveled to the Red Door Country's confrontation room, which followed him to the revolver gambling for life room. The black door, the red door was refreshed randomly. He couldn't be so lucky all the time. There was always a room for gambling luck among the 4 doors. Just like the last Chinese player he initially saw, he ended up dying miserably in the mouth of the giant wolf due to his lack of strength. He didn't want to follow in his opponent's footsteps. Not to mention, Su Chang looked towards the nests around the homestead. The nests gave him a very bad feeling, as if a creature was about to break out at any moment. The protection of the homeland is also only 24 hours, time passed, will face what he is not clear, now with life expectancy to enhance their own strength is always right. The Tang blade was put away, and Su Chang opened the homeland panel with a thought. Home, LV1. Degree of defense, any creature can be destroyed at will. Materials required for upgrading homes, wood 50, stone 50, cement 10. It takes that much material? Su Chang looked at the homestead upgrade materials surprisingly so much, just the wood is 5 times more than what he has now, not to mention other materials. Looks like it's going to have to remain closed through the door. With his line of sight retracted, Su Chang looked towards the teleportation portals around the homeworld. The first round passes and the portal refreshes automatically. Only unlike last time, this time there was only the black gate and no red gate present. South portal, Schrodinger's space. When you enter, will you die or live? The chance of entering and surviving is 0. East portal, several blinded martial arts masters are feeling the aura of heaven and earth, waiting for their opponents to come. Chance of survival to enter, 2%. North portal, a green treasure chest is stored inside, perhaps with a good reward. Chance of entering and surviving, 100%. West portal, the marriage room, which holds a powerful fox bride who is hungrily awaiting the arrival of her husband. Chance of survival to enter, 0.1%. A green treasure chest? Su Chang stood in front of the northern teleportation gate with a thoughtful gaze. This time through the red door he opens the very same green treasure chest, which from the hints doesn't seem to be in any danger and is a safe room. But Su Chang's gaze could not help but look towards the west. A marital home? Just as Su Chang was thinking. Meanwhile, inside the Huaxia live broadcast. Ha ha ha. God opens his eyes, surprisingly all of them are black sect, these Chinese people are dead. Yossi. You guys got away with it last time, but you won't have that luck now. Look at the way that guy's tangled up, I'm afraid he's peeing his pants right now, right? Looks like I made the right choice earlier. Tell the pilot of the airplane that there's no need to turn back, and continue towards the Eagle Kingdom that is filled with sweet smells. After many foreigners learned of the news that Su Chang was about to enter the teleportation gates again, and all of them were black gates, one by one, they flooded into the live broadcast and mocked. The crowd of Chinese people watched this scene with the same gaze. Su Shin must be okay. Come to a resource room please. It mustn't be a monster room. I've only just gotten 10 years and I don't want to lose it. If it's just a monster room, I think with Su Shin's strength I should be able to get through it as well, now I'm just hoping it's never one of those rule-bound rooms. Black gates are also known as random gates. No one knows what's behind the door until it's opened, and life and death are based on pure luck. Previously, Su Chang's luck in the middle of the red door was against the heavens, firing 5 shots in a row was fine, and the back even won without firing a single shot. Now the Huaxia crowd was very worried that all of Su Chang's luck had been consumed. This is the time when the red door appears and the chances of survival are still better instead. And just as the crowd was still worried, inside the homeland, Su Chang stepped forward and without the slightest hesitation opened the black door in front of him and stepped into it. Huaxia contestant Su Chang enters the randomized room. This randomized room is the marriage room. The contestants are requested to marry the bride within the stipulated time, and any overtime or refusal will be treated as failure. Su Chang stepped inside the black door, and the sound of the game of the heavens resounded from the sky above China. The marriage room? What kind of room is this? How come I've never seen it before? You get a reward for marrying the bride, there's such a good thing? Baka. Why do you Chinese get randomized rooms like this? I'm reporting an inside job. Not fair. We, San, can only find cows and use to vent our frustrations, but why are you so lucky as to be rewarded for marrying? Marriage partner, 8-tailed fox. Race, fairy fox. Face value, 5, normal bio, 30. Talent, A+. Description: this is a fox demon close to the nine tails. In order to achieve the nine tails of the transformation, it tried countless ways, and finally learned in a certain message. It only need to marry with a contestant after the promotion of the nine tails. If you miss this opportunity, it will be torn into pieces of the marriage object, swallowed into the belly of eternity, shall not be allowed to reincarnation. Fairy fox? No. Can we call this thing a fairy fox? Su Chang looked at the prompt that popped up in front of him, and his gaze unconsciously looked toward the middle of the gloomy and dark environment in front of him. At this moment, Su Chang's figure was inside a wedding room. The surrounding light was extremely dim, colorful flower petals fluttered everywhere on the ground, the surroundings exuded a bizarre atmosphere, and the sight could not see too far. Not far in front of Su Chang, the bed was covered with scattered red ribbons on top of the bed. From the center of the red ribbon, there was a dark, bloated figure sitting in the middle. Seemingly noticing Su Chang entering, the fox demon revealed a pair of blood-red eyes were staring dead on in Su Chang's direction, sharp teeth were exposed, and the corrupted aura wafted out, which was particularly bizarre in this dimly lit room. "Are you my husband?" The piercing voice came from the fox demon's mouth. Strangely enough, it did not speak. Such a bizarre scene scared Su Chang. The crowd watching this scene was similarly startled by the situation. Holy Marilyn Monroe! What the hell is this? It's all bloated and rotting, and those disgusting black hairs that are actually sticking to the top of that forked 8-pack of rotting flesh, and it's making me physically ill to look at it. I can't hold out any longer. I'm going to throw up for a while. Big drop Yossi. I thought these Chinese people in traitorous luck. It turns out that this is the marriage room. This thing who rushed down let's income cannot get down the small-headed. Keeping you Huaxia guys happy, this hits back to reality, doesn't it? Get ready for the end of days, Chinese guys. The moment the fox demon wool was displayed, the foreigners, especially the three countries, screamed the loudest. At the moment, the Wahoo Raiders are inside the group. Elder Bai and the others felt the same physical discomfort as they watched the scene. Even if they all came down from the battlefield, now this situation is really a bit disgusting. It's hard to even take a long look at it, let alone marry it. Elder Bai looked at Su Chung, who stood in the middle of the screen without the slightest movement, sighed helplessly and opened his mouth to give the order. Notify all locations that they are in combat readiness and that flying tanks are always ready for action. Evacuate the crowd immediately, sound the alarm, and be ready for disaster to strike. Chapter 8? Nishi 8 Shake It. Although the Game of the Gods has been going on for some time now, this is the first time the crowd has seen such a marriage room. It was thought that this would be a welfare room, and there were even quite a few people who envied Su Chang. But when he entered, he did not realize that the marriage chamber was filled with such creatures. No, this thing can't be called a creature anymore. Not to mention marriage, I'm afraid I'll have nightmares at night if I even look at it. Husband, what are you still standing still for? Why don't you come over quickly? The fox demon seduced Su Chang with a flirtatious voice, but of course it was only what it thought was flirtatious. Under Su Chang's perspective, the other party's throat seemed like it had been cut and pierced by countless glass dregs, and the hissing sound was made after it was cut and pierced. Husband, what are you still standing still for? Can it be that you don't want to cavort with me? Seeing that Su Chang was slow to act. At this moment, the fox demon's demeanor changed drastically, and its bloated and rotting tail danced from behind, welcoming a fox stench that seemed to have been concentrated for several years. Ha ha ha. It's coming. It's coming, this Huaxia is going to die soon. Look at this guy stunned look, really laugh me to death, really do not want to die. You can learn from San, no matter what creatures, closed eyes directly rushed and finished. I don't think this guy would dare, such a disgusting thing would make you vomit your breakfast just by looking at it. Who would dare to rush this? The fox demon snapped, and for a while the pop-ups in the live broadcast instantly boiled over, all expecting Su Chang to be torn to pieces by the other party. However, Su Chang didn't care what these guys were saying. He had been looking for one item since he came in. Previously in the bronze roulette wheel, but spent 50 years of his life to draw the props. I thought it would be deserted there. But it just came in handy now at this time. Is it possible to consume the number of times of enlightenment to enlighten the 8-tailed fairy fox? The system prompt popped up and Su Chang did not hesitate. Confirmed. The number of points was consumed before the crowd in the broadcast room could react. There seemed to be a faint aura converging in the originally empty air, and gradually, these invisible auras began to condense and take shape, outlining a breathtakingly beautiful scene. The odor dissipated around the area and the scene was refreshed. On top of the wedding bed, a woman with the delicate figure of a human girl was lazily reclining on the bed, charming and seductive, with 9 white tails fluttering behind her, and small and delicate beast ears, gently swaying between her hair. She had one jade arm propped up on her head, her skin was as delicate and smooth as gelatin, emitting a faint fragrance, and her charming phoenix eyes looked at Su Chang with winking eyes. The woman was naked, her body covered with a pink bedding, and her head full of green silk pouring out randomly covered the key parts, but it was hidden, letting people want to take a peek at what was going on. Ding! Consumption of the number of points is successful, the transformation of the bestier nymph is complete, the talent enhancement is successful, the level of adoration is increased to till death do us part, and the libido was plus 1000%. The woman looked at her own changes in amazement, and when she saw Su Chang walking towards her, one green jade finger pointed at her delicate red lips, gently licked them, and asked, "Husband, did you do all this?" The nine-tailed immortal fox's soft and fluffy voice came out, completely different from the initial picture. "Watch the live stream, crowd? Holy scratchy steel! What just happened? How did even the species change in the blink of an eye? Zabachi, shake it! Just now it was obviously a piece of rotten meat, but suddenly it turned into a beautiful woman. This Chinese is still not cheating? Who are these Chinese people to enjoy such top-notch beauty? This kind of beauty should be sent to our white elephant kingdom and we promise to adore each other." The sudden change in the matrimonial house suddenly made the crowd watching the live broadcast dumbfounded. The bloated appearance of the eight-tailed fairy fox dissipated, and in its place was actually a top-notch beast-eared lady, with which no female celebrity in the world today could even touch. What's more, not only had the species changed, the 8 tails behind the other party had unexpectedly turned into 9. Such a scene, not only the foreign people were dumbfounded, even the Chinese themselves felt like a ing dream. This is the beast-eared lady, isn't it? This must be the beast-ear woman. I've never seen a beast-eared woman before. This is too beautiful. He more than ah. Look at her great big nai. Oh no, great pecs, at a glance, there is capacity. Sushin, I'll give you 10 years. Change my experience for 1 minute, just 1 minute. Only a minute? You can't believe it. I've been using it for 15 years, and Sushin will let me experience it for a minute and a half. Inside the wedding room, Su Chang did not have the slightest idea of how much commotion he had triggered with this slight transformation. At this moment, Su Chang's gaze was bent on the top of the panel in front of him. Marriage partner, nine-tailed fairy fox can be named. Race, fairy fox. Face value, 99, normal bio, 30. Talent, S+. Description, she is in love with you to the point of death. Husband? Above the red bed, the woman's voice that was attached to a very seductive voice came out, as she looked at Su Chang, who was standing frozen in place, her almond eyes flashed a trace of doubt. Yes, I did all that. The panel closed, and only then did Su Chang survey the delicate beauty in front of him. A mere glance instantly caused Su Chang's blood to swell. Su Chang wiped the bloodstains coming out of his nose and couldn't help but sigh. Is this the killing power that comes from approaching full charisma? Looking at the changes underneath Su Chang, the woman did not have the slightest hint of dislike in her eyes. On the contrary, in her bright autumn water-like eyes, there was a hint of excitement. Slender jade fingers picked at the light pink bedding on her body, and the hidden mountain gorge was about to be exhibited with it. The woman smiled flirtatiously towards Su Chang and said, "Husband, you've been a great help." "Nothing, just a small matter." Su Chang wiped the blood stain on the tip of his nose, slightly embarrassed. "Husband, what are you still standing there for? A moment of springtime is worth 1,000 pieces of gold." Su Chang nodded his head, and his figure walked away from the wedding bed. He didn't see it for what it was. He was forced to do it. This was a marriage room, and he couldn't pass without completing the requirements of the marriage room. Besides, the other party has said so. How embarrassing to refuse yourself. Soon, as the marriage began, the live screen suddenly went black. At the sight of this scene, some of the crowd who were still poring over their handiwork froze. What the hell? Why did it suddenly go black? Whoa, you don't want to do that. It's just in the nick of time, cut back quickly. I'll charge VIP, can't I charge VIP? Let me take one more look, just one more look. Ah, it's a good thing I'm swift, I'm all over it, go ahead and be envious. Weak question, should this be considered a pass? That's for sure. Didn't you hear the rules say that it's over when you're done with your mate? Now we just have to wait for Sushin to finish. Hey, let's guess how long our Sushin can last? With this kind of goblin, I don't think Sushin will last more than 10 minutes at most. More, I bet 5 minutes. Live screen, black screen, Huaxia watching the crowd, although one by one screamed bitter, but although verbalizing the bitter, but inwardly extraordinarily excited. Many people had even begun to look forward to what kind of rewards they would get from this marriage. Would they each be rewarded with a beastier wife or something like that? But along with the lifetime lapse, the crowd quickly realized that something seemed wrong. It's been 2.5 hours, why hasn't the screen switched back? Chapter 9, The Gobbling Goblin. Against all odds. It's unbelievable, 12 whole hours. I'll be damned, whose fierce general is this? 12 hours of Sushin can still stay awake? Is this really something that people can do? We're not about to witness history, are we? The first one to plow a field to the ground has appeared? The black screen lasted for nearly 12 hours before the live feed began to return. In the middle of the picture, the nine-tailed immortal fox was sitting on the edge of the bed using a red comb to straighten her hair. Her pretty face was slightly red, as if she had received sweet rains for a long time, and her face looked exceptionally moisturized. As for Su Chang, he was at that moment lying in the center of the wedding bed with two godless eyes and a big straight board, pondering on the meaning of life. He had instead experienced what it meant to have a 1000% bonus. At this moment, he only felt a pain in his back and chills in his hands and feet. If it wasn't for the fact that he had consumed his lifespan to increase his strength by a small amount when he came in, and his physique had been boosted, he might have been accounted for here this time. Su Cheng covered his waist and climbed up from the red bed, looking at the bit of red tassel beside him, his gaze toward the stunning woman in front of him. I guess you can't just use this spotting. Husband, you're awake. Inside the room, sensing the movement at the back, the woman turned around and smiled charmingly towards Su Chang. Her figure slowly climbed up the bed once again. The slender jade hand began to pick and pull at Su Chang's belt, as if it wanted to renew its love. The woman's voice was melodious and gentle, but in Su Chang's ears it was like a ghost claiming her life. Wait. Su Chang hastily grabbed her hand. Seeing the other party's puzzled look, he awkwardly scratched his head and said, there are other things to do, this later, this can't be delayed. Important things? The woman looked at Su Chang's extremely serious expression and pondered for a moment before she loosened her hand. Alright, slave will listen to all of husband. Having escaped, Su Chang hurriedly got up from the bed and organized his clothes. He was broadcasting live all over the world now, and he couldn't let others know that he had only lasted half a day before he couldn't make it. Compared to the man who could last for a day and a night for a long time without failing, and who almost didn't even reach half of the average level of Chinese men, he was still a little too weak. That's right, husband Nuya is still waiting for husband to give Nuya a name. Taking names? Listening to the soft voice coming from the back, Su Cheng suspiciously called the panel out. It was then that he noticed that there seemed to be a name-taking item among the panels. Su Cheng looked up and down at the woman. Her skin was fair, her cherry lips were moist, and her beautiful Danfeng eyes revealed a foxy charm. For a name, why don't we just call you White? Little White swooped into Su Cheng's arms, her tail rubbing against Su Cheng's cheek. Thank you, husband, this name slave loves it. Ding! Nine-tailed fairy fox named successfully. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the marriage ceremony. Detected that the strength of this cave is too different from the player's. Reward adjustment in the adjustment is complete. Reward, 50 years of life expectancy value. The quality of any weapon is upgraded by 1 level. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the S-rank skill Bestialization. Bestialization, double strength and agility attributes after starting Bestialization, increases beast favorability, duration, 30 minutes. Note, when estivation is on, it can briefly strengthen a certain part for up to a day. The clearance prompt popped up, only to see a large treasure chest fall from the heights of the. Unlike the last light green treasure chest, the quality of this one was actually light blue. Su Chang rubbed his small hands together and didn't hesitate to walk up and open it. Ding! Goddess of Luck triggered successfully. Congratulations on gaining 5 points of 3-dimensional attributes. Obtained materials, wood 30, cement 15, stone 30, cloth 20, pure water. Getting the increase wrist guard. Increase wrist wraps, grade D+. Wrist guard increase. Opening conditions require yelling to open the wrist guard increase. Consuming half a year's lifespan can briefly enhance 1 point of 3-dimensional attributes. Duration, 30 minutes. After wearing, strength +10, charisma +3. Devouring, can devour other weapons and materials to evolve itself. Damn, this attribute was swiped by you again? Congratulations to Huaxia's contestants for passing the marriage room. All the people of Huaxia receive the following rewards: life expectancy +15 years, 3-dimensional enhancement of 2 points, and a 1-point enhancement of the charisma attribute. Receive 1 chance to redeem their attributes. The moment the voice of the game of the heavens rang out from the sky above China. In an instant, the whole of China was abuzz. You damn don't slot first, let me go first. Adding 15 years to your lifespan all at once this time? Cool. Can't use it up at all. These 15 years of life expectancy is just the second best thing, not to mention another attribute bonus. Do you guys know how much life expectancy is needed for 1 point of charisma attribute? Like my current 5 points of charisma, purchasing it once will consume 100 lifespan value. Haha, I told you how I just looked in the mirror and felt a little bit more handsome. Sushin, I love you to death. You guys just go ahead and be envious. This time it seems that you get a chance to redeem an attribute, and I've heard that with a bit of luck, redeeming a bit of attribute only costs half the price. Half? True dough, false dough, I've got to check it out. I can't believe it's true, I can't believe it only takes me 25 years to redeem a little power attribute. With a picture attached. Baka. It's not fair, why is it that your Chinese ones get attributes and a charm bonus when they pass? We, the great Sakura country, didn't get it once. Sakura country netizens expressed their anger. Huaxia has been part of our stick country since ancient times. I think this reward should go to our stick country, not Huaxia. Holy. This reward is so good? Please, let me go back to China, I'll never emigrate again. Marriage room spent, such a generous reward, a time when the Chinese live room is filled with protests from various countries. Inside the bridal chamber, the treasure chest alert pops up. Su Chen looked at the equipment that once again brushed out the extreme attributes and could not help but sigh at the power of the goddess of luck. Taking out the wrist guards and equipping them, Su Chen could clearly feel that the power had been raised by a full notch. Husband, why does slave feel that husband has become a little more handsome again? On the side, Xiaobai looked at Su Cheng who was swinging his fist, his almond eyes flashed with starlight, and once again pounced on him, licking his lips itching to eat Su Cheng. Ahem, let's just go back to the homestead. Su Cheng coughed and picked up the little white princess with both hands and walked towards the homestead. Stepping through the door of light, the familiar thatched roof unfolded. Is this where my husband and I will live from now on? Little White curiously surveyed the surroundings without the slightest hint of dislike in his eyes. On the contrary, Xiaobai looked at Su Cheng and smiled sweetly, looking forward to the future. However, at this moment, Su Cheng did not look too good. Su Cheng gazed around. If he remembered correctly, there were a total of 5 nests closest to him. But now one nest is missing. Chapter 10, a one-shot second kill, shocking the whole stadium. Ha ha ha. Here it comes, finally. It's finally my favorite part. Yossi. It seems that the heavens are not happy with these Chinese, that they broke a nest so quickly. I can't wait to see the Chinese being torn apart by the bugs. This Chinese player is finished, the lair even broke open so quickly, and his homeworld is only at level 1, my milk can fall with one push when I come. If I remember correctly, the last time the North Bear Country contestants were so muscular they couldn't even carry those bugs, this Chinese kid can't fight at first glance. Everyone in the country of China, your good luck has come to an end. Does luck work? You need strength to survive in this world, luck? Luck is useless. The scene of the nest breaking open was quickly captured by the foreign audience watching the live stream. It had been a long time since the last time the lair had broken open and the creatures in it had run out, dating back to the last Northern Bear Country player. At that time, the other party had passed through several black gates, and their strength had reached 10 points, and they were equipped with weapons. However, even so, the other party also lasted only an instant in the mouths of those creatures before they were gnawed away, leaving not even a crumb of bone behind. The crowd looked at Su Cheng's physique, which was incomparably thin and weak, and had not even reached half of that Northern Bear Country's players, and thought that Su Cheng was dead. Wachovia Raiders Group. What's going on? Didn't these nests break open after 3 days at the earliest? It's only the first day, why are they breaking open? It's over, it's not good. Even if Su Cheng's strength has 5 points to start with, together with the attributes rewarded before, it's still just barely 10 points. 10 points of strength isn't enough to look at in front of those creatures at all. Elder Bai, what about the situation now? Should we notify Su Cheng so that he can quickly open a door to hide? No, the randomness of opening the door is too great. Elder Bai shook his head, negating the idea. What's more, the homeworld is related to the player's life. Once Su Cheng leaves, the protection period is over and the homeworld is broken. Su Cheng will die as usual. Then, what to do now? We've watched the footage of that Northern Bear Country before. With the current state of Su Cheng's, chances of defeating it are better than nothing. The raiders were all frowning. Originally, they had all arranged a series of actions for Su Chang, and they were sure to be able to block the first wave of nest attacks by playing steadily. But how could one know that this was only the first day the nest had broken open, completely exceeding everyone's expectations? Elderby pondered for a moment before looking at Su Chang in the live broadcast screen and spoke, immediately informed Su Chang of the current situation. There is still some time left before the countdown ends. If we can withstand it for 24 hours, then the first wave of the attack will be considered to be over. But with 10 points of strength, trying to survive 24 hours under a creature like that was like a pipe dream. But that seems to be all that's left for now. At this time, inside the homestead, Su Chang looked at the message coming from China and skimmed the countdown above the thatched hut not far away. Protection period, 2 minutes and 53 seconds. Is it really what I suspected? Looking at the less than 3 minutes of protection time left, Su Chang's sight retracted, and it was just as he had predicted. These nests aren't anything to sneeze at. Husband, what's wrong with you? Seeing the change in Su Chang's complexion, Little White on the side came forward and asked worriedly. It's fine, just a little thing, stay inside the homestead for a while, I'll be back soon. Su Chang shook his head, and under the anxious gazes of the Huaxia crowd, he carried Little White towards the room, and after submitting the materials required for the homeworld upgrade, his figure stepped out from within the thatched hut. Su Chang's mind moved, and the system panel exhibited itself from the front. 1 point of strength agility, intelligence attribute equals 15 years of life expectancy value. Does it consume 45 years of lifespan value to purchase 3 points of strength attribute? Confirmed. Without much hesitation, Su Chang raised his hand and clicked down. The numbers on his arm jumped, sharply reduced by 45 long. Feeling the power boost, the corner of Su Chang's mouth slowly curved up. At this moment, his power officially broke the 20 mark. The power attribute exchange price has also increased from the initial 15 years and a bit to 20 years and a bit. What is Su Shin doing? Why is he standing still? I'll go scare the thunder out of me. I almost thought Sajin was going to have another go at this point. It's over. It's completely over. There's still 10 seconds left before the protection period expires, and I'm already afraid to keep watching. It's coming, that monster Su Shin is here. Run, don't just stand there. The scene of Su Chang exchanging his attributes, in the eyes of outsiders, Su Chang was like a scared fool standing still. Such a scene instantly made the other foreign viewers watching the live broadcast burst into smiles, and one by one, they waited silently for Su Chang to be torn into pieces by the attacking monsters. Rotting Beetle. Rank, 5. Power, 15. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 2. Description: a creature that has lost its intelligence and has only the instinct to kill. It will destroy everything in sight. How? How much? The protection period of the homeworld disappeared, and a beetle nearly half a meter in size and reeking with a foul odor rushed out from the ground. Su Chang looked at the panel of the rotting beetle and froze. It wasn't that this guy was strong, on the contrary, for him right now this guy was weak as hell. Is this the monster they had me worried about? Su Chang had thought that there would be a vicious battle to follow. How could he have thought that what came was such a thing? And it did not have the slightest bit of intelligence. The fact that the enemy was so weak was something that Su Chang did not expect. However, at the moment in the eyes of others. The moment the rotting beetle appeared, the scene of Su Chang standing still with a frozen expression on his face instantly triggered ridicule from the crowd. Laughing my ass off, you guys look at the expression on this Chinese player's face. I'm afraid this guy is about to pee in his pants, right? I'm afraid such a weak size won't be enough for that monster to stuff its teeth. So guess how long this guy can hold out? What's there to think about? If he lasts 10 minutes, I'll upside down. 10 minutes? That's more, I'll bet on a 10-year lifespan. This guy won't even last 5 minutes. 5 years of life, I bet 3 minutes. The mockery of the countries was not known to Su Chang at this time. The Tang blade was drawn, and in the face of the beetle's attack, Su Chang advanced instead of retreating. Only a blinding and biting blade light flashed by. Su Chang's body disappeared, reappeared and had already come to the back of the beetle. Tang knife downward slash, directly chopped off the body of the beetle. All kinds of rotting viscera scattered all over the place, viscera mixed with the stench of blood filled in the air. The scene was disgusting. Su Chang frowned and turned away. From the time the battle ended, not even half a minute had been reached, and the beetle was then cut down on the spot. The people watching the live broadcast were all dumbfounded in place. Some of the foreign viewers who had just typed to taunt China now had their fingers hovering in mid-air, looking at this scene with unbelief. What just happened? Is the fight over? Chapter 11, Upgrading the Tang Dagger, Meeting the Giant Wolf Again. No, am I blind? How come the battle is over just after blinking? How is this possible? This kind of monster can't even stop the muscular men of the northern bear country. How did he kill such a small body directly? Ha ha ha. Sushin is powerful. Do you know what strength means? Scream, one by one, keep screaming, why don't you say anything? Hee hee, it's just a lucky encounter with a rookie, this bug is obviously different from the one before. Right, don't be too happy you Chinese, this one is just a fluke for you to take over, the later ones are not so sure. Grandma, it's a waste of my 5-year lifespan to let a guy from Huaxia meet a thing like this. The scene of Su Cheng killing the beetle in seconds shocked the crowd. However, it was soon realized that this beetle was not the same as the one encountered by the northern bear country before. Wachovia Raiders Group. Phew, so close, I didn't expect this monster to be so weak. Su Cheng even gave it a direct second with one slash. The crisis passed, and the atmosphere within the raiders was noticeably soothed. This was also the first time they had seen such beetles. Su Cheng was able to kill them in a second with a single slash, and the crowd blamed it on their opponents being too weak. After all, they had seen a scene of these monsters with their own eyes before. Is the monster weak? Elder Bai thought differently from the crowd as he gazed at Su Cheng in the middle of the screen. That slash just now was not something an ordinary person could do. At least not at all with less than 15 points of strength. Inside the home. Su Cheng received the prompt from Huaxia and turned towards the direction of the beetle just now. The tang blade swung and cut off the beetle's tentacles. The void beetle tentacles can be used to forge weapons and sold for life expectancy. I didn't realize that these monsters could obtain forged weapon materials. Su Cheng looked at the two tentacles in his hand with a flash of essence. Previously, the tang blade and the increased wrist guard had both brushed out the devouring familiar, and Su Cheng was still worried about where to go to obtain it, but he didn't expect that killing these monsters could even explode such rewards. As for the selling for lifespan value, Su Cheng did not figure out how he could sell it. The panel opened, looking at the panel of the tang blade and the increased wrist guard, Su Cheng thought for a moment before giving it to the tang blade to devour. Does it consume void beetle tentacles too? Confirmed. Ding. Goddess of Luck triggered successfully. Tang Blade, Grade D+. After wearing, Strength +10, Agility +3. Devouring, can devour other weapons and materials to evolve itself. Eternal Flow, if an enemy is cut with a lower strength attribute than your own, the wound will never heal. I'm worried about you for the rest of your life. 5 points of strength and 2 points of agility in one go? Looking at the Tang Blade panel information, Su Cheng looked delighted. He hadn't held out hope for the material, after all, that thing was so weak, how good would the material on it be? Su Cheng thought that these two materials would at most raise the Tang Blade by a hair, but he did not expect that it would directly raise the quality by half. The panel closed and Su Cheng turned to look in the direction of the homestead. Home, LV2. Degree of defense, a creature with a little bit of strength can be destroyed at will. Materials required for home upgrade, wood 100, steel 50, cement. Homestead upgrades were completed and the original thatched roof was refreshed. From the original thatched era, it evolved into the log cabin era. Only. Su Cheng looked at the homestead that was not much different from before, only replacing the thatch with wood, and sighed helplessly. It seems like we still have to keep getting materials to do that. This time the corrosive beetle was just a reminder to realize that there was more than one nest surrounding his homeworld. The homeworld was unstable, it would definitely be breached, and even if he was as strong as he would only end up dead. Collecting himself, Su Cheng once again came to the teleportation door. North Portal, a 5-meter-long giant wolf is lying on the ground, in a hungry state. There is a light blue treasure chest inside, the chance of entering and surviving is 90%. Portal to the south, several sword fixers are fighting for the purple treasure chest in a mountain peak, the chance of entering and surviving is 0. Cultivating immortality. Quickly, don't you want to experience the feeling of splitting mountains and rivers with a sword? It's only a few Jindan mole crickets. A Jindan mole cricket? The corner of Su Cheng's mouth twitched. He had read a novel before. The Jindan level was not something he could mess with, at least not now. West Portal, the void, purple treasure chest exists, chance of entering and surviving, 0. Boring place. East Portal, an abandoned laboratory where several mad scientists are said to have conducted secret experiments, blue treasure chest exists, chance of survival, 50%. Toxic-filled spaces, get on the teenage air purifier as you. This is the third time he enters the portal. According to the information mentioned by the Chinese side, after passing the portal 3 times, the life value mall will be opened, and he can buy the sold materials and exchange them to get the life value. Of course, Su Chang didn't need to think about it to know that the life expectancy value exchanged by the mall must be extraordinarily stingy. After passing through the marriage copy just now, he gained a chance to exchange his lifespan value for attributes. Yet a little basic attribute surprisingly cost him 50 years of life. Why don't you go grab it? Although the redemption attribute was a bit of a pitfall, the item of selling materials and buying materials was something he still needed extremely. At the very least, he'd have to pack the homestead with doomsday fortresses for his peace of mind. With the Tang blade drawn, Su Chang did not hesitate too much and pushed open the northern portal to enter it. Inside the Wachovia livestream. The scene of Su Chang beheading the beetles without making any breaks before heading to the next teleportation gate made the crowd not react for a while. When they looked, Su Chang's figure had already stepped into the middle of a grassland. Is this Chinese crazy? How long has it been, and he's heading to the next gate without even resting? Oh, just killed a weak little thing. See, to give him confidence, if I look at it as just a clown. Does this scene feel familiar to any of you? Wasn't the last Chinese contestant also here? In the picture, Su Chang was walking on top of the grassland. The surroundings were extraordinarily quiet, and any sound of the wind blowing and grass moving did not come out. Suddenly, ow! A wolf howl resounded through the sky, and a 5-meter-long gray wolf walked out from the distance with a low growl. Such a scene reminded the crowd watching the live broadcast of a certain image. Especially the Huaxia crowd, the gray wolf's appearance made them extraordinarily sullen. This gray wolf they were familiar with could not be more familiar. Su Chang encountered the giant wolf as exactly the last participant was bitten to death copy. Even now, the gray wolf still had blood stains on the corners of his mouth from the last contestant. That's right, this is it. Last time the Chinese participant died in the mouth of this giant wolf, this guy is finished. Ha, kill a beetle, see you give arrogance. This giant wolf is not comparable to that punk. Huaxia is all waiting to die. Cool. I'll see what you'll do this time. The sick man of East Asia will always be the sick man of East Asia. Chapter 12, 9, Danger Ahead. It's really a narrow road to have met this fellow. Su Chang walked in the middle of the grassland and quickly scanned his surroundings. A quick glance revealed a gray wolf walking in the distance. After all, it's hard not to see that 5-meter-long body. But after observing for a long time, Su Chang never saw where the light blue treasure chest was. Have you ever played 999? Otherwise, how to explode things? Q to appear. Removing the Tang blade from the system, it seemed that the idea of taking the treasure chest without fighting was dashed. The moment Tang dagger appeared, the gaze of the gray wolf in the distance was instantly alert. It detected a murderous aura on this human. However, even though Su Chang's aura was quite a bit higher than the last contestant, in the eyes of the gray wolf Su Chang was nothing more than a lump of meat that would resist. A wolf howl rang out, and the gray wolf stormed out. The extremely fast speed didn't seem to match its huge body. It has not eaten for a long time. Before that piece of meat is not enough to stuff teeth. In front of this piece of meat is small, but it is also meat. How can you not want the food that is sent to the door? Su Chang's pupils shrunk, so fast. His own agility was already 21, but this gray wolf's speed was clearly no weaker than his own. Seeing the gray wolf charging, Su Chang did not retreat. He hadn't even had the chance to use his full strength since his power had increased, and now it was the right time to try his hand with this gray wolf. Hold the knife. With a forceful stomp of his calves, his figure quickly disappeared. Boo! A man and a wolf collided together. The powerful forces collided, making the calm air produce violent fluctuations. The shockwave spread outward with them as the center to form an open space with a radius of about 10 meters, and the powerful impact shook the viscous liquid around them out. The gray wolf stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the little dot in front of him, whose strength was not even close to his own. How is that possible? The gray wolf roared and opened its bloody mouth to bite at Su Chang. Waiting for you. Su Chang's body suddenly gave way sideways, and the Tang knife cut through the gray wolf's belly, and the intestines mixed with all kinds of internal organs were scattered all over the place at once. Poof! With half of his body hollowed out, the gray wolf's body could no longer support itself and collapsed to the ground. No wonder that guy didn't have any thoughts of resisting. That's a lot of power, at least 25, right? Su Chang rubbed his slightly numb right hand and looked at the gray wolf corpse without thinking. No? What did I just see? Su Chang actually collided with that gray wolf and seemed to win. Holy, is Su Chang still human? This power isn't right. Ha ha ha, I knew Sushin would just take it casually. Where are those guys who were screaming before? Keep coming out and screaming. The Grey Wolf appeared to evoke bad memories for the Huaxia crowd. The crowd had already thought of the worst. How could they have thought that Su Chang would directly give the Grey Wolf seconds? With such a scene, the crowd watching the live broadcast became excited. Oh, what are you guys so happy about? It's just one, wolves are pack animals. You Chinese don't think you've won, do you? You guys are too early to be happy. Where is this now? It's just the beginning. What's the use of having empty strength? Nothing but recklessness. Instead of thinking of making traps, you go and fight hard with the Grey Wolf. I'll see what you do now. Within the grassland, Su Chang had just collected the Grey Wolf's corpse and cut it cleanly when a wolf howl came out from the distance. 9 Grey Wolves hissed as they passed beyond the horizon. Unlike the previous Grey Wolf, the smallest wolf in the pack was 6 meters long, and just standing there gave people an indescribable sense of oppression. No, 9, just kidding? Isn't that cheating? This is a bug, isn't it? How can 9 of them appear at once? Sushin must cheer up. Ha ha, here it comes. I thought 3 would be the most, but I didn't think there would be 9. Still refueling, add farts to it. This Chinese guy is dead. Chinese guys wait for the disaster to come. It's better to die more this time. It's best if they die by the millions. Yossi. These Grey Wolves are greatly virtuous. Ha, Chinese guys, you just wait for disaster to strike. Wachovia Raiders Group. The moment the 9 Grey Wolves appeared from the grassland, each of the people led by Elder Bai had an exceptionally ugly face. A Grey Wolf Su Chang could still deal with, and from the situation just now, it was not able to achieve a crushing force. A single one is still like that, and this time there are 9 of them. It was important to realize that the difference in battle power between a wolf pack and a lone wolf was not as simple as a point or two. What makes wolf-like creatures troublesome and strong is their team execution. The saying that a tiger can't stand up to a pack of wolves is not as simple as saying it. What's more, right now, each of these Grey Wolves was as powerful as a tiger in battle. Su's city is in trouble. How is the battle power of these Grey Wolves? Is Su Chang confident of defeating them after projection? Bai Lao's sight retracted from the screen and looked toward the staff member who was operating the instrument on the side. Not good. Su Chang's current strength is a bit stronger than the special forces. According to the data projections, Su Chang's current strength is at most the same as the strength of 2.5 Grey Wolves. The staff frowned. Moreover, this is still just the best deduction, if those 9 Grey Wolves come together. Su's city only has a 1% chance of winning. The winning percentage was deduced, and for a while the entire Raiders group fell silent once again. Su Chang did give them a lot of confidence after the 2 previous gates. But nay, this time the luck was truly too bad, and he actually encountered a wolf pack. The participants from various countries also have a lot of rotation, even if they have spent the back of the previous failure as often, although they have long been psychologically prepared, but did not expect it to come so quickly. Ugh. Elder Bai sighed, his eyes looking towards the military personnel on the side. Let all the major regions get ready. Once Su City fails, immediately activate the first level of alert, save the citizens as much as possible, and swiftly kill those monsters. Are these Grey Wolves strong? Destroying them is simple with today's Chinese technology. But now the situation is not the same. Su Chang did not have those cannons, airplanes and tanks to support. A Tang sword to face so many Grey Wolves, almost no chance of survival. At this moment, Elder Bai hated to send tank missiles to Su Chang. At this time, in the middle of the grassland. Just as the Huaxia crowd was worrying for Su Chang looked at the 9 Grey Wolves that appeared in the distance. One of them even reached a size of 10 meters, just like a tank. Su Chang guessed that this fellow should be the Wolf King among them. Such a scene, if other players are here, see each other's body, I'm afraid has long been scared silly to give up resistance. But at this moment, Su Chang not only did not feel the slightest bit of fear. On the contrary, he had a hint of excitement. The wrist guard in his hand lit up, and Su Chang's mouth smiled. Expend 5 years of your life to turn on the gauntlet increase. Chapter 13, Seconds to Kill, The Shop of the Gods opens. Ding! Wrist guard increase opens successfully. 3-dimensional attributes boosted by 10 points for 30 minutes. Tip pop up. Feeling the changes coming from his body, Su Chang's gaze was cold, flipped the tang blade, and stomped out with his legs violently and forcefully. The airwave visible to the naked eye shook the ground, and his body directly crossed over a distance of more than 10 meters, and the blade of the tang blade chopped horizontally. Boo! In an instant, the Grey Wolves on the Wolf King's side were all looking at their chests at the moment, blood dripping down their chests. Only a dull blast was heard. Other than the Wolf King, the remaining 8 grey wolves instantly broke open a large hole in their chests, blood mixed with various internal organs scattered all over the place. Soon, they were unconscious and fell to the ground in complete death. This scene happened too fast, so fast that before the Wolf King and the wolf pack could react to what was happening, all of his men were decapitated and died. Noticing the dissipation of the breath of the wolves beside him, the Wolf King's gaze looked towards Su Cheng behind him in disbelief. How is it possible that its most elite henchman actually lost to this human with a single move? Only 8 killed? Still too slow. Su Cheng strangled 8 grey wolves with one slash and did not stop as his tang blade swept across. The Wolf King hurriedly avoided and threw a side paw at Su Cheng. Su Cheng cut down his sharp paw with a knife chop. The chi was like a sharp blade chopping on the ground, cutting out a small crack in the ground. The sharp claws that it was proud of were cut down. The Wolf King looked at Su Cheng's terrifying strength, and in an instant, fear enveloped its body. Before it could kneel down and beg for mercy, a blinding and biting bright light directly crossed several meters at a speed almost beyond the naked eye. Su Cheng's figure stood firm from behind the Wolf King, and his tang blade was put away. Next. Pust. A terrifying crack unfolded from the heart of the Wolf King's forehead, and along with the sound of flesh tearing, its body actually tore apart in both directions. Su Cheng turned around, and the Wolf King's body turned into 2 halves collapsed above the surface of the sea. Watch the live stream, crowd? Seconds? Su Shen actually secured that Wolf King with a single slash? Remnant shadow. I just actually saw a residual shadow on Su Shen. Is this really something a person can do? I'll scratch steel. Killing the Wolf King in seconds is nothing. Did you guys just see Su Shen decapitate 8 grey wolves with one slash? Isn't this more difficult than decapitating the Wolf King? Ha ha ha. See, this is strength. You foreigners watch well. I knew Su Shen was invincible. I'll see how dare you say Su Shen can't do it now. 9 grey wolves appeared at once, and the largest size even came to be as large as 10 meters. The crowd was still extremely worried about whether Su Cheng could survive or not, and they didn't even hope to succeed. Which to think that it had just been fighting for how many seconds, and then directly gave seconds again. How is this possible? How is this Chinese guy so fast? Baka. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be my eyesight. I'll just go take a nap. Damn it, what makes you Chinese guys have such strong players? I don't accept it. 9 grey wolves. That's a full 9 of them. It takes half a day to stand and let someone cut them. Even the top special forces wouldn't survive here, right? These grey wolves have just been seconded? I'm filing a complaint against the Animal Protection Society. These Chinese players are abusing small animals. This Chinese player must be arrested and put in confinement. Su Cheng quickly decimated the grey wolves, and the wolves had ended without even having a chance to fight back. Such a scene not only makes the crowd watching the live broadcast skeptical, watching this scene of the Chinese raiders group is also a dumbfounded in place. The battle was over before they could send down a message of caution at all levels. Even halfway through typing, the live screen was covered by a screen full of pop-ups. Do. At this time, a phone rang, and after seeing that it was a call from the military, Elderby stepped forward and hastily took it. The call was answered, and a hearty laugh immediately came from the back of the line. Ha ha ha. Elderby didn't expect that Su Cheng kid to pass. It really shocked us a handful of times. Your side didn't send us any information. Did you anticipate this scene long ago? Elderby, quickly tell us, how much more information do you guys know about Sioux City? Listening to the laughter of General Wan behind the phone, Elderby was slightly embarrassed and looked up towards the screen in front of him. Where is this information that they know about Sioux City? On the contrary, they were extraordinarily worried and even planned for the worst. It was only because Su Cheng was so fast that they couldn't even send out the message before it was over. There were rumors in the outside world about Su Cheng killing 10 wolves by himself, and Su Cheng did not know about the outside world. At this moment, Su Cheng's eyes were all above these grey wolf corpses. The materials from the previous collection of the rotting beetle explosion had given his tang blade a huge boost. Now that there were so many grey wolf corpses, he naturally wouldn't miss them. Giant wolf sharp claws, good material for building weapons, and a good tool for picking the leaks in your teeth and sewing them on. Giant wolf meat, maybe it tastes good when roasted and consumed? It can be sold in stores. A beeping sound kept coming out. A few moments later, when the corpses were all collected, Su Cheng looked at the very sharp claw materials within the panel, as well as dozens of giant wolf meat, and nodded with satisfaction. The Wolf King died, and a light blue treasure chest slowly emerged from within it. Su Chang did not hesitate and walked forward to open it. Ding! Goddess of Luck triggered successfully. Without any surprise, Su Chang's familiar voice rang out once again. Detected a large difference between the player and the level of the replica. Congratulations on gaining 50 years of life expectancy value, plus 5 to strength attribute and plus 2 to the agility attribute. Obtained materials: wood 50, cement 30, steel 20, seeds 20. Congratulations on obtaining the equipment, Gale Boots. Gale Boots, grade D. After wearing, strength plus 3, agility plus 5. Devour, can devour other weapons and materials to evolve itself. Honestly, are you off your rocker? Rush, the opening condition requires yelling to open rush, consuming half a year of lifespan can briefly raise the agility attribute by 2 points. You give loot a yo. Su Cheng looked at the boots in the treasure chest and his face was joyful. Now that the strength attribute is enough, these boots can just make up for the speed defect. With the blast boots on, Su Cheng looked at a blueprint in the treasure chest. This time, in addition to the equipment, there was another item that exploded. Home blueprints. After use, you can double the size of your home territory, raise the size of your home by 1 level for homes of less than 3 levels, and increase the yield rate of crops planted in your home by 300%. That's a good one. Looking at the introduction of the blueprint, Su Cheng's eyes lit up. The 300% increase in crops is secondary to the fact that you can level up your homestead by 1 level. Now that his home was too fragile, belonging to a level where it would shatter at the slightest touch, and it was extraordinarily difficult to obtain materials, this blueprint had solved a lot of his troubles. Putting the blueprint away with satisfaction, Su Cheng took a deep breath. Now comes the heavy lifting. The Shop of the Gods. After the player has cleared the portal 3 times, the Mall of the Gods will open. Since the descent of the world of the heavens, the commodities of the heavens were the only bridges of communication between the players and the heavens. With enough chips, you can buy any item you want in that store, even time. Chapter 14, 300 Years Prize. Better to be well fed than anything else. Congratulations to Huaxia's contestant, Monster Room, for winning. All the people of China are rewarded, life expectancy plus 5 years, strength attribute plus 2 points. Damn it! What makes you Chinese so lucky? This reward should have been our Sakura countries. I don't believe that you Chinese ones can keep on being so lucky. The first 3 passes are considered novice copies. Now that the Shop of the Heavens is open, the next door will be your death. Woohoo! You guys just go ahead and be envious. Another 5 years of life expectancy for nothing, plus 2 points of strength attributes. I feel like I can punch a cow to death with my current strength. Hee. It seems that Sushin is raising our mouths to be tricky, and I'm surprised that I would be a bit short on 2 attributes. This reward is eating cool, but the price of this attribute is really expensive. To pass the level one can only afford 1/10 of a point of attribute. It's really outrageous. Stop it, this is the 3rd time Sushin passes. Guess what Sushin will buy? Hee, this still need to think. There is such a little leprechaun in the house. Sushin, this waste does not make up a tonic, can it work? The voices of the heavens resounded from the sky above China, and at the moment, the people of China were immersed in joy. Of course there was a more important thing now, and that was the opening of the Shop of the Gods. Previously, none of the Chinese participants had passed 3 copies, not even 1, and they had only seen other countries open the Shop of the Heavens, and this time it was finally their turn. At this moment, just like the Huaxia crowd, Su Chang was also curious about what items were within the store of the heavens. Ding! Congratulations to the Chinese player who has cleared 3 copies. The Shop of the Heavens is open. Shop of the Gods. Here you can buy any item you want: power, money, beautiful women, including time. There is nothing that doesn't exist if you dare to think about it. There's no such thing as not being there? What a big mouth. Su Cheng looked at the panel poking out in front of him and raised an eyebrow. That's a bit too much of a mouthful. He wanted to see what this store of the heavens was all about. Without hesitation, Su Cheng raised his hand and clicked. In the next second, only a large electronic screen was displayed from in front of him. The Shop of the Gods, LV1. 1 point of strength agility, spirit attribute equals 60 years of life expectancy value. 1 point of charisma equals 200 years of life expectancy. 1 point of lucky attribute equals 1000 years of life expectancy value. Holy, that expensive? Su Cheng looked at the exchange price at the top of the panel and was dumbfounded. One only needed 20 years of life expectancy to redeem a point of attributes in the system, which was a full 5 times more. Not to mention the charm and luck attributes, which are ridiculously expensive. Su Cheng shook his head and looked elsewhere from the attribute column. Weapon forging stone equals 100 years of life value. Can raise the quality of items below C grade by 1 level. Lucky revolver equals 50 years of life expectancy value. This is a superb revolver, but unfortunately there is a 50% chance that each round will not fire. Energy conversion device, 500 years of life value. Can convert basic resources such as stone and water into resources such as oil and electricity. Dark matter cannon, 10,000 years of life value. Dignity is only above the sword's blade, truth is only within the cannon's range. Giant wolf claws equals 6 months of life expectancy. Giant wolf meat equals 30 days of life expectancy. The panel was on display, and the information on the wide array of goods made Su Cheng have a little bit of trouble looking at it for a while. Keep in mind that this is still a LV1 store with so many items. This is a lot of items, but the price is a bit too expensive. Su Cheng looked at the items within the store. The price within this item compared to the system's price was simply black to more than 1 or 2 points. Previously, Su Cheng had planned to sell the giant wolf materials he had scavenged this time, but after seeing such a black ratio, he temporarily put away this idea. If buying is so expensive, wouldn't selling be black as hell? Su Cheng looked to the bottom right corner of the store panel to unlock the level. Lifespan value reaches 1,000 years to unlock the secondary store and open the trading house of the heavens. This information made Su Cheng quite concerned. Trading lines? This store was the store of the heavens. Could it be that after opening it, one could trade items with other alien races? Thinking of this, Su Cheng completely removed the idea of selling the giant wolf materials. These materials of his own were better to wait for the trading house to open. As for the other items, Su Cheng's gaze went to the numbers on his right arm. 00:69:23:33:12. With less than 100 years of life expectancy value, there didn't seem to be anything else that could be bought other than some ordinary weapons. It would be nice if the lifetime value was more. At this moment Su Cheng actually felt troubled by the lack of longevity. The items within this heavenly commodities were a little bit darker, but there were indeed exceptionally good contraptions. Wait! Looking at the goods on the panel, suddenly, Su Cheng seemed to have thought of something. With a thought, Su Cheng called out the system bronze wheel. The shop of the gods closes and a large roulette will take its place. Unlike the items within the shop of the heavens, any of the objects within this roulette will only require a 50-year lifespan. Su Cheng rubbed his hands together and once again looked at the bronze wheel 300 years lifespan grand prize. Smoke it again, just one last time. This one definitely hits. Raise your hand and spend 50 years of life expectancy value to start the lottery. The wheel spins. At this moment, Su Cheng's gaze was fixed on the column of 300 years of lifespan value. A familiar talent trigger sounded. Su Cheng looked happy. This time it should always be this grand prize. But soon, his expression gradually solidified. No. Again? Ding. Congratulations on receiving the point of enlightenment 1. The prompt popped up, and Su Cheng's head was big as he looked at the number of points again. It's clear that 300 years of life expectancy value is the big prize, but you keep drawing this number of points. For a moment he was a little skeptical about the reality of this Lady Luck. And just as he was about to spit on Lady Luck, the prompt popped up again. Ding! Goddess of Luck triggered successfully. Roulette wheel drawn again. Ding! Congratulations on gaining 300 years of life expectancy. Suzuki? A series of 3 prompts popped up. Su Cheng's expression trembled, and he blinked as he looked down at the 300 years that had arrived in his hand. Ah, I told you that this goddess of luck deserves to be the goddess of luck, it's just cowboys. This goddess of luck is the strongest talent. I'll see who else speaks ill of this talent and see if I don't dip him inside a piggy bank. Su Cheng smiled and stroked the long string of numbers on his arm. A few moments later, it wasn't until the concern came from the Chinese raiders that he came back to his senses. Ahem. The panel closed, and Su Cheng hastened to compose himself. Almost forgot this is a global broadcast. Image, gotta watch a little image. With an additional 300 years of life expectancy at once, Su Cheng looked at the items within the commodities of the heavens with a lot more confidence. Soon, with Su Cheng operating a pass on the panel, the duplicate teleportation door opened, and Su Cheng walked towards the back of the door with his newly purchased revolver in a satisfied manner. At the same time, the Chinese raiders watching the live broadcast received a message alert from Su Cheng. This is Bai Lao's assistant, Xiao Lu, at the moment of seeing the information drawings transmitted by Su Chang, his expression gradually changed from the initial doubt to excitement, and finally everyone was shocked. Bai Lao, Bai Lao. You quickly come over to see, Comrade Su Changhe, Comrade Su Changhe? What's wrong? What's all the fuss about? Can it be that Su Changhe has purchased items for us as well? Elder White smiled and shook his head as he walked towards him. Nowadays, all the people in Huaxia don't have much life expectancy, and he guessed that Su Cheng didn't have much either, and this time the opening of the Store of the Heavens was just to look at it, and as for purchasing it would have to wait until there was an opportunity later on. However, he had just thought so. The picture displayed within the screen in front of Xiao Lu instantly made him also froze in place, breathing extraordinarily sharply, and after a few moments looked even more excited than Xiao Lu. Old Yuan. Old Yuan. Come here. Hee, by Yang, you guys still talk about others, why are you making a fuss yourself? At this time, Yuan Lao on the side put down the things in his hands and walked up with the same smile. No, old Yuan, look at this drawing. It's... Following the direction of Bai Yang's finger, Yuan Lao's expression first froze, then gradually trembled. Old Yang, you're not kidding me, is this really what Su Chang gave us? According to the screen among the drawings of the transformation, this kind of planting means once applied to the major grain field, the whole grain yield can be raised 5 times, no, 10 times more than. That's right, this drawing is absolutely not wrong. It's what Su Chang sent us. Elder Bai affirmed back. Yes, yes. Yuan Lao's eyes couldn't help but redden as he looked at the drawings. Yuan's biggest dream in his life is to let all the Chinese people do not starve, all can eat well, which is better than anything else. Chapter 15, The Sakura Nation Marriage Chamber. Su Cheng's figure stepped out from the back of the teleportation door, the corner of his mouth slowly curved up as he looked at the new type of grain drawing in his hand that he had consumed a full 100 years to purchase. As a Chinese, he naturally had to think about his country as well. Since the world of the heavens had descended, China had experienced many disasters, and food and other important resources were extraordinarily scarce. The drawings are just the thing to give present-day China a breather and help in growing their own crops. Husband, where have you been? Xiaobai has been looking for you for a long time. I thought that you had disappeared, husband. Su Cheng's figure had just stepped into the homestead, and Little White's figure immediately pounced on him, muttering his mouth and staring at Su Cheng in a slightly angry manner. Feeling the 2 peaks coming from his chest, Su Cheng said with a smile as he picked up Little White, just now, I went out for a bit of business, didn't I come back safely? Humph. Husband went on an adventure alone without bringing Little White with him. Little White is very angry now, the kind that can't be coaxed well. Little White covered his ears with both hands and threw his head away with an extremely cute expression. I eat dog food in reality, now look, I still eat dog food. Grandma drop, you too sour death I have to. I'm so envious of Sushin, if only I had such a pampered beast-eared lady wife. Holy, mental illness? The one up there is crazy, arrest him. Su Cheng in the homeland carried Little White into the room, looking at the small editor who had a small mouth and skimmed his face in anger, without the slightest bit of boredom. It's true, pretty women are cute when they're angry. Okay, it's all my fault, how do you want me to make it up to you? Make up for it how? Hearing Su Cheng's words, the fluffy tail behind Little White twitched excitedly. Before Su Cheng could react, his figure was suddenly pressed back under her. When Xiaobai exerted force in his hands, Su Cheng almost shivered and almost winced. White, there's something to be said for letting go first. Xiaobai was dressed in a sexy cheongsam, her body was graceful and charming, her 9 white tails fluttered behind her, and her vermilion lips lightly opened. Humph! This is husband's punishment for secretly running away alone. Ding! Beastification opened, strength, agility attributes doubled, designated parts strengthened successfully. The prompt pops up, and the next thing you know, the live feed goes black. Only allowed to beautiful people make posture, not allowed to talented people out of the flower speech, if not the platform to ban ink, pen pour all the words of the tiger and the wolf. 12 hours later. Husband, what is all this ya? Can it grow to life just by planting it within the soil? At the homestead farm, Xiaobai looked at Su Cheng's seeds planted into the soil with extra curiosity, and she also picked up the seeds and copied them one by one in Su Cheng's mold. It's not planted like this kind of planting method plant won't grow big, come I'll teach you. Not far away Su Cheng saw Xiaobai's clumsy appearance, smiled and shook his head and walked forward. The figure leaned back, holding White's slender arm and hand. Not long after, the 2 figures slowly stood up since. Su Cheng looked at the farmyard in front of him that was planted with all kinds of plants and nodded with satisfaction. With the homestead blueprints as well as the drawings purchased at the cost of 100 years of life, at this moment, not only did his homestead level come to the 3rd level, the growth rate of the farmyard as well as its production reached an extremely terrifying level. The seeds planted dozens of minutes ago had now sprouted, and Su Cheng estimated that it wouldn't be long before he would be able to eat fresh fruit. Who? At this time, Xiaobai also stood up from within the ground, wiping the sweat from her forehead, looking at the exquisite garden in front of her, and smiled sweetly at Su Cheng. Su Cheng walked up and wiped away the mud and dirt on little White's cheeks and said, "Tired? Do you want to rest for a while first?" "Not tired, not tired." He, as long as she's with her husband Xiaobai isn't tired of doing anything. Not tired from doing anything? Su Cheng then looked wistfully at Xiaobai and said, "Then which one was the first to say that he couldn't stand it anymore and rested for a while first?" Su Cheng's words instantly teased Xiaobai's cheeks to blush. Thinking of the previous image, White wondered. This time originally she wanted to give Su Cheng a lesson, so that he couldn't get out of bed for at least a day. How could she think that Su Cheng would be so courageous after he went out and came back? She's still sore down there. Husband is bad. Xiaobai raised her pink fist and lightly hammered Su Cheng. The scene of the duo playfully playing around made the crowd watching the live broadcast eat a hard wave of dog food view. Holy, I can't watch anymore, I really can't take it anymore. The beans are sanded. Somebody sand them both. I'm so envious of Sushin, having a beautiful woman with him and a big alibi of his own. Well, I want a beast-eared lady girlfriend too. Just now I saw news that a new type of cultivation method has appeared in our country that can increase crop yields by more than 10 times. This cultivation method couldn't have been given by Sushin, right? It's really true. Just now Sushin unlocked the Mall of the Heavens, and now our country is releasing this news. It's very likely that it's from Sushin. I can only say that Sushin deserves to be Sushin, unlike other national players who haven't given their own countries any benefits until now. This is just the beginning of the process and our Sushin is giving us benefits. The news of the new cultivation shocked the nation. Especially when they saw that they could increase their production by more than 10 times, the pop-ups were all brushing, Sushin is awesome. It wasn't until a piece of news about the Sakura country came out that the crowd gradually subsided. Brothers don't say, I just passed by the Cherry Blossom Country live room, those little Japanese. Son over but wrong country, also into the marriage room. What, another matrimonial house has appeared. I've got to go check it out. With the news of Sakura Nation's contestants entering the marriage room, countless viewers flooded into the Sakura Nation's live room for a while. Wachovia viewers joined the live stream. White Elephant Nation viewers joined the live stream. Why are there all so many people at once? Are you all here to admire how our great Sakura country passes? Damn it! Why is it that each and every one of you has appeared in the marriage room, and we in the White Elephant Kingdom haven't even had one until now? It's not fair. We, the White Elephant Kingdom, are the chosen kingdom of the marriage chamber. Why don't we get it? This Shanche is cool too, this time it's his first copy. It looks like they're going to be rewarded again in Sakura Nation. Yossi. Do you guys know what it means to be chosen? This is called the chosen. Our great Sakura Nation is the strongest drop. Toru Yamayama also let those good ones of theirs see just how powerful the birthplace of the most numerous countries in the honky-tonk really is. Countless pop-ups kept scrolling in the live room. Toruya Yamayama, who was in the marriage room at the moment, looked at the scene in front of him with a look that changed from initial confusion to surprise, and finally extreme excitement. I never thought that he, Toruya Yamayama, would have such a day. Although he hadn't seen the scene of Su Cheng entering the marriage room earlier, from the news coming from within Sakura country, it was a complete welfare copy. Or the chance to spend the night with a stunning beauty. Thinking of this, Shanche also pressed down his inner excitement, rubbing his hands together and approaching towards the wedding bed with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. Hey, flower girl, can't wait, can you? Your husband is coming. Chapter 16, Two Guns, Lizard Woman requesting votes. Damn, why is this guy so lewd? Why do I get angry when I see this guy's face? Worthy of being the birthplace of Gario, it's true that this kind of occasion suits them best. I'll go. I told you how I saw this guy looking so familiar, isn't he Double Gun Brother? I didn't realize that this one time would let him meet such a good thing. I'll be damned, it's really him. Can't it be that assassinating Sakura Nations has a luck bonus? I'll try it next time. The expression on the face of Tetsuya Yamayama's evil smile made the crowd watching the live broadcast extraordinarily upset, especially the countries that had not encountered the marriage room one had long been envious. Go ahead and be envious, you guys. Having said that, the sour flavor of your language is wafting through the screen to our great cherry blossom country. I'm really looking forward to what the reward will be this time. Do you guys guess it will be a beast-eared lady wife issued to each Sakura nation? His flow god is standing in our Sakura country here. This time the reward is definitely a beast-ear woman wife each. Sakura country official, Wishanshare is also approaching soon. Kindly remind you that there is still a chance for you to immigrate to our great Sakura country now, so don't miss your chance to receive a beast-eared lady's wife. Sending out beast-eared women? The words of the Sakura nation's crowd instantly attracted a lot of attention. Especially when they see that it is still too late to emigrate, people in various countries are gradually beginning to sit up and take notice. They had witnessed the scene in the Huaxia country earlier. To take a step back, even if you don't get sent to the beast-ear wife, the rewards after clearing the level are extremely rich, and you'll really regret it if you miss it. For a while, countless people from all over the world began to migrate towards the Sakura country. Grandma! This Sakura country is so lucky? Quickly, tell that airplane pilot to stop going to that what's-his-name country and turn around and head for Sakura country. Some of the many people who had not enjoyed the benefits of the Chinese state immediately began to work on the immigration procedures. The Chinese officials are also extremely pained. Want to go, you can. But if you take one step out of the country, then don't ever come back. However, this official statement of the Chinese government still failed to stop some fake Chinese people from going forward and backward towards the Sakura country. Such a good reward was really hard to refuse, not to mention that this time it was the official Sakura country that took the lead in throwing out the olive branch, which was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. While all the countries of the world were busy going through the formalities of immigrating to the Sakura country, at that moment the wedding room was inside. In an agitated mood, Tetsuya Yamayama walked over to the bed and slowly lifted the veil in front of the bed with the palm of his hand. Flower girl? Vomit! The veil had just been lifted and a foul odor instantly hit his face. It was as if the smell of stinky socks, durian, and rotting meat had been concentrated for countless days, and the smell of it fused together, and inhaling a mouthful of it almost made Shan-Che vomit out yesterday's meal as well. No, what the hell is that smell? Why does it stink? Toruya Yamayama covered his nose and kept leaning back. How is this different from what's coming from the rear? Could this stinky front really be a stunning beauty? It was difficult for Tetsuya Yamayama to approach with such a strange odor, but after the Sakura country officials confirmed with him again and again, Tetsuya Yamayama gradually approached with a sense of apprehension. Walking over to the veil once more, he took a deep breath and lifted it with one hand. The gauze curtains opened and the first thing that greeted them was an extreme stench. Toru Yamayama forced himself to resist the odor and looked over the wedding bed. He had thought that the one facing him would be a supreme beauty. How could he have imagined that at this moment, the gauze curtain lifted, and a lizard woman with a peculiar figure and pus all over the place was suddenly reflected in his eyes? Unspeakable stench filled the air, as if emanating from every pore of its body. The odor made even Yamatsuki want to run away, but he couldn't move because of some inexplicable fear. At that moment a low and hoarse voice came out from the lizard's mouth. Are you my husband? I'm going to go, you guys don't wimp out on the mountain Shia. Go straight up and do it. Grandma, what are you afraid of, Yamanatsuya? It's all just on the surface, the Chinese one will turn into a stunning beauty if you go up to her, go on. Lizard men are a bit disgusting, yes, but if you go up to face you it'll be the beast-eared lady, and if you don't go up I'll do it instead. Actually, I think if it's just lizards it's okay, lizards aren't that hard to punch, it's just that you have to keep the other one from suddenly backbiting you halfway through, plus the one that shrinks every now and then it's actually okay. The lizard woman's bloated likeness was on display, and Toruya Yamayama had stopped thinking at this moment. The urging words of the Sakura Nation Raider team kept coming from his ears. No. Can this thing really turn into a stunning beauty? Toru Yamayama also gulped, not to mention the disgusting to the extreme stench. Can this four-legged thing really turn out to look good? Don't you want to cavort with me? The lizard woman looked slightly angry when she saw Yamatsuki also look disgusted, and her tail flicked to grab him. Refuse, then die. A hoarse voice shouted out from the lizard girl's mouth, opening her bloody mouth to eat Yamatsuki in one gulp. Wait. As death approached and a strong sense of suffocation struck, Toruya Yamayama reacted and shouted in a hurry. He gazed at the lizard girl's disgusting appearance and forced himself to hold back the discomfort in his heart. I was just marveling at your stunning appearance, don't get excited. A stunning exterior, do you really think so? Really, absolutely. Tail loose, suffocating sensation shrinks, Shanche heart-hardened also already cannot care so much. If you don't do it, you'll die, so you might as well put up a fight. Maybe the other side can really turn into a beast-eared woman, as the back said. Tetsuya Yamayama gritted his teeth and unbuckled his belt and lunged straight up, the live feed going black as the screen went black. Toru Yamayama also really got mana. This guy has not yet turned into a beast-ear woman this can be on? Admirable, dang it. I see that your Sakura country can compete with San. Hee hee, what do you stupid guys know? Later on, when our reward arrives, one person will have a beast-ear wife for each of you to envy. That's it. You short-sighted guys, just wait to be envious. I've already prepared a big bed for my beast-eared lady wife now, so when the reward arrives you guys can slowly watch the bed vlogging between us go. Just when the people of Sakura Nation thought they were winning, a voice emanated from the sky above the Sakura country. The Sakura Nation contestant, unable to stand it on the way to marriage, vomits on top of the lizard girl's body, triggering the lizard girl's wrath and biting off the kunai to death. Death of Sakura Nation participant detected. The life expectancy of the entire Sakura country has been reduced by 5 years. The lizard girls are furious that their sacred moment has been tarnished, and 100,000 mad lizard girls will descend on Sakura country. Chapter 17, Re-entering the Red Gate, facing off against the Kimchi Kingdom. The voices of the worlds of the heavens resounded from the skies above the Sakura Kingdom. 100,000 frenzied lizard women descend on Sakura Nation, frantically slaughtering Sakura Nation pedestrians in the streets. In just 10 minutes, the number of people killed or injured in the Sakura country was as high as hundreds of thousands. How happily these Sakura Nation people laughed before, how desperate they were now. Blood mixed with unidentified entrails filled the streets of Sakuraguk, and mournful wails rose and fell. No! I don't want to die yet, don't kill me. Don't! Damn you, Tetsuya Yamayama, why are you still trying to hurt us when you're dead? Where is the army? Where has the army of my great Sakura country gone? Why haven't they come yet? So many bodies, there are bodies all around, no. There's a lizard monster coming my way, it saw me, help, I don't want to die yet. Here it comes. Ha ha, the army tanks of my great cherry blossom kingdom have finally arrived. Saved, finally saved. No, something's not right. Why are these tanks firing indiscriminately in all directions? Wait, I'm still here, don't you point your guns at. Disaster struck the Sakura country, countless lizard girls went on a killing spree against the Sakura country, and in less than an hour, the number of deaths had reached as many as 300,000, and it was even soaring. In this case the Sakura state immediately ordered that tank planes be sent to bomb and suppress the situation. However, all of their suppression was a covering attack, and the number of people who died at the hands of their own people was as high as tens of thousands at one time. These Sakura country guys are also ruthless enough, bombing without withdrawing their own people. This is not treating people as people. It's a good thing I didn't emigrate to Sakura country, or I'd be damned if I'd come across the scene. Driver, turn around. Quickly turn around again, don't go to Sakura country, let's continue to China. Not only did the Sakura Nation's player, Toruya Yamayama, die in such an odd way that the Sakura Nation crowd didn't expect it. The viewers from other countries watching the live broadcast didn't expect this scene either. Some of those who had not yet emigrated to the Sakura country were secretly glad that they had almost gotten screwed. However, certain fast movers can be out of luck. No, I want to go back to Huaxia, quickly let me go back. I don't want to stay in Cherry Blossom country, it's full of corpses, I demand that Huaxia send a plane to pick us up immediately. I haven't signed it yet, why should I be kicked out? No. I'm not going to that Cherry Blossom country, let me go back, I want to complain. Damn, a bunch of foreign devils, good death. Let you go somewhere else, go and don't come back. I've long been tired of you guys, our mom has no problem with this, if you don't want to stay then don't stay, what can a certificate prove, all of you get out of China. This marriage house removed most of the foreign devils from the country at once, and for a time there was clapping everywhere. It's not fair. Why didn't ours turn into beast-eared women, and what gives those Chinese people the right to end up as beast-eared women? Baka. These Chinese guys definitely used some kind of cheating tactics. I'm going to report these Chinese guys should be tied up for human experimentation. Cheating? Funny, we're doing this on our own merits, don't bark if you can't, got it? There's an old saying, if you don't make a mistake, you won't die, if you can't make it on your own strength and still want to come and learn from us, this is all the consequence of your own sins. China was happy, but the Cherry Blossom countrymen who had survived the bombing massacre were upset, and one after another raged against the injustice. For a while the whole pop-up was in an uproar. That's when the hilarious Kimchi Nation jumped in. Hee, I really don't know what all of you bullet-ridden places are arguing about. As expected, you're all just monkeys who haven't finished evolving, and you can even argue about this trivial matter. That's right, you guys take a good lesson from our kimchi country. So far our players have cleared 6 copies of the game and haven't missed a beat. Can you do it? It's just that you guys didn't meet us last time in Huaxia, otherwise how could we let you guys be so lucky? Sure, keep a low profile. After all, their territory isn't even half as big as our country, so this thing is normal. Not half as big as your country? In your eyes, your country couldn't be that all the territories are yours except the continent, could it? I did take a look at the latest map of Pickle Country, and I can only say 2 words, awesome. Guys, don't get into it with these guys, Sushin is going to start picking doors again. And this time there's even a red door again. Just as the international scene was in an uproar over the Sakura nation, at the same time, inside the Su City homestead. Su Chang woke up from above the wooden chair, slowly opened his eyes, skimmed the side of the small white who was still taking a nap, got up and stretched a stretch very comfortable. He gazed at the field in front of him. After sleeping on it, the flowers of the plants within the field were about to grow. Basically all of them had finished germinating, and in a little while they would be ready for the harvest. Su Cheng skimmed the numbers on his right arm. After clearing the giant wolf copy this time and purchasing the drawings as well as the revolver, he still had hundreds of years of life expectancy value left. 00:169:3:21:41. These numbers may seem like a lot, but they are not. Redeeming 1 point of attributes nowadays requires consuming 20 years of life value, not to mention upgrading weapons and equipping talents. That's all a huge drain. Su Chang looked at the system panel in front of him. Even now he had not even reached the qualification to open the silver carousel. Silver roulette, unlocked when life expectancy reaches 500 years. Looks like there's still a long way to go. Su Chang looked beyond the homestead, at the stupid nest. After clearing the giant wolf copy, his lifespan not only boosted, but his level followed suit by 1 level. Yet despite this, a chill couldn't help but grow in the back of his mind every time he looked at those nests. These nests are definitely not as simple as the last one. Collecting his mind, Su Chang once again began to pick a teleportation door, and it did not take long for his gaze to lock onto a red door in front of him. Looking at the prompt that popped up in front of him, Su Chang took out the revolver he had purchased this time. I didn't realize it would be available so soon. Su Chang directly pushed the door in under the shocked gazes of the crowd. Welcome to the nation's war room. This is the Western Cowboy Showdown. We are matching you with the right person. Match made. Your opponent, Kimchi Country Player. Chapter 18, Strong Enemy. S-Class Talent. Ha ha ha. Say what you will, I didn't realize that the contestant this time was actually a guy from China. Ah, stable, everything is stable. The good luck of you Chinese people will come to an end when you meet us, the Kimchi Kingdom. A Western Cowboy Showdown, doesn't that fit perfectly with our Kim Soo-hyun's talent? What a way to deliver the rewards to us. Don't know the sky and the earth, Chinese people, before gave you escape once the red door now even dare to enter, you have the life expectancy to come to play? The scene of Su Chang stepping into the red door without hesitation caused countless people to be shocked, especially the Kimchi Country viewers, who were even happier when they saw that Su Chang was fighting against them. You guys didn't just pass the 6 path copies either? What's with the arrogance, do you really think you've won? Yeah, that's right. Sushin is not something you can imagine, Sushin big brother hit them hard in the mouth, we believe in you. Hiss. Words, isn't this decision of Sushin a bit risky? I've heard that the talent of the one from Kimchi Kingdom seems to be not simple this time. I've also heard that the contestant from the opposite side is not only the star of their country or a female, the talent seems to be extremely perverse. It seems to be able to suck the luck of the surrounding creatures to grow its own luck, and the creatures whose luck is absorbed become extraordinarily unlucky, to the extent that they can't even drink water without stuffing their teeth. What? Absorbing other people's luck to grow your own? What level of talent is this? Not only that, I've heard that that woman has at least 80 years of life in her hands. That's not a small amount of money. Holy, so perverted? Then Sushin is in danger. Wachovia Raiders Group. The moment Su Chang entered the red door, the crowd immediately became busy. Since Su Chang had crossed the first door, the crowd had moved their position to the middle of the command base overnight in order to better analyze the data to give Su Chang the best support. Elder Bai walked to the front of the screen and said to the crowd in a hurry, quickly, pull out all the data of the other party's participants. Checked it out. The opponent's participant this time is a female actress named Kim Soo-hyun with a 100-year lifespan, and the opponent's talent is S rank, draw. S class? And a 100-year life expectancy? The moment this talent came out, the entire base fell silent. S-class talent, the entire Blue Star contestant possessors could be counted on one palm. According to the intelligence they had received, the Eagle Kingdom had an S-class gifted personnel who was still surviving through the 12 gates. Trouble. Elder Bai frowned. If the opponent only had 100 years of lifespan, that would be fine to solve, but the opponent was actually an S-rank talent, and that kind of talent was simply a bummer in one-on-one combat. Su's city is in danger. Pass the other party's information to Su Cheng immediately. In addition, let the Ministry of Foreign Affairs communicate with the Kimchi Kingdom, even if it's by force or by negotiation. Su Cheng, we must keep him. Yes. With Elder Bai's order, the base was once again busy. Elder Bai looked towards Su Cheng in the middle of the screen, his eyes full of gravity. Su Cheng is the first person to pass through the copy for their Huaxia, which means a lot for their Huaxia, and absolutely nothing can go wrong. What's more, Su Cheng spent copies of his own life expectancy is not much, but even took the lead in thinking about their Huaxia. The other party is so, as the strongest backing behind Su Cheng, how can Huaxia fail him again? Inside the red door, the queue pops up. Su City slowly stepped into the classic Western cowboy showdown venue. The setting sun poured down like molten gold over the vast, sprawling desert, coloring the sky a brilliant orange-red, surrounded only by the whispering of wind and sand, and the occasional sound of camel bells in the distance. At the moment, Su Cheng was wearing a classic blue jean jacket with the lapels gently swinging in the wind, with tight jeans and a pair of polished riding boots underneath. Even the costumes have changed? Su Cheng surveyed his own clothing with an extraordinarily curious gaze. It's such a nice fabric, and I'm not sure if I can take it back with me when it's over. Pfft, you guys, look at this Chinese contestant's appearance. Why does he have the feeling of a country bumpkin entering the city? He wouldn't even have seen this cowboy outfit, right? This time is not the same as last time. Just like this, I think it's difficult for him to pick up a gun, so he's still in a duel. Sooner or later, he'll admit defeat. Hey, are Kim Soo-hyun really beautiful? Strength and beauty of this Chinese people in addition to handsome a little bit to take what touch off? As the crowd talked, the center of the field. A woman wearing a brown leather jacket with intricately embroidered totems and two shiny revolvers around her waist stepped out from the distance. Kim Soo-hyun was also a standard Western cowboy outfit. She fiddled with the revolver in her hand, her eyes looked toward Su Cheng not far away, and her tone was frivolous. Handsome little man in the distance, are you the target of my duel this time? Oh. Surprisingly, it's a female? Following the source of the sound, Su Cheng looked towards Kim Soo-hyun, who was smiling and waving at him not far away. It was the first time that Su Cheng had seen a woman who could write nobility and coldness on her face and still look so stunning. Only, the other party was no more beautiful compared to her by, not a millionth of a percent. Handsome boy over there, why don't you just admit defeat in this duel? My talent is S-rank drawing, I can absorb your luck. Seeing Su Cheng's line of sight coming, Kim Soo-hyun smiled and unreservedly told his own situation. However, Su Cheng did not pay any attention to her and just quietly waited for the match to start. Shiba. What does this Chinese player mean? Our goddess has said so, and he still doesn't obediently offer his life. Damn it. I haven't even said a word to my goddess yet. What gives this Chinese player the right? Why don't the Chinese guy die quickly so as not to dirty our goddess's eyes? I really don't know if this Chinese man is still wasting any time. This is supposed to be a matchup without any suspense. Do you really think we're as useless as those white elephant and cherry blossom countries? Baka. Who are you guys full of kimchi calling trash? Eating a little pussy kimchi every day gives you godliness. If you have the ability to tell your players to come to our white elephant kingdom alone, we promise to let you experience what is called strength. In a hurry, so soon? You guys can't even play with a Chinese rookie. Who else can you be if not losers? Since all the contestants are here, let me introduce the rules of this duel for you. In the center of the sand, a man wearing a strange mask and a suit announced the rules. The rules are very simple. When the 1-minute countdown is over, the two of you will each take 10 steps back, and you can turn around and shoot as soon as the 10 steps are up. As for the weapons used for shooting, you can use your waist to configure the revolver, or you can use your own weapon. Those who are shot as well as those who suffer from stage fright are losers, and those who persevere to the end are the winners. Attention! Any lifespans used within this duel will be returned in full after the final end. As the masked man finished speaking, Kim Soo-hyun once again looked at Su Chang and persuaded, "I'm sure you've heard this guy's words, right? Admit defeat, you don't have any chance of winning. I might be able to aim for points to make your walk less painful. After all, it's better for you and me, isn't it?" The previous words were rejected, and this time Kim Soo-hyun looked at the other party with obvious ill will. The change in Kim Soo-hyun's attitude was completely expected by Su Chang. Seeing that there was still half a minute left in the countdown and Su Chang was late in responding, this time Kim Soo-hyun couldn't stand up. "I've already given you face, since you don't appreciate it, then go to hell." Kim Soo-hyun turned his head sideways toward the masked man at the side and spoke, "Consume 30 years of life expectancy value to purchase a reduction of 3 steps in shooting." Chapter 19, Life Expectancy, Crazy Face. If I remember correctly, you should have only gotten through 3 replicas by now, and at most you'll have a life expectancy of 30 years, right? Come on, I'll bet you're all straight up. As the words fell, the screen that was on Kim Soo-hyun's right side changed from the initial 10 to the word 7. The other party had done so Su Chang naturally would not refuse. He gazed similarly toward the referee on the sidelines, "Consume 40 years of lifespan value to purchase a reduction of 4 steps in shooting." 40 years? Listening to Su Chang's words, Kim Soo-hyun's expression was stunned, and his gaze went to the numbers on the screen to his left. And after seeing that the other party's number really changed to 6, Kim Soo-hyun showed surprise. "I didn't expect you to have quite a lot of lifespan, it's because I underestimated you, only. Do you have the capital to continue?" Saying this, Kim Soo-hyun raised his hand and continued to speak, "Consume 20 years of your lifespan and purchase a 2-step reduction in shooting." In just 1 minute, Kim Soo-hyun had consumed as much as 50 years of life expectancy value. 50 years might all be a lifetime for some people, but in Kim Soo-hyun's hands, it's as if 50 years is just a sprinkle. The time she possessed could be as long as 100 years, but she did not want to kill Su Chang in a single step, it would only seem too meaningless. There was only a hint more of the other side, and that desperation and the fear that arose from the excitement was her favorite. "Worthy of being my goddess, 1 shot is 50 years, do you poor Chinese bastards have 50 years? Oh, 50 years? You're too high on them. I'm afraid that those Chinese people don't have 50 years for 2 or 3 of them combined right now. Early admit defeat can, why make a fool of yourself here? I'm afraid you just have 40 years, right? It's just 1 step more than you guys, never despair? Do you know what it means to be a truly great power? Our great kimchi country is not something you can compare to those bullet-ridden places like Cherry Blossom Country and White Elephant Country." The scene where Kim Soo-hyun threw his life expectancy in a big way caused countless people in the kimchi country to cheer in excitement. However, the eyes of the Chinese crowd watching this scene gradually stared. This matchup seems very fair, but in reality, it's a fight for longevity, just like the previous Tsarist carousel. As long as the lifespan is more than the other person, that's 1 less step to take. 1 step at a time. Skilled fast shooters can even empty their magazines. Dangerous. Sushin even purchased drawings for our Huaxia before, he must not have much life left now. What can we do? Grandma, I'm in a hurry to see this. Why is it this matchup? I don't want any time at all. Can I give my lifespan to Sushin? Sushin must cheer up. As long as you survive this time, I won't get a handjob for 3 years. 50 years? In that case, let's play bigger then. Listening to Kim Soo-hyun's words, Su Chang looked at the masked man and opened his mouth. "Consume 50 years of your lifespan and purchase a reduction of 3 steps of shooting. After 5 steps, a purchase will consume 20 years of life expectancy value." In normal times Su Chang would definitely not be able to part with it, but now that the duel is over it will be returned in full. In other words, this moment is either extraordinarily arrogant or incredibly stupid if you don't press the full lifespan down, but instead leave it open. 50 more years? Kim Soo-hyun looked at the screen on Su Chang's right side, and after seeing the number turn to 3, she looked extraordinarily shocked. What's going on? Wasn't the intel provided from the rear that this guy only had 30 years at most? The sudden extra 40 years was already out of her expectation, and now with the extra 50 years, wouldn't it mean that this guy had a full 90 years of life? After the shock, Kim Soo-hyun quickly adjusted. "Little handsome, it seems like you have a lot of secrets on you, but I'm sorry, this time it's still me who wins. Oh." The words fell, and under the unbelievably shocked gazes of the crowd watching the live broadcast, Kim Soo-hyun raised his hand. "Consume 60 years of life expectancy value to purchase a reduction of 3 steps in shooting." It wasn't until the number within the right screen turned to 2 that the corners of Kim Soo-hyun's mouth curved up into an arc. That's right, her lifespan wasn't the 80, 100 years rumored in the outside world, but reached a terrifying 111 years long. With such a high lifespan value, plus the addition of her S-rank talent, this was the confidence that made her think that she was undefeatable from the very beginning. However, not long after her words had fallen, Su Cheng's voice sounded like a magic sound once again. Consume 40 years of life expectancy value to purchase a 2-step reduction in shooting. After seeing the number of the screen on Su Cheng's left side turn into 1, at this moment Kim Soo-hyun was completely confused. What's going on? Is this a bug? This guy has time? 40 years plus 50 years plus another 40 years. 130 years? No, are you kidding? At this moment, not only was Kim Soo-hyun confused, but also the crowd of kimchi countries watching the live broadcast were also confused, and their mouths that had just grinned glanced down again before they could laugh for a second. 130 years, the Su god actually has that much time? I'll scratch Stila, I was worried about Sushin's safety before, but now it seems purely that I was overthinking it. Ha ha, worthy of Sushin, I knew Sushin could do it. What about those kimchi country guys that were called before? They are just one step less angry than you guys, aren't they? No, haven't you guys noticed that Sushin's time is off? After purchasing the drawings earlier, I can't believe there's still so much time left now. How much lifespan does Sushin have? Su Cheng lit up 130 years at once, and the crowd was shocked and quickly thought about it in detail. Being able to accelerate crop yields by 10 times, the life expectancy consumed must also be extremely huge. There was still so much life expectancy after purchasing the drawings. Could it be that Su Cheng's life expectancy wasn't unlimited? No, not lost, I haven't lost yet. I'm an S-rank talent, just one step away. As long as he can't hit me with a single shot during this step, the one who wins in the end will still be me. Desert venue. When inside, Kim Soo-hyun looked at the screen on the left side of Su Cheng, took a few deep breaths, once again regained confidence. It was just a step away, and her real card was the S-rank talent drawing. The distance between the two was nearly 100 meters away. She didn't believe that at such a distance, with her talent in effect, this guy could still hit her. Chapter 20, S-Class Talent Only, Strength Gap. The countdown was coming to an end, and while Soo-jung's screen number turned to 1, Kim Soo-hyun remained at 2. This is the moment when the audience in the pickle country can't sit still. How can it be 130 years? Hasn't he only passed 3 copies? They thought of 10,000 possibilities, and none of them would lose. Unless the opponent's talent surpassed S rank and was even more perverted than Kim Soo-hyun. But how can this exist? The highest talent in Blue Star today was only S ranked, and there had never been an SS ranked talent player in existence. As soon as the words S ranked talent came out, the Chinese audience who originally wanted to continue saying something gradually calmed down. The video of Kim Soo-hyun's pass has been out long before it absolutely started. Among the picture, Kim Soo-hyun can be said to be extremely anticlimactic. Each time through the level almost do not need their own hands, either the monster killed each other dead, or not yet out of a sudden disease died a violent death. Even Kim Soo-hyun, within a copy set in the city, struts above the street vehicles can't hit him and all crash into each other and die. Although they had a huge advantage at this moment, but due to the perverted talent of the other party, for a while, the people of Huaxia couldn't help but worry. Inside the desert grounds at this time, Kim Soo-hyun looked at Su Chung, who was smiling at her in the distance, and after taking a deep breath to adjust her state, she gripped the revolver on her waist and turned to look at the rear. As long as one step in time doesn't hit, the victory is still mine. I'm an S-rank talent, stay calm, stay calm. The scene just now obviously gave Kim Soo-hyun quite a shock. But soon, thinking about her S-rank talent and her previous experience, she gradually calmed down and a confident smile appeared once again at the corner of her mouth. What is she worried about? This talent of his own was no joke, and even after he turned around, the other party might not be able to fire a single shot, and could even kill himself. Knock! Just as Kim Soo-hyun was thinking, a muffled bell rang out. The countdown ended, and the masked man slowly spoke, "The countdown is over, please both players advance according to their designated positions, and the duel will officially begin in 3 seconds. As the masked man opened his mouth, the crowd watching the live broadcast, whether it was the Chinese side or the kimchi countryside, couldn't help but tense up. There is so much uncertainty in this one that no side can guarantee they will win 100%. 3, 2, 1. Begin! As the words fell, Su Cheng and Kim Soo-hyun acted at the same time. Compared to Kim Soo-hyun, Su Sung only needed to take one step forward to turn and shoot. This step is almost optional for him. Su Cheng took a step and turned around, a revolver emitting a silver bright color was exhibited from his hand. In the meantime, Kim Soo-hyun, who had just taken a step, instantly sensed a murderous intent coming her way, and her body was stunned as she could feel that she was being pointed at with a gun behind her back. However, wait a while. The imagined gunshots did not come out. What's happening here? Why isn't Sushin shooting? Sushin, shoot and you win. Ha ha ha. Still thinking about shooting, do you think your player is not wanting to shoot? He is unable to fire at all. You scared the hell out of me. Steady, everything's steady. Chinese guys, see, this is the terror of S-class talent, not even a chance for you guys to shoot. So what if I let you take one less step? The end result is still a victory for our kimchi country, so prepare for disaster to befall the losers of Huaxia. Su Chang raised his hand and raised the revolver. The imagined sound of firing did not come out, and Kim Soo-hyun looked happy. It was just as she thought, this guy's luck had been sucked out all by himself, and now the other party was so unlucky that even a revolver shot would jam. Taking a second step out of his body and pulling the revolver from his waist, Kim Soo-hyun turned around to face Su Chang. At this moment, her expression was no longer tense, and her face was filled with confidence and condescension as she looked at Su Chang. What's the matter with you, little handsome? Why don't you shoot? Are you waiting for me here on purpose? Giggle, or is this a case of you not being able to fire a gun right now? Kim Soo-hyun played with the revolver in his hand and slowly lifted it up to aim the muzzle at Su Chang. Now you should know the gap between us before, right? If you don't shoot again, then I will shoot. Oh. Ha ha ha. Goddess Kim Soo-hyun, don't say that. That Chinese player was scared to death by you. Shoot. Goddess Kim Soo-hyun, shoot. I've long been sick of seeing these Chinese people. I want to see these Chinese people die now. It's pathetic. This guy must have felt hopeful in the beginning. How could he have known that from the moment he met Goddess Kim Soo-hyun, he had already lost? Kim Soo-hyun gradually felt bored when she saw that Su Chang was silent, just as she was about to shoot to end this uncontested duel. Only to see, Su Chang put the revolver down and hooked his finger at Kim Soo-hyun as if he was provoking the other party. No, what is this guy doing? Is he provoking Goddess Kim Soo-hyun? How dare you be so arrogant when you're dying? Sure enough, these Chinese will always be a bunch of untrained savages. I can't take it anymore, shoot. Goddess Kim Soo-hyun, what are you doing? Why don't you shoot yet? If you can't get down, let me do it. Let's see if I don't give this Chinese guy a plug. It wasn't that Kim Soo-hyun couldn't get down, but revolver simply didn't respond. She had already pulled the trigger when Su Chung hooked his hand at her to provoke her, but the imaginary gunshot did not ring out. The trigger pull on the revolver didn't even respond. This. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes looked towards the revolver in his hand, and after double-checking that it was correct, he once again aimed the gun at Su Chang and snapped it. What did you do? Why can't I fire my gun? After a series of 10 shots with no results, Kim Soo-hyun kept debugging the revolver and raised his head to meet Su Chang's line of sight full of anger and said, Did what? Why don't you ask your gift? Su Chung opened his mouth, the revolver in his hand facing the sky, and fired a shot. Boo! A violent gunshot rang throughout the area, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Seeing Kim Soo-hyun frozen in place, Su Chung looked at her with a smile and said, It's just an S-rank talent. You don't think you're strong with this talent, do you? Between the words, Su Chang brightened his own talent in front of Kim Soo-hyun's eyes. No. No way. How is that possible? The panel lit up, and at this moment, Kim Soo-hyun looked as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. His body staggered and fell to the ground, shaking his head frantically. Nothing is impossible. With the muzzle turned around, Su Chang spun the coin in his hand and continued, In your words, it's the power gap between me and... Chapter 21, The Collapse of Kimchi Nation. The conversation between the duo of Su Chang and Kim Soo-hyun was unknown to others. The crowd watching the live broadcast, all they saw was Kim Soo-hyun somehow never firing his gun like Su Song, and finally falling to the ground shaking his head frantically. No, it can't be. SSS grade talent, how can this kind of talent exist? If you're an SSS ranked talent, then why didn't you? Before? Kim Soo-hyun met Su Sung's eyes in the middle of his words. Shasta. An extremely horrifying thought bubbled up from her mind. It wasn't that the other side couldn't shoot just now, but they were waiting for her on purpose. From start to finish, this was a no-holds-barred matchup. Only she was the one who had no chance of winning. At this moment, against the cold muzzle of the gun, Kim Soo-hyun for the first time perceived that death was approaching, and hastily fell to his knees on the ground to beg for mercy. No, don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I'll promise you anything you want. Ming. Star, right. Star, you should know, I'm the star of Kimchi country, many people pursue me, I don't even take a look. I'll pose for anything, as long as you don't kill me. Speaking of which, Kim Soo-hyun, in order to show his sincerity, tore the black silk at the base of his thighs, and the collar was peeled back towards the bottom and a large portion of his snowy whiteness was suddenly exposed. Kim Soo-hyun has already lost the initial color, like a standing street low prostitute generally begged Soo Chang, even because of excessive fear, since her ankles have some unknown liquid outflow. What are you doing, goddess Kim Soo-hyun? Why are you kneeling down to that Chinese player? Shoot. Kim Soo-hyun, what are you hesitating for? Shoot, shoot and you win. At the moment, Kim Soo-hyun's ears were constantly filled with the voices of the Kimchi Nation's raider team, however, she didn't care about that. The man in front of me is a monster. She was one of the few players in the world with S-class talent, and she still had her prime years waiting for her, so she couldn't just die here. As Kim Soo-hyun opened his mouth, for a while, the scene grew quiet. Kim Soo-hyun had thought that Soo Chang was attracted by his beauty and raised his head just to continue talking about something. However, the next second. Boo! A bullet erupted from the pitch-black muzzle, and the spinning bullet ripped through Kim Soo-hyun's brow, shattering a huge crater. The bullet passed through Kim Soo-hyun's torso behind her, making a 10-centimeter crater in a bloody scene. At the same moment Kim Soo-hyun fell, the voices of the heavens rang out from the sky above Kimchi Kingdom. Death of Sakura Nation participant detected. The life expectancy of all Kimchi countries is reduced by 5 years. The Western Cowboy Showdown descends on the country of Kimchi Nation, and 5 million people are automatically selected to compete. Due to the final humiliating behavior of the Kimchi country's contestants, an additional 5 million people will be drawn to compete. The moment the voice rang out, before the people of Kimchi Nation could react, they were forcibly teleported into the desert grounds. No, why? Wasn't it us who had the advantage just now? Why were we the ones who lost in the end? Why didn't you shoot, Kim Soo-hyun? Siba, bull Kim Soo-hyun. I don't want to participate in this, I don't want to die yet, let me go back. Why is it 10 million this time? I didn't win the lottery the first time but I won the second time, damn it Kim Soo-hyun, you really killed us. Kim Soo-hyun died, and all of a sudden the Kimchi Nation wailed one after the other in a continuous stream. Unlike Monster Descent, the Red Gate nations fought against each other in the war room, and once one side lost, even deploying the entire nation's army would do nothing. Being pulled into it, at least half of the personnel would have to die to get out. Ah, Yossi. Is this the so-called strength of your Kimchi country? But it's so powerful, ha ha ha. What a good woman, just wasted. If you don't want it, give it to our White Elephant Kingdom. No, this woman is dead, and the body you all go down to the hand? Isn't the body still cold? As long as it's still hot it's fine. Besides it's not like a cold body won't work, it's just a little cold going in, plus a little loose. Disaster befell the Kimchi country, and one by one, the countries that were mocked by the Kimchi country jumped out of the woodwork. Especially after even the world of the heavens couldn't stand to see what Kimchi Nation was doing, countless mocking voices resounded within the Kimchi Nation livestream. At this time, the Chinese people who watched the live broadcast of Soo Chang, in contrast to other countries, were all extraordinarily excited and thrilled. Congratulations to the Chinese player who won the war room. All the people of Huaxia are rewarded, life expectancy plus 10 years, and all 3D attributes are increased by 1 point. Luck plus 1. Is this Su Shin? I thought I was going to lose before, but I didn't expect this to win. I'll kneel first. Holy popping pimples. Lucky points, this time there's actually a lucky attribute. If I remember correctly, a point of luck seems to be thousands of lifespans, right? Holy, really, this stuff is real. Lucky points just came in and I picked up a red ticket. Say, did you guys see that player from Kimchi country at the end? What was wrong with her at that time? Why did she suddenly kneel down and try to seduce our Su Shin? What else could it be? It must have peed in fear after seeing Su Shin's true power. You guys don't say, that woman's appearance is really good, but our Xiaobai can be more than 100 times prettier than her, wanting to seduce our Su Shin, she's still far from it. Within the desert grounds, Su Chang walked to a light blue treasure chest and raised his hand to open it. Ding! Goddess of Luck triggered successfully. This round is over. Reward, 50 years of lifespan value. Any equipment quality is upgraded by 1 level. Level up by 1, 3D attribute plus 3. Luck plus 1, basic general materials 300. The treasure chest opens and the beeps keep ringing out. The corner of Su Chang's mouth curved up as he looked at his own panel. Player, Su Chang. Level, 4. Power, 32, plus 23. Agility, 26, plus 8. Intelligence, 24, plus 1. Luck, 87. Charisma, 11, plus 3. Life expectancy value, 00:329:12:10:32. This harvest can be extremely bountiful. The 50 years of lifespan rewarded by the treasure chest, plus the lifespan of Kim Soo-hyun gained from the victory, totaling 160 years of longevity gained. Moreover, he should be the first player to break 30 in strength at only level 4, right? The panel closes and the light door is exhibited. Su Chang was about to leave the same spot when suddenly, a bright light from Kim Soo-hyun's direction attracted his attention. It is? Soo-young walked up to Kim Soo-hyun's body. Ignoring its scattered clothes, as well as the two great peaks in front of his chest, Soo-chung looked at the ring in Kim Soo-hyun's hand and took it off without the slightest hesitation. Lucky ring, grade C. After wearing, luck plus 1, charm plus 2. Lucky ring? Su Chang looked at the panel that popped up in front of him and was stunned. You know that buying a little bit of luck within the store of the heavens sells for thousands of years, and charisma points are as high as 200 years long. This is the same as picking up a 1,400-year lifespan reward for nothing? Su Chang was in a bit of a trance. He did not think that this woman's luck was so good. There was such equipment on her body. Fortunately, he paid attention to the hand or he would have missed it. The ring was put away, and Su Chang's gaze slowly looked towards the necklace around Kim Soo-hyun's neck. At the moment, due to the other party's posture, the necklace was caught between the two peaks in an unbiased manner. Chapter 22, The Envy of All, the Hulk? Inside the homestead, Su Chang had just stepped out from behind the door of light. Looking at the necklace in his hand with residual warmth, the corners of his mouth slowly curved up. He didn't expect Kim Soo-hyun to have such good equipment on him. A ring, even the necklace at her chest surprisingly possessed attribute bonuses. Lucky necklace. After wearing, luck plus 1, charm plus 2. As with the ring, the necklace has the exact same attributes. If one were to calculate the price of the commodities of the heavens, the value of the two pieces of equipment would add up to nearly 3,000 years. That's more life expectancy value than he'd get by opening 10 doors. Husband, where are you going again? Su Chang's front foot had just stepped inside the homestead when Little White's figure jumped out from the side. Her eyes scrutinized Su Chang, and her small nose kept sniffing something on Su Chang's body. Suddenly, Xiaobai seemed to have sensed something. Her small mouth pouted and pointed at Su Chang with a displeased expression. Husband, why do you have the flavor of another woman on you? Quickly say. Did husband go somewhere to cheat on his wife? If husband is misbehaving, I'll see to it that certain parts of husband are saved. As if the scene of catching adultery in bed was revealed, the Chinese people watching this scene felt a coldness in the moment. I'll go. Why do I feel a sense of guilt when it's obvious that it's Sajin who's being fingered? I like this scene. Now I would like to know how Sushin should explain. After all, that scene just now could be too exciting. Heh, even when Xiaobai is angry he's so cute, Xiaobai. My little white. Why doesn't husband say anything? Can't it be that it's all been guessed correctly by Xiaobai? Little White pressed Su Chang step by step, and his 9 tails blocked Su Chang's back retreat. This is not. Su Chang looked at the angry appearance of Xiaobai, for a moment did not know how to explain. Suddenly the necklace in his hand attracted his attention. Necklace. Yeah right, the necklace. Su Chang hugged Xiaobai into his arms and picked up the necklace with residual warmth and displayed it in front of Xiaobai's eyes. Don't be angry, look, what is this? It's a necklace? This sudden action of Su Chang caused Xiaobai's pretty face to blush. After seeing the item in Su Chang's hand, her almond eyes flashed and her 9 tails bounced up and down involuntarily. Can it be that husband went out this time just to buy this for Little White? Yeah, that's right, like it? Su Chang nodded. Like it, as long as it's a gift from husband, Xiaobai likes it. Grandma, is anyone there? Quickly slaughter me to give the Sushin duo a boost. I'll go, or you two can just acid me. I didn't expect Sushin's girlfriend's tactics to be so skillful, turning away Xiaobai's attention in one go. It's a pity that Xiaobai can't see our words. If we let Xiaobai know that the necklace our Sushin gave her was taken from another woman, that scene TSK. The necklace was received, and Little White happily gave Su Chang a small peck above his cheek before bringing the necklace to his chest and looking at Su Chang with a smile. Husband, does it look good? Good looking, my Little White is the best looking. Su Chang's words were not false. Xiaobai's face value had already reached a heaven-defying level, and now with the charm of the necklace on board adding to it, at this moment, Xiaobai's beauty was not like something that existed in reality in general. This necklace is nice, but this crystal pendant keeps slipping in, and it's a little warm when I wear it. Do you know what's going on, husband? Xiaobai took out the pendant that had fallen into the abyss and felt the temperature above it and looked at Su Cheng suspiciously. It's fine, that's what makes it look good. Su Cheng walked behind Xiaobai and readjusted the necklace properly for her. Xiaobai was just about to turn back when he suddenly noticed something strange behind him. Shasta. White's cheeks became extra scarlet. Husband, you're really... The words fell under Su Cheng's astonished gaze. Xiaobai wrapped Su Cheng tightly with his tail, and the two of them instantly fell into the house. No. Xiaobai, you listen to me, just now it was the revolver, not. The screen went black again. 12 hours later. The screen lit up as White straightened his clothes and walked out of the house with a nourished look on his face. Behind her, Su Cheng was holding the door with one hand, his cheeks slightly sunken, his legs were even shaking a little bit because it had been too long. Even though he had his bestialization ability added, he couldn't withstand such a build. One time is 12 hours, how long has it been since the last time? Even an iron waist can't carry it. Ha, laugh me to death, you guys look at Sushin so encountered those grey wolves are not trembling, this moment even shaking non-stop, not in vain I did not sleep for 12 hours staring at this scene. Hiss, why do I feel that Bai's skin is getting better and better? On the contrary, Sushin, why is his complexion getting worse? What else could it be? 12 hours, for how many days in a row? It would be nice to see someone else come along and still get out of bed. I'm sure it's hard to straighten up when you have a goblin in the house. The sight of Su Cheng walking on shaky legs instantly sparked laughter from the crowd. Just as the pop-ups were talking one by one, a mellow bell rang out from the sky above China. No, not just over China. The entire blue star was ringing bells at this moment, unanimously. Thud. Dang. Dang. The chance of the heavens is about to open. In 5 minutes, the world of the heavens will randomly select the chance of descending within the homes of the contestants from each country. Please prepare for the arrival of chance for each country's contestants. The moment the voices of the heavens rang out, the world instantly exploded. Chance of the heavens? What kind of new gameplay is this? Listening to this name, is it hard to give rewards? Something is wrong. 9 out of 10. When did this world of the heavens become so kind? How can you really give you something good? Can't you see his chances are marked with quotes? It must be something wrong. Here it comes. The first one is from the Eagle Kingdom. A pillar of light has appeared within their homeworld. As soon as the news about the chance came out, the global audience immediately flooded into the Eagle Kingdom's live broadcast room in a brainwave. Ha ha ha. It's really God's blessing on our Eagle Kingdom. All of you from other countries, go ahead and be envious. How is it that every one of them has come to us, to admire the majesty of our Eagle Kingdom? Alas, perhaps this is the main character? It's normal to be envied as the #1 country. At the moment within the Eagle Country live screen, Eagle Nation Smith was standing in front of the homestead, a smile on his lips as he gazed curiously at the pillar of light descending in front of him. He also didn't think that he was so lucky that the first chance that came his way was this. Sure enough, the protagonist will always be the protagonist. However, while he was thinking so, after the light gradually dissipated, the creature that stepped out from within the pillar of light immediately caused the crowd watching the live broadcast to freeze. What the hell? Hulk? Chapter 23 Hulk? Begging for golden tickets. What is this? The Hulk is out. Wasn't it said to be a chance? How could such a thing appear? What kind of chance is this? It's over. The Hulk is finished. God forbid it's the Hulk. What are you afraid of? Even if it's the Hulk, so what? We Eagle Kingdom is not those losers. We can't even beat a sick man of East Asia. A mere Hulk is just a random take. That's right, our Eagle Country, regardless of the military, or the number of copies passed, but the world's first, a but 3-meter tall Hulk only, as long as it is not the Hulk card easily slaughtered. Great God, Smith, do it. Let these turds have a good look at what is called true strength. The light pillar dissipated, and a Hulk with a body size of up to 3 meters and bursting with muscles stepped out from it. Such a scene immediately caused the watching crowd to be incomparably shocked. How could they not expect that the Hulk in the movie was real? If this stuff is real, wouldn't Superman, elves and all those creatures exist too? Way. Gods? The people thought carefully and hastened to remove the thoughts from their minds. At this time, inside the Eagle National Park, Eagle Country's player, Smith, looked at the Hulk who stepped out from the pillar of light with 2 black eyes. No, where is this for him to? A movie? If what was in front of him was the real Hulk, then he was still playing a game. At that moment, seemingly sensing Smith's incoming sight, the Hulk turned his head in his direction with a chilling aura permeating his gaze. Ho ho! A roar resounded through the sky. The moment he saw Smitty, the Hulk didn't hesitate and roared, his huge size charging towards Smitty like a tank. Oh, so it's just a beast. Noticing the change in the Hulk's demeanor, Smith smiled disdainfully at the corner of his mouth. He is the only player in the world today who has passed more than 10 gates and has an S-class talent. What scene has he not seen? With just a glance he recognized that the creature was not the same as the Hulk he thought it was, but just a muscular simple-minded contraption. A small knife from Smith's hands on display, in the face of the Hulk's attack, he was calm and collected, like a Jedi Master generally waiting for the other side to attack. Here it comes. Here comes the classic move of the great god Smith, scum of other nations, feel what true power is. Scared me, I thought it was the real Hulk coming, turns out it's just a Hulk similar to Hulk, this thing Smith doesn't just pass? Great God Smith, don't retreat, just go straight up and give that monster a second, let these guys have a good crack at it. As the crowd thought, Smith had no intention of backing down. There was no need to think that there must be countless viewers who were looking at him right now, and as the number one in the world, it was only natural for him to maintain his elegance in front of the crowd. Seeing the Hulk body close, Smith gripped the knife, the figure does not retreat, only to see a cold flash, the Hulk figure fell, Smith with an extremely handsome posture appeared behind the Hulk. Scum of other nations, see, what is meant by real strength, this is called ing strength. The sick men of China are just lucky they didn't run into us, or else they would have hit the fan for you. I didn't expect this one to be so easy, it looks like I'll be able to get good rewards again. The Eagle Nation crowd watched Smith make his standard curtain call, and one couldn't help but cheer. In the face of the mockery of the Eagle Kingdom, the viewers of other countries who were in the live broadcast room at the moment could only hold their breath. There's no way around it, the other side is really powerful. S-class talent, the first player to pass more than 10 gates, is a true powerhouse in today's world. I really don't know what the point of this interlude is, just give me the reward directly instead. In the middle of the scene, Smith wipes his pocket knife. He was extremely disdainful of this world of the heavens announcement, and had thought what a powerful opponent he would be facing. What's this? Just as Smith put the knife away and looked around for the treasure chest. Suddenly, a dark shadow exhibited itself from behind him. Surging heat came from behind Smitty. Noticing the change in the rear, as well as the low roar that kept coming out of his ears, Smith's body was stunned, and he turned his head stiffly towards the rear. No, you. Boo. Not waiting for Smith to finish, he only saw the originally fallen Hulk stand up again and hammer a fist into his chest. The naked eye could see that his chest cavity was sunken. It's not, you stupid creature, do you know who I am? I'm the world's #1 progress keeper, with one of the few S-ranked talents today, and countless resources for all kinds of equipment, and you're a Thai creature who deserves to touch me. Listening to Smith's words, the Hulkster froze before grabbing him by the ankles once again and using the dropkick a few times. Crisp bone cracks accompanied the sound of impact. Only after noticing his opponent's aura dissipate did the Hulk stop and casually put Smith's body down. First. A hoarse voice came out from the Hulk's mouth. At this moment it learned the initial Smith's expression of disdain and smiled, stepping on his body since the front home. It's over, completely over. This is a bull chance, isn't this asking us to die? Hulk, this guy is definitely Hulk. We're screwed. Stand up. Smith, you asshole, get up. How can you fall down here? God forbid that disaster should ever befall the Hulk. As long as it's not the Hulk anything. Chapter 24, The Eagle's Nation is Green. The sight of Hulk flinging Eagle Nation Smith around like a toy had the Eagle Nation crowd's hearts in their throats for a moment. If this Hulk is really the Hulk, then I'm afraid the army will be crushed once this monster descends. Just when the crowd thought that Eagle Country Smith had failed, they turned their heads to look for the second country to descend. Suddenly, in the middle of the deep pit, Smith suddenly opened his eyes, and the rings in his hands shattered one at the same time. The figure stood up from the pit, the small knife in his hand emitted an extreme cold aura, and his body moved towards the Hulk in front of him. At the moment the Hulk's goal was so focused on his home that he didn't notice the impending threat to his rear. The Hulk had just raised his hand and was ready to push down the house in front of him. Only to see a cold flash of light. Next. Plop. A green oval head flew out. From the Hulk's neck, an extremely complete wound was displayed, and blood was sprayed toward the surrounding area like a fountain. Losing the support of his head, the Hulk's body collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. This sudden change left the Eagle Nation, who had been nervously waiting for disaster to strike, frozen in place. Some of the foreign viewers who just wanted to exit the live broadcast room also stopped their hands one by one. No, what's happening here? I thought Smith was dead, how come he's alive again? Rise from the dead. Surprisingly, it comes with a resurrection? Such a scene not only shocked the foreign audience, but the reacting Eagle Country audience jumped up one by one in excitement. Scared me to death. It turns out that the great god Smith didn't die, almost gave me the piss. Ha ha ha, a bunch of dirtbags now know how powerful our Eagle Kingdom is. Winning. We won, and the final victory is still ours in the Eagle Kingdom. Sure enough, all my prayers worked. Smith is actually alive, thank my god. In front of the Hulk's body, Smith slumps to the ground, breathing heavily. What a load of to thank God for. It's all thanks to his talent. If it wasn't for the talent that saved his life, he would have died many times over. How could he have gotten this far? You've died enough to make me use my talent. After calming his heartbeat, Smith walks up to the Hulk's body. This time the monster was so powerful, the rewards obtained after killing it must be good. At this moment, not only was Smith looking forward to what kind of treasure chest it would be, but the Eagle Kingdom and other foreign viewers watching the live broadcast, one by one, stared intently at the live screen. However, along with the Hulk's body dissipating, out of the crowd's expectation, a light green treasure chest stayed in place. No? Are you kidding me? I went through all this trouble and this is what I get? Smith looked at the green treasure chest in front of him, and his entire body was dumbfounded. On top of that, the thing was still a light green color, a level below green. Such a scene immediately triggered the crowd in the Eagle Kingdom to become upset. No, what the hell? Something's wrong. Killing a Hulk only gives you a green quality treasure chest, and it's ing light green? No fair. This Hulk is obviously very strong, what makes it a light green treasure chest? Ha ha ha, laughed me to death. I thought how bullish it was. After taking the trouble to fight for half a day it was only worth a green treasure chest. It makes sense that the Hulk reward is a green treasure chest. Smith's face darkened as he looked at the light green treasure chest hovering in front of him. He's got more than a light green treasure chest's worth of money for one outfit. But in the way of the principle of don't want it for nothing, Smith held back the anger in his heart and went forward to open it. Congratulations to Eagle Country's contestant for winning the Chance of the Heavens. Reward, life expectancy of all the people of the Eagle Kingdom plus 250 days, and the hair of the entire body is automatically dyed green. As soon as the voices of the heavens were heard, all the people of the Eagle Kingdom could not sit still. This reward doesn't even have a year's life expectancy even. What the hell is this automatic green coloring of hair all over the body? What the hell kind of reward is this? I don't want this. You don't want to give it to me. Holy, I can't believe my hair turned all green, even that. I feel like I have a bad feeling in my head at all times now. Smith, why don't you go to hell? A light green treasure chest to open. You have never seen a treasure chest before? I do feel that this green color is quite nice. My girlfriend has thoughtfully bought me a green hat to complement this green hair of mine. I am really touched. Inside the homestead, rewards pop up. Smith touched his head, his shadow turning a few shades of green in the sunlight. Foreseeing that something was wrong, he rushed to the house and looked at himself in the mirror, and his whole body froze in place. Nature is in the air. At this moment, he was green, and even the entire Eagle Kingdom was overflowing with nature. Ha 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 ha, laughed my ass off. Isn't that a nice green color? Don't you Eagle Kingdom always talk about freedom? I feel like this color is filled with freedom. Yossi. This green is vastly better. Such a scene, I'd like to make friends with you Eagle Nation people, preferably the married kind. The hair of the whole body turns green? Our white elephant domestic animals has never seen a green hair, hissing white elephant country this moment to welcome the Eagle Country women to come to play, visa-free kind of oh. The opportunity of the heavens descended upon the Eagle Kingdom, and at this moment countless satellites from various countries turned in unison in the direction of the Eagle Kingdom. Even without zooming in, when viewed from space, the Eagle's territory is filled with a greenish glow. Such a spectacular scene triggered countless viewings. I'll go, it's surprisingly so spectacular. Apart from the Great Wall of China, it's the first time I've been able to see a scene from space. I suddenly thought of a business opportunity. If we go to the Eagle Kingdom at this time and open a barbershop, the kind that specializes in hair coloring and only charges for longevity, wouldn't it just take off? Holy scratchy steel, that's a great idea. Add me to the list. Hiss. It seems that this chance of the heavens is not a real chance, Not only is it dangerous, but the reward for winning is still this thing is a pure pit, don't let it be our turn next. Here it comes. Brothers, here comes the next unlucky one, and this time it's Huaxia's turn. Huaxia? Ah, cool, these guys have been lucky for so long, this time they're finally going to be unlucky. Give me the hardest. As soon as the news of Huaxia being selected spread, countless people once again flocked inside Huaxia's live broadcast. Previously, Huaxia had passed several copies in a row, which had already made countless people red in the eyes, and all those who entered Huaxia's live broadcast room at this moment were cynical and sarcastic. And at this point, Su Cheng held his waist and just walked out from the house. The pillar of light that appeared out of nowhere not far away, as well as the words underneath the pillar of light, filled his head with doubts. Corpse tied? Chapter 25, do you call this a revolver? Begging for golden tickets. Su Cheng slowly walked to the entrance of the homestead, looking at the light pillar outside that seemed like a lighthouse in the sea. His gaze was filled with a puzzled color. Just now, he was in deep communication with Little White and was unaware of the news happening in the outside world. He was just about to go up and find out what was going on, when suddenly the intelligence from Huaxia came in. Halfway through the day, Su Cheng rubbed his head and resurveyed the pillar of light in front of him. The chance of the heavens? From the intel provided by Huaxia, this thing seems like a pure pit, even though it's said to be a chance. Even if it's difficult, the rewards are still out there for the pits. Only. According to the intelligence he got a little bit, the Eagle Country's players seem to have some kind of resurrection, aka fast recovery ability. This information was especially important to him, as he didn't know much about the talents and methods of players from other countries. Unless he never entered the Red Gate in the future, the information on these players would be dispensable to him, but for now this would certainly be a big favor to him. As for the opportunity of the heavens in front of him, as Su Cheng pondered, countless low hissing sounds came out from it in the next second. The pillar of light slowly dissipated, and body after body fell down from the sky like dumplings. What is this stuff? How come it's different from the ones over in Eagle Land? Zombie. With my eyes, which have been watching zombie movies for several years, at a glance I could tell that it was definitely a zombie. This thing is a zombie? This roughly looks like there are at least hundreds of them, and surprisingly, they are still increasing. Such a large number can be considered a zombie tide. No, this is too unfair. There's only one Hulk on the Eagle Kingdom's side, why should Sushin have to face so many zombies? It's over, you can't even see the head when you look at it, how can Sushin alone solve so many zombies? In the middle of the light pillar, countless bodies fell down. At first, the crowd was still a little puzzled, but they soon recognized what these bodies were. The very same zombies that the crowd usually watches in movies. It would have been fine if there were only one or two, but now there were as many as 100 just from a cursory glance, and there was no point in stopping. Such a scene immediately brought the hearts of the Chinese audience to their throats. Ha ha ha. LOL. That's the way it should be, the more zombies the better, you Chinese people's good luck has finally come to an end. Yossi. Disaster is finally coming for the guys in Huaxia. It's best if tens of millions of zombies descend this time to bite all these Chinese people to death, so we can easily take over China. Do you guys in Huaxia know how to fight hard? What's the point of knowing how to fight? Even if you can kill those gray wolves, so what? This time it's a zombie swarm, as long as you get grazed you're dead. Pfft, you guys, look at that Chinese player, he's holding a small revolver trying to resist the corpse tide. He's not awake, is he? Does he have enough bullets? Let you Chinese guys be arrogant, die, all of you. Is such a beautiful woman also for you to enjoy? This beast-eared lady should belong to our Sakura kingdom. Inside the highest operational command base in China. As the tide of corpses descended, Elder Bai and his party's gazes were equally grave. The previous scene in Eagle Country had given the crowd a reminder that this thing was a pure pit. I was holding out hope that it wouldn't be my turn, but I didn't think they'd be next. Elder Bai's gaze looked at his assistant Xiaolu, who was at the side, and said, "Was Su Cheng able to transmit things to us quite a few times before? Is it hard to believe that we don't have any way to give our weapons to Su Cheng's hands?" Not for now. Xiaolu sighed helplessly. Nowadays, there are only cases of players giving items to the country, and there has never been an example of a country being able to transmit supplies to a player. Trouble, Su Cheng only has a revolver in his hand, how can this possibly hold up? Elder Bai frowned. Zombies can be extremely scary in the minds of people, but for them soldiers, zombies? What's a zombie that can top a couple divisions? As long as it's still a carbon-based organism, there's no way it can stop a 7.62 bullet, let alone a tank, or a missile bombardment. It's safe to say that the first day of the zombie outbreak may cause some chaos, but on the second day, it will be suppressed, and on the third day, I'm afraid that the researchers will start clawing the zombies to study them. But this is only for them. Now Su Chang is alone to face so many zombie tide. Once there is an inability to be scratched, then it's all over. By the way, has the person we sent out earlier to talk to the Kimchi Kingdom returned? It's back, and after the win in Sioux City, the conversation went extraordinarily well, with their Kimchi country voluntarily signing various treaties with us. It's good to have people back in okay. Elder Bai nodded his head, his sight once again looking at Su Chang on the live broadcast screen. His hand couldn't help but clench a few points tighter. Su young boy must live. The pillar of light dissipated, low horse roars continued to ring out, and at this moment the number of zombies had reached thousands. Sioux City stood in front of the homestead, and the air was filled with a mixture of corruption and despair. The zombies that had been exhibited since within the light pillar sensed the smell of blood and flesh, and simultaneously turned their heads to miserably protrude their eyeballs staring straight at Su Chang. Next. Who? The black pressurized mass of zombies hissed like a tidal wave as they ran towards Sioux City. Seeing this, Su Chang unhurriedly took out the revolver that he had spent 50 years of his lifespan to purchase from his waist. The gun was pointed at the incoming walker in front of him and the trigger was pulled. Boo! Only a dull sound exploded out. The bullets from the revolver were like cannonballs, instantly piercing through the skull of the zombie at the front, and flew towards the incoming zombies at the back without any reduction. One shot and 5 zombies fell to the ground in a paralyzed heap. Such a scene immediately made the crowd watching the live broadcast wipe their eyes. No, what did I just see? Is that still the power of a revolver? 1 shot to 5, are you kidding? I'll go, Sushin is awesome. Haha, looks like I'm overthinking this one again. This isn't a random takedown? Heh, take it down at will? Even if this revolver has unusual power, so what? The number of zombie hordes is now in the thousands, and his revolver only has a maximum of 6 bullets, so I'll see how he can solve it. That's right, that's right. This is just the beginning. Zombies can miss countless times, while you Chinese only need to miss once and it's over. The power of the revolver in Su Chang's hand shocked many gun-loving people, but it was only a shock. Still, a revolver, even if it lets you kill hundreds of zombies with 1 shot, so what? The most you can fire is 6 shots, and at the end of 6 shots, there's still half the walkers waiting for you. Just as the foreign audience was expecting the zombies to tear Su Chang apart. In front of the homestead, seeing the zombies getting closer, Su Chang no longer stayed his hand. In the next moment, the voice of Lady Luck kept ringing out. The revolver in his hand was like a machine gun with unlimited bullets at the moment, with bullets tilting out crazily. Gunshots were fired, and the zombie horde fell in groups like dominoes. Such a scene caused the foreign crowd that was expecting Su Chang to be torn apart by the zombies to freeze in place. As if seeing what anticlimactic scene pupil huge shock. However, it's not over yet. Home front. Su Chang seemed to think that this was too much trouble, spending 50 years of his lifespan to extract the bronze wheel. A few moments later, Su Chang slowly pulled out a real machine gun from the back and set it up in place under the unbelievable gazes of the crowd. Bullets interspersed with flaming roars kept ringing out, and it didn't take long for the zombie horde to be completely annihilated. Live viewers? Chapter 26, Xiao Yan of a certain state requesting votes. Wait. Can someone pinch me? Am I dreaming? Isn't this thing a revolver? Isn't this a ING machine gun? Are you kidding me? A revolver as a machine gun? You don't even need to change the bullets. You Chinese players are definitely cheating. There is a problem. There is definitely a problem. You damn revolver hit machine gun hit even if, really pull out a machine gun for me. What is the meaning of, you tell you damn where this machine gun is escaped from? Nishihachi. Isn't this revolver the one from the last duel? Damn it Kim Soo-hyun, this thing should have belonged to our kimchi country. Machine guns roared out, and the zombie hordes were soon all wiped out under the extreme firepower. Such a scene constantly shocks the 3 senses of foreign viewers. They could never have imagined that even if a revolver and a machine gun were to shoot together, they would not even have to change the bullets. On top of that, the guy actually ended up pulling one of the machine guns out. This scene was not only unexpected by them, but also by the Chinese crowd watching. What do you mean it belongs to your kimchi country? What, if you see something good, it's yours. The whole world belongs to you. That's it. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. What do you mean by cheating? This is strength. Don't come out and call it good if you can't do it yourself, right? Ha, Sushin is awesome. I knew how a mere horde of zombies could possibly help Sushin. Baka, that's not cheating? You damn well told me that the world can take a revolver and strafe it like a machine gun. Cheating, just no cheating. How come you guys only know so little words? You're so narrow-minded, and your vocabulary is so small. Do you want your father to teach you? The crisis was over and it should have been a happy moment. However, when the Chinese crowd saw these foreign spectators continuously shouting, one by one, they stopped hiding, and their 10-turn-key immortal aura burst out steeply. A time above the network is filled with a variety of words containing horses, and even they are worried that these foreigners cannot read. A sentence covered with more than 10 languages kindly greeted the past. Compared to internet spammers and keyboard warriors, they have never been afraid of anyone in China. Under the hammering of countless key fairies, the foreign audience watching the live broadcast one by one, their fingers stayed above the keyboard not knowing how to start, and there were even a lot of viewers who were directly scolded for doubting their lives and were completely depressed. The highest operational command base in China. Elder Bai and a group of raiders looked at in the middle of the screen for a long time before coming back to. As the words fell, the entire base fell incomparably silent. One by one, the crowd raised their heads towards the live broadcast screen, and at the moment they saw Su Cheng's palm about to touch the blue treasure chest in front of them, the crowd inside the base immediately sat down and hurriedly shouted. Quick, stop him. Home front. Su Cheng was currently standing in front of a blue treasure chest, looking at the exquisite carvings of the treasure chest, his gaze filled with curiosity. This was the first time he had encountered a blue treasure chest, and the best reward before that was only a light blue treasure chest. But despite this, he had still opened extremely valuable equipment such as tang blades in the light blue treasure chests, and he wondered what good treasures the blue treasure chests would have this time around. Raising his hand, he slowly opened it under the wails of its over from the raiders. Ding! Goddess of Luck triggered successfully. Congratulations to the Chinese contestant who has won the chance of the heavens. All Chinese people's life expectancy plus 10 years, 3-dimensional attributes plus 1, obtaining virus antibodies immune to all diseases. The voices of the heavens resounded out, and at this moment the entire Chinese people's physique was upgraded. In the ICU intensive care units of major hospitals, patients who had been paralyzed by the virus suddenly awakened. Some seriously ill patients who were asleep with tubes, opened their eyes to remove the tubes, and leapt 2 meters directly from their hospital beds. Millions of families afflicted by illness all healed in this moment, happily embracing each other. Unfair. Why should our Eagle Kingdom's treasure chest be light green and yours be blue? Insider, this is definitely an insider. Our Eagle Nation is clearly the world's #1 rewarder like this, what gives you Chinese ones the right? Grandma, I have to take this reward this time, tell the driver that he must fly to China within today. I even asked God why your rewards are better than what God has given us. God? I'm sorry, but your God doesn't work on us SOS, because the palm of your God's hand can't stop our SOS's bullets. With picture of Jesus covering his eyes. Great, this time not only 10 years of life expectancy, but there's even an increase in 3-dimensional attributes and physique. Sushin is awesome. Thanks to Sushin, my mom's years of illness has finally been cured, and she can have a happy new year this year. Su Cheng did not know how much of an impact he had caused with this raising of his hand. At the moment, he was all focused on the reward that popped up above his eyes. Only because, just now, it flashed again. Congratulations on your chance to get the chance of the heavens. Rewarded, 100 years of lifespan, 3-dimensional attributes plus 3, any equipment quality upgraded once, 100 poisons invulnerable physique, general materials plus 200. Acquired equipment. Ant, demon gloves. Devil's glove, grade D+. After wearing, strength plus 10, agility plus 3. Devouring, can devour other weapons and materials to evolve itself. Again and again and again. Crafty cloud hand, increase finger dexterity when opened, can improve any perception of the person being touched, consumes half a year of lifespan, lasts for 30 minutes. Some state Xiao Yen? Chapter 27, are all Chinese sick men of East Asia? Improve finger dexterity? What do I need this ability for? Su Cheng looked at the ability on the demon glove with a puzzled gaze. But the good thing is that apart from this ability, the rest of the attributes are still good. Su Cheng nodded and put the gloves on, calling out the panel with a thought. Player, Su Cheng. Player, Su Cheng. Level, 5. Power, 36, plus 23. Agility, 30, plus 12. Intelligence, 28, plus 1. luck, 87. Charisma, 11, plus 5. Life expectancy value, 00:379:12:10:32. Equipment, Tang sword, lucky revolver, increase wrist guard, lucky ring, devil's gloves. Su Cheng looked at the panel with a thoughtful gaze. After eliminating the necrotic tide, the level was once again ushered into increase, and once again gained a chance to upgrade the equipment grade. Together with the previous one, he could now raise 2 pieces of equipment to C rank. Is it possible to consume the number of times to upgrade the grade to upgrade the Tang sword to C grade? Does it consume the number of times to upgrade the grade to upgrade the wrist guard to grade C? The prompt popped up, and without hesitation, Su Cheng raised his hand and tapped it. Confirmed. Ding. Tang blade, the quality of the increased wrist guards has been successfully upgraded. Tang blade, grade C. After wearing, strength plus 15, agility plus 5. Increase wrist wraps, grade C. After wearing, strength plus 15, charisma plus 5. With the equipment upgrade complete, Su Cheng clenched his fist. The attribute boost brought by the equipment on his body at this moment even exceeded his own attributes. It's just a shame that there's no material to gather from these walkers. Su Cheng turned to look at the zombie group lying down in the distance. Under the sweep of the machine gun, the zombie's body had been swept into a sieve there was no point in collecting. Home, LV3. Degree of defense, slightly able to withstand the wind and waves nowadays, but still falls down at the first push when encountering powerful creatures. Materials required for upgrading homes, basic general materials 300. He had noticed the change in the upgrade materials required when the homestead was upgraded to the 3rd level before, and now the materials for each upgrade had become other items. Certain lumber he had previously hoarded was wasted, but it saved him a lot of trouble. It's not enough to be strong on your own, you have to upgrade your home along with it. Now that Su Cheng possessed 500 basic general materials, without much hesitation, he raised his hand and tapped the upgrade button. Husband, what happened outside just now? What's all the noise? The panel closed. Su Cheng had just returned to the homestead, and Little White came out of the house rubbing his eyes with a moisturized face and looked at Su Cheng suspiciously. Nothing, dealt with a little trouble. That's right, husband. The seeds and flowers we planted earlier are ripe. After Little White glanced towards Su Cheng's rear, he smiled and pulled Su Cheng to trot into the middle of the garden. Husband, look, these are all Little White's masterpieces. He, Little White is awesome, isn't he? The breeze brushed by. Coincidentally at this time, the soft afternoon sunlight spread over her palms. White's hair seemed to be glowing, and her skin was white and almost transparent. Under the support of flowers, at this moment Xiaobai seems to be a spirit that has been left behind in the mortal world, simply beautiful and unlike the creatures that appear in reality. Su City, which had just experienced a great battle, was once again majestic at this moment. The 2 figures lie down in the garden covered by flowers and the screen goes black again. The audience, who were originally watching this scene with the same cheeky giggle, were not cheeky after seeing the screen go black. Killing dogs, Su Shin is killing dogs again. What about you in front of the screen, talking about you? This is not your girlfriend, what are you giggling about? What, can't you laugh? I was born to laugh, and don't you dare say you didn't just laugh? Ooh, I envy Su Shin, there's such a beautiful beauty relaxing at the end of every battle. Envious of what, in your place you can hold out? 12 hours at a time, less than an hour apart and then continue, really your turn and you are not happy. Say, do you guys feel that Su Shin has become much more handsome again just now, is it just me? The live screen went black, and the crowd once again envied Su Shin. However, along with the next message of the descent of the heavenly chants bursting out, the crowd's attention immediately shifted. At this time, Sakura Nation was in the live broadcast room. Yossi! I didn't realize it was our turn in the great Sakura country. We, the Sakura country, will take such a good reward. It seems that this chance isn't a pure pit, even those guys from China can get such a good reward, so naturally our Sakura Nation, which is our older brother, can as well. This time I have heard that our Sakura Nation's players' talent is ranked. It looks like it's finally our Sakura country's turn to transit. I, the Elephant Kingdom, am not convinced. Why isn't it our Elephant Kingdom this time? We are the world's largest country in terms of population, and as the world's largest country, this opportunity should be given to us. I advise you Sakura nations to stop. This world of the heavens was invented by us, the Kimchi nation, since ancient times, and it stands to reason that the rewards therein are all ours. I didn't expect so many people from other countries to come down in one go. Chance comes to our cherry blossom country, you guys just go envy. Inside the Cherry Blossom National Park. The corners of Sasaki Kojiro's mouth grinned as he looked at the pillar of light that appeared in front of him, and he couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Yossi! I didn't think I'd just get this kind of luck, and mine's still a-okay. I'm really the real hero of this world. At first Kojiro was slightly afraid of being chosen to become a player, but the uneasiness in his heart subsided when he learned that his talent was ranked. Especially after seeing the pillar of light descending in front of him, this moment filled him with confidence that he was the hero. At that thought, Kojiro cleared his throat. As a protagonist, he naturally had to maintain decency, and after straightening his costume, he faced the live broadcast audience and opened his mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the live broadcast of the world's protagonist. As the protagonist, I will lead Sakura Nation to the top in the future, and take over all the territories of those sick East Asians, the Chinese. I'm sure you've all seen the pillar of light in front of you, which contains a heavenly chance, which is not something that ordinary contestants can encounter. I'll reveal the wonders in a moment instead, so let's anticipate what's in store for us. Sasaki Kojiro's speech immediately agitated the Sakura Nation crowd watching the live broadcast. Especially at the moment when Sasaki Kojiro didn't hold back in the slightest and revealed his ranked talent panel, all of the Sakura Nation felt stable. Class A talent, there aren't many in the entire world, are there? Steady, this time it's really steady. As long as nothing happens, in the future we will definitely surpass those Chinese people. Haha, this guy is a little bit middle-aged, but I like what he said. All the Chinese are sick men of East Asia. That's right, those sick East Asians don't deserve such good land, so many women, all of which should have been ours. Chapter 28, It's You Who Want God, now what's all the crying about? Sick man of East Asia? I'll beat you all into a sick man, believe it or not, and surpass us. You can't even eat to catch up with the heat. Attacking us in China in the future? Don't future, try moving your hand now if you can. 6 Thunderbolt 15s will light up the cockpit of you and your punk wingmen, and 1 Dongfeng 41 will completely light up your hometown. A bunch of mongrel things. Really don't think that after so much has passed, we'll forget our previous shame. Just wait, the first one we'll exterminate in the future will be you, Sakura country. A bunch of guys living in a dream, trying to catch up with our Sushin before even passing through a single gate. Eat farts you. Being so plastered in the face by the Sakura Nation crowd in the live broadcast room, the Chinese viewers remembered their previous historical shame, and one by one could no longer sit still. For a while, Sakura Nation's live broadcast room was a mess of noise. And at that moment, Kojiro, who was under the body of a ranked talent, confidently walked to the front of the light pillar, turned his back to imitate the plot of a movie, and waited with open hands for the chance to come. The self-professed protagonist had a strong premonition that this chance would have an extremely long-lasting impact on their Sakura kingdom. However, it was at this decisive moment. The pillar of light dissipated, and the imagined image of the treasure chest did not come out. Noticing the delayed movement from the rear, Kojiro looked puzzled and was just about to turn around. Just then, an ancient and powerful aura violently swept through the entire space, and the air seemed to become heavy and oppressive. The Shasta. Kojiro instantly felt locked in place by an extremely dangerous presence. He turned around sharply, his gaze locking onto a behemoth that had just slowly manifested itself from where the pillar of light had dissipated. Just see a body huge and incomparable, covered with flickering black scales, 8 head creatures from the back of the exhibition, its 8 eyes as the stars in the abyss, the huge body winding circling, each twist is accompanied by a slight tremor of the ground. In each of the creatures' huge mouths, thin and sharp snake letters extended, and each gulp was accompanied by a hissing sound that sent chills down the spine of the heart, and it was as if the soul was going to be pulled by the sound. The air around them seemed to freeze, and time seemed to lose its meaning in this moment. At this moment, each and every one of the people watching the live broadcast couldn't help but stop their conquests, incomparably shocked as they looked at the creatures that filled the entire screen. What kind of monster is this? How come it has 8 heads and looks so familiar? The Yamamoto Orochi. This is definitely our great Sakura country Yamamoto Orochi. Yossi. The heavens have blessed our great Sakura country. This Orochi is the god of our Sakura country, and even the gods are starting to come down to help us. Ha ha ha. The gods have descended, our Sakura country's good luck has come, all of you from Huaxia continue on. What's the use of your powerful weapons in front of our gods? All wash your necks well and wait for death. The likeness of Yagyu Orochi was displayed, and for a moment, the entire Sakura country instantly boiled over. The Yamamoto Orochi was the god they believed in Sakura country, the most powerful being in the world, and the gods of other countries were just a bite in front of their Yamamoto Orochi. Now that their gods had descended, it certainly didn't mean that good times were coming for their Sakura kingdom. At that moment Kojiro, who was underneath the Orochi, was similarly wide-eyed, looking at the creature in front of him with a similarly excited mood. Orochi, it's really Orochi. Haha, I really am the protagonist of the world, even the gods have personally come down to gift me with opportunities. The gods themselves came down to give the blessing, who could have him like that? At that thought, Kojiro couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. It was really out of his expectation that the light pillar chance he was expecting would come in such a way. At that moment, Orochi, who had appeared from within the pillar of light, heard the laughter coming from below and lowered his head sight slowly towards Kojiro. The gods bowed down. The gods actually bowed down to Kojiro. I'll go, I have to record this moment. Cool, even the gods bow down to Kojiro, good times are finally coming for our great Sakura country. Huaxia guys, see, this is called real strength. Even the gods have to bow down to us, aren't you just opening a few more doors? We'll catch up and surpass you in minutes. The appearance of the Yamamoto Orochi had caused the people of the Sakura country to be particularly shocked. Now as their god, this moment even bowed to Kojiro, such a scene so that some high blood pressure has a heart attack Sakura country people, suddenly relapsed and fainted. Kojiro, who was in front of the Orochi at that moment, had not expected that it, as a god, would bow down to itself. At this moment, it became harder and harder to hide the elation on his face. Seeing that the head of the Orochi was about to approach, Kojiro straightened his meter and stepped forward just as he was about to open his mouth. Next. The moment Kojiro raised his hand, he only saw the Yagyu open its huge mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Before the crowd watching the live broadcast could react, the voices of the heavens rang out. Death of Sakura Nation participant detected. The life expectancy of the entire Sakura country has been reduced by 5 years. Yagyu Orochi's bilocation sensed the desecration, and tens of thousands of Yagyu Orochi's bilocations descended on Sakura country. At one time, all over the Sakura country, the huge-sized Orochi detachments descended, crazily attacking and devouring the people of the Sakura country in the vicinity. Under the body of the Orochi, houses and buildings collapsed as if they were bubbles. Mass casualties. Some of the crowds who were watching the livestream didn't even react before they were swallowed by the Orochi in one gulp, and stayed with their gods completely. For a while, the casualty index soared. In just 10 minutes, the number of casualties exceeded as many as 1 million. No, my house. I just put a down payment on it yesterday. Baka. Wasn't the Orochi the god of our Sakura country? Why did it kill Kojiro and destroy our home? Damn 8-headed snake, give me back my homeland and get out of our Sakura country. Where is the army? Where has the army of my great Sakura kingdom gone, and why hasn't it come here yet? Help! Help me quickly! Half of my body is stuck among the monster's teeth, army save. Sasaki Kojiro died, and tens of thousands of Orochi detachments wreaked havoc all around. At this moment, the gods they were so proud of not only didn't send down their gifts to help them, but even began to devour the crowd on a large scale, treating them as fruitful food. Although the Sakura country's army was mobilized in time, but in the face of the impenetrable body of the Orochi, their artillery shells and missiles were like toys that could not play any role. Instead they appear to cover the ground, and instead the death toll rises again. For a time, the entire Sakura country wailed endlessly, and the people were in dire straits. As the god of the Sakura kingdom, not only did Orochi not feel the slightest bit of discomfort, but instead, the more he killed, the more energized he became. Until the death toll exceeds 5 million. A small city was destroyed, and tens of thousands of Orochi bodies then dissipated. What happened to the Cherry Blossom country not only did not make anyone in the international community feel sympathy, but on the contrary, they were all applauding. Ha ha ha. Good killing, I've long been displeased with these Sakura nation guys. What do ye cry when you, who are to be gods, descend? Sapachi. Watching it makes my blood boil, I should have killed more, these guys discharging nuclear contaminated water have spoiled our kimchi and kimchi country, the more dead the better. Chapter 29, 5 years for 10 days requesting votes. Are you guys still human? Our Sakura country has been dealt such a heavy blow, and you're still laughing. Baka. It's because of you that our gods attacked us, you must compensate us for our losses. This time the chance of the heavens is not over yet, if we, the Sakura kingdom, can't escape, you guys can't escape just the same. Pickle country huh, it just so happens to be your turn next, I'd like to see what you do. This time the catastrophe of the heavens descended, and a small city in the Sakura country was destroyed in just 1 hour. the loss of 5 million people and the loss of funds is even more incalculable. This kind of disaster is nothing, suspected to be the most serious one that Sakura country has been hit hard. More importantly, the faith in their hearts collapsed at this moment. The original Yagyu Orochi deity that they had worshipped was actually the culprit for killing them at this moment. Such a big contrast was too much for them to accept for a while. Only anger can be transferred over other countries. And at that moment, inside the Pickle Nation livestream, watching more and more Sakura Nation viewers enter the live broadcast room, the crowd of kimchi countries suddenly gave a warm welcome one by one. Yo 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 yo, isn't this the Sakura country with its gods? Why do you have the time to come to our kimchi country at this time? Have you finished rebuilding your city? Alas, don't say that, these cherry blossom countries were already as weak as Huaxia, and now that they have suffered such a disaster, it's too inhuman for you to mock him, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Take a good look, Sakura Nation guys, and let our world's #1 power, Kim Soo-hyun Appa, show you what true strength is. With the crowd entering the Kimchi Nation livestream. Inside the Kimchi National Park, Kim Soo-hyun's gaze was alert as he looked at the light pillar in front of him. The previous scene in the Eagle Kingdom and the scene in the Pickle Kingdom had made an extraordinarily deep impression on him, and if he encountered those two chances he wouldn't be far from death. Unless he can be as lucky as those guys in China and run into a wave of corpses. Those Huaxia people are rains through the corpse tide, do not need to think that it is extraordinarily simple. If they can do it, they can definitely do it themselves. Soon, the pillar of light dissipated. The scene in front of him instantly made Kim Soo-hyun freeze in place. He then looked incredibly excited. Treasure chest. Surprisingly, it's a treasure chest. It's still a light blue treasure chest. Haha, I knew we, the Kimchi Kingdom, were the strongest. Everyone from the other countries, this is what you call strength, understand? You don't even need to do anything, you just get a treasure chest to open. Kim Soo-hyun Appa, you're the most handsome. Sarah hey yo. Our Appa is really the best, both in terms of acting and strength, he's #1 in the world. Oppa opened the treasure chest, I can't wait to see the rest of the country face black. The treasure chest is revealed, just entered the live broadcast of the Cherry Blossom country viewers, originally wanted to come here to see the kimchi country suffer, in seeing the other side actually do not have to do nothing to have such good luck when one suddenly cannot stand it. There were even a number of Sakura Nation people who died of gas and blood. Baka. By what right do you guys from the Kimchi Kingdom have such good fortune to have treasure chests without having to do anything? This treasure chest should belong to our Sakura Kingdom, it must be your Kimchi Kingdom that's behind this, you must compensate us for our losses. On the basis of what? Just on the basis that our kimchi country is the first in the world in terms of territory, the first in the world in terms of culture, and the first in the world in terms of technology and economy, what's wrong with that? Luck is also strength, don't call if your strength is not good, understand? And compensation, I'll make up an egg for you. Those of China are also here to listen to me. I advise you to pay attention to me in the future. The Spring Festival, Dragon Boat Festival, Taoism, Kimchi Festival are our kimchi country. In the future dare to say that it is your, I Kim Soo-hyun Oba the first one to exterminate is you this small country. That's it. Will you have the decency to stop stealing our culture? As the smallest country in the world today, the people of kimchi always believe that their country is the widest. In their minds, all the history and culture of the world comes from their kimchi country, and their kimchi country is the center of the world. However, this sentence instantly provoked the Chinese audience to anger. They had come here with a melon-eating attitude, and when they watched the speeches of these kimchi countries, one of them was extremely upset. Especially after remembering that these guys applied for the non-genetic inheritance of the culture of Huaxia and also succeeded, they could no longer endure the anger. I stole your mom, I stole all of your mom, do you know why a thing like you exists? It's because it was accidentally thrown out the last time I was with your mom. And you're a small country, you have the nerve to call others small countries in your ass? Grandma, if we didn't think your place was too poor at that time in our history, we would have exterminated you a long time ago, and you're still snarling and barking. Yo, in a hurry? Ha, these Chinese are in a hurry. Lies don't hurt people, the truth is a fast knife, and these Wahhabis have been poked and prodded by us. Just watch us collect our rewards, you bullet-ridden nations, after all, that's all you can do. In the face of the various counterattacks from Sakura Nation and Huaxia, the people of Kimchi Nation were still shamelessly laughing happily. Their eyes were all focused on Kim Soo-hyun at the moment. Does it consume the entire lifespan of the Kimchi Kingdom for 5 years to open the treasure chest? It is? Just as Kim Soo-hyun was about to open the treasure chest, a prompt popped up. Looking at the confidence that appeared in front of him, Kim Soo-hyun looked stunned. Consuming life expectancy to open it, and the entire life expectancy of a kimchi country? This information made Kim Soo-hyun unable to make up his mind for a while. But soon enough, the words of the kimchi country raiders telling him to drive with confidence came to his ears. 5 years only, even if you are not lucky, the lowest life expectancy bonus of the light blue treasure chest is 5 years, not to mention other rewards. It is simply a sure thing. After weighing the pros and cons and learning that he was secure, the corners of Kim Soo-hyun's mouth curved up and he raised his hand to open it. Congratulations to Kimchi Nation's contestant for winning the Chance of the Heavens. Reward, life expectancy of all kimchi countries plus own land area of 10,000 square kilometers days. Because the people of the Kimchi Kingdom are so fond of kimchi, all the food in the territory of the Kimchi Kingdom has been turned into kimchi. Plus 10,000 square kilometers of your own country? Our kimchi country is so big, won't this reward just take off? Ha ha, earned. 5 years of lifespan can be such a good reward. We have tens of thousands of square kilometers so much in Kimchi Kingdom, wouldn't it be at least 27 years long? I didn't realize we just started, and we're already at the top of your game. 27 years, spent, simply spent. Go ahead and envy all of you. The sound of the heavens rang out, and the people of the pickle country heard the rewards one by one and burst into laughter. This time it just so happens to be the last chance to come down to their kimchi country again. It also happens to be the size of their most powerful country. Who in the world does not know, the kimchi country territory is the largest, as if everything is predestined, this moment is completely customized for them. However, just as the people of the pickle country, one by one, were in an excited mood waiting for the 27 years to arrive, the voices of the heavens dissipated. Only to see the numbers on their arms begin to shift, eventually increasing by a full 10 days long. Chapter 30, Encountering the Marriage Room again requesting votes. More. How many, 10 days? Is there a bug in this thing? How come it only rewards 10 days? Something must have gone wrong. Our kimchi country's territory is not as much as ours and the global countries combined, so how can it be just 10 days? 5 years for 10 days, are you kidding? This thing must be chug, give us back our lifespan. No, why did my caviar turn into kimchi too? All the food in the house has turned into kimchi. Damn it, Kim Soo-hyun, why did you open that treasure chest? It's over, the inside of my nose now smells like pickles, and the streets above me smell like pickles, and I want to throw up when I smell. With a 5-year lifespan turning into 10 days, and watching netizens from so many countries ridicule it, the Kimchi Nation crowd couldn't sit still one by one. There's just something wrong with this world of the heavens. It's obviously shady. Our kimchi country is obviously the #1 country in the world, so why is it only 10 days? Yes, there are definitely shady practices. This time the rewards of all 4 countries except for Huaxia were all extremely strange. Why is it that theirs is so good? I suspected the luck of that player from China before. There's definitely something wrong. Oh, if you can't win, then you say shady. What do you say? Why didn't you say anything about shady practices when China lost? That is, day after day just know the dog barking, and then this time the reward obviously in you kimchi country heart, is your own country's territory small, blame us? Don't get into it with these little bullet countries. We Chinese as a big country can't afford to lose face, and I've heard that the big man in Sucheng is opening his doors again. This time it seems to be a marriage house. What's another matrimonial house? Go, this time I might not miss a single detail. As the countries argued, a message about Sucheng burst out, and the viewers of the countries immediately flocked towards the Chinese live broadcast room. However, the crowd had just entered the Huaxia live room shortly afterward, and at the same time learned that the White Elephant country piece had likewise encountered a marriage room. The eyes of the audience from all over the world were attracted at once. At this time, inside the White Elephant Nation's live broadcast room. Finally. Good luck has finally come to our White Elephant Kingdom. Hissing marriage room, this is the strong point of our White Elephant country. I wonder what kind of beautiful women I will meet at one time? Whether she looks good or not, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and the reward had better be a little something for each of us, too. So what if there's no chance of the heavens? That kind of thing we in the White Elephant Kingdom don't even look at. This marriage room is top-notch. White Elephant Nation official, everyone watching the livestream, those who want to immigrate will have to hurry. Oh, we are not like those Sakura Nation losers. This reward will be taken by our White Elephant Nation. We accept immigrants without visas, and of course women are better, we'll treat them special. After the White Elephant country players entered the black door and realized that it was the marriage room, the entire White Elephant country was extremely joyful. Especially after the White Elephant country issued an immigration notice like the Sakura country, the audience from various countries gradually became impatient. They naturally knew the power of the White Elephant Kingdom, and this marriage room was dedicated to them. At one time, the number of global immigrants to the land toward the White Elephant country reached as many as 100,000 and is still climbing. Among them, after learning that the White Elephant Congress treats women especially well, countless women are fantasizing about living a life of abundance, so much so that half of them are women. While the immigration operation was being organized in a feverish manner, in front of the door of the marriage house. Looking at the prompt that popped up in front of him, San revealed an evil smile, the corners of his mouth grinning to the back of his ears. I never thought San, would have such a day. Hey, are you ready, beautiful? I'm coming. Some of the viewers who had just entered the White Elephant Country's live broadcast room couldn't help but feel nauseous when looking at San's expression. Vomit, these San's mouth corners are so perverted that it would give them such good luck to get a matrimonial home. I have a feeling that this matrimonial house is completely customized for them, San. The guys are the ones who have laid their hands on lizards, cows, goats, dogs and all sorts of other creatures. What else is there to stop them? Quick! The pilot flew towards the White Elephant country. Go to ING China. No way, I want the beast-ear woman. Baka. We, the Sakura Kingdom, have suffered so much, and you, the White Elephant Kingdom, are enjoying yourselves here. It's really infuriating to vomit, Lear. No, I can't watch this. Sans expression, I can't look at it anymore. Guilty of nausea, I'd better go and watch the Chinese side. Time back 10 minutes ago. Su Cheng stood up from within the rose garden and took a long breath. One word. Cool. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up as he gazed towards Little White, whose eyes rolled over and his mouth spat out his tongue, within the garden. I'll fight him. As his three-dimensional attributes continued to improve, Su Cheng realized that his staying power, as well as his outbursts, had been significantly improved. Before, he couldn't suffer from Little White's torment, but now that the reverse was true, Little White gradually couldn't withstand Su Cheng's attack. Even the present-day Su Cheng has a little bit of a feeling of not being able to finish. After carrying Little White into the house and watching the other party sleep peacefully, Su Cheng once again walked to the teleportation door. He hadn't forgotten what his main goal was. Now he had nearly 400 years to live, but what seemed like a lot was actually consumed at once. Nowadays, he needed 30 years of lifespan value to raise attributes a little bit, and the Heavenly Trading House needed a minimum of 1,000 years to be opened, which was still too much. And the portal to the north has no items other than a green treasure chest. Southern portal, the marriage room, which houses a powerful healer who is currently being tortured by her own toxins, hungrily awaiting the arrival of her husband. Chance of survival to enter, 1%. What's not to love about a little danger in the process? Chapter 31. There is a mouth to feed. Request for votes. With this number of points of realization backing him up, Su Cheng did not hesitate too much and raised his hand to open the door and enter. Huaxia contestant Su Cheng enters the randomized room. This randomized room is the marriage room. The contestants are requested to marry the bride within the stipulated time, and any overtime or refusal will be treated as failure. Su Cheng stepped inside the black door, and the sound of the game of the heavens resounded from the sky above China. At this time, the Chinese people who rushed back from within the live broadcast of the Kimchi country, looking at Su Cheng who once again entered the marriage room, each and every one of them was extraordinarily envious. Here it comes. Su Shin is at it again. I didn't realize that this time it's the marriage room again. The last Kahaku was a fox, I hope this time it's a cat lady. Oh, Su Shin can have a spring night with a pretty beauty again. Enviously my Kuan air is getting dark. Oh, the last time, but it was just Huaxia. You guys got lucky and ended up turning into a beast-eared lady. What kind of monster is in here is still unknown. The more you laugh now the happier you will be when there will be you guys crying. That's it. Do you think you Chinese are a San? They, San, are stable this time. Can you be the same as them? Su Cheng once again entered the marriage room, and the foreign viewers watching the live broadcast had their teeth clenched as they remembered the previous scene. Mainly Kahaku is just too pretty, and it's not a one-time thing, so once the marriage is consummated she's equivalent to being yours. Their country doesn't have such a good thing. What makes these Chinese people have it? Alas? Wait, did you guys notice that this Chinese player's room looks like that White Elephant country Sans? Holy, you don't say. It's really similar. It's not like they entered the same one, is it? No, it's not right. It's very similar, but it's still a little different when you look closely. I'd like to hope that these guys from Huaxia. It's the same as the ones encountered in the White Elephant country, a race to see who is quick to strike, compared to San the Chinese are 100% lost. As the pop-ups continued to roll, suddenly one of the viewers realized something was wrong. The room that Su Cheng had now entered was extraordinarily similar to the room that San had entered. Moreover, both entered at almost the same time. The crowd was amazed. A voice sounded out over China and the White Elephant Kingdom at the same time. Detected Huaxia and the White Elephant Kingdom entering the marriage room at the same time, with similar physical qualities in the marriage object, and are now starting a marriage duel. Double the reward for the country that is the first to complete the marriage, and double the endurance of all males. Failed national disasters will be doubled, and men will be 5 centimeters shorter. As soon as the news came out, the entire White Elephant country was immediately thrown into jubilation, and there were even many regions that had already celebrated their victory in advance. No, for real? The still duel what the Chinese directly concede defeat, with the White Elephant country a third than this is not looking for death? These Chinese people were happy just now they are dumbfounded. I told you guys to be happy, don't worry it's only 5 centimeters, not much. Wait, you guys don't even have this length, do you? Other people San all kinds of creatures dare to lay their hands on, even those that are not creatures, do your Chinese ones dare? Yossi. That's a punishment I like, these wahinis didn't have all this length, now I'm afraid they can't even see it with this reduction. The news of the heavens rang out, and the viewers from other countries who watched the live broadcast of Huaxia gloated one by one. I had thought that these Chinese people were going to get lucky again, but now that they suddenly came up with this, it instantly made them feel better. White Elephant country's San is unrivaled in this regard, and there is not the slightest possibility of victory with them against married China. Listening to the multitude of taunts, the Chinese audience couldn't help but change their complexion one by one. Sajin is powerful, but in other ways. Compared to hunting, and things like marriage, the White Elephant country's San is recognized as number 1 in the world. Don't lose heart everyone, didn't Sushin succeed last time? There are precedents there, so what if it's the White Elephant Kingdom's San this time? It's not like we'll necessarily lose. Right. Sushin can last for 12 hours at a time, there hasn't been any such example in the world, I believe in Sushin. Wait, what's Sushin doing, why isn't he moving? It's over, the White Elephant Kingdom has already entered the door, Sushin, we still don't move this time it's a duel of minutes and seconds, Sushin don't dawdle, quickly move Inside the White Elephant country marriage house. While Su Cheng was fuming, San had long since backed away from the door of the room and stepped into it. The door opened, the first thing that came was a rotten stench, like a salted fish that has been placed for several years mixed with the smell of all kinds of organs. However, San didn't react in the slightest when faced with a foul odor that could make a Sakura Nation player outright smoke and vomit. Instead, San greedily gulped down the scents around him, intoxicated. The flavor, it's fantastic. Beauty can't wait, can she? Brother, I'm coming. The veil opens, and to the eye a huge puddle of flowing liquid appears in the middle of the picture. Rao San, who had been prepared for this, could not help but look at the front of his eyes. What the hell is this? Slime? The curtains opened, and the moment the slime saw San's fleshy excitement, the body tissues began to rupture, revealing rotting internal tissues in several places, and liquid oozed from them, soaking the sheets. The liquid, which was of an unhealthy yellowish-green color, emitted an unspeakable stench, mingled with the odors of dampness, decay, and mildew, which pervaded the whole room. The sheets on the bed had long since been corroded, wet and sticky with the slimy substance that had fallen from the slime. The bedding around them was not spared, they were either soaked with liquid or stained with pieces of rotting flesh, and they looked particularly dirty with the sound of corrosive sulfuric acid being bared. I'll be damned, if it was a creature San could have rushed it, but now it's not even a creature. It's always impossible for this slime San to punch, isn't it? Looking at the slime's appearance of the crowd cannot help but a burst of nausea. I thought the slime's such appearance will stop San for a moment. Which thought? Under the shocked gaze of the crowd. Not only did San not retreat, but his expression grew more and more excited. The belt came undone, and the figure lunged straight up. For San, whatever creatures, even if they're not creatures, so what? As long as there are mouths to feed. Chapter 32, The White Elephant Nation is about to go extinct? Is this San serious? I'm really convinced if he dares to go on this. I had thought that even Yamatsuki of the Sakura Kingdom was already invincible, but there are still warriors who are fiercer than him. I'll burst a pimple, slime is down with that too? This is too horny, right? The scene where San unbuckled his belt and the sudden black screen of the live feed left the watching crowd reeling for a long time. The gasp that came from one after the other when they reacted. The crowd had heard of San's proclivities before, and knew that they would go after those animals, but now that this thing could no longer be called a living creature, it was surprising that they had even gone down on it. And, take the slime just flesh eyes to see a burst of guilty of nausea, the crowd also cannot help but admire the white elephant country of San, really come to the rescue. Yossi! I didn't expect these San to be so courageous, now these Chinese are bound to lose. Ah, good job San. This time, not only will Huaxia suffer twice the disaster, more importantly, the latter punishment, I'm afraid that the race of Huaxia will disappear. Hey! Calm down, calm down. This is just the basic operation of our White Elephant Kingdom. If you guys want to see more details, we'd love to welcome all women to come and play in our White Elephant Kingdom. Oh. But you guys look at that Chinese, he hasn't moved until now not knowing what he's doing. He must know that the object of this competition is for us, White Elephant Nation, to completely give up. That's not true. From the beginning of the match it has already been declared that we, the White Elephant Kingdom, have won, and these Chinese dare to compete with us? It's considered bad luck for you Chinese to meet us in this wedding room. White Elephant Nation live streaming on a black screen. At one time countless mocking sounds from within China, especially San has already made a move, the audience in other countries and seeing Su Cheng has not yet any action when one expects a disaster to come to China. The people of Huaxia were equally grave after learning that the live broadcast of the White Elephant Nation had gone black. Damn, although I already knew that these White Elephant countries are not the same, but this White Elephant country San is too disgusting, giving me vomit. It's over, although Sushin has been around for a long time, he can't compare to San in this disgusting aspect, now the disaster is going to come doubly. The disaster is only secondary, the main thing is that punishment at the back. What are you afraid of? It's not just a quarter, it's not like it's not enough. So what if the disaster is doubled, as long as we, Sushin, get through it, right? Even so, it still makes a lot of men's hearts ache when the punishment really does come down on them. Especially the men's wives, one seems to have lost the color of life. Just as one by one, the Chinese crowd waited for the punishment to come. In the sky above the White Elephant Kingdom, the voices of the heavens resounded out. The White Elephant Country contestant was swallowed and digested to death because he suffered from a huge poison on the way to the marriage and completely shriveled up, unable to continue to complete the marriage, triggering the anger of the giant slime. Death of White Elephant Nation participant detected. The life expectancy of the entire White Elephant Nation has been reduced by 5 years. Due to the sacred moment being terminated midway, the giant slimes are extraordinarily angry, and 100,000 giant slimes will descend on the White Elephant Kingdom. Ding! Trigger mission failure doubled, 200,000 slimes will descend on the White Elephant Kingdom, all White Elephant Kingdom males descend for punishment. The voices of the heavens resounded over the White Elephant Kingdom. The people of the White Elephant Kingdom, who were originally still immersed in joy, all froze as they listened to the voice coming from above the sky. Before they could react, 200,000 giant slimes descended on the White Elephant Country's territory. Under the huge size of the giant slime, but anything touched by its body was instantly corroded, but even if it only touched a trace of skin and flesh decayed deep into the bone. Countless wailing sounds came from the White Elephant Country's territory at one time. Houses are collapsing and the death toll is soaring. Unlike the Sakura country, these giant slimes left no living structure behind wherever they passed, all of them were swallowed into their bellies and dissipated into thin air. Within a short time a small urban area erased itself from the top of Blue Star, and soon it was a town, a city. Although the White Elephant Country's army had moved out in time to attack when they heard the disaster coming, their attacks were not effective in the face of those giant slimes. It was hard to blast through one, since the giant slime erupted with venom instantly corrupting the surrounding area, even the armored tanks were not spared. In response, the White Elephant State decided to initiate a missile bombardment. However, to the crowd's surprise, shortly after the missiles were launched, their trajectory became confused and they ended up going nowhere. No, don't eat me. Help! Help, it's full of slimes out there, help us. Ah, my skin is all ruined, why, didn't we win? Why is disaster still befalling us? Where is our White Elephant Kingdom's army, why don't they come over yet? Launch the missiles, aren't our White Elephant Kingdom's missiles the most powerful in the world? Damn it, why do I have to take this punishment for nothing? Don't mess it up, I've been staring at that third wife for a few days now, and it was hard to catch it just as I was about to make my move and suddenly it's gone. This disaster is different from the past, the disaster has doubled down, it's not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The disasters that descend from the world of the heavens are already extremely terrifying, and as the number of disasters increases, the degree of disaster has increased exponentially. Twice as many people died in the White Elephant country, and the death toll soared at a speed visible to the naked eye. 2 cities disappeared, and 10 million people disappeared, until the White Elephant country used its national power to suppress the situation. God forbid that you guys in the White Elephant country should get a kick out of the fact that you're wreaking havoc on all kinds of animals every day, and now it's too good to take it all. Laughing my ass off, that's a good reward. Wasn't your White Elephant kingdom always worried about having too many people? Now there's no need to worry about it straight away. Yossi. It looks like it won't take long for the White Elephant Kingdom's population to drop out of existence. With the label of population number 1 gone, let's see what you guys can still show off in the future. The sudden defeat of the White Elephant Nation caused countless viewers from other countries to flood into the White Elephant Nation's live broadcast room. The crowd was thinking of mocking the White Elephant Nation's crowd for a few moments, but as they watched the images of the giant slime destroying the disaster after it had struck, their gazes were extraordinarily shocked. 2 cities, tens of millions of people gone just like that? This doubling of the disaster is a bit too harsh, isn't it? Why did this sand suddenly fail? Didn't the screen go black just now? It's not like they were bitten off like those guys in Sakura Nation. Why did they fail? Doubling the disaster is so horrible. For a time the world of the heavens and the hearts of all people cannot help but add one more point of fear. What do you mean it's the same as our Sakura country? What are you guys talking about? Our Sakura country also died 5 million people this time. What kind of attitude is this from each and every one of you? Listening to the situation, it seems that because this slime has a strong poison, directly to the poison shriveled up unable to continue to proceed also failed. I'm going to go, directly giving poisonous atrophy? If I remember correctly, this time it seems to be saying that the marriage houses of Huaxia and the White Elephant country are similar, so wouldn't Huaxia's be as well? Baka. I'm talking to you guys, you can't hear me, can you? Go, if that's the case then it's something to see. Those Chinese guys seem to be starting too. Chapter 33 The Little Medical Fairy Requesting Votes. Wachovia Live. The sudden death of San and the fact that there were over 10 million casualties in the White Elephant country passed on extraordinarily quickly. The crowd watching the live broadcast let out a long breath when they heard that the White Elephant Nation had failed. Phew, scared me to death. I thought punishment was coming. San really refreshed my perception of them once again. It seems that those guys from the White Elephant Kingdom are also considered too strong. Letting them go one step ahead will also make them lose, so won't our Sushin be stable? Oh, stabilized? You Huaxia people are too happy too soon. If our White Elephant Kingdom can't win, you Chinese can't win either. This time it's not like before, you won't be so lucky. I don't believe you can resist the toxin. Yossi. It's so good to see you Huaxia and White Elephant country dog eat dog. I let you all gloat before, now you all die, the more deaths the better. Toxin? The countryman watching the live broadcast wanted to say something, but after learning how San died, the faces of the people gradually became grave. The White Elephant Kingdom's San was actually directly shriveled by the poison? If the marriage houses are similar, then wouldn't we be just as poisonous here? Hiss. What the hell, the body is poisonous even if, how there is still hidden poison, the still let people so defensa? If it's poisonous, then wearing safety measures should do the trick, right? None of the safety measures seem to work. I've heard that the toxin can be more powerful than sulfuric acid, giving you the ability to poison even the safety measures. So ruthless? Then it's over. Will Sushin still be able to hold out? This time, almost all the countries on the absolute blue planet thought that Huaxia was bound to lose, including they. Huaxia itself did not have much confidence. After all, this aspect is indeed the strong point of the White Elephant Kingdom San and theirs. However, the news of this sudden defeat of the White Elephant state came out, but it allowed the people of China to see a glimmer of hope, but it was only a glimmer. At this time, inside the highest operational command base in China, Elder Bai and his party were equally relieved to hear the news of the White Elephant Kingdom's defeat. At their age, length is not very important to them. But this could be about the future generations of China, and nothing can go wrong with such an important part. What is this toxin? Is there a way to fix it, or a possible way to prevent it? Elder Bai looked at the reason for the White Elephant Kingdom's failure this time around with his brows furrowed. Previously, Su Shen's various bold actions had achieved good results. This time Su Cheng didn't take the lead. They thought he had his own considerations, but they didn't expect that this time they got it right for Su Cheng again. This time the bridal chamber went so far as to bag some poison. Once they had urged Su Cheng to complete as soon as possible, it was not only the White Elephant country that suffered now, but also their Huaxia that was going to be hit hard. These toxins aren't hard to fix. but the hard part is that there might not be that much material on the Sioux City side. Xiao Lu tapped his fingers on the screen and quickly worked out the method of creating the antidote to the toxin. Previously, with the reward boost from the Sioux City Pass, the crowd would now not be affected by any viruses, and could even extract their own cells to research more medical treatments. The medical and technological means of Huaxia have been upgraded at a rate visible to the naked eye. Trouble with materials? Elder Bai pondered for a moment before looking at Su Chung, who was about to act within the screen, and said, "Tell Su Chung about the solution to these toxins. I'm sure it shouldn't be too difficult for him to get some materials with his ability." "Yes." Xiao Lu nodded his head and hurriedly passed the material along with the configuration method. In the meantime, inside the dark wedding room, Su Chang listened to the information coming from his ears, his eyes looking towards the gauze curtain in front of him. Is it really poisonous? Su Cheng's gaze looked around. From the time he first entered this marriage room, he had noticed the abnormalities around him. The current appearance was slightly different from the initial scene where he had met Xiao Bai. At that time there was just a strong putrid odor. This time there was also a putrid odor, but not as strong, more of a pungent and unpleasant smell. After a short time of poking around, he realized that the entire perimeter of the bridal chamber was surprisingly infested with toxins, even the floor was covered in them. If he hadn't happened to obtain the 100 poisons physique after he cleared the level last time, the odor that filled the air alone would have been enough to kill him several times over. Looks like this one won't be easy. Su Cheng swallowed his saliva, although he had the physique to back him up, but that packet point poisoning was really a bit frightening. The antidote provided by Huaxia was not difficult to configure, and Su Cheng spent about a year of his lifespan to buy the corresponding materials at the heavenly commodities. After making the materials, Su Cheng held the toxin antidote in his hand before walking forward. Here it comes. Sushin has finally made his move. Come on, Sushin, my wife is already shopping online, my future happiness is riding on you. What is the potion in Sushin's hand? Can it not be an antidote? That's right, it's definitely the antidote. The way Sushin looked just now was obviously the raider team making a move. The scene of Su Cheng pushing open the door of his room immediately made the crowd watching the live broadcast tense up. Especially for men, after all, it is a matter of their lifelong happiness in the future. Anything can go wrong anywhere but Quinny. Antidote? You Chinese people are too naive. This is a packet point poisoning. You have the antidote, and what use is it? Can you defend against it? Chinese guys don't struggle. You can't run away from the disaster that has befallen our white elephant country. Join us. Get lost. Who wants to be with you guys? Can you die far away from me, Halo Needle? That's it. They can poison, can't we? This trip is about a major in order to safeguard the future of their own brothers. Some of the rare male compatriots who speak on the internet, in this moment also cannot help but spit in the mouth. Su Chang was not the slightest bit aware of the changing scene in the outside world. He walked in the middle of the bridal chamber, the smell of an unnameable toxin in the air pungent and haunting. At the moment his eyes were all over the top of the gauze curtain in front of him. A coin was exhibited, and Su Cheng held the potion in his hand a few points tighter, and walked up to slowly pull open the screen curtain. The gauze curtains opened and the woman on the wedding bed stunned Su Cheng. It's not that the other side is the same as the Aztec side, on the contrary, this time the other side's race is extraordinarily normal. Human? Above the wedding bed, a petite woman sat in it, and from the other party's sitting posture as well as her movements, it was not difficult to see that the other party had received an extremely strict upbringing before. Marriage partner, little medical fairy. Race, human. Face value, 5, normal bio, 30. Talent, A+. Description: this is a human physician, love to help others, but because of their own physical reasons, the patients she helped will be cured, but will be infected with her toxins, in the disease torture death. By chance she learned of a message, she as long as the marriage with a contestant after the elimination of their own toxins. If you miss this opportunity, it will be in the marriage object in the body of the countless toxins, so that their whole life are living in the sickness and pain. The prompt popped up, and sensing Su Cheng approaching, little medical fairy slowly raised her head. I don't know if it was shyness or intolerance in the husky voice. You're my husband? Chapter 34, an arrow is on the string, it has to be fired. Request for votes. Humans? I'm not mistaken, am I, that it's a human this time? Baka. I defy you, why is it that we in Sakura country have Sans favorite lizard, but you in China are human? We, the White Elephant Kingdom, are not convinced either. Our marriage partners can't even be called creatures anymore, and you Chinese are eating so well. Wait a minute. Have you guys noticed that this human seems a little different? Why is this guy covered in offending purple pustules? Vomit and damn, even the green spots are there. Is this sure it's human? This thing is a walking matrix, right? The gauze curtains opened, and the woman who appeared above the wedding bed instantly made the White Elephant Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom incomparably angry. By what right theirs were strange creatures, not even creatures, and this Chinese guy was even human. However, with countless pop-up reminders, they gradually realized that something was wrong. This guy is scarier than a terrapin. On top of the wedding bed, as Su Cheng approached, little medical fairy slowly raised her head. Her skin was covered in mottled green patches and purple veins, like toxin-infested earth, devoid of life. The eyes were deeply sunk into the eye sockets, not a trace of brightness or spirituality could be seen, not in the least associated with the name of Little Medical Fairy, and the purple pustules on the surface of the body continued to ooze out a highly poisonous liquid towards the outer parts. Little Dr. Fairy's hands hung helplessly by the side of the bed, her fingers deformed by the toxin, her nails curved and sharp as sharp claws. Under the darkness of the surroundings, like a deformed monster sitting in a bed waiting for its prey to approach. Is this a human being? Are you sure this isn't some monster mutated? There's liquid coming out of abscesses everywhere, and that's just too disgusting. White was at least visible initially. This thing is a pure pile of walking pus. How does this go down? Why don't you forget about it, Sushin, we're not that far behind. On top of the wedding bed, at this moment, Little Medical Fairy looked at Su Cheng's appearance with a slight stare. Since the drastic change in her physique, the metamorphosis with which all creatures looked at her had changed, including the patients she had previously rescued, who looked at her target with nothing but disgust. But at this moment, she unexpectedly did not see the slightest color of disgust in Su Cheng's eyes, instead more of an appreciation. It must be exhausting to be alone for so many years. Hard work, let me help you next. Looking at Little Medical Fairy's appearance, Su Cheng did not avoid it in the slightest. If the other party was just a simple monster, this kind of appearance might have made Su Cheng sick. But after seeing the other party's information, Su Cheng's expression as he looked at the other party completely changed. Even this time the other party came to this place, all for the purpose of unlocking the body's physique to help more people. In that case, how could he be disgusted? Su Cheng walked up and raised his hand. Whether or not to use the pointing one? Confirmed. The number of points was consumed, and the entire scene changed precipitously under the target of a gawking crowd in the broadcast room. The dark scene around the exhibition of light, pungent smells and a variety of unknown liquids dissipated, replaced by the upper beam of Shotsai, the fragrance of the nose. At the moment, above the marriage bed, a young girl, about 1 meter 6 in height and barefoot, sat in the middle of the bed, her round and cute toes moving. The young girl's hair was soft and silky as silk as it gently fell over her shoulders. A few strands of broken hair inadvertently brushed her fair cheeks, appearing a bit playful and agile. A pair of cat ears exhibited from the top of her head. The small skin was crystal clear, as if water could be squeezed out of it with a gentle pinch, and the cheeks were lightly pink, like shy clouds in the morning sun. Ding! Consumption of the number of points is successful. The transformation of the beast-deer nymph is complete. The talent enhancement is successful. The level of adoration is increased to till death do us part, and the libido was plus 1000%. Watch the live stream crowd? Little Medical Fairy appearance change, such a scene so that the live audience thought that their eyes blurred, wiped their eyes to look at the screen again. No, Hachi. You're at it again? You guys were like this before in Huaxia, and now you're doing this again? It's so damn obvious, and you still say you didn't cheat. Damn it, 2 now, enough for 2. 1 wasn't enough to get another one. Another beauty, or the lowly type? I instantly feel like my Mary Lou doesn't smell good anymore. Ooh, I want one of those. Ah! The more I think about it, the more angry I get. Why didn't we, the Roman state, attack into China at that time? It would have been all ours. Rome? Oh, you Romans are nothing. At that time, if it wasn't for the fact that my brother Qin at that time disliked your side as being too far away and poor, you would have long since become a vassal state of our old ancestor. That's right, if it wasn't for the fact that my brother Qin had gone off in pursuit of immortality at that time, I would have captured you as an autodidact long ago. The sudden change in Little Medical Fairy's appearance made the foreign audience gnash their teeth in envy. But soon, they realized that although Little Medical Fairy's appearance had changed, it seemed that the toxin had not dissipated. Bridge bean sacks. Have you guys noticed that even though the female's appearance has changed, she still seems to have a ring of purple surrounding her, which seems to be the same toxin she had before? Hiss. It does seem like it when you put it that way. Ha, scared me to death. I thought I was going to give these Chinese people a good time again, but I didn't realize the toxin didn't dissipate. So what if you become beautiful, you'll still die with the toxin still there. Huaxia will never be able to escape the same fate as our White Elephant Kingdom. Marriage partner, Little Medical Fairy. Race, human. Face value, 90, normal bio, 30. Talent, S+. Description, she's so in love with you that she wants to make a specimen of you so she can be with her forever. Husband. Husband. I'm this. Little Medical Fairies looked at her own state, starlight flickering in her eyes. Gone. Surprisingly, it's all gone. It's really superb. Su Cheng looked at the center of the bed, the duck-seated standard lowly-sized Little Medical Fairy, and his gaze flashed a glint of essence. This nudging of his just transforms the nudged object into a beast-eared lady, and doesn't raise the opponent's face value much. Whether it was Xiao Bai or the current Little Medical Fairy, their current face value was originally what they were born with, and they themselves were merely a helping hand. Only. It's true that the nudging worked. What the hell is this made into a specimen? Husband. Noticing Su Cheng's line of sight coming his way and thinking about what was about to happen next, Little Medical Fairy's cheeks flushed scarlet. Just call me Su Cheng if you're not used to it. Su. Suro? Little Medical Fairy opened her mouth tentatively, and before Su Cheng could react, Little Medical Fairy suddenly reached out her hand, and her originally clear gaze suddenly flushed red. With one hand, he pulled Su Cheng over and pressed him underneath his body, breathing heavily, greedily absorbing Su Cheng's scent. Husband. Husband. The petulant sounds coming from his ears instantly made Su Cheng's blood boil. Looking at Little Medical Fairy who was sitting on top of him, Su Cheng pressed him backward underneath his body as soon as he did so. One's own 7-foot man cannot be a small lowly to pressure, this cannot be set out to die of shame. Su Cheng's rough movements did not cause Little Medical Fairy to be offended. Just as a column of shadows was about to cover her face, she suddenly thought of something and hurriedly blocked the chasm and spoke eagerly. Husband can't. The toxin in my body hasn't. Nodding only changed Little Medical Fairy's form talent, but the toxins in her body were still there. Although I don't know why Su Cheng contacted her for so long and still didn't react, but there was such a situation before, and ultimately ended up dying a violent death in the wilderness. However, at this moment, Su Cheng could not care less. The arrow is in the air. Chapter 35, Little Medical Fairy, Little Poison Fairy? Oh, I'm so envious of Sushin, there's a Xiao Bai in the family, and now I'm going to add another Little Medical Fairy to the mix. Hiss. Doesn't seem right. I remember this time is not poisonous? Sushin just went on without any protection, should not have an accident, right? When will I be so lucky? I'll die under the peony flower and be a ghost. The live broadcast screen went black, and it took the audience watching the live broadcast a long time before they were able to catch their breath from Little Healer Fairy's exquisite appearance. Thinking of the previous encounter of the White Elephant Country, the gazes of the Chinese crowd watching the live broadcast gradually stared. This time the punishment could be considered extremely serious. The threat posed by the doubling of the disaster alone wasn't normal, not to mention that the latter one was even more serious. Su Cheng did not make any protective measures under the viewpoint of the crowd, and even the medicinal liquid in his hand also dissipated at the moment of contact with Little Medical Fairy's body did not play a role in the slightest. Such a scene could not help but worry the crowd. What do you Chinese think about every day? And nothing will happen? This Chinese guy is dead, I'm telling you, Jesus can't save him either. Oh, sometimes good luck doesn't last long. This carving is different from the previous one. Don't look at how pretty that woman is, but she is hiding poison. The toxin is not dissolved before she dares to rush. These Chinese are dead. This is just a small head to control the big head of the creatures. It is not worth mentioning. A moment of pleasure in exchange for a long time of pain is to pity the men of China. I am afraid that in the future a lifetime cannot experience happiness. Alas! How do you say that? I should say it's the women of Huaxia who can't experience it. He, our big Sakura country welcome Chinese women to come. Don't worry, in this area we are professional, guarantee to let you drift to heaven. Ha, I knew it. What our White Elephant Country can't escape is just as impossible for you Huaxia to escape. Prepare to receive the disaster punishment coming down. Wachovia Raiders Group. Elder Bai and the rest of his party watched the live broadcast screen go black, their expressions similarly unimproved. Little Medical Fairy's sudden change reminded them of the initial scene between Su Cheng and Little White. At first there was some surprise, but after thinking about it, their complexion became more and more grave. What's going on? Why isn't that antidote potion taking effect? Can it be that something is wrong with the ingredients? No, Elder Bai, there is no problem with the medicinal liquid dispensed by Su Cheng. Xiao Lu shook his head, looking at the data in the middle of the screen to speak. Just say so. There is no problem with our antidote medicinal liquid, and there is no mistake in Su Cheng's configuration. The problem that arose was with that woman. Xiao Lu handed over a piece of data to Elder Bai and continued, that antidote potion of ours is targeting the venom in that slime's body, and the toxin in the woman that Su Cheng encountered is more than twice as strong as that slime. The potion is right, but the toxin in the other person's body is too powerful. This is surprisingly so much higher? Elder Bai looked at the data in his hands and wanted to say something, but in the end, he sighed helplessly. After the physical fitness of all the people in China had been improved, although their medical level was also improving, to the extent that it increased dramatically day and night, it was only relative to their human population. Now they were facing the world of the heavens, in which there were countless worlds of creatures that existed, and their medical means were nothing compared to the world of the heavens. The data was put down, and Elder White looked towards the live feed after giving the major war zones the go-ahead to be on alert. Now one could only hope that Su Cheng would be able to resist the toxin in the other party's body, otherwise the consequences would be extraordinarily serious. In a flash, 10 hours passed. The number of viewers in the Wachovia livestream has not decreased. Not only was the Chinese audience waiting for the results, but Sakura Nation and the rest of the party didn't want to miss this moment for a moment. What's going on? Why isn't it over yet? Is there something wrong with this live broadcast? It's been 10 hours, didn't they say that all Chinese are 3-second men? Impossible. Even the Sakura country, where our honkies originated, couldn't hold out for so long, so how can these Chinese people possibly hold out for so long? Zihachi. This Chinese player is definitely dead, this is a deliberate attempt to hide it, hurry up and release the footage. Oh, a bunch of weaklings, what do you know? Our Sushin starts with 12 hours, how can you all compare to Sushin? That's it. A look at the usual did not watch our Sushin live, 10 hours is just base. The live feed went black for 10 hours straight, such a long period of time was extremely shocking to the viewers in his country. But the shock was followed by skepticism. How in the world can anyone last 10 hours, there's definitely something shady going on. Of course, having said that, none of the watching crowd left and even stayed up waiting for the live broadcast to resume. They had to witness the disaster that befell Huaxia, especially since the White Elephant State had directly ordered that all the people of the White Elephant State were not allowed to leave the Huaxia live broadcast. This time, the death toll of their White Elephant country is as high as tens of millions, and they are not at ease if these Chinese people don't die by millions and tens of millions. Soon, 12 hours passed. The screen was still in a black screen, and the entire world was accompanying Su Cheng to cultivate immortality. It wasn't until 15 hours had passed that the live feed cut back and the images were slowly displayed. Here it comes. Grandma, making us wait for 15 hours, this disaster must kill 10 million people in China. If the picture is not restored, our Roman country is ready to set out to attack China, it's good that it's restored. Celebrate, your China has escaped. Hurry up. Why don't you announce the news quickly, I can't wait to see the Chinese wailing. After waiting for 15 hours, plus the time spent watching the live broadcast before, many people hadn't closed their eyes for nearly 2 days. Now that the live feed has resumed, all the anger in his heart is spilled on China, expecting a disaster to befall the population of China to die drastically. However, while the crowd waited anxiously, the imagined disaster did not come. In the middle of the screen, little medical fairy was spitting out her tongue, gasping for air, her chest heaving up and down, a look of being played out. Congratulations to the Huaxia contestants for passing the marriage room. All the people of Huaxia received the following rewards: life expectancy plus 15 years, 3-dimensional enhancement of 2 points, and a 1-point enhancement of the charisma attribute. Receive 1 chance to redeem their attributes. A duel victory is detected, the above rewards are doubled, and the endurance of all males in Huaxia is doubled. Chapter 36, The Legal Lorry. Holy, this is passed? Surprisingly so many rewards? Woohoo! Sushin, I love you. I feel like I'm very energized right now, just wait for me for a while, I'll go find my mother-in-law and try it out. Reward doubling 4 points of 3-dimensional attributes, plus 2 points of charisma, how many lifespans is this worth? The main thing is that there's even 2 chances to buy, doesn't this just take off? The voices of the heavens rang out from above China, and the crowd watching the live broadcast on tenterhooks felt the changes in themselves, and all of a sudden cheered with excitement. The 30 years of life after this doubling are secondary. The value of attribute point enhancement alone exceeded the value of thousands of years, and with the charisma point enhancement, the entire face value of Huaxia was elevated by 1 level. Of course, compared to the lifespan and attribute points, the Huaxia crowd was more concerned about the rewards at the back. Staying power is improved. The impression Su Cheng had brought to the crowd was too profound. If they could also last 12 hours with this promotion, wouldn't their status at home take off straight away? Thinking of this, for a while the entire Huaxia hotel was instantly booked to capacity, and actions to revitalize Huaxia began everywhere. However, just as China was in the heat of the moment, the viewers from other countries watching the live broadcast were dumbfounded. What's going on? Where's the disaster? Why didn't disaster befall Huaxia, instead it succeeded? Grandma, you're playing dirty with me, aren't you? Such an obvious blackmail has come out. 15 hours is not possible for a person to hold on for so long, and now tell me that it's past, the ghosts will believe it. Come on, tell me how this toxin you Chinese solved. Can you have some face? So obvious cheating. Damn it, back then we Roman emperors should have exterminated you Huaxia, to give birth to an entire nation of cheaters. One by one, the foreign spectators of the crowd who learned that not only did China not fail, but they were rewarded, issued angry rebukes. They've been slaving away on the air for 15 hours, and now they're told they're through? Cheating? Who's like you guys? We Sushin don't care about cheating, it's called strength, don't you understand? A bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well, isn't 15 hours normal for Sushin? If it wasn't for Sushin's fear of a little medical fairy's chiseling, a day would be easy. Ha, I can't believe I lasted 2 hours this time. My wife is now looking at me with drawn eyes, thanks to Sushin. 2 hours? You Chinese are bragging, aren't you? Increasing persistence can take. Gaining the poisonous physique of doom. Poisonous physique, any attack will be accompanied by toxin. The strength of the object infected by the toxin will be reduced by 0.5% per second, and the effect will be doubled if the strength attribute is lower than your own. All the above rewards will be doubled if a duel victory is detected. Can you double your own rewards too? Su Cheng looked at the panel that popped up in front of him, his pupils shocked. He had thought that a victory for one side would just double the national rewards behind the players, but he hadn't realized that even his own would be boosted along with it. With the addition of the Huaxia reward, plus his own rewards, his strength and agility attributes broke through the 40 mark. With the increase in strength, Su Cheng could be said to be refreshed at this moment, and the feeling of weakness after the battle dissipated. If it wasn't for the fact that little medical fairy had a look of being about to be played with at the moment, Su Cheng would even want to renew the previous relationship. This blueprint is? Below the treasure chest, Su Cheng took out a drawing. Healing Spa, Grade C. Effects, can slowly restore one's own injuries, has the effect of inhibiting toxins and cleansing impurities, etc. The treasure chest opened, and at the same time the crowd in the live broadcast saw the scene. A healing spa? Holy, this thing isn't supposed to be a spring, is it? I'm so envious of Sushin, the days are getting better and better, you can even soak in a hot spring soon. I haven't even tried what a hot spring tastes like yet. While the blueprints were on display and the crowd was envious, a voice similarly resounded in the sky above China. Ding! Congratulations to Huaxia's contestant for winning the hot spring drawings. Rewards are being distributed for Huaxia. Congratulations to Huaxia for the reward. All hot springs in Huaxia will have the effect of curing any disease, men's endurance will be increased again after soaking for an hour, and women's chance of conception will be increased. What am I hearing? Our Chinese hot springs can now cure any disease. No, are you focusing on the wrong thing? It's the back that's important, boosting the staying power again. I can last 2 hours now, wouldn't boosting it again be, like, 4 hours? Ilu a scratch steala, without further ado, I'll book the spa now and go. The voice of the heavens sounded again. Watching the live broadcast of the crowd first froze, the next second as one by one hastily opened the cell phone to book the spa. Treating the disease has become optional for them, and it's mainly the results that follow that matter. For a time, hot springs all over China were booked directly full, with countless people scrambling to take a dip. Like the crowd, Su Cheng nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the effect of the blueprints. He was still worried about how to treat the toxins in little medical fairy's body, but now having such a hot spring had solved a lot of trouble. As for why he didn't die of poison during the black screen, it was naturally because of the efficacy of the 100 poisons invulnerable physique that he had gained before. With the addition of his physique, he only felt some numbness, a feeling that not only did not cause any discomfort, but on the contrary could not be stopped at all. The blueprints were put away. Su Cheng went forward and gently picked up little medical fairy on the bed. Fu. After calming down, little medical fairy looked at Su Cheng's handsome face, as well as her own appearance like that before. She could not help but feel shy. 15 hours and a bit of pain. But more enjoyment intended than pain. If you really can't get used to calling it that, it's fine to call it Suro, just like before. Su Lang, little medical fairy, nodded her head and whispered intimately in Su Cheng's ear. As the words fell, Su Cheng once again rose majestically. Looking at little medical fairy's delicate body, the tingling sensation coming from her body almost made Su Cheng unable to resist. Su Cheng shook his head and hurriedly suppressed the evil fire in his abdomen. It's a waste to go back and talk about these things, not to mention that now that you've acquired a spa blueprint, it's a waste not to use it. Little white, little medical fairy, spa. Thinking of this, the corners of Su Cheng's mouth curved up as he stepped inside the light door with little medical fairy in his arms. Chapter 37, Being in a Room Together, White's First Shine. Inside the home. Xiaobai stood at the entrance of the homestead as usual, waiting for Su Cheng to return. The light door opened and Su Cheng's figure stepped out from it. Little White's tail twitched as he excitedly went forward to greet him. Husband. Between the words, a woman in Su Cheng's arms attracted Xiaobai's attention. She gazed at Su Cheng as well as the woman in his arms. Under her keen perception, the duo had just experienced a fierce battle. Oh, exempt. Su Shin is finished now, even dared to bring little medical fairy home. Now he is caught right in the middle by Xiaobai, isn't it? Ha, why do I feel like this scene is so much like Shura? I'd like to see what Su Shin should do. But don't be sad, my heart will always be yours. Su Shin doesn't want you, I do. The scene of a three-way confrontation instantly attracted countless gossiping viewers. They looked at the scene in the middle of the live broadcast screen, and one by one, they looked forward to how Su Cheng would explain next. However, the next scene was unexpected. Not only did Little White not get the slightest bit angry, on the contrary, when he saw little medical fairy in Su Cheng's arms, he smiled and went forward to greet her. In just a moment, the two women seemed to have reached some kind of consensus, talking happily as if they were sisters. Su Cheng had thought that Xiaobai would be angry, but he did not expect that it would be this scene, which was equally unexpected. While marveling, seeing that Xiaobai's hands were about to touch little medical fairy, Su Cheng hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "Wait, there is something on little medical fairy. What's wrong with the husband?" Hearing Su Cheng's words, Little White held little medical fairy's small hand and turned his head to look in confusion. "No, it's nothing, Xiaobai, you take little medical fairy to rest first." Su Cheng shook his head and said back. "She should also be tired after tossing and turning for half a day. Later I will cook something delicious for you." He, yes husband. Su Lang. Little medical fairy wanted to say something, but she was indeed a bit sleepy. After all, after tossing and turning for so long, both sides need to rest. As for what Su City said about delicious, she had believed it before. But in the end, looking at the back of the two leaving, Su Cheng recalled the scene of Xiaobai just now and speculated his chin in thought. He was ineffective because of his physique, but why was Xiaobai okay after he had no contact with him? Can't it be that she also has this kind of physique? Su Cheng shook his head. It seemed that both of his wives were not simple. Home, LV4. Degree of defense, can locate weak creatures to attack, but once you encounter a slightly stronger monster, it will fall apart as soon as it is pushed. Materials required for upgrading homes, basic general purpose materials 1000. The homeworld had also finished upgrading once again, and the entire territory had significantly expanded by a circle. This time, 800 generic base materials were obtained, plus the remaining ones from before were just enough for this upgrade. Does it consume 1000 basic general materials to upgrade the home? Confirmed. Raising his hand to confirm, and seeing that the homestead was in the midst of upgrading, Su Cheng was not idle. Spending a year of his lifespan from within the shop of the gods, he purchased a barbecue spreader, as well as a variety of condiments. Put the gray wolf meat that was previously collected and scraped into the top of the barbecue grill, all kinds of seasonings are sprinkled, and the fragrant smell will instantly diffuse out. Ma'am, it smells so good, husband, what are you doing? Smell the fragrance of the small white from the house out. Looking at the front setup stalls, Su Cheng went up and asked curiously. Where we come from it's called barbecue and it's delicious. Ugh, be careful, it's hot, you can't eat it now before it's cooked. Looking at Xiaobai's careful appearance, Su Cheng smiled and shook his head, moving a stool over. Xiaobai sat on the stool and looked at Su Cheng with her head propped up with both hands. Husband's hometown? What is husband's hometown like? Little White is curious. My hometown, it's a very beautiful place. When I have the chance I'll take both you and little medical fairy to see it. Well, Little White will return to husband's hometown with husband in the future. Little White heatedly laughed. For the little medical fairy in Su Cheng's mouth, Xiaobai did not have the slightest bit of stigma in his heart. For their tribe, polygamy and polyandry are normal. As a woman of her husband's family, she is expected to share in the affairs of the house. What's more, she was the first one in Su Chang, and then she was the first lady herself. Su Chang and Xiao Bai were like an old married couple, and such a scene between the two of them immediately made the watching crowd envious. What a cozy scene, good wine for the good man. I'm afraid this isn't a godly day. One even, and now there's another one. I'm so envious. I extremely doubt that Sushin didn't come to survive, but to take a vacation while other national players are still fearful of dealing with monsters one by one. Sushin is acting as if he's on vacation. Speaking of monsters, what is that thing? Why is it a dark and gloomy mass still running towards Sushin? That can't be a monster, can it? The crowd was envious when out of the blue, one of the spectators noticed what appeared to be a dark spot approaching in the distance. God TM won't be a monster, this is a ING monster. Sushin don't barbecue, the monster is rushing over. It's over, now that Sushin's mind is all on the barbecue, being sneak attacked this time is inevitable. That's right. Faster and faster, don't give this Chinese a bit of breathing time, it's better to just sneak in and die. Yossi. It's not in vain that I've been staring for so long, this time the Chinese person definitely can't react, it won't be so simple for them to get rid of the Chinese, right? Ha ha ha. Su Chang had just cleared a copy not long ago, when a nest in the distance shattered, and the creatures born from it were flying towards his side. No one would have thought that these things don't follow the rules if it wasn't for attentive netizens who noticed something was wrong. Not even a little bit of breathing time, swooping in while others are resting. Seeing that the monster was about to approach, the crowd couldn't bear to see what was coming next, and each of them closed their eyes tightly. Just when the monster was about to touch the homeland, the little white tail sitting quietly beside Su Chang suddenly moved. 9 tails flew out, not waiting for the monster to approach, the tail tightly wrapped the other side of the body, accompanied by a dull explosion sound. The monster's body was actually hard to be pinched into a puddle of blood. After doing all this, the little white tail was not even stained with a trace of blood. The tail was retracted again and Little White continued to look at Su Chang as if what had just happened had never happened. Live viewers? No dude, seconds? I had thought that Xiaobai is just a vase, why is the strength so strong, directly to the instantaneous seconds? Something is wrong, 9 out of 10. Xiaobai's tail is so strong, I can't even imagine how much fun it is to use it. No. Leave 2 extremely beautiful women alone and you go play with your tail? One can't, or at least shouldn't. Inside the home. At this moment, Su Chang received a reminder from Huaxia, his hand movement stopped and he raised his head to look around vigilantly. Husband, what's wrong? It's okay, maybe I'm just being paranoid. Su Chang looked around and saw that there was nothing around, and shook his head back after Huaxia also sent a message of misreading. In the meantime, at the Supreme Combat Command Base, Xiao Lu and the others gulped as they looked at the images among the screens. Originally, they wanted to inform Su Chang of everything that Little White had just done, but for some reason, they always felt an ominous premonition in their hearts. The crowd watched as White used his tail to change again. An impractical idea sprang from their minds. She can't, by any chance, see them, can she? Chapter 38, How Clear is the Water? Good girl, come and open your mouth. Oh, sure enough, husband's is the best. Slow down, I can't hold on if you're going too fast. Suro, I want it too. Inside the home. Little White and Little Medical Fairy happily took the barbecue, handed over from Su Chang's hands and took a. The Xiaobai duo at the back who heard the commotion suspiciously walked up and looked at the hot springs bubbling with hot air in front of them and curiously opened their mouths. Husband, what is this? Why is it still steaming and warm? Ha? Su Lang, why does this hot spring feel strange to me? Little Medical Fairy also went forward at this time, and the moment her hand touched the hot air, the strange feeling coming from her body surprised her. It's called a hot spring, and it has the ability to heal wounds, relieve fatigue, and cleanse toxins. Su Chang patiently told the efficacy of the healing hot spring. After learning that this hot spring could suppress the toxins in Little Medical Fairy's body, both Xiaobai and Little Medical Fairy were extraordinarily surprised. Of course, in the midst of this, what they paid more attention to was Su Chang's last sentence. It increases a woman's chances of conception. After the two women glanced at each other, the eyes they looked at Su Chang gradually changed. Husband, what are you waiting for? Since this hot spring is so good, then let's soak in the hot spring. Suro, let's be together. It was the first time that Su Chang saw the two girls so eager. Thinking about it, he seemed a bit tired these days, so it was just the right time to relax. At first, the three of them were still descending into the middle of the hot spring as normal. However, as Xiaobai and Little Medical Fairy reached some sort of consensus, the picture gradually changed. Su Chang rested his hands on the side of the hot spring, still enjoying the healing brought by the hot spring, when he suddenly noticed something strange coming from under the water. At the sight of a water stain floating unlike that of a hot spring, a phrase suddenly came to his mind. How can a canal be as clear as a river? To have a source of living water. His gaze flashed with a hint of doubt, and as he was about to poke around, Little White and Little Medical Fairy poked out of the water at the same time. Unlike when they initially went into the water, the two little white girls were not wearing any clothes at the moment. Like a lotus flower in the water, the full head of green silk pouring casually covered the key parts, but it was hidden, making people want to take a peek. Compared to Little Medical Fairy's slightly shy appearance, Little White was much bolder. She slowly walked up, her slender jade hand reached underwater, close to Su Chang's ear and gently spit, "Husband, such a good moment, do you want to?" Before Little White could finish, Su Chang picked Little White up with one hand and took Little Medical Fairy into his arms with the other. In the next second, the live broadcast screen steeply blacked out. I'm halfway through it, why did it go black again? Can two Sushins at once still hold up? If they can't hold up, I can take over. Oh, I'm so envious of Sushin, I haven't even found one yet, and Sushin already has two, and he's even playing tricks, it's really human to human. Tisk, TSK, it's still Sushin who knows how to play, I haven't experienced underwater yet, I wonder what it's like. I just tried it and the sensation is so evocative that the brothers recommend you must try it. Holy, dude, you're eating now? So fast. Hurry up. Time flew by, and 12 hours passed quickly under the drive of a group of veteran drivers in the live broadcast room. A new day dawns. The live feed lit up as Su Chang stood by the spa straightening his clothes. The corners of his mouth curved up as he gazed towards Little White and Little Medical Fairy, who were soaking in the hot springs, lightly sleeping due to being too tired. During these 12 hours, at first Su Chang was not prepared enough to be stolen by them, but soon, he gradually took the lead. With several attribute boosts, plus under the beastification, even if the two of them made a concerted effort, they would not be able to resist Su Chang's attack. Now this hot spring is just the thing to help them heal. I'll go, Sushin has taken down both Little White and Little Medical Fairy? Can't the two women whose shots can't help Sushin? Just so two little goblins, change me even after the enhancement, I'm afraid I can't hold on for more than 10 minutes, Sushin even 12 hours again, this time it's still a double situation. He's practically a Superman. Wait. Let's not talk about this for now, you guys, look in the distance, is there a dark shadow moving? Another ING monster. Didn't it come just now? It's only been a short while and another one has come, does this still allow people to play? Su Chang walked out from the middle of the hot spring, and the appearance of Little White and Little Medical Fairy in the picture made countless people envious. But soon, the attentive viewers noticed another dark shadow in the distance coming this way. Furthermore, this one was twice the size of the previous one. Dang. Knock. The sound of muffled footsteps came out, and Su Chang also noticed the movement outside at this time. Glancing at the little white duo who fell into sleep amongst the hot springs, Su Chang took out his tang blade and his figure walked out of the door. Something's really wrong, I didn't expect it to come back so soon. Su Chang looked at the huge figure in the distance and his gaze was grave. Earlier he had detected a strange transmission, and thought it was a hallucination, but did not expect that it was really these guys who were acting up. Orcs. Level, 20. Grade, C-Class Boss. Power, 90. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 5. Abilities, Orc Rally, Charge, Roar, Berserk. Description, as a vanguard of the Orc race, it will destroy all things for the sake of the tribe. Chapter 39, Orcs will never be slaves. Requesting tickets. Holy, what the hell is this? An orc? It's like 5 meters tall, right? No, tell me damn well how a nest that small could have spawned such a large creature? This guy is almost 3 times as tall as Su Shin, his muscles are bursting out of the screen. Won't this go straight to heaven when hit by its hammer? Can Su Shin win? It's only been half a day since the last invasion, and here comes this one right after it. It's still a boss-level creature. Such a compact attack had never happened before, and for a while the crowd couldn't help but worry about Su Chang's safety. Finally let me wait. Bitterly guarded in your Huaxia live broadcast for so long, finally let me see this moment, see no even the heavens can't tolerate you guys. Yossi. This guy is bigger than the Hulk that Smith met last time, the Chinese player isn't even the size of his opponent's fist, he's dead. I recognize what species this monster is. Isn't this the orc from that movie? I go, it's still true. Ah, those guys' battle power is such that they can't even beat a magician. These Chinese people's good luck has finally come to an end. Hurry up and kill this Chinese guy. I've long looked at them with disdain. Why are we begging for our lives while this Chinese guy is acting as if he's on vacation? The fact that a boss had appeared in Huaxia quickly spread. Previously, Su Cheng had been jealous of many countries after he passed the marriage room, and now that he saw the boss coming down, all the countries were laughing, expecting Su Cheng to be smashed by the other party. Now Huaxia is so variable due to Su Cheng's appearance that it has even surpassed many of their players. Allowing the other side to continue like this would only be detrimental to them. For the performance of Huaxia now, there are already a lot of countries behind the scenes began to plan the cooperation of the matter. At this time, a highest operational command base in China. Quickly, analyze all of this orc's information, including weaknesses as well as various abilities. The moment the orcs appeared, Elder Bai immediately gave the order, and the instruments in the entire base ran at a rapid pace. The moment the 5-meter-tall body appeared from the screen, the sense of oppression it brought was self-evident. Soon, as the machines turned around, Xiao Lu handed over a piece of information about the orcs. There is extremely powerful magic immunity, and the flesh is comparable to steel. Looking at the information at the top of the intelligence, Elder Bai's expression gradually became grave. This orc is too much of a pervert. Flesh is comparable to steel even if, but also magic immunity, and there is an extremely perverse recovery ability and so on. Is it really possible for such a monster to appear at this stage? This information is extremely desperate for any national player today. But the good thing was, this orc wasn't invincible. It wasn't fast and he had wounds on his ankles, that was its weakness. Without much hesitation, Elder Bai hurriedly passed this information to Su Cheng. Home front. Su Cheng listened to the orc's weaknesses coming from his ears, and his eyes looked towards the huge figure in the distance. At that moment a 5-meter-tall orc, covered in rough gray scales and gnarled muscles, came his way. The eyes were crimson, like two burning flames, emitting a palpitatingly ferocious aura. Boom! Boom! Howl! The orc seemed to have sensed Su Cheng's presence. The wooden stick in his hand hammered on the ground, a roar sounded out, and hooked his hand towards Su Cheng, as if provoking him. The other party had done so, and Su Cheng did not refuse. The gambling talent was unleashed, and a coin flew out from his hand. This orc's strength attribute was as high as 90 points, which already exceeded his base attribute plus equipment attribute bonus. This was the first time Su Cheng had encountered such a strong enemy, so he naturally would not be careless. Ding! Lady Luck has succeeded. This throw is positive. The tip popped out, and in an instant, a powerful force swept through Su Cheng's entire body. Although the gambling talent was extraordinarily severe in its backlash, once it was successfully activated, all attributes, skills, and talents were doubled, and it was briefly immune to all probabilistic negative effects. Feeling the change in power, Su Cheng held the tang blade in his hand and exerted the muscles in his legs. His figure directly disappeared, a wisp of residual shadow remained in the same place. Su Cheng's sudden disappearance caused the orcs in the distance to faintly stare. Before it could figure out what was happening. Next. Put. The light of the blade flashed, and a huge gaping hole was exhibited from the orc's body surface. Ding! Strength attribute judgment successful, Naguru unleashed. The Q popped out, and a drilling pain emanated from the orc's waist, which was directly sliced by this slash. Anticipating that something was wrong with this human, the orc suddenly opened its huge mouth. Who? A deafening roar emanated from the orc's mouth, sound waves surged out like a tidal wave, shaking the surrounding air. The wind shifted all around them, dust flew and small stones jumped in the shockwaves. Stunning attribute is being judged. Successful. Current status detected, this stun is disabled. Su Cheng's figure slightly swayed, but quickly stabilized. The tang knife crossed in front of his chest, the tip of the knife lightly tapped the ground, the knife chi broke through the other party's shell without any obstruction, green blood splashed along the knife mouth to the ground. Within a few short breaths of time, it ate several knives in a row, and blood flowed out of its wounds like a small stream. Who? The pain coming from his body made the orc unable to stop roaring again. The airwave shook and shook Su Cheng away a few meters away. At this moment, the orc's body gradually reddened and entered the stage of berserking, its muscles twisting hard to block the wound cut by the tang knife. Accompanied by another low growl, the orc's legs lashed out, picking up the wooden stick like a mountain collapsing and charging towards Su Cheng. Each of its steps caused the ground to shake slightly and dust to fly. When Su Cheng saw this, he took a deep breath, and his body suddenly accelerated, almost starting at the same time as the orc, and met him. At the moment when the two were about to collide, Su Cheng's body suddenly gave way sideways, the wooden stick fiercely blasted on the ground, making huge cracks in the ground. At the same time the tang blade was swung out, and a silver blade light cut through the air, leaving behind a brilliant trajectory, and struck directly at the orc's side waist. Crafty Cloud Hand and Eternal Stream were launched at the same time, and blood soared out from the orc's half-waist in the same fountain. Poof! The orc's mountain-like body collapsed, and under the amplification of the Crafty Cloud Hand's perception, even the orc in a frenzied state did not grin and cry out in pain. Seeing Su Cheng walking again with his tang blade in hand, the orc had not yet given up raising his hand in preparation for summoning an army of orcs. However, the next second. Pust! The tang blade penetrated through its palm, pinning the opponent's palm to death above the ground. Su Cheng stepped on top of the other party's wound and looked at the other party with a cold gaze. It's all over, are you going to continue? Su Cheng looked at the orc's appearance. This guy's strength was good, but his speed was too slow. Its own speed was already slow, and under the gambling talent enhancement, the opponent's attacks couldn't even touch itself. Stop now and follow me in the future, and I'll be able to let you live. The other party's strength as well as powerful abilities made Su Cheng not be able to help but give birth to the idea of taking in the other party. The other party was not one of those monsters that could not be communicated with. Now that the nest is surging all around, taking this guy in could be a keeper as well. If you really can't win, just the orc's size standing there, the guys coming will have to think about it. The berserk state lifted, and the pain coming from his body caused the orc to stop trembling, his expression twisting. But even so, in the face of Su Cheng's solicitation, it still spoke forcefully. Orcs are never slaves. Chapter 40. Unless food and shelter are included. Begging for golden tickets. No, it's over? This orc is an actor, right? What is it doing? It didn't even hit the Chinese player once. West 8. Not a single hit. This is not an actor, you feel free to spray. I want to report, this Chinese player abuses small animals and violates morality. Orcs are both animals and humans, and the other side is so docile that this Chinese player even killed them. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this Chinese guy be so powerful? Su Cheng and the orcs fought for less than 10 minutes from the time the battle ended. The crowd had thought that this time Su Cheng was dead. This time the orc's size and strength was completely not comparable to that worm from before. Which thought that the other party would lose without even touching Su Cheng for a moment. Wasn't this a joke? Hee hee, a bunch of frogs in the bottom of a well. How can the might of our Su god be something you can imagine? That's right, you guys say there's a problem when you win. What's with the preference for losing? It's just a small boss, isn't it just a handful for Su Shen? Do you know what strength means? Tactical leaning back. That said, did you guys see Su Shen's movements just now? I purposely saved it and slowed it down before I could see that Su Shen's speed actually created a residual shadow. Su Cheng's display of strength not only made the audience of his country dumbfounded, the Chinese crowd watching the live broadcast also did not expect that Su Cheng was so powerful to such an extent. After celebrating and facing the skepticism of other countries, the keyboard warriors of China came out one by one. The highest operational command base in China. The Raider team's crowd looked at the orc that was stepped on by Su Cheng's form, and only reacted after a long time had passed. No. Just settle it? They also developed various opposing strategies regarding the orcs, which they had intended to tell each other during the battle in Sioux City. This ended before it could be sent. Hee hee. I didn't expect Su Cheng kid to be so strong, but it's us old guys who are overly concerned. The crowd looked at each other, laughed, and shook their heads. Elder Bai looked at the pit where Su Cheng fought the orc and walked to the front of the instrument and inquired, "How much power did that one just now reach? Did you capture any data?" The power of the orc's round just now was roughly estimated to reach over 80. 80? Hearing such power attributes, even if Elder Bai had expected it, he couldn't help but be shocked. Today's national players can generally have 20 strength is good, this 80 is more than 4 times as much. It was a good thing that the punch just now did not hit, otherwise Su Cheng would have been in danger. Bai Lao sighed in relief, turning his head to look at the screen for a moment. Suddenly he froze, looking at another pit in the middle of the screen. Countless cracks exhibited from around the pit. If he remembered correctly, this pit was left behind by Su Cheng when he rushed out. How much more? Elder Bai came alone to another instrument and calculated the power attributes of Su Cheng's kick. However, as the calculations were completed, the numbers in front of him made him wipe his eyes, incredulity filling his eyes. Just because. The number displayed at the top of the instrument was surprisingly high at 100. It wasn't that the strength of Su Cheng's kick reached 100. They can only estimate up to 100 at this point because the reference volume is so small. Elder Bai looked at the numbers on the instrument, and a horrifying thought emerged from his mind. This 100 was the limit of the instrument, not the limit of Su Cheng. Just as the people in the outside world were marveling at Su Cheng, at this moment, the outside of the homeland. Haven't thought about it yet? My patience is limited. Su Cheng's patience was gradually worn out when he saw how the orc would not relent, preferring to die rather than be his caretaker. If it wasn't for the fact that when he left the house, only the two of them, Xiao Bai and Little Medical Fairy, were left at home, and he was worried about their safety, he wouldn't have bull-ted with this guy for so long. Ha! Die, we orcs have our orc pride too, we will never be slaves. You really think you've considered it? It's a good position, usually only needing to look after the guards of the house and nothing else. Seeing that the orc was so stubborn, Su Cheng also sighed helplessly. I was thinking that one day, I might still be able to help find out where your tribe is, but since this is the case then forget it. The Tang blade was drawn, and Su Cheng was about to pick up his opponent. Next. Wait. The orc looked up at Su Cheng. What did you just tell us, not to be a slave, but an escort? And you can help us find our way back to the tribe? Being an escort is right, but I can't guarantee you if you find it or not. Su Cheng opened his mouth and wiped his Tang blade. During this brief exchange, he learned about the nest. From the other side, it was not born from this nest. This guy was a pioneer in the orc tribe before, and somehow he appeared here. There's no hurry about the tribe, you said to escort him. Is food and lodging included? The orc looked at Su Cheng, before it smelled a fragrance from Su Cheng's home. This kind of fragrance is the first time it smelled. Su Cheng's mouth smiled, of course. Then we would like to join you. Without the slightest hesitation, the orc spoke in a hurry. Orc sends you a slave contract, do you accept? A slave contract? The prompt that suddenly popped up in front of his eyes caused Su Cheng to freeze. No wonder the other party hadn't agreed before. I didn't realize there was such a thing as a slave contract. Acknowledged. The contract was signed, and at this moment in Su Cheng's brain, he knew every move the orc was going to make. Even he could kill his opponent with just a thought. After cancelling all statuses on the orc then slowly rose from the ground. Without the effect of the perpetual flow, it didn't take long for the injuries on the orc to finish healing. Master, you haven't named our family yet. Name? Su Cheng looked at the half-crouching orc in front of him. Naming is good. He's a master at naming. Seeing as you're so big and strong, you must have quite a few strengths, so I'll call you Ji Bo Chang from now on. Thank you, master. Okay, don't kneel. Stand up and talk, I have a few more questions I need to ask you yet. It's the master. Ji Bo Chang stood up from the ground, for such a name given to it by Su Cheng, for some reason it liked it from the bottom of its heart. You said you were a vanguard of the tribe before and somehow came here, so why did you attack me as soon as you arrived? Is it because there are us humans in your world as well? No, not really, master. Ji Bo Chang shook his head. When it came to why it attacked Su Cheng, it didn't know why. Scratching his head, Ji Bo Chang then spoke. We don't know why we attacked our master. When we were coming, the voice in our head had a voice that kept telling us to kill our master, and so on. So? Su Cheng's eyebrows pondered. He gazed around the nest. It seemed that this world of the heavens was far from as simple as he had imagined. These nests do not give birth to creatures, but rather take the already existing creatures from other worlds. The creature he encountered nowadays wasn't powerful, and according to Ji Bo Chang, it was just a vanguard of the tribe. Just the vanguard alone could reach the boss level, so one could imagine how dangerous this world of the heavens was. It was fine that he had the shelter of the player's homeworld now, but once the worlds of the heavens descended in 2.5 years, he didn't even dare to imagine the picture of the creatures from various worlds descending on Blue Star at that time. It seems like we still need to hurry up and raise our strength. Su Cheng looked at his right arm for just 500 years, and there was still nearly half of its lifespan from 1,000. A slight sense of anxiety once again rose in his heart. Chapter 41, End of Novice Period. Request for votes. After Su Cheng settled Ji Bo Chang down, he once again walked to the door. This time a red door appeared among the four. Looking at the teleportation doors in front of him, Su Cheng's gaze pondered which one would be better to enter. Here it comes. Su Shin is going to start picking doors again. This time there is even a red door again. According to Sushin's character, he will definitely choose the red door. Scum of other nations, are you ready for the coming of our Su God? Oh, just a guy with a little bit of luck. Our Eagle Country Smith is inside the red door right now. Come in if you can, and let's see if we don't blow you away. How dare the little sick man of East Asia provoke us? We, the great undying kingdom, have been pressing on for a long time, so if you have the ability, enter the red gate and see if we don't beat you until you can't even straighten your backs. The red gate reappeared, and I don't know if it was a coincidence or how, but now the other countries were waiting for Su Cheng to make a choice. Some of the country's players just stood in front of the red gate, waiting for the news to be delivered from the back. Such a scene immediately caught the attention of the Chinese raiders. What do these guys mean? Why is every one of them standing in front of the door? Are they waiting for us? These guys must have joined forces. Now just wait for Su Cheng to enter the red gate. They guys are ready to join forces with each other us. Inside the highest operational command base in China. The crowd of the raiders looked at the top of the big screen, mapping out the images of the live broadcasts of the countries, and they couldn't help but slap the table in anger. The guys were slow to enter the doorway, just standing there staring, obviously having received a message from the back of their country. Combined with the current situation, it was extremely likely that they were trying to jointly target Su Cheng. Looks like these guys came prepared. Elder Bai looked at the picture in the middle of the screen with the same anger. Now this look is obvious that these guys can't afford to play. Ready to unite will target Huaxia and will kill Su Cheng. After thinking for a moment, Elder Bai walked to Xiao Lu's side and spoke, tell Su Cheng about the current news, if he can avoid the front line for the time being, if he can't, we will think of a way for him. Also get the Northern Bear Country on the phone, I have something to talk to them about. Inside the homestead, in front of the red door. An 8-nation alliance? Oh, that's a bit interesting. The corner of Su Cheng's mouth slowly curved up as he listened to the information coming from his ears. Skimming the text below the black door not far away, Su Cheng turned around and left the red door towards the black door on the side. It wasn't that he was afraid of these guys, it was just that there were more important doors waiting for him right now. I thought it was so awesome, but this is it. This guy must have received the message and is too scared to face us. The sick man of East Asia is really the sick man of East Asia. A bunch of boneless guys, still Su Shin, I think it's Su Rat, even a red door in the district is afraid to enter. You guys are not afraid, right? That or else? This time our Eagle Kingdom Smith will also go, terror hear our Eagle Kingdom's message, these Chinese people's tails can't even be pinned down, right? Ha ha ha. Yossi. Seeing these Chinese people suffer defeat somehow makes me feel so good inside. The scene of Su Cheng turning his head away from the red door instantly sparked jeers from the audience in his country. Some viewers who don't often travel to other countries for live broadcasts, they had thought how powerful these Chinese people were, but they didn't realize that this was it. Just cowards who can't even enter a red door. However, listening to the taunts of other countries, the crowd in Huaxia couldn't sit still. Even if they play the joint, they are still shamelessly mocking it on the basis of the large number of people. How can they tolerate it? I'm afraid of your mom. You shameless s, working together to target us, and you have the nerve to bark here? That's it, a bunch of things, singles cannot be defeated, no to play joint play rogue. I support Sushin, not with these go play. The world of the heavens within the world also play 8 countries allied forces is it, don't that inside, have the ability to realistically set up another one, let's touch. When the live broadcast room was in a mess of noise. Su Cheng did not pay attention to it, but walked straight to the front of the black door in the south. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Cheng raised his hand and pushed it open to enter it. Huaxia contestant Su Cheng enters the randomized room. This time the randomized room is Sakura Nation Park. Please participants in the specified time with the destruction of Sakura National Park, such as overtime or refusal will be dealt with in accordance with the failure. Ding! The first player has been detected entering his country's park. The newbie period of the Game of the Gods is over. Yellow door opens. Yellow gate, expend a duel card to randomly face off against a participant from another country. Novice period ends and the surrounding nests begin to fluctuate. Time remaining until first wave of lair invasion, 48 hours. The moment Su Cheng entered the black gate, the voices of the heavens resounded out from the sky above the countries. The noisy crowd, listening to this kind of news for a while, stopped their mouths, their eyes shocked at the scene within the live broadcast screen. What the hell, the novice period is over. This yellow gate can even play against designated countries. Wasn't this built naturally for our Eagle Kingdom? Hiss. Not right Forget about the end of the novice period. What the hell is this lair fluctuation and why do I have a bad feeling about it? Ha ha ha. Fantastic, we, the Roman kingdom, have been waiting for this moment for I don't know how long. Tremble all the nations of the world, our Roman Empire is about to come out again. It's not too good. Our country has just been developing for a while, this time if we meet a strong player, isn't that the end? Damn Chinese, you went to Sakura country to get yourself killed, why are you still harming us? The voices of the heavens rang out, certain countries were extraordinarily happy about the Yellow Gate, it meant that they could plunder resources towards other countries within the players. As for the fluctuation of the nest in the back, they were not worried in the slightest, thinking that with their current strength, killing a few small monsters would not be simple? Even the guys from Huaxia country can handle it easily, why can't they? However, some people are happy and some are sad. Some weak national players were out of luck, and one by one they prayed that they would never be randomized. The matter of the Yellow Gate surprised the nations, but soon the crowd's eyes were drawn inside the Huaxia broadcast room. Simply because this time the novice period was ended by the Chinese side, and they were entering the home of the players from the Sakura country. Yosi. We were worried about how to attack you Chinese guys, but we didn't expect you to send your own equipment to our door. Our Harano Taro just passed a copy to obtain a D-ranked pistol, there aren't many D+ ranked weapons in the entire world, this Chinese guy is dead. Many years ago our Cherry Blossom Kingdom attacked your China and killed indiscriminately, and now we're letting you come to die, it's all God's will. Chapter 42, Shocking the Nations by Catching a Bullet with Your Hands. The live broadcast screen changed, and Su Cheng's figure appeared in the middle of the Sakura National Park. Such a scene made the Sakura Nation viewers watching the live broadcast burst into laughter. They had all seen with their own eyes the equipment that Su Cheng had obtained after winning several matches earlier. For the equipment in Su Cheng's hands they had long been salivating for a long time, and the scene of Su Cheng's slaughter of the zombies before had made them want to take Su Cheng's equipment more and more. How could they not be happy now that it was delivered right to their door? As for Su Cheng relying on his equipment, they weren't worried at all about Haruno Taro not being able to beat him or anything like that. Even if the other party has obtained powerful equipment, so what, Haruno Taro has a D+ grade pistol in his hand, as long as he guards within the homeland, and gives the other party a shot in the dark, everything is over. So what if you're fast? A gun is fast beyond 7 paces, and a gun is accurate and fast within 7 paces. Listening to Sakura Nation's taunts in the live broadcast room, the Chinese crowd disliked back without the slightest hesitation. A bunch of doggone-like things, we will never forget what happened before in our lifetime, one day we, Huaxia, will fight back, and then there will be time for crying. Are D+ weapons strong? We, Sushin, have long since gotten tired of playing with such great weapons. You Sakura Nations are too happy too soon, do you really think that we, Sushin, don't want to go to the Red Gate? Sushin's refusal to go to the Red Gate is just running towards you guys. Sushin cheer, we will always support you. Capture these people, never kill them, first torture a few hundred or 1,000 then say, all kinds of lynching means are used. Su Cheng entered the home of the players of the Sakura country, watching the live broadcast of the Chinese not only did not have the slightest concern. On the contrary, it was as if something had activated in their hearts, and they hated the fact that it was them who had entered the Sakura National Park. 4,000 years of powers in one stroke, 100 years of humiliation in China in 2 books. Every time they remembered the disaster that China had suffered before, the crowd could hardly quell the anger in their hearts. If it wasn't for the fact that present-day China was still unable to do anything to fight the globe with a single country, they would have long ago given Sakura Nation annihilation. I never thought that I, Haruno Taro, would have such good luck, first a D+ weapon, and now someone is coming to my door to deliver equipment. In the middle of the Cherry Blossom National Park, Haruno Taro listened to the Worlds of the Heavens announcement, and his expression was first stunned, but he soon let out a loud laugh. Especially when he saw one of the rewards after the duel, he couldn't help but reveal a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. The victor of the duel will receive 1/10 of the territory of the loser. 1 in 10. It's a profit for them in Sakura Nation anyway. Their Cherry Blossom country was less than 400,000 square kilometers in area, while Huaxia was a whopping 9.6 million square kilometers. Even if they lost, 1/10 was only 40,000, while Huaxia had to hand over a full $960,000. It's bigger than both their countries. Their Sakura kingdom had long been salivating over the Chinese territory, and now he naturally could not miss such a good opportunity. This duel may seem fair to speak only on its own strength, but it is not. The side initiating the duel is at an extreme disadvantage compared to the defending side. As long as the other side did not destroy his home within a certain time, he himself would be victorious. What's more, he had the house as a defense, and the attacking side was completely exposed, and with the pistol in hand, the duel was his to win any way you look at it. 960,000 square kilometers, this territory will belong to me, Haranetaro, and will henceforth be known as the Haranetaro Kingdom. Haranetaro at the moment fantasized about the days when he owned 960,000 square kilometers, and with such a large territory he naturally couldn't hand it over to the Sakura country. Doesn't he smell good being the king of the land there himself? The days when you can play with different qualities of Chinese women are beautiful to think about. Let's see where you unlucky bastard is going, and as a thank you, let's have some fun by scrapping your limbs first. Through the house, Haranetaro's gaze swept towards the outside of the homestead, searching for Su Chang. However, scanning around, the empty scene in front of him caused Harunotaro to look puzzled. Didn't I say the duel was open? Where did this guy go? Just as Haranetaro was wondering, the Sakura Nation crowd was all chanting wildly at the moment. Baka! Where are you looking, you punk Haranetaro? Look behind you, behind you. Everyone else is coming over and you're still looking. Grass! What's this guy doing? With such a good weapon he's even dumbfounded, everyone else is coming over. Turn around, turn around. That guy's behind you, raise your pistol and shoot him and he's dead. Countless pop-ups floated past from above the live screen. At this moment, in the middle of the homeworld, Harunotaro, who received the message from the Sakura country, was gazing at it with a puzzled look on his chin. Behind me? Haranetaro scratched his head and turned toward the rear with his pistol. What's behind me? Halfway through the sentence, the figure that appeared in front of him made Haranetaro freeze in place. Only to see an unfamiliar figure suddenly in the middle of his house. Su Chang sitting on top of the bench in the center of the house was drinking tea. You. Harunotaro looked at Su Chang, who was leisurely sipping his tea, his pistol lifted and tremblingly pointed at him to open his mouth. Who is this guy? Is that the Chinese contestant? When did he come in, and why doesn't he know anything about it? I wouldn't do that if I were you. Su Chang slowly put the teacup down and looked sideways towards him. His figure stood up, a cold flash in his eyes, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body. You, what do you want? I have a gun in my hand. Yes, I do have a gun. Harunotaro gulped. Although the gun gave him quite a lot of security, the moment he felt Su Chang's internal breath, his legs could not stop trembling. Seeing Su Chang walking slowly, Harunotaro trembled and retreated to the wall. His right hand holding the pistol trembled madly. It seemed as if the one being pointed at by the gun was himself at the moment. Shoot! Baka, you sand sculpture, shoot! This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as you shoot this guy and kill him, and seize their Chinese territory, we, the Great Cherry Blossom Nation, promise you that we will definitely give you a banner plus 500 rewards. What are you waiting for, you stupid bastard Haranetaro? Are you going to get us killed? Haranetaro's ears kept ringing with the voices of the raiders from Sakura Nation. Nowadays it is not among the copies and does not limit the number of passes. For a while the Sakura Nation raiders all used coercion on Haranetaro, urging him to shoot quickly. Previously, the woman from Kimchi country was because of the delay in shooting, and eventually lost to Huaxia. They do not want to repeat the same mistake each other. Baka! You forced me to do this, go to hell. At this moment, I don't know if it was the Sakura Nation raiders that gave him confidence, or if he remembered that he had a pistol. Haranetaro's eyes narrowed as he raised his pistol and aimed a shot at Su Chang's head. At such a close distance, this shot would be impossible to dodge unless he was Superman. But the development of things is out of Lang Zhiyu's expectation. The sound of the gun sounded. Su Chang raised his hand and easily grasped the bullet in his hand, lifting the weight. This scene turned Harunotaro's outlook on life upside down. Even learning that he was actually the child of the old man next door didn't surprise him this much. How is this possible? Chapter 43, Advance, Sakura Country. Requesting votes. What did I see? Sushin caught the bullet with his bare hands. I shouldn't be dreaming, right? Ah, it's true. Sushin, you are my Superman. So what if you have a D+ weapon? Now this scene is stupid, right? Speak up, why don't you keep talking, dumb or what? See the way Su Chang raised his hand? It's not that I'm sorry for raising my hand, but you still have to practice, old brother. Su City placed the bullet on top of the table. The crisp ringing out of the bullet colliding with the desktop echoed in the minds of everyone in the broadcast room. It took a long time before the viewers from other countries watching the live broadcast reacted from the shock. Catching a bullet with your bare hands, are you kidding me? How can a human being do this scene? Shiba. How can this Chinese player be so strong? he can even catch bullets. Is he not Superman? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This must be my dear hallucinating, I'll just sleep it off. Damn it, this Chinese player definitely has D rank or higher equipment on him. He must have gotten it during the last Western showdown. This equipment should have belonged to our kimchi country. The gun sounded out Su Chang is not only okay, but on the contrary made a scene that directly subverted the crowd 3 views. Especially the Sakura Nation's audience. At this moment, all of their faces were as ugly as if they had eaten. If someone told them that the other person could catch a bullet with their bare hands, they would just laugh at that person. But how could they have ever imagined that there would actually be a day when they would see with their own eyes a human being who could manage to catch a bullet with his bare hands? This feels like a TM dream. Wait, we haven't lost yet. Catching one bullet is nothing, it's not like we just have one, keep shooting, I don't believe this guy can catch them all. Yes, yes, yes. Haranataro quickly keep shooting, that guy from China must have done something just now, he definitely can't come back for a second shot. Baka. Don't just stand there, hurry up and get on with it. There were constant urges coming from the live broadcast room, and the voice of the Sakura Nation Raiders kept ringing in Haruno Taro's ears. However, Haruno Taro's entire brain went blank after witnessing the scene where Su Chang caught the bullet. The only way to know how shocking it is to witness the scene with your own eyes. No. No way. Catching a bullet with your bare hands, how is this possible? Haruno Taro looked up at Su Chang, his right hand trembling frantically as if he had Parkinson's. Nothing is impossible, just like back in the day when you thought you could successfully take our China, but you were eventually forced to sign a surrender. Su Chang spoke with a flat gaze. It was naturally impossible for him to do this scene with his current attributes. But let's not forget that he also has talent and equipment to add to it. With the gambling talent triggered, the wrist guard increase enchanted, the beast formation state opened, and with the strengthening of the parts, as well as the changes in the crafty cloud hands, his strength and agility attributes were now close to 200 points. With a strength attribute of up to 200 points, even if the bullet did hit him, it wouldn't be able to do much damage to him. No, I haven't lost, I haven't lost. The Tang sword was pulled out from Su Chang's hand, and feeling the aura of death approaching, Haruno Taro roared in anger. This is only the first shot, one shot cannot be two shots cannot be three shots, he did not believe that this guy can catch all. However, just as Haranataro was about to shoot again, a harsh, cold aura flashed by. Next. Blood splattered as an arm fell from mid-air. The scene happened so fast that before Haruno Taro could react, his right arm was severed. A drilling pain emanated from his heart, and Haruno Taro let out a pig-killing yell from his mouth. Ignoring the other party's screams, Su Chang took out the various instruments of torture and walked forward with a smile. Don't be afraid, didn't you say you wanted to have some fun with me before? Next, let's have some good fun. Accompanied by a mournful hissing sound, the level of bloodshed caused the live broadcast screen to directly black out. It wasn't until 3 hours later that the voices of the heavens rang out, and the picture was then restored as before. Congratulations to the Huaxia player who won the players' duel. Rewarded, life expectancy plus 5 years deducted from Sakura Nation, 1 point increase in 3-dimensional attributes, 1/10 of Sakura Nation's territory as well as 1/10 of its economy, 1/10 of its resources, plus 3 prizes for the next Sakura Nation contestants. 1/10 of Sakura's territory? Listening to the voices of the heavens, the entire Chinese people rubbed their ears incredulously, thinking that they had misheard. It wasn't until the second time the information popped up again that they then confirmed the facts. At this time, inside the highest operational command base in China. Because of the rewarding sermon, in front of a large screen, several generals from various war zones in China gathered here. They had waited too long for this day. With today's Chinese technology, attacking the Sakura country is just a little bit of immigration trouble. If not in the way of setting off a world war, they would have given the Sakura country destroyed. Now there was such a chance to make a name for themselves and their division, how could they miss it? However, there is still some doubt in the eyes of some radicals about rewarding the territory, although they have long been pressed. Attribute rewards are fine, but this direct reward of 1/10 of the Sakura country's territory, why do I feel a bit unrealistic from what I hear? I also think that, after all, this is on their Sakura Nation's territory, it's also troublesome for us to go over there, and I'm afraid that logging in directly will be blocked by many parties, and more importantly, how will the Sakura Nation's people who reside there be dispersed? Why don't we send a unit to poke around and find out what's going on first? Listening to the radicals, the conservative wing, which had been silent for a long time, could no longer sit still. Old Wang, you're telling me to poke around first? The soldiers under my command would have attacked over there these days if I hadn't stopped them, and now you're telling me to poke around. Do you believe they'll skin me? What the hell? Since the territory already belongs to us, these guys will have to get out of the way even if they don't. Damn it! Those sons of ES raised those bastards. If they have the guts they can stop a try. Let's see if I don't beat the out of them. In the middle of the screen, a white-haired old man sat straight in front of the Chinese flag, calm and introverted. Even if he was sitting quietly in place, there is as steady as a mountain-like temperament. He is the current Chinese throne. The generals had said so much, but in the end, the state throne needed to be consulted. However, with a mere glance from the state throne, the generals had to know the outcome. Advance, target Sakura country. Chapter 44, Landing in Sakura country, Phantom Summoning card? I go. This reward is still for real, directly rewarding a tenth of the failed country's territory? Could there be any fakes? Haven't you noticed that my Chinese army has been deployed? It's true. My Chinese army has been mobilized, even the J-21, this is not a joke. The voices of the heavens resounded in the sky above China, and the crowd, still in disbelief, only heard the sound of a warplane breaking through the air. A large number of troops were all on the move at that moment, and even the aircraft carriers were mobilized together. Seeing this scene, the crowd reacted. This was no joke, they were really going to enter the Sakura country in China. Previously, when they were weak in China, they were invaded by the Sakura country, burned, killed, plundered, and human experiments without any evil. Nowadays, moments are decades old and times have changed. It's easy to attack and defend. I'll go. Can you take me with you? As long as I get 3 meals, I can be the first one to resist the dynamite packs. This is a moment that will go down in history and honor our ancestors. Is it too late for me to enlist? Grandma, I can't wait, I'm going to swim even today, no one is going to stop me from opening the genealogy alone. The Sakura country has been my Chinese territory since ancient times, so it makes sense for us to go there now, right? When Huaxia was boiling over due to the moving army, at this time, the faces of the people in the Sakura country were extremely ugly. They don't care if territory is lost, they care about their longevity. Why does it make sense that when Harunotaro loses, the life expectancy of the deduction comes out of their hands instead? Damn Harunotaro, what a waste, in vain I expect so much from you, there's no one else who can be played by a D+ weapon like this. Baka! What does this giving 1/10 of the territory mean, and why has my territory suddenly become Chinese? Oh, those guys in Huaxia are stupid, are you guys stupid too? So what if we become Chinese, as long as we don't go out what can they do? But those Chinese guys seem to have sent out their troops, even the carriers have turned the corner. They shouldn't be about to hit us, right? Aircraft carriers? Oh, this is just a superficial formality, do they really want to start a war against our Sakura country, do they want to be the sinners of history? That's right, don't worry everyone, other than a 5-year lifespan, these Chinese people can't take anything. As long as we don't act, what can they do? This time the punishment seems severe though, with even 1/10 of their territory being taken away. Even the resources, economy, etc. are going to be taken away by 1/10, and the next 3 rewards are going to be given to them in the hands of China. But that's just lip service. They are not a son of anything, as long as they do not give. What can these Chinese people do? It is not possible to disappear into thin air. And out of the army? Do they really dare to open fire? The Sakura countrymen looked at the Chinese army on the live broadcast screen in the sea area, and the corners of their mouths smiled disdainfully. However, just as they were fantasizing, a powerful force suddenly descended upon the Sakura country. The Sakura nation people who were on top of the ticked-off territories were instantly teleported out of their figures the moment the power descended on them. Among these people there were those who were halfway through a bath, those who had just squatted down in the pit, and those who were halfway through a small movie, and as they came back to their senses, their figures appeared outside the territory that had been cut off. No matter how much they slapped and crashed, they could not enter that area, as if they were blocked by a powerful force. Meanwhile, all the people of Sakura Nation received a message on their cell phones at this very moment that their balances had been reduced by 1/10. Such a bizarre matter immediately stirred up a furor within the Sakura country. No, my money. Where did my money go? How did 1/10 of it go missing all of a sudden? Even the cash disappeared out of thin air. Baka. I'm still taking A. Where does this me up? I want to go back, it's my home, mine. Who are you Chinese guys to occupy my territory? Let me go back. Invasion, you Chinese are invading my Sakura country's territory. You are starting a war. The power of the worlds is irresistible. Even if the congregation does not want it, it will be enforced. The crowd that was originally still in the midst of giggling and laughing until they were forcibly teleported out and were no longer able to enter that area, immediately stopped heckling. The crowds in 1/10 of the territory were teleported out, and the troops sent out by Huaxia easily landed in Sakura country without even the slightest obstruction. The state seat and Elder Bai and the others couldn't help but gaze at the sight of their Chinese soldiers stepping into the territory of the cherry blossom country. Forefathers, do you see? Nowadays, China is completely powerful. This is the first step and definitely not the last. The scene of Chinese soldiers walking on the territory of the Sakura country soon spread to all major online platforms, and countless countries spoke out to condemn China. But condemnation after condemnation, none of them actually did anything about it after understanding the cause of the incident. They had seen the power of the worlds of the heavens too many times, and they didn't dare to confront those existences. What's more, the present-day Huaxia is not a casual mover. The presidential palace of the Sakura state. Amber slapped the desktop angrily as she looked at a piece of incoming intelligence and roared towards the assistant in front of her. Baka! What's going on? We've obviously spread the word about Huaxia's behavior. Why is it that those guys are not receiving it? Where is the Eagle Kingdom? Where has the Eagle Kingdom gone? We've been their dogs for so long over the years, why haven't they stepped in at this time? Listening to Amber's roar, the assistant's face looked particularly ugly. President Amber, our message has gotten out and they have received it, but they have done nothing other than condemn it and what? At this moment, Amber was going to blow a gasket, a feeling worse than being stabbed with homemade double guns while giving a speech off the street. Moreover, this time, China is a division, and the Chinese officials have announced outwardly that once any country interferes with their territorial acquisition, it will be regarded as a war against them, and nuclear weapons will be used to suppress it. Nuclear. Nukes? As soon as the word nuclear came out, fear welled up in Amber's heart, and her body went limp on top of the seat. No one knows the power of nuclear weapons better than they do. It is a memory etched in their bones. The changes in Sakura Nation allow the crowd to experience the horrors of the dueling rooms. When this thing says it's gone, it's really gone. Of course, this horror was also limited to the Sakura country, and the countries recorded in the history book of China's recent wars. The people of Huaxia heard the news, but they were incredibly joyful, especially at the moment they saw their own country's soldiers stepping into the territory of the Sakura country. A sense of pride in their bones surged up. I have been chasing after them for hundreds of years, but when I look back, the great powers are actually myself. I didn't expect to see our China land in the Sakura country in my lifetime. My life is worth it. It's all thanks to the struggles of our Chinese forefathers. Without them we wouldn't be here at this moment, and of course the one who deserves the most thanks right now is Su Shen. Su Shen is awesome. From now on, I, Gao Yuan, will no longer look at those beautiful women, but only you as my idol. Inside the cherry blossom Phantom Summoning card. Minimum usage requirement, intelligence of 50. After use, you can randomly summon a powerful chimera to fight with you. The duration is determined by the satisfaction level of reaching the opponent's condition. Hidden pain in the loins. Chapter 45. Raising the bar again, the Roman state encounters the matrimonial house. Summoning a powerful chimera into battle? Su Cheng looked at the card imprinted with a pink love heart pattern in his hand, and the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. Good lord, that's not easy just from the way the card looks. One can only imagine what conditions the other side will make. He was obviously a decent man, so why did he keep giving him such strange rewards? Su Cheng was puzzled and solemnly put the card away. Haruno Taro died, the light door was exhibited, and Su Cheng's figure stepped into it after he shunned the opponent's weapon. Just as he returned to his homeland, he heard the miserable screams of Jibo Chang. A huge form ran crying out in his direction. Master, help, help! Unlike the appearance that Su Cheng saw initially, at this moment, Jibo Chang was drenched in blood, and countless wounds were displayed from its body surface. Seeing this scene, Su Cheng secretly said that it was not good. Is it hard to believe that another guy ran out from inside the nest while he was away? To be able to beat Jibo Chang like this and cry out, the opponent's strength was definitely not simple. Only to hear a splashy voice came out, the Tang sword pulled out, Su Cheng's eyes stared at the back of Jibo Chang, the coins came out ready to gamble his life at any time. Don't run away if you have the ability, dare to eat all the plants planted by me and my husband, see if I don't. Husband. Husband? Little White chased after Jibo Chang. At the moment her tail exploded, her sharp claws extended, her face extraordinarily angry, itching to scrape Jibo Chang alive. Just when she wanted to continue to angrily rebuke Ji Buochang, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her, causing her expression to be slightly stunned. After seeing that the person coming was Su Chang, Little White's complexion instantly changed. Not waiting for Su Chang to react, Xiaobai immediately aggressively pounced into Su Chang's arms. Her eyes were flowing with tears, and she daintily looked at Su Chang and complained, "Husband, where have you been? Nujia misses you so much. When you were not there, this big guy he bullied Nujia, oing oing. Sister-in-law, you weren't like this just now, master. Sister-in-law was just..." Listening to the transformation of Xiaobai's words, Ji Buochang was dumbfounded, pointing to the injuries on his body, just about to retort. Only to see Little White suddenly sidling over Su Chang's face, his sharp teeth exposed with a ferocious face staring at himself. In this moment, Jibber often went quiet. "Quartermaster, what did you do while I was gone?" Su Chang soothed Little White in his arms, and his voice was icy cold as he asked towards Ji Buochang in the back. "Master. Master." Ji Buochang still wanted to make a final explanation, but glancing at Xiaobai's sharp claws extended, he finally lowered his head helplessly. "Sorry master, we were wrong." "Ha, it seems that even Sushin can't resist pampering. It's true that pampered women have the best lives. I don't know what happened, but the way I look at White, I know she's right. If only I were as strong as Sushin. I'm so envious that my corner is turning purple. Facts aside, aren't you in front of the screen at fault?" The scene where Sushin stood up to White without the slightest reason made the crowd extra envious. This time Su Chang brought extraordinary significance to Huaxia, and the audience who still had a slight stigma against Su Chang before were all dissolved at this moment. Inside the home, Su Chang's figure came to the front of the house after a short rest. Ding! Home upgrade complete. Home, LV5. Degree of defense, can withstand most small creature attacks, but still unstoppable when encountering creatures with powerful physiques. Materials required for upgrading homes, advancement general materials 300. Has it really changed? As Su Chang looked at the upgrade materials required for the next level of the homeworld, his gaze gradually became grave. Advanced generalized materials, he had noticed in the commodities of the heavens before, the exchange ratio of an advanced generalized material to a basic generalized material was as high as 1 to 100. That is to say, if you want your home to be upgraded again, you will need 3,000 basic generic materials to do so. Others might not have paid much attention when he killed Haruno Taro earlier, but he noticed one of the columns. Lair fluctuation time remaining, 1 day and 20 hours. This nest fluctuation gave him an extremely bad feeling. If his premonition was not wrong, this nest fluctuation would have countless creatures running out from it. If the creatures that emerged from it were weak, that would be fine, but if those guys were all as strong as Ji Buochang one by one, the situation would be dangerous. Su Chang called out his own panel with a thought. Player, Su Chang, does it devour the D+ grade weapon, the broken pistol? Yes. Ding. Devouring successful. Tang blade, grade C+. After wearing, strength plus 25, agility plus 10. Devouring, can devour other weapons and materials to evolve itself. Eternal flow, if an enemy is cut with a lower strength attribute than your own, the wound will never heal. Breaking, when inflicting damage to another person, there is a 5% chance that the equipment on the other person's body will randomly blow up one piece. Fast, 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 everyone, look, this guy's hanging. How do you play? How do you play? It's a done deal. Looking at the Tang Dagger's extra phrase, Su Chang looked delighted. The broken phrase may seem like a cockamamie with only a 5% chance, but that's for others. With Lady Luck on board, the probability is completely negligible. Imagine two parties in a fight, originally relying on the equipment advantage of one party has been pressed against the other party, playing to find their own equipment inexplicably blown up. What will be the expression? After swinging the Tang blade a few times, Su Chang put it away and walked to the outside of the homestead. Level 5 homes are quite a bit sturdier compared to the initial thatched roof. However, this level of hardness could be leveled by Ji Buochang alone. Trying to rely on the homeworld's own strength to fend off those monsters wasn't enough. The defense blueprints were taken out, and Su Chang looked at the look of the building above and called Ji Buochang to him. After a few moments of discussion with Ji Buochang, he began erecting various structures. Inside the live broadcast room, the crowd had thought that Su Chang would have another in-depth exchange with the duo of Little White and Little Medical Fairy. However, after seeing Su Chang pondering over the homestead construction, each one of them had a puzzled look on their faces. What is Su Shin doing? Is building a defense preventing other players from attacking? I don't think so. With Su Shin's strength, do you still need to worry about other players attacking? I seem to remember that there was some kind of nest fluctuation earlier. Is it hard to believe that Sushin is preventing this? I also feel that Sushin is preventing those nests. These nests give me a bad feeling even through the screen. This fluctuation is definitely not simple. Guys, I just took the time to go to the live room in the country of Rome, and their players have also encountered the marriage room. What? I remember that the contestants of the Roman state are not female? Can a female meet a marriage house too? I'll have to check it out. Chapter 46, The Powerful Inclusion. The Chinese side was the first to encounter the marriage room, and other countries gradually entered into it. But in all of these cases, it was always men who entered the marriage room, and no female contestant has ever entered it. Being a female contestant entering the marriage room, it immediately drew attention from all countries. Countless people flooded inside the Roman state live at one time. Especially the crowd was beyond shocked when they saw the scene of the female contestant from the country of Rome, standing in front of the wedding house waiting. And it's really a matrimonial home? Isn't this guy a female? How is she going to complete the marriage match as a female? After watching Sushin operate twice, it's the first time I've seen a female enter the marriage room. How is she going to get in there as a woman? It's not going to be finished anyhow, is it? As a country that passed the marriage room twice, the Chinese people looked at the live screen of the Roman country and could not think of any possibility of passing. And when the people of the Roman country saw the arrival of the Chinese ones here, one of them could not help but say in a gloomy manner, "Yo, if it isn't the Chinese cowards. What are you doing here with us if you're not watching your players build their defenses?" At first I thought the Chinese player had a bit of backbone and dared to fight against Sakura nations, but I didn't expect that in the end he would be afraid of those nests. It really kills me with laughter. They're the only ones who were so stupid, not thinking of opening the door to boost their strength at this time, but pondering over bold defenses at home. It's really stupid. Watch and learn well. See how Huaxia passed with strength, not by cheating to get through like Huaxia. Su City's behavior has long been noticed by various countries. After all, the world of the heavens novice period was interrupted by him, and the yellow gate of dueling was opened because of him. Although the matter of the cherry blossom country has nothing to do with them, they are still more or less shocked and will naturally pay more attention to it. In the face of the Roman state stick face mockery, the Chinese people naturally did not admit to much. Hee, why is Su God called Su God? Do you really think we would call it that for no reason? Are the things Su God does not something you guys can read? That's right, if you're capable, don't make a defense, I'll see you cry when those nests break open. Ouch, 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 I'm Baka. What are you guys talking about? How dare you insult our great Sakura country? Believe it or not, we will go and destroy you now. Oh, and destroy us, you guys drive out China first. With all due respect, the guys over there in East Asia are a bunch of trash. Roman country wedding room news released, a large number of viewers from other countries flocked to the live broadcast room. As the saying goes, enemies meet, and for a time the whole live broadcast room is a mess. At this moment, Gaia, who was the female contestant of the Roman state, looked at the door of the marriage room in front of her without the slightest bit of panic on her face. Instead, she had a little excitement inside her. Gaia raised her hand and pushed her way into it, the scene inside the marriage room a few degrees darker than she had expected. And the smell of rotting, minced meat in the air from time to time was extremely nauseating. In the face of such an environment, Gaia not only did not have the slightest dislike, on the contrary, her mood became more and more excited, as if poking her fetish. At the moment she couldn't wait and walked to the front of the wedding room to open the veil. Instead of a beautiful sight behind the veil, there was a blurry, chaotic darkness. Suddenly an intense wave of fear and unease welled up from Gaia's mind, as if something was writhing in the darkness and making creepy noises. Gollum! Grunt! Hearing the eerie voice, Gaia subconsciously took a step back. Suddenly, several huge, thick triggers flew out from within the wedding bed. One heel of tentacles bound her at the waist, binding Gaia at the waist with powerful force, and several others strangled her neck, as well as her ankles, making it impossible for her to break free. Strong sense of suffocation came. Such a scene for unusual others have long panicked to help. But at the moment, instead of feeling the slightest bit of fear, Gaia was extremely enjoying the pleasure brought about by suffocation. The feeling of being on the edge of life and death simply made her want to stop. As the tentacles drew closer, Gaia's form moved, and as seen from the marriage bed this unfolded. In the center of the image, a bloated and unrecognizable pile of rotten meat occupied the entire bed. Thick black liquid flowed out from underneath it, and dozens of thick black tentacles danced around it. The crowd watching the live stream froze in place as they saw Gaia's marriage partner. Even a screen away from each other, its putrid stench seemed to permeate the room, making the stomach pockets turn. What the hell is this? How do you tell me to perform a marriage with this? It's not right. This tentacle is thicker than those black guys. How can this look like a dislike? This Roman country guy is finished. How can anyone want to marry this creature unless there is something wrong with the brain? The audience of the Roman nation, who originally had faith in Gaia, looked extremely ugly the moment they saw this scene. In Gaia's previous performance, in addition to being inclusive and powerful, the other party was extremely elegant in every word and action, so how could Gaia possibly accept this kind of thing? Not to mention, even if she accepted it, it was a question of whether or not it would work. These tentacles were simply not human. However, just as the crowd thought Gaia had failed, only to see the picture in the center, Gaia at the moment of seeing the marriage object, eyes not only did not have the slightest dislike, on the contrary, she licked her lips, and took the initiative to take off her clothes and walk toward it. Watch the live stream, crowd? Chapter 47, Whose Fierce General is this? No, I had thought that San of the White Elephant Kingdom was already invincible. Whose fierce general is this? Even this dares to go on. Your Roman country really doesn't pick anything, huh? Admirable, really admirable. I can't continue to watch it. I feel like all 3 views are going to explode. I've heard of the Roman state's grandeur before. I didn't realize it was this aspect of grandeur. I just checked this Gaia's info and she seems to have an extreme fondness for black people, and a fetish for foreign objects, and even a gender that is asinine shopping bags. I go, you invincible child, all set for her. I can now be considered to know what it means for a woman to be like a wolf, like a tiger. The moment the image above the wedding bed was exhibited, the crowd would have expected Gaia to give up. The guy in that marriage can't even be called a creature, it's a complete monstrosity of black rotten meat combined with tentacles. Which thought that not only did Gaia not dislike it in the slightest, but on the contrary, after the tentacles were loosened, she took the initiative to attack. Such a scene not only shook the countries, but even San of the White Elephant country was willing to bow down. While listening to the words of the nations, the Roman state could not sit still. Although they were also extremely shocked by Gaia's maneuver, it was only good for their Roman nation that the other party was able to perform the marriage. You guys are just jealous. Just wait, when it's over and we get our reward, will you still be screaming out? That's it. You guys are strong now that we fighting people are strong, aren't you? We rely on all our strength, not strange tricks like the Chinese. Those guys in Huaxia are relying on luck. Luck is only for a while strength is permanent. Our Gaia's talent is one of the fewest ranks in the world, and after this marriage room is spent, our Roman nation will be #1 in the world, mock now, and will beat you all into submission later. The moment the kingdom of Rome exploded Gaia's S-rank talent, the deterrent power was really not small. Many countries immediately stopped their rhythm when they learned of Gaia's talent and turned to constantly praising the country of Rome. They wouldn't have cared what happened to these Roman nations before, after all, they couldn't get in their way. But now that the Yellow Gate dueling gate has appeared, once Gaia survives and is held in grudge by those Roman nations, it is they who will suffer. The crowd argued for half an hour. Until the black screen ended and the live broadcast screen was once again displayed, the crowd's eyes swarmed towards the center of the screen. In the middle of the scene, Gaia's form lay down on top of the marriage bed, panting heavily. The crowd watching the live stream was beyond shocked at the sight of Gaia still alive. You know those tentacles are as thick as thighs, how did she do it? As the crowd marveled, a voice rang out from the skies above the country of Rome. Congratulations to Gaia, a contestant from the country of Rome, for passing the marriage room. Reward issued successfully. Reward, all lifespan value plus 1 year, strength plus 1, agility plus 1. The moment the voices of the heavens rang out, unlike the audience of other countries, the crowd of the Roman country cheered one by one. Although the reward was a little less, they were the first Roman nation to have a woman pass through the matrimonial house, the first in the world. However, it wasn't long before they told. A voice sounded again immediately afterward. Because Gaia has reached the limit of her capacity to bear, and the marriage partner is not yet satisfied, 1 million people of the Roman state, male or female, will be automatically taken into marriage. The people of the Roman nation, who were originally still in the midst of excitement, immediately stiffened their faces after hearing this news. Before they could react, their figures were transported to the middle of the marriage room. What the hell, what's going on? Isn't this Gaia's bridal chamber? Why have I been transported here? Is it hard to believe that this is a new reward to experience marriage? Ha ha, beautiful woman, here I come. Wait, where did my beautiful girl go? Why are there tentacles everywhere? No, I'm a male. Why am I being teleported into? I don't want this, let me out. Damn, didn't we pass the level? Why is there still a penalty? I can't hold on much longer. Save. Save me. If it were just a normal marriage room, this thing would be undoubtedly the same as a reward for the congregation of the Roman state. But they noticed one thing. Gaia's marriage partner. They weren't like Gaia, who generally possessed an S-rank talent that could withstand this monster's tentacles. Especially some of the male players, their faces were as hard as eating. The crowd, who were originally happy to have passed this time, wailed one by one after being forcibly transported among them. Seeing the crowds of the Roman nation suffer such rewards, the crowds of other nations watching the live broadcast were all happy. Pfft, ha ha ha, laugh me to death. Weren't you guys quite happy before? Why don't you stop laughing now? Keep laughing. This is a good thing for you guys. There are some people who have never experienced this feeling in their lives. After a lifetime of planting rice seedlings and ending up getting pecked on the ass by them, how does it feel to quietly ask the men of your Roman nation? Alas, I was supposed to be a male anal constipation doctor in the country of Rome, and I would almost believe it if it weren't for the fact that there are no constipated males in the country of Rome at all. Now it seems that it doesn't end with the completion of the marriage, you still have to fulfill the object of the marriage, so this is a comparison. Sushin is really strong. While the outside world was in an uproar over the chiseling of the Roman state, the marriage room. Gaia slowly rose from the marriage bed, looking around at the dirty trail. She licked her lips with a sense of intent. It was the first time she had experienced such a huge tentacle, and the floating sensation was beyond words. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the cave-in ceremony. Reward, lifespan value plus 2 years, 3D attribute plus 1, designated player duel card 1. Because you failed to last 2 hours in this marriage room, the above rewards are halved. The voice coming from her ears didn't anger Gaia in the slightest. Having it was having it, attribute lifespan didn't matter to her. Possessing an S-rank talent, she could pass the copy casually if she wanted to. Taking the duel cards out, Gaia's mouth curved up as she looked at the effects of the designated duel cards. Designated player duel card, you can designate any player for a duel. Before that she had heard that Su Chang, a contestant from the country of Huaxia, had been up to 12 hours at a time. Gaia licked her lips. This time it happened to be such a reward, and she wanted to see if the 12 hours were real or fake. The dueling cards were crushed and a portal to the front was displayed. At this moment, the voices of the heavens resounded simultaneously from the countries of Huaxia and Rome. We've detected the use of the designated player's dueling card by the state of Rome. Target, Huaxia. Chapter 48, Has she always been so courageous? Holy, this Roman country guy is crazy, isn't he? It's only just past the marriage room and is heading to the next one. Doesn't she have any feelings down there? Yossi. We don't care so much, we're not the ones who end up victimized anyway. Yeah, that's right, go Roma country guys. Kill the Chinese ones and make them give back our Sakura country's land. Sapachi. I can't believe I let your Roman country get the jump on me. The first one to kill Huaxia should be our kimchi countries. Wait, don't you guys realize that this duel card is different? How come it's a designated player duel? Didn't it say random before? The scene of Gaia, a contestant from the country of Rome, crushing the contestant's dueling card without any pause after passing through the marriage room, immediately attracted the attention of all the countries. Especially after seeing that the target is China, all the countries that had disputes with China before were particularly happy. But after the rejoicing, they soon realized something was wrong. Designated player duel cards? They had previously thought that the dueling rooms were all randomized, but they hadn't thought that there was such a thing as designation. This and other news came out. Spearheaded by the Eagle Kingdom, a number of countries, including the Sakura Kingdom, began to communicate quietly. The crowds in the Roman state don't care what other countries think. Having suffered such humiliation this time, they had to get their face back. This time, after learning about their opponent's Chinese guy, the faces of the people in the Roman country instantly transformed, and each one of them was extraordinarily jubilant. I didn't expect to get a designated player duel card this time, so my first time wasn't in vain. Ah, Chinese guys tremble. Our Roman Empire is about to come. We let you guys get away with it earlier, now we'll show you who's number one in the world. Gaia quickly ripped the mouths off those Chinese guys, seizing their territory and violating their men. Wait, why would I say men? Who cares about the male and female, this time, although the process is not so good, but it also gives me a new continent to discover. Gaia give me on to kill the Chinese player, the Chinese country male and female I want. Guys from other countries watch and learn what it means to be strong. We're not like those losers from Sakura and kimchi countries. Let's let you experience what it means to have the strength of an S-class talent. As soon as the duel disappeared, the crowd in the Roman state immediately broke out the champagne. As the previous Roman Empire, when the whole of Europe belonged to them, they had an extremely strong confidence in themselves. What's more, Gaia is an S-ranked talent. As an empire, they weren't like some loser with S-ranked talent who would still lose. Before they heard Huaxia blowing the so-called Qin or Huan, to which they just laughed. If the Roman Empire hadn't discovered their China at that time, China would be their colony nowadays. In the face of the jump-faced mockery of the Roman state, the people of the Sakura state and the Kimchi state wanted to retort, but they were unable to speak up, as if they had a lump in their throats. After all, their country of Rome was the first country other than China to pass the marriage room, and it was the first to be passed by a woman with an S-rank talent. With such a powerful strength, one does have the capital to be arrogant. However, Cherry Blossom Country Kimchi Country dare not say, the crowd in China is not spoiled them. What era is this, and you're still bragging about that Roman Empire of yours? A bunch of poor countryside places that conquered a bunch of trash and think they're invincible? Hee hee, do you know what is called God's whip? Let me tell you, those guys are barbarian races that we beat up and couldn't even return the favor, and if you can't even beat those guys, I really don't know what you're barking at. As arrogant as you guys were before I, Sushin, fought 3 of them, why don't you go ask them how they feel now? Our Roman Empire is the strongest. What are you Chinese guys barking about again? Those guys from Sakura country are nothing but trash. In your words, what's defeating a few losers? Later on, I'll see who lowers their heads to beg us. Look at your Chinese players, what cowards, still figuring out some broken buildings even now. We Gaia are hitting over here and don't even know it, all waiting to die. As the crowd argued, Huaxia's viewers re-entered their own live broadcast room. At this time, Su Cheng happened to have finished building the last piece of blueprints. Phew, finally the construction is done. Su Cheng wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked around. A total of 50 years of life expectancy value is consumed. At the moment, his homeland was surrounded by several archery towers, stone throwers, and other various means of defense, solid as gold. Home defense, LV1. Consumption required until the next stage upgrade, 500 years of life value. Don't look at the fact that these attack buildings are still at the ancient defense level, but know that this thing can be upgraded by consuming its lifespan. Right now it's an archery tower, and it's not out of the question that after a few boosts it will become a machine gun tower, an artillery tower, or even a dark matter turret. Alas, still poor. With the current Su Cheng skimming the value of another less than 700 years of lifespan in his hand. Boosting once is enough, but nowadays there are more important uses for life expectancy values. This is a time when it would be nice to have a great benefactor to give life expectancy. Husband, did you build all this? It looks so advanced. Kahaku walked past at that moment. Using a handkerchief to help Su Cheng wipe his sweat, his eyes looked at the surrounding buildings with extra curiosity. I think I've seen that before in certain cities, Sulon, that's an archery tower, isn't it? Little Dr. Fairy brought a bowl of tea from the back and looked at the arrow tower ahead with a thoughtful gaze. Well, that's right. Right now these buildings are still all basic, and they will slowly be upgraded. Su Cheng drank the water in one gulp and smashed his mouth, a strange flavor coming from his mouth. His gaze went to the porcelain bowl in Little Medical Fairy's hand, and when he saw Little Medical Fairy and Little White's flushed and excited faces looking at him, Su Cheng was stunned. He didn't seem to have told Little Medical Fairy's duo how to use the bucket, so where did the water come from? As Su Cheng pondered. Suddenly, a door of light was exhibited from outside the homeworld. The voices of the heavens sounded at the same time. Listening to the sound that resounded in the sky above, Su Cheng's eyes looked towards the Gaia figure outside the homestead. Specially for me? Su Cheng's gaze was fixed on Gaia's figure in the distance. Previously, the Huaxia Raider team had spoken with him about how the players from other countries nowadays seemed to be making a joint effort, preparing to target themselves. This time the dueling gates opened, just what they wanted. However, wait a while. Seeing that Gaia was the only one, Su Cheng looked at the bloodstains that kept flowing out of the other party's thighs and suddenly seemed to have thought of something. No, is this guy so brave? Chapter 49, The Northern Bear Country asks for help. I can tell you're not human. The corner of Su Cheng's mouth twitched as he looked at Gaia, who was walking above the clearing in the distance. Women have those days every month, he understands. But he didn't expect that even in this situation, his opponent wouldn't stop and issue a duel to him. Such a scene was out of Su Cheng's expectation. However, this scene of Su Cheng being dumbfounded was a different scene in the eyes of the crowd in the Roman country. I really don't know how those losers from Sakura Nation lost to this Chinese player, this one is scared and dumbfounded before even starting to make a move. I advise you Huaxia to give up before it's too late, in the end it's our Roman country that will win anyway. There's no point in this momentous 1,000-year encounter, you couldn't beat it before, and it's still the same now. Ha ha ha. Sorry gentlemen, we, the Roman state, will laugh first at the 960,000 territories of China. Hissy, I haven't tasted how the men of China taste, this time the inn must be tasted. Wait, man? Why did I say man again? Gaia's power is best known to all who are part of the Roman state. The opponent's S-rank talent, toughness, was unable to break even steel or bullets. This was also the reason why just now in the marriage room, facing that tentacle monster's attack, Gaia could hold out for half an hour. After all, a woman's body is constructed to be strong, but there are limits to what it can withstand, and just now that monster clearly exceeded the limits of what a human being can withstand. Yet the end result remains that Gaia survives. The players from other countries who had been killed in the marriage room before were met with monsters that were all exceptionally powerful, and to survive in the hands of such monsters was a sign of the power of their talent. The highest operational command base in China. The moment Gaia unleashed her duel card, the crowd immediately got busy, searching for information about Gaia. Passing 10 consecutive duplicates, S-rank talent, possessing 3 pieces of D-rank equipment or above, and all of them ended up being injury-free, with bullets and steel unable to break through the body. Elder Bai looked at the information about Gaia, and his gaze grew heavy. Another strong foe with S-rank talent. This information situation isn't even close to Smith and Eagle country anymore. Bai Lao handed over the information to Xiao Lu and immediately ordered, inform Su Chang of Gaia's information immediately, in addition to the limit of prying into this fellow's talent to find out exactly how it is, analyze her weaknesses, and inform Su Chang as. Listening to the words of the Northern Bear Country and the others, as well as their pleas for help, Elder Bai and a line of Raider group members glanced at each other, the corners of their mouths twitching. Boy! These guys from the Northern Bear Country had actually encountered the Phantom Clan. As the information of the battle between the Roman and Chinese countries spread out, viewers from other countries continued to pour into the live broadcast rooms of the two countries, analyzing who would be victorious in this battle. The final conclusion is unknown, Gaia has a bit more chance of winning. After all, if the other party could hold out for so long in the hands of that pile of monsters, there must be something about them. And in the midst of this analysis, the crowd realized that the dueling room was earning money any way they looked at it against the country of China. The territory of Huaxia is so large that the reward for victory can be extremely generous. As the saying goes, I can miss 1,000,000 times, but you can only miss once. For a while, the countries had gone from initially fearing Huaxia to now one by one greedily staring at Huaxia, searching for Su Cheng's weaknesses. At this time, outside the Su City homestead, some blood dripped behind Gaia with every step she took. This time she didn't care who lost or won, she only came this time to experience whether those 12 hours in Su Chang were real. She wanted to see if her own toughness was the first to hold out, or if Su Chang was overcome by her. Say, where the hell is this guy's homeworld? Thoughts retracted, Gaia gazed around. After searching for a while, she never saw where the Su City homestead was. There was only one structure ahead that looked like a castle, and while it was extremely strange for such a structure to be here, she didn't think of it in the direction of her home. The homeland was just a broken hut in her impression. How could it be this kind of castle? This was too outrageous. While Gaia was puzzled, suddenly a huge black shadow slowly exhibited from behind her. Who are you? Why haven't we seen you before? Ji Bo Chang curiously surveyed the human in front of him. It clearly remembers that it only has 2 sisters-in-law, and now there is so much more a woman? Gaia turned around and was extraordinarily shocked after looking at Jibal Chang's mountain-like body. Especially the area underneath Jibal Chang, covered by the few fabrics, made her eyes flicker. Are you one of Su Cheng's men? Listening to the information coming from the Roman country in the back, Gaia looked Ji Bo Chang up and down, stared at Ji Bo Chang's huge life source, and licked her lips. Yes, we are our master's guards. Why are you looking for our master for something? Ji Bo Chang slung the wooden stick over his shoulder and exhaled a few hot breaths, his huge muscles twitching as he responded with his head held proudly high. No, it's nothing. There's no rush to find him, how about the 2 of us communicate first? Gaia ran her hands over Jibal Standing's toned body. The moment the other party's muscles trembled just now, even there they trembled together. It was bigger than her head, and Gaia couldn't wait to taste what it was like. An itch came out, and Jibber often looked down toward Gaia below. Only to see that the other party had approached his torso at some point, his hands reaching towards the place of his belt. Such a scene reminded Ji Bo Chang of a certain scene. Is it any wonder that this woman she wants? Noticing Ji Bo Chang's sight coming at her, Gaia looked up to meet her gaze, but the movements of her hands didn't slow down at all. Such a scene was reminiscent of the crowd watching the live broadcast. Especially the new viewers who came in, they wanted to see the battle between the two countries' players. How did the picture suddenly change to this? Is this still a children's channel? The scene was unexpected, but more viewers were still very much looking forward to the backstage developments. Human beasts, big locks open small holes and other images they have seen for the first time. However, the next second, while the crowd was looking forward to it, Ji Bo Chang suddenly became furious and swung his wooden stick, smashing it fiercely towards Gaia below. Tai! We can tell you're not human at a glance. Damn chimera, still trying to sneak up on us, eat our stick. Chapter 50-80. 80. Boo! A dull crash sounded out. With Ji Bo Chang's sudden attack, Gaia didn't react at all, and her figure was smashed into the mud. The crowd watching this scene, looking at the picture in the middle of the live broadcast, froze in place one by one. What the hell, this isn't going right, shouldn't the mini-movie segment be next? How did it turn into this? Ptah, laughed me to death, this Roman country's contestant is still trying to charm that orc, others won't even eat you. Hiss. This stick down, is Gaia still able to withstand it? It shouldn't just end, right? Yossi. Where's the man who just now told us to keep a good eye on him? Where have you gone now, why don't you say anything? Is it just for us to watch this? The crowd had thought that something indescribable would happen between the one of them and the beast. How did they expect it to turn out like this? Especially the crowd from the Roman nation had an extraordinarily ugly look on their faces when they saw that their nation's contestant, Gaia, couldn't even manage a half-orc. Does this orc know anything about aesthetics? Such a big beauty in front of you, not ready to get some fun, a stick-down crazy, know how to pity ah. Sure enough, an orc will always be an orc, give you a chance and you don't hit the mark. Brains are just as cute as the Chinese player who took him in. Granny, I can't take it anymore, Gaia killed these stupid orcs, and his stupid Chinese guy. Say, this orc looks really big. If I can talk to it. Wait. I'm obviously a guy, why am I thinking about this again? The scene in which Gaia fails to seduce Jibal standing sparks ridicule in other countries. The face of Gaia, which made all the people of the Roman nation proud, was unable to charm even a half-orc at this moment, so it was a disgrace. At this time, the outside of the homestead. Still alive, a chimera indeed. Ji Bo Chang took the wooden stick back, and confirmed the speculation in his heart even more when he saw that Gaia inside the deep pit had eaten one of his own sticks but had not yet died. Without much hesitation, Ji Bo Chang once again raised his big stick and slammed it towards Gaia. Enough! Seeing that the stick was about to fall again, Gaia spoke out in anger. After taking a solid hit, Gaia's hair was scattered and her whole body looked extraordinarily disorganized. She gazed angrily towards the orcs ahead. She herself was an S-rank talented player with such a magnificent beauty, and a mere orc dared to reject her. Just as she was about to teach Ji Bo Chang a lesson. Next. Boom! 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 The wooden stick fell, and Jibber often swung it repeatedly at Gaia's position. The earth trembled, and from the center of Gaia a huge deep pit exhibited, cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. 80. Ji Bo Chang muttered under his breath as he swung the wooden stick. These words were the mnemonic that Su Chung called to it, saying that with every shout and swinging the wooden stick, there would be power that could not be made out of it. At first it had expressed doubt, but now it was true. Every time you swing the wooden stick accompanied by 80 shouted, the more and more perilous he swung himself, as if he had eaten Hyun. My general simply could not stop. This time, it was supposed to be a dueling moment between the players of the Roman nation and the players of China, but at this moment, the picture had turned abruptly, turning into a duel between Gaia and the orcs. The Chinese audience, who had previously been constantly mocked by the country of Rome, was shady at this moment. Wow! So this is the Rome country player with S-rank talent. The strength of a player who has cleared 10 consecutive copies? But it's so strong that he fought an orc without a fight. Who was it that said the occupation became a colony before? I seem to have lost a memory of it. Who was it that said that? Learned, really learned. It turns out that what the crowd in the Roman state told us to watch properly was this moment, that you have to learn to take a beating before you hit someone. Another piece of knowledge. As I recall, isn't this time a duel initiated by the Roman nation towards our Su-shun? It's strange, why do I only see Gaia and the orcs in the picture, where is Su-shun? Is it possible that you can't even see the Su god? You guys. Facing the yin and yang of the Chinese crowd, watching this scene of the crowd of the Roman nation, after seeing the image of Gaia being smashed into a pit without knowing if she was dead or alive, without even seeing the people of Su City, each and every one of them fell silent. The crowd, who were originally confident in their country's players, were hesitant to speak at this moment as if they had a lump in their throat. Wait. Quick, everyone, look. Gaia's standing up, and we haven't lost yet. Ha ha, I knew it. Gaia is an S-rank talent, how could she be defeated so easily? After fighting for so long, it's our turn to fight back. Gaia, show your strength from the other copies and kill this guy. The scene of Gaia's body jumping out of the deep pit in the center of the screen immediately renewed the hope of the people of the Roman nation, and each of them hurriedly urged Gaia to counterattack. At this point, Gaia struggled hard to stand up, dirt and sweat mixing with her face. Although the S-rank talent toughness was powerful, it also had an upper limit. The half-orc in front of her had the strength of a monster, nearly cracking her bones with each slam. If it wasn't for her extraordinarily powerful talent, she herself would have died many times over. It looks like it's not going to work until I fix you. If I'm not mistaken, you're that Chinese player's most powerful means, aren't you? Gaia gripped a sharp shortsword tightly as she gazed towards the orcs ahead. This was the moment she had it all figured out. This orc in front of him was so powerful, it was obvious that it was Su Cheng's most powerful means. He himself thought that the other party was some other creature at first and wanted to play some tricks with the other party, but he didn't think that the Chinese guy would not be able to talk about martial arts and sneak up on him with his own fetish. Thinking of this, Gaia stopped holding back. His body was like a spring as he leapt out of the deep pit, and his short sword drew a silver trajectory in the air, aiming straight for Jibo-chan's vitals. We were right, you are the enemy. Seeing this, Jibo stuck his wooden stick in the ground, and a deafening roar came out. Roar ability activated. Gaia's brain was struck like a blow in mid-air, and her body was stunned. It was at this moment that Jibo-chan once again unleashed his charge, his huge body, like a moving mountain, lunging towards Gaia. In the nick of time, Gaia narrowly avoided the impact of Jibo-chan, but she lost her balance and stumbled a few steps. This power, how is it possible? Gaia's pupils trembled, no creature she had encountered within her previous copies had been as powerful as Jibo-chan. The opponent's power familiarity definitely exceeded 50. It's not right. 9 out of 10 are wrong. This kind of monster was simply not something she could fight against. Run, you must run. If you don't run again you will die, absolutely. At this moment, Gaia had already entertained the idea of running away. However, Jibo-chan didn't care what his opponent thought, and the roar was unleashed once again. Berserk state opened, Jibo-chan swung his wooden stick to send Gaia's short sword being shaken away, and then stomped her underneath his foot as the wooden stick danced crazily. Blood and flesh soared, and the sound of bones shattering continuously came out. With the berserk state turned on, Jibo-chan's power was doubled. Each heavy blow was accompanied by a popping sound of air. Such a high-intensity attack couldn't even be withstood by steel, let alone flesh. Not long afterward, under a blast of smashing, the voices of the heavens rang out over the land of Rome. The death of a Roma player in a duel has been detected. Life expectancy of the entire Roman nation reduced by 5 years. Attributes reduced by 50%. 1/10 of the territory as well as the economy, 1/10 of the resources, plus the next 3 rewards for the Roman state contestants will go to Huaxia. 100,000 orcs have descended on the territory of the state of Rome. Chapter 51, Sleepyhead, Phantom? The voices of the heavens rang out, and in the next moment 100,000 orcs similar to Jibo-chan descended on the territory of the Roman state. At first the crowd didn't care about these orcs. An orc is just an orc that can be defeated by a Chinese player. How powerful can it be? Even more powerful, they are carbon-based creatures, and for tanks, artillery shells are a one-shot affair. However, it wasn't until they saw the sight of a 5-meter-tall orc, tearing a tank apart with his hands, that the Roman nation went quiet. What's going on? Isn't it true that losing a duel only results in the loss of territory? Why are there still orcs descending? Help! Help! Help me, my house is all destroyed by these orcs. This isn't an orc, this is clearly a monster. I saw them stomp the tank into pieces of iron with my own eyes. Where are the armies? Why is there so little support? Where have the armies of our Roman state gone? Damnable Gaia, you went to China to get yourself killed. Even so, why did you harm us? These Chinese guys are definitely cheating. How can this orc be so powerful? It's definitely stolen. Orcs descended on the Roman nation to wreak havoc, and faced with orcs using the abilities of Gibber's regular attributes, the death toll of the Roman nation continued to soar for a time. The Roman state, which already had a small territory, lost a tenth of it. Now another 100,000 orcs attacked, and in less than an hour, the death toll exceeded 1 million people, equivalent to a quarter of the population of their Roman country. At this moment, the people of the Roman nation who suffered such a disaster were sort of aware of it. It wasn't that the orc was too weak, but the target was different. The orcs were so powerful, then Su Cheng, who had taken the orcs captive before, how terrifying should he be now? The crowds in the Roman state dare not think about it. Such a horrific casualty ratio immediately caused the viewers from other countries watching the live broadcast to suck in a breath of cold air. What's going on? Are these orcs that powerful? Directly a quarter of Rome is gone. This is too outrageous, isn't it? Hee, I don't think it's that these orcs are powerful, but that these Roman countrymen are too good. That's right, before the next that blow how powerful, but in reality is just a clown. Their Huaxia country players can defeat this half-orc. This half-orc can be how strong? Damn Huaxia, why do they get so lucky every time? This time that Huaxia player didn't do anything and another reward was delivered to his door. Although the encounter of the Roman nation shocked other countries, they thought differently from the Roman nation, and thought that the orcs were not so powerful. This is not the time before the Middle Ages, when truth was spoken. The Roman state is not too strong in military power and belongs to a weak group of teams. If these monsters descended on their country's territory, they were 100% confident that they would be able to wipe them out in less than half an hour. The crowds in the country of Rome had a hard time, but the crowds in Huaxia on the winning side laughed as they listened to the notice of the heavens. Congratulations to the Huaxia player who won the players' duel. Reward, life expectancy plus 5 years deducted from Rome, 1 point increase in 3-dimensional attributes, 1/10 of Rome's territory. I didn't realize that there are still great benefactors these days who come to my door to deliver rewards on their own. This is out of my expectation. If you're a vegetable, practice more. If you can't afford to play, don't play. Before was before, now is now. If you couldn't beat them before, you can't beat them now, understand? Although the strength of the Roman country's players is not great, that aspect is really strong. To be able to withstand such high intensity is really admirable. I'm afraid that this time they wanted to rely on this aspect to pin down Sushin, but unfortunately, she died without even seeing Sushin face to face. Oh, even if we see it, so what? Sushin is at least 12 hours, can she top it? Take what top? Sparks are grinding out for her. While the outside world was in an uproar over the matter of Gaia and the orcs, inside the homestead, Su Cheng looked at the blue treasure chest that fell in front of him and scratched his head. Ding! Lady Luck has succeeded. Congratulations on your successful dueling room victory. Reward, lifespan value plus 100 years, 3D attributes increased by 2 points, basic general materials 300, dueling card 1. By winning the duel this time, Su Cheng not only gained the treasure chest's 50-year lifespan, but also seized it along with the nearly 150-year lifespan in Gaia's hands. Su Cheng glanced at the numbers in his hand. 00:928:12:02:16. Previously, Su Cheng was still agonizing over where to go to get the lifespan value, and now he hadn't done anything yet, and he directly took nearly 250 years of lifespan for nothing. Is this what the world always says? When sleep comes, someone gives you a pillow? Hey, master, we just killed an intruder, aren't we great? At this time, Ji Bo often saw Su Cheng walk by and hurriedly went forward to take credit. Well, good job, extra dinner for you tonight. Extra food? Yeah. Hearing about the extra meal, Ji Bo-chan couldn't help but lick the corners of his mouth. The barbecue grilled by Su Cheng was called one of the best, and before that he even tasted an extremely delicious food called something like a bullwhip. By the way, master, when we smashed that intruder, there were 3 things that didn't change no matter how we smashed them. We didn't know what they were good for, so we took them all. Ji Bo-chang suddenly seemed to have thought of something and handed the equipment plucked from Gaia's body to Su Cheng from the rear. One of them was the very same short sword that Gaia had wanted to use against Jibel Chang earlier. Although they are all D-grade equipment, the effect is not coarse yet. Su Cheng received the 3 pieces of equipment and nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the introduction above them. The 3 pieces of equipment were a short sword, gloves, and a ring, and although they clashed with his current equipment, one of them he cared about slightly. Charming ring. After wearing, charisma plus 4. Not only did the other party receive a generous reward, but even China's territory grew again. Although the whole of Rome is just over 1,000 square kilometers, a tenth of that is just over 100 kilometers, and not even as long as a highway to come. But as the saying goes, even the smallest mosquito is meat. This is real territory, and in today's world it is not easy to hold on to one's own territory, let alone acquire it again. And just now, Elder Bai finished communicating with the Northern Bear Countries group. The other party is willing to return millions of kilometers of territory at the cost of all kinds of rare resources, and ask for help from China. Just 1,000,000 kilometers of territory alone made Elder Bai and the others unable to refuse, not to mention the various resource supplies in the rear. However, a heartbeat is a heartbeat. They still need to see how Su City does. If Su Chang did not want to, they naturally would not force him. At this time in the middle of the homeland, Su Chang listened to the information coming from the Huaxia side with a thoughtful gaze. Supporting the Northern Bear Country? According to the information presented by Huaxia, it was learned that the Maoist players from the Northern Bear Country had been attacked by a chimera. Mao Zi was the only S-class talented player in their Northern Bear Country, and they didn't want to lose such a talent, so they asked for help towards them in Huaxia. There were only a handful of S-class talents in the entire world, and besides him, only 5 countries in the entire world possess them. As long as the player doesn't mess around with the operation, S-rank talent passes through some copies simply. Su Chang had meant to accept it. After all, millions of kilometers of land moved him extraordinarily as well. As a Chinese citizen, the importance of land is almost engraved in the marrow of the bones. But nay, the creature the other encountered, the chimera. Su Chang felt that something wasn't quite right as he listened to the creatures that the other party had encountered. Phantoms are how he still knows, those guys are not ordinary people can handle, they may become a human stem. After thinking for a moment, Su Chang looked towards the nest outside the homestead. Lair fluctuation, 23 hours remaining. Meanwhile, at the Chinese Raiders group, Elder Bai and a group of personnel nervously waited for Su Chang to reply. Suddenly, a message alert sounded. Xiao Lu looked at the message among the screen and hurriedly looked toward the back toward Elder Bai and the others. It's done. Su Chang, he agreed. Good. Haha, I knew this Su Chang kid would agree. Well, it's worthy of being a man of my Huaxia even if he's in the outside world, his mind is still on my Huaxia. It's just a pity that this kid Su Chang's parents have already passed away, or else they are bound to be given the best treatment. Alas, old one, you say this. If the big one is gone, won't there still be a small one in the future? At this rate of progress, I'm afraid it won't be long before we can see Little Su City, right? Yes and yes. As soon as the message of Su Chang's consent was spread, the Raider team's crowd immediately smiled and laughed. China lost too much territory out during its weak period, and now there is no way to get it back except to go to war. It was hard to come by such an opportunity, so they naturally didn't want to miss it. Like everyone else, the corners of Elder Bai's mouth curved up into a smile as he turned to look at Xiao Lu, quickly, establish contact with Su Chang. Once a player enters the world of the heavens, in addition to communicating information, his or her home country's Raider team has the opportunity once a month to have a video with the player. The video was sent and it didn't take long for the screen to connect. Su Chang's likeness was exhibited from the back of the screen. This was the first time that the crowd had formally met with Su Chang, and it was also the first time that Su Chang had seen their Huaxia personnel. Su Lang, who are those in this picture? They all look like you. Is this the homeland that husband told slave about earlier? These should all be from husband's side, right? Noticing the movement over here, the duo of Little White and Little Medical Fairy poked out a small brain from the back and asked curiously. There, good boy. Su Chang touched the two girls' heads and said, I'll talk to you guys later, right now I have important matters. Okay. The Little White duo nodded their heads obediently, skimming towards the screen before walking towards the side. After the Xiaobai duo left, Su Chang organized his costume and looked towards the white old man's crowd in the screen. After a round of pleasantries on both sides, they went straight to the subject of this occasion. I get the general idea of what's going on, and there's no problem with letting me go and help those furries, but how am I supposed to get over there now? Su Chang's eyes looked at Bai Lao and the others suspiciously. He now had the means to travel to the player's homeland in his country, but in the past, they were all immortalized with others. But when it comes to letting him go forward to help the players from other countries, there's really no other way for him to get over there right now. Comrade Su Chang, this you don't worry, the North Bear countryside got the call for help card can briefly summon you over, later as long as you confirm the transmission you will be fine. Elder Bai smiled as he looked at Su Chang and said, as for the exact time, there should be an indication on your side. I see, then I probably know everything. Is there anything else? Wait, there's one more thing. Elder White glanced at the remaining 1 minute of call time, and after exchanging glances with the raiders in the back, the entire group stood up. Comrade Su Chang, Bai Yang, here, on behalf of the entire upper and lower raiders group, as well as all the people of Huaxia, thank you for your dedication to Huaxia these days. Salute. The words were interrupted by the screen. At the same time, a message popped up from in front of Su Chang. The Northern Bear Country players have asked for your support. Do you accept? Su Chang did not hesitate and raised his hand to point down. Yes. Acceptance of support is successful. Transmission will begin in 5 minutes. The call ended, and Little White and Little Medical Fairy rubbed up against each other once again. Seeing Su Chang saluting with the crowd just now, the two of them similarly gestured curiously and looked at Su Chang. Husband, what does this gesture mean? It's nothing. Su Chang smiled back. Seeing that Su Chang's situation was not right, Little Dr. Fairy thought for a moment and finally spoke. Su Lang, is your side going somewhere again? What? Husband, you're leaving again. It hasn't been long since you came back. Nuja doesn't want husband to go. Little White pounced into Su Chang's arms as if he was pampered, and his tail tightly bound Su Chang, saying that he would not let go. This was not the first time Su Chang experienced the power of Little White's tail. Soon a sense of suffocation came. Su Chang hastily slapped Little White's tail and shouted, Little White! Little White! Quickly, I can't breathe anymore. Su Lang can only be for the two of us. I heard from sister Bai that Su Lang sneaks outside from time to time, if Su Lang must go. At this time, Little Dr. Fairy walked by with a syringe. The light in her eyes dimmed as she walked towards Su Chang. Then the two of us, Sister Bai and I, will have to do this. Suro, don't worry, it'll be quick. One stitch and soon we'll be together forever. Xiao Bai's hands tightly held Su Chang in his arms and whispered Su Chang's ear. Seeing Little Medical Fairy approaching, it was only then that Su Chang realized that there seemed to be something wrong with the gazes that the two of them, Little White and Little Medical Fairy, were looking at themselves. What the hell? It was only at this moment that Su Chang realized that the last column of Little Medical Fairy's panel had changed from the initial green color to red. Description: she's so in love with you that she wants to make a specimen of you so she can be with her forever. All red, turned into a sickly girl. What are you waiting for? Don't run yet. Together forever. Shots, soon. Sicko? Foreseeing that something was wrong, Su Chang wanted to struggle, but the power of the little white tail was too strong. Even though he used all his strength and even turned on the wrist guard increase, he was unable to break free. The body was bound and the gamble for life ability could not be used. Calm down, calm down. Xiao Bai, you quickly release me. Little healer, I know you're the best behaved one, let's talk slowly if we have something to say, and put the syringe down first. Su Chang did not know whether his physique could withstand the medicinal liquid configured by Little Medical Fairy. After all, the strength of the other party's physique was something he had personally experienced. Sister Bai said that Su Lang was flamboyant, and now it seems that she was right. Solange, let's just get a shot in the arm. The touch of liquid dripping came out, just as the Little Medical Fairy syringe was about to fall, and Su Chang was thinking about whether or not to start the beastization. The lull. A beam of light fell from above the homeland from above, enveloping Su Chang in it. Without waiting for Little White and Little Medical Fairy's two daughters to react, Su Chang's figure instantly disappeared in place. Chapter 53, The Price is Right. I go? What just happened? How did Little White and Little Medical Fairy suddenly become like that? Why does it feel like Little Medical Fairy's personality has changed? To also give Sushin an injection, this seems a bit off. This is the first time I've seen Sushin show this kind of expression. It seems that no matter who it is, even Sushin is afraid of his wife. Speaking of which, where did Su Shinran go? Why did Su Shinran suddenly disappear with a flash of white light just now? Found it. I found it. The Su gods have appeared inside the North Bear Country players' homeworld. Northern Bear Country Park? Don't I remember those guys in the Northern Bear Country encountering a chimera? It's hard to believe that. The sudden change scene of Little White and Little Medical Fairy made the crowd watching the live broadcast extremely puzzled. They didn't know what had changed in the two women, and Sushin suddenly ran away in such a panic. However, a few individual old shysters, senior two-spine salamanders, could see at a glance what was going on nowadays. It's clearly sickly. It seems that the bridal chamber isn't all good. Even if you pass, a sickly girl follows you around every day, and you have to be careful of the other person making a specimen of you. The crowd was expecting what Su Cheng would do next, but they did not expect the other party to suddenly disappear, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in the middle of the homeland of the Northern Bear Country. After knowing what kind of creatures the Northern Bear Country was facing, for a while countless viewers surged towards the Northern Bear Country's live broadcast room. At this time, the North Bear National Park. Mao Zi's form slumped to the ground, his cheeks had sunken in, faint dark circles rose around his eyes, his cheekbones appeared more prominent, his skin had lost its luster, becoming pale and dull. The lips were dry and cracked, lost their blood color, and opened slightly, but could only make a weak, muffled sound. He gazed towards the seductive physique of the phantom demon in front of him, and the fine beads of sweat on his forehead continued to ooze out, slowly sliding down, leaving behind a faint trail. "Hissy little brother, how come you can't do it so soon? My sisters behind me are still waiting for you hungrily." "No. I can't, wait, give me a break." The hairy man shook his head frantically as he watched the chimera walk by ahead of him. It's been a full 10 hours since the nest broke open. That was just the first one, there were 3 more behind him, and he just couldn't hold out any longer. He had paid some attention to the situation of the other country's players, and the other country's lairs were broken out with some strange creatures in addition to being monsters. At first he was extraordinarily surprised to learn that it wasn't monsters, but chimeras that had broken open the lair in his homestead and appeared. He naturally knew what a chimera was. And this time there wasn't just one, there were as many as 4, each with an incredibly hot body. In the face of the chimera's invitation, Mao Zi naturally did not refuse, which thought that before he could survive the second, he was already weak, and a strong tingling sensation came from his waist. The chimera that was in front of him at the moment was named Phantom Dream. The 2 slender, sharp horns on top of her head shone brightly in the sunlight. She has a slightly dark complexion and revealing clothing, a soft, silky tail that dances behind her, and often holds a long leather whip as a weapon in her hand. The body is even more undoubtedly intoxicating to the core. She has a full and broad bosom and plump, tantalizing hips, displaying perfect proportions and seductiveness between slender curves. However, in the face of such beauty, Mao Zi did not have the slightest feeling now, and even wanted to run. But the weakness coming from his body prevented him from moving. It's a struggle to get up now, let alone run. Seeing that the Phantom Dream was about to approach again, Mao Zi's face revealed fear, and his hands peeled towards the road behind him in anticipation of escaping from this place. Huaxia. Why haven't the reinforcements from Huaxia arrived yet? Despite the fact that Mao Zi crawled towards the back with all his strength, the chimera was so powerful. Phantom grabbed Mao Zi's legs and pulled him right up underneath him, unzipping the waist of his opponent's pants. Looking at the other party's appearance, Phantasmagoria licked her tongue and was about to continue replenishing her magic power. Next, a beam of light suddenly fell from high above, a powerful force isolating Mao Zi and Phantom Dream. The moment he saw the beam of light, Mao Zi's empty eyes regained a hint of brightness. It's here. It's finally here. The beam of light dissipated and Su Cheng's figure appeared from within the beam of light. At the moment he was sitting on the ground breathing heavily. So close, so close, so close. Almost finished. Su Cheng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Previously, when he had harvested the duo of Little White and Little Medical Fairy, he had noticed the column of descriptions, but at that time, he had not paid too much attention to it. Now that I think about it, the odor of the water I drank earlier, and this scene just now. Su Cheng shivered and felt a wave of fear. It seems that he will have to pay more attention to the changes in the Xiaobai duo in the future, otherwise he might not be able to move one day when he wakes up. Say, where am I now? After returning to his senses, Su Cheng gazed around and surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, the hairy man in front of him, who was like a dry corpse, made him look startled. What the hell? Wasn't he told to come here and take care of the chimera? How come you're a corpse now? Brother, you're finally here. If you don't come, I'll, hiccup. Mao Zi crawled to Su Cheng's side and took his hand as if he had seen a savior. You're a Northern Bear Country player? Listening to the other party's words, Su Cheng then reacted that the same dry corpse-like creature in front of him was actually Mao Zi. Only. How was this not quite like the people he remembered from the Northern Bear Country? With his current appearance, Su Cheng doubted that doing a single push-up could kill him. No, man, how did you get to look like this? Say. It's a long story. Mao Zi's face showed a bitter expression. Had he known that it would be this scene now, he would never have dealt with these chimeras again. Yo! I can't believe there's another little brother, he's quite handsome. While the two were talking, Phantom Dream slowly walked by in the back twisting her water snake waist. Phantom Dream looked Su Cheng up and down. Suddenly she seemed to have sensed something, her almond eyes lit up, licked her seductive lips and was about to go forward. Mirage, you've been playing for so long, this should be ours. That's right, it's been so long, it's our turn to play. This new little brother, don't tell me, he's quite handsome, I wonder how skilled he is, giggle. At this time, the other three phantoms similarly noticed the change in Su Cheng. Walking from the back, the four vied for a spot in the Su City belongings. Su Cheng looked at the three phantoms that came again from the rear, one more powerful than the other, and his eyes looked towards Mao Zi in confusion. No, aren't you talking about one phantom? How come there are four? No. Don't mind the details. Harry scratched his head in embarrassment. No, I'm a man of principle, and I say one is one, not these four. Su Cheng shook his head and got up, ready to leave. Seeing Su Cheng come for real, Mao Zi hurriedly pulled Su Cheng's pants leg. He's at the end of his rope. If he keeps this up, he's really going to hiccup. So? What do you say then? Su Cheng skimmed over the four people who were scrambling not far away, and after thinking for a moment, he seriously looked at Mao Zi Dao. Gotta add money. Chapter 54 1 against 4, the advantage is mine. Plus more. The scene of Su Cheng teleporting to the northern bear country attracted countless spectators from other countries to inquire about the situation. A bunch of people, including the Eagle Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom, also sneaked into the two countries' live broadcasts. Ever since Su Cheng showed his strength, they had been pondering the matter of cooperation behind their backs, and at this time, the walk between Huaxia and the northern bear country had suddenly attracted a high degree of attention from them. However, right after the viewers from the various countries entered the northern bear country's live broadcast room, upon seeing the legendary chimera they were facing, each of their gazes froze. The eyes were extremely shocked, especially after seeing that the hairy men of the northern bear country were all on the verge of becoming human dries. It's really a chimera, I thought such creatures only existed in legends, but there really is one. Hiss. This chimera is too fierce, isn't it? I remember that Mao Zi, the player, wasn't a big, tall, strong body of 1 meter 8? How come he's like a thin dog now? There's no need to think about it, you know these guys are chimeras. You don't even have 100 waists enough for them to play with, and it's already considered impressive that Mao Zi can still hold out. I can understand a chimera appearing here in Mao, but why is our Sajin here? I didn't hear anything about a duel either, huh? The scene of a phantom demon appearing in the northern bear country caused the crowd in the Huaxia country to be extraordinarily shocked, but after the shock had passed, their gazes flashed with a hint of doubt. What's Su Cheng got to do with a chimera appearing on the Maoist side? Why is Su Cheng here? Just when the Chinese people were wondering, a news that the northern bear country was returned to the 3 million territories of China suddenly came out from the news, and the whole China instantly boiled up. What the hell, did I hear you right? Those Maoist guys returned 3 million of my Chinese territory, what the hell is going on here? No, there's no mistaking it. This is from the news. I told you why Su Shin would appear in the Maoist homeland, it turns out that the Maoists are begging us. Su Shin is awesome. 3 million territories, that's almost half of what we have. It's just a shame that the 3 million territories aren't very useful, and it's a pain in the ass to even plant the land. Hey, since we've returned 3 million territories, we might as well get all of the previous ones back, so how good is that? You won't be able to use those lands anyway. As soon as the news of the return of the territory of the northern bear country came out, the Eagle country and other countries immediately had to know the news. Huaxia and the northern bear country have teamed up. Before the two big countries, Huaxia and the northern bear country, were extremely powerful tonight, and now they were also cooperating, which could only be bad for them. Not to mention the fact that the Mao Zi of the northern bear country had S-class talent. At one point other countries immediately raised their voices in protest. Nishia. I protest, you Huaxia and the northern bear country are destroying world peace and must terminate your cooperation. Granny, I told you why there are still guys from the northern bear country on the territory of my great cherry blossom country. Heck, this is a conspiracy between you two countries. I do realize now why the Chinese rookie can go so far. So it's a collaboration with the northern bear country, you guys are cheating. The sound of the country's levies spread across the live broadcasts of China and the northern bear country. In the face of the crowd's protests, Huaxia's crowd remembered the previous scene and their fire instantly rose. You guys still have the nerve to bark? Which be thing was ready to deal with us Su Shin together before, and now you're upset when you see us cooperating? What's wrong with allowing you to cooperate and not us? We can't? If you don't like it, you can cooperate too. That's right, a bunch of mother-born and mother-unraised, get out of here and don't come to disgust us. Interrupting my viewing of Sushin's conquest of the Chimera, I'll kill all you horses. Conquer the Chimera? Looking at the pop-ups floating across the screen, some viewers from other countries who had just come in realized what kind of creatures Su Chang and Mao Zi were facing. A chimera? Isn't this a creature of our Sunset Empire? Damn it, this phantom demon is clearly ours, so why has it appeared in your place? Hissy, this chimera's body is so hot, these Maoist and Chinese guys are inevitably too lucky to be able to bond with such a beautiful chimera. Good luck? Do you know why a chimera is called a chimera? Just wait, in less than a moment both of them will die here. Don't be in a hurry everyone, look at that Mao Zi from the northern bear country, he was like this when he faced one phantom, now this Chinese player is facing four. Ha, scared me to death, I thought you two countries were working together on something, so it's this. Looks like it doesn't even need us to make a move, these two guys are dead. When the House of Representatives learned of the cooperation between Huaxia and the northern bear country, they were worried at first that it would be unfavorable to them. But now, the crowd stopped worrying individually when they saw the chimera they were facing in the middle of Western European mythology. Especially in the Sunset Kingdom, they are extremely familiar with the phantom. One chimera had yet to make even the stocky Maoist look like this, and this was followed by 3 more. 4 of them together can't stand up to the gods. At this time in the Mao Zi homeland, Su Chang, after learning that the deal had been reached, then he patted Mao Zi's shoulder with satisfaction. Good, I got all the news, I'll take care of all the rest. Hearing Su Chang's words, Mao Zi was relieved. It seemed that this S-rank talent of his was still quite important, and they, the northern bear country, had not given up on him by doubling down. Seeing Su Chang walking towards the front, Mao Zi looked up, suddenly reacted and hurriedly shouted towards Su Chang, "Wait, what are you doing? Help you with these chimeras, huh? What, do you want to do it yourself? No. Don't you have anything prepared? It's a chimera, or 4 of them." When Mao Zi saw Su Chang going forward empty-handed, remembering his own previous image of being pressed under the phantom's body in a way that was worse than death, his waist was once again vaguely aching. These guys are monsters that eat people without much eye contact. Su Chang's body was even thinner than he was initially, so to go just like that without any preparation, wasn't he looking for death? He had heard of Su Chang's battle record before though. But that was all one-on-one, now it's different. There were 4 of them, or chimeras known for their sexuality, so what was he going to top? Facing Mao Zi's questioning, Su Chang just smiled and continued to walk towards the front. Such a scene not only made Mao Zi dumbfounded, but the crowd watching the live broadcast couldn't help but get excited. Holy, what is Sushin doing? Does he want to go 1-on-4? I had thought that 12 hours would already be Sushin's limit, but I didn't realize that this was just the tip of Sushin's iceberg. Don't black out the screen. Please, please don't black out. I'm too single to miss a second. Handsome, can't you wait so soon? Do you want to join us and turn the tables? Phantom Dream and a group of other chimeras saw Su Chang alone boldly walking by, first froze, but soon the figure leaned forward and caressed Su Chang's body seductively. Flip-flop? It seems that your number of idioms is too low, so let me teach you a few more. The corner of Su Chang's mouth smiled, and picked up the youngest chimera in the forefront of the body, and in the midst of a wail from the crowd watching the live broadcast, the screen quickly went black. The others didn't know what was happening, but Mao Zi, who was at the back of Su Chang at the moment, witnessed the scene with his own eyes. He who originally still had doubts about Su Chang, at this moment completely treated Su Chang as an idol in his heart. Not only did I learn an extreme amount, but I also memorized quite a few idioms. For example, forward and backward, preaching and teaching, attacking far-flung friends, deep-rooted, coquettish, ancient. Chapter 55, it's done. I'm done. Damn it. Such a great learning opportunity went black again. Damn screen, when I have money I must get one that doesn't black out, it's too much to handle, I'm in the middle of a session and suddenly it goes black. Say, this time we, Sushin, are helping their northern bear country against these chimeras, will we be rewarded when it's over? Oh, you Chinese guys are still waiting for a reward? The end of the black screen will only have a dry corpse waiting for you. Laughing my ass off, I was thinking about how to fix this Huaxia guy, and they're good enough to go straight to the delivery. Yossi. It's really giving you guys confidence to hold out for a little while, you know what this one is? The Phantom is messing with you guys, and you're cooperating, so you all. The screen went black, and the viewers in his country were bound to gnash their teeth when placed before. Previously, Su Chang had passed 2 consecutive matrimonial houses, which had already shown them the shadows. But this time is different. Watching the live broadcast of the audience of other countries not only did not have the slightest jealousy, on the contrary, the mood is particularly happy. The previous Sioux City encounters with the creatures were all a bit strange initially, but in the end at least they were all some normal marriage partners. This time could be different from before, now they were facing the Phantom. In the midst of their Western European mythology, even the most powerful warriors couldn't resist the Phantom's attack, so what made their Chinese players able to do so? Just as the viewers in other countries were expecting the Huaxia death message to be uttered. Soon, 12 hours passed. The screen remained black and showed no sign of lighting up. This scene Chinese viewers said that they have seen nothing strange. 12 hours is the minimum standard of the city of Suzhou. If less than 12 hours they will be the city of Suzhou is what happened. However, as 16 hours passed, already exceeding Su Cheng's previous maximum time, the screen did not light up. The Chinese crowd couldn't help but worry. It's been 16 hours, and Su Shen still hasn't finished? That's too long, isn't it? Don't panic, this time it's 4 or Chimera, a little longer should be normal. If I remember correctly, there are only 7 hours until the lair fluctuation. Su Shen shouldn't have missed the time, right? 16 hours is an extremely long time for ordinary people, but there are still many people who want to be the first to know the latest situation. Some viewers from other countries couldn't help but let out jeers when they saw that the Chinese crowd was still guarding the live broadcast. I'll be damned, you Chinese guys are still on guard here? What else to think about? Now that it's obvious that you're close to exhaustion, wouldn't it be nice to get a good night's sleep and wait for disaster to strike? You know about the Mauzi in the northern bear country, right? They only lasted less than a couple hours, and even if that guy of yours is indeed strong, he's only looking for death when facing 4 chimeras at once. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Disaster is coming to China soon. I've been standing guard at my doorstep for a few days now. As soon as disaster strikes, my great cherry blossom nation will take back all that it has lost before. Su Cheng faced 4 phantoms at once. Even though he had done many things before that normal people could not do, no one believed that he could hold on at this moment. The Northern Bear Country's raider team, after searching and scrubbing the many phantom demon profiles, were also staring nervously at the live broadcast screen one by one at this moment. Will these guys from Huaxia be able to do it? We've paid a great price for this one. Should, probably, maybe, possibly. It'll work, right? Ugh, we should have warned them before. The chances of coming one by one are still a bit higher. This together is really. Previously, they had thought that these chimeras were at most a bit stronger than normal people, but as they delved deeper, they realized that these chimeras were monsters. Not to mention one person, even 100 would be hard to satisfy them. If you can't satisfy the other person, then there is only one final result, to be squeezed into a dry body and die. Once Su Cheng failed this time, then they would lose a lot of money. Not only are the people not saved, but the resources are lost for nothing. However, just when the Northern Bear Country Raiders thought this one was for naught, a message came out from their own furry player. The moment the message popped up, the staff immediately shouted toward General Pooh in the rear, "General Pooh, a message from Tchaikovsky. Quick, open it and see what it says." As soon as the news spread, the entire Northern Bear Country Raiders group rushed to look ahead with a jolt. A voiceover about Tchaikovsky plays along with the staff clicking on it. Superman. This contestant from the country of China, he is Superman. Superman? Listening to Tchaikovsky's words, the Northern Bear Country Raiders looked at each other with a puzzled look in their eyes. Tchaikovsky only sent back such a sentence and could clearly hear the shocked look in his opponent's tone. General Pooh, what should we do now? The eyes of the crowd looked towards General Pooh, who was past his earliest years on the side. Communicate with Huaxia again, no matter what the cost, we must cooperate with each other completely. Even if the other side wants more resources, or even all the previous territories are given out. As the words fell, the entire Raiders group fell silent. General Pooh's eyes looked towards the screen in front of him. Tchaikovsky was his most favored warrior, and to be able to make the other party so shocked, he thought that those players in China must be absolutely extraordinary. This one was a big gamble. Not only for his sake, but for the sake of the North Bear Nation. This time he had to gamble too. Everyone is happy if you win, and all are lost if you lose the bet. Just as the crowd of Northern Bear countrymen were on tenterhooks. Soon, 20 hours passed. The screen gradually lit up, and at the moment viewers around the world were staring at this moment. Especially people like the Eagle Kingdom and the Pretty Kingdom expected Su Cheng to die. However, the images are on display. Out of the crowd, Su Cheng's figure was not seen in the middle of the image. Phantom Dream and the other 4 phantoms were all limbless at the moment, paralyzed on the ground, their mouths spitting out their tongues, their bodies twitching from time to time, and their faces full of flushed colors, a look of being played out. On the side, Mao Zi was half crouching with a pen, recording something in his book and muttering something under his breath. So it is. I get it. I get it. Ha ha ha. Became. Me too. The disappearing Su Chang, the epileptic Mao Zi, such a bizarre scene, caused the crowd watching this scene to be filled with questions. No, what's happening here? Where did the HWA go? Chapter 56, The Power of the Seductress, Su City, Danger. The live broadcast screen was on display, and the crowd looked at Su Chang, who disappeared in the middle of the screen one by one with a head full of question marks. Especially after seeing the four chimera all limp on the ground with a flushed look, one with eyes full of incredulity. This is a chimera, and there are 4 of them. How did the guy from Huaxia do it? And what's with this Northern Bear Country player? Why is he acting like a madman? Nishihachi. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. This is a chimera, still has enough for 4, he's going to drain him even one at a time. How did he manage to top these 4? There's something wrong, there's definitely something wrong. What happened during this black screen time? I don't believe this Chinese guy can go 1-on-4, how can a Chinese man be so powerful? Baka. Where did this Chinese player go? Why did the live screen light up but he disappeared, vanished into thin air? Found it. I found it, this Chinese guy has reappeared inside the Chinese livestream. The crowd looked at the screen of the live broadcast, full of question marks, the paralyzed chimera, the Mao Zi who was close to insanity with excitement, and the disappearing Chinese player. All of this was too bizarre. If the other party was any other creature, with the previous example of Su Chang, the crowd might not have been so. But now how did he do it? Not only had he conquered the 4 chimeras, but even the person had appeared unharmed within the live broadcast of China. This made countries such as the Eagle Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, which had been expecting China to suffer, look particularly ugly. However, unlike other countries, the corners of the Chinese audience's mouths couldn't restrain themselves from curling up when they saw this scene. Oh, a bunch of ratty guys, know what strength means? 12 hours is the limit of human beings, but not the limit of Su Chang, understand? But only 4 chimera, let the other foreigners see it and think we can't afford to play in China, 1 more, 1 chimera for each person in China. Scream, why don't you keep screaming? Know what is called strength. Do you really think that our Su God can get to this point without a little skill? See that, Mao Zi? Our Su God just reveals a little skill, are enough for you to learn for a lifetime. That said, do you guys remember the changes in Xiaobai and Little Medical Fairy when Sushin left at that time? Now that Sushin has teleported back, how should he face them now? I go, brother, you remind me of this. Not with these foreigners, bull, I have to go back first, single afraid of a little details, do not dare to miss. Su Chang insisted on 20 hours, subdued 4 chimera and returned to his home unharmed, scene, watching the live broadcast of the Chinese people, although there are surprises, but in a reasonable way. After all, this is all normal operation for Su City. Unlike the Chinese audience, the Northern Bear countries and the other group of people were relieved the moment they saw that Su Chang was fine. Phew, scared the hell out of me, luckily nothing happened, just people going back and scaring me to death. This Chinese player is really a man of God, leaving aside the strength, the other 20 hours, as a man I cannot help but feel admiration. Indeed, I am more than 30 years old, exhausted after working for a day, my mother-in-law still want me to pay the public food, this is really can't top. I really don't know how that player in Huaxia can do it. Alas? Didn't Tchaikovsky he see the Chinese player's maneuvers? By the looks of him he seems to have memorized quite a few, quick, let him pass on a few moves to us. General Pugh watched the scene of the raiders crowd inquiring toward Tchaikovsky and similarly gasped. Luckily Su Chang was fine, if something had happened then they would have lost a lot of money. Being able to last less than 4 chimeras and being hailed as superhuman by their country's players seemed like a good bet for a big gamble. At this time, inside the live broadcast room of the Huaxia country, a pillar of light lit up from above the homeland. Su Chang's figure stepped out from within the pillar of light, his gaze curiously looking at the panel in front of him. Power of charm, consumes 1 year of lifespan and lasts for 30 minutes. Any female creature simply can't stop your charm, as long as you are willing to offer yourself they will surely accept it, and you can even order them to do anything. Of course, male creatures are no exception. This time, although he didn't get a lifespan value bonus, he gained an ability from his deep interaction with those 4 chimeras. No female creature can stop your charms? A light flashed in Su Chang's eyes as he looked at this column. That's a bit of a sick ability. However, Su Chang guessed that this charming demon power should also have an upper limit, and I am afraid that the effect would not be as strong when encountering powerful creatures. But despite this, it was still extremely useful to Su Chang. Only. What the hell is a male creature? No exception. The panel closed, and Su Chang gazed towards the nest not far away. Lair fluctuation, 2 hours and 23 minutes remaining. If it wasn't for the fact that time was running out this time, he would have wanted to continue communicating with those chimeras. One can only phantom say no to phantom. With the other party's techniques and various hypnotic abilities, Su Chang really almost didn't top it at first. Fortunately, he soon adapted, and after understanding the phantom demon's body structure, they would not be able to hold up against Su Chang's attack with just a single activation of the coquettish cloud hand. It's been over 20 hours, so the white girl should have calmed down, right? Thoughts retracted, Su Chang tiptoed to the outside of the homestead. A head poked out towards the interior of the homestead, looking for the small white duo. Such a scene from Su Chang caused the crowd watching the live broadcast to burst out laughing. Ptah, laughed me to death. How Su Shen's appearance is exactly the same as the scene when I came back after going out for a drink and a late night snack at night. There's a picture. I didn't realize that even spare God Su couldn't escape this. I'd love to see a scene where Su Shen gets caught. After all, Little Medical Fairy's look at trash earlier was really cool. Hee, you don't say. I feel pretty good too. If I were Su Shen, and the two big beauties, Xiao Bai and Xiao Hexian, were standing in front of me, looking at me with trashy eyes, 10 times a day wouldn't be too much. No? Brother, you pervert, put two big beautiful women in front of you, do not go, you spaced out self-produced? Outside of the homestead. In the same way that everyone thought, Su Chang's gaze scanned the interior of the homeland, his heart beating continuously. Previously, Little White and Little Medical Fairy had given him too much of an impression, especially Little White. The power of the other party's tale was still palpitating in his own heart now. After scanning the area, he saw that no one was around. Su Chang then breathed a sigh of relief and just wanted to step in. Next. Husband, where are you going? A pleasant voice came out from the back, but at this moment, this voice was like a magic sound through the ears in Su Chang's ears. Su Chang's body was stunned and he hurriedly turned around to look towards the back. Little Dr. Fairy saw Su Chang with a nervous look, worriedly went forward and said, "What's wrong with you, Su Lang? Why are you sweating profusely? Are you sick? Come, quickly let me take a look." Husband, why did you disappear again before? Xiao Bai was so worried about you. It's okay? Su Chang looked at Little White, who once again jumped into his arms, and Little Medical Fairy, who revealed a worried look on the side, and opened the panel of the two. After seeing the description column below the duo, which was still in red, he couldn't help but look puzzled. That's not right, isn't it still in red? Wait. Red? Su Chang suddenly realized that something seemed to be wrong. Next. An icy voice came out from below him. Xiao Bai raised her head, a red aura flashing in her eyes. Husband, why do you have the smell of another woman on you again? Su Chang wanted to explain, but realized that he was now completely unable to move. Su Chang looked at the handkerchief in Little Medical Fairy's hand, remembering the scene of her wiping her sweat earlier. His pupils trembled. This handkerchief is poisoned. Ha. Suro. My Suro. With her purpose accomplished, Little Medical Fairy also removed her disguise at this moment, fiercely pulling out several syringes from under her skirt, panting heavily and slowly walking towards Su Chang. Husband, surely you must be thirsty now? At this time, Xiao Bai also pulled out a transparent water bottle from the back. Love flickered in her eyes and she stared at Su Chang with a deadly stare. This is the water that Nu Jia has carefully prepared for husband, full of love. Oh. Here, open your mouth, drink, and you won't be thirsty. Ah. Husband, open your mouth. Chapter 57, The Invasion Begins. Until a bottle of holy water went down, his body was pierced with countless small holes, and Goddess of Luck bounced dozens of times. Su Chang couldn't hold back any longer. The animalized state was turned on along with the power of the charmed demon. This moment in Su City's glamour soar 80. Su Chang's sudden change caused Xiao Bai to look stunned. However, it was during this moment of daze that Su Chang threw the other party towards the distant hot spring with a hug. Plop. The sound of falling water sounded out, and on the side, Little Medical Fairy looked towards the direction of the hot spring in a dumbfounded manner, and it was also clear that she did not anticipate this scene. Under the influence of the power of the charming demon, Su Chang's face value had been raised by more than one level. Su Chang's face value was already not low, and now after such an enhancement, even Little Medical Fairy, who was well versed in the human body, looked dumbfounded. Su Lang. What are you doing? Quickly. Quickly put me down. Wait. This location is not allowed. Before little medical fairy could react, Su Chang picked her up in his arms. Seeing Su Chang start to undo his belt, little medical fairy obviously panicked. At this moment, Su Chang had a lot of fire, but no matter how little medical fairy shouted, the LJ gesture brought him into the hot spring in the back together. The skillful cloud hand opened, and in the middle of the hot springs, only the cries for help from the duo of Little White and Little Medical Fairy could be heard, and the cries were endless. The crowd watching the live broadcast had wanted to watch Su Chang suffer, but how did they expect the picture style to turn into such a scene? Looking at the familiar handsome face after the black screen launch in front of them, the corners of the crowd's mouths kept twitching. Good guy, I'm damn straight good guy. I thought Su Shin would be defeated this time, but I didn't expect a direct reversal. Convinced, I'm really convinced. It's only just solved 4 chimeras, how long has it been since then, and here we go again. I have a feeling Su Shin's waist is different from ours, he has at least 10. Wait. Isn't Su Shin forgetting something? At Su God's pace, the screen won't light up without 12 hours, but realize that the lair fluctuation is less than 2.5 minutes away. I'll go. I suddenly remembered that too, and I can't go on it this time. While the crowd was envious, someone among the pop-ups soon reacted. They had also guessed before that this time Su Chang had rushed to the end of this time period in order to welcome this nest fluctuation. But now that this has happened, wouldn't it be a mistake once the nest starts invading? Just as the crowd was secretly saying something bad. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the sky above Blue Star. This lair fluctuation is about to open, please return to your homes as soon as possible. The degree of reward will be ranked according to the number of kills by each country's players. The second and third ranked players, in addition to their own rewards, the player's country will receive 100 years of life expectancy value, plus 5 points of 3-dimensional attribute bonus. First wave of invasion begins in 1 minute. Countries of this invasion: Kimchi country, Roman country. The voices of the heavens rang out, and the audiences of various countries instantly boiled. Especially at the moment when they saw that the rewards for the top 3 places were a full 100 years of lifespan value, plus 5 points of 3-dimensional attribute bonus, the audience from various countries could no longer sit still. The rewards for the top 3 this time are so good? 5 points of 3-dimensional attribute bonus, 1 point would take 50 years, 15 points, wouldn't it be 7.5 million years for nothing? Haha, isn't this reward for nothing for our Eagle Kingdom? We're sure to take the first place. Now who doesn't know that our Eagle Country's Smith is the strongest player? It's a sure thing, it's a sure thing. Oh, even your Smith wants to take first place? You haven't even asked us, the Sunset Empire, if we agree. This time, the first place is ours. Yossi. This time our Sakura Nation's Daiko player, surprisingly, has a ranked talent again, this time we'll surely turn the tables. Why are you all so excited? This time it's our Kimchi country's home field, and you still want to be number 1, go yourselves. This nest fluctuation, the rewards for second and third alone were extremely rich, not to mention the rewards for first place. The nations had thought that this nest fluctuation was just a minor inconvenience, but they hadn't expected such a good reward. Such an event was seen by the Eagle Kingdom, as well as the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and the Sunset Kingdom, as if it had been set up for them. Isn't that a reward for nothing? However, the players with a level talent and above were happy, and the other weak countries were all worried. It's over, completely finished. Our country's players have just entered within a replica, and to come to the nest invasion at this time, isn't this killing us? Pff, don't worry up there, you're not the only one, that punk from China is still blacking out, they'll be coming to keep you company soon too. It's just a waste that has survived until now by his lower body, what other means does he have besides his 12 hours of power? Now this nest fluctuates, I'll see how he can still survive, they're dead. Hey! Don't talk about them like that, didn't their Chinese players still build quite a few buildings before? Maybe they can rely on those buildings to fend them off? Pfft, can they stop a nest attack with those things? If they could, I'd cut off their heads and kick them in the balls. The lair fluctuation was about to begin, and seeing that the Chinese live broadcast was still in the black screen stage, taunts from all countries came pouring in. The previous scene of Su Chang fighting 4 phantom demons by himself had surprised them extraordinarily. But that's just a few tricks in the end. Now rely on their own strength, are still in the black screen stage at this time, they cannot think of any kind of possibility that Huaxia can survive. As for the defense buildings near the Sioux City homestead, the crowd scoffed even more. The truly strong will not rely on these external means, they can be solved by one person, only waste will think of using external means. At this time, inside the highest operational command base in China. Haven't you reached Sioux City yet? Elder Bai looked towards his assistant Xiao Lu on the side, and when he saw the other party shaking his head, his gaze couldn't help but be heavy. They naturally heard the heavenly announcements. The rewards for the top 3 places would be incredibly heartwarming in any country, and naturally so for them. However, the crowd did not expect Su Cheng to take how good the rewards were. Even if they did not get the top 3, it did not matter, surviving was the most important thing. But they didn't expect that Su Cheng would actually black out at such a critical time. Isn't that a bad thing? This Su Cheng kid is good at everything, but that's the one bad thing, it's been too long. Trouble, this time all the heavens have notified. Compared to this nest fluctuation, which is definitely not simple, I'm afraid that Su Cheng will really be in danger if he continues like this. In addition to Elder Bai, the rest of the Raider Group's group of personnel were also all worried. Although the first wave of nest fluctuations didn't take their turn in Huaxia, it couldn't be said that the second wave would start. If Sioux City isn't finished by then, things could get messy. Previously, although Sioux City had constructed quite a few defenses for the sake of this nest fluctuation, but it would be a hell of a thing if that kind of backward ancient defense building could block it. As silence fell for a moment. At the top of the screen, Kimchi Nation's live feed was the first to issue a change. Seeing this, Xiao Lu hurriedly shouted towards the crowd at the back, "The invasion of the White Old Pickle Country has begun." Chapter 58, The Female Hog-Headed Man. Woo! The countdown ended and a muffled horn sounded in the Pickle Country garden. In the face of the impending invasion, the audience in the Pickle Country appeared to be unusually exuberant. I didn't realize that the first one would be our Kimchi Country. Is this a direct pre-selection of the champion for us? Oh my god, so many people are here? Are you all here to see our Appa Choi Jong-yoon? Hee hee, just by yourselves you are also worthy of stealing the first place from our Sakura country? I don't know which guy was so scared by the Chinese ones before that he didn't even dare to fire his gun, it's really funny. Nishi Hachi? You Sakura countries still have the face to talk about us? It's a shame that your own country's territory has been taken over by China. If we were you we would have run headlong into the ground long ago. What's the matter? So what if we, the Great Cherry Blossom Kingdom, lose our territory? As usual, we're still bigger than you, the Kimchi Kingdom? Who was the one who only had a 10-day reward before? Sapachi deserves it. It's obvious that this reward is buggy, and you cherry blossom countries deserve to compare territories with our world's #1 kimchi country? The nest fluctuation opened, and for a moment, countless viewers flocked to the Kimchi Nation livestream to check it out. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, they see each other. Before the monster even appeared, there was a lot of noise in the broadcast room. At this moment, outside the Kimchi National Garden, Choi Jong-yoon held a short blade and surveyed the distant nest with a disdainful gaze. Really Shiba waste of time, some trash bugs just, this quite a few casual solution? Directly give me the first knot on the line, makes so much trouble. Possessing the A-ranked talent haste, he did not take this fluctuation into account in the slightest. It wasn't that he hadn't encountered the monsters that appeared within the lair before, but they were all killed by him in a single slash, and they couldn't even pit him a second time. Hey, Shiba. Talking to you guys, can you come out quickly, don't waste my time. After waiting for a long time, he saw that the nest in front of him was slow to move. Choi Jong-yoon steps forward and kicks the top of the nest, spitting fragrance. Swinging the broken blade in his hand, just as he was about to break open the nest in front of him to find out what was going on, suddenly, a black shadow appeared from behind him. Feeling the aura coming from behind him, Choi Jong-yoon put away his broken blade and turned around, his gaze disdainfully looking towards the back. Sabachi, and run to the back, wasting my old man. In the middle of his words, Choi Jong-yoon looked at the robust body in front of him and froze. Feeling the heat wave coming from above, Choi Jong-yoon stiffened and looked up towards the top as a large pig's head exhibited itself in front of his eyes. Hissy dude, you look delicious. Since the back of that female pig-headed man, there was standing a row of hungry female pigmen. They looked at Choi Jong-yoon's skinny body, saliva could not help but ooze out, and one of them stared at the other person with a red light emanating from their eyes in death. What kind of creature is this, a pig-headed man? And it's ing female. This situation doesn't look too good, the way each of these piggish women are looking at Choi Jong-yoon Appa doesn't seem right. A bunch of disgusting pig-headed people, I'm about to throw up just looking at the looks of these guys, Choi Jong-yoon Appa kill them now. The scene of dozens of female pig-headed people appearing on the screen at the same time brought an extremely strong impact to the crowd watching the live broadcast. Drool oozed from the corners of these pig-headed men's mouths, and foul liquid oozed from the surface of their bodies. The moment they saw Choi Jong-yoon, the crowd of pig-headed people rubbed against the legs of the fat belle and stared greedily at each other. As with the crowd, Choi Jong-hyun looked at this sudden behemoth and forgot to speak for a moment. I only felt a chill go up my spine, and my legs involuntarily trembled slightly. Especially when he realized that their eyes were staring below him, a strong sense of uneasiness surged up from his heart. West 8. A bunch of give me death. Foreseeing that he couldn't continue like this, Choi Jong-yoon roared in anger and swung the broken blade in his hand towards the female pig-headed man in front of him. Pust. The blade entered his body and blood splattered on Choi Jong-yoon's face, making him sober up instantly. Wiping the blood stains from his cheeks, Choi Jong-yoon suddenly felt like he had done it again. He was a genius with a rank talent, but he was almost intimidated by this group of pig-headed people. Choi Jong-yoon's mouth smiled as he tried to draw back the blade. However, the snag coming from the blade prevented him from drawing it back with all his might. It was then that Choi Jong-yoon looked up towards the front, only to see that the female pig-headed man was grasping one hand on top of his blade, her eyes lovingly dancing as she looked at herself. The swing of the blade just now had only torn away a layer of the opponent's epidermis. This. Choi Jong-yoon was dumbfounded, his own strength attribute was as high as 20. This all-out strike of his own hadn't even broken through the opponent's defense? This knife not only did not cause any damage, on the contrary, when the knife fell, the female pig-headed man in front of him looked at Choi Jung-shin's eyes became more and more excited, just like a widow who had not been thirsty for decades and was looking forward to sweet rains for a long time. That's the kind of bloody man we like you to be, come on. Don't resist. Let's do happy things together. Raising her hand and knocking the broken blade out of Choi Jong-yoon's hand, the female pig-headed man grabbed Choi Jong-yoon's hands and pinned him down with one hand, with her nose almost pressed against Choi Jong-yoon's cheek. Choi Jong-yoon showed fear and tried to use his talent to escape, but the other party's strength was so great that no matter how much he struggled, it never helped. I'll go first. I like this fine skin. Come on, mister, we've got 50 kids, and we're not leaving until we're done. The moment Choi Jong-yoon was pinned down, the pig-headed people in the back swarmed up and stripped Choi Jong-yoon of his clothes in an instant. A mournful scream rang out, and the screen then went black. Pickle Country crowd. As things happened to this scene, the crowd of Kimchi Country viewers who had previously clamored for first place were silenced. How could they not expect that Choi Jong-yoon had failed to kill even one of them, and instead, they had been crushed underneath them? With such a scene, combined with Choi Jong-yoon's last scream, even a little cutie. All knew what was going to happen. However, while the people of Kimchi Country were silent, the viewers of other countries in the live broadcast room were all happy. Ta! The Kimchi countries can make a lot of money 10 at a time to serve. I'm afraid the days of the gods is not like this, right? Yossi. I told you guys from the Kimchi kingdom to talk back to us, the great Sakura kingdom, and now you've got what's coming to you. Tisk, 10 pig-headed people, you Kimchi countries players can have served this acidic think about it all strong That's all it takes to steal first place from our eagle country, survive those 10 big-ass peers first. Nishihachi. What are you guys talking about? It's just that the live stream went black, it doesn't mean that we, Choi Jong-yoon, lost. In the face of his country's mockery, the crowd of the pickle country just wanted to retort. Next. The notices of the heavens sounded out. Kimchi Nation's contestant, Goner, is detected to be broken and dead. The life expectancy of all Kimchi countries has been reduced by 5 years. Extremely angry at the unsatisfied female Piggly Wiggly. 100,000 hungry female pig-headed men descend on Kimchi Kingdom. Chapter 59, Iron Man? The notice of the heavens rang out, and before the people of the Pickle Country could react, 100,000 pig-headed people descended on the territory of the Pickle Country. These pig-headed people were different from the previous monsters that usually killed people on sight. They went crazy looking for males in the Pickle Country. No, don't go back with you. Get off me, let me go back, I want to go home. Disgusting thing. Don't you come over here. Don't you come over here. No. Saihachi. What just happened? Why did my eyes suddenly go blind and I can't see, and why is someone knocking on the door and saying they're opening a harem for me? Damn you Choi Jong-yoon, why are you trying to hurt us when you're dead yourself? No, my Ompa was taken from me. You pig-headed people give me back my Ompa. The pig-headed man descended on the country of Kimchi, and for a while the entire male population of the country of Kimchi screamed in agony. In the face of these female pig-headed people's attack, they were simply powerless to fight back, and with their bodies sitting violently, they immediately lost consciousness in the lower half of their bodies. The other side is as if they have not been given a hungry widow for decades, as long as they see the men of the kimchi country cannot escape at all. No male creature, not even male dogs, can escape their clutches. Under their intense attack, the mortality rate of males in the pickle country continues to skyrocket. On the contrary, none of the females of the kimchi country were killed or injured, and the pig-headed men acted as if they didn't see each other, only grabbing the males around them. It was only when the kimchi state sent in a large number of troops to suppress the situation that things gradually stabilized. However, the number of male deaths remains high at over 100,000 deaths. There are some males from the kimchi country who survived the scene and were unable to lift again for the rest of their lives. The spectators of his country who watched the scene could not help but show their teeth. The male audience, in particular, deeply appreciated this scene. These pig-headed people can be really ruthless, even the dog is not spared, this but pure sit-down cannot be wasted? Didn't these kimchi country guys say before that his country's players are wastes in the marriage room? How come you guys are still not happy now that you are given a chance to prove yourselves? We, the White Elephant Kingdom, express our envy in real name. We haven't experienced such a creature yet. How nice of you not to give it to us. This kind of thing you White Elephant Kingdom want? Let's just say it's worthy of being san, anything can go down to your hands. The kimchi country matter has made countless viewers in other countries laugh. But soon they realized. This nest fluctuation doesn't seem to be as simple as one might think. The guy from the pickle country was no longer a vegetable but also an A-rank talent. Even the A-rank talent couldn't stop these pig-headed people from attacking. Could they without a ranked talent stop them? If their country's players didn't block if they encountered these pig-headed people, wouldn't they also have to? Thinking about this, the males of all the major countries, except for the White Elephant country, began to panic, praying that they would never be given a turn at these female hogsheads. However, along with the message of the Roman nation's defeat being spoken, the crowd looked at the female pig-headed people who were also wreaking havoc on the Roman nation and fell silent one by one. No, what's going on? Why are they all pig-headed people? Is it hard to believe that this invasion all countries are facing the same? I don't want to be pinned down by these pig-headed people, might as well just kill me. Baka. If it's all pig-headed people this time, won't that guy from China be invincible again? The nation of Rome and the other small nations that invaded in the first wave all failed, and the sight of the female hogsheads wreaking havoc sent shivers down the spine of the crowd. Not to mention confronting these female pig-headed people, just by seeing that appearance of the other party, the desire to fight in his heart instantly disappeared. If you're accidentally pinned down by your opponent, that's when the real despair begins. Wait. It seems different, the second wave of the invasion has begun, and this time it's not the piggies. What? How long has it been since the first wave of invasion, and so soon the second wave has begun? Which countries are in the second wave? God forbid, it mustn't be us next, as long as it's not us anything. The first wave of invasion is over. 1 minute later, the second invasion begins. Countries of this invasion: Eagle Country, Sunset Country. The notice of the heavens rang out, and after seeing that the current invasion countries, Eagle Country and Sunset Country, were included, the crowd one by one rushed towards the two countries' live broadcasts and surged inside. Before Sioux City came along, Eagle Country's Smith was recognized as the #1 player in the world. Sunbelt Nation, though far from Smith, is called the second and most likely best to catch Smith, the Eagle Nation's player. Is it finally our turn in Eagle Country? The new one's coming in, watch while how our Smith passes. Really a bunch of losers, can't even solve a few pig-headed people, what's the use of us needing you wasteful minions? I have to say, these Chinese guys are really lucky, the first few times they staggered with us Smiths, otherwise wouldn't we be able to let them live until now? It's just a mere 10 pig-headed men. Smith put on a good show for them losers and show them what it means to be the #1 power in the world in terms of strength. The second wave of the invasion began as viewers from other countries flooded inside the Eagle Nation live stream. Facing the mockery of the Eagle Nation's crowd, the Kimchi Nation as well as the Sakura Nation dared to be angry but did not dare to speak. There's no way around it, Hawk Nation is not only #1 in the world in terms of military power, but even their player Smith is the strongest player in the game today. The opposition has pride of capital in any of these. What a bunch of losers, can't even solve a few pig-headed people. Before I was thinking of jointly dealing with that guy from Huaxia, it seems that I still have to rely on me alone. At this time, outside the Eagle Country Park, Smith listened to the information coming from the raiders, and the corners of his mouth turned up in disdain. He gazed towards the lair in front of him, his strength having doubled after his last experience with the Hulk. If he were to face that Hulk at the time again, the previous humiliation would never be repeated. Now has a life expectancy of up to 250 years, in the equipment additive strength attribute exceeds 50, he has full certainty that he can kill in one blow. Just as Smith's eyes searched for the pig-headed man below. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound came out. Click. The moment he heard the voice, Smith turned to keep his gaze fixed on the nest that was about to break open in the distance, his pocket knife clutched in his hand. Next. Boo! A violent explosion sounded out, and a black shadow rushed straight up from the middle of the nest. The wind and sand hit him and Smith looked up to shield his eyes, and when his vision cleared, he looked up slowly towards the sky above. This. Upon seeing what the black shadow in front of him came from, Smith's entire body froze in place. What the hell? Iron Man? Chapter 60, First kill of a D-class boss, Eagle Kingdom taking off? What is this thing? Didn't they say that the ones that appear from within the lair are some kind of monsters or something? Why is this covered in steel? WTF? What's like steel? This is Iron Man. I met the Hulk before, and now Iron Man. Why do I get the feeling that things aren't quite right? It's not possible that the Women's League are all going to come on once, is it? Phew, luckily it's just Iron Man. It would be a problem if I met the one who says I could fight you all day, every day. What are you guys worrying about? Is there any need to think? How could there be a mecha in the nest? This must be sent by our Eagle Kingdom. Over Eagle National Park. The crowds watching the live broadcast all looked particularly excited at the sight of the mecha hovering above the sky. Many of them were fans of Iron Man, and when they saw that there was actually an Iron Man in existence, they couldn't wait to get into it and take a picture with each other. Smith is equally a fan of Iron Man. The moment he saw the mecha in the sky, he thought it was his country's Iron Man coming to support him, waving his hand towards the other side non-stop. The Eagle Nation crowd was excited, but the Eagle Nation raiders watching this scene were confused. Where did this Iron Man come from? How do they not know? MacArthur, who was a 5-star general, watched the scene and dropped the cigar in his hand in shock. At this time a side staff member rushed forward and said, "General MacArthur, we have queried the nation's mech manufacturers and have not found any trace of this mech." No trace of this mech? Then where did this thing come from? MacArthur was dumbfounded. Where would this mech have come from if not their Eagle Kingdom? Suddenly, MacArthur seemed to realize something. He gazed at the shattered nest in the middle of the screen, and was instantly dismayed. It's a ING Iron Man, it's a ING monster from that lair, alert Smith so he doesn't freeze up. This Iron Man is not a product of their Eagle Kingdom, no country today can build such a thing except their Eagle Kingdom. Since none of them are, there's only one possibility now. This guy is the monster of this lair fluctuation. But at the moment Smith was unaware of the danger coming his way. He kept waving his hand towards the mech above him, and Smith jumped with excitement as he watched the mech sight towards him and raise his hand in the same greeting. You dumbass, this isn't ING Iron Man, this is a monster. Meet the attack, meet the attack. Just as Smith was caught up in the joy of a fan meeting a star, MacArthur's roar kept coming out of his ears. Listening to the raiders, Smith looked puzzled. Not Iron Man? Is it a monster? How could this be possible? If the other party was a monster, how could he still beckon to himself? And so on. Smith looked stunned. Recruiting? At this moment, he suddenly remembered the move in the movie where Iron Man launched his attack. The gesture of the other party just now seemed to be exactly the same as what seemed to be in the movie. Realizing something was wrong, Smith looked up with the small knife in his hand just about to swing. Next. Whoosh. Only a breaking sound came out, and from the mech's palm, an intense laser burst out, carrying the power to destroy everything towards Smith. Rumble. The laser blast erupted into a violent boom in Smith's direction, and rolling smoke was exhibited from it. Seeing this scene, the crowd of people from the Eagle Kingdom who were still happy were silent one by one. No, what happened? Isn't this Iron Man from our Eagle Kingdom? Why is he attacking Smith? Damn. This isn't even our country's Iron Man, this guy is a monster from that lair. Monster? Why would a monster be a mecha? That's not right. It's over, it's over. This strike is so powerful, can Smith still survive? The scene turned so steeply that not only did the Eagle Nation audience not react, but the Sakura Nation and the Kimchi Nation and a host of others didn't expect this scene either. But they were not the first to taunt the Eagle State. The last time Smith guy the crowd thought the other guy was dead, which thought of a swindle in the end. What's more, the Yellow Gate is now open. It's fine for them to taunt and mock other weak countries, but if the Eagle Kingdom holds a grudge, they won't be able to take it in their stride. Sure enough, as the crowd thought. In the middle of the scene, the smoke cleared. Smith's form was again exhibited from it. Although the opponent's current appearance was exceptionally wretched compared to the initial one, and even his hair had turned into an explosive head, the opponent did not fall under this blow. Damn, how dare you pull a sneak attack and waste another piece of my equipment? Smith looked meadily towards the broken D+ grade equipment on the side. It was one of the hardest pieces he'd ever gotten, and it was just gone. Above the sky, that mech obviously didn't expect Smith to be okay after taking a shot from himself. Raising his hand, the energy gathered again. Surging power gathered from the palm of its hand, and the sky changed color under this power. Still want to do this? Smith raised an eyebrow and pulled a device from his belt and threw it on the ground. Only a transparent barrier was exhibited, and the moment the mech was enveloped by the barrier, its feet instantly lost power and it fell down from the height. Smith's mouth smiled as he flipped the small knife in his hand and his body rushed towards the front. He didn't have much of anything on him, just a lot of gear. Losing the ability to fly, the mech's combat power obviously dropped by more than one level. But despite this, Smith was unable to escape from his opponent. After dying a full 3 times and exploding a total of 4 pieces of equipment, he was able to take down his opponent. Smith body half crouched on the ground, a big mouth gasping for air, the hands of the knife or hacked appear broken. Damn, tired me, this time the reward first must belong to my, otherwise it can be a big loss. Congratulations to Eagle Country Smith on his first kill of a D rank boss. All the people of the Eagle Kingdom have a life expectancy value of plus 10 years and a 3-dimensional attribute of plus 1. This kill lasted 1 hour and earned 1,000 points. The announcement of the heavens rang out, and all the people of the Eagle Kingdom instantly boiled over. This is actually a boss-level creature, no wonder Big Brother Smith is fighting so hard, it turns out that his opponent is too strong. Haha, scum of his country, see what is called strength. This is called strength, can you guys do it for the first kill of a D-rank boss? We're not like some country called Huaxia that takes in an orc and gives them the bullseye. Is your powerful orc as powerful as our D-ranked booze? Steady, completely steady. First kill of a D-ranked boss, this first place won't be taken casually? Chapter 61, Daikoku, Grade A Talent Transformation. A D-class boss has never been encountered by any country today. Not only did the Eagle Kingdom defeat it, but it was also the first pass, and for a while the countries that weren't on good terms with the Eagle Kingdom couldn't help but worry. The farther the player goes within the world of the heavens even, the more the strength of the country that carries the player will be enhanced. Now Smith's exposed strength has confirmed the world's #1 throne, untouchable. Yossi. Worthy of being the big brother of the Eagle Kingdom, the strength is different, let's hug our thighs tightly. I told you that Big Brother Eagle Nation is #1 in the world, and now anyone who dares to question it is an enemy of our Kimchi Nation. This is a boss, it has never appeared before, I didn't expect Eagle Country's big brother to solve it so easily, from now on we will be your little brothers, we will never go west if you tell us to go east. Mother-er. You airplane pilot cannot fly Don't fly to China, can't you hear that Eagle Country is now #1? Hurry up and turn around. Some of the countries that were unwilling to join with the Eagle State are now sending applications for cooperation to the Eagle State one by one. There are even a number of countries that directly give their already small amount of oil to the Eagle State as a condition of cooperation. Naturally, the Eagle State will not accept such an action by the states. After all, you don't want oil for nothing. Inside Eagle Country Park. The corners of Smith's mouth curved up as he listened to the sounds coming from his ears. What's called strength, this is called strength. Smith skimmed the pieces of the mech underneath him and looked towards the prompt that popped up in front of him. He was the first to kill a boss, and this time the rewards were bound to be extremely generous. Congratulations on passing this Lair Flux. Reward, 50 years of lifespan value, 3D attribute +1, dual card 1, Mecha Gloves. Mecha Gloves, grade D+. Now ranked #1, rewards to be settled. 50 years worth of life? Smith cracked a smile as he looked at such a generous reward in the prompt in front of him. This was the first time he had been rewarded with 50 years of life expectancy value. He only had a total of 250 years to live, and he had just consumed 40 years, and now he was given 50 years all at once. Doesn't that mean he's also earned 10 years for nothing? It's the outfit. That's just it, isn't it just a waste of 3C plus equipment? When this first reward is settled, I'll get back all that I've lost. Taking the mech gloves out, Smith's mouth curved up in a curve as he looked at the introduction of the mech gloves. First time through a D-rank boss, this time the reward was bound to be his, no one could take it away. As for the outside rumors that Huaxia might be surpassing himself, he just laughed. It's just a matter of luck that he passed the marriage room a few times, this time he relied on his strength. Is he as strong as he is? Soon after the message of the Eagle Kingdom's first boss kill, a message from the Sunset Kingdom's passage soon followed. Congratulations to the Sunset Kingdom for successfully killing the D-rank boss. All the people of the Sunset Kingdom have a life expectancy value of +5 years and a strength attribute of +1. This kill lasted 2 hours, 500 points earned. Oh. I didn't realize that you guys from the Sunset Kingdom could also pass, but compared to a Smith's it's still too bad. It's just a D-ranked boss, but you still have to fight for 2 hours. Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that the guys we encountered in the Sunless Kingdom this time were always reclining, wouldn't this first place have been your turn? Come on. Even if that boss doesn't vanish, you guys can't pass us, half the score difference. Do you know how big the difference is? Stay in second and eat our exhaust. First the Eagle Country, and now the Sunset Country also passed, and for a while the focus of the crowd converged on the countries that were chosen this time. It was expected that this nest fluctuation would be simple, but as the messages burst out one by one without interruption until the second wave of the invasion was over. In the end, only the Eagle Kingdom and the Sunset Kingdom managed to get through, while the rest of the players all died. The crowd of the Sunset Kingdom looked at their rankings and although they were unwilling, they were able to accept it. The first place now goes to Eagle Country, and the second place goes to them. The second one is not good, but at least there are good rewards, so it's not like you can't even get into the top 3. The second wave of the invasion is over. In 1 minute, the third wave of the invasion begins. Countries of this invasion: Sakura Country, Huaxia Country, Northern Bear Country. Shortly after the second wave of invasions ended, a third wave followed. The crowd listened to the announcement of the heavens, and as they learned that Huaxia had also been selected, one by one, they flocked towards the Huaxia live broadcast room. Finally it's the turn of these Huaxia guys, their good days are finally coming to an end, and this time it's not something that can be muddled through with a bit of luck. I remember when the lair fluctuation started, it seemed like China was still in the blackout phase. How are they doing now? I'll go, I just went to take a look at Wahoo's livestream and it's still black. Didn't the guys from Huaxia brag about how long-lasting their country's players were earlier? It seems like too long is not a good thing. Where are the people from Huaxia? Why don't they all speak up for me? Listening to his country's taunts, the Chinese people could not help but worry about Su Chang. Only about 4 hours had passed since the first wave of nest invasion, and it was still a full 8 hours long from Su Chang's 12 hours. Now that the troops are in the city, there is no sign of recovery in the picture. Is Su Shan still not well? It seems like the creatures in those nests are pretty strong this time. Will this be bad? It's over. Iron Man has appeared on the side of the Eagle Kingdom. It seems that the further we go, the more difficult it is. We are the last wave. If we don't make a defense earlier, it's over. Where's the Raider team? Hurry up Su Chang. Something is going to happen if this goes on. The Raiders are also in the middle of a headache. They were naturally informed about the Eagle Kingdom's first kill of a D-class boss. Although this first title didn't fall into their hands, they cared more about Su Chang's safety than these rewards. Su Chang had won so many rewards for the crowd these days, they didn't want something to happen to Su Chang this time because of this kind of thing. Still can't get in touch? Bai Lao looked towards Xiao Lu on the side. Seeing the other party shaking his head, he sighed helplessly. Inform the military bases around the world to be ready to fight at any time. Once an accident is sent, if it is said that Su Chang has failed, immediately inform them to move. Yes. Xiao Lu nodded his head and tapped his finger on the screen. Seeing the picture among the screen change, he turned his head to look at Elder Bai and the others. Elder Bai, the invasion of the Cherry Blossom Nation is about to begin. Should we transfer their picture? That fast? Elder Bai was shocked, and after a moment of thought, he spoke. Transfer it. It's good to know what kind of creatures are invading this time or to make preparations. Also, don't break the connection with Su Chang until the other party responds. Just as the Chinese raiders were caught up in the hustle and bustle. At this time, Sakura Nation was in the live broadcast room. Daegu looked ahead at the surging nest, holding a summoner-like object in his hand, a smirk on his lips. Although his talent was A-ranked, it was actually more powerful than some S-ranked talents. Regardless of whether it was a pig-headed man or a boss-level creature that came this time, he was bound to take the top spot. A ranked talent, transformation. Chapter 62, Transforming into Deja? No, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yossi. Is it finally our turn in the great Sakura country? Although we won't get first place this time, won't we just take second? Daiko let them take a good look at the power of our Sakura country. Oh, and power? I remember someone said the same thing before, and in the end, they still lost at the hands of Huaxia. What a disgrace. Baka. It was just those Chinese players who were cheating before. What are you kimchi countries called? You can't even get past a nest fluctuation. I'm so ashamed of you guys. Do you know what the talent of our Daikoku players is this time? We don't understand the gold of transformation like you guys do? Transformation? Inside the live broadcast room, the crowd watched the pop-ups floating by before noticing that Daegu seemed to be holding an item in his hands. The crowd took a closer look and realized it was actually a shifter. Transformer? What's this guy's talent? He's not going to suddenly yell out that he's turning into a Deja, is he? I'll be Steel, transforming into a Deja? Is that the Deja I was thinking of? Then wouldn't that make you directly invincible? Transforming into a Deja, wouldn't he be absorbing our light then? Grass. Talking about absorbing light makes me angry. When I was a kid the light was sucked up for it, now my future is dark. It looks like Sakura Nations is going to take off this time as well, and if he really transforms into aubergine, then won't this nest fluctuation be a breeze for him? More than that. Even if it's not Deja, a random aubergine will not just take this #1 spot, this is really going to take off for Sakura Nation. Inside the Cherry Blossom National Park, Uku was holding the corner of his transformer mouth, which was now grinning to the back root of his mouth. No need to think that at this moment the eyes of the world are all focused on him alone. This moment is his chance to become famous in one battle. He gazed towards the nest in front of him, and the moment the countdown ended, the nest in front of him had already begun to surge. Daegu was holding a transformer and is always ready to transform. Regardless of whether he took down the pig-headed man or the boss, as long as the moment it appeared, he transformed and immediately killed the other party, and the points gained were bound to be extraordinarily generous. With both the Eagle and Sunbelt point rewards previously tied to the time of defeat, it's impossible to say you don't want to be first. Just as Daegu fantasized about the scene of being ranked #1 and being longed for by millions of people. Suddenly, a deafening roar broke the silence. Rumble. The shell of the nest in front of them seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand and shattered with a loud bang, followed by countless small and flexible figures swarming out from it. The sudden movement startled Daegu, and when he reacted, a figure ran out from it within the distant smoke. Looking at the figure running out within the smoke, Daegu, who originally wanted to have a big battle, was dumbfounded. Not that these guys are very strong. On the contrary, weak as hell. These creatures were overall only the size of a human child, with a dark green skin that was covered in moss and mold, and a hideous face covered in wrinkles and scars. Their eyes glittered with cunning, and they wielded rudimentary weapons, such as rusty iron rods, sharp stone blades, and even twisted tree branches. This creature was none other than the familiar three Western fools, the kobolds. What the hell? Such a big commotion ended up being goblins? This Sakura Nation's players are too lucky to meet some rookies like this. Fighting kobolds with a bumpkin? Isn't this a cannon hitting a mosquito? I feel like this first place is hanging by a thread. Ah, Yossi. This good fortune has finally come to our great Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and this time the first reward is bound to be ours. We'll take back all that we've lost. Is Huaxia's extraordinarily scared? I advise you to return our territory earlier, or I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to cry when you get the first reward. The moment the kobolds were on display, the audience in Sakura Nation burst into joy. The Eagle Kingdom, which originally felt that it was securely sitting on the first throne, could not help but frown at this moment. This Sakura Nation was just too lucky to have encountered such a weak creature. As everyone thought, in the face of these kobolds' attack, Daegu didn't even use his transformation. Just by relying on the 100-year lifespan he possessed, plus his equipment, he got rid of all these kobolds. This first place is so easy to take? Looking at the several goblin corpses at his feet, Daegu's mouth smiled disdainfully. That's a little too easy, isn't it? He hadn't even used his full strength yet, and he just passed? However, just as he was thinking that, the announcement of the heavens was delayed. As Daegu was puzzled, one shattering sound after another came out again. Following the source of the shattering sounds, the nests ahead ruptured one right after the other. Countless kobolds came out from among the nests, their numbers increasing, and they hissed like a tidal wave in the direction of Daegu. So much? I thought this volatility was over, but I didn't realize it was just the beginning. Daegu looked at the densely packed goblin army in front of him and instantly spat fenugreek and activated the transformer in his hand. A few kobolds he could still rely on his own strength to pass through in a big way, but now there were at least hundreds of them as far as the naked eye could see, and so many kobolds would not be easy to pass through. It's coming! Izuku's transformation finally coming? So it turns out that just now was just the beginning, the big force is still behind. I told you how it could be so simple this time. Hee hee, so what if more come? The final victory still belongs to our great cherry blossom kingdom, and Daiko will show them what it means to be truly transformed. The scene of the lair breaking open once more and a large number of kobolds appearing caused the watching crowd to look blank. They hadn't expected the presence of a second wave of attack, but right now they were more concerned about Daegu than the reappearing kobolds. How many people's childhoods have been dented and they've never seen it in reality? At that moment, Daegu clutched the transformer in his hand and raised it above his head. Transform! Along with Daegu's shout coming out, the transformer suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light, coloring the entire space with a strange color. In the light, Daegu's figure gradually blurred, and immediately after, a stream of colorful smoke erupted from the transformer, instantly enveloping Daegu. The smoke cleared. The first thing that comes to mind is Daegu's limbs. At the moment Daegu's limbs are not only robust, but each foot is wearing a pair of socks of a different color, red, blue, green, yellow, it's like a walking palette. His red bandana was even more exaggerated, not only was it so long that it could be dragged to the ground, but it also did a weird dance in the wind every now and then, as if it possessed a consciousness of its own. Behind Daegu, a large turtle shell was extremely visible, with all sorts of quirky graffiti painted all over it, such as a large love heart, a comical smiley face, and even a miniature version of the shapeshifter motif. Such a scene not only made the watching Sakura Nation crowd dumbfounded. The audience from other countries were similarly frozen in place the moment they saw this scene. It's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Chapter 63, The Art of the Turtle Escape. Requesting tickets. Pfft, what the hell is this? It scared me. What's with all the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Make so much noise I thought it would turn into a Deja. He turned into a king's bastard, laughed me to death. Ha ha, are your Sakura Nation players here to be funny? So this is the power of an A-rank talent, we've seen it. I thought all the minions that Eagle Kingdom has taken in are great, but they're all a bunch of assholes, aren't they? You guys from Sakura Nation are a real disgrace, quit the organization, we've lost face to you. With such a gorgeous transformation scene, the crowd had expected Daiko to transform into Aubergine, no less a scaled-down version. Which thought of turning into a wanker and looking so funny? As the boss of the Sakura country, the Eagle country, the moment they saw this scene, their faces felt disgraced. How did you take in one of these disgraceful things? The people of Sakura Nation who watched this scene also each felt their faces hanging in shame after seeing Daiko transform into a kingpin. Some of the crowds who had been yelling with various Aubergine Man hand-me-downs, one by one, put them away in a rush of embarrassment. Baka! Daiko, and what are you doing? Why have you transformed into a kingpin? Where's the promised bump man? We've lost all of our faces to you. From now on you're not allowed to say that you're from our great cherry blossom kingdom. We can't afford to lose you as a person. Grandma, you're playing dirty with me, aren't you? The officials have even teamed up to deceive us. Believe it or not, we will reorganize the double gun nightmare. Sakura Nation official, don't worry, it's just the early stages now. Our Daiko players don't have enough lifespan value, but develop. What's the lifespan value before the Aubergine Man, Deja are casually transformed? Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, the Sakura country officials rushed out to clarify. Daiko's A-rank talent does allow him to transform into an Aubergine, but with a lifespan of only 100 years now, he can only turn into some other creatures. But they didn't expect to morph into this either. It's called a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle to put it nicely, but isn't it just a wanker? So that's it? Yasi. I told you that our Daiko players were different, it seems that we were just mistaken. Now that the official clarification has come out, we have to believe it. See, a bunch of stupid guys. We've officially come out and explained that it's just a small lifespan right now, and when we grow up later and turn into Bumpmans we'll be there to destroy you guys the first chance we get. In front of the Sakura National Park, Daiko, who had transformed into a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, looked at himself with an ugly face. Now one's lifespan is still too small, and the amount of lifespan is also related to the upper limit of the strength of the talent. Even if your talent is S rank, a lifespan of less than a year is no different from none. This one's gonna be first. With hordes of kobolds attacking in front of him, Daegu pulled out 2 iron rods from within the turtle shell behind him, and his body rushed up. Although the current image of Daiko was slightly comical, the battle power after the transformation was clearly not on the same level as before, and the weak kobolds could not stop him from attacking at all. Soon, half an hour later. Total. Finally, it's settled. Daiko stood in the middle of the goblin army, breathing heavily. He looked around with his gaze, a smirk once again appearing at the corner of his mouth. How about a wave that doesn't end? How about turning into a teenage mutant ninja turtle? He hadn't even consumed an hour since the start, and this time first place was still his. Yossi. Good job, less than an hour, and this time the #1 spot is still our great Sakura nation's. See, even if it's not transformed into Aubergine Man, so what? The first place still belongs to our great Sakura country, you guys go ahead and envy it. The second and third rewards are so good, so what will be the reward for the first? It would be best to directly make Huaxia hand over its territory. Ugh, what do you mean by that? You still need to wait for Huaxia to hand over their territory. They're still blacking out right now, they're dead this time, they don't even need us to do anything. The scene of Daiko defeating the goblin army caused the Sakura Nation crowd watching the livestream to be particularly excited. However, just as they were expecting how many points they would get this time. Next. Out of the crowd. Only a shattering sound rang out again. Since the front of the great ancient, countless nests began to surge once again. Seeing this scene, the people of Sakura Nation were dumbfounded. No. And? What the hell, it's never ending. How come there's a third wave? How is this different from what they had before? It's not fair. Hee hee, what are you afraid of? It's the same for as many waves as come. It's just a bunch of kobolds. Don't forget that this time, the point reward is not only related to time, but also to the number of kills. Right, oh. How did I forget that one piece of information? Then wouldn't the more that come now the better? It's just some kobolds anyway, what are you afraid of? Daiko, hurry up. What are you doing standing still? The first prize will soon belong to our great Sakura country. The Sakura Nation crowd watching this scene saw that there was a third wave coming, and one of them spat out an unfair comment. But soon they realized that the number of kobolds under this seemed to have something to do with the points, and one by one they screamed for Daiko to do it. But at this moment, standing in the middle of the kobold corpses, Daiko couldn't help but gulp as he looked at the distant figure that had emerged from the smoke. He naturally heard the sound of shattering from the distance. Following the source of the sound, at this moment, smoke and dust rose up, and under the cover of the smoke and dust, countless tall figures flickered from among them. Roar! Only a loud roar was heard. A stocky, tall, giant kobold chief stepped out of the smoke with a wolfsbane in his hand. Behind it, goblin wizards, rock giants, and countless large army figures unfolded one by one. Just from the size alone, it was obvious that these creatures were not even on the same level of opponents as the goblins before. Seeing that the muscles on the giant goblin chief's arms were about to burst out, Daiko stood still with his iron rod in hand, and his legs couldn't stop trembling. He still had confidence in facing those kobolds, but now asking him to fight this kind of monster was undoubtedly asking him to die. One is okay. Isn't this bunch funny? Can't beat it, definitely can't beat it. It would be better to let him go against these monsters than to let him die. Ignore the urging of the Sakura Nation raiders in your ear. Daiko threw the iron rod, and then under the shocked looks of the watching crowd, his limbs were collected, and his figure instantly shrunk into the turtle shell at the back, the art of the turtle. Sakura Nation crowd? Chapter 64, Kame-san, the cherry blossoms are blooming in my hometown. But flow criterion, it's a real flow criterion. This speed is a masterpiece. You guys still say it's not a king's rump. What's the difference between this operation and this speed and a king's rump? Kame-san, Kame-san. Come on out, the cherry blossoms are blooming in your hometown. And mocking us kimchi countries, so this is what your Kame-san is like? The scene where Daiko suddenly threw away his weapon and curled up into his turtle shell filled the Sakura Nation crowd watching the livestream with questions. They had thought that this Daiko guy was ready to change his weapon and continue on, he had his hands spread out and had nothing to do with the world? You have to realize that it's a live broadcast now, and all the viewers from other countries are running into their live room. Daiko was undoubtedly disgracing themselves with this scene. It was already because the other party turned into a king. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles had disgraced their Sakura country, and now this scene was undoubtedly pressing their faces inside the dirt and rubbing them repeatedly. What do you guys know? It's called tactics. Our Daiko players have passed 2 waves in a row. What are you guys screaming about when you haven't passed a single wave? That's right, this is tactics. Do you understand tactics? Can't you see that the monsters down here can't do anything to our Daikoko players now? You guys who didn't pass have the nerve to say anything? We just need to hold out until they run out of energy, then we can easily take them down. This is called playing to our strengths, what do you know? I don't know what the turtle shell material in the back of Daegu was made of, but in the face of the giant kobolds, as well as other creatures attacking, there wasn't even the slightest way to take him. After tens of minutes of hammering, the turtle shell behind Daegu didn't even have the slightest trace of breaking. Such a scene was a shock to the crowd watching the live broadcast. They hadn't expected Daegu to be able to survive so many attacks, which was truly out of their expectations. But in those dozens of minutes of watching, they also learned that there was a pattern to this nest invasion. Each wave of monsters invaded by a selected country is similar. It's like the Pickle Country, where they were all female pig-headed human-like creatures that time. The Eagle Kingdom and the Sunset Kingdom, on the other hand, are both boss creatures. And they found that the difficulty increased along with the wave changes. The further back the country is selected, the more treacherous the invasion it encounters. Now Daegu is facing a different kind of monster than before, which is a hodgepodge of monsters, similar to the Battle of the Siege. If there are defensive buildings at this time, will greatly reduce the difficulty of resistance. No, this guy is just spending time? How long has this been going on, and there's still no movement at all? Turtle-san deserves to be called Turtle-san, this defense is really something. I suggest that in the future you guys should stop transforming into other creatures, just this wangbang is quite good. Oh my god, I just looked at the live stream of Wahoo and it's even relit on their side. What? Those Chinese guys finally bothered to show up? Daegu's defense was unexpected, and the crowd had planned to see how long the other party could just hold out. But soon as a piece of information about Huaxia broke out, the crowd surged one by one towards the Huaxia live broadcast room. Inside the home, Su Chang stood at the edge of the hot springs and straightened his costume. His eyes looked towards the two Xiaobeis who had passed out from too much exertion in the middle of the hot springs. The little kind teases with him. This time the two girls' approach made Su Chang extraordinarily angry. Within these few hours, no matter how much Little White and Little Medical Fairy 2 begged for mercy, Su Chang did not stop his actions, making the two of them realize again who was the boss. Listening to the commotion, the invasion should have already begun, right? Clothes organized, Su Chang sight towards the outside of the homestead. The cacophonous sounds of tussling and killing were incessant in his ears. For this nest fluctuation, he had prepared well in advance. The tang blade was taken out, and Su Chang's figure walked towards the outside of the homestead. At this time inside the Huaxia live broadcasting room. Seeing the screen of Huaxia lit up again, viewers from various countries flooded into it. The crowd's teeth creaked as they saw the scene within the hot springs. Damn those Chinese guys, it's damn good to have such good benefits. Oh, you realize the gravity of the situation now? It's too late. If you move at this time, I'm afraid that your homes have been torn apart, letting you guys enjoy yourselves so much every day. This is retribution. Saihachi. Die, all die for me. We, the Kimchi Kingdom, have suffered such a disaster, and you, Huaxia, will not be spared either. Damn it, our White Elephant Country's players managed to get through the third wave with great difficulty, and there's even a fourth wave invasion. This time it's not even humanly possible to stay, even our White Elephant Country couldn't get through, these Chinese guys can only die. Shortly after the Sioux City picture was unfolded, the message of failure from the White Elephant Kingdom was also sent out along with it. Their country-san had held out hard against the third wave of invasion by strength and consuming all their lifespans, but they hadn't expected there to be a fourth wave. Moreover, the intensity of the fourth wave was not at all at the same level compared to the previous one. There would be no way anyone could be spared from this invasion. The Chinese crowd watching the live broadcast was also slightly worried in the face of his country's mockery. Some time had passed since the very first incursion, and if the screen hadn't gone black in that time, it might have been possible to get through with the help of intelligence. But now. Soon, as the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room continued to scroll, Su Cheng's figure came out from the middle of the homeland. After several upgrades, Su Cheng's home was now the size of a small castle. At this moment, Su Cheng's figure walked to the door, his eyes gazing towards the battlefield not far away. As far as the eye could see, the corpses and limbs of giant kobolds and all sorts of other creatures were scattered all over the place. From the center of that battlefield, Ji Buchang seemed like a god of killing, holding a wooden stick and wantonly slaughtering the surrounding creatures. Under the opening of its berserk state, any creature that was hit by one of its rods would turn into mush. As for the so-called Sea of Men tactic, it could not be of any use to it in the slightest. Jibo Chang also knew how to summon abilities, and as the orc gathering ability was unleashed, countless orcs that resembled Jibo Chang fought with various creatures such as the bugs in front of them. Ha ha ha. Cool. It's just too good. Again. Again. We haven't killed enough. Jibo Chang laughed maniacally from the battlefield, his hands exerting force to tear a giant wolf's body directly into two halves, blood interspersed with intestines spilling down from mid-air. Hanging his intestines over his shoulder, bathed in blood, gibberish added to the horror. The blood chi was dispersed from the surface of its body, and the moment some of the weaker creatures felt the blood chi in Jibo Chang's body, they were even too scared to come close. The crowds who originally wanted to see China suffer were shocked beyond words when they saw the scene of Jibo Chang with the god of murder. Especially after the other party was performing a scene of tearing a giant wolf with his hands, the entire live broadcast room went silent. No, what's happening here? What the hell is that 5-meter-tall monster, and why are they fighting on their own? It's definitely it. I recognized this guy, it was this guy that got Gaia of our Roman country killed at that time. Bodies. There are corpses everywhere. Vom, I can't hold on much longer. Didn't this orc say it was weak? What's with this scene now? Chapter 65, The Fourth Attack. The bugs are coming. The scene of Jibo Chang's wanton slaughter caused the gazes of the watching crowd to be filled with disbelief. The crowd came to the Huaxia live broadcast room originally wanted to see the picture of Su Cheng being torn apart by the monster, which thought that like the imagined picture was not seen, the other party had not even made a move yet. These monsters in front of him could all be solved by an orc. Ha ha ha. I knew that Su Shin must have his preparations if he dares to remain unperturbed at this time. Oh, your expectations have been dashed, have they? What do you call strength? This is what I call strength. When just one of the orcs that our Su god has subdued is this powerful, how terrifying should Su god's strength be? So it seems that Su Shin is still too conservative. An orc is so much, these defense buildings are not even used yet. Where are the countries that were mocked before? Why don't you go on shouting? Yeah, that Sakura Nation one wasn't the one you guys were screaming the loudest about before? Why don't you say anything now? Can't it be that if your contestant Daegu has turned into a wanker, you guys have turned into wankers as well? The Chinese viewers looked at the scene in the middle of the screen, and each one of them sighed in relief. They had been taunted by other countries during this period of time, and the people were worried about the safety of the Sioux city before, but now that they saw this scene the stone in their hearts finally fell to the ground. In the face of his country's skepticism, the crowd stopped holding back, and one by one, they turned into keyboard warriors and struck out. At this time, inside the highest operational command base in China. Good. I didn't expect this kid Su Cheng to have this kind of backhand. Did this orc turn out to be so powerful? Haha, we were worried about Su Cheng's safety before, but now it seems that we were completely overthinking it. Say, did any of you guys see this Su Cheng kid completely strike out before? We seem to have been elusive about Su Cheng's strength. The raiders were equally relieved the moment they saw the image. They did not expect the orcs under Su Cheng to be so powerful. 3 consecutive waves of attacks were blocked by the other party, without even needing to make a move themselves. Such a scene made them even more curious about how Su Cheng's strength had come. However, up to now, he had yet to see a single, more powerful creature than Smith, the Eagle country player. Is this not a bit too easy if you just fill the difficulty with quantity? Elder Bai, are you overthinking it? Su Cheng's side is already in the 3rd round, and it will end soon. Xiao Lu was just about to open his mouth, the next second. Suddenly the live feed changed again, and the sound of the nest shattering resounded once more. Listening to the shattering sound, the Raider team's crowd was all stunned at this moment. Surprised there's a 4th round? Outside of the homestead, Jib Chang had just torn apart the last giant kobold of the 3rd round, and before it could rest for a moment, the sound of the nest shattering came out once again. Rumble! A violent explosion emanated from the center of the nest. Smoke and dust rose up, and several black shadows with huge figures were displayed from among them. This is... Noticing the aura within the smoke ahead, Ji Buchan's expression was extraordinarily grave. It felt an extremely strong threat among these black shadows. These guys are far from the losers they were before. When the smoke gradually cleared, a haunting sight came into view. Around that nest, there were dozens of huge, 5-meter-tall giant bugs standing. Its body was covered with thick and sturdy armor, the surface of which was glowing with a cold metallic luster, adding a bit of eeriness under the faint moonlight. A pair of huge pincer-like forelimbs were like two moving fortresses. The tips of the pincers were incredibly sharp, flashing with a cold light that could easily tear through steel. Chelonia myrtilis. Rank, 25. Power, 80. Agility, 20. Intelligence, 10. Description: as a pathfinder for the bug horde, it will tear apart any and all creatures in order to grow the bug tribe. Immediately afterward, a shadow stinger revealed itself from the smoke. Although its size was slightly smaller than the iron-armored giant Chalid, its entire body was covered with densely packed black spikes, each of which contained a deadly toxin. Shadow stingers. Rank, 25. Power, 30. Agility, 50. Intelligence, 20. Description: as a bug pathfinder assassin, it specializes in stealth in the darkness to deal a fatal blow to the enemy, and it will assassinate any creature in order to strengthen the bugs. The moment the iron-armored giant Caliceri and the shadow poisonous sting insect appeared, the aura of the surroundings clearly changed. The Chinese crowd watching this scene clearly did not expect this scene. I thought it was over just now, but I didn't realize there was a fourth round. No, why is there a fourth round? Is this never ending? These guys are bugs, right? I can feel a sense of eeriness just from the screen. Are these guys really on the same level as those creatures before? It's not good. This time all of them are about the same size as orcs, and there are a few more behind them with poisonous bugs on their bodies. Can orcs still hold them back? Such a scene of Huaxia's crowd's face is particularly ugly. But when the audience from other countries saw such a situation, they all became exuberant. I thought that China was going to be lucky to go through, but I never thought that there would be such a change. I didn't realize that even God couldn't stand to watch. There's even a fourth round. I don't believe that this Chinese man is still alive. This is what happens when you cheat. Still thinking that you can pass without doing anything? Beautiful thought. I don't believe that orc can still withstand this next insect attack. Yossi, great. Die quickly, die quickly. As long as you Chinese die earlier than us, we can take back the territory sooner. Hiss. A sharp, piercing voice came from near the nest. Without any hesitation, the iron-armored giant Chalid hissed and charged at it the moment it saw the blood-soaked Jibberchang on its outer side. Even though the blood aura emanating from Jibo Chang's body surface had killed at least hundreds of creatures, the iron-armored giant Chalid was not the slightest bit intimidated, as if it was born to fight. Finally some guys who can watch. In that case, come on. Chapter 66, The Second Master Pisses. Begging for votes. Sensing the battle intent of the iron-armored giant Chalid, Jibo Chang stuck his wooden stick among the mud and roared. A beast and a bug crashed together like two boulders. Boo! The airwaves generated by the collision between the two spread outward in an invisible ripple, and the power of the ambassador's feet began to crumble by inches. Ha ha ha! Painful, painful. Jibo-chan grasped the two tentacles of the iron-armored giant Chalid with both hands and let out a loud laugh. However, just this isn't enough. The muscles of Jibo-chan's hands violently rippled, accompanied by a roar that came out. Jibo-chan actually grabbed the iron-armored giant Chalid with a hard grip and suspended it above mid-air. Another iron-armored giant Chalid in front of him attacked. Jibo-chan's eyes flashed, and he stepped forward, his muscles tightening to slam the iron-armored giant Chalid toward the front. Boom! The iron-armored giant Chalid's huge body crashed into the midst of the insects, bursting out with violent sounds. This time, the iron-armored giant Chalid's strength attribute was as high as 80, but Jibo-chang's strength attribute was as high as 90. Coupled with the bonus from the berserk state, a mere iron-armored giant Chalid couldn't help it. Second Master pissed. Phew, scared me to death. Second Master deserves to be Second Master. So what if it's the fourth round? A mere worm is worthy of being compared to my Second Master. That strength, those biceps, I moo. That hit just now had a strength of at least 60, right? It's too much. The crowd at the front of the live broadcast screen, watching the scene where Jibo Chang threw the iron-armored giant Chalid's figure flying out, each and every one of them let out a shock. The title of Second Master, on the other hand, was nicknamed by the crowd when Jibo Chang was killing it. However, watching the live broadcast other countries' audience. In the face of the cheers of the Chinese crowd, there was a look of disdain. Oh, it's a little early to be popping champagne, isn't it? What's the use of having all that power? Don't forget there's more than one bug like this one. Still Second Masters, still pissed. I think you guys P-split is more like it. It's just a reckless head. I'll see what it does when its power runs out later. Relying on a monster to survive this far is already considered good, but your good fortune in China will soon be over. Same as the crowd guessed. Although one iron-armored giant Chaelid was not a match for Ji Bo Chang, there were 10 of them that appeared this time. One iron-armored giant Chaelid was defeated, and 5 or 6 of them rushed up together right behind it. Ji Bo saw this and no longer fight with them, pulled out the wooden stick with a roar and rushed up. At first, under the suppression of Ji Bo Chang's power, the iron-armored giant Chaelid was defeated. But soon, after the iron-armored giant Chaelid became familiar with the rhythm of Ji Bo Chang's attack, they began to finish the wheel battle with their opponent. Soon, Ji Bo Chang's stamina declined at a rate visible to the naked eye. Hammering an iron-armored giant Chaelid bug away, Ji Bo Chang's body was propped up on top of the wooden stick, panting heavily, trying to regain some of his strength. But the iron-armored giant Chelonia won't give you a chance to catch your breath. Seeing the iron-armored giant Chelonia attacking again, Ji Bo Chang smacked his lips. Damn, it's so difficult to deal with. Seeing that he could not continue to drag on, Ji Bo Chang leapt high from the ground and slammed down the wooden stick in his hand. Give us death. Boo! The wooden stick slammed hard on top of the iron-armored giant Chaelid's body. The body of the iron-armored giant Chaelid that had eaten a heavy blow from Ji Bo Chang instantly collapsed. However, as the iron-armored giant Chaelid under the wooden stick fell, a shattering sound came out at the same time. Ji Bo Chang looked towards the wooden stick in his hand, his pupils trembling. Only a crack was seen exhibiting from the surface of the wooden stick, and the cracks were like a spider web spreading in all directions. The wooden stick shattered, and the debris smashed down on the ground above the body of the iron-armored giant Chaelid. Looking from the direction of the debris, one could only see an extremely cold emitting spike displayed from above the iron-armored giant Chaelid's shell. Trouble! Ji Bo Chang secretly said that it was not good, losing its weapon and facing the attack of the iron-armored giant Chaelid. Now it could only use its hands to fend it off. But the number of hands is ultimately limited. Controlling an iron-armored giant Chaelid in front of him, several iron-armored giant Chaelids attacked fiercely from all directions. Boo! A dull crash sounded out. With Ji Bo Chang as the center, the iron-armored giant Kelipeds crashed on top of its body from the west, their tentacles intertwined together, binding it firmly in the center, and no matter how hard Ji Bo Chang tried he was never able to break free. Ah! Just as Ji Bo Chang was fighting against the iron-armored giant Chaelid, suddenly, a stabbing pain came from its waist. Ji Bo Chang ate the pain, his eyes looking down towards his body. Only a black shadow flashed, the flesh and blood were broken open, and black liquid continued to ooze out from its wounds. Foreseeing something bad, Ji Bo Chang just wanted to push, but the feeling of vanity coming from his body prevented it from making any effort. This wound is poisonous. Ha ha ha. Let you guys still be arrogant, these are finished, right? This orc is dead. Is it useful to just have brute strength? When this guy dies, the next turn will be your Chinese trash. The only way to be truly strong is to be strong on your own, like our Eagle Country Smith. Is it useful to rely on external help like you Chinese players? Just wait to die now, ha. Although Ji Bo Chang had given the crowd quite a shock, this scene had now announced the opponent's death. Its body was surrounded by the iron-armored giant Chaelid bugs, and there were also poisonous stinger bugs attacking on the side, so no matter how extraordinary it was, it would have to fall down at this moment. Master! We may never see you again. The feeling of powerlessness on his body became heavier and heavier. The poisonous stinging insect jumped from below to the shoulder of the iron-armored giant Chelonia. The sharp blade in his hand flashed with a cold aura, and the top of it was still stained with purple liquid. Now even if it could withstand the slash, the erosion from the venom would make it unable to fight anymore. Seeing the sharp edge about to fall, the blade swung. Suddenly, a figure flashed from behind Ji Bo Chang. Dang! An ear-piercing crash came out. Ji Bo Chang, who had originally resigned himself to his fate, looked exceptionally agitated after looking at the figure that appeared in front of it. Master! At this moment, Su Chang stood above the tentacles of the giant Chaelid bug that trapped Ji Bo Chang, holding his sword in one hand, fending off the attack of the poisonous sting bug, and glancing sideways towards Ji Bo Chang in the rear. In the next second, Su Chang flipped his wrist. A biting blade light flashed by, and the light of the blade cut through the sharp edge of the poisonous stinging insect, as if a hot oil knife had cut through a block of butter as lightly as it did. The sharp edge was broken. Not waiting for the poisonous stinging insect to react, Su Chang retrieved the tang blade and kicked it forward with a square stomp to send it flying. The other hand pulled out a pitch-black pistol from his waist, thumbed down the safety, the gravel around him shook slightly, and a strand of murderous intent in the underworld suddenly locked onto the venomous sting bug. Trigger pull. Boo! Bullets erupted from the pitch-black muzzle. The spinning bullets tore through the body of the venomous stinging insect, shattering a huge crater. As the bullets flew out, Su Cheng turned to look at Jibo Chang and said, "It's been hard to hold out for so long. You can rest, I'll take it from here next." Chapter 67, He's a Superman. Isn't the power of this revolver a bit counterintuitive? Why is it like a cannon? Sabachi. This revolver was originally a weapon of our kimchi country. Damn, Huaxia people give back our weapons. What happened? When did this Chinese player come over? Why didn't I notice it just now? Hee, even if they come, with this situation now, they will only die. Rather, it can save a lot of time. I've seen these bugs before. At that time, the previous player of our Sunset Empire died at their hands. Ha ha ha. These guys are finished. Even our players from the Sunset Empire can't beat them, so you guys from China are even more impossible. Su Cheng's sudden appearance saved Jibo Chang, causing the crowd watching the live broadcast in his country to be extremely unfortunate. They were looking forward to the moment when Jibo Chang's head was decapitated, and they even had champagne ready, but how could they expect a Changbian to come out halfway? But the crowd watching this scene was not worried in the least. So what if they come for backup? Now Jibo Chang is no doubt the same as an invalid, not even able to use his strength. Thinking of the strength exposed by the insect race nowadays, even if their strength was at its peak, the crowd didn't have the slightest doubt that the two of them would be hammered into pulp by these insect races. Hee, you Sunbelt Kingdom can't beat them because you're vegetables. Don't compare those vegetable pussies of yours to our Sushin, okay? That's it. Go Sushin, I believe in you the most. Don't be a wimp, second master. Keep standing up and with them, aren't they just some little 5-meter tall bugs? Having said that, after seeing the huge size difference between Su Chang and those insects, the crowd still had no small amount of worry. These bugs couldn't even fight against Jibo Chang, could he do it, Su Chang? While the crowd was worried, at this time outside the homestead, Su Cheng's gaze looked downwards at the giant Caliceri, and the tang blade swung from his hand. Several slashes flashed, and all of the tentacles on the head of the giant Chalid bug were snapped off. The animalized state was opened, and under the gaze of the watching crowd with shocked faces, Su Cheng kicked away the giant Caliceri that trapped Jibo Chang's rear, and grabbed Jibo Chang with one hand and threw him towards the direction of the homestead. Jibo Chang, whose body was the same as a small mountain, was like a kite with a broken string in front of Su Cheng at this moment. Boo! A loud bang came out. Seeing Jibo Chang safely landed in the distance, Su Cheng then withdrew his sight. He gazed towards the incoming giant Caliceri in front of him and grinned. Good coming! He was still worried that there was no place he could exert his power after the attribute boost. Now there is such an opportunity. Facing the impact of the giant Chelonia, Su Cheng did not have the slightest intention to dodge. With his right fist clenched, he blasted out and pounded into the void. The air tore with a bang, and the sound of an airburst resounded in everyone's ears like a thunderbolt. The fist crashed into the top of the giant Caliceri's armor, and the immense and incomparable force instantly crumbled the giant Caliceri's armor. The flesh and blood were torn apart, and the body flew in all directions. The power seems pretty good, just a little harder to control. Su Cheng rubbed his fists, his eyes looking towards the frozen-looking giant Chalid bugs around him. Next, which one of you will go on? Giant Chelonia? No, what just happened? From the time Jibo Chang was thrown flying, to the time when his own kind was now shattered by the other party's punch, the only 4 remaining giant Chalid bugs had several question marks popping out of their heads one by one. How could they not expect that a human with such a thin figure would explode with such a terrifying strength? A punch to their kind of giant Chelonia body instantly exploded, armor in front of the other side as if transparent. The aura of death enveloped the bodies of the multitude of giant Chelonians. Seeing Su Cheng waving his hand in invitation, at this moment, the giant Chalid was surprisingly scared to retreat towards the back. Sparing the blood aura of the many creatures that were initially in Jibo Chang's body did not make them take a step back. Engage in a sneak attack? That's not a good decision. Su Cheng's body suddenly gave way sideways, the poisonous stinger bug figure exhibited at the same moment, a sharp blade pierced through the air and fiercely bombarded Su Cheng's position just now, making huge cracks in the ground. Facing the frantic swings of the poisonous stinger bug, Su Cheng easily dodged. Sparingly, without turning on the animalized state, at the speed level, these poisonous stinging insects were far from catching up with him, not to mention the case of doubling the animalized agility. The attack of the poisonous stinger insect was like slow motion in front of Su Cheng. Su Cheng dodged with ease, but it made the people watching the live broadcast and others sweat. The attack speed of the poisonous sting bugs was getting faster and faster, and even the sharp blades had a cold aura on them, causing the air to appear white and the temperature to plummet. The ground popped up and several poisonous stinging insects appeared at the same time, blocking Su Cheng in all directions like a whirlwind. Su Cheng stared closely at the incoming poisonous stinging insects in front of him, and suddenly raised his hand, his wrist exerted force, a crisp sound came out, and his figure staggered past. The wind was light. In his hand was a sharp blade that emitted a cold aura. Watching the live broadcast, everyone dared not breathe, quietly looking at the middle of the screen. There, the venomous stinger bug froze. Sharp blades broke, green blood spurted from its hands, which were empty, its own hands, robbed. WTF? Are you kidding me? This isn't supposed to be a movie, is it? No, what did I see? Breaking someone's sharp blade with your bare hands, is that still human? Not awake, I'm sure I'm not awake yet. Catch up on some sleep, I'll just sleep a little longer. Nishi Bachi. Am I blind, absolutely blind? How did this Chinese guy do this scene? Not only the foreign viewers watching the live broadcast couldn't believe it. Even the people of Huaxia, who were their own country, one by one doubted their eyes when they saw this scene. Throwing Ji Bo Chang flying with one hand, dry crushing a giant calicary with one punch, and snapping off a sharp claw from a poisonous stinger with his bare hands, this. Although I know that our Sushin is not ordinary, but this is too outrageous, isn't it? I thought that Sushin hammering the giant Chaelid with one punch would already be outrageous. Not only is his power so terrifying, but he's even so fast. I don't suppose it's my dear hallucinating, is it? Not sure, I'm going to go to the restroom and come back to take another look. At this time, the Chinese raiders group. The same as watching the crowd, Elder Bai and the others looked at the picture in the middle of the screen, and they were all dumbfounded in place. Sparing the long-experienced generals, they all fell silent at the sight of this scene. They had initially tried to instruct Sioux City in the details of the battle, but now words. What's the point of mentoring? The crowd wanted to say something, but it was as if they were stuck in their throats, unable to speak. They looked down at the Treaty of Cooperation with the Northern Bear Country in their hands, just short of signing and stamping the column. Previously, they had wondered why these old denizens of the Northern Bear Country had suddenly upped the ante on their own, rushing to give back their previous territory. They thought that the conditions they had proposed were sufficient, but at this moment, they felt as if they had to add more money. He's practically a Superman. Chapter 68, All countries are shaken, China must be sanctioned. Is this the man General Pu was talking about? The diplomats of the Northern Bear Country on the side were generally the same as the raider team's crowd, their jaws dislocated in shock the moment they saw Su Cheng smash the bug clan with a single punch. Especially the scene of seizing the poison stinger bug's sharp blade, he still hadn't figured out how the other party did it. How much power would it take to make that scene? Is the strength attribute 40 or 50? Unlike the crowd of the Chinese raiders, the diplomats of the Northern Bear Country were the first to react. The line of sight is detached from the screen, looking at the crowd's delayed hand, directly flew up to rush to force the other hand to press down. He. General Liu, hurry up and sign, haven't we all talked about it? What are you still hesitating for? No need to rush, why don't we take a look at it again, this cooperation thing is not urgent, right? General Liu and Mao Zi looked at each other, and although the corners of their mouths showed a smile, the strength in their hands did not decrease at all. In your Chinese words, you can't afford to lose an opportunity, so General Liu, you'd better sign it now. Seeing that General Liu's hand was slow to fall, Mao Zi directly pressed his hands on top of his opponent's right hand. Alas! You're missing the point with this. We still have an old saying in China that says, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. The power of the diplomats sent by the Maoists was significantly worse than that of General Liu, who was a military man. General Liu's body exerted itself to break free of the restraints and pushed the contract to the center of the table, looking at Mao Zi with a smile and saying, I think it's better for us to take another look at it first. Northern Bear Country Raiders. Ha ha ha. Looks like I've made the right bet this time. This Chinese player is really something else. General Pu looked at Su Cheng in the middle of the screen and couldn't help but laugh. From the strength shown by the other party just now, combined with the information passed on by Tchaikovsky earlier, this time he was considered to have made a good bet. The territory surrendered earlier was not too profitable compared to befriending a strong man. At this time a side staff, received to go to China's Northern Bear Country diplomats information, hastily toward General Pu said, General Pu, China's side seems to terminate the signing process, may also add to take conditions, our side. Agreed. We agree no matter what Huaxia and the others say. Without the slightest hesitation, General Pu immediately responded, "This time the world of the heavens is the blue star change. If we don't seize it this time, it will be extraordinarily difficult for us to move forward in the future." Yes. The corners of General Pu's mouth curved slowly as he listened to the staff answer. Now that the 10,000 races of the heavens have not yet descended, the nations are already struggling so much. Once we wait for those 10,000 races to descend, we can imagine how difficult life will be in the future. Since you can't be the backer of others, finding a backer may not be a bad thing. However, it wasn't long before he was happy. Suddenly he seemed to realize something. Now they have been selected along with China for the third wave of invasion. China has a fourth round of attacks. What about them in the northern bear country? Just as General Pu was thinking, a message came out about Tchaikovsky. It's not good, General Pu. Tchaikovsky's side is also in danger. He just passed the third round, but like the Chinese players, Tchaikovsky is also experiencing a fourth round attack. What? Upon hearing his own player's message, General Pu's curled up corners of his mouth tightened, and he hurriedly looked towards the middle of his country's screen. Only at this moment, Tchaikovsky was bruised and battered, having used up most of his life expectancy value when he fought the third round of monsters. There are now also less than 15 years left, yet the fourth round of attacks has only just begun. Looking at Tchaikovsky's miserable condition in the middle of the screen, all the people in the Northern Bear Country Raider team were all frowning. It's over, this is completely over. Tchaikovsky, he doesn't have the strength of that player from China. This time the lifespan value is not enough either. What should we do? Huaxia. Didn't we reach a cooperation with Huaxia? Ask for help from Huaxia, they should come to our rescue. Only 15 years of life left, at most one more purchase of support cards, but the last time the Chinese have already come, we paid a great benefit, now there is no benefit, the Chinese will agree? For a while, the Northern Bear Country Raiders fell silent. The last time the Chinese players came to help them was because of the return of their territories, and now their territories have almost all been returned in order to reach cooperation. There's nothing at stake, and if they were, they wouldn't agree to it. General Pu looked at the picture amongst the screen and pondered for a moment before sighing helplessly. Try to contact them with Huaxia, whether the other party agrees or not, we accept it. Tchaikovsky is already strong enough to make it through the third round on his own, unlike Sakura Nation's competitors, who are still cowering inside their turtle shells and afraid to move up to this point. Possessing S-class talent and having observed the means of the Chinese players, it was impossible for them to give up on such a talent. Meanwhile, at the White House in Eagle Country, Pushin sits in front of a large screen with the leaders of Sakura Nation, White Elephant Nation, Kimchi Nation and other countries connected to it. I'm not mistaken, right? How is this Chinese guy so powerful? One punch shattered the insect race, is this still human? Shiba. S rank, this time the talent of the players from Huaxia is definitely S rank talent as well. After being unlucky for so long, I didn't expect this time to give them a turn of luck. It's not too good. If we continue at this pace of theirs, won't it be a pass for them? This first place won't be taken away from them, right? The leaders of the countries looked at the images in the Chinese live broadcast room with extraordinarily grave gazes. They had paid attention earlier when Su Chang was displaying his strength, even ready to join forces to strangle each other in the cradle. But I don't know if the other party realized it at that time or what, and didn't enter among the red doors, letting him escape. However, how long had passed? Su Cheng had grown to such a level that they could not imagine. Sanctions. China must be sanctioned. Among the countries, the president of the Sakura country was the most excited. Before that, he happened to hear a remark from a professor in Huaxia. If China wants to stand up completely, the first thing is to destroy their Sakura country. At first he had scoffed, but now it looked like that was going to be true. Now that all of their Sakura country's territory had been taken away by 1/10 of China, it was pretty obvious what the intentions were. If they didn't do something, sooner or later, their Sakura country would be slowly eaten away by Huaxia. Quiet. Quiet. What's wrong with all this noise? Pushin sat on top of his chair, his obese body sitting upright, trying to put on an imposing style, but looking comical. His eyes agreed as he looked at the picture in the middle of the screen, but unlike the others, Pushin looked extraordinarily composed. The first place this time is still mine, Eagle Country. As for them, Huaxia can't even enter the rankings. President Pushan, what do you mean by that? The president of the Kimchi country was puzzled. Oh, haven't you guys realized it yet? Pushin gestured toward the rear boost, and soon a data was exhibited from the front of the leaders of the major powers. According to our speculation, the third wave of the attack is the strongest wave. Even our Eagle Country Smith player can't get through. What makes them a Chinese? Let me tell you something, this fourth round isn't the end. The fourth round isn't the end of the line? Hearing the news, the leaders of the nations were shocked. They gazed toward the data projected at the top of the screen. A moment later, a hint of shock flashed in the eyes of the crowd. I can't believe there's a fifth round. Chapter 69, Round 5, Frost Dragon. Outside of the Wachovia homestead. Su Cheng did not know how much turmoil he had caused to the entire Blue Star situation with his single act just now. Looking at the sharp blade in his hand, Su Cheng's gaze flashed with a hint of surprise. Poisonous stinging insect blade, good equipment building material, can be sold for life expectancy value. It hadn't occurred to me that the sharp blades of these insect clans could be sold for lifespan value, and that they could also be used to forge weapons. Su Cheng's eyes looked towards the shattered and broken wooden stick on the side. The battle just now was actually not lost by Jibo Chang, but only suffered in terms of weapons. Wooden rods are, after all, only made of wood, and are far too weak to be of much power against slightly tougher armor. The armor of these creatures happened to be good forging materials, and it was possible to make a new weapon for Jibo Chang. Thinking of this, Su Cheng put the sharp blade away. Turning towards the rear of the venomous stinging insects, an amiable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing Su Cheng's gaze coming, a piercing coldness instantly swept through the entire body of the crowd of poisonous sting insects. It was as if they were the prey for the moment. The tang blade rotated, Su Cheng's legs muscles exerted force, his figure directly disappeared, the airwave visible to the naked eye cracked the ground, his body directly crossed over a distance of more than 10 meters. The tang dagger's light flashed, and in an instant, the poisonous stinging insects all froze in place. Blood dripped down their chests, and soon, they were unconscious and collapsed to the ground, completely dead. Oh! I forgot about you guys. Standing above the corpse of the poisonous stinger insect, Su Cheng's gaze was directed towards the giant chaelid insect that had long been trembling in fear not far away. Z. The blood of the poisonous stinging insects dripped down from the blade of the tang blade, and the giant Caliceri were so frightened that they hurriedly fled in all directions the moment Su Cheng's gaze looked at them. However, their speed was even slower than the poisonous stinger insects by an unknown amount, and in the face of Su Cheng's pursuit it did not take much time before they all collapsed to the ground and lost their lives. From the battle to the end, a total of less than 10 minutes had passed, and the fourth round of bugs were all meteoric as. Such a scene caused the Chinese crowd watching the live broadcast to cheer excitedly. Chang Hu. I knew Su Shen was invincible. Ha, now with this scene I'll see who still dares to speak ill of Su Shen. This strength I moo, how much protein powder do you have to drink to train like this? Who was it that said our Su Shen was dead before? Who was it? Why isn't anyone talking anymore? Did I forget to turn on the pop-up? Do you know what it means to be the strongest is always the last to appear? Before you see to you anxious, let you a few minutes as usual to take the pinch. I'll give you a word of advice, if you're not good, you should practice more. The fourth round passed, and the Huaxia crowd breathed a long sigh of relief. The moment Jibo Chang was trapped, the crowd was originally worried about Su Cheng. It wasn't until the scene where Su Cheng threw Jibo Chang flying with one hand and shattered the giant Caliceri's body with one punch that the crowd's hanging hearts finally landed on the ground. However, this kind of scene, before the mockery of their Chinese people, now each and every one of them are like eating General Hard. The crowd had thought that the Chinese players would be dead this time, but they never expected such a scene to happen. How is this possible? There must be something wrong with your Huaxias, shattering flesh with one punch you think you're Superman. West 8. Thorough investigation of Huaxia, must be thorough investigation of Huaxia. How many replica gates have they gone over this far, and how can they be so powerful? Baka. Grandma, playing dirty is it? Breaking sharp edges with your bare hands are out, do you want to perform a raw steel gnawing? Is this Chinese player this strong? Is it hard to believe that he is also an S-class talent? So what if it's an S-rank talent? Our Eagle Country's player Smith was the first to kill a D-rank boss, the reward for first place this time is still our Eagle Country's. As the scene of Su Cheng decapitating the bug race spread out, the major pop-ups were noisy for a while. Countless people began to speculate on what exactly Su Cheng's talent was. In the end, after a series of intense discussions, the crowd guessed that Su Cheng's talent should be related to strengthening his body. Mainly the scene just now had given the crowd too much of an impression, other than strengthening the body, the crowd really could not think of what Su Cheng's talent was. Outside the homestead at this time, Su Cheng finished collecting the materials of the giant chaelid bug and the poisonous stinger bug. Looking at the row full of materials, Su Cheng nodded with satisfaction. These materials were enough to build a bearable weapon for Ji Bo Chang, and even the excess could be taken out and sold for lifespan value. Su Cheng's gaze went towards the numbers on his arm. 00:925:11:20:42. This time he naturally heard the announcement from the worlds of the heavens. As long as you enter the 3, the longevity value rewards alone are hundreds of years. It would take 1,000 years of lifespan before both the silver roulette and the trading house of the heavens opened. And I don't know where I rank in this one. With his sight retracted, Su Cheng gazed around. Seeing that the circular of the heavens was delayed in ringing out, his gaze couldn't help but flash a trace of doubt. What's going on? Is it hard to believe that the world of the heavens is also stuck? Thinking of this, Su Cheng suddenly realized that there seemed to be another goblin in the pile of corpses that was not dead, and his figure moved to grab it over. With Su Cheng in general, waiting for the rewards to come to the Chinese people, also delayed the announcement sound, the eyes were equally surprised. Is this a bug? Aren't these bugs all dead? Why hasn't the announcement sounded yet? Can it be that Su Shen is too powerful and the worlds of the heavens didn't expect Su Shen to pass? Hiss. I don't know why, but I always have an ominous premonition looking at this scene. Wait. What's that? How come there's a dark shadow in the distance that's breaking swell? This isn't a black shadow, this is a ing nest. In the middle of the image, only a black shadow was rapidly expanding. Up close, this is not a dark shadow, this is clearly a nest. Outside the homeland, Su Cheng similarly noticed the changes ahead. Before he could ponder what kind of situation this was, suddenly a deafening explosion cut through the silence of the night. Like the roar of an ancient beast, it shook every inch of the land. This sudden loud noise was accompanied by a strong shockwave that swept up the sky with smoke and dust, obscuring half of the sky and shrouding the surrounding scenery in chaos. The air seemed to be violently torn apart, and a cold aura suddenly arrived, causing Su Cheng to involuntarily shiver. Immediately afterward, the surface of the nest began to crack and debris scattered in all directions, and like the most bitter winter storm, a frost dragon violently rushed out from the nest. Its body was large and majestic, but its eyes glittered with coldness and cruelty, and its scales shone with a hauntingly cold light in the setting sun. Along with each wing lift, it instantly swept up the sky with wind and snow, condensing the air around it into frost, and the entire world seemed to be enveloped by its cold aura. No, kidding, and? 5th round. Surprisingly, there is a 5th round. Isn't this ing bullying honest people? No, that's too big of a span. What kind of monster is this, a frost dragon? Chapter 70, The Aristocrats, a Horrible Attribute. Above the nest, the frost dragon figure slowly landed. It was as if it was treading on an invisible path of frost under its feet, and every step caused the ground to crack open with a long, thin ice crack, and cold air emerged in wisps from these cracks, quickly freezing the surrounding grass and trees. The wings gently beat the ground, bringing up a gust of wind and snow, completely shrouding Su Cheng's location in a blanket of white. Roar! A loud roar resounded through the sky as the frost giant dragon stepped on top of the frosty soil, its huge head covered in thick frost, its eyes like two deep, cold stars, flashing with indifference and contempt. Those eyes, even though they did not look directly at Su Cheng. However, Su Cheng could feel the contempt and disdain contained in it, as if in its eyes, Su Cheng was just a worthless ant. Frost dragon. Rank, 30. Sex, female. Strength, 150. Agility, 80. Intelligence, 40. Abilities, Frost Spit, Absolute Zero, Ice Pick, Blizzard, Noble Blood. Description: as a noble frost dragon of the royal family, he is born to be a strong man, and all creatures have to bow down in front of him. He loves to compete with others for power, and his character is untamed and a bit dumb. The frost dragon figure was exhibited from the screen. The Chinese crowd watching this scene couldn't help but tremble as they looked at the frost giant dragon's massive size. Even through the screen, the crowd seemed to be able to feel the coldness coming from it. What the hell? Why can't I stop shivering? Why do I suddenly feel so cold? Isn't it still sunny outside? Me too. The moment this guy appeared, I couldn't stop my body from shivering either. It's not good. What level is this monster? Grandma, it's over, isn't it? It's not enough to go through 4 rounds, there's even a 5th, is it really endless? Su Shen feels so small in front of this giant dragon, although I'm still supporting Su Shen, but now this situation Su Shen won't be in danger, right? The 5th round of invasion footage was on display, and the foreign audience, who had been disliked by the Chinese crowd, were already holding their fire. However, right at the moment they saw the frost dragon, the fire in the hearts of the crowd was instantly extinguished by the frost. Especially after seeing that this giant dragon, the moment it appeared, could actually make the entire heaven and earth change color, he was instantly beaming with joy. Fifth round, I was right about there being a fifth round. Haha, and said we'd pop the champagne at halftime. Who the hell is popping the champagne now? The frost dragon has even appeared. I don't believe it, you Chinese guys can still survive. Yossi. Looking at the size and appearance of this frost dragon, even the gods can't save this next Chinese person now. Just now our Roman state instrumentation has transmitted data from this giant dragon's strength power attribute is a full 100. Strength attribute 100, I remember that even the world's strongest player Smith hasn't reached that much nowadays, right? This Chinese player is so sad to have met such a monster. Inside the Wachovia Raiders group, the sudden change of events took the Chinese crowd by surprise. Feeling the coldness that hit their faces in the middle of the picture, Elder Bai and the others' hearts went cold the moment they saw the data. The strength attribute is over 100 and the agility attribute is up to 80. That's still only 100 that machines in today's world can detect, and for this creature to show up at this time of the year, isn't it going in with the intention of killing the contestant for sure? And at this time just signed the contract treaty of the Maoist people. In the moment of seeing the screen in the middle of the picture, the expression of the same stunned. Especially in front of the frost giant dragon, the corners of Su Cheng's mouth could not stop twitching when he was as big as a mole cricket. Seeing this, General Liu and the others hurriedly put the contract and treaty away and put it into the safe made of special materials, not giving the Maoists a chance to react. Elder Bai, I'm afraid this time is not too good. Xiaolu looked at the data derived from the analysis and slowly spoke towards Elder Bai, who was at the side. There were examples of players from other countries encountering giant dragons before, but none of them survived. These dragons are different from other creatures and are born with all kinds of powerful attributes and abilities. Moreover, this one, the frost dragon, might not be of a low level. Elder Bai's gaze was contemplative. Can you project what level the other party probably belongs to? It's at least at the level of an earl, or even a very powerful noble. Nobles? Hearing the word nobility, Bai Lao recalled a certain Middle Eastern country from before. At that time, the opposing player was also attacked by a giant dragon, and it was also of noble rank. That one disaster nearly wiped out the entire country. To this day, that area is still in flames and is classified as off-limits territory. Is the strength attribute as high as 100? Elder Bai recalled the time he had tested Su Cheng before, and the top of the instrument was clearly displaying 100 as well. But even if they were all over 100, the other side was a noble bloodline or the most powerful group of gargoyles among the creatures. His gaze worriedly looked towards Su Cheng in the middle of the picture. Will it hold up this time? Outside the home, Su Cheng looked at the frost giant dragon in front of him that was walking towards him with one step at a time, idly strolling, and a trace of gravity flashed slightly in his eyes. The opponent's level was only 30, and his strength attribute was surprisingly as high as 150. Even the agility and intelligence attributes were not low, and the ability was one of the most he had seen. Human, art thou my match? At this time, a low voice sounded out, only to see that the frost dragon actually spat out human words, and the words contained a powerful pressure. The frost giant dragon slowly lowered its head, its large vertical pupils looked straight at Su Cheng, and the cold air spread outward from its body. Su Cheng looked up. One person and one dragon's eyes met, and Su Cheng did not have the slightest fear in his expression. Ha ha ha. Human, thou hast a look in my eyes that I particularly like. Looking at Su Cheng's eyes, the frost dragon laughed loudly. His body slowly stood up and spoke proudly. Human, don't say that I don't give you a chance. I don't need to fly to fight with you. As long as your attack allows me to retreat one step, I count you win. How? Su Cheng shook his head. How thou afraid? Seeing Su Cheng's silence, the frost giant dragon thought that the other party was afraid, and his gaze could not help but flash a trace of dislike. It seems he was wrong after all. That's right, he is of the noble frost dragon royal lineage. It was already good enough for a mere human to stand in front of him. What was there to talk about in terms of battle intent? Just as he shook his head and was about to raise his hand to slap Su Cheng to death, Su Cheng grabbed the kobold on the side that was expected to escape, looked at the other party with a serious face and said, I'm not your opponent, it is. Kobold? Chapter 71, you, go and finish it off. Requesting for votes. The kobolds looked at the massive body of the frost dragon, and their legs kept shaking in fear. Earlier under Jibo Chang's attack, it realized something was wrong. That guy was a monster, thus hiding somewhere pretending to be dead. Originally, he thought that he could muddle through by pretending to be dead, but he didn't expect Su Cheng to catch it out. Now that it was looking at the huge frost dragon in front of it, was it letting it be this guy's opponent, letting it go to its death? Ha! So you and the others are my opponents? Following the direction of Su Cheng's finger, the frost dragon's underground head carefully surveyed the creature in front of it. As the most noble royal bloodline of the frost dragon, it had seen countless powerful creatures in its life, but this greenish creature was the only one it had never seen before. Thus, after sizing up the other party, the frost dragon straightened up and a roar resounded through the sky. The wind and snow surged, and the eyes like two stars looked straight at the kobolds from the middle of the wind and snow. Come, let me see if your strength can satisfy me. At this moment, it was clear that the frost giant dragon had taken the goblin as his opponent. Among his dragon's world, the closer the body was to a certain color, the more noble the bloodline in the body was represented. It was as if he was covered in ice and snow scales, and as a noble royal bloodline, his body was almost one with the ice and snow. And this kobold revealed green color all over its body. In its eyes the other party was also a strong presence. You, go finish it off. Su Cheng pushed the goblin toward the front and pointed at the frost dragon in the distance. The kobold looked at the frost dragon in the distance, turned and looked at Su Cheng again. Not me. Both of these guys are monsters in kobold perception. But compared to Su Cheng, the frost dragon's strength it had yet to see. It had seen with its own eyes the brutal means by which Su Cheng had killed those insect clans before. The human in front of him it could not afford to offend. That would be. At the thought, the kobold gulped and slowly raised the dagger in his hand. Looking at the mighty and vigorous frost dragon in front of him, the kobold roared and charged with it. It'll work. I can do it. I'm the pride of the kobolds, my mom said I could do it. The kobold's mind at this moment kept flashing with memories from earlier. Bearing the honor of the kobold race, it was bound to work this time. Covered by self-confidence, the idea of being able to defeat the other party actually arose in the kobold's mind at this moment. The figure approached the giant claws of the frost dragon, and raised the small knife and stabbed it violently towards the bottom. Dang! The crisp sound echoed in the middle of the entire area. The small knife stabbed above the frost dragon's scales, and the blade crumbled and broke into two. In this moment, time seemed to stand still. The frost dragon raised its hand and stomped in the direction of the goblin, only to hear the crisp sound of bone cracking, and a streak of blood slowly flowed from the bottom of the frost dragon's foot. It was the frost dragon's turn to be dumbfounded. No, so weak? You call that a rivalry? Originally expecting a big battle, it retracted its foot in disgust after seeing the puddle of disgusting liquid at its feet. Such a weak creature, killing the other would be dirtying its hands. Human, how dare you lie to me? Retracting its sight from the kobolds, the frost giant dragon angrily looked towards the direction where Su Cheng was just now. Now even the little cutie. All knew that the kobold was no match for it, and that this human had tricked it. However, just as he angrily looked towards Su Cheng's location, the empty scene in front of him made it look surprised. No. Where are the people? Su Cheng's figure disappeared, and a huge question mark appeared above the frost dragon's head. Wasn't he here just now? Where did he run off to now? Could it be that this guy ran off while he was dueling with this kobold? Thinking of this, the frost giant dragon's wings flapped and just wanted to fly up to look for Su Cheng's form. Next. Only a black shadow was exhibited from behind it. Su Cheng stood with it behind him with his tang blade in hand, and a coin passed out from his palm. Ding! The coins flew out and the gambling talent was activated. Ding! Goddess of Luck triggered successfully. This throw is positive. Feeling the increase in strength and other attributes, Su Cheng did not hesitate too much and gripped the tang blade tightly to slash towards the frost giant dragon's wings. With a level of only 30, he possessed such a high amount of attributes, and even abilities that were as many as several times that of Jibo Chang. Against such an opponent, Su Cheng naturally would not be foolish enough to fight hard with the other party. The tang blade flashed and the strength attribute doubled continuously. This blade was the strongest blade in Sioux City today. Put! Tang dagger broke through the scales of the frost giant dragon without any obstruction. Flesh tore, a large amount of blood shot out from the frost giant dragon's wings, blood stained the entire piece of snow, adding a touch of demonic color. Nagarev is judged to be successful. Doom poison physique trigger. Opponent's strength attribute is lower than your own, and your physical strength is doubled and reduced. Ding! Goddess of Luck triggered successfully. Breaking triggered successfully. Randomly destroy one piece of equipment on your opponent. Roar! Thou darest sneak up on me. The intense and sharp pain caused the frost dragon to stop roaring. Obviously he did not anticipate this scene, and by the time he discovered Su Chang, the sharp pain of the blade body breaking through his flesh spread throughout his body. The roiling ice cones rose from all around him, the spikes flipping and pointing straight in the direction of Su Chang. CHCH changes really aren't that easy to chop off? The figure leapt down from above the frost dragon, his body dodging the ice pick attack. Su Chang's half-torn wing looked over. With this slash, he had wanted to remove one of the opponent's wings, but he hadn't expected the strength of the opponent's body to far exceed his expectations. The power nearly brought the opponent's body flipping over, but it couldn't cut off the opponent's wings. Is this the power of the royal bloodline? My ass. How dare you hurt me? My dad didn't even beat me like that. I'm going to kill you. Blood continued to gush out from the frost dragon's wings, his gaze angrily looked towards Su Chang, and a powerful light converged from his mouth. However, without waiting for the frost giant dragon to become angry, Su Chang's figure had long disappeared in place the moment he landed. The moment the frost dragon's light converged, several blade awnings continued to burst out. In an instant, Su Chang slashed several times in a row. One blade was more powerful than the other, and the blade chi contained enough power to devour all things. The blade chi cut across the frost giant dragon, slashing through its body with one blood mark after another, which were like whirlpools, crazily devouring the frost giant dragon's flesh and blood. Eternal stream, doom poison. Various messages prompting the determination of success kept popping up. Drilling pain emanated from the top of the frost dragon's body, and his pupils looked incredulously in the direction of the wound, the strange power coming from it making his pupils tremble. The delayed healing wound made him suspect the dragonborn even more. As a noble frost dragon royal bloodline, he was able to recover quickly from even fatal injuries. But now, he could clearly feel one of those forces hindering recovery, even as his own stamina plummeted. How is this power possible? Chapter 72: The Battle. Requesting tickets. The frost giant dragon looked in shock at Su Chang, who was attacking towards him once again. The wounds were slow to heal, blood was lost along with stamina, and at this moment, the aura of death enveloped his body. No, it can't. It can't go on like this. Foreseeing that the situation was not right, the frost dragon roared in anger. In an instant, the sky suddenly darkened, the wind howled, and snowflakes mixed with sharp ice crystals formed an apocalyptic storm that was strong enough to devour everything. The blizzard blocked Su Chang out, and bathed under the blizzard, the noble bloodline within the frost giant dragon was unleashed. At this moment, the frost giant dragon's eyes flashed with a ghostly blue light, surrounded by cold ice gas, visible to the naked eye. Its body expanded again. Opponent's abnormal status detected. Eternal flow is disabled. Poisonous body failure. Several prompts popped up, and in the middle of the blizzard, the frost dragon's figure changed, and all the wounds on its body healed. The huge torn wings were also intact at this moment. Human, you have completely pissed me off. It's an honor for you to force me to such a point. Give me death. The frost giant dragon let out a low cry, and a brilliant ice blue light gathered in its mouth. Frost spit was unleashed, and the temperature in the surroundings dropped steeply once again. As he violently opened his mouth, a wave of extremely cold energy surged out like a tidal wave, pushing straight towards Su Chang. Su Chang's figure flashed. The wrist guard increase was opened at the same time. The tang knife swung horizontally. The tip of the knife was lightly on the edge of the frost spit. It actually split the cold air that was enough to freeze the mountains and rivers into two, bypassing him and continuing forward, freezing the earth layer into a piece of silver white. Lucky's revolver was drawn and the gun was pointed at the trigger and slammed down. Ding! Lucky time trigger successful. All three-dimensional attributes are increased by 10 points. Lasts for 30 minutes. The bullet impacted on top of the frost dragon's scales without producing any effect, but Su Chang was not surprised in the slightest. With this shot he hadn't wanted to break the opponent's defense, all he wanted was that attribute boost. With the Yi bestialization, as well as the Yi gambling for life, talent, the 10 points of three-dimensional attributes were hardened to as many as 30 points. Still not dead? Seeing that the blow missed, Su Chang attacked again, and the frost dragon roared angrily. With its wings flapping violently, the wind instantly rose in the sky and earth, and immediately afterward, its eyes closed tightly and its entire body emitted an even more dazzling blue light. It's all over. Absolute zero. As the giant dragon slowly opened its eyes, he gazed straight at Su Chang, and a roar resounded through the sky. An energy that surpassed all the coldness in the world erupted from within it, and it was as if the entire space had been stood still by time. and even the air had frozen into ice crystals. This move was his trump card ability. Looking at Su Chang, whose figure was covered by the wind and snow, a smile appeared at the corner of the frost giant dragon's mouth. No living thing could resist its own absolute 0 degree. The same Su Chang-like human can be frozen into an ice sculpture in just an instant. What a pleasurable fight. Human, think I will remember you for the rest of my life. The frost dragon's expression once again regained its condescension. At this moment, under his perspective, Su Chang was undoubtedly the same as a dead man. However, just at the moment when he was about to withdraw his sight. Next. Only to see a silhouette flashing in the wind and snow ahead. How is this possible? The frost dragon blinked incredulously and once again looked towards the middle of the wind and snow. After seeing the figure in the midst of the wind and snow disappear, he then breathed a sigh of relief. What am I worried about? How could that human possibly resist this move of his own? The frost dragon shook its head. Its own absolute 0 was the most powerful ability amongst their frost dragon lineage. Very few could survive from it, and being covered by absolute 0, it was too late to run away, so how could they possibly come towards him against the attack? The frost dragon laughed and shook his head, shaking his head and turning his wings, just about to swing. Suddenly, an extreme killing intent locked him in place. In an instinctive reaction, the frost dragon's figure dodged towards one side. Clang! Blade light flashed. Su Chang showed himself from the middle of the wind and snow. The tang blade chopped on top of the frost giant dragon's body, and blood soared out like a fountain. Howl! The frost dragon ate the pain body shape, burst back dozens of meters away, flesh and blood once again broken open, his eyes incredibly towards the front. Su Chang looked. How could you? How could you? The frost giant dragon's eyes were filled with shock after seeing Su Chang standing still, the tang blade emitting a silver glow in the other party's hands, and his figure not being affected by absolute 0 in the slightest. What's wrong with this human? How is he not affected at all? His own absolute 0 is failing? No way, absolutely no way. There had never been an instance of this move of his own failing before, and all of the creatures that he had hit had fallen under it. Only a few individual powerhouses had less influence, such as his old man. But being hit by his absolute 0, even his old man seemed to be having an extraordinarily hard time coping. This is the secret technique of their Frost Dragon clan. Nowadays only he controls the entire Frost Dragon clan. How come this human is not affected at all? At this moment, the Frost Dragon couldn't figure out what was going on even if he thought about it. How could he know that under the gambling talent trigger, Su Chang was now immune to all negative effects? The opponent's absolute 0 was like air to him, unable to affect him in the slightest. No, something is wrong with this human. It can't go on like this. Blood dripped from Su Chang's tang blade. At this moment, under the Frost Dragon's perspective, Su Chang was like a devil from hell. Seeing the other party's desperate attack again, the Frost Dragon showed fear and hastily flapped its wings, accompanied by a hurricane that swept up. His figure flew towards the sky above. It was also at the moment when his figure had just left the ground that Su Chang's tang blade fell, cutting a gully in the ground. The Frost Dragon was forced to fly away, and the scene of Su Chang looking like a god of war made the watching crowd unable to return to their senses for a long time. I'll go. This Chinese guy is hung up, isn't he? This giant dragon's strength attribute is at 100. He actually knocked the dragon away? Ha ha ha. I knew Su Shin was the most powerful. It's just a small giant dragon, not to be taken at will? 5 rounds of attacks, or such a powerful dragon, this reward shall not take off? See Hachi. Damn it, it's because of that Kim Soo Hyun that this kind of power should have belonged to our kimchi country. Heh, didn't you just fight off the giant dragon? And this is the beginning of the celebration? You know, this is just the beginning. That's it. This is just where to wear. Now that this frost dragon is flying, do you Chinese players know how to fly? I'll see how you Chinese players can still fight. The scene of the frost dragon being knocked away did give his country's audience quite a bit of shock, but they soon realized. The giant dragonfly will, but this Chinese player can't fly. Now that the frost giant dragon was hovering high above the sky constantly launching attacks, Su Chang did not have any countermeasures and could only passively resist. If this goes on, it will only be them, China, who will lose in the end. Chapter 73 Precision Hits. As the slash fell short, Su Chang raised his head towards the frost dragon soaring above the sky. Only to see that the frost dragon, which was not bound by any constraints, continued to condense ice cones from high up in the sky and launched attacks in his direction. As the crowd had guessed, Su Chang did not have any ability to cope with flying nowadays. The lucky revolver was good, but the other side was no match for those kobolds. Bullets impacting on top of the opponent's body would at most break through a sliver of their flesh and blood, and there was even a chance that they would be blocked by the scales. Facing the frost giant dragon's ice cone attack, Su Cheng could only swing his tang blade to keep looking for obstacles to dodge.
Ha ha ha. Human, let's see how you can still hide now. The domain unfolded, and the frost dragon flying in the air, looked towards Su Cheng who was dodging around below.
Seeing the other party dodging around like a rat, the mood was extraordinarily overdue. Fighting each other on land was too stifling. Although he had previously said that he didn't have to fly to fight his opponent, at that time he had promised to fight his opponent. And since his rival kobolds had already been killed by his foot, it wasn't exactly a broken promise now. It was the kobolds he promised, so what business is it of Sioux City? Such a rogue scene from the frost giant dragon made the Chinese crowd watching the live broadcast unable to help but feel worried for Su Cheng. Holy, this guy is too rogue. Just keep fighting air battles, how is this fun? Grandma, how can the army beat the Air Force? Isn't this just a game? Come down one-on-one if you can. This fellow won't just keep wearing out, right? Although Su Chen's strength is very strong, no one would be able to hold out if he keeps on wearing out like this. From the opening of the 5th round to the appearance of the frost dragon, the crowd had once worried whether Su Cheng's could pass. Until after seeing Su Cheng completely suppressing the frost giant dragon, the stone in the hearts of the crowd this landed. Which thought that now came such a thing, the other party directly play a rogue move. Yet the spectators from other countries watching this scene were relieved. They had thought that this time the Chinese players had merely been more lucky and had made it all the way through. Which thought that the strength displayed by the other party was far beyond what they had expected. Wait, what is this Chinese player going to do? Why is he running towards the homestead? Is he tired of dying fast enough? Just as the audience in his country took a long breath, they only saw Su Cheng running towards his homeland. Such a scene left them extremely puzzled. It is important to realize that in addition to the players' own lives, their homes are also extraordinarily important. Once the homeworld is destroyed, the player will die along with it. This scene of Su Cheng's now was undoubtedly drawing the flames of war towards his own homeland, but instead, it would only cause him to die faster. Yossi. It seems that this Chinese player is confused from the fight and even wants to hide inside the homestead. Just this kind of concrete casting wall, how can I see you withstand the attack of this giant dragon? Ha! Why is this Chinese player running towards the top of the building? What is he doing? Ptah, crazy, this Chinese player must be crazy. He's actually preparing to maneuver about a shoot. What era is this, still using this weapon? I'll be damned if it'll work. Seeing the homeland in the middle, Su Cheng climbed above the defense measures created above. Watching the live broadcast of the audience of other countries cannot help but laugh out loud. With this backward level of defense engineering, let alone whether this thing can hit or not, and even if it does, how powerful can it be? Nowadays, his opponents were not those rookies to be compared to, and as far as this kind of weapon was concerned, it could not cause the slightest effect on the giant dragon. What does this human want? Similar to the audience of other countries, the frost dragon looked at Su Cheng, who had mounted the crossbow, with a similarly puzzled gaze. Is this guy trying to attack himself with this toy-like object? Is he out of his mind? With that kind of weapon, it would be a hell of a thing to do damage to him. He was of the royal bloodline, the scales on his body were a few points stronger than the hardest armor. How could a small siege crossbow pose a threat to him? Seeing Su Cheng turning his bow to aim in his direction, the frost dragon's mouth smiled, its wings flapped, and countless large ice cones coalesced from mid-air. The blade was aimed at the area where Su Cheng was located, ready to destroy the other party's home along with it in one fell swoop. However, just at the moment when he was just about to make a move, only a cracking sound was heard. Whoosh! The bow fires and a large arrow misses straight toward him. At first, the frost dragon was unimpressed by such an attack, until the arrows shattered his scales and pierced through a lot of his flesh and blood, and a clear sense of pain emanated from him, which made him realize that this bow was not ordinary. What kind of weapon is this? How could it break through my scales? The frost dragon looked at the part hit by the crossbow in shock, unbelief filling its eyes. Seeing above the homeland, Su Cheng once again drew his bow. He hastily stopped storing up his strength, and his figure hastily dodged towards the back. He was now aware that this human would not be able to be compared according to an ordinary human. The previous scene where Su Cheng ignored his absolute 0 degree and split his spit in half gave him a huge psychological shadow. As long as it was from the hands of Su Cheng, every weapon was not simple. Once one was careless, there was a high possibility that he would be killed by the other party. Trying to hide at this hour? It's too late. above the homestead. The corner of Su Cheng's mouth curved up into an arc as he looked at the frost giant dragon that was panicking and fleeing towards the back in a hurry. Although this bow of his was powerful, after all, it was only a level 1 defense measure, and it wasn't that simple to kill the opponent. Even as long as he fired ice picks against his own attacks, there would be no way for him to block them. But for now, the bow was aimed, and the moment the frost dragon turned around, Su Cheng immediately pressed the firing button. Whoosh! A violent breaking sound came out. Any biological body has its weak points, like them. This kind of giant dragon, although covered with scales and armor, like a steel general, but still has a fatal weakness. The black rod flew out, and the frost dragon, who was only thinking of moving away from the rear, suddenly felt a strong impact fluctuation from the rear, and before he could wonder, a strange feeling came from his buttocks, which made his face flushed with redness, which could be seen with the naked eye. The inside of the body seems to have entered some kind of thick item. His pupils shook, as if he saw a garden full of chrysanthemums, and after screaming miserably his high altitude fell straight down. The frost dragon is shot down. Such a scene rather dumbfounded the watching crowd. Especially after seeing the location where the black stick had hit, the Chinese people who were originally worried about Su Cheng felt their chrysanthemums tighten. So accurate? Sushin is also too hard this time. Hiss. I thought that Sushin would bring down this huge dragon in countless medium methods, but I didn't think it would be this one. I'll be so steel. I can feel the pain through the screen, and it's as if my hemorrhoids are going to break out. Chapter 74 Crying? In the middle of the image, the frost dragon's body collapsed inside the snow. Since his rear, a black iron rod was extremely conspicuous. The crowd watching the live stream saw this scene, and each of them grimaced. Even if it wasn't them that was hit by this blow, it was as if they could feel the pain coming from the dragon. How could they not have imagined how the iron rod would be in the right place? Such a thick black rod, even if the other party is a dragon, I'm afraid he can't stand it, right? No, WTF? This Huaxia player is open to shooting so accurately, isn't he? West 8. This position feels so good, it's making me want to find a guy to try it out. Wait. What did I just say, man? What would I want to find a guy for? As the head of the anorectal department, I caution you not to try this. In you go, out you don't, and if you really want to, you can go to those guys in Pickle Country, they're all a bunch of anyway. What kind of joke is this? This giant dragon was shot down so easily. Does this house really have an attribute of over 100? This is too weak, isn't it? I think this giant dragon is just powerful by the looks of it, but in reality, it's not half as powerful as the D-ranked boss that our Eagle Nations player Smith fought against. The Frost Dragon's performance made the audience in his country wonder if his opponent's strength was that strong. The performance was a little too poor, and was completely overwhelmed by the Chinese players. It was hard to fly into the air, not thinking about attacking to thinking about how to escape, and then finally being shot down again by the Chinese player. This was simply not a level away from the strength of the giant dragons they remembered. Outside the home, Su Cheng walked to the side of the frost giant dragon with his tang blade in hand, and at the moment, the other party was staring at him with a face of shame and indignation. Despicable. Shameless. Nasty. Disgusting. Seeing Su Cheng walk by, the frost giant dragon angrily rebuked Su Cheng for being despicable. The original muffled voice reverted to its original Lori's delicate tones with the black rod in the back. Listening to the frost giant dragon's constant insults, Su Cheng walked to the side of the black rod and curiously surveyed the orientation. He didn't expect the position to be impartial enough to hit. Originally, he thought that he was relying on this strike to lose his opponent's mobility, but he didn't expect it to turn into this scene. That might be kind of, like, incapacitating? Despicable human. If you can. If you have the guts, we'll fight head-on in the air. This is nothing. When the frost giant dragon saw that Su Cheng had even walked behind him to observe, his face instantly turned red to the extreme. However, when he was halfway through cursing, under his expression of horror, Su Cheng slowly raised his leg. Wait. Wait. What are you doing? Su Cheng didn't care what he said and kicked on top of that iron bar. Boo! The black rod vibrated, and along with it, the entire body of the frost dragon trembled together. The intense pain mixed with the sense of shame made the frost dragon unable to stop screaming. At this moment, the frost giant dragon assisted its hands on the ground, its body trembling unceasingly. He wanted to get up and tear Su Cheng in the back to pieces, but the pain coming from his body, coupled with the tingling sensation, made his entire body powerless.
Su Cheng tucked his foot on top of the black rod, his gaze looking down at the frost giant dragon faintly. Next, what I ask you answer, understand? He, a mere human. You also dare to instruct this dragon, just die. I won't say anything. The frost dragon's trembling body threatened Su Cheng in shame. Do you know who this dragon is? I'll tell you if you mess with the steel plate. When my father finds out about this, he'll kill you for sure. Rather stubborn. Hearing the roar of the frost giant dragon, Su Cheng rubbed his ears and lifted his foot to kick towards the black rod with a series of several heavy blows. No. Don't. Stop. Stop it. Boo. Damn human. I will kill you. This dragon must kill you. Boom boom boom. Whoa whoa. As the intense pain hit, the frost giant dragon continuously let out miserable screams and hurriedly opened its mouth to beg Su Cheng to stop. Crying? Looking at the frost giant dragon's appearance as it begged for mercy towards him, Su Cheng did not expect that a giant dragon would also cry. I told you. You stop kicking. At this moment, the frost giant dragon had lost its initial arrogance. See Su Cheng's gaze attacked, the original domineering vertical pupil. This moment of fear, just like this a puppy rolled round, lowered his voice to tell everything he knew. The fact that the frost giant dragon's attitude changed so quickly was something that Su Cheng did not expect. I thought that the other party would still be arrogant and twisted for a while longer, but I didn't expect that they would soften so quickly. Listening to the frost giant dragon's words, Su Cheng's gaze pondered. Like the initial Jibo Chang, this guy was also suddenly transported into it, with only one thought in his head: to tear apart all the creatures he saw in front of him. It was only because of the strength of his bloodline that the effect would not cause him to lose his mind. Since this fellow was the same as Jibo Chang, wouldn't he be able to sign a contract just the same? Su Cheng's gaze looked at the frost giant dragon below, and the same thought of taking it in rose. The opponent was so tricky at only level 30, or the royal bloodline was bound to not be weak once it grew up. Thinking of this, Su Cheng slowly walked in front of him, lowered himself to look at him with a smile and said, now you only have two choices: 1, submit to me; 2, die. Submissive? The frost dragon gulped. At this moment, Su Cheng's amiable smile was like a devilish smile under his perspective. Submit or die. He is a noble royal bloodline, born to be strong. Only other creatures submit to him. How could he submit to others in the end? No. No. The frost dragon shook its head and just wanted to angrily rebuke the other party, but after seeing Su Cheng's expression, it immediately bowed its head and humbly opened its mouth. Is it okay if I don't choose either one? What do you think? Su Cheng's face darkened. I am a noble. Royal. My father said he wouldn't let me. The frost giant dragon stuttered in its words, not daring to meet Su Cheng's eyes. Suddenly he seemed to have thought of something, and excitedly looked towards Su Cheng. How about, you submit to me? I'm a noble royal family. You're so strong. If you follow me, my father will definitely appreciate you and appoint you as a great official. Seeing that he was so stubborn, Su Cheng stopped talking and got up to walk towards his rear. You? What are you doing? Hey! Human, what are you doing? Halfway through his words, when the frost giant dragon saw Su Cheng heading in the direction of the black rod, he panicked at this moment and hurriedly shouted, come back! Human, come back! Wait! I promise you, isn't it good that I promise you? Ooh-hoo! Stop kicking, I really can't. Chapter 75: The Conquest of the Frost Dragon. Damn humans! Seeing Su Cheng walking back, the frost giant dragon's face was extraordinarily red, and the tears that flowed out were once again retracted. Knowing that he was a girl, this scene was worse than killing him. Su Cheng walked in front of him, his gaze looking down on him, and said, send the contract over. It's fine if you want me to submit to you, but I also have one condition. The frost giant dragon opened its mouth, yet before he could speak, Su Cheng's figure turned around and once again walked towards the direction of the black rod. Seeing this scene, the frost giant dragon hurriedly shouted, it's very simple, just one condition. As long as you promise me this condition, I will follow you in everything in the future. Anything for me? Listening to the other party's words, Su Cheng's figure stopped. Thinking that it would be quite troublesome to collect an AO bone by his side, he turned to look at him and said, speak, what conditions? Only. As long as you can arm wrestle stronger than me, I will promise to submit to you, but if you lose, how about letting me go? Arm wrestling? Su Cheng gazed up and down at the other party. Did this mean that he wanted to compete with him in terms of strength? It was the first time he had heard such a peculiar request. Surprisingly to the frost giant dragon, Su Chang quickly agreed. That's fine, but if you make a mess after you lose, then don't blame me.
Speaking of this, Su Chang's gaze skimmed towards the back of the frost giant dragon.
Definitely, definitely.
The frost gargoyle answered in a hurry. Seeing Su Chang's figure slowly walk by, a hint of cunning flashed imperceptibly in his eyes. Damn human, how dare you be so rude to this princess? When this princess leaves, I will make sure to let my father tear you apart. His own power was one of the top batch among the giant dragon clan, and there were even a number of elders who were not as powerful as he was. Under the royal bloodline, the power was completely unmatched by any other creature. This human dared to promise him that he would lose. Come on, don't dilly-dally. Su Chang's figure walked to the front of the other party and stretched out one hand. So what? Can you take that? Can you take it out first? I'm afraid I won't be able to make it work later. The frost giant dragon pointed to the black rod at the back and said towards Su Chang with an embarrassed face. Such a thing is humiliating enough when it's hanging out to dry. As soon as he exerted a little bit of force now, the pain mixed with the tingling sensation made it impossible for him to exert any effort at all. So many conditions, do you want to continue? Su Chang didn't want to continue pestering with the other party. If you don't want to continue, then forget it. Wait. Then. That's it then. Seeing that Su Chang was about to get up, the frost giant dragon hurriedly spoke. After his eyes glanced at Su Chang in shame and indignation, he endured the strange figure coming from behind him and slowly climbed down, stretching out his huge dragon claws to touch with Su Chang. The two are not on the same level just from their size. One of the claws of the frost giant dragon was even close to being the size of Su Chang's entire body. Such a bizarre scene puzzled the crowd watching the live broadcast. What is Su Shin doing? Why don't you kill this guy? Isn't this the best time? Hiss. Why does this pose look so familiar? Su Shin shouldn't be trying to compete with this giant dragon for strength, right? I seem to have seen this scene before. It seems that the second master also became Su Shin's henchman after experiencing this similar scene. It can't be that Su Shin wants to subjugate this giant dragon. Ever since the world of the heavens had descended, all sorts of creatures that only appeared in mythology had descended one by one. Although the crowd had seen giant dragons before, there had never been an example of another person subduing a giant dragon. Thinking that Su Chang was going to subjugate a giant dragon to become a dragon knight, the Chinese crowd watching the live broadcast could not help but get excited. Yet this scene was extremely disdainful to the spectators in his country. You know that the giant dragon is only qualified to be tamed by the royal bloodline among them. What kind of bull bloodline is this Chinese guy, and he's worthy of it? Laughing to death, but also take in, the whole person is not as big as someone else's claws, but also want to compete with the giant dragon's strength. Really do not know how the brain to think of it, really stupid. You still want to be a dragon knight, just save it for your small body. You can't even see such an obvious delay. Now when the dragon's power is restored, you Chinese guys will just wait for death. Letting you wahoo dog lucks hit that spot really gives you confidence? This Chinese guy's strength can be compared to a giant dragon. I'll take that as an upside down dilatation. In the scene where Su Chang and the frost giant dragon were competing for power, almost everyone had decided that Su Chang would definitely lose. There was no chance of winning just with such a disparity in their size. Previously, although Su Chang's scene of still dividing Ji Bo Chang had brought a lot of shock to the crowd, marveling at the other party's strength, this frost dragon was far from being comparable to that orc. Same as what others thought, at this moment, the frost giant dragon that touched its claws to Su Chang's arm, the corners of its mouth slowly curved up into an arc. Dare to compete with him for power at your own peril. Although the black rod in his rear was very humiliating to him, he didn't care so much now. The noble bloodline opens. At this moment, the frost dragon's body emitted a dazzling blue-white light. Ha, human, you've been tricked. How dare you compete with this princess in terms of strength? Defeat me. The frost dragon let out a loud laugh, his arm fiercely exerted force, a sense of constriction came out, his pupils trembled, and his entire face was extraordinarily red. But at this moment, he already couldn't care less. Now he only wanted to defeat this human in front of him. Boo! As the frost giant dragon violently exerted its force, the surrounding wind and snow shook, and the powerful force caused the surrounding wind and snow to roll up in the sky. It's... How can? The frost giant dragon's sneak attack was the first to exert force, but the other party's huge dragon claw could not shake a portion in front of Su Chang. Looking at Su Chang, whose expression had not changed in the slightest, and whose entire person stood in place like a taishan, his pupils vibrated. This time he used almost all of his strength, How come this human didn't change in the slightest, and why did the other party's hand keep pressing down?
With the noble bloodline turned on, his power attribute was close to 300, but now he couldn't even shake this human. How was this possible? However, just as he was shocked, the next words from Su Cheng suddenly made him doubt Longshang. Only Su Cheng slowly raised his eyebrows, his dark eyes still as indifferent as before, and said, "Only this power? Is that all you've got?" At this moment, like a barrel of dynamite being ignited, the frost dragon was completely ignited at this moment.
"Damn human, don't underestimate me!" The frost dragon roared, and the wind and snow around it turned crazily, almost using all of its strength together. The power emanating from the two of them was transmitted to the ground above, and the ground began to tremble, gradually crumbling and about to be unable to withstand it. Too weak. Only a voice came out from the middle of the wind and snow, accompanied by Su Cheng exerting himself. In an instant, a powerful force emanated from the center of his Su Cheng's hand. Before the frost giant dragon could react, its figure was directly flipped sideways under this force. Ding! Consuming 20 years of lifespan value to launch conquest is successful. Target, Frost Dragon. Chapter 76 Eating Meat Request for Votes. WTF? What did I just see? He flipped that gargoyle over. Oh my god. This guy can't even be called human. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This giant dragon's power is over 100 attributes. How can this Chinese guy be even more powerful than the other guy? The scene in the middle of the screen where the frost giant dragon was overturned caused the crowd watching the livestream to immediately doubt their lives. That's a difference of dozens, if not hundreds, of times in size alone. One of the opponent's claws was almost catching up with the size of Su Cheng's body. This was supposed to be an uncontested sparring match. But now the scene made the crowd stupid. How did he do it? Unlike the audience from other countries, the Chinese crowd watching erupted in shock one by one the moment they saw the frost dragon being overturned. Chang Hu. This power is at least over 100. Sushin deserves to be called Sushin power. Surprisingly can't even compare to a giant dragon. This is more than being unable to compare, this is completely crushing. Can't you see that the giant dragon used all its strength, and Sushin didn't change a bit? With this win, this giant dragon should be taken in by Sushin, right? This is the first time I've seen a dragon rider. While the Huaxia crowd was shocked, each one of them looked forward to the moment when Sushin would soar on a giant dragon. Such an image was extraordinarily exciting just to think about, and they had yet to see what a real dragon rider was really like. At this time, outside the homestead, the conquest ability was successfully activated, and the power sparring was complete, and only then did the frost giant dragon sign a contract with Su Cheng. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The frost giant dragon rubbed his arm, his gaze skimming over Su Cheng, who was surveying the contract in front of him. This guy doesn't know how to lighten up a bit, he's so hard on him. She's a girl, and she's so rude. Only. For some reason, he didn't have the slightest bit of rejection in his heart. Instead, want more? The moment the power competition ended, Su Cheng had changed dramatically before his eyes. Whenever he glanced at Su Cheng for a moment, his heart would beat non-stop and he only felt that his body was unbearably hot. Frost Dragon to be named. Rank, 30. Sex, female. Strength, 150. Agility, 80. Intelligence, 40. Abilities, Frost Spit, Absolute Zero, Ice Pick, Blizzard, Noble Blood. Description, somewhat dull and silly, and in love with you to the point of death, wanting to swallow you in one gulp to be with him forever. Swallow it and stay with it forever? Su Cheng looked at the panel that popped up in front of him and the corner of his mouth twitched. Good lord, another one of these? Those two had already tormented him before, and he didn't expect such a one to appear now. Su Cheng sighed and looked at the name-taking column. It's time for another exciting naming session, and naming Su City is a specialty. Skimming the frost giant dragon in front of him, Su Cheng pondered for a moment before saying, seeing that you were shaped like snow and use the ice and snow ability, let's call you Little Snow. Of course, what's more important is that it's Snow White there too. Yuki? Xiao Shui nodded with satisfaction as she listened to Su Cheng's name for herself. Lord. Master. Now that the contract has also been signed, can that? Xiao Shui walked to Su Cheng's side and pointed at the black rod behind her and said shyly. Oh, rather almost forgot about that. Su Cheng nodded his head, his figure walked behind him, and his hands grabbed the black rod with a fierce force. Previously, due to too much force, Su Cheng also took a lot of effort to pull it out. As the iron rod was pulled out, Yuki let out a cry. His eyes skimmed towards Su Chang, there was actually love in his eyes, and then under Su Chang's astonished gaze, his figure gradually became smaller into a lowly-sized appearance. At this moment, Xiaoshui was biting her fingers, her fat tail stretched at the back, looking at Su Chang with a shy face, and her expression seemed to be still recalling the feeling from before.
That kind of roughness really makes a dragon horny. Master is really rude, it's my first time. Su City.
Seeing Little Snow's figure shrinking, it was the same as the first look that the two of them, Little White and Little Medical Fairy, had looked at themselves earlier.
Su Chang was dumbfounded. No, how is the effect of this conquest so similar to that of the nodding? And what about a dragon my size? Su Chang had also wanted to experience the feeling of a dragon rider. He had also seen it on TV before. Ben wanted to take in this dragon and experience the feeling of flying on a dragon. Why are you in human form now? Su Chang walked forward and surveyed the lowly-like-sized Xiaoshui and said, how did you turn into a human form? I consulted my master's memory's curiosity. Master, this is not like the human form? So I just... Xiaoshui said, her figure gradually pasted onto Su Chang, her legs clenched, and her eyes filled with longing as she looked at Su Chang. Master, I didn't realize it before, but now I feel that your meat smells so good. Can I have a bite, just a small bite please? Saying that, he did not wait for Su Chang to respond. Xiaoshui figure walked to Su Chang's side, while Su Chang's arm slowly lifted, saliva from the corner of the mouth seeped out. Good meat. This is good meat. Little Snow's eyes flickered, and after her fat tail wiped Su Chang's arm, she was about to stuff it inside her mouth. Knock. A dull knocking sound sounded out, and Su Chang knocked his head with one hand as a sword. Xiaoshui ate the pain and had no choice but to release Su Chang's arm. Su Chang's eyes surveyed the conquest ability introduction in front of him, and looked at Xiaoshui, whose personality had changed so much, with a puzzled expression. I had thought that this conquest would at most forcefully control the other side, but now that it looked so, that didn't seem to be the case. Thinking about Little White and Little Medical Fairy's previous changes, Su Chang pondered for a moment and then said, didn't you just now still say that you wanted to tell your father, King? What, you are not going to tell your father now? Don't say. Xiaoshui hurriedly shook her head, remembering what Su Chang had done to him before. Her face instantly turned red like a small apple. Actually, Master made Xiaoshui quite comfortable. It's just that before, Little Snow was embarrassed. Comfortable? Su Chang's expression was stunned, looking at the other party in such a manner. A thought emerged from his mind. Now that the rest of the countries are still open, it will take some time for the rewards to be announced. From what Yuki said, he could both change into human form and back into frost dragon form, but there was a time limit involved. Since you can't be a dragon rider now, but you can be a dragon rider. Didn't you say you wanted to taste my flesh before? It's okay to taste it, but not to bite it, and I'll let you if you can take it. Really? Yuki looked excited. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't defeat Su Chang, at this moment he would have pounced on him and gnawed on Su Chang's flesh. It's not allowed now, but it's okay to try it. Chapter 77 Dragon Rider? The scene between the duo of Su Chang and Xiaoshui filled the watching crowd with questions. How could the crowd not have thought that the giant dragon could turn into human form? Moreover, the present-day appearance of Yuki was completely at odds with the mighty image of the frost giant dragon. If they hadn't been watching this scene the entire time, the crowd would have thought that this was a switch midway through. This gargoyle humanoid actually looks like this? Lori, this would be Lori? Oh, I'm so envious of Sushin, before and after Little White and Little Medical Fairy, and now there's a lowly. If only I had a lowly to accompany me as well. Wait, that said, just now the other party looked like that. Sushin could become a dragon knight. Now that the other party has turned into a human form, wouldn't this be a way to not experience the joy of a dragon knight? Yao! Compared to this lawful lowly, I think a dragon rider would be great too. Too bad it can only be one or the other. While Snow's change from a frost dragon to this current scene had cheered up a lot of old shriveled skins, the chance to have a dragon rider was so hard to come by, but it was just a missed opportunity. The crowd could not help but feel sorry for Su Chang. If it's them, they must experience a wave of dragon riders. Imagine yourself riding a giant dragon, appearing in the middle of some big battlefield, with a roar resounding through the sky, shining under the watchful eyes of the crowd. This kind of feeling couldn't be more enjoyable. However, just as the crowd sighed, accompanied by a sound of a belt being undone, Xiaoshui's figure approached towards Su Chang, and the screen went black at this moment. Watch the live stream crowd. Not. Ha? I'm going to. What the hell, are you kidding? Good guy, really damn good guy. I had thought that Sushin couldn't experience the thrill of being a dragon rider, he had such a dragon rider Hiss. Dragon Knight, Dragon Knight. I can only say that it's worthy of being Sushin, since I can't be a Dragon Knight, I'll experience Dragon Knight. Grandma, I'm purple with envy Quinel, I want to experience the joy of a dragon rider too. The live broadcast screen suddenly blacked out, and the people watching the live broadcast were all dumbfounded. How could they not have imagined that there was such a way to experience a dragon rider? But this also seems to be indeed a dragon rider? For a while the crowd continued to revolve around this topic, but along with a small ragged station of old astringent skins opening their mouths, the pop-ups gradually shifted in the wrong direction. Meanwhile, inside the highest operational command base in China, Bai Lao and his line of personnel looked at the sudden change in the live broadcast screen, and for a moment, their old faces couldn't help but shy away for a few moments. If it was just them, it wouldn't be a big deal, after all, the crowd was used to it. But now that there are diplomats from other countries here, the scene is particularly awkward for a while. With the Northern Bear country taking the lead, a number of other small, elusive countries have also begun to talk to Huaxia about matters of cooperation. For a while, the atmosphere of the entire Raiders group was particularly awkward. Ahem. That what, let's continue discussing about the cooperation? General Lu spoke, his eyes detaching from among the screens. He also did not expect that this kid Su Chang would be so bold as to not even let go of dragons and become a true dragon knight. Ah yes. Cooperation. Well, let's talk about cooperation first. As General Lu opened his mouth, the diplomats of other countries also hastily withdrew their eyes. Although what the Chinese players did was unexpected, the result was that they, China, managed to survive the 5th round of the offense. The players from the other countries selected for this time are dead or fleeing. There's also a lot of practice of luring monsters to hide inside turtle shells more away from their homes, like in Sakura Goku. But in the end, no other country has adopted it, and it naturally carries a lot of weight. Elder Bai, the Northern Bear country, has sent a message. Just when the cooperation matters were in full swing, Xiaolu walked from one side and handed a screen to Bai Lao and said, Northern Bear country, is this another one of their affairs? I remember this time they seem to have been chosen as well, right? Elder Bai picked up the screen and looked at the information coming from the Northern Bear country above, his gaze thoughtful. Another call for help? Elder Bai, how should we respond to them this time? Is it a refusal or? Anyone with eyes can see the difference in this invasion. The difficulty was far from being comparable to the previous one. This time Su Chang had gotten through it, but the next time it could not be said. Elder Bai looked towards the black screen image amongst the screen, and after a moment of thought, he spoke, promised them for the time being, only to make them wait, if they can hold out for 12 hours. Yes. Xiao Lu nodded. Northern Bear Country Raiders. Looking at the screen in which his players were coping more and more strenuously, facing the many invading creatures and about to be unable to hold on, General Pu's gaze was extraordinarily grave. At that moment a message alert sound broke the silent atmosphere of the raid group. General Pu Huaxia has replied. What's the Wachovia reply, come on. Upon hearing the reply from Huaxia, General Pu hurriedly got up from his seat and ran towards the front of the instrument. Huaxia said to hold out for 12 hours, and if we can, they'll send support. 12 hours? General Pu's people were dumbfounded. In this situation, let alone 12 hours, it would be good if they could still hold out for an hour. Did Huaxia say why? No, the message from the Chinese side just told us to hold out for 12 hours, and the reason was not given. No reason? As if he had thought of something, General Pu hurriedly switched the screen to the middle of the Chinese live broadcast. After seeing the familiar black screen, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch at this moment. Nice guy turned out to be. He had heard that Huaxia had encountered a dragon attack before, but he hadn't expected to see that it was a dragon that had been attacked instead. Communicate with Tchaikovsky, tell him to find a way to delay it for 12 hours, the Chinese player he is now. Just tell him that. General Pu waved his hand and said. Outside the Maoist homeland at this time. After Mao Zi received the message from the Northern Bear country, even without informing him of the reason, he probably guessed the current situation in Sioux City. However, he did not get annoyed, instead, he extremely admired Su Chang. Not bad for a master. As for the matter of holding out for 12 hours, it was not a problem for him. Only to see Mao Zi will body close off all, accompanied by the arm on the digital jump, this moment Mao Zi together with the homeland behind them disappeared in the same place. Such a scene caused the crowd of the Northern Bear Country Raiders to fail to react.
Tchaikovsky's talent was naturally known to them, but it wouldn't have had the same effect.
What's going on with this scene now?
Half a day later. General Pu seemed to have thought of something. His expression was extraordinarily excited, and he could not stop laughing out loud.
Ha ha ha. Earned it, completely earned it. I knew my hunch wouldn't be wrong. The second gift, this is the second gift. Good times are coming for our northern bear country too.
Chapter 78 10,000 points, dumbfounded Pushan. Congratulations on passing the third wave of the lair invasion. Detecting the number of kills, level, and strength.
Testing complete.
Congratulations on receiving 10,000 bonus points. 12 hours passed, and the Huaxia live stream lit up again. Su Cheng fastened his belt and looked toward Little Snow, who had a satisfied face and burped a milky burp at the back.
Don't say the gargoyle experience is really different.
It was just a pity that with the other party's appearance, he would not be able to experience the joy of a dragon rider for the time being. But it was good to experience a dragon rider for a change.
No extra bonus?
Su Cheng looked at the panel that popped up in front of him. He had heard about the rewards that the Eagle Kingdom and the Sunless Kingdom received after killing the boss before.
Is it hard to believe that the only way to get extra rewards is to kill the boss?
Su Cheng pondered. Although he didn't figure out what kind of reward roulette was, he nodded with satisfaction after seeing the 10,000 points he had gained. The rewards for the top 3 this time around can be extremely generous. Without the extra bonus flowers, 10,000 points to take a top 3 should be solid, right? Glancing at the battlefield not far away, Su Cheng spent several days of his lifespan to purchase a small knife, and then walked up to collect the battlefield. Although most of the creatures' bodies were destroyed by Ji Bo Chang, there were still quite a few that were extremely well preserved.
That's all life expectancy value, not to be wasted.
At this time, the Huaxia live broadcast room. The crowd looked at Yuki, who was flushed and sleeping contentedly in the middle of the screen, with extra envy in their eyes. They had never experienced the feeling of a dragon rider yet, but Su Cheng felt to experience the excitement of a dragon rider first. Hiss.
Sushin is really still the same Sushin.
Whether it's powerful, that aspect is also
immensely powerful. Can't even a giant dragon stand up to it?
Even the giant dragons can't stop Sushin's attack. I can't find any creature that can compete with Sushin now. That said, Sushin has subdued such a giant dragon, wouldn't the reward for that one fly? The crowd was envious. One waited excitedly for the reward to come. This time, Su Cheng had subdued a frost giant dragon with a power attribute of over 100. The rewards of the Eagle Kingdom and the Sunset Kingdom alone were so generous, this was definitely unusual for them. However, there was a long wait.
What's going on? Where's the reward announcement?
Is there a delay? It's not right, this giant dragon looks extraordinary, there should be a reward for it, can't it be that there's really a problem? There didn't seem to be an announcement when Sushin took in the second master before. Can it be that the taken doesn't count among the kills? After all, it's for your own use, so there's no reward? Seeing the delayed notice of the heavens ringing out, the faces of the Chinese people could not help but be puzzled. In response, the audience in his country was relieved.
Laughing to death, making such a big noise, I thought how strong this giant dragon was? Turns out it's not even a boss.
I told you, how can this Chinese player be so powerful? Why is this dragon looks powerful, but in reality it's weak? Scared me, I really thought that Huaxia is going to rise. It turns out that the previous one was an error in the instrument detection. It seems that this time the first is still our Eagle country.
Ha, the sick man of East Asia will always be the sick man of East Asia, still wanna pout, wanna fart eat you guys.
The notice of the heavens had not sounded out, which meant that the monster Su Cheng was fighting had not even reached boss. Such a scene was a relief to the audience in his country. Especially the Eagle Nation crowd, who had thought that this time the first position was about to be lost. It was mainly because the previous scene of Su Cheng battling the frost giant dragon had given the crowd too deep an impression.
I didn't realize that the other side was just a small monster.
However, just as the audience of his country was about to taunt the Chinese crowd, a sudden shift in the nest fluctuation rankings. Since the moment the lair flux opened, a screen has appeared over the globe. The top of the screen shows the rankings of the players from each country. At this moment, the rankings that hadn't been seen for a long time unexpectedly began to change. Only at the bottom of the leaderboard, Su Cheng's name appeared. His points continued to climb at a rate visible to the naked eye, and in no time at all, he crossed the ranks of 100 towards the top, eventually stabilizing at around 30. Phew, God bless. Turns out it's only 30, I thought these Chinese were up to something again. Bull. What do you mean it's only 30th place? Take a good look, our Sushin's name is still rising. Oh, rise, and so what? On this growth rate continues, I'm afraid even the top 10 cannot reach, it cannot catch up with the hot. It seems that not only do you Chinese like to get fancy in battle, but even the leaderboards are like that, nothing more than a bunch of paper tigers.
The moment Su Cheng's name appeared among the rankings, the hearts of the audience and his country couldn't help but clench for a moment.
Previously, China had made too many mistakes, and they thought that this time these Chinese were going to make something else. I didn't realize that there were only 30 in the end. It's still rising, but I'm afraid it won't even reach the top 10 at this rate of rise. Phew. Scared the hell out of me, these Chinese are giving me stress. According to this situation, it looks like this first place is still taken by our Eagle Kingdom. Inside the White House of the Eagle Kingdom, Pushan watched the change in the leaderboards and was equally startled, but quickly settled down. Takes a cigar out, cuts off the head, lights it, and slowly exhales a cloud of smoke. After ruthlessly inhaling a few mouthfuls to calm down, Pushan opened his mouth toward a side assistant and asked, Evelyn, now that Huaxia is in the number 1 spot? President Pu. POTUS. Beside Pushan, Evelyn was also initially a stream of disdain for the appearance of Huaxia. However, with the charts constantly changing, her expression gradually changed from initial disdain to surprise, shock, and now it was full of unbelief. Seeing Evelyn like this, Puchuan ruthlessly pinched the other party's buttock flesh and laughed. Oh, what's wrong? It's not like you're number 1 anymore, why are you so flustered? Where did those Huaxia guys go? How come I didn't see them down there? With a cigar in his mouth, Pushan turned to sweep the leaderboard. After realizing that the Chinese name was missing, his gaze flashed with a hint of doubt. Wasn't Huaxia still here just now? Where are you now? President Pushan. Look up there. Evelyn's voice trembled as she pointed upwards. Up there? Listening to Evelyn's words, Pushan looked up towards the top of the leaderboard. Only to see that just a moment ago, they, the Eagle Kingdom, were still occupying the first position on the list, and at some point, they dropped to the second. And the number 1 spot is dominated by China. POTUS? No. What happened? At this moment, Pushan was dumbfounded. Wasn't Huaxia still in 30th place just now? How did you become number 1 in the time it took you to turn around? And, it's amazing how the points keep going up. 2,000.5000, 8,000.9999, 10,000. Snap. The cigar dropped, and after seeing the finalized points of Huaxia, Puchuan's entire body suddenly collapsed on top of the seat, the light in his eyes dimming. 10,000. How is this possible? Chapter 79 ranked first in supporting the Northern Bear Country. WTF, am I blind? 1, 10, 100, 1,000. 10,000? 10,000 points, are you kidding me? No, on what grounds? It's only 1,000 points for our Eagle Kingdom Smith to kill a D-ranked boss, and 10,000 points for you guys to subdue a giant dragon that's not even a boss? Ashiba. You're telling me this isn't an inside job? I'm going to report it, there's definitely something wrong with this Huaxia. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Can it be that the scene just now was all true, and that the giant dragon's strength is even stronger than a D-class boss? Huaxia topped the charts at number 1, and the crowds who had been ready to watch the show were suddenly dumbfounded. It was clearly rising around 30 before, and in the blink of an eye it was at the top, even with points as much as 10 times farther than the second Eagle Nation. A creature that hadn't even reached boss, the crowd couldn't figure out on what basis. Unlike the foreign audience, the Chinese crowd, the moment they saw Su Cheng's name ascending to the top of the first place, each and every one of them cheered at once. Ha, see, a bunch of rat-faced, know what strength means? This is the strength of Sushin, and if you have that time to bark, you might as well watch and learn. He's a block away from you guys, you can't even catch up. Still pretending, you have the ability to give me a try to shatter your body with one punch, do you know what strength is called? Chanting about your crappy boss every day. We Sushin just don't want that little reward, we don't even look at it, it's more about subjugation, what do you know? Sushin is awesome. The second and third rewards are so good, so what should the first reward be like? At this time, outside the Huaxia home. Accidentally get a first? Su Cheng put away the scraped materials and looked at the panel that popped up in front of him with a thoughtful gaze. I thought that taking a top 3 this time should be almost enough, but I didn't expect that the gap between his score and the second place was stretched to as much as 9,000.
Lord! Lord!
Noticing the movement coming from the front, Yuki awoke from her slumber. When she saw Su Cheng walking towards her, her cheeks could not help but blush a few points. He did not expect Su Cheng to let him taste meat, but to taste the meat of that. It tasted a little weird, but somehow it made my body hot as I ate it. Now that she had calmed down, Xiaoshui recalled the previous scene where she had taken the initiative and did not dare to meet Su Cheng's eyes at all.
Are the wounds all healed?
Well, it's all healed. Little Snow nodded her head, and her plump tail seemed to keep flapping up and down due to Su Cheng's concern. Looking at Xiaoshui's figure, which was not greatly hindered, Su Cheng's gaze looked towards the distant nest. Just now he had received the news that the Mauzi in the northern bear country were still in danger and sought their support. If his own few points didn't even make it into the top 3 among the rankings, he naturally wouldn't give it a second thought.
But now,
since they, Huaxia, and the northern bear country had already reached a cooperation, Su Cheng naturally would not see the death of the country.
Not to mention,
in addition to the northern bear country, there is another country that is now in the midst of an invasion. The two girls, Little White and Little Medical Fairy, were tossed around a bit violently by him and were unable to move for a short period of time. Ji Buchan body injury is not small, let him go forward. I am afraid that halfway to the hiccup. Alone and divided, it seemed only right to let him go now.
If you can still move, there's something I need you to do on my end. I don't know if you.
As long as it is what Master says, I am willing. Before Su Cheng could finish speaking, Little Snow licked her lips and immediately grabbed the answer excitedly. Meeting Su Cheng's line of sight, Little White crossed her hands under her body and looked at Su Cheng shyly, a far cry from the previous Frost Dragon's condescending appearance. Alright then, a teleportation light pillar will descend later, don't resist, just follow the guidance, when you get there you just need to.
Su Cheng opened the panel up and was about to explain the precautions to the other party.
Suddenly, Su Cheng noticed his own belt loosening.
Looked down,
only to see that Yuki's hands were picking at her belt with a look of impatience.
You? Doing what?
Ah. Yuki's gaze was surprised. Wasn't it Master who told me to do this?
Su City.
Seeing Xiaoshui looking at herself with a dumbfounded expression, Su Cheng was also speechless. He hadn't expected that after 12 full hours, this guy would still want to continue, but it was him who had underestimated the power of the giant dragon. It looks like you'll have to open it together with the cozy cloud hand next time.
It's not about that, listen well first.
Su Cheng knocked on Xiaoshui's head and said the situation about the Mauzi of the northern bear country with him. Listening to Su Cheng's words, Xiaoshui rubbed her head and looked up at Su Cheng. Her gaze flashed with a trace of doubt.
Master is so powerful, why do you need to help the others? Wouldn't it be better to just conquer them? Whoever doesn't submit, then beat them into submission. If that doesn't work, then kill them all.
Among his Frost Dragon lineage, if they encountered a creature that was not submissive, they would not hesitate to cut them down. Whether they die or live after submission is none of their business. But regardless of the situation, the items that should be tribute must still be tribute each time. In their words, I was lucky I didn't kill you before, how dare you make conditions with me?
Not cool? Then kill.
Su Cheng shook his head. The situation on my side is more complicated than you think. This time you should be able to solve the situation over there, right?
He, don't worry, Master. Little Snow, I'm powerful.
Little Snow held her head high and laughed heatedly. As the words fell, he gazed towards the lower part of Su City once again. Wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth, her body quietly approached. Master, can you let Snowy have another bite of meat?
Duong.
Su Cheng once again fiercely knocked on Xiaoshui's head. What's going on inside your head every day? Go and solve this one thing first. Without waiting for Xiaoshui to speak, Su Cheng raised his hand and tapped down the invitation from the northern bear country. It was only until the white light enveloped underneath Xiaoshui and the other party disappeared in the middle of the homeland that Su Cheng sighed helplessly.
Is this guy really the princess of the Frost Dragon lineage?
That's a quick change of character. Even though it was in lowly form, remembering that 12-hour scene from before, and the other party's appearance at that time, Su Cheng felt a slight pain in his waist. This guy's really tough. He's really sucking it to death. Now that the northern bear country side is settled, it's your turn. With his line of sight retracted, Su Cheng opened the store of the heavens.
Do you want to spend 10 years of your life to buy a support card?
Yes. The arm numbers jumped. Su Cheng looked at the support card that appeared in his hand. The corner of his mouth slowly curved up.
If he remembered correctly, the present-day Sakura country had not ended either.
As a good neighbor of the cherry blossom country, Su Cheng naturally would not see them dead. Support card used successfully, please designate a target player.
Sakura Nation, Daiko player. Chapter 80 seconds, gap and strength requesting votes. Northern Bear Country Raiders. General Pooh and the rest of the party looked at Tchaikovsky in the middle of the screen with a worried look in their eyes. Just a short while ago, Tchaikovsky's gift lapsed, and there wasn't enough longevity in his opponent's hands to keep him going. The original 15-year lifespan was limited to 5 years after purchasing a support card once, and 5 years of holding out for 12 hours was already the limit. Now Tchaikovsky was completely lost to fend off these monsters and could only flee in the opposite direction of his home. Why hasn't the Chinese support arrived yet? Tchaikovsky can't hold out any longer. At this rate, in less than 10 minutes, Tchaikovsky is going to go off the deep end, and he'll only have an hour of life left in his hands. General Pooh, now what can we do about this? China has not replied so far, they shouldn't be coming, right? The crowd's gazes went towards General Pooh, who was seated in the upper seat in front of them. They were naturally informed of the news that Huaxia had gotten first place this time. It was also because the other side got first place that they became more and more worried. If it was just the top 3, or not in the top 3, then they weren't worried. But now words. Wachovia got the first place and is bound to want to keep it. The rewards for second and third place alone are so generous. Even if the first place was not shown, the crowd could guess how its reward was probably. No, it won't, I believe in them, Wachovia. General Pooh shook his head, his eyes fixed on the scene in the middle of the screen and said, China never fails to keep its word to its friends, nor does it refuse, this time they will definitely come to support. This. Hearing General Pooh's words, the raiders looked at each other and finally sighed helplessly. That seems to be all there is to it for now. There was no means by which they could help Tchaikovsky other than to go to China for help. General Pooh's hand clenched as he watched Tchaikovsky, who kept dodging in the middle of the screen. Despite his words, it was impossible to say he wasn't nervous. This time, their player had awakened 2 talents, and as long as he survived, he would definitely be able to lead the rise of their Northern Bear Country in the future. They also lost 3 in a row in Northern Bear Country before Tchaikovsky, and they just couldn't afford to run out of steam. It can be said that all hopes for a change of fortune in the Northern Bear Country this time around rest with Tchaikovsky. Just as the Northern Bear Country raiders fell silent for a time. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. From the top of the screen, a huge figure was exhibited. The moment he saw the figure appear, General Pooh's figure bounced up, it's coming. Meanwhile, inside the North Bear National Park. The mauler likewise heard a roaring sound coming from the sky. No, what kind of a thing did Master send here? He looked sideways toward the figure behind him to his right, half the sky obscured by the other figure. Just as Maozi was surprised, the clouds broke through. A mighty and huge frost dragon exhibited itself from the clouds. The moment Xiao Shue's figure unfolded from the sky, the temperature around her plummeted. With each flap of his wings, gusts of wind and snow whistled past. Such a scene made the viewers of the Northern Bear Country who were watching the live broadcast extraordinarily delighted. This frost dragon they had seen before in the Chinese live broadcast, and now that it had appeared here, it was obvious that China had come to provide support. Hola! Haha, our support has finally arrived, scared me to death, I thought disaster was coming again. Is this the giant dragon that the Chinese player is facing? I didn't have much of a feeling looking at it before, but now it's so big in comparison. Wait a minute. How come I don't see the figure of the Chinese player above that giant dragon? Did he not come? Huaxia's support to resist made the Northern Bear Country spectators extra happy. After all, the other side was taking a full 10,000 points. While the process cannot be determined, the result is there and it's done. But while the crowd was delighted, they soon realized that there didn't seem to be any figure above the frost dragon. Where did the Chinese players go? What's with sending a dragon? Ha ha ha. Still cooperating? Is this what happens when you cooperate with Huaxia? Other people don't even want to come over, laugh me to death. It's really pathetic, after giving out so much territory, in the end the other side doesn't even want to come, just sends over a small dragon that isn't even a boss. Isn't that a purely unjust species? See the D-ranked boss tree spirit? Just that little dragon of yours could whip you to death with a single whip. Being big in size is of no use, what comes out will be strength. Got to know about the Chinese support for the Northern Bear Country, the viewers of other countries one by one flocked to the live broadcast room of the Northern Bear Country. However, when he saw that Huaxia only sent a dragon over, and the people did not come over, he could not help but laugh at the North Bear Country's great injustice.
Listening to the taunts of the other countries, the Northern Bear Country watch face didn't look too good either. They didn't expect much from Xiao Shui, after all, they were all defeated under Su Cheng. How powerful could they be? Anymore, this time there was a boss-level creature present. This frost dragon wasn't even a boss, so it really didn't make the crowd feel at ease. However, just as the crowd was worried, in the middle of the screen, Snowy's gaze disdainfully skimmed over the creatures below, with a surprisingly disgusted look in her eyes. Compared to your master, you are so weak. If my master hadn't sent me, you wouldn't even have the chance to see me. Be thankful for my master's gift. Between the words, countless ice picks were exhibited from around Little Snow. With a wave of his raised hand, in an instant, the entire heaven and earth was enveloped in ice cones. Countless ice cones stabbed towards the ground like rain. The creature that was struck by the ice pick was instantly pierced through the body and turned into an ice sculpture standing in place. Mao Zi, who was at the center of the monster, looked around in shock, a light flickering in his eyes. Is this the power of the master? Due to Su Cheng's previous special instructions, Xiao Shui isolated Mao Zi from all the creatures in a single moment, and the ice picks only landed on his side to kill all the incoming creatures. But for a moment, the environment, which was still noisy, quieted down. The creatures that were pursued by Bin were completely cut off without even having the chance to scream. Oh! Surprisingly, there's still a mole that can move. Sky above. As Snow looked at the D-rank boss tree spirit, who did not die after eating one of her own moves, she couldn't help but feel more than a hint of surprise in her eyes. However, there was just a hint of it. Looking at the tree spirit whose figure was struggling in the middle of the ice cone, Xiao Shui's figure suddenly swooped down. The huge dragon claws clawed at the top of the tree spirit's body. With his violent force, only a tearing sound came out, and that tree spirit was actually hardened and torn into two halves, casually smashing to the ground. From the beginning to the end of the battle, the tree spirit that was touted by the audience of his country did not even have a chance to make a move, and died tragically on the spot. Watch the live stream crowd. Chapter 81, China's Rescue of Sakura? No, what just happened? A tree spirit that big went straight to Sakon's? WTF? Didn't this dragon say it was a rookie? This D-rank boss tree spirit didn't even last that long and just hung up? No. Are you kidding? Even if you killed those small monsters with one move, even the boss was killed with one move, how can this dragon be so strong? The crowd watching the live stream froze in place at the scene where Snow killed the tree spirit in a single move. If Su Cheng had defeated this dragon before just because of this dragon dish, but now this tree spirit had a big boss title written above its head. Killing a D-ranked boss in one move, how strong should Snow be? Congratulations to the Northern Bear Country Maoist player on his first kill of a D+ class boss. All the people of the Northern Bear Country have a life expectancy value of plus 15 years, and a 3-dimensional attribute of plus 2. Congratulations on passing the third wave of the Lair invasion. Detecting the number of kills, level, and strength. Testing complete. Congratulations on receiving 4,000 bonus points. Such a scene was not only shocking to the audience of other countries, but also the audience of the Northern Bear Country itself, which was a contestant, could not believe it. It wasn't until the notice of the heavens rang out that they gradually reacted from the shock. One move and a second, who told me before that this dragon is a vegetable? This dragon is fantastic. Ola. Ha, this is a D+ ranked boss, a monster that is one notch stronger than a D ranked boss. This reward is too good to be true, isn't it? More than that. This time our points have soared directly to second, and besides this reward there will be even better rewards later on. I'd like to see who else dares to speak ill of Huaxia now, and whoever is an enemy of Huaxia is an enemy of our Northern Bear Country. Say, this dragon is all so powerful, one move can kill a D+ ranked boss than the Chinese player who took in this dragon. What is his strength? Listening to the announcement of the heavens ringing out, the Northern Bear Country watched in joy and quickly realized something. The frost dragon that appeared this time was the defeat of the Chinese player. Just by sending one of their underlings over, they had directly solved their current crisis by killing the D-rank boss in seconds. How powerful should he be then, the Chinese player? The crowd dared not imagine it. At this moment, they couldn't help but be thankful. It is good that they, the Northern Bear Country, did not listen to the flimflam of those eagle countries, and did not become enemies with China, but instead reached cooperation. Isn't this straight up solid with such a powerful partner? Northern Bear Country Raiders. Woohoo, scared the hell out of me. I thought we were going to hiccup in this one. The support from Huaxia has finally arrived. This giant dragon is too powerful, isn't it?
This move killed all the monsters in seconds, even the boss couldn't stop it. How powerful should that player from Huaxia be? TSK, it's a good thing that our General Poo has the reputation of being the first to cooperate with Huaxia, or else it would be dangerous right now. The raiders took a long breath as they watched the images among the screens. All of the creatures in the middle of the scene are dead except for the Mauzi and the giant dragon soaring in the sky. Feeling the power coming from their bodies, one by one, the crowd took out their vodka and celebrated. General Poo looked at the picture in the middle of the screen and showed the same smirk. At this time, an assistant walked past from the side, looking at the giant dragon in the screen with a worried expression. General Poo, the strength of a giant dragon that Huaxia is now subjugated is so strong, and the strength of the other side should be how, in the future, will it be? As the assistant spoke, the celebrating crowd stopped their hands one by one and looked towards General Poo. Yes, this dragon is powerful enough to be someone else's, not his own. Once the future has changed in some way, what happens then? You don't have to worry about that. I know more about Huaxia's behavior than you do, and Huaxia is never stingy with its friends. General Poo shook his head to reassure the crowd. He gazed at Tchaikovsky in the middle of the screen and said, moreover, if their Chinese players are strong, ours may not be weak as well. Tchaikovsky, unlike other players from other countries, has awakened two talents. As long as there are no accidents, future achievements are bound to be extremely powerful. The scene of the monster scene of Shaoxue exterminating the invasion of the Mauzi in the North Bear Country, the whole North Bear Country was extraordinarily joyful. However, the audience in his country was not pleased. Their country's players are fighting alone, but they are joining forces. Isn't this cheating? Shiba. You Northern Bear Country and Huaxia are cheating understand. This is clearly your Northern Bear Country's invasion, how can those Huaxias interfere? That's it. This time we should cancel your Northern Bear Country's results, those monsters were all killed by that dragon, why should the reward end up being yours? Oh, what do you guys know? This is called connections, do you guys have these connections? You can't find anyone yourselves, so you're barking here? Oh, I forgot that you like to be the dog of the Eagle Kingdom, don't you? Why, haven't you seen the Eagle countries come to help you this time? In the face of the ridicule of other countries, as a fighting nation, the people of the Northern Bear Country are not accustomed to it, and each one of them angrily disliked back. There were even a few that traveled down the net to where the jet-setters lived, ready to have a one-on-one fight with each other. With the passage of the Northern Bear Country, at this point in the third wave of invasion, only one country, Sakura Country, was left to struggle. Looking at the Yuku player who was still cowering inside his turtle shell, Sakura Nation watched with an extraordinarily angry expression. After the Northern Bear Country's success in finding foreign aid, they also sent out a plea for help towards the Eagle Country and other allied countries, but up to now there had not been the slightest response. Baka! Where did our rescue go, and why hasn't my great Sakura Country's rescue arrived yet? It's over, Dago's turtle shell can't support it anymore, if it continues like this sooner or later it's going to be over. Where's the support? What's the support waiting for? Why don't you come quickly? Where's Smith from Eagle Country? Didn't they promise that we would come to the rescue? It's been so long, why haven't they come yet? The Sakura Nation crowd watched as Daiko was surrounded by countless monsters. The turtle shell that had lasted for dozens of hours was also about to shatter, and with the strategy of stalling for time failing, they began to panic. Nowadays, the Sakura Country has lost too many games in a row, and even its territory has been taken over by China. If they lost again this time, disaster struck them and they would be completely done for. Just as the people of Sakura Nation were on edge. Suddenly, a beam of light lit up from above Sakura National Park. Here it comes. Haha, our great Cherry Blossom Kingdom's support has finally arrived. Yoshi. See, who said we don't have support in Sakura Nation, here it comes. This time the difficulty is so great, once through the top 3 will certainly also have a seat for us, our Cherry Blossom country will soon turn around. The moment they saw the beam of light appear, the crowd of Sakura Nation watching the live broadcast suddenly became excited one by one. However, as the beam glow faded, the persons who stepped out from it, however, made them look as if they were in a state of consternation. No. What's with the Chinese players coming? Chapter 82, Don't Come Over. Requesting votes. The beam dissipated, and the Sakura Nation crowd had thought that it was Smith from the Eagle Nation who had come to support them. Which thought that when they saw the figure coming out from it, each of their eyes were filled with shock. This figure was one they would definitely not recognize. It was the player from the country of China, Su Chang. He was the one who took away 1/10 of the crowd's territory last time, and this time he appeared here again. He couldn't be trying to take advantage of the fire, could he? Grandma, how did this Chinese player get here? Is it hard to believe that he has unleashed another duel card? Baka! This guy must be trying to take advantage of the fire. How dare he launch an attack on our Sakura country at this time? Do you Chineses even want to have any more shame? Wait. Something doesn't seem right. What is this Chinese player doing? Why is he helping us kill monsters? What? Killing monsters for us? How is that possible? Wait, I'm going. Is it just my eyes? He's really helping us clean up the monsters. The scene of Su Cheng's appearance within the Daegu homestead caused the people of the Sakura country to secretly say that they were despicable. But soon, after seeing that Su Cheng did not launch an attack on their Daegu players, instead, he was helping them clear the monsters around them. Oversized question marks popped up above one's head. No, is this Chinese player out of his mind? Isn't he here to kill their Sakura Nation players? What's with the favor? This kind of scene not only let the Cherry Blossom country watch dumbfounded, the crowd in China also did not expect this scene. The moment Su Cheng's figure appeared in the Sakura National Park, the crowd thought that Su Cheng was preparing to take advantage of his illness. But what's going on in this scene now? Why are you helping them? What is Su Shin doing? Why is he helping that Sakura Nation clean up monsters? I don't understand. But I think Su Shin must have his reasons for doing this, right? It's not right. Su Shin does seem to be helping that Sakura Nation player. If it's just the other side that wants to get close quickly, there's absolutely no need to clean it up carefully, just go straight all the way forward, isn't it? If it had been someone else here, the crowd would have wondered if the other person was a traitor. But Su Cheng had fought for so much for China these days, and had also killed the Sakura Nation's player before, so it wasn't as if there was a backlash situation at this time. At this time, the Chinese raiders were inside the group. Elder Bai and his party looked at this scene with the same puzzlement. What is this Su Chung kid doing? Why is he even helping those Sakura Nation guys? Something is wrong, 9 out of 10. This Su Cheng kid couldn't have fallen on his head and gotten stupid, right? It shouldn't be. We didn't see the fall either. The guy doesn't seem to have anything other than that from time to time, right? Elder Bai, did he say anything to you, Su Cheng? This scene from Su Cheng was really incomprehensible to the crowd. The Cherry Blossom country and their Huaxia had always been in a state of hostility, even to the point of immortality. It was hard for Su Cheng to not let people think more about this sudden going to help them. However, they had long ago checked Su Cheng's information and did not find anything different. After so many exchanges, they also felt that Su Cheng was loyal to the country. But how to explain it now? Seeing the gazes of the crowd, Elder Bai shook his head. No, Su Cheng did not say anything to us. Didn't say anything? Hiss. So what the hell is going on now? Even Elder Bai didn't have information. The crowd was even more puzzled then. Elder Bai's gaze was fixed on Su Cheng in the middle of the screen, and in his hands, he was flipping through the previous deeds of Su Cheng. Naturally, he would not think that Su Cheng had betrayed their China and defected to the Sakura country. He definitely had his reasons for doing so. Notes flip. Suddenly, a message caught Elder Bai's attention. Looking at the content on the message, Elder Bai hastily raised his hand towards the screen. A few moments later, Elder Bai shook his head and laughed. Ah, so it is. When the raiders saw Elder Bai suddenly burst out laughing, each of them couldn't help but look towards him in confusion. Elder Bai, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly smiling? Ha, you old fools, take a look at this, Su Cheng, he's a lot more elfin than we are. Elder White smiled and shook his head, shining his notes out. The crowd was first puzzled at what was above the notes. But something soon came to mind, and his expression was extraordinarily agitated. So it is. Outside Sakura National Park at this time, Su Cheng was holding a tang blade and his figure wandered between the monster groups. With each flash of blade light, large swathes of monsters fell with it. These monsters were not even as strong as those insects, and for Su Cheng it was just a matter of a slash. Why is there so much commotion outside? Can't it be that support has arrived? Inside the turtle shell, Daegu was agitated as he listened to the sounds of killing and shouting coming from outside. Earlier, he had learned that the Sakura Kingdom had asked for help towards the Eagle Kingdom and a host of other countries, telling him to hold on for a while longer. For this reason, he did not hesitate to use his entire lifespan on reinforcing the top of the turtle shell, which was the only way to hold out for such a long time. Now that his lifespan has bottomed out, he's going to be completely hiccuped if support doesn't come. How come the sound is gone so quickly? How many people did this get? Listening to the voices outside quieted down in less than a moment. Daiko was agitated. He hadn't expected Sakura Nation to take him so seriously. The number of monsters surrounding him outside was in the hundreds, and with it being resolved so quickly, the number of support must have been quite large. Thinking of this, Daiko slowly poked out a head from within the turtle shell. Only after seeing that the surroundings were in shambles, and that all the monsters that had chased him before had collapsed to the ground and lost their lives, did he slowly step out from within the turtle shell. Where are the people? Where's the backup gone? Looking around, seeing that he didn't see any Eagle Country players, Uku's eyes were puzzled. And at that moment, the voices from the Sakura Nation raiders continued to ring from his ears. Backside. Look behind you. In the back? What's in the back? Puzzled, Daiko scratched his head and turned to look toward the back. At this time, Su Chang was holding a tang sword. It had just chopped off the head of a giant priest. Seeing Daikoku looking at him, he smiled and greeted the other. Daegu. No, am I blind? How did the guy from the country of Huaxia appear here? Yeah, that's right. I'm definitely seeing things. Daegu turned around and patted the side of his face. After taking a few deep breaths to compose himself, he once again looked towards the back. However, just the moment he turned around, Su Cheng's figure had already walked behind him, and the thick smell of blood hit his face. You. Feeling the killing aura coming from Su Cheng's body, Dagu's body was stunned and stiffened as he looked up. Facing Su Cheng's smile directly, Dagu's legs could not stop trembling. At this moment, in Dagu's eyes, Su Cheng's seemingly amiable smile was like a devil from hell. Thinking of the scene where their last player from Sakura Nation was abused by his opponent, Daiko's body was unsteady and he took a step back and fell to the ground. Taking the summoner out, he pointed the summoner at Su Cheng with a horrified gaze and said, "Don't come over. Don't you come over." Chapter 83: The Clueless Sakura Nation. Seeing Su Cheng getting closer and closer, the Grand Ancient player's body kept trembling, seemingly due to excessive fear, and a streak of yellow liquid flowed out from his heel. Su Cheng raised his hand and was just about to pull the other party up. Next. You. Before Su Cheng touched Dagu's body, Dagu's eyes rolled over and he directly fainted. No? Looking at the fainted Daegu, Su Cheng stroked his chin. Does he look so scary himself? It's just that the monsters here have been cleared, and it's time to go back after collecting a wave. After Su Cheng casually set the giant sacrificial head in his hand aside, he wiped the bloodstains on his cheeks, and after drying and putting away the blood-soaked tang blade, he began to collect and scrape up the surrounding biological materials. These guys were not as strong as the ones Jibo often fought against, but at least they could be sold for life expectancy value. There were still more than 100 years left before the 1000 lifespan value, and he would be able to exceed it after this settlement. At that time, the silver roulette was opened, the heavenly trading house was opened, and the heavenly commodities LV2 was unlocked along with it. Each of these is where a lot of life expectancy value is consumed. What's more, upgrading attributes, using talents as well as abilities also requires life expectancy values. It can be said that it's hard to move an inch in this world without a life expectancy value. A mosquito may be small, but it's still neat. Congratulations to the Sakura Nation players for passing the third wave of the lair invasion. Detecting the number of kills, level, and strength. Testing complete. Congratulations on receiving 3,000 bonus points. The notice of the heavens rang out. The Sakura Nation spectators watching this scene couldn't return to their senses for a long time as they listened to the sound in their ears. What the hell, it's over. We're through? This Chinese guy is really here to help us? It's not right. It's very wrong. Why would this Chinese come to our aid? Weren't they the ones who launched an attack on our great Sakura country before? Now there is such kindness? Yosi. Who cares, now the result is that our great Sakura Nation passed just fine. Ha ha, that's it. 3,000 points, that's one step ahead of Eagle Country Smith's player, ranked third. Is there any need to think about this situation? Definitely this Chinese player has been bowled over by our great Sakura country, knows what he did wrong before, and has now come to atone for his sins. Inside the Wachovia livestream. What's going on? Sushin really went to help those Sakura Nation people? No, why is that? It's over, Sushin must have a guilty conscience. This helps them get 3,000 points for Sakura Nation. The reward for third place is quite a lot. It's hard to believe that Sushin really has communication with those people from the Sakura country. Not impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Sushin possibly communicate with those countries where those little Japanese children are having a good time? Then why did he kill their players before? But that being said, now that this scene did happen, Sushin is indeed helping their Sakura country. How can this be explained? Huaxia watched this scene with an extremely puzzled gaze. Initially, they had thought that Su Chang had traveled to Sakura National Park in order to kill the opponent's Daikoku player. Who would have thought that this would happen? The notice of the heavens had sounded out, and Sakura Nation's third-place position had been secured, and the rewards would arrive no matter what happened next. Sakura Nation is the last country to be invaded in the third wave. Now even if Su Chang killed the Sakura Nation's Daikoku player right now, it would be useless. Such a scene puzzled the crowd. The Chinese and Sakura countries were in a state of doubt, but the crowd of Eagle country watching this scene at the moment were all constantly cursing one after another. I think this Chinese player is doing it on purpose. First, he squeezed out our Eagle country's first place, then he helped the Northern Bear country to take the second place, and now he sees that we're still in the third even if the target is the Cherry Blossom country to squeeze us down. No, is there something wrong with this Chinese player? What's in it for them to do this and help Sakura Nation take the reward? For what? What else could it be for, if it's not fear of our Eagle Nation Smith players, to limit our growth on purpose? In order to target our Eagle Kingdom, so give Sakura Nation a chance? You should know that Sakura country's player Daiko's talent is a rank, or summoning, and once the lifespan value comes up it's even more powerful than an S-rank talent. These Chinese are just playing with fire, in order to keep us from getting up. Instead they go and give the Cherry Blossom country a chance. When they get back they'll know how to write the word regret. The Eagle Nation's top 3 positions were squeezed out, just as the Eagle Nation crowd was cursing one by one. A mellow bell rang out from the sky above the blue star. Knock. The moment the bell sounded out, the notices of the heavens were then sent out together. This lair fluctuation is over. The degree of reward will be ranked according to the number of kills by each country's players. First place, State of China. Second place, Northern Bear Country. Third place, Sakura A. Fourth place, Eagle Country. Fifth place, Sunset State. Settlement of rewards will now begin. Detected Northern Bear Country and Sakura Country ranked second and third. The Northern Bear Country, as well as all the people of China, will gain 100 years of life expectancy value, plus 5 points of 3-dimensional attribute bonuses. Yossi. 100 years of lifespan and 5 points of 3-dimensional attributes, this is rich. It seems that this Chinese player isn't that annoying, at least that's something that cheers me up. It's strange, the notice rang out. Why is the life expectancy value still delayed? Normal, this circular of the heavens has been like this more than once, a little delay is normal. The ranking rewards were settled, and at this moment the Sakura Nation crowd was overjoyed. Did nothing and gained 100 years of life. What's more, there's the 3-dimensional properties behind that, which can be much more expensive than 100 years. However, the crowd was happy. Looking at the delayed growth of the numbers on his arm, he was puzzled. More than 10 minutes had passed since the announcement rang out, so why hadn't the rewards arrived yet? And that's when it happened. Suddenly, one of the Sakura Nation realized that something seemed to be wrong. Wait a minute. The Northern Bear Country as well as all the people of China were rewarded? Isn't this third place our great Sakura country? Baka? It's still true, why is it China that gets the reward? Is there something wrong with this thing? We're only third. The guy from the Northern Bear Country was helped by Huaxia, and his own country got the rewards, so why did our Sakura country's rewards run into Huaxia's hands? Is someone going to tell me what the hell is going on here? Chapter 84, Reward Reversal, Stage 2 opens. The rewards of the heavens were settled, but the Sakura country was late in receiving the rewards, and they reached China instead. Not only did such a scene leave the Sakura country dumbfounded, but the Chinese crowd listening to the announcement was just as dumbfounded. No, How did this reward get to us? Wasn't it the third from Sakura Nation? It's really arrived, a full 100 years of life expectancy value. Plus 5 points of 3-dimensional attributes, I now feel like I can kill a cow with one punch. I'll be so steel? Is it hard to believe that Sushin was running for this in the first place? It seems we were all wrong about Sushin before. I didn't realize that all of this was expected by Sushin. Wait, this settlement seems to be thought the Sakura Kingdom to settle, ours doesn't seem to have settled yet, just the third's reward alone smells so good, so what should ours be? Wachovia Raiders Group. The corners of Bai Lao's mouth couldn't help but curl up as he and his party looked at the increased lifespan value on his arm and the feeling of strength coming from his body. This Su Cheng kid is really shrewd. What we old guys didn't think of, was actually thought of by him. TSK, 100 years of life expectancy value, plus 5 points of 3-dimensional attributes. I now feel like this old bone of mine works again. I really want to see what the guy who took down Sakura Nation is looking like now. It must not be pleasant to have all of his expectations fall through from the beginning. The Raiders crowd couldn't help but laugh out loud as they listened to the sounds coming out of their ears. Elder Bai similarly clenched his fists, his eyes looking towards Su Cheng and the screen, his eyes filled with relief. This time it looked like Su Cheng was helping the Sakura country, but it wasn't. In the beginning it was all set up by Su Cheng first. Most of the personnel in the previous dueling room probably forgot about its effects. The next 3 prizes for Sakura Nation contestants go to Huaxia. They were also initially puzzled by Su Cheng's approach. But after seeing this article, the doubts in the hearts of the people were instantly solved. It wasn't that Su Cheng had made a deal with the Sakura Nation, but that he was prepared to take control of all the top 3 rewards this time around. The Sakura Nation, who reacted at that moment, also realized that something was wrong. Baka. I knew this Chinese guy didn't have good intentions to wait for us here. This is pure Damn it, that's 100 years of life plus 5 points of 3-dimensional attributes. This Chinese guy is really vicious. Wicked. Oh, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. This is called a scheme, understand? That's right, our Sushin has left you all in the dust both in terms of strength and intellect, and he even defected to your Sakura country. Do you deserve it? Don't bull these guys, our reward for first place is going to be settled. Second and third place awards are settled. The goals of the present-day Chinese crowd are all focused on their own rankings. This time there was no indication of how the first reward would be, but one could think with steel that it was absolutely extraordinary. Chinese player detected in first place. All the people of Huaxia gain 300 years of life expectancy value, 3-dimensional attributes plus 10, charisma plus 3, luck plus 1, and get 3 chances to buy attribute points at a discount. All rankings for this time have been settled. World of the Gods update. Just finished updating. Phase 2 is open. Now dropping portals to various locations. Remaining until portal opening, 10 days. A series of announcements from the heavens sounded out. The Huaxia crowd listened to the voice coming out of their ears, and one by one, their gazes looked toward their arms incredulously. It took a long time to come back to his senses after seeing the 300 years that had been added again. I'm really not dreaming, am I? 300 years of lifespan. I've never seen so many lifespans before. These 300 years aren't even the main thing. 10 points of full attributes, plus charisma and luck bonuses, each of these is more than 300 years by an unknown amount. And, to be able to buy 3 attributes at a discount, that's just great. Woohoo Sushin, I love you to death. Doesn't this much life expectancy mean that I don't have to do anything now and living for hundreds of years won't be a problem? The whole of China was instantly abuzz as the reward for being ranked number 1 arrived. One by one, the crowd was chanting the word Su Cheng awesome. Wait, did you guys notice what he said about the portal at the beginning of this second phase? We just got through a bug nest invasion, is it hard to get through another one? Whatever. How many invasions come is not a problem for Sushin. Sushin kills indiscriminately in the front, we just need to crunch in the back. No, something doesn't seem right. This portal doesn't seem to be appearing inside the player's homeworld. Quick, everyone, look in the sky, something's falling. What the hell? Why is this portal falling towards us? As happy as the crowd was, they soon realized that something didn't seem quite right. The portal that opens in this second phase does not seem to appear in the middle of the player's homeworld, but rather lands inside the player's country. View from above the blue star. Countless teleportation portals were exhibited out of thin air from the void, crashing down towards various countries. Such a scene immediately alerted countries everywhere. With the shadow of the previous bug nest invasion, the crowd immediately paid very close attention the moment they saw the countdown at the back of the portal. There were even a number of countries whose air defenses were turned on in an attempt to blast this portal to pieces. But I don't know what kind of material this portal is made of, the missile bombardment on the top doesn't work at all. Boom! 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 Bathed in countless artillery missiles, the portal crashed down unharmed on top of the country's territories. The portal is 100 meters high, 20 meters wide, the whole is azure-colored bath, from which a good like a whirlpool-like graphic rotation. The moment the portal descends, the countries of the Blue Star immediately took action at the first opportunity, and countless armies immediately surrounded the teleportation portal. Just as the outside world was in an uproar over the matter of the heavenly rewards and the teleportation portal. In the meantime, inside the Wachovia home, Su Cheng's figure stepped out from within the beam of light. He did not know how much impact this behavior of his had brought to the outside world. Su Cheng's gaze looked at the prompts that popped up in front of him, and the corner of his mouth slowly smiled. As the people of the Chinese Raiders group had guessed, he had helped the Sakura nation's contestants this time precisely because of the matter of the reward for the last duel. This time, not only did the rewards of the player's country go to Huaxia, even the ranking rewards of the other side were taken over by Su Cheng together. Congratulations on being ranked first in points in this Lair Flux. Congratulations on placing third in points in this Lair Flux. Total reward, 400 years of life expectancy, 15 points of 3-dimensional attributes, 3 points of charisma, 1 point of luck, and 3 chances to buy attributes at a discount. Get 3 chances to upgrade the quality of your equipment below grade B. Ding! Lifespan value detected to be up to standard, silver roulette is on. For opening the silver roulette wheel for the first time, 1 lucky draw chance is given. Life expectancy exceeding 1,000 years detected, the Heavenly Trading House opens, and the Heavenly Shop is upgraded to LV2. Hostile by the Frost Dragon Clan, hostility level 10000000. Hostile to bugs, hostility level 50. Your actions have been recognized by the God of War, and the path to the gods will open in 1 minute. Chapter 85 The Path to Godhood requesting votes. The prompt that popped up at eye level made Su Cheng happy. I didn't expect that this time I had gained so many rewards, and the longevity value alone was as high as 400 years. Mind you, this is still his reward alone. This does not count the rewards that all of HWA received. Since Su Cheng was also a Chinese, he would naturally enjoy the same rewards together. That is to say, in reality, Su Cheng had actually received as much as twice the reward. With a thought, Su Cheng called out his own panel. Player, Su Cheng. Level, 6. Strength, 83, plus 38. Agility, 77, plus 13. Intelligence, 75. Luck, 89, plus 1. Charisma, 23, plus 7. Life expectancy value, 00:1665:10:16:51. Talents, Goddess of Luck SSS, Eye of God and Devil SSS, Gambling for Life S, Bestiality S. Has the strength attribute not exceeded 100 yet? Rather weaker still. Su Cheng's gaze surveyed the attribute panel in front of him. After this bonus boost, his panel changed dramatically. However, when he saw that his own strength attribute had not yet exceeded 100, Su Cheng could not help but sigh and shake his head. If there were other people here, they would hate to dip Su Cheng in a piggy bank when they saw him in such a state. You know, up until now Su Cheng was only level 6. Having a strength attribute of nearly 90 points at level 6 was too much to think about above any other creature. And now he's getting sick of it? The panel closes. Su Cheng looked at the countdown to the side, his eyes pondering, what is this path to godhood? Gaining the recognition of the God of War? Such a strange scene made Su Cheng puzzled. Su Cheng shook his head, just wanting to go back inside the homeland to slowly examine it in detail. Next. The countdown is over. The road to godhood opens. The prompt popped out, and a brilliant and dazzling sacred wall, as if born from the void, crossed in front of Su Cheng without a sound. The wall emitted a soft but inviolable glow, and ancient runes flowed through it, bisecting the space. Su Cheng's body wall was blocked, and when he sensed something strange coming from the rear, his gaze froze. The tanged knife was drawn, and he turned to look toward the rear. Suddenly, since Su Cheng's back, a path leading to the sky to ascend to God slowly emerged. It was like a golden dragon, snaking and circling up into the sky. Every stone staircase on this road emanates a dazzling golden light, making it particularly solemn and sacred. On both sides of the road, illusory flowers and vines intertwined, blooming with holy light, and a faint fragrance filled the air. Is this the path to God? Su Cheng looked at the changes around him in shock. Skimming aside the hint of the end of the countdown, a puzzled look filled his eyes. As the path of ascending God was fully revealed, a tall and magnificent figure slowly exhibited itself from the end of the path. The moment the figure appeared, it was as if the entire heaven and earth trembled.
The figure was clad in golden battle armor, each piece of armor reflecting the light of the sun and glittering with a cold and holy light. His eyes were deep and majestic, as if they could see into all the illusions of the world. He slowly raised the divine weapon in his hand, a spear capable of cutting through all shackles of fate. The spear tapped the ground. At that moment, an indescribable sense of oppression and sanctity filled the air, and the entire world seemed to stand still at that moment. Pressure from the gods detected. Divinity judgments succeeded. All attributes are reduced by 99%, and your talents, abilities, and lifespan value effects are disabled. Ding! The gambling talent is in effect. The effect of divine pressure is nullified. Tip pop up. Feeling the surging aura, Su Chang raised his head and looked towards the figure in the firmament. The golden aura sprinkled down from above that ladder, stabbing one's eyes. Su Chang resisted the dazzling light with one hand and squinted his eyes towards the figure that was enveloped by the light. Gods? Wachovia Live. The path of ascending god was on display, and the picture suddenly changed. The crowd watching the live broadcast all revealed shock in their eyes the moment they saw the path of ascending god on display. Holy, what's going on here? What just happened? I just skimmed the portal's message. How did it become like this all of a sudden? It seems to be saying that a god has taken a liking to Su Shin, and this is recruiting Su Shin to go over there. There really are gods in this world? I can only say that Su Shin deserves to be. Su Shin can even be seen by the gods, so this isn't just going to take off? Take off my ass. Can't you see that thing that looks like a ladder? Once Su Shin accepts it, then Su Shin will have to leave. What? You're leaving after accepting it? No one can resist the temptation of being favored by a god and given power, so once Su Shin leaves, we're screwed again? The news of the gods unfolding since the Huaxia live broadcast came out. Viewers from all over the world all flocked to the Chinese live broadcast room in their heads. Gods, such creatures that only existed in the world of mythology they had never seen before. Although the crowd was unable to see the deity's appearance under the golden light, it was enough to witness a glimpse of the figure. The crowd looked at the figure from above that golden heavenly ladder, and each of their gazes were extremely shocked. WTF? There really are gods in this world? Then wouldn't what I did before be over? I'm a greatly good citizen, I won't go to the 18th layer of hell, right? Shizuka. Tsunade. Wolf Team? Even Kumogakiryu? If you don't go down, who will go down? Go down you. Yoshi. I told you that there is a god in this world. Now God can't even look at you, Huaxia, and has personally come to sanction you. Stupid, didn't you hear that it's not a sanction but a recruitment? China's players are going to be recruited by that god. This is a god, recruiting? Then won't China take off completely? Take off? Oh, I can't wait for this Chinese guy to agree, once he accepts but to leave this world. At first, the audience of his country watched the image of Su Chang being given an audience by the gods, and each of them gnashed their teeth. None of them have been seen by the gods, so what does this Chinese guy have the right to do? However, just as the crowd would disappear within the homestead after hearing Su Chang's agreement, the crowd's attitude changed instantly. Thinking of what Su Chang had done earlier, the viewers from other countries who were still envious could not help but laugh out loud one by one. It was even hoped that Su Chang would quickly accept the god's invitation. Eagle State White House. Pushin couldn't help but laugh out loud the moment he saw the live feed from Huaxia. Ha ha ha, what a godsend. Viciously pinching Evelyn's buttock flesh on the side, Puchwan excitedly looked at Su Chang in the screen. Agree, quickly agree. This is becoming a god. There's no way you'd turn down such an enticing offer. As soon as you leave, no one will be able to shake our Eagle Kingdom's world #1 position anymore. Chapter 86, Gods? Yeah, you. Wachovia Raiders Group. The moment the road to ascending god opened, the machines within the entire base ran wildly. However, even if the instrument spun smoke, it was still unable to detect the strength of the figure above that divine ladder. Elder Bai and his party looked towards the middle of the screen with heavy gazes. The gods didn't realize that there was actually such an existence. I didn't expect that a god would come to recruit Su Chang at this time of the year. It seems like that Su Chang kid is really deep in hiding. Accepting the grace of the other party will leave this place, but one will gain the power of a cloaked god. That's a bit too heartwarming, isn't it? Can he hold on, Su Chang? The present scene of the gods recruiting Su Chang, the hearts of the crowd were naturally happy for Su Chang. After all, the other party had done so much for Huaxia, and now a step to heaven was at hand. Even they were moved, not to mention Su Cheng, who was bathed in light. But the crowd wanted Su City to accept it, and they didn't want Su City to accept it. Accepting it was naturally for the good of the other party, but once it was accepted, Su Cheng would have to leave Huaxia. The world of the heavens will once again randomly select a person to replenish Su Cheng's position. Before the arrival of Su City, HWA did not have a single victory. Now that it was hard to get back on track, once Su Cheng left, it was unknown to the crowd what the strength of the next extraction would be. It would be a problem if Su Cheng left and the next personnel once again repeated what Huaxia had done before. Elder Bai's gaze agreed to stare at Su Cheng in the middle of the screen. He also hoped from the bottom of his heart that Su Cheng would accept it. It was certainly the best option for him. If they forcefully said with Su Cheng and let the other party stay, it would be too unfair to him. After thinking for a few moments, Elder Bai sighed and looked at Su Cheng in the middle of the screen and said, "It's better to let him make his own decision whether to go or stay." At this time, outside the Huaxia home, as his sight gradually adapted, Su Cheng slowly lowered his right hand, his gaze looking towards the figure above the divine path. "How's that for consideration, human? Follow me, and I will grant you supreme divine power, free from the shackles of the world, and a day's ascent to the heavens is before thy eyes." The oracle descended from the firmament. Su Cheng listened to the other party's words and did not respond at first. Right now in front of his eyes, a panel popped up. Name? Race, divine. Power? Agility? Intelligence? Ability? Divinity? Unlike the creatures Su Cheng had seen before, the other party was all question marks except for their race. But it was also this panel that made Su Cheng wonder. Gods? Shouldn't gods be supreme, unrivaled beings? If it's a god, then why are the panels appearing now? And the other party appeared after the countdown of the worlds of the heavens had ended, which meant that he was also following such rules. This time it seemed to be the other side looking at itself. If the gods were really as powerful as the other side said, why does he still follow the rules of the worlds of the heavens? Being able to pop up a panel also means that the opponent can be defeated as well as killed. After thinking for a few moments, Su Cheng looked up at the figure above the divine ladder and shook his head. "Sorry, I refuse." The words fell. The figure did not seem to have expected Su Cheng to respond in such a manner. The figure hidden under the golden aura frowned. How dare this human reject him? Humans, do you know what kind of opportunity you have missed? This is the only way thou canst set foot on God. Are thou sure thou wilt refuse? The only way to tread God's path? Su Cheng smiled and shook his head. He gazed toward the back of the homestead. This opportunity to become a god is indeed appealing. He almost agreed. But now he had more to do. Besides, it wasn't really his style. Once you accept the other party's gift, the strength will be stronger than you can imagine though. But all the same, one cannot move forward again later. A life of being a parasite was not a path he wanted to take. Not to mention, since the gods also follow the worlds of the heavens and there will be panels popping up. Does this also mean that God is not all-powerful? God can be killed? Becoming a god, this is indeed tempting, but it's not the path I want to take. Su Cheng raised his head and looked straight at the end of that divine staircase. "This time allow me to refuse your invitation. You should still look for someone else. Perhaps there are more suitable personnel than me." The words fell. Su Cheng didn't care what kind of expression the other party had. The figure stepped down from the top of the divine ladder and headed towards his homeland. Unbridled. However, the very next second after he had just stepped out, only a furious rebuke was heard resounding through the heavens and earth, as if rolling divine thunder suppressing it. Strong mental fluctuations detected. Intelligence determination successful, about to fall into a coma, all attributes blocked. Ding. The gambling talent is in effect, this ruling is invalid. The moment the oracle fell, a series of prompts popped up from in front of Su Cheng. Looking at the text above the prompt, Su Cheng frowned. Once before or now this time? If it wasn't for the reason of his gambling for life talent, it would be a luxury for him to even stand right now. At this moment, above the divine ladder, at the top of the dome, the figure looked at Su Cheng, who was still able to stand in place, and a trace of surprise could not help but flash through his eyes. But soon, the light in his eyes was gradually replaced by anger. He was a divine war god, and now that he had committed himself to come down and recruit the other party, it should be a great gift for Su Cheng.
The other side had the audacity to refuse. This is undoubtedly provoking His Majesty. Thou lowly creatures, I have rejoiced for a moment to pull thee out of the maze, and thou art so ungrateful. In that case, there is no need for you to continue on your path to godhood. Between the words, only seeing that figure raise his hand, a vast and surging force poured down from above that divine ladder. At the same time, Su Cheng could clearly feel as if he had lost something in his body, and a smudge of the mark on his right hand dissipated. Boon? Su Cheng looked to his right hand and smiled, being the dog of your gods is a gift? Then I don't want such a gift. Although he didn't know what the other party had done, Su Cheng could probably guess so as well. As for the so-called inability to step onto the god path if you miss it. If I want to go, the road is at my feet. The tanged knife is drawn. Only a flash of silvery white light was seen. Next. Click. A crisp shattering sound rang out. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. From above that divine ladder, a terrifying crack unfolded. The cracks spread rapidly in all directions in the form of a spider web. It didn't take long to cover the entire ladder. Boo! Violent shattering sounds rang out as the divine ladder crumbled. The tanged knife was put away. Su Cheng turned around with a smile and slowly raised his right hand with his middle finger up. Gods? Yeah. Chapter 87, Live Broadcast? The divine ladder collapsed and everything around it began to change. Su Cheng smiled as he expressed a friendly exchange towards the figure above the firmament. From the initial contact with the other party until the other party's chiding just now. Although Su Cheng did not know how powerful the other party's power was. But one thing is confirmed. Even if the other party was a god, they couldn't transgress the rules of the worlds of the heavens. The opponent is not able to strike at himself, but can only use some mental, negative means against him. However, one's own talent for betting on one's life was just the right way to restrain the other party's tactics. That is to say. Now this god, even if he was as powerful as he was, could only watch the scene, unable to pose any threat to him. If he had met the opponent at the beginning, both of the opponent's attacks just now would have been enough to kill more than 100 times. The other party had dealt death blows twice, so Su Cheng naturally would not give the other party a good face. Hostility from the gods 50. The prompt popped up, the same as what Su Cheng had guessed. The opponent could only watch this, unable to make any means of attack against him. The figure's gaze towards Su Cheng at this moment was angry to the extreme. One's gifts are not only rejected by the other. Even a lowly creature dared to provoke his might as a god. With a wave of his raised hand, only a black seal flew out. Before Su Cheng could react, the seal drilled into his body and fused with his body. After doing so, the path of ascending god slowly closed. This news made the faces of the Eagle Kingdom and a host of others look extremely hard. I thought that this time Su Cheng was sure to go. How could I have thought that it would end up being such a situation? Wachovia Live. Unlike the audience from other countries, the crowd could not help but cheer after seeing that Su Cheng did not accept the invitation from the gods. I knew Su Shin wouldn't leave. Su Shin, I love you to death. It's not bad to accept a gift and become a slave? It's bull if you ask me. So what if it's a god, does he dare to light up the blood strip? That's it. It's just a mere god, aren't we Su gods not gods? Still wanting our Su god to be a slave, that god deserves it? I see that the gods are nothing more than that, much worse compared to us Su gods, as gods being rejected by us Su gods, in the end they still can't do anything about us? Inside the home. Su Cheng touched the abnormality coming from his brow. The corners of his mouth twitched as he looked toward the prompt in front of him. You have been cursed by the gods, your position will be locked by the other side at any time, and you will be treated with hostility by the major races under the command of the gods. Nice guy. I'm a straight-up good guy. I had thought that there would be a bit of a reward for this ascension to God path anyways, but I didn't think that instead of asking for the reward, I had added another enemy to myself. Moreover, this enemy was a legendary god. Ugh, do I have a disaster-attracting constitution? Su Cheng shook his head helplessly. Together with the curse of this god, he had been hated on by the three powers. Hostile by the Frost Dragon clan, hostility level 10000000. Hostile to bugs, hostility level 50. Ever since the lair invasion reward settled, he had inexplicably been hostile to the Frost Dragon clan as well as the Insect clan. And the hostility of this Frost Dragon clan was too fierce, wasn't it? -1 million? Is he slaughtering their Frost Dragon clan? Why do these guys resent themselves so badly? Su Chang was puzzled. Master, I'm back.
Just as Su Chang was puzzled, a beam of light landed from above.
Xiao Shue's figure once again resumed its human form and descended from the sky, overwhelming Su Chang.
Don't look at Yuki's size of only 1 meter 5, but the other party was transformed by a giant dragon, and his weight was not something that an ordinary person could handle.
Master, Little Snow killed all those monsters.
They were all too weak to stop Little Snow.
That human that the master was talking about, the way he looked at Yuki, he was scared to death, shocked by Yuki's strength. Yuki is powerful, isn't she?
Awesome.
Su Chang nodded, this was true.
His strength might not be enough to be seen in front of Su Chang, and when engaged, the strength seemed to be just that. But that's just so much for fighting with Su Chang. By changing the object, the strength of the Frost Dragon lineage was completely exhibited.
So, since Yuki is so powerful, Little Snow's gaze looked towards the lower part of Su Chang. Then can Little Snow eat meat again? Meat? Su Chang looked stunned.
Suddenly, a prompt popped up again. Hostile by the Frost Dragon clan, hostility level 100-1000.
Su Chang moved Little Xuana's plump tail away from his cheek.
Seeing that the other party could not wait to eat the meat, Su Chang hurriedly stopped him. The figure pressed back against it, his gaze watching the hostile changes of the Frost Dragon clan in front of him.
How is this hostility increasing? Lord! Master! Are we playing that game called Sandwich again?
As Su Chang did so, Xiao Shui recalled the previous scene and shyly sidled her head and whispered.
Su Chang looked at Xiao Shui below and then at the prompt in front of him. An unpleasant thought sprang from his mind.
The corners of his mouth twitched as he looked to Yuki to tentatively inquire about matters concerning his lineage of frost dragons.
Does Master want to know about our clan?
Xiao Shui was about to open her mouth as she listened to Su Chang's doubts. But after pondering for a moment, as if he had thought of something, his face suddenly became extraordinarily scarlet.
See this scene.
Su Chang's heart thumped. It probably also confirmed the suspicion in his mind.
Actually, the thing about my Yuki before Master. My father, he knows all about it.
Little Snow covered her showy red cheeks with both hands. Don't look at this time, Little Snow, I came here alone, but in reality, because of Little Snow's bloodline, everything that happens here is exhibited in the Frost Dragon lineage, and he can see it.
Su City. Chapter 88, Promax?
No wonder Su Chang always felt like he was being stared at by others.
Good lord, I didn't think that would be the case.
If the situation is really as Yuki said.
Su Chang's eyes looked toward the increasing hostility.
Now he did know why this hostility was so high.
He went so far as to do it in front of Yuki, his clan, and even his father.
The previous scene was no different from the live broadcast. Only, he understood the hostility of this Frost Dragon lineage.
And what is the reason for this bug hostility? Could it be that it was because he had killed a few of their bugs? If that's the case, wouldn't that mean that all of Blue Star's players are hostile to the bugs? That's just it, let's not think about it so much.
Now with a life expectancy value of over 1,000 years, both the Silver Wheel and the Trading House of the Heavens have been unlocked. The rewards within the Bronze Roulette alone were so generous, he was now looking forward to what would be inside the Silver Roulette. Thinking of this, Su Chang just wanted to stand up from Xiao Shui's body.
Suddenly, a voice came out from the back. Husband! What are you doing?
Hearing the familiar voice from the rear, Su Chang's figure was stunned and turned around to look towards the rear. At this moment, the duo of Little White and Little Medical Fairy were standing behind them, looking at themselves with a bewildered expression. Behind the two women, Ji Bo Chang saw the scene in Su Chang and covered her eyes shyly. The toxin in the opponent's body had already been dissolved by Little Medical Fairy. That poisonous stinging insect's toxin was simply not enough to look at in front of Little Medical Immortal, casually blending it to let Ji Bo Chang recover as before. After the two daughters woke up and heard from Ji Bo Chang that Su Chang fought with monsters, the two daughters looked extraordinarily worried. Thinking of coming out to help Su Chang, which would have thought that he had just stepped out of the homestead to watch the scene.
Ahem. Do you believe me when I say it was an accident? Su Chang coughed. Master. Who are these two?
At this time, Xiao Shui below poked out a head towards the rear Xiao Bai duo. After seeing the overwhelming beauty of the duo of Little Snow and Little Medical Fairy, combined with the present-day situation, Little Snow immediately understood something. Holding Su Chang's head with both hands, a hand pressed it dead against his magnificent chest, staring warily at the distant children's road.
The master is Yuki's, don't you two try to take away Yuki's master.
What do you mean that husband belongs to you? Clearly husband and slave were the first to know each other. Husband is clearly mine. Xiaobai's figure leaped over and attempted to snatch Su Chang from his opponent's hands. Seeing this, little Dr. Fairy also joined the battlefield together.
Suro is obviously everyone's, how can you monopolize it?
Su Lang, don't be afraid, I'm coming to save you. You let go of Su Lang. The three women sandwiched Su Chang in the middle. At this moment, under Su Chang's line of sight, there was only a large area of snowy white, as well as towering mountain peaks. However, the scenery that was placed in the usual incomparably beautiful scenery, at this moment, it made Su Chang feel a strong sense of suffocation coming on. Being sandwiched in the middle by the three women, Su Chang only felt that it was extraordinarily difficult to breathe, and that he was going to hiccup at any time.
Wait. Come on, you guys, let go. I'm going to run out of breath. Wachovia Live.
As the crowd watched the scene of Su Chang being sandwiched by the three little white people, envy filled their eyes one by one.
Oh, whoa, I really envy Su Shin, having such three great beauties embracing him. This scene should be a Shura, right? Can Su Shin hold out against three at once?
Little white imperial sister, little medical fairy innocent little sister, little snow loli, this Su Shin is almost getting the characters together.
Wait. Just now Su Shin this did what little white 3 days how suddenly loosened.
The crowd was envious, only to see the homestead. When Su Chang saw that the crowd was slow to change, the crafty cloud hand was unleashed. The three women immediately felt a burst of tingling emanating from them, and after giving a cry of joy, their faces flushed and went limp. The three women who had lost their ability to move were suddenly much quieter. Su Chang nodded after carrying the three women's bodies back to the home garden and dropping them on the bed. Now he didn't have that much time to spend with them. His form stepped out of the room and surveyed the surrounding homes.
Home, LV5.
Degree of defense, can withstand most small creature attacks, but still unstoppable when encountering creatures with powerful physiques.
Materials required for upgrading homes, advancement general materials 300. Does it consume 300 advancement generic materials to upgrade? Yes. Ding. Submission successful. Home upgrade time, 3 days. This lair invasion brought nearly 500 advanced general materials to Su Chang.
Before, he was thinking about where to get these materials, but now it saved him a lot of trouble. After this nest invasion, it made Su Chang more aware of the importance of the homeland.
This defense is laid out on the premise that homes must be level 4.
If he hadn't cared about the changes to his homestead before, he hadn't really taken much change from Yuki this time. The role of the home can be demonstrated now, and I am afraid that the role of the home will be more and more manifested later. The home panel closed, and Su Chang called out the silver wheel with a thought.
Oh? Did you even give away a raffle number for nothing?
Su Chang looked at the huge roulette wheel that popped up in front of him, seeing that he could not help but be surprised that he was able to draw once for free. It is important to realize that a single draw of the silver roulette wheel requires the consumption of 1,000 years of life expectancy value.
With so much to consume, the same rewards are extraordinarily rich.
The final life expectancy value reward was a surprisingly high 5,000 years. Although this 5,000-year reward is much inferior compared to the 10 billion-year lifespan among the initial system roulette wheel.
But it's an extremely large number for him right now.
Furthermore, the system roulette did not disappear, but rather, like the silver roulette, it needed to reach a certain life expectancy value before it could be opened.
Does it consume the number of times a lottery is drawn?
The prompt popped up, and Su Chang did not have any hesitation in lifting his hand and tapping it.
Yes.
The number of draws was consumed, and the giant silver roulette wheel spun at that moment.
Ding! Goddess of Luck triggered successfully.
Congratulations on acquiring the Energy Conversion Device Pro Max.
Ding dong! Lady Luck triggered. Reward, roulette wheel spinning 1. An energy conversion device?
The corners of Su Chang's mouth could not help but twitch as he looked at the reward drawn in front of him.
If he remembered correctly,
this device seems to be available for purchase for only 500 years of life expectancy value within the commodities of the heavens. It takes thousands of years to smoke it yourself. Although this time it was for nothing, and gained an additional time, but the thought of losing 500 years still cannot help but also a little heartache.
And so on. Pro Max?
As Su Chang sighed, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be the word Pro Max at the back of this energy device.
Energy Conversion Device Pro Max converts any resource into a resource found in today's world. Looking at the introduction of the Energy Conversion Device Pro Max, Su Cheng's expression froze. Can convert any resource found in today's world? Wouldn't that be the ability to transform stone into gold, or even rarer materials? Thinking of this, Su Cheng hurriedly opened the store of the heavens. He seemed to have seen sales about such devices before. Transformer of all things, can turn any resource into a resource found in today's world. Asking price, 10,000 years worth of life. Su Cheng looked at the introduction of the function of the everything transformer, as well as the selling price at the back of it, and his expression froze. How much more? Chapter 89 Purebred Era requesting votes. 10,000 years worth of life? Su Cheng's entire brain roared the moment he saw that the selling price was so expensive. He had thought that his life expectancy of more than 1,000 years was already considered high, but this moment made him learn how to write the word poor without fail. I thought Lady Luck had failed this time, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Of course, compared to the reward of 5,000 years of lifespan value, this Energy Conversion Device Pro Max is not very useful to oneself. After teleporting it to Huaxia, Su Cheng once again looked towards the silver roulette. Does it consume the number of times a lottery is drawn? Yes. Su Cheng raised his hand and pointed down again. The silver wheel spins. A familiar voice rang from his ears. Ding! Lady Luck has succeeded. Congratulations on obtaining number of points 3, arrow 1. Suzuki? Listening to the voice coming out of his ears, Su Cheng's expression froze. That's a number of times he can understand a little bit of chemistry. But what's this diabolical one? That's 1,000 years of lifespan expended, albeit for nothing, to gain an era? Just as Su Cheng was puzzled, suddenly, the entire space seemed to be filled with an ineffable force. A beam of dazzling white light suddenly burst out from the front. It was as if the morning sun had first broken through, illuminating every inch of the virtual corners around. This white light was not only dazzling, but also carried an unspeakable solemnity and holiness. In the center of this light, an imposing, almost divine beast descending like aura quietly filled the air. Feeling this aura, Su Cheng's face was shocked. This aura was even stronger than when he initially met Yuki. Can it be that this is just called aura, but is actually a divine beast? Su Cheng's gaze looked at the figure that was gradually unfolding in front of him. At this moment, he actually had a slight look of anticipation. After all, every time the roulette wheel is drawn, as long as Lady Luck triggers it, the rewards are bound to be extraordinary. Now there's only this one two-hander besides the pointing. I'm afraid, this era is really some kind of divine animal. However, when the suffocating white light gradually dissipated and everything returned to calm, what slowly stepped out from the light was not the behemoth or divine beast that Su Cheng had imagined. Instead, it's a plain-looking, but somewhat naive era. This era has a gleam of wisdom in his eye, and despite his appearance, he still maintains his characteristic too and innocence. Its pace is steady, and each step seems to inadvertently reveal a kind of transcendent wisdom, as if it has long been aware of all things in the world, and is as wise as a fool. Su's City. No, there must be something wrong with the way I opened it. Su Cheng shook his head. How can such a big scene really be a two-hander? Su Cheng turned around and wiped his eyes, just as he was about to look again. Only a yelp came out. Woof! Era ran to the foot of Su's City at some point. Intimately rubbing against Su Cheng's ankles, his front paws kept picking at Su Cheng's pant legs. The moment. Even if Su Cheng did not accept it, he had to bear it. It seemed to be a real era. Companion, era. Age? Race, prison dog. Growing up, early years. Power, 10. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 10. Rating? Abilities, bite, roar, dementia. Su Cheng looked at the panel that popped up in front of him and covered his face with one hand as he looked at the naive era in front of him. This ability is too much. Having thought that the other party just looked more pulled, Su Cheng had some expectations. But the moment he saw this scene, the remaining hope in his heart was completely doused at this moment. However, if one could be like Snowy and have a platoon of abilities, Su Cheng would expect something from Era. But there are only 3 abilities, and the 3D familiar is all 10. Su Cheng sighed helplessly and raised his hand to click on the ability details. Bite, Era has sharp teeth and indestructible claws that can tear apart all objects. The instinct to tear down a home is playing tricks on you? Looking at the tear ability introduction, Su Chang's gaze flickered. Can tear apart all objects?
Su Chang had thought that tearing was as simple as charging up and biting, but now it didn't seem to be the case. Roar, Era's roar destroys the sky and the earth, and will cause enemies below double their own strength to enter a brief daze.
Oh wow.
Dementia, Era's bloodline is very mysterious, and can take in the ability value of defeated enemies.
Well, it's purebred. No. Is this really what this harmless-looking Era should be capable of?
I'm not even so good at it myself that it would appear in a dog.
Su Chang felt for a moment that he wasn't as good as a dog.
Woof. When Era saw Su Chang's expression change, he suspiciously looked up towards the other party. It's just that the base attributes are a bit low, but the good thing is that the ability is not bad.
Woof woof.
Era wagged his tail, constantly rubbing against Su Chang, as if humanizing himself and touching his parched stomach.
Hungry so soon?
Su Chang shook his head and took out a piece of gray wolf meat. Skimming the silver roulette wheel in front of him, after a moment's thought, he still wasn't going to keep drawing. This draw is thousands of life expectancy values, and while the rewards are good, the consumption is just too great. Smoking a dog now, and then smoking a cat for him later, it's not going to be an easy life.
It just so happens that after all this time, I'm hungry. The grill is lit.
A sprinkle of cumin plus chili noodles and a host of other seasonings instantly spread the aroma around. Outside, the homestead quartermaster often smelled the scent and came running.
Master, what kind of creature is this?
Jibo Chang looked at Era, who was wagging his tail beside Su Chang with wisdom in his eyes, and could not help but wonder.
Oh, you mean this? It will be your companion from now on, just call it Era.
Yes, master.
Jibo often nodded.
Although it could not understand what Su Chang meant by Era, it still understood the word companion.
Hey, you two slow down, it's not like anyone is robbing you.
Su Chang had just roasted several pieces of gray wolf meat and shook his head helplessly as he watched Era and Jibo Chang's wolfish appearance. However, just as he was about to take out more gray wolf meat, suddenly the prompt popped up, and the scene in front of him caused Su Chang to freeze. Era successfully devours the gray wolf's flesh and blood, strength +1. Era successfully devours the gray wolf's flesh and blood, agility +1. A series of prompts popped up, and Su Chang hurriedly opened Era's panel. After seeing the change in the other party's power attributes, a hint of shock couldn't help but flash through his eyes. You know that even he has to spend his life expectancy or pass a copy to get the attributes.
This Era actually needs to eat meat only to improve? Not.
The corner of Su Chang's mouth twitched. This was really not as good as a dog. Although this scene was incomparably devastating to Su Chang, the good thing was that this Era belonged to himself, and the other party's increased strength would only be beneficial. Thinking of this, Su Chang took out all the meat within the system space. A full assortment of creature meats neatly arranged. When Era and Jibo Chang saw such a scene, their eyes were glowing and their harumphs were flowing to the ground.
Master is awesome.
Woof woof. Chapter 90, Everything Transformer Level 1 Alert.
The highest operational command base in China.
Elder White and a team of staff members were extraordinarily busy due to the sudden appearance of the portal. The material of this portal they had used countless methods to measure, and had never been able to calculate what kind of material it was built of. It has also been bombarded with artillery shells, missiles, but without the slightest effect.
The crowd looked at the 10-day countdown above the portal with extraordinarily grave gazes.
With the previous scene of the nest invasion, they naturally wouldn't underestimate the importance of the portal in front of them. If this portal is anything like the lair invasion, the danger level will be raised several levels. The nest invasion Su Chang and the others faced was predicated on the individual. Spare a thought, the monsters faced are so powerful. Nowadays, this portal only appears one per country.
Obviously, this portal is predicated on the country.
The monsters faced by a single person were so difficult to deal with, and how the monsters that appeared with an entire country in mind should be, the crowd could not imagine. In order to prevent the disaster that might befall them next, Huaxia evacuated all the people in the vicinity of the portal. A complete defense system was laid out for miles around with the portal as the center. Countless artillery shells, missiles, and even small nukes are ready.
How's it going? Any data collected from inside the portal?
Bai Lao figure walked to Xiao Lu's side, looking at the instrument full of numbers in front of him and said. Xiao Lu shook his head. No, Elder Bai hasn't collected any data yet. The data of this portal thought that our current Chinese technology is not able to parse it, and the materials that appear in it are unheard of for us to follow.
Still can't parse it? Elder Bai's gaze was grave. When he thought of the frost giant dragon that Su Chang had encountered earlier, there was always an ominous premonition in his heart. If the monsters coming out of that portal were all as powerful as that frost dragon, could they resist? Strengthen the defenses around the portal once again. 24 hours must be guarded at all times without a single problem. Yes. Xiao Lu nodded. Just as Elder White turned around and prepared to discuss with other countries about the matter of the portal, suddenly a pillar of light appeared from the sky above China. The pillar of light pointed straight to the center of the base. Intense light flickered from inside the base. Such a sudden scene immediately put the entire base on high alert. Bai Lao, who was at the front of the pillar of light, looked at the pillar of light that appeared at first glance in front of him, his eyes pondering. He seemed to have seen what this pillar of light looked like before. Elder Bai, it's dangerous here, you should step back first. At this point the combatants came running from the rear and surrounded the perimeter with guards. No need. Elder White sidestepped the combatants as he shaped himself towards the front of the pillar of light. After seeing the flickering items within the light pillar, a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said towards the combatants on the side, "It's not dangerous, disperse, all of you." Elder Bai, this is. At this time, General Lu also walked by from the side, looking at the sudden appearance of the pillar of light with a puzzled face. This pillar of light, if my guess is correct, is Su Chang sending us something over again. Elder Bai smiled and said. He had noticed the pillar of light for a moment when he watched the live broadcast of Su Chang before. Whenever Su Chang teleported into the Northern Bear National Park, this pillar of light would appear. The present scene is exactly the same as it appeared then. Su Chang sent something over? General Lu was puzzled. Wait for the pillar of light to dissipate. An extremely precise instrument was exhibited from it. This is. Elder White stepped forward and surveyed the instruments. A moment later, the moment he realized what the instrument was doing, Elder Bai's pupils shook dramatically. The universal converter, which converts any resource into a resource found in today's world. Accompanied by Elder White's words about the instrument's role. All of the personnel in the entire base stopped what they were doing. They just heard something. The Everything Transformer? Are you kidding me? How in the world can there be such an instrument? Isn't it against scientific common sense? At this time, Xiaolu walked by from the side and looked at Elder Bai. Elder Bai, you just said that this instrument can convert any resource into a resource found in today's world? Is this really possible? Whether it's possible or not, we'll only know if we try. Elder Bai's gaze was thoughtful as he took a glass of water from the side. After a series of tedious operations, the outgoing resources were debugged with gold nuggets, and the instrument began to operate. Elder Bai looked at the trembling instrument in front of him, and to be honest, he didn't believe that such an instrument existed in the world either. But this instrument was transmitted from Su Chang. The things within the world of the heavens, up to now they had not understood a millionth part of it. Perhaps. Does this instrument really exist? However, just as Elder Bai was contemplating, the instrument stopped functioning, and Xiao Lu on the side burst into a shocked cry. Elder Bai, it's come true. It's really come true. That fast? Hearing Xiao Lu's voice, Elder Bai looked back towards the exit of the instrument. The moment he saw the exit nugget, Elder Bai hastily took out a quizzing instrument. When the numbers above the instrument were displayed, Bai Lao was dumbfounded at this moment. 24K solid gold. It really came true? Touching the gold nugget in his hand, at this moment, not only was Elder Bai dumbfounded, but so were the people at the base watching this scene. Bai Lao looked towards Xiao Lu on the side, and with just a glance, Xiao Lu immediately understood. Accompanied by Xiao Lu pulling out a controller and pressing it violently. Shasta. The entire base is on lockdown and on first alert. Elder Bai gazed around the crowd and spoke with an extremely solemn expression. I'm sure everyone has seen what this instrument can do. This instrument given by Su Chang will completely overturn the entire world's perception. The meaning of this should be understood by everyone. In order to prevent this information from leaking out, the entire base is now completely blocked, cutting off all communication with the outside world intelligence. The base is not to be relaxed slightly until the apparatus has been thoroughly utilized. Is that okay with everyone? Even without Elder Bai opening his mouth, everyone in the base knew what the appearance of this instrument meant. The ability to transform water into nuggets, which is not even the same element, completely turns the theory on its head. Even water can be converted into gold nuggets, so wouldn't it be that anything they wanted, even just a rock picked up on the side of the road, could be converted into a rare metal material? Once news of such items is leaked, the crowd did not doubt for a moment that Huaxia would be the object of conquest by all the countries of the present-day Blue Star. A smile appeared at the corner of Bai Lao's mouth. Originally, he was worried about this portal incident. But now with this instrument, all worries are gone. This time Su Cheng has given us a big surprise. Just as the entire Blue Star was in an uproar over the matter of the gods and Su Shen's refusal of the divine invitation. At this time in Eagle Country Park, Smith was extraordinarily annoyed to see that he didn't even make the top 3. Damn Chinese guys. It's you guys again who spoiled my good deed. This time, if not for the sudden intervention of Huaxia, the name of the first will be firmly taken by them. The reward for first place should have belonged to him. All because of the player who took Huaxia. If it were not for him, he would not be like this nowadays. Just as Smith was frantically smashing furniture to air his grievances, suddenly, a bright golden light was exhibited from in front of him. Looking at the bright light, Smith's godly gaze first froze. But soon, his smile gradually stopped at the corners of his mouth. Bathed in golden light, Smith felt as if his body had endless power. Watching his attribute panel more than double several times, the corner of his mouth curved up as he crushed the stone with one hand. In this moment, the displeasure of the painful loss of the first was dissipated. I didn't realize that by saying you're stupid, you're really stupid. Such a powerful force, but you don't even know how to cherish it, so you let me pick up the slack. Seeing the golden light surging, Smith's body toward the golden light after reverently kneeling, his eyes looked toward the list of leaderboards above the homeland to see. So what if I'm first? But don't let me catch you. Chapter 91: The Fairy's Magic Wand Request for Votes. Inside the Wachovia home. No way. Master is too powerful. Master's handiwork is simply superb. My belly is knocked up by Master. Woof woof. Era and Jibo Chang lay on the grass without any image, burped, and touched their stomachs that had been enlarged by Su Cheng with a satisfied face. Listening to the words of a beast and a dog, Su Cheng breathlessly skimmed a glance at the two of them as his gaze continued to look towards the panel in front of him. After a binge meal, Era's three-dimensional attributes had all surpassed 30. If it wasn't for the fact that he would not be able to move after reaching 30, Su Cheng would have wanted to let this guy continue to eat. The prices of this trading house are really much cheaper than the shops of the heavens. The Era panel closed, and Su Cheng surveyed the heavenly trading house in front of him, which was only opened when the lifespan value reached 1,000. Within this trading house, he saw all forms of items. Equipment, materials, meat, household, all sorts of items among them are sold. The prices are also all much better than the ones at the shop of the gods. I wonder what I can sell these materials for. Su Cheng took out a pile of materials that he had collected earlier. Along with the click of the finger, the full of materials all shook out, before he tuned so many materials for this moment. Unfortunately, these materials boosted his equipment minimally. His own Tang Blade, as well as his Devil's Gloves, had reached B quality after 3 upgrades from the Lair Invasion rewards. Devouring these materials doesn't add much attributes anymore, and there's no point in using them for other equipment. Does it sell Grey Wolf Claws 5? Is the poisonous stinging insect tentacles 3 being sold? Without the slightest hesitation, Su Cheng hung all the materials on the side inside the trading house. After doing this, Su Cheng searched up the weapons section within the trading house. Nowadays, Jibber often breaks his weapons from fighting those bugs. Previously, he had planned to build a bearable weapon for Jibo Chang, but now, after seeing the weapons within the trading house therein, he gave up on building it. The materials and lifetime value consumed by building it yourself is not as cost-effective as just buying a total finished product. Silver knife with armor breaker, sold for 50 years of life expectancy value. One of Sauron's swords, priced at 500 years worth of life. Aster's long hammer, priced at 100 years worth of life. Fairy's magic wand, priced at 5,000 years worth of life. Su Cheng had thought that there would not be many weapons within this trading house. But now it seems clear that he was shallow. Eyes dazzled as all sorts of weapons popped out from in front of his eyes. These weapons are not the so-called cold weapon names, such as knives, guns, such names. Su Cheng realized that the weapons sold within the trading house of the heavens were surprisingly from all the major worlds, and even weapons within anime existed. What the hell is this fairy's magic wand? Su Cheng looked at the weapon that needed to consume 5,000 years to purchase. His gaze could not help but ponder. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen weapons similar to magic wands within this trading house.
Sakura's magic wand, for example, but it also sells for only 2,000 years.
How is this so expensive?
Su Chang was puzzled and raised his hand to click on the details.
Fairy's magic wand.
Description: this magic wand is something used by a certain fairy, explored the fairy's deepest secrets, which is covered with a large amount of divinity, itself used to devour the liquid to obtain a large number of attribute enhancement, and can use some basic magic and other attacks. Ever explored the deepest secrets of the fairies?
Su Chang looked at the introduction of the magic wand and couldn't help but ponder. What's the secret?
A secret was surprisingly worth 5,000 years of selling value, and Su Chang realized that this fairy wand was actually being sold for the price of an auction. Just as he froze, the price even continued to soar, soaring straight to 10,000 years of life expectancy. Such a scene was rather shocking to Su Chang. The price of just dabbling in a fairy scent soared to 10,000 years, so what should be the strength of the fairy this weapon is talking about? Su Chang shook his head, removing the thoughts from his mind. There was no use in thinking so all this now, the magic wand was not something he could buy.
Will you consume 100 years of life value to purchase Aster's long hammer? Su Chang raised his hand and nodded down, yes.
A white light flashed, and a large long hammer was exhibited from it. Su Chang weighed the long hammer in his hand, his figure walked to Ji Bo Chang's side, and threw the long hammer at the opponent's feet. Poof! The sound of a violent crash startled Ji Bo Chang.
What's wrong? What's wrong? What's all the commotion? Is it possible that there's another enemy attack?
Ji Bo Chang bounced up from the ground, his eyes looking around warily.
See if the weapon fits, and tell me if it doesn't. Weapons?
Hearing Su Chang's words coming out from the front, Ji Bo Chang then noticed a long hammer at his side.
With just a glance, it took a liking to the weapon. I'll go. The material, the weight, the look. It's fantastic. Ha ha ha, we have weapons again. If those bugs dare to come back, we'll make sure they don't come back. Thank you, master.
Ji Bo Chang excitedly swung the long hammer in his hand. The previous failed battle Ji Bo Chang also wondered, at that time, if not the weapon is not able to, those bugs even cannot help it? At that moment Era, who had been sleeping on the side, sensed a cool breeze coming. Just as he opened his eyes, he saw a large hammer floating from in front of him. With a shriek, he rolled both eyes and fainted again. Seeing the furniture being overturned, Su Chang kicked Ji Bo Chang out of the homestead. The figure walked to Era and carried one of her legs to the front of the portal. This time he had not only offended the Frost Dragon clan, but also the insects as well. Even he was targeted by the gods. At that time, if it wasn't for the limitations of the rules of the world of the heavens, with the power of the other party, one wouldn't know how many times one would have died. If it wasn't for the fact that his talent for gambling on life happened to be immune to negative influences, he would undoubtedly be the same as a vegetable right now. Such a huge gap caused a trace of anxiety to arise in Su Chang's heart. But Su Chang was more excited than anxious. Under the observation of the god's demonic eye, Su Chang knew that the other party also had the matter of attribute panels. Since there's an attribute panel, there's bound to be a blood bar. Having a blood bar also means that the opponent is not invincible. Will I see you again? Su Chang walked to the front of the red door, his gaze skimmed the direction of the previous divine ladder, and the corner of his mouth curved up. Oh, so what if it's a god? Just dare to light up the bloodstain and the gods will kill you just the same. Chapter 92 5 against 1, the advantage is mine. Here it comes. Sushin is choosing doors again, what will Sushin encounter this time? I hope there's another marriage room, I haven't learned enough yet. Wait, why is Sushin heading towards the red door? Not good, although Sushin's strength is very strong, but I saw before that there are many countries waiting at the red gate, this is obviously wanting to jointly target the unavoidable, Sushin don't go. Crap. Those guys are starting to move one by one, it's obvious they're just waiting for Sushin, this is trouble. The scene of Sushin walking to the portal attracted the attention of countless people. However, the moment they saw Su Chang walk to the front of the red door, the crowd in Huaxia was not calm at all. Although Su City's current strength is very strong, the red sect is a confrontation room for all the countries. The nations of the world are now united in targeting them, the Chinese. Spare your strength and encounter a rule-based copy, then the previous advantage will be gone. Waiting for you guys. I thought you guys wouldn't dare to enter this next Chinese guy, but I didn't expect this Chinese player to be so stupid to seek death. Being strong is of no use. The red gate isn't something you can get through with brute strength. This Chinese guy is dead. This player from China seems to have acquired a lot of good equipment on him these times. None of you are allowed to rob him. The equipment on him will be our Israel players.
Unlike the crowds in China.
His country watch at the moment of seeing Su Cheng surprisingly death defying surprisingly red door, a smile. Though after Worm's Nest most of the country's players have been shuffled around. But the red door is not the black door or the yellow door in general. Inside it wasn't something you could get past by brute force, numbers, and life expectancy values were the biggest advantage within the red gate. The moment Su Cheng stepped into the red door, dozens of players from other countries also stepped into it together, in order to meet Su Cheng. The red door opens. The scene changes all around. Su Cheng walked out from inside the red door. This is... Su Cheng's gaze looked towards the surroundings. Unlike the first time he entered the middle of the red gate, where he was surrounded by spaciousness, at the moment he was standing above a runway-like starting point, with a large conveyor belt running directly in front of him. Around him, the rest of the 5 runways were filled with runners from other countries walking through the red gates. His country's players came out of the red door shortly afterward, and at the moment they saw Su Cheng, each of their faces had an extraordinarily joyful expression. The 5 are from, respectively, White Elephant, Rome, Sunset, Pickle, and Kangaroo Land. The moment all the people arrived, a black-robed man wearing a pig's head mask suddenly appeared from the front. Since all the contestants are here, let me introduce the rules of this duel for you. The rules are very simple. There is a conveyor belt right in front of you. You just need to keep running forward until you reach the finish line. Even if you are successful, only the first 2 players can win. Warm reminder, once you step inside the runway, there will be no rule restrictions. You can do whatever you want to do at will. The match opens in 5 minutes. Please get ready. With the end of the pig-headed man's words, the crowd in his country watching the live stream got excited. Ha ha ha. Fantastic, it's amazing that we've met this Chinese player. We, the Roman nation, will take back all the previous disgrace. Did you see that, Chinese fools? This time it's a race about speed. Is it useful for you to be powerful? It's just a bunch of reckless people. Nishia. Why is it racing this time? Our kimchi country's contestants still have wounds on their feet that haven't been repaired. This is blatant targeting. We demand a different event. Baka. Why didn't our Daiko player meet this Chinese? Originally this time the first Nana's big cherry blossom country player take it, the speed of the ninja god turtle with you guys kidding. Some of the spectators from other countries lamented for not matching Su Cheng, while some were extra excited for having met him. This time the rules within the red door are clearly related to racing. Within such rules, the role of lifetime values will come in extremely handy. Besides, the numbers are superior. 5 on 1, advantage to me. No matter how much life expectancy value a player from Huaxia had, there was no way it could be more than the 5 of them combined. Wait, did you guys notice that this Chinese player seems to have brought a creature in with him? It's a dog? It's true, this Chinese guy really brought a dog in. Ha ha ha. I was worried that this Chinese would not make any trouble again, but now it seems that everything is stable, and even brought a dog in, which is not a burden to himself? I don't know how this Huaxia people think, to know that his dog is also regarded as the Huaxia side, that is to say, if the people of Huaxia went over his dog didn't go over is also counted as a loser, facing the red gate even dared to do so. Isn't it too much to think that he is not going to die fast enough? The scene of Su Cheng carrying a dog into the red door was quickly noticed by the crowd. They really couldn't figure out why Su Cheng would bring in a dog, or the Arab breed. This red door is no joke. Now, Su Cheng was obviously putting himself in a disadvantageous position. At this moment, the crowd in Huaxia's eyes were equally grave after seeing Era by Su Cheng's side. What the hell, why did Su Shen bring in a dog? Or the Era breed? Where did this dog come from? If I remember correctly, this dog seemed to appear out of thin air within the Su god's homeland, and I don't seem to have seen any abilities in this dog. Su Shen confused No matter what, you can't bring a dog, and it's still Era to come in this time instead of slowing down your own pace. This is going to be tough. These guys will definitely target Su Shen en masse, and now there's a dog dragging them down. Can Su Shen win? Inside the red door. There was less than a minute left in the countdown. The White Elephant Nation talked with the Roman Nation and the Pickle Nation. The Kangaroo Nation 4 people talked about cooperation matters. Once the time is over later, let's not rush to run and get this Chinese guy killed first. I've heard that this Chinese player's attributes seem to be quite high. Everyone needs to be a little more careful not to get caught single by him. This time it seems that there is no restriction on the rules, so it's better to be careful.
Hee hee, White Elephant Kingdom, have you not been psychologically beaten out by them after losing last time? There are a few of us, what are we afraid of when 5 of us fight one? He's just one person, oh no, there's also a dog. Because the people were not positioned together, Su Chang was separated between the 4 people, and their words were all taken in by Su Chang. Yet even then, the crowd did not shy away from it in the least. It's as if they've got this game in the bag. Listening to the conversation of the White Elephant Nation's crowd, Su Chang's eyes looked towards the Sunset players in the distance. Aren't you with them? They are discussing how to deal with me, do you want to join in as well? Listening to Su Chang's words, Edward the Sunset player's expression froze. He himself had shown no willingness to cooperate with others from the moment he entered the Red Gate. I had thought that Su Chang, looking at his appearance, would think of convincing himself not to join them and dealing with him together. Or begged himself to work with him. How is it that with the tone he's taking now, he's expected to join those guys on the team together instead? Hee hee, but they're all just a bunch of dirt dogs, I don't need the help of these losers to deal with you. A disdainful smile crossed Edward's lips. With that piece of equipment, it was as if this race was set up just for him. High achievers are lonely, only the weak need help from others. Like this? Su Chang nodded his head, then his eyes looked towards the White Elephant Kingdom and the others on the side, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Are you ready? The game can start now. Chapter 93, Era's Mighty Might, strolling in the courtyard requesting tickets. When the people of the White Elephant Kingdom saw Su Chang's smiling look, a hint of anger could not help but flash in their eyes. What does this guy mean? Is this looking down on them? Hee hee, Chinese boy, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Even if you were more powerful before, you don't stand a chance against the 4 of us now. Like to laugh? I'll beat you so bad you won't even recognize your mother later. Before it was just that guy being a waste, do you really think you're invincible after winning once? You're rejoicing too early. Don't talk to this dead man, there's no point, just follow the plan later and be done with it. This appearance he has now is just a strong face. The Kangaroo Nation's player glanced towards Su Chang with disdain. He had heard that Su Chang's power was strong, but this time the competition was not about power, but speed. In this aspect of speed, they have a unique advantage in Kangaroo Country. What's more, his own talent, as well as the equipment on his body were all related to speed. He was certain to take this first place. Hey, that guy over there from the Sunset Kingdom, are you sure you don't want to join us? Seeing that there were only 10 seconds left in the countdown, San of the White Elephant Country hurriedly said towards Edward on his right. However, Edward did not respond in the slightest to the crowd's invitation. Hee hee, arrogant guy, when we deal with this Chinese guy even you will be cleaned up together. Seeing Edward's hesitation, a cold glint flashed in the White Elephant Nation player's eyes. He gazed towards the trio of Kimchi and Roman nations off to the side, and the crowd nodded to each other as they waited for the last few seconds to end. Woof! At this time, the gaze of Era, who was in the trial of Sioux City, revealed wisdom. Era looked in the direction of the White Elephant Kingdom and the others. It could clearly feel the killing intent of several people towards Su Chang. Era opened his mouth and bit down on the top of the bars, ready to tear them apart to fight the crowd. Stupid dog, don't bite. Su Chang grabbed Era in one hand. This iron bar he tried to destroy when he came in, but he didn't know what kind of material it was made of, and he couldn't shake it in the slightest. Or maybe it's a rule within the red door that this bar is unbreakable. Wait. Looking at the only 3 seconds left in the countdown in front of him, Su Chang just put Era down. Suddenly, a hole in the teeth on a side rail caught his attention. Skimming Era's teeth, Su Chang was shocked and looked towards the hole. This stupid dog chewed through the bars? At this moment, countless thoughts emerged from Su Chang's mind. Spare the end of the countdown. White Elephant Kingdom and the rest of the group of runners ran out, and Su Chang still remained in the same place. Bite, Era has sharp teeth and indestructible claws that can tear apart all objects. Although Su Chang had anticipated the power of this ability of Era. But isn't this thing a regularized item that can't be shaken? Nope. Rule-based items? Who said it was a regularized item? Su Chang's expression was stunned, and his mind recalled the previous scene of the Path of Ascending God. The opponent is a god yet has a panel and can be killed. It was only that there was a large difference in strength between him and the other party, and this distance was too far, resulting in the illusion that the gods were just invincible. This seems to be the same situation now as it was before. Previously, Su Chang was puzzled about the existence of this red gate and black gate, as well as the matter of the pig-headed man referee in front of him. At the first red door,
Su Cheng could clearly feel that there were sights around them watching them. This time it didn't, but does that mean that the rules within this red and black gates aren't decided either? If you're powerful enough, these rules can be subverted just as well? If that's true. Su Cheng looked at the hole in the iron fence and then at the conveyor belt runway in the distance. A bold thought sprang from his mind. Era's tearing could destroy this iron fence, which was all that separated the crowd this time. If he takes the lead in destroying this iron fence and kills the players of his country before the match even starts, how will it be then? If this works. Su Cheng looked towards the referee who was hovering above mid-air on the side, wearing a pig's head mask. This guy. Does it also kill? The moment. Noticing Su Cheng's line of sight coming at him, the pig-headed masked referee looked in Su Cheng's direction, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes behind the mask. Is it hard to believe that this guy has found something? The SOS countdown is over. Run up. They're all running. If you're late you'll be too late. Still running? I think you Chinese players already know you can't win against us and just give up. It must be that this Chinese player is afraid of our kimchi country. Look at his dumbfounded look. That's how Chinese guys should be. Bull. How can the power of Sushin be understood by those of you who only snarl and bark? Grandma, barking online every day, have the ability to touch offline, see if I don't beat the out of you, then beat you into the, and finally beat you with your. Just as Huaxia's live broadcast was in a state of confusion. At this time above the runway, Su Cheng's thoughts were withdrawn and his gaze was directed towards the White Elephant Kingdom and the others in the distance. At the moment, because of the drive belt running, the people are running out early, but the conveyor belt will randomly change over time. Nowadays, the speed of the conveyor belt is simply too fast for the White Elephant and Kimchi players to manage, and their figures even show signs of falling back. That's just it, it's better to verify this later. Su Cheng skimmed the hole on the side, threw Era to the top of the runway, and chased his body toward the front. After the hint of devouring chunks of meat, Era's agility also comes to the 30 mark. Above the runway, the speed of the conveyor belt could not stop Era at all. No good, that Chinese guy is coming over. How is this guy so fast? There's something wrong with that dog too. Don't freeze, first take care of this Chinese guy. The White Elephant Kingdom, the Pickle Kingdom and the Roman Kingdom looked at each other and threw their arms up in the air to speak at the same time. Expend 10 years of your life to increase the rate of the Chinese runway. The three spoke at the same time, 30 years of lifespan consumed. At this moment Su Cheng runway speed instantly increased by as much as double. They had observed the situation on the runway beforehand. This track is not just a competition for speed. The entire runway is divided into two parts. The first part is based on speed alone, while the second part will have random items forming. And, whoever can be the first to get to the second part of the connection first will be able to adjust the speed of a particular runner's track. Kangaroo Nation was the fastest in their plan. With them dragging Sioux City first, until after the Kangaroo Nation's run to the second stage, the crowd's second runway was left to their own devices. Just as San and the others thought that Su Cheng would slow down due to the doubling of the conveyor belt's speed. However, the scene in front of them made San and the others freeze in place. Only Su Cheng and Era were seen walking idly above the conveyor belt, as if they were not affected by the conveyor belt in the slightest. How is this possible? Chapter 94, excuse me please. San and the others gazed incredulously towards Su Cheng above the conveyor belt. They were the ones who had consumed a total of 30 years of lifespan to nearly double the speed of the conveyor belt. This guy is not even affected in the slightest? What's more? San gazed towards Era who was beside Su Cheng. Even his dog surprisingly hasn't changed in the slightest. What kind of joke is this? Mind you, at this speed they were having a slightly difficult time even standing. Surprisingly, they were not affected in the slightest, walking idly above the conveyor belt. Doesn't this situation mean that they are worse than dogs? Hurry up and do it. What are you three guys doing, pushing this Chinese guy out? What are you doing watching all the time? This Chinese is too pretentious, isn't he? He's even walking slowly, is he not taking us seriously? Oh, really think a little power makes you invincible? Our Kangaroo Nation's contestant will be at the second level soon. At his speed, this guy is bound to lose. San, don't freeze, this Chinese guy is about to catch up, just rot him here and they'll lose. Seeing San and the others frozen in place, the crowd watching the livestream was anxious. However, only San, who knew the scene, realized how terrifying the other side was. Grandma, to be so pretentious? Go, we must stop him here today. Once that guy reaches the second stage, we'll win for sure.
San glanced aside at the Kimchi Nation player duo. The three nodded, and Kim Sung-soo, a player from Kimchi Nation, was the first to roll up his sleeves. The rule is that there are no rules in this race. As long as they delayed Su Chang for a while, or pushed him off the conveyor belt and dropped him into the bottomless void below, then the victory would belong to them. Zabachi, I've heard before that your Chinese players are pretentious. How dare you pretend in front of a few of us? Kim Sung-soo stood above the conveyor belt and touched the Sioux City conveyor belt with one hand. The centennial numbers on his arm lit up, and the corner of his mouth looked towards the direction of Sioux City with disdain. He's a talent that might not be of much use elsewhere though. But used against others, or this kind of racing is simply a god skill. Kim Sung-soo's eyes flickered. Quicksand. The gift is unleashed, the next second. Since Jin Sung-soo touched the direction, a large amount of quicksand surged towards Su Chang. Seeing that the quicksand was about to cover Sioux City, Kim Sung-soo already had a triumphant expression on his face. This quicksand talent of his can restrict the mobility of players with less than double their agility attribute. And he had a full 15 points of agility. In other words, if Su Chang's agility attribute did not reach 30, he would be forever confined above this conveyor belt. Nowadays, even the world's #1 Eagle Country player, Smith, didn't necessarily have an agility attribute as high as 30. This Chinese guy is just a little bit more life expectancy value, only passed a few copies, by no means agility attribute more than 30. The only downside to this talent of his is that quicksand moves too slowly to reach the opponent. But now this conveyor belt just makes up for it. It's over. Quicksand swept through the area of Suchung, and Kim Sung-soo withdrew his right hand, as if he had already seen his opponent's struggling appearance in his eyes. Jointly against Huaxia? Ask him to say it's not needed at all. On his own, he could play this Chinese guy off. Retrieving his sight from the back of the conveyor belt, Kim Sung-soo was just about to continue running towards the front. Only to see that not far in front of him, the White Elephant Country and Roman Country players were at the moment looking at the back with shocked faces. The corner of Kim Sung-soo's mouth curved up into a smile. Hee hee, look at the fuss you guys are making. I only used less than 30% of my strength. Only less than 30% strength? The White Elephant Kingdom's Asan gulped, raised his hand and pointed to the back of the conveyor belt and said, why don't you try 10%? Hearing San's words, Kim Sung-soo raised an eyebrow. He just casually said, where there is what 30% several percent, well that Chinese guy to control is not finished. What a bunch of cowards, just control it, what else do you need? Seeing how shocked the two of them looked, Kim Sung-soo couldn't help but look towards the back in confusion. However, halfway through the sentence, the scene in front of him instantly made Kim Sung-soo doubt his life. Saihachi. Are you kidding me? Only to see Su Chang walking amongst the quicksand and conveyor belts, his speed did not decrease at all. As if this quicksand to him is like a virtual silk, Millie cannot play any role. He had clearly released quicksand, so why hadn't this guy's speed been weakened in the slightest? Is it hard to believe that his agility is over 30? Kim Sung-soo's gaze was shocked. No. No way. Absolutely not. Even if this guy was perverted, his strength was so powerful, how could his agility attribute be so high as well? There was definitely a problem. Zabachi, I don't believe it. Kim Sung-soo once again pressed his hand on top of Su Chang's conveyor belt, this time consuming a full 30 years of lifespan value. Large swathes of quicksand surged towards Su Chang like a tidal wave. This should be trapped now, right? Kim Sung-soo gasped and braced himself to get up. Each time he unleashed his talent not only consumed his lifespan value, it was also a huge drain on his physical strength. The more the lifespan value is depleted, the more the relative physical strength is drastically depleted together. This time he had consumed a full 30 years of life expectancy value, and he wouldn't shy away from that, just like that he couldn't make the other party stop. Kim Sung-soo, don't hide anymore. Play fast and unleash your 10% power. Seeing Su Chang getting closer and closer, San at the side hurriedly shouted towards Kim Sung-soo. I hide Nuwa. This is all the power I have. Kim Sung-soo looked at Su Chang, who was still unaffected, and his mood had collapsed at the moment. Is this guy really human? What a loser, I'll have to do it in the end. San's gaze was grave, and as he watched Su Chang walk by, he hurriedly lit up the digits in his hand and was about to unleash his ability. However, the next second. No. Where is everyone? San was just about to use his talent when he saw Su Chang's figure within the rear conveyor belt suddenly disappear. The scene happened so quickly that the air around them seemed to stagnate for a moment, before the crowd could react.
A strong sensation of impact swept through San and the others' entire bodies. It was as if an invisible mountain had slammed into the world of their senses with irresistible force. The air seemed to be compressed and humming at this moment, and even the dust on the ground was shaken by this force and gently jumped up, forming a circle of subtle but clear ripples. Boo! Countless silent crashes exploded violently. San and the others were instantly knocked out of their bodies uncontrollably. Since the back of the crowd, Su Chang and Era exhibited their figures, strolling idly above the conveyor belt. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Chapter 95 Shot in the knee requesting votes. No, what just happened? Why did Kim Sung-soo suddenly fly out? Did I just get stuck? Wasn't that Chinese player trapped by quicksand last second? What is this now? San, you idiot, don't let go, you fall, you die is small, we will have to follow you to suffer. Something is wrong, 9 out of 10. This Chinese guy definitely did something just now. The scene just now happened so quickly that before the crowd could react to what had happened, San and Kim Sung-soo and the others' figures were instantly sent flying out. If it wasn't for the quick reflexes of several of them, with their hands clinging to the top of the conveyor belt, they would have plummeted off the conveyor belt. You should know that this conveyor belt is not above the flat ground, and if you are not careful, you will fall to pieces. Let you all underestimate our Sushin, now you know the strength of our Sushin, right? The first place is not just a matter of taking it? Is joining forces even useful? It was still not instantly breached by our Sushin, only the weak need to join forces against others. Don't tear yourself apart with these rats, did you guys notice Sushin's move just now? It's simply awesome, isn't it? Coming through? That's cool, that's going to be my mantra from now on. The scene in which Su Chang knocked out San and the others in a combined blow instantly triggered the Chinese audience to gasp in shock. However, the spectators from the Kangaroo and Sunset countries, who were running ahead, were extremely dismissive of this. First place at random? Laugh it up, where are we? You Chinese guys don't think you've won by defeating those losers from White Elephant country, do you? We Kangaroo country have run into the second stage, and it's too early for you guys to pop the champagne. That's right, I really don't know who's ratty. We, the Sunset Empire, have already entered the second stage, you guys haven't even passed the first one, it's a bit too early to be happy. Above the conveyor belt, Kangaroo Nation's Bana was close to the second stage mouth the moment Kim Sung-soo unleashed the quicksand. What a bunch of losers, 3 of you can't stop one, what's the point of having you? Seeing that San and the others failed to block Su Chang's footsteps, Bana raised his hand and pressed down towards the top of Su Chang's conveyor belt, cranking the rate up to the maximum. The entire conveyor belt is divided into 2 phases, and the first runner to run through the first phase can adjust to the speed of the runner's track behind them. That was the initial tactic of San and others. At this moment, the people who climbed up from the edge of the conveyor belt looked at Bana in the distance one by one and breathed a sigh of relief. There was a bit of a mishap in the process, but it was good that Bana managed to run to the entrance of the second stage. Now it's just a matter of waiting for the other side to slow their side down, and victory will still be theirs. Wait, what's this Bana guy doing? Why hasn't he slowed us down yet? What is he doing? Kim Sung-soo, who had just climbed up from the conveyor belt, saw that Bana didn't press their slowdown button, but instead headed towards the speed up button, and his pupils shook. Bana, what are you guys trying to do? We're on the same team, you can't. That's when San also sensed something was wrong. However, before he could finish, the conveyor belt under their feet violently increased its speed, and the crowd's figures instantly flew backwards towards the back. Such a scene immediately caused the crowd watching the live broadcast to be dumbfounded. Especially the viewers of the White Elephant, Pickle, and Roman countries, the moment they saw their own players flying out backwards, one by one, they immediately flooded into the Kangaroo country's live broadcast room to angrily rebuke them. What are you Kangaroo Nation guys doing? We're in an alliance and you're backstabbing us? West 8. You guys down here in Kangaroo Nation are out of your minds. What happened to the promise plan? How could you renege on it? Grandma, we've used our flesh to delay you guys, how can you do this? Backstabbing? The 3 of you can't even stop that guy from Huaxia when you join forces, what's the point of talking about cooperation? Still resisting in the flesh, where's the end result? A bunch of losers, did they block it? Not even blocking and still have the face to cooperate with us? That was a simply beautiful decision by Bana. Now that we've solved the 4 guys, we're guaranteed second place anyhow. Conveyor belt second stage connection. The corner of Bana's mouth curled into a smile as he watched San and the others fly out backwards. A bunch of losers deserve his help? Further. Initially he had no intention of helping these guys. Even if they managed to block Su Chang, he would not hesitate to turn the crowd's speed to the maximum. He's a big favorite now, and he's guaranteed a second. Keep in mind that only 2 players can survive this match. Why would he send the 3 of them up to bring his survival rate down? Isn't that something only a fool would do? Siding back from the rear, Bana gazed toward Edward, who was off to the side. The only variable nowadays is this guy. He didn't expect this player from the Sunset Kingdom to be on par with him in terms of speed, but it stirred up his competitive spirit. Hey, that guy from the Sunset Kingdom, we're the only 2 left now, how about we up the ante? Bana's figure stepped forward, his eyes looking disdainfully at Edward and said, it's too troublesome to divide this match into a first and a second, how about this? Whoever comes in first later, then all the rewards will go to whoever comes in first, and the rewards for second will go to first as well, how about that? Speed-wise they are the strongest in the Kangaroo Nation. As long as this guy dares to take it, he's going to lose. Unexpectedly to Bana, Edward did not pay attention to the other party, cursing, and then his body rushed towards the second stage of the runway. You! Obviously Bana didn't expect the other party to say that either, and was just about to open his mouth in anger. Suddenly a figure exhibited itself from behind him. Su Cheng patted the other party's shoulder and smiled as he opened his mouth towards him to ask for directions. Brother, is the second stage road going up towards this side? Aren't there just a few roads here? Not from here, or from where? Bana was in an extraordinarily angry mood at the moment. It was even if this fellow refused his own competition, but he even dared to scold him angrily. Pushing Su Cheng's hand away impatiently, Bana was just about to head for the top of the runway. Suddenly, Bana looked as if he had realized something, and his expression was abruptly stunned. Didn't he set the speed of Sans conveyor belt to the fastest speed just now? The only person who should be besides him at this time is the guy from the Sunset Kingdom. And who was it that you were talking to just now? At the thought, Bana gulped, his form stiffening as he turned his head toward the rear. Only to see that at this moment, Su Cheng was looking at himself with a smile on his face. At this moment, Bana only felt a roar in his brain. A strong sense of crisis made Bana subconsciously unleash his gift. What's this guy doing here? It's not right, it's very wrong. Run, you must run. That's right, the only way to live is to run yourself. As long as one's legs are out of the way. The rush talent was unleashed, and the moment Bana's right leg had just stepped out, only a loud sound was heard. Boo! A bullet pierced his knee and an intense, sharp pain swept through Bana's entire body. Chapter 96, King Kong requesting votes. His grandma's dropping. You're telling me this is a speed race, sure it's not a fight? A fighting match? Are you kidding me? Have you ever seen any fighting match suddenly use a gun halfway through the match? This guy even pulled out a gun? What are the referees waiting for? This Chinese player has obviously committed a foul, doesn't that cancel their rule? Gunshots rang out and Bana's screams echoed throughout the area. The crowds of people from other countries watching the livestream clearly did not expect this scene. Seeing that Su Cheng did not speak of martial virtues and suddenly drew his gun and shot, one of them angrily denounced the meanness. Huaxia people have been targeted by the partnership to hold a stomach of fire, and now see the crowd so, one in the form of a keyboard warrior to hit back. Shut up, a bunch of stinking s, what's the matter? You're allowed to unite a few countries against our Su Shin and not allow a Su Shin to resist. All the good things are taken up by you guys? Resistance? Damn you, now this who resisted Hua. You Chinese can't afford to play with this kind of thing, right? Oh, we can't afford to play? Bunch of idiots, know what the rules of this tournament are? The rule of this tournament is that there are no rules. That's right, know what it means to have no rules? If you ask me, Sushin is still too merciful. If I were Sushin, I would have to give him another shot to his left leg, then break his leg and put it in front of him, and then make that guy watch me run. Say you, does it help to run so fast? Su Cheng put away the revolver that was smoking white smoke, and his gaze blandly skimmed over Bana who was wailing in pain below the smoke. There are just no rules in this game. In other words, you can do whatever you want halfway through as long as you make it to the finish line. If you really can't help it, there's no problem at all to even have a lunar sky rush. Wait, no. Wait. Barner lies on the ground covering his knees in pain. With his right leg wasted, Bana's proud grade talent seemed useless at this moment. Seeing Su Cheng once again pressing one hand above his shoulder, Bana was just about to say something. Next. Su Cheng casually flung his hand, as if he was carrying a koan cub and casually threw it out. Patting the dust from his hands, Su-chan walked over to where Bana had tuned to the rate and fiddled with the device curiously. After setting the conveyor belt of the Roman state to 0, he turned towards Edward, the sunset player, who was not far away. At this moment, Edward, who heard the gunshot, happened to look sideways toward the rear. At this moment, the two of them interacted visually. Edward grimaced. He had forgotten that this Chinese player had an extremely cheating weapon like a revolver. Although he was extremely confident that he could dodge the bullets fired by revolver. But that was in normal times. Nowadays he was also constantly aware of the random obstacles ahead. With such interference, if the other party took the opportunity to attack him, it would be difficult for him to resist even if he was spared. However, it was good that he had pulled hundreds of meters away from his opponent. The whole journey itself was less than 30%. Just as Edward was thinking about how to deal with Sioux City revolver. Out of his expectation. Su-chan didn't draw his gun, didn't even take any notice of him, and went so far as to do stretches at the second stage connection. Edward? What's the situation? Seeing that Su-chan did not shoot at him and even began to stretch in place, Edward's entire body froze in place. Such a scene not only made Edward dumbfounded, but the people of the Sunset Kingdom who were watching this scene also froze in place one by one. What is this Chinese player pretending? How dare he pretend even in front of our big brother Edward? Edward, big brother, the Chinese guy, I've long looked at them with disdain. Do you really think that we are comparable to those losers in the kimchi country? Nishihachi. Who are you guys calling trash? If it wasn't for you guys not making a move, could we have lost to this Chinese guy? You Sunbae Kingdom must compensate us, Kimchi Kingdom, for our loss. Hee, a bunch of losers still want us to compensate for your losses? I'll give you guys an egg supplement. Just a bunch of sick East Asians, what are you pretending? How long has it been since then, and you've forgotten about our previous incursion into your country? Edward, big brother, get on it and teach the Chinese guy a lesson. The scene of Su-chan being so contemptuous of Edward immediately ignited the anger of the crowd in the Sunset Kingdom. Like the crowd, Edward's eyes were filled with rage at the moment. Is this guy looking down on him? Against that punk Bana, the other guy even shot his way out of it. Facing himself, this guy doesn't even take out his gun? How dare you even belittle yourself for doing stretches in place? Well, since that's how you want to play it, let's do it. Edward roared as his gift opened. The lifespan value on his arm was running at a rapid pace, and his own attributes instantly increased by more than several times. Now he was only 30% of the way to the finish line, and would have been able to catch up with his opponent by interfering with him with a revolver, plus maybe a randomly refreshed obstacle. But now, fighting me, you're just asking for death. Edward's eyes flashed with a reddish aura, and his body leapt towards the finish line. 800 meters, 500 meters, 200 meters. In just a few breaths of time, Edward's figure had already crossed a distance of 700 meters. Seeing that the end of the line was just around the corner, Edward saw that Su-chan had yet to make any moves, and the corner of his mouth smiled disdainfully. You don't even piss and look in the mirror, and you dare to fight me, do you have the strength? Just as Edward was only 100 meters from the finish line. Suddenly, a roar resounded throughout the area. Who? The moment the roar sounded, the runway shook, and Edward could clearly and distinctly feel what seemed to be approaching fast. Seeing the finish line close at hand, Edward was just about to make a dash for it. Next. Rumble. Only to see a large-sized adamantine scarlet actually leapt out of the clouds below, covered with thick muscles, as lofty as a mountain, jumping straight in front of the runway. Not. What the hell is this? King Kong? Looking at the same movie King Kong-like creature in front of him, Edward hastily wiped his eyes, thinking that he was hallucinating from his own deer. You know, this is the clouds, at least 10,000 meters up. Though he didn't know how the runway was formed, how did Mr. Go jump up to such a height? Edward skimmed the back of his gaze at Sioux City. How could a gorilla appear out of thin air this high up? It had to be that guy. Illusion. Yes, it must have been that guy who made the illusion. At that thought, the corners of Edward's mouth curved up to regain his confidence once again. Ignoring the movements of the adamantine scarlet in front of him, Edward's figure continued to run towards the front. Oh, want to rely on this to scare me? You are still too young. Boo! Before Edward could finish his sentence, he only saw Gundam Scarlet swing with one arm, and a punch came straight at Edward's face. The powerful force impacted on the top of Edward's face, and it was visible to the naked eye that Edward's face was deformed. The figure flew straight out like a kite with a broken string.
Chapter 97 Beastification? No, Brotherhood. Plop. Edward's form flew for thousands of meters before crashing to the ground. Ben was only 100 meters away from the end of the line, and now after this, Edward's figure was instantly knocked back half the distance. The country of Sunset, which had thought that the first one was in hand, was silent in front of the TV the moment they saw this scene. No, are you kidding me? How high is this place, and where did this adamantine scarab pop out from? This is targeting, naked targeting. King Kong is all set, why don't you come to Godzilla? The first are in front of the eyes, this damn punch almost all dry back to the original place, this also play an egg ah. Say, Big Edward's not dead, is he? Why isn't he moving? The spectators of the Sunset Kingdom were particularly angry at such a scene. They were ready to pop the champagne, and now this. All the previous advantages are gone. Moreover, they had just clearly seen Edward's face being deformed by the hammer. For a while the crowd couldn't help but worry about Edward. If the other party died at this time, it would be the end of the line. In contrast to the Sunset Nation audience, a group of people from the Pickle Nation and the White Elephant Nation, among others, were laughing their asses off. Ha ha, I told one of you Sunburst Nation to go, well now, you won't get through either. This is what happens when you betray us. That Roman state was a warning before, now come the retribution. So this is the strength you Sunbursts wanted us to see. This is really mushy. Alas? Who's the player lying there? It can't be Edward from your country of Sunset, can it? What are you losers screaming about? We, Edward, at least made it through the first level and will be at the end soon. What about you guys? That's it. There's obviously something wrong with this level. Who could pass by putting a King Kong here? If even our Edward big brother can't get through, no one else will be able to get through, and the same goes for this Chinese player. In the face of another country's mockery, the people of the Sunbelt country immediately lost face. A race to the finish came up with King Kong, which who would have thought? Even they, Edward, couldn't get through, and they didn't believe that any other could. At this point, the second stage of the connection. Such a scene also caused Su Cheng to freeze. He gazed toward Edward, who looked like a dead dog in front of him. Why is this guy flying back all of a sudden? No. Didn't lose. I haven't lost. Edward struggled to get up from the ground. With the numbers on his arm sharply reduced for decades, his body recovered from his injuries as far as the eye could see. Edward's eyes were dead set on Mr. Go, who was blocking the finish line, and touched the right side of his cheek, anger flickering in his eyes. Adjust, how dare he make a move against him? And still towards his handsome face. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. The numbers on Edward's arm spun wildly, immediately as his form changed with the naked eye. Who? Only a lion's roar was heard, and Edward's figure actually turned into a male lion. It's appeared. Big Brother Edward's a rank talent beastization. Do you know what strength means now? After taking a heavy blow and not being affected in the slightest, are your punk players worthy of being compared to us? The guys who were barking just now watch well, a gorilla is nothing but an appetizer in front of our Big Brother Edward's lion. The scene where Edward turns into a lion instantly ignites the crowd in the Sunset Kingdom. Su Cheng, who was at Edward's rear, gazed curiously as he surveyed the changes in Edward at this moment. Bestialization? He also had an ability to bestialize, but it didn't seem to be the same as this ability on the other side. At this moment, Edward, whose figure had completely transformed into a male lion, roared angrily as his limbs fiercely stepped out. Facing King Kong, who was more than several times taller than himself, Edward did not have the slightest fear in his eyes. This a rank talent of his, bestialization, was one of the top transformation rank talents. The more lifespan value he consumed, the more his size changed and his strength increased. Within the previous several copies, even if his opponents were several times larger than him, he was invincible after he began to animalize. However, just at the moment when Edward approached Vajra again, his sharp claws swung towards his opponent and his figure leapt high into the air. Vajrapani just lightly skimmed his opponent. Taking the finger that had been snapped halfway up his nostril out, he flicked it at the other man. Next. Knock. Only a crisp brain sound came out. The stench filled the air as the lionized Edward's form was stained with black dirt and his form flew backwards again. No. How is this possible? King Kong knocked Edward back with a random blow. Edward, whose form lay on the runway, spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes looking unbelievably toward Vajra in front of him. He himself had consumed nearly 50 years of his lifespan this time,
But he couldn't even get close to that guy. Was this level really something one could pass? Laughed my ass off. That's all there is to bestiality. Brotherhood it is. This Vajra is a bit too powerful, isn't it? Can't even get past the lionized Edward Big Brother? Vomit, this King Kong is so disgusting. He's even flicking people with his boogers. I just seemed like Edward ate a piece of it. This is great. The difficulty of this level is so high that it's impossible for anyone to pass. All of them will meet the disaster together and wait for death. Isn't there still a guy from China who hasn't made a move? Maybe he can pass? Hee, that Chinese guy is just a little bit stronger. You know that King Kong is famous for his strength. Didn't you see that even the lionized Edward couldn't block it? There's no way the Chinese guy can get by. The lionized Edward was defeated so easily, and such a scene caused the gazes of the crowd watching the live stream to stare. Su Chang, who had just finished a set of stretching gymnastics, finally moved. The crowd watching the live broadcast had thought that Su Chang would use his revolver to attack King Kong, which was unexpected. Su Chang did not have any intention of attacking, and did not even make any defensive gesture, just walked straight towards the direction of King Kong. No, is this Chinese guy crazy? He has a gun and doesn't use it, so he just walks up to get killed? Hee, what else is there to think about? It must be that he also knows that he can't win. It's the same if he loses early or late, so he's giving up now. Yossi. This Chinese guy is finally going to die. It doesn't matter who wins this match, as long as this Chinese player dies. Of course all of them would be the best. Chapter 98, Fake. It's all fake. The scene where Su Chang did not make the slightest defense as well as the intention to attack attracted countless people's eyes. This time their aim was to strangle Su Chang here. Now while no country can get through it, it's good to know that this China can't get through it either. As long as Su Chang died, they could accept whatever outcome this time. Now that Su Chang was making such a scene, it was obvious that he had given up. King Kong is notoriously grumpy. Su Chang just walked straight up, undoubtedly provoking the other party. How could Jin Gang tolerate such provocation? Hurry up! King Kong, do it. I can't wait to see this Chinese player get smashed into pulp. It's best to smash this guy flat first, then rip off his limbs without giving this Chinese guy a chance. Yes, all the limbs must be ripped off. This guy can be too much of a troublemaker. We must kill him completely this time. As Su Chang's figure gradually approached King Kong, the hearts of the viewers from other countries who watched the live broadcast were all clenched to the extreme. However, just as Su Chang walked underneath King Kong, the crowd thought that King Kong would smash Su Chang to death with one punch. Only to see King Kong, as if he did not see Su Chang in general, still buy the place from the side to walk through to take the first place. Watch the live stream, crowd? No. It was only when Su Chang's name appeared in the first rank column above the sky that the crowd managed to react. WTF? What just happened? This Chinese player just walked straight through. Shady, this is definitely shady. Come, didn't the guys from Huaxia like to explain before? This time you guys come and explain to me that this is still not shady? Why didn't this King Kong attack that Chinese player? It's hard to believe that there's really a shady deal going on. Is it still hard? This fact is all in front of us. This is properly shady. Report, I have to report this lower China guy. That's right, disqualify this Chinese player. They're clearly having problems with this. It's not fair. The scene of Su Chang easily taking the first place instantly made the audience from various countries furiously denounce the Black Curtain. They had seen with their own eyes how badly Edward had been beaten just now. Even if this Chinese player's strength is not ordinary, there should be a fight anyways, right? Which thought that the other party just walked straight through, and Vajra didn't even have the slightest intention of stopping the other party. What else could this be if not shady? In such a situation, not only the audience of other countries suspected, even the people of their own country, Huaxia, could not help but feel weak. Before, the crowd could still mention Su Chang to explain, but now, if I'll go. What the hell? Su Chang just walked right past? Hiss. Seems to be really a bit wrong. Can't it be that Su Chang is really someone above? What words? What kind of words are all of you? What do you mean there's someone up there? This is clearly that King Kong is afraid of our Su Chang's strength. Oh yes. That's right, clearly that King Kong is afraid of our Su Chang's strength. You foreigners don't talk nonsense, slander, I'll sue you for slander. Listening to the vain words of the Chinese crowd, the faces of the audience in his country were as hard as if they had eaten. No. Do you believe it yourselves when you Chinese say it? At that moment, above the runway, Edward, like the crowd, was dumbfounded and frozen in place.
No? What just happened? How did that Chinese guy just walk right past? Why was he fine when he was beaten by that Kong as soon as he went over there? Illusion. Yes, this one must be a hallucination as well to be right.
Edward shook his head and was trying to convince himself with visions. However, with the first name on display, Su Cheng's name appeared above the first place, and Edward realized that what just happened was not an illusion. At this moment, he was completely dumbfounded. After half an hour had passed, it was perceived that the chosen queen of the Roman state was pursuing in the rear. Edward hastily brought his thoughts back, pondering the scene that had just occurred. Is it hard to pass by without revealing the intent to attack? That's right, as long as you don't reveal your intent to attack yourself, you can get past. The thought dawned on Edward. Glancing behind him at the pursuing Roman country players, he took a deep breath, and his body once again ran towards the front. However, the next second, boo! A familiar voice rang out, and Edward's body once again took off into the air beneath him. Damn it, I don't believe it! Rising from the ground, Edward ignored the bloodstains running down his forehead as his form ran off again. But soon. Boo! Ein yet! Boo! Eight yalu! Boo! Nishi hachi shake it! Boo! Ha ha ha! Hello? Boom! After dozens of multiple attempts, Edward gave up completely. He was going crazy. Several of these times he was crushed by the Huaxia water fart, and the disgusting odor still echoed in his mouth, nose, and among his stomach. This is simply something that people can get past. The life expectancy on the arm is also about to run out. This Chinese player definitely used some kind of cheating method to get over there. Yeah, right. That guy must be cheating. With that thought in mind, Edward turned just as he was about to open his mouth with the back referee, only to see the runners from the country of Rome run past. Seeing this scene, Edward's figure stalled and turned around to hastily look towards the direction of the Roman country's players. Seeing that the other party was about to approach that Vajra, he couldn't help but look agitated. Fly. Hit fly. Fly. Having been sent flying by that guy countless times himself, he now couldn't wait to see others get sent flying as well. However, to Edward's surprise, that Vajra didn't seem to have seen the Roman state player either. Let the opponent walk by without the slightest intention of attacking. Not long after, the Roma country player's figure crossed the focus line and managed to achieve a second-place finish. Looking at the name of the Roman nation that appeared on the leaderboard, Edward was completely confused at this moment. Even the sunset crowd was confused. What the hell is going on here? If Huaxia is the only one not getting hit by King Kong and everyone else is getting stopped, then this is clearly a cheat by Huaxia's player. But now the players of the Roman state were not in the least deterred either. Edward was the only one who was stopped, and now this just wasn't right. Pfft, ha ha ha. Suddenly, a laugh came out. Edward laughed, an extremely maniacal laugh. Passed. He actually passed. Isn't it funny? He passed. Ha ha ha. Fake, all fake. You guys are fake. This King Kong is also fake, even I am fake. Chapter 99, A Masculine Scheme Requesting Votes. This round is over, and it is detected that two players have already won, and the other country's players are automatically ruled to have lost. In the process of obliteration, deaths of participants from the Sunset Kingdom White Elephant, Kangaroo, and Kimchi have been detected. The life expectancy value of all failed states is reduced by 5 years. Attributes reduced by 10%. The race to the failed state will automatically draw 5 million people to compete. The moment the voices of the heavens resounded, a time of disaster descended upon the Sunset Kingdom, the White Elephant Kingdom, the Kangaroo Kingdom, and all parts of the Pickle Kingdom. The race descends to forcibly pull millions of people to the race. Some of the crowds that had not been extracted had not yet celebrated for a moment, only to see countless Vajra that were tens of meters tall descending. High-rise houses are like toys in front of these King Kongs, and even ordinary artillery fire is not effective against them at all. For a time the deaths of the nation soared and the wailing went on and on. No. I don't want to participate in this tournament, that last Vajra just isn't something people can get past. Insider. This is clearly an inside job, let me out of here, I'm not playing this. Damn it Edward, you guys are crazy enough, why did you have to get us killed?
Damn it, why did you stupid pigs go and target the Chinese guy and now you've gotten me killed instead? Don't mess with it. This attribute lowered, I can't even feel the existence down there now, damn it, get up. Get up. There's a problem, there's definitely a problem. Why is the guy from the country of Rome okay? Obviously he's with us, can't it be that the one from the country of Rome is a traitor? The notice of the heavens rang out. The White Elephant country and a host of other countries that were originally still arrogant, at this moment, each and every one of them angrily denounced the fact that there were insiders. This speed race was first the non-involvement of the Sunset country in the coalition, then the defection of the Kangaroo country, to the back of that Huaxia's competitors even gave the Roman country's competitors to reduce the speed. In the final sprint, that Kong didn't make a move on the Roman country's contestant either, and only stared at Edward from the Sunset country. Anyone with eyes can see that something is wrong. In the face of the questioning of other countries, the people of the Roman state, although they also did not know why this was so, but remembering the previous scene soon understood. You guys can eat, but you can't talk nonsense. What do you mean that our Roman country has problems with this China? This is clearly a case of this Chinese player being afraid of our Roman country. That's it. This Chinese player must have finally realized the great name of our previous Roman Empire and is just afraid of our retaliation. The previous death of Gaia must have made this Chinese player feel guilty. This is to curry favor with us, what do you know? The scene of Gaia's death delivery is still vividly remembered by all the people of the Roman state. The last time the opponent went to duel with a Chinese player, he ended up being killed by a half-orc, and now that Su Chang was doing this, it was obvious that he was feeling guilty about what happened before. Afraid that their future Roman state players will be too strong and surpass them, they are just pleasing them now. After all, the name of their previous Roman Empire was not a joke. At this time, inside the Huaxia live broadcast room, the crowd watched the scene with the Roman state player in equal bewilderment. Earlier, they had noticed that Su Chang seemed to have purposely turned down the speed of the conveyor belt of the Roman country's players. This time King Kong also did not make a move against the players of the Roman nation, but only made a move against Edward. Such a situation made them suspect that it was hard to believe that Su Chang had really cooperated with the Roman country players? Wait. Aren't we forgetting something? Do you guys remember the incident in the Sakura country before? The Sakura country thing? Of course I remember it, wasn't it just Sushin helping the Daikoku player through the invasion and then rewarding? And so on. Does that mean? That's right, that's absolutely right. Previously, the Gaia player from the country of Rome was also defeated by Su Shin, and the other party seems to have gained that same debuff. Just as the crowd was exploring, the notices of the heavens rang out once again. It is detected that the Chinese player has won the first place in this competition, and the Roman country's player is in the second place. Rewards are being given out. All the people of Huaxia are rewarded, life expectancy value plus 10 years, 3-dimensional attributes increased by 2 points. All the people of Huaxia are rewarded, life expectancy value plus 5 years, 3-dimensional attributes increased by 1 point. The country of Huaxia has gained Vajra's pro raise, and in 10 minutes King Vajra will descend on Huaxia. The sound of the notices of the heavens echoed in the sky above China. At this moment, the crowd finally realized what Su Chang had done earlier. Got it, I completely get it now. It turns out that Su Shin wasn't being generous or cooperating with the other party anymore, but because of the reward. Ha ha ha. Worthy of being Su Shin, this time there are even 2 more rewards. Su Shin, I love you to death. It seems that Su Shin is raising me to be spoiled, and I would go so far as to say that 15 years of lifespan is too little. Ugh. What the hell is this Vajra King this time, besides the life expectancy value and attributes? At this point at the end of the runway, Su Chang looked towards the Roman country player on the side. It's the same as what the Huaxia crowd thought. The only reason he let the other party come over this time was because of those 3 reward transfers. Dueling rooms, while unfair to some countries, can be extremely rewarding in the event of defeat. Not only will you gain the territory of the losing player's country, but you will even gain 1/10 of the resources. Most importantly, of course, the last 3 rewards for the opposing player will also go to the winning side. Even if the player dies at that time, this penalty will be transferred to the next player. At this moment, when the Roman country player saw Su Chang's gaze coming, his face was exceptionally ugly. He naturally knew the other side's plan, but he had to go through with it. If he doesn't go for second, he's going to end up frosted like the guys from Sunbelt Nation. Once he gets second, his reward will go to Huaxia. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, the moment he heard the notice of the heavens ring out, it was still extremely difficult. Just one thing he couldn't figure out. How did this Chinese guy convince this King Kong to let him come over? Can it be that this King Kong is his summon? Stay in that place later, don't go anywhere without anything else, okay? Su Chang walked to the side of King Kong at the end of the line and spoke with the other party about various matters of descending to Huaxia. Woof woof woof. Era followed Su Chang's gesture beside him and pointed at Vidra. In the face of Su Chang's words, although Vidra Scarlet could not raise any hostility towards him, he did not want to accept it from the bottom of his heart. However, the moment he heard Era's voice ringing out from Su Chang's side, Jin Gang was like a rat seeing a cat. The head kept nodding, looking extraordinarily docile. It was only when all matters were finished that Su Chang withdrew his eyes. The only reason he made it to the finish line safely this time was because of one of his abilities. Beastification strength, agility attributes doubled after starting beastification, increase beast favorability, duration, 30 minutes. Su Chang had thought of this ability the moment Edward used beastification earlier. I was thinking of taking it with a grain of salt, but I didn't think it would actually work. Only. Looking at this state of King Kong, Su Chang's eyes looked towards Era on the side. This time the matter of letting the players from the Roman state pass, as well as instructing the other side to descend to China. He could clearly feel that this Vidra didn't seem to be willing inwardly, but in the end, he agreed. Is it just me? Su Chang felt that this time it seemed to be related to Era. Woof. Era sensed Su Chang coming to see and looked sideways towards Su Chang in confusion. Oh, it's probably just me overthinking it. Su Chang shook his head, and the moment he saw Era's intelligent gaze, the thoughts in his mind disappeared together. The light door unfolded and Su Chang took the treasure chest and disappeared into the light door with it. As Su Chang left, Era naturally would not stay here for much longer. Only at the moment when his figure stepped into the door of light, his eyes full of wisdom suddenly turned and became especially sharp. King Kong hadn't even caught his breath. Snapped. A strong sense of crisis enveloped its body. Jin Gang's body stiffened as he looked towards Era's direction, and his legs seemed to be involuntarily trembling out of extreme fear. After Era disdainfully glanced at the other party, his figure similarly disappeared in the middle of the light door. I hope you listen well to my master, or else. Chapter 100, Feeling Empty Requesting Tickets. Runway finish. King Kong looked in the direction Era had disappeared, his chest heaving violently up and down. Who? Grandma Drip. Scared me to death. Why is this lord here and following a human? Earlier it had some doubts the moment it saw Era, but in that moment just now, it was certain. This is that Era. King Kong gulped, palpitating, skimmed the direction of the door, legs fierce force figure instantly disappeared in place. In the meantime, HWA 666 at the base. Shortly after the second stage of the World of the Heavens opened and the portal descended on the countries, China surrounded the area within a few miles of the portal. At this point the base is at the forefront. Two middle-aged generals with 3 gold stars on their shoulders looked at the portal in front of them and lamented. Old Lu, you don't say that this attribute point is really magical. This time Comrade Su Chang has won us another reward. I now feel like I can punch through an iron plate. Yes, Old Wang, this attribute is indeed magical. But the more magical this thing is represents the more dangerous this world of the heavens is as well. Because the matter of the portal was too important, General Lu was uneasy after transferring out of the raiders, and now personally came to the base to manage the scene. By the way, didn't old Lu hear that there's some kind of Vidra King in the reward after passing this time? What is that thing? I'm not really sure. General Lu shook his head. This world of the heavens is too mystery. Any information amongst them is unfathomable, just like what Comrade Su Chang transmitted last time. Speaking of this, General Lu's expression was stunned. His gaze snapped toward the sky. Experiencing countless life and death situations on the battlefield had allowed him to develop the ability to foresee danger. Presently he could feel quite distinctly what seemed to be coming over. Old Lu, what are you? Seeing this, the king's general on the side, with a puzzled gaze, was just about to open his mouth to inquire. Next. Whoosh. Who? Only a violent air-breaking sound interspersed with a roar came out. From over the base. 100-meter-tall black shadow violently appeared. The moment the black shadow appeared, the pupils of General Lu's gaze shook. I can't believe it. Inside the home. Su Chang took a blue treasure chest and walked out from the light door. Before he doubted whether this treasure chest could be brought out, he didn't expect that it could really be. Where did that Jib Chang guy go? The figure just stepped into the middle of the homeland. Su Chang looked at the empty surrounding gaze, could not help but be puzzled. According to Jibo Chang's character, at this time he should be on guard outside the homestead. How come people are missing now? Is it any wonder that? Su Chang suddenly realized something and put the treasure chest away, his figure looking towards the homestead. The same as he thought, at this moment, the interior of the homeland is also extraordinarily quiet, surrounded by incomparable clutter. Little White and Little Medical Fairy and other line of figures do not know where to go. Trouble, even Yuki couldn't block it? Su Chang's figure hurriedly walked towards the house. He had also prepared new weapons for Jibo Chang before he left, fearing a sudden attack from those nests. It was just that what he hadn't expected was that even if Jibo Chang was even Xiao Shui hadn't been able to block it. The opponent was a frost dragon lineage. What kind of monster should an enemy be that even he couldn't stop? Is it those bugs, or that god? For a while, Su Chang thought about all the enemies in his mind. Just at the moment when Su Chang's figure flashed to the door and was just about to push open the door of the room, a sudden whimper came out. Su Chang's palm stopped and his eyes looked toward the direction of the sound source. Quartermaster? After seeing that the whimpering sound came from no one else but the disappeared Jibo Chang, Su Chang's expression froze. How did this guy end up here with his torso tied up? At this moment, Jibo Kamen Su Chang looked at him and hurriedly shook his head frantically at him. His eyes seemed to be saying the words run. However, due to the fact that Su Chang and the other party are not of the same race, Jibo Chang demonstrated for half a day and Su Chang did not understand what the other party meant. Just as Su Chang was about to go forward and untie the other party. Next, the door to the room opened automatically. Before Su Chang could react, several snow-white tails flew out violently from inside the room door. The moment he saw this tail, Su Chang immediately recognized who the owner of this tail was. No good. In just an instant, Su Chang realized what the present situation was. The animalization opened and a coin exhibited itself from his hand. However, before Su Chang could throw it out, the little white tail bound Su Chang's figure to death and violently yanked it into the interior of the room door. It's over. Seeing Su Chang's figure disappear, Jibo Chang felt that the sky had collapsed. Inside the house, Su Chang's figure was dragged into it, surrounded by darkness, unable to reach out. But despite this, Su Chang could clearly feel 3 sharp gasps of heat coming from his face. He tried to struggle, but White's tail was surprisingly strong. He couldn't break free last time, and surprisingly, he couldn't move a step this time either. White. Wait. Hush. Husband, don't talk. Before Su Chang could open his mouth, a slender jade hand firmly blocked Su Chang's mouth. In the next second, Su Chang only felt that his own clothes were stripped clean. A pair of red demon pupils flickered in the darkness. Xiaobai's figure was pasted on top of Su Chang, the fingertips of his right hand wandered above the chest on Su Chang's body, and his tone was actually a complaint. Husband also said that he would stay with Little White for a little longer, but every time I turn around, I can't see where husband has gone. Last time I brought back Little Medical Fairy Sister, and now I've brought back Little Snow Sister. When one day Xiaobai doesn't pay attention, it's not likely that Xiaobai will be forgotten by husband. Husband has the most deceitful mouth. This time, Xiaobai has prepared a lot of holy water for husband. You have to drink all of it, not even a single drop. Through the blood-red demonic pupil, the moment Su Chang saw Little White's appearance at this moment, he immediately said that it was not good. Su Chang looked towards the huge bucket floating by the side, which contained a full 10 liters of unknown liquid, flickering with a light blue light in the midst of the darkness. Bad. Completely broken. It's amazing that this time of year it's seizing up again. Having had the experience of the last time, Su Chang naturally knew what this scene was all about. Su Chang just wanted to open his mouth to explain. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. And so on. Xiaobai had now turned into this situation. What about Little Medical Fairy and Little Snow? With a bad feeling, Su Chang hurriedly took out the potion that he had prepared before. Little Medical Fairy's description was not a joke. Once she gave her a needle, with the current state of his own can. He. Just the moment Su Chang had just taken out the potion. The lull. A slight giggle came out. Through the darkness Little Dr. Fairy's figure was slowly exhibited. At this moment, she was holding 8 potions in her hands, and yet bouncing Su Chang reacted, her arm was pierced with several small holes. No good. The potion quickly kicked in, Su Chang felt his body lose control, and the potion in his hand rolled to the ground out of control. Ow. At the same time, a swallowing sound came out. Su Chang could clearly feel a frantic writhing somewhere. This kind of touch as well as the way of movement, Su Chang hadn't forgotten that it was the very same move he had taught Xiao Shui. In less than a moment, Su Chang winced. His body was bound, constantly being poured with holy water by Xiao Bai, and on the side, little medical fairy was sticking various potions on his arm, and the energy below him was being lost crazily. At this moment, Su Chang only felt that his body was being emptied, and his natural ability could not be utilized at this moment, and his eyes even began to flash with walking lights. Hardly. Is that all? Just as Su Chang was in despair. After a flurry of inhumane torture by the Xiaobai trio, Su Chang's figure had lost nearly 10 pounds in just half an hour. Especially this Xiao Shui, the suction of Su Chang almost fainted. It was a good thing that Era arrived at the end and broke the potion and spread it on White and the others. Otherwise he'd really be resting his ass on this one. At this moment, the scene of Su Chang reprimanding Xiao Bai and the others caused the crowd watching the live broadcast to be uncontrollably chilled one by one. It wasn't how the means used by Su Chang, but the previous scene of Xiao Bai and the others caused the crowd to have an uncontrollable crotch chill. What happened to Xiao Bai and the others? This is too fierce, right? Sushin, this directly concealed a circle awe. I heard before that women are like wolves and tigers, but I didn't expect it to be true. It's really heartbreaking for Sushin. I don't know if this wave of Sushin's waste can still be used. Although Sushin has suffered this time, but don't tell me how Xiao Bai and the girls feel when they are being punished by Sushin right now. So cool? Holy, no bro, are you awakening some kind of fetish here? That's a dangerous idea. The scene of Sushin punishing the Kahaku crowd drew envy from many parties. They had never enjoyed 3 women attacking at the same time before, and Su Chang had already begun to get to the step of conditioning. Say, did you guys notice the news coming through the portal this time? I heard that a creature seems to have descended. The creatures have descended? I thought it was 8 days away? A creature came out of it so soon? No, I've heard about that too, but it wasn't the creature in there that walked out, it was a creature that suddenly descended from the heavens, and it seems to have entered into a partnership with us, Huaxia. Yes, it seems that it did enter into a cooperation with our Huaxia. I heard that it seems to be a King Kong. A Vajra? Can it be that it's not the same Vajra that Sushin passed through before? No, I have to go and take a look. This time when the nation's battle room ended, the changes that occurred at the Chinese portal attracted the attention of many nations. Only to see a nearly 100-meter-high King Kong land from the sky, but unlike the disasters of the White Elephant Country and other countries, this King Kong did not cause any disaster to China, instead it seemed to have made some kind of deal with China. At this moment, Vajra was like a door god, guarding the front of the portal. When Kimchi Nation and the rest of the group saw this scene, each one of them was extraordinarily angry. Their country descended on the portal as well, so why did they not have a creature like Vajra to back them up? Coupled with the previous scene, the crowd began to continuously vocalize against Huaxia. Nishihachi, this is the same Donkey Kong that was in the racing room just now, isn't it? It must be that King Kong. Why would that King Kong come to China and give them back a door god? There's still no need to think, this Chinese guy is obviously shady, you could tell from the racing just now, this King Kong is in league with them. Unfair, I protest against unfairness. Why is it that you, China, have other support and we, the great cherry blossom country, do not? Give an account, HWA must give us an account. If you, Huaxia, do not give us an account, you shall be attacked by demons at night, and your mothers will not love you. Faced with the mockery of another country, some Chinese keyboard warriors immediately transformed into key fairies to fight back. You! If you're a vegetable yourself, you should practice more, okay? There's a blackout in everything, how come there's a blackout in stopping you geezers when your horse is being grubbed? And account for it, brother, you guys curse like you're pampering seemingly, and still want to account for it? You have finished picking cotton and you are in the mood to surf the internet here? A group of imbeciles, life is inherently unfair, they do not have support sometimes to think about their own problems, okay? They have no serious work, no serious copies of the past, our world of the heavens has always been very fair, okay? The sight of King Kong showing up since Huaxia has sparked intense online sparring. However, at the moment within the homestead, Su Chang did not know how much of a shock he had triggered with the scene of himself letting King Kong travel to China earlier. At that time, Su Chang just looked at the other party's strength seemed to be good, just as the emergence of the portal in Huaxia thought that letting it be a door god seemed to be good. Stand here properly and don't move until you've been tied up for 3 hours today. 3 hours, husband, spare your life, Nanuya's legs can't hold out any longer. Su Lang, I'm really dying, just now it really wasn't our intention, this is not to see Su Chang become handsome again. I accidentally couldn't control it. He. It's only 3 hours, no problem for Yuki. Master, is there any milk left to eat after 3 hours of zapping? Snowy hasn't eaten enough just now.
Skimming over the small white men who were zigzagging in front of him, one looking at him with pleading eyes.
Sushin didn't have any soft heart this time. If we don't punish them properly, we really won't know who is the boss of this home. If it wasn't for Era's appearance, he might have been really accounted for there at that time. There was still a strange smell to his burps now, and his legs couldn't stop twitching from too much energy being sucked out of them all in turn. You are just that. Su Chang looked at Xiao Bai and the others wanting to say something, but eventually stopped. Let them be arrogant for a while now, and when he recovered for a while, he would teach them a good lesson with his stick. It's better to open the treasure chest now. The blue treasure chest was taken out, and Su Chang called Era over. This time Era was a big help to him. This treasure chest he had originally thought of opening for Xiao Bai and the girls, but now it was naturally more appropriate for Era if he did. Woof. Listening to Su Chang's words, Era's eyes revealed wisdom walking by. Skimming the direction of Su Chang's finger, Era seemed to have realized something. With an open mouth, he bit on it. This isn't for you to eat, it's for you to open it like this. Su Chang went forward and was just about to teach Era how to open it. Next. Ding. Congratulations on passing the race. Rewarded, 20 years of life expectancy value, 3D attribute +2. Acquired SSS grade talent, inheritance of force. Legacy of power SSS grade, for every 1000 enemies defeated that are no lower than within 20 levels of your own level, the power attribute +1. For every 500 enemies defeated that are no lower than within 10 levels of your own level, the power attribute 1.5. For every 10 enemies within 20 levels above your own level that you defeat, your strength attribute is +3. For every 50 enemies within 10 levels above your own level that you defeat, your strength attribute is +2.5. For every 100 enemies within 5 levels above your own level that you defeat, your strength attribute is +2. Su City. Chapter 102, Divine Technique, Bakuran Copy? SSS Grade Talent, Legacy of Force? Su Chang looked at the prompt that popped up in front of him for a long time and could not return to his senses. The lowest triggering conditions for the talent all require defeating 1000 enemies no lower than 20 levels below one's level in order to raise the strength attribute by 1 point. Just looking at it that way, it seems very chicken. The truth is that it is not. It's a completely divine technique. You know, there's no cap on this stuff. In other words, as long as he killed enough enemies, then his own power attribute would be able to keep rising. Getting such talents might not seem so great if he's highly ranked. After all, with a high rank, the opponents were bound to be quite powerful as well. For example, an enemy like Yuki. But mind you, he's only level 7 now. And it's only level 7 after passing the race to the top. Every monster he had encountered along the way, not to mention how many levels below himself, which level hadn't exceeded his own? Su Chang's mind moved and exhaled his own panel. Player, Su Chang. Level, 7. Strength, 89, +68. Agility, 83, +23. Intelligence, 81. Luck, 89, +1. Charisma, 23, +12. Life expectancy value, 00:1600:9:18:13. Talents, Goddess of Luck SSS rank, Eye of the Gods and Demons SSS rank, Legacy of Power SSS rank, Gambling for Life S rank, Bestiality S rank. Abilities, Doom Poison Physique, Charming Power. Possessed equipment, Tang Blade, Lucky Revolver, Increase Wrist Guard, Lucky Ring, Devil's Gloves, Charming Ring. Previously, when the Path of Ascending God descended, Su Chang pondered whether he should exchange all of his lifespan values for lifespan. Along with the enhancement of his attributes, nowadays he needed 80 years of life expectancy value to redeem 1 point of strength attribute. It may seem like he's a lot of 1600 years, but in reality it's over with 100 or so attribute points at most. The price of this attribute exchange is constantly changing. Having such an SSS rank talent nowadays is equivalent to saving him 1,000 years. No, 10,000 years, but 100,000 years of lifetime value overhead. Thinking of this, Su Chang's gaze went towards Era, who was still gnawing on the treasure chest at the side. Is this what they say, stupid dogs get stupid? I myself plus Lady Luck, my best luck had only opened up to an S-rank talent. This time Era's casual bite gave him such a good reward for biting. The panel closes.
At this moment, Su Chang was in an exceptionally pleasant mood, and his previous displeasure was swept away. After spending years of his lifespan and purchasing a bunch of meats, the grill was once again set up. "Come on over here, stupid dogs, this time we'll give you an extra meal, as much as you want, plenty." Woof. Hearing Su Chang call himself, Ara sidled his head in disbelief. However, after seeing Su Chang take out a bunch of meat pieces, Ara's eyes flashed with a brilliant light and hurriedly followed him. Accompanied by cumin, a sprinkle of chili powder. The entire homestead was suddenly filled with the aroma of roasting meat. Husband. Slave is also hungry. Master. Suro. As the smell of roasted meat emanated, Xiaobai and the others each looked towards this side with bated breath. Seeing this, Su Chang sighed helplessly. "Okay, almost done, come on over if you want to eat." Hee, I knew husband was the best. "Don't even try to grab it from me, this piece of meat is Yuki's." "Ooh-hoo. It's still Suro's grilled meat that's the best." Seeing Su Chang open his mouth, the three little white people immediately gathered over. "Well, slow down, and don't choke, and be careful with the food. You'll have to eat something else later." "Eat something else?" Xiaobai's gaze was puzzled, but soon seemed to think of something and blushed shyly. Husband is so annoying. The scene of Su Chang racing with Xiaobai and the others feeding each other food likewise fed a huge wave of rations to the crowd watching the live broadcast. Hiss. Can't, my teeth are sore and raw can't read anymore. Su God deserves to be Su God. This only slowed down for how long surprisingly can drive again. If I have half of Su God's enduring strength, that mother-in-law at home will not be every day with a lifesaver. Come on man, didn't you double your staying power before? You still can't hold out? Alas, don't mention it, it's tears to say more. Since the last promotion, I thought my family status was about to be doubled, but I didn't think that my family's was even more fierce. Brothers, I've heard that this time the Sakura Nation's contestants entered the Bakura copies, and this time it seems to be dueling houses as well. What, the Bakuro copies? Are they the Bakuro I think they are? Or is it a dueling room? How is this thing dueling? I have to check it out. Sakura Nation live. With the news of the Bakuro, viewers from various countries flocked to it. At this moment, in the middle of the screen, the Sakura Nation Daikoku player looked at the prompt that popped up in front of him, and couldn't stop the smile at the corner of his mouth from grinning to the back of his mouth. Detected Sakura Nation player entering the copy confrontation room. This copy is a copy of Sakura Capital Bakura. This copy is a confrontation room. You can prioritize one side's power as your next camp. Option 1, CCG. Option 2, Green Tree. Please select the side you want to join, plus your opponent. Rule number 1, defeat the opposing force's personnel and you win. Rule 2, the first to complete the camp mission after entering the selected camp, or to defeat the main character of the opposing camp will be the winner. The winning side will receive double character rewards, plus the losing side's entire life expectancy, equipment, talents, abilities, and all previous rewards. Ahaha, cool. I didn't realize that this was a Bakura copy. This is a world created by our Sakura country. Isn't this reward for nothing? Daegu couldn't stop laughing as he looked at the copy information in front of him. He had watched this Bakuman world countless times, and he remembered every episode clearly, so this thing had no difficulty for him. Thoughts retracted. Daegu's eyes looked to the column of selected opponents. Remembering the previous scene of the lair invasion, a cold aura flashed in his eyes. Last nest invasion. Originally, he would have held on for a little while longer, and when those monsters ran out of strength, the reward would have been his. I didn't expect that guy from Huaxia to kill out halfway, and the final reward was even taken by him. To make a fool of yourself still in front of so many people is most definitely not forgivable. This time in the Bakudo room, the winning side will get everything the losing side has. That guy from Huaxia was indeed powerful, but this time it wasn't something that could be passed just by strength alone. Think about it. Daegu no longer hesitated. I choose to join the Green Tree camp. Opponent. Huaxia. Chapter 103, Bakuran is not impossible? Sakura Nation live. The crowd looked at the copy of Bakura that Daiko had entered, and each of their gazes were extraordinarily shocked. Holy, there's really this Bakuman copy? Doesn't that mean all those top beauties from Kamiyo Rise are there too? No dude? They're Bukaki. Aren't you afraid they'll bite you halfway through? One can't, or at least shouldn't. Still thinking about pretty girls? Those guys are all Bakura who eat people without blinking. Don't you forget what they Bakuro feed on. Yosi.
It's finally our turn to get lucky in Sakura-kuni. Is there anyone in this Bakuman world more familiar than us, Sakura Nation? That's right, Daegu is the guy who chose Huaxia. As soon as he dies, all those previous debuffs will disappear. Detected Sakura Nation player choosing a Azora tree power, Chinese player for opponent automatically categorized as CCG, copy loading. Becca Monogatari timeline reshaping in progress. Remodeling complete. This time, the timeline is before Kaneki Ken got Huaxia. In addition to the contestants, 10 more contestants will be drawn from their own countries to join in after 10 minutes. Accompanied by Daegu's chosen camp as well as the rival Huaxia. The voices of the heavens rang out, and the people of the Sakura country were all agitated one by one. Within the Bakura world, the CCG and Ayatoshiki are in a hostile relationship. This choice of Daegu is certainly the clearest. With them, there's only one Arima in the CCG today who can hold up the cards, and the rest of the guys are virtually defenseless in front of those Azora monsters. What's more, in this Bakura world, there are many beautiful women among the Bakuro, and Kamiyo Rishi is just one of them. They were now on the side for the green tree and could undoubtedly meet up with those beauties. Maybe there will even be a spring night because they are on the same side of the fence. However, at the moment, the Chinese crowd was extremely upset to hear the voice of the chosen one. What the hell, forget about selecting us, why don't you let us select our own forces, why should their Sakura nations be allowed to choose and we can only be forced to accept? This timeline, if I remember correctly, that Arima guy hasn't come out yet. This CCG are a bunch of rookies, how can we fight this? Know what it means to be chosen by heaven? This is heavenly election. You Chinese guys just go ahead and envy it. Hey, I didn't realize that 10 more people would be drawn in this time, so make sure you draw me. I'm going to be Kamiyo Rise's dog. Inside the highest operational command base in China. Elder Bai looked at the picture in the middle of the screen with a puzzled gaze. He hadn't seen the capital city of Sakura-kuni Becca Monogatari, and didn't know much about the world of Becca Monogatari like Sakura-kuni. However, after a short time of looking up information, it can be learned that that world is very dangerous and has a creature that feeds on human flesh. This creature is called a Bakuro. Bakuro are not like zombies, they have intelligence and are no different from humans when they are normal, but they have RC cells in their bodies that humans do not have. These cells can allow their body surface to change, giving birth to all kinds of powerful weapons for combat, and can also be turned into armor to protect themselves, which is extremely powerful. Elder Bai, the information is all organized, is it being sent to Comrade Su Chang now? Send it. Listening to Xiao Lu's words on the side, Elder Bai nodded and said, by the way, the CCG and Qingtong tree up here, which side is more powerful? This time, the copies were divided into 2 camps, and the Sakura Kingdom must have had their ideas in mind when they chose the Aoi tree. If the forces on their side were too weak. Elder White looked to the rejection column. Selected by Reject Cherry Blossom Country. Life expectancy of the entire Wasp Nation is reduced by 5 years. Attributes reduced by 50%. 1/10 of the territory as well as the economy, 1/10 of the resources, plus the next 3 rewards for the Chinese players will go to Sakura Nation. The penalty for this refusal can be extremely severe. 5 years of lifespan was fine, with a 50% reduction in attributes, and with their current attributes, it was equivalent to directly losing thousands of years of lifespan value. The main thing is still the last column. The punishment is surprisingly similar to the dueling chamber. But even if the punishment was severe, he would still choose to preserve Su Chang if his camp was almost certain to lose this time. Elder Bai, according to the intelligence, the CCG is going to be powerful in the later stages, mainly because of one of the characters, but with the current timeline, the Qingtong Shu side is going to be a bit more powerful. Must lose or? If Su Chang can find that character, given the current situation, the victory will be raised to 80%. But if it is not found, the odds of winning are probably just about 30%. 30%? Elder White breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not a must-lose situation, that's fine. Now it was time to consider where to go in order to find the human's location. At this time, inside the Sakura Nation live broadcast room. As Daikoko's selection of camps ended, the surrounding perspectives began to shift. Not long after, Daegu's figure appeared in the middle of a street alley, and following him along with the teleportation to come, there were also 10 other Sakura Nation masses. The 10 people who had been chosen were looking at the changes around them at the moment. Their faces did not have the slightest bit of nervousness, on the contrary, one by one, they were extraordinarily excited. I've been chosen. I can't believe I've been chosen. Yosi, is this the world of Bakuroku? It's exactly as described. Didn't we join the Aozora side? Where did my Kamiyo Rise and Takashi Izumi go? The people's figures came out from the teleportation light pillar and looked around for the figures of the green tongue tree and other bakelite species. This time they had joined the side of the green tree, and they couldn't wait to meet them. You're Daiko, aren't you? At that moment, a man wearing glasses among the crowd recognized Dago not far away at a glance and hurriedly went forward to ask. Yeah, right. Listening to the voices coming from the front, Dago's side of the still unloaded panel retracted and looked towards the crowd in front of him. I'll be damned, really live Daikoku. Thanks a lot for giving us a chance to get to this world too. Daiko Seigo. Daikoku big guy, can I discuss something with you? The man with the glasses said quietly as he walked over to Daegu and skimmed the surrounding area. What is it? That's right, this time we've come to this world with great difficulty, and we're on the side of the green tree. Isn't it a bit too much of a pity not to make good use of this identity? Too bad? Daegu's gaze was puzzled, but after seeing the lewd expression on the man with the glasses, he immediately understood. You mean? That's right. There's a lot of beautiful women in this world, so what if they're Bakuro, with you, Daiko, those guys are just some rookies. Speaking of which, the man with glasses pushed his monoframe glasses and said, this time of year Dong Xiang hasn't yet blossomed yet, and there are those beautiful women of Qingtong Tree, don't you want to do something about it, Dago big brother? Ha ha ha. Well, what's your name? Dago laughed out loud and was just about to ask the other party his name when suddenly he felt something approaching fast. Here we go. Uku jerked his head toward the right street wall. Boom! The wall shattered, and a purple-haired beauty figure stepped out from within the shattered wall. The beauty was extremely well built, and her face carried a smile if nothing else. The crowd was instantly agitated the moment they saw the figure that appeared from behind that wall. Kamiyo Rise. Chapter 104 Kamiyo Reisai. It's really Kamiyo Rise, she actually exists. Worthy of being the top beauty of the Bakuman world, this face, this magnificent chest is simply excellent. Baka. It's not fair, why wasn't I the one who got drawn this time? If I could roll with Rishi once I'd be a ghost. By the way, how come we haven't seen the Chinese players yet? Why haven't they come over yet? Is it hard to believe that they've given up? Hey! You don't understand, we are the superior people, we can go ahead for half an hour, those Chinese people still have to wait for half an hour before they can come in. Half an hour? Overthinking it, I think with their guts, after seeing our copy this time, they will definitely wet their pants. How could they still have the guts to come in? The moment Gato Rise appeared, the atmosphere of the entire Sakura Nation live broadcast room was instantly ignited. Kamiyo Rise is an important character throughout the Bakuman world. Not only because the other party's ability is powerful, but also that stunning face is loved by all. At this time, the Chinese people who were watching all of this were shocked to see that God Generation Rishi had really appeared. I go? It's really a copy of Becca Monogatari, this thing really exists, huh? Heh, aren't they just some Bakugan? Do you really think that we, Sajin, are afraid of you? So what if I let you guys have half an hour? Only the weak need a special exception, got it? That's right, giving you half an hour isn't a privilege, it's a way for you to run away quickly, and wait for our Sushin to arrive to see if you can still come out arrogantly. Yo. Just by saying that you Chinese guys are in a hurry, huh? You guys just go ahead and envy, this kind of absolute beauty we, Sakura country, will taste it first. Becca Monogatari world, somewhere in the streets of District 20. Like the crowd watching the live broadcast, Daiko and the others were extremely excited the moment they saw Kamiyo Rishi appear. Especially after viewing the other party's face from a close distance, the hearts of the crowd gradually stirred. After the man with glasses looked Lise up and down, he licked the corners of his mouth and took the lead to walk forward. Dear Ms. Kamiyo Rise, we are contestants from the Sakura country, and we have come to help you this time. Help me? Rishi swept his gaze around, licking the corners of his mouth at the same moment he saw the crowd. Right, we're here to help you. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of the glasses man's mouth as he slowly walked forward. Ms. Rishi, if I'm not mistaken, you're right now are supposed to be escaping from capture, aren't you? And the person who captured you should be Gecko, or maybe it's called Jason. You don't want the news of your presence here to be known by the green tree, do you? It was obvious that the man with the glasses had watched a lot of things in the Bakura world, and with one glance, he spoke of the present-day Rishi. Being spoken to, Rishi's figure shook imperceptibly. Ms. Rishi, as long as you join us, we will certainly not tell this information. How?
Of course, we are not a charity organization, and there are some conditions for joining us, such as charging some interest first. The man with the glasses said, swallowed, and slowly raised his right hand towards Rishi's plump breasts. Just as the man with the glasses was about to touch to that mountain peak, suddenly a laugh came out. Rishi laughed and smiled extraordinarily. Seeing the spectacled man looking at himself in surprise, Rishi reached out and grabbed the spectacled man's arm, his eyes emitting a red aura. According to what you just said, you should be one of those guys from the Ayato tree, right? I'm afraid, you guys don't have it all figured out yet. How dare you threaten me here without any RC cell activity or quinks? With a strong squeezing sensation, the man with the glasses just said that it was not good. Next. Click. Ah. The force of Rishi's palm actually hardened and crushed the bones of the man with glasses. It's true that your words aren't wrong, but you're forgetting one thing. I'm not a member of the green tree now, so what if they know my location? Between the words, four heckles suddenly sprouted from Rishi's slender waist, where the spine ended. Huaxia was crimson in color, like four tails, with a reddish light permeating the surface, casually floating behind her, a highly active state of RC cells. The moment Herzi was on display. As the people present listened to Rishi's words, they suddenly realized something, and the joyful expressions on their faces instantly disappeared. Rishi smiled as he looked towards the grim-faced spectacled man in front of him. A mere prey dares to threaten a hunter, but it makes me a little bit of an exception, so in order to punish you for your rudeness, let's collect some interest first. Not waiting for the man with glasses to react, Rishi grabbed the glasses man's crushed arm with one hand while kicking violently at in the opponent's waist. Pust. Accompanied by the wailing sound, the glasses man's right arm was actually ripped off, blood gushing and splattering all over the place. At this moment, the entire street was extremely quiet, with only the wailing of the man with glasses coming out. One by one, the crowd stiffened and looked in the direction of the man with glasses, their faces instantly turning blue. They had thought that being chosen would be a thing of beauty, and the moment the man with the glasses advanced, they all even fantasized about the crowds alternating with Rishi puffs. However, but they overlooked one of the other's identities. She wasn't human. It's nice that their current camp is the Ayajirai tree, but right now Rishi isn't on the Ayajirai tree's side, she's on the run. Their identities were of no use at all in front of Rishi. Save. Save me. Dagu, save. Rishi's figure instantly pounced on the fallen glasses man, his sharp claws easily tearing through the other man's flesh. The spectacled man's cries for help resounded throughout the street, yet Dagu, who was watching all of this, had long since been stunned. At this moment, his entire body froze in place, silently watching the spectacled man's cries for help grow weaker and weaker until they stopped completely. The foul odor of blood mixed with guts filled the surroundings. Rishi stood up slowly from the man with the glasses and gracefully wiped the remaining visceral residue from the corners of his mouth, smiling as he looked towards the crowd present. Don't run, oh. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle. Chapter 105, a way to go. Clack. Clack. A horrible chewing sound came out in the darkness of the night, and Kamiyo Rise stood above the three bodies. At this moment, the dark clouds broke open, and the moonlight seemed like a soft ribbon spilling down from the sky, shining on the top of Li Shi's body looked particularly demonic. Blood dripped from her hand, and the sound of bones colliding with teeth came out as the crowd watching the scene around her failed to return to their senses for a long time. Shortly after the death of the glasses man, Rishi manipulates Huaxia to instantly kill the other two. It all happened so fast. So fast that before the crowd could react, the slain duo was delivered into the mouth of the Rishi. Run! Run! At that moment the dark clouds gathered again, and Rishi stopped eating, the two bodies in his hands falling to the ground as the smell of death filled the surroundings. It was only at this moment that the watching crowd reacted, and one by one, they hurriedly shouted and fled in all directions. Grass! 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 Isn't this guy one of ours? Why did he take a shot at us? Don't panic everyone, we've still got big guy Daiko. Where are you? Wait for it. Daiko man? Where did Daegu go? Baka. This guy must have run away early when he saw the situation was bad. I knew this one wasn't good, damn it, whoever likes to stay in this hellhole can stay. Come on. Don't all freeze, everyone run. No, my meat is not good, don't you come over. Don't you come over. The crowd chose the Azora camp, not the Bakura camp. In the current time period, Kamiyo Rise no longer belongs to the side of the Azora tree,
and the rules naturally expire above her. The crowd didn't have the slightest means to fight back in the face of Rishi's attack. Rishi's strength was S to SS rank, and it was completely beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human to fight against. Initially, the crowd had thought that with the presence of the great ancient, even if they couldn't defeat them, they could at least help them stall for time. Which thought that after the death of the man with the glasses, Daegu had long since run off somewhere, and now they were the only ones left in place. For a while, miserable screams and pleading sounds resounded continuously from within the streets and alleys. Every time Rishi's figure flickered, several people fell. The Sakura Nation viewers watching this scene were dumbfounded in front of the screen when they saw their country's players fall one by one. No, what's happening here? Aren't we from the Aotearoa camp? Why is this Kamiyori Rishi attacking us? I remember, at this time Kamiyo Rise isn't in the Aokiri tree camp. Damn it, how did I meet this monster at this time? It's over, it's all over. Except for Daegu, none of these chosen ones have survived. Isn't this a heavenly collapse opening? Such a dramatic scene caused the faces of the people of the Sakura country to look particularly ugly. How could they not expect that before this even started, their own people were about to die out and only the last one was left? Totally sky-crashing opening. However, unlike the Sakura Nation crowd, the Chinese viewers watching all this were nevertheless delighted. Pfft, ha ha ha, weren't you guys arrogant before? Why don't you continue? Oh, so the people were eaten up. I can only say that it's not worthy of you guys. You've really made too many Benjis and can't recognize reality. How dare you try to threaten Chio Rise? Now it's good, you've got your comeuppance. And you want to learn from our Sushin? Just you little rookies deserve it? Baka. What are you Chinese guys so happy about? You Chinese are next, and if we can't escape, you can't escape either. Hee hee, so what if we lost 10 people? It's just a bunch of trash. As long as Daegu is still alive, I'll see if you Chinese guys are still happy when we have a round with Aoi Tree. Just as the live broadcast was in an uproar over Sakura Nation's near regimentation. At this time, inside the Su City homestead, Su Chang and Xiao Bai and the others were leisurely eating barbecue and occasionally opening bao, which could be described as extremely comfortable. This time the credit of Era, but also a big belly, propped up lying on the ground cannot move. A copy of Becca Monogatari? Su Chang looked at the prompt that popped up in front of him, and his gaze could not help but ponder. I didn't realize this kind of Bakuman world actually existed. Su Chang also knew a thing or two about the world of Bakura, and with the information provided by Huaxia, he probably also understood the situation of himself today. Due to the fact that Sakura Nation's Daiko players were the first to turn it on, they chose Azora as their camp, and they themselves had to be forced to choose the CCG. The righteous side? Su Chang smiled and shook his head. It didn't matter to him whether it was just or not. Based on the current situation, we know that the gap between the strength of the CCG and Aotearoa is extraordinarily huge in this time period, and once he enters, he is equivalent to falling into the bottom of the opening. What's more, this Bakura world still originated from their Sakura country, and the other Sakura country's player entered half an hour earlier than himself. In that case, it was not in his favor in any way, and the best option was to refuse. After thinking for a few moments, under the gaze of the Huaxia Raiders group and the rest of the group, Su Chang raised his hand and nodded in agreement. Teleportation will begin in 3 minutes, targeting the Bakuro copy. The prompt popped up, and Su Chang glanced at Era, who was holding a big belly on the side, thinking about whether or not to bring it over again this time. After all, in that kind of unknown world, it's always good to have an extra helper. Though this one would also draw 10 of their own country's masses to participate, it was ultimately not safe. Husband, what are you looking at? Just as Su Chang was thinking, the lazy voice of the editor on the side came out. Xiaobai wiped his eyes and came to Su Chang's side in a daze, looking at him suspiciously and said, I know. Without waiting for Su Chang to open his mouth, Little White seemed to have thought of something and opened his mouth to point at Su Chang. Good. Does husband want to sneak out alone again? No, it's not easy for husband to come back once, he hasn't stayed long enough to leave. Unless. Speaking of which, Xiaobai's almond eyes lit up. Husband, bring Little White along. Looking at Little White's appearance, Su Chang recalled the scene of Little White's tail binding himself earlier, and nodded his head in agreement after thinking about it for a long time. Yes. I knew you were the best. Little White pecked at Su Chang's cheek and hugged Su Chang's arm with a hefty giggle. She also did not expect Su Chang to agree so quickly. She thought that she still had to use the killer, but now it seems to save a step of hundreds of millions of engineering. You. Su Chang nodded Little White's head. Let me talk to you first.
Don't run around when you go in later, it's dangerous there.
Hee, don't worry, Little White is the most obedient. Little White will just follow husband and not go anywhere. 5 seconds left on the countdown.
The prompt popped up, and Su Cheng swept Xiaobai into his arms.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown is over. Begin transmission.
With a flash of white light, Su Cheng and Little White's figures disappeared in the middle of the homeland at the same time. Meanwhile, Bakuman World.
Somewhere in the streets of District 20. A beam of light descended from the sky.
Noticing something strange coming from his left side, Kamiyo Rise dropped the thigh in his hand, wiped the bloody remnants from his lips, and looked sideways with a puzzled gaze in the direction of the light pillar.
2 more food items? Chapter 106 Compassion Request for Votes. Here it comes. I knew Sushin wouldn't say no. Wait, where is this teleportation to? Why is this place so familiar like? It seems like I've seen it somewhere before? Isn't this the place where that Sakura overplayer Daiko was just now? The limbs on this ground are still lying there. I'll be so steel, what the hell kind of luck is this to be able to teleport to the same place?
It's a shame, if only it had been earlier, that the great ancient one had run off somewhere, it would have been the end of the opening.
No, is that all you guys care about? You know that Kamiyo Rise isn't gone yet.
I'll go, she's looking over.
Can Sujin beat this guy? The scene of Su Cheng accepting the selection made the Chinese audience extra excited. However, after seeing the location where Su Cheng teleported to, the crowd was confused. The position was surprisingly exactly the same as that Sakura Nation's Daiko player's position. Even Kamiyo Rise's figure hadn't left yet, just in time to meet up with his opponent. Yoshi. See, what did I say? What did I just say? We can't get away with it, just like you Chinese guys can't get away with it. Laughing to death, entering this Bakura copy even dared to bring a female over, isn't this a liability? It's a pity that such a pretty face is going to be eaten by our Rishi sister.
Don't worry, besides this Chinese player, those Chinese guys haven't arrived yet, don't forget that there will be another 10 randomly selected to arrive this time.
I go?
I can't believe there's such a good thing, hurry up. I can't wait to see those Chinese guys get torn apart.
Inside the 20th Ward Street.
Su Cheng's figure stood within the street, his gaze curiously looking in all directions.
Swoosh. Husband, what's all this smell? It smells so bad.
A pungent odor emanated out, Little White's rosy little nose twitched, then hastily covered her nose and buried her head inside Su Cheng's chest.
I didn't realize that luck would be so good that I met a key person as soon as I arrived. Su Cheng's eyes looked towards the source of the odor.
At this moment, under the bright moonlight, Kamiyo Rise's figure was stained with blood, as if she was staring at herself like a demonic rose. Judging from the scene and the traces, a one-sided killing took place here just now.
Ding!
Arrivals from both sides detected, camp quests are being issued.
Your camp is detected as CCG. Requirements for winning this mission: destroying the Abutsuki tree's lair or killing a Sakura Nation player. Side quest: clean up Bakuro. Rewards for side quests will be given according to the degree of completion of the quest.
The moment the tip popped up, 10 pillars of light lit up at the same time from in front of Su Cheng. As with the previous Sakura country, Huaxia also randomly selected 10 lucky viewers to enter the copy together.
Here's.
The gazes of the people who stepped out from within the pillar of light looked around differently. All they could remember was that they had been watching a live broadcast in front of the TV earlier, and in the blink of an eye they were covered by a light, and their sight was restored and they were here.
I'm going? What the hell, am I being chosen?
It wasn't until the pungent odor of blood flooded their nostrils that the crowd reacted from their confusion. Hearing the sound of chewing coming from a short distance away, the crowd looked towards the right side one by one with alertness.
Kamiyo Rishi?
Holy, how did you meet here? Is this still the country? It's over, it's bad to teleport to anywhere but here, this guy has S to SS rank strength.
Wait, if we were teleported here, then wouldn't Sushin?
The crowd couldn't help but gulp as they looked at Kamiyo Rise, who had appeared in front of them. The scene of how the other party slaughtered the Sakura Nation people was one that they carved witnessed with their own eyes. Although their attributes had also improved quite a bit recently, they hadn't been in a real battle, and they weren't sure how powerful they were.
However, the power of Bakura was something they knew extremely well.
Such creatures are simply not something an ordinary human can fight against.
Yes, Sushin, look for Sushin. Where did Sushin go?
Along with one person in the crowd speaking, the crowd then realized that this time Su Cheng had teleported over with them. One by one, they hurriedly looked around for Su Cheng's figure. Ha! It's a strange day, with food coming to my door one after the other. Rishi stepped down from over the body, licking his lips and smiling as he looked towards the crowd. Unusual bakufu can't continue after eating 2 people at most. But for Rishi, who is known as the Great Bakemono, this is only a half-full meal. And Rishi gazed at the Huaxia crowd. For some reason, he felt that the meat of these people seemed to be much tastier than the guys from earlier. At that moment, among the crowd, a man dressed in the costume of a 2-spined salamander was startled when he saw Rishi's gaze. Before he could say anything, the next second, only Li Shi's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Boo! The spiny salamander man's body suddenly gave way to the side, and a thigh-thick heckle violently stabbed through the side, fiercely blasting into the wall and punching huge craters in it. So close. So close. Almost a little bit as the Lord of Darkness, I fell. The stinging salamander man covered his chest and looked towards the broken wall to the side with a palpitated heart. Almost, just a little bit. Just now, if he had reacted a tiny bit slower, I'm afraid that what was pierced through would not have been the wall but his waist. He had heard before that Camillo Rice had the saying that the waist was destroyed, but he didn't expect it to be true. Strange, to have dodged it? Rishi's form emerged from the smoke and dust, her gaze wandering towards the man lying on the ground. His own strength is SS level, not to mention ordinary people, even those search officers may not be able to escape. Now, an ordinary human was able to dodge his. He looked up towards the front with a puzzled gaze, and what was in front of him instantly made him extremely shocked. Only the moment Huaxia was about to touch his body, a figure suddenly flashed to the front of Rishi. Looking at the man who suddenly appeared in front of her, Rishi's pupils trembled. Before she could react, Su Cheng flew up and kicked hard on the top of Rishi's bulging belly. Due to the fact that she had devoured several people earlier, this kick Rishi almost vomited out her stomach acid, and her beautiful face immediately revealed a pained look. Boo! With a pumping kick, Rishi hit the ground at high speed and rolled his body several times before coming to a stop. Su Cheng skimmed over the spiny salamander man lying on the ground at the back and smiled as he stepped forward to extend his hand and said, I'm sorry, I'm not late, am I? Chapter 107 Ms. Rishi, you don't want to. Requesting votes. Su Shin? The prickly salamander man wiped his eyes and looked at Su Cheng, who only appeared in the middle of the TV in front of him with unbelievable eyes. Until the palms of his hands touched and his side was pulled up by Su Cheng, he then realized that it was not fake. It's amazing that Su God really exists. Su Shin, are you really Su Shin? The spiny salamander man excitedly clutched Su Cheng's right hand. Su Shin? Su Cheng raised his eyebrows. I'm sorry, I don't know who the Su God you were talking about is. My name is Su Cheng. It's very dangerous here right now. You and them go to the back first, I'll meet up with you later. As the words fell, Su Cheng wanted to take his hand back, but the prickly salamander man clutched it extra tightly, saying that he would not let go. The Chinese crowd watching from the back also reacted at this time, and rushed up the moment they saw Su Cheng. Holy, Lev! What a live SOS! This is even more handsome than what you see on TV, KAM. How come my cell phone is gone at this hour? Where is my cell phone? Where did my cell phone go? Get out of the way, all of you, get out of the way, give me a touch, I want to touch Su Shin too. The moment Su Cheng's figure was exhibited, the entire atmosphere instantly became out of place. In the midst of the environment where blood flowed and internal organs were mixed with limb remnants, one by one, the people touched Su Cheng's body as if they were touching some kind of treasure. Such a scene made the Chinese crowd at the front of the live broadcast room itch their teeth with envy. Damn it! Why wasn't I the one drawn this time? I want to take a picture with and touch Su Shin too. Who said before that going here was a death sentence? Get the hell out of here, this is just not going to be great. A hero saves a man. No, I think it's a hero rescuing a man? Forget it all the same. Did you guys notice Su Shin's actions just now? That kick paired with the sentence behind it. If I were that man, I'm afraid I would have passed out in a daze. Hey. You can touch that woman, but don't touch her indiscriminately. Where are you touching towards Su Shin? Stop it. In the middle of the street, Su Cheng was surrounded by the crowd and unable to move. Eyes watched as a small hand poked out from the crowd and touched towards the bottom without Su Shin realizing it. At that very moment, a piercing chill surged up from the bottom of everyone's hearts. Noticing a chill coming from the back, the crowd's bodies were stunned stiffly as they looked toward the back. At this moment, the 9 tails of Little White, who was at the back of the crowd, exploded. Her eyes looked at the crowd angrily, and her teeth creaked as she saw Su Chang being groped by them wantonly. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Chang had warned her that these people should not be moved, she would have hated to kill them all in the next second. It's White, right? In the face of such a situation as Xiao Bai, the crowd did not feel the slightest bit of fear. On the contrary, there was a flash of light in their eyes. One by one, they once again ran in the direction of Xiao Bai. Only unlike Su Chang in general, the crowd knew about Su Chang's relationship with Xiao Bai and just kept a distance from Xiao Bai, admiring Xiao Bai's stunning face. What was supposed to be a bloody copy of Becca Monogatari became more like a small celebrity meet and greet for a while, thanks to the crowd's chants. In the face of such enthusiasm from the crowd, Xiao Bai, who was still angry, gradually eased his expression. On the contrary, such enthusiasm from the crowd for a moment left her at a loss as to how to accept it, and like a flustered little girlfriend, she threw a look of help towards Su Chang. Su Chang just smiled and shook his head at this and did not stop the crowd. It was good to let Xiao Bai come into contact with their Chinese people earlier now, and the latter would not seem too sudden. What's more, he had more important things to deal with right now. Name, Kamiyo Rishi. Race, Bakuro. Grade, SS Bakuro. Formation, none. Description, compared to its degree of danger, its body RC cells are more worthy of exploration, because of its own special characteristics had experienced more than 1,200 experiments after the attention of the Green Tree, but did not become the Green Tree camp. I didn't expect to meet a key person just after arriving? Su Chang's eyes surveyed the Rishi who rose from the ground in front of him. According to the current timeline, the Haiko inside the other party has not yet been grafted onto the protagonist Kaneki. Kaneki, who was originally just an ordinary person, became extraordinarily powerful behind the scenes all of a sudden due to the grafting of the other Haiko. If the other side's Haiko can be grafted out, could that also mean it can be sold, or perhaps used for their own purposes? You. Who are you? Those guys from Aotearoa or CGG? Leisure covered her stomach with a wary gaze towards Su Chang. Because of the kick just now, her figure had to stand half bowed at the moment. That kick just now was simply not a power that a human could possess. But there was another odor missing from Su Chang's body compared to Bakuro. For a while, she couldn't decide if the other party was an officer of the Green Tree or the CCG. It would be fine if it was from Aotearoa, but with CCG. She couldn't help but think of the figure known as the ultimate human weapon. Good thing it's not gray hair. Rishi took a deep breath. If it was the white-haired one that was coming, then she wouldn't hesitate to turn and run. But now, seeing the wound recover, Rishi was about to strike. Suddenly, her body was stunned. A feeling of powerlessness welled up from the bottom of her heart. What's going on? Rishi looked at his hands with a different gaze. Just now, she had devoured a few people to compensate for her physical strength, but at this moment, she actually felt a strong sense of powerlessness come over her, and her body became weaker and weaker. It's not right. 9 out of 10 are wrong. Is Aotearoa still a CCG? Seeing Rishi's eyes staring warily at herself, Su Chang slowly walked across the road towards her. Actually, I don't want to join either of those camps, but nah, there's no way around it. It's the CCG if I'm hard up for it. You just did something? Rishi gasped, turning Huaxia into a sharp blade to block in front of him as he looked at Su Chang warily. How dare you still have the strength to use Huko? It's true that you're not an ordinary Bakuman. Su Chang reached out and grabbed Heezy at one end, his gaze curiously surveyed. I advise you not to move around, this is not an ordinary toxin. If you don't want to get off your feet and pass out, just do as I say. After all, Rishi-sama wouldn't want to be seen by the guys from the Aoi tree when she's off her feet, would she? Rishi tried to pull Huaxia back, but whether it was because he had lost too much of his own strength or because his opponent was too strong, he was unable to retrieve it after several attempts. Her face instantly darkened as she recalled the scene just now. This human really did poison himself just now. Rishi looked at Su Chang just about to say something, but suddenly realized that something seemed to be wrong. Wait. What did you just say? The green tree? Didn't realize it? Su Chang looked Rishi up and down, and then spoke carelessly. It seems that this physical strength weakening effect is quite good, and along with it, the perception will also decay? Putting Huaxia down, Su Chang turned sideways to look at the dark alleyway on the right. My friend, it's time to come out after watching for so long, isn't it? Chapter 108 Reproducing the S-Class, Crushing. Requesting for votes. Oh. I didn't think I'd still be found out even though I hit it so well. Following Su Chang's line of sight, a well-built man inside the dark alley slowly walked out.
I'm curious as to how you, who are not a boku, managed to kick out just now, and can you leave a few of your toes behind for me? The man holding a slender pincer looked at Su Chang with a smile. The moment his figure was exhibited, the crowd present immediately recognized his identity. Oshigun 8. It could also be called Jason, aka Gecko.
Of course, what the crowd remembered most about him was the part where he tortured the main character, Kaneki.
What does 1007 equal?
This has only just entered the copy, all of a sudden appeared 2S class or above Becca Monogatari. For a time the whole aura atmosphere was instantly ignited.
The crowd watching this scene instantly boiled over at the Gecko's appearance. Holy, now the two key players are all together? If I remember correctly, this is just the beginning, right? This is the first time you've done this?
Hiss.
Not too good 1S class or above Bakemono is hard enough to deal with, this time 2 appeared, can Sushin withstand it?
I don't think it should be a problem, after all, it doesn't seem to be difficult for Sujin to beat Rishi, so adding an extra one shouldn't be a problem?
Yoshi. Still resisting, you think this thing is as simple as 1 plus 1 is equal to 2? This is 2S rank or above Bakuro, you Chinese players are dead.
I'd like to see if this Chinese guy can hold his own against the Gecko after he's captured, just thinking about it makes me excited. The sudden appearance of the Gecko was not only not expected by the crowd watching the live broadcast, but Chio Rise on the side likewise did not expect the other party to appear here.
However, just a few moments later,
she then figured out the cause and effect.
Rishi gazed towards the Gecko in front of him with a demented grin on his face. You're following me? Stalking? No. Gecko smiled and walked forward. The whole person looked extraordinarily relaxed and said, I'm just carrying out the orders from the top, they want me to take you back, I'm helpless too. If this was the case before, I might have just done it, but now I found a much more fun guy than taking you back. Gecko cited towards Suchung.
Su Chang being a human body yet possessing such a powerful strength, such a scene made him extra curious about Su Chang's body structure, hating to tear the other party's flesh apart right now and ponder over it.
Of course, the process must still be there before killing the opponent.
As a recognized sadist in the Bakuman world, a string of small toys including centipedes are indispensable.
It's over. We haven't even rendezvoused with the CCG yet, and all of a sudden we encounter 2S classes, isn't this the end?
Keep your voice down, this guy has his eyes all over Sujin right now, thinking that Sujin's power shouldn't be a problem to deal with, but if he's going to take care of us, he might have to make a mistake.
Yeah, let's close our eyes, as long as we can't see him, he can't see us just the same.
The location where the Gecko appeared was only a few meters away from the direction of Xiaobai and the others.
It can be as far as a turn of the head.
The crowd felt the breath from the Gecko, and one by one, they hastily blocked their eyes and held their breath as if this would make the other party invisible to them. However, in the end, the fantasy was too good to be true. The moment the crowd opened their mouths, the Gecko's gaze was already looking this way. I didn't realize that there was quite a bit of delicious-looking food here.
Gecko turned his head to look at the Wahoo crowd.
As with Rishi before him, there was a feeling in the underworld that these humans in front of him were completely different from the ones he had eaten before.
Especially the woman in their midst.
Not only was her face the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life, but more importantly, her meat smelled extraordinarily fragrant.
Wait. Is that a tail? The tail fluttering behind Kahaku puzzled the Gecko. This tail he could clearly feel was not a change of Heiko. Funny, dang funny.
It looks like this trip was the right one, bringing me across so many fun toys all at once. The Gecko suddenly laughed out loud and pointed at Su Chang. Human, stay here for now, wait for me to have a taste first, then I will come back to have some fun with you. The words fell. Accompanied by a cracking sound, the ground shattered, the Gecko figure disappeared in place, reappeared when it had already come to the side of the Huaxia crowd. Ignoring the expressions of the others, the Gecko's gaze was fixed on White in the middle of the crowd. Just now the distance was far away and did not see clearly, now so close to the situation, the face of Xiaobai let the Gecko god could not help but stare. Bright eyes and white teeth, eyes flashing with wisdom and spirituality, as if hiding thousands of stars, beautiful Danfeng eyes revealing a foxy charm, letting people intentionally mess, cannot help but look at a few more eyes. Even though he considered humans as food, he couldn't help but freeze in front of Bai. Damn, even if you move us, if you dare to hit on Xiaobai, believe it or not I'll fight you? A loser who can't even count is worthy of being near my goddess, try stepping forward again if you dare. Just as the gecko wanted to go forward to observe again, one figure after another holding iron rods picked up from nowhere, blocked in front of him. "Get out!" Looking at the crowd in front of him who didn't know how to die, the gecko frowned, his right hand lifted up and Herc shot out into a sharp blade and stuck it on the top of his arm. These human scents smelled good too, but the smell of White's body was now too much for him to tolerate. Such a beautiful gem would have to be soaked in formalin. In front of the gecko's heckles, the iron rods of the crowd were like toys, just a casual wave of the iron rods in the hands of the crowd instantly broke into two. "A bunch of unknowing things, since you want to die, then I'll fulfill you." The iron rod broke, and seeing that the crowd had not yet thought of retreating, the gecko also no longer stayed his hand. He was thinking of capturing these humans back to study them properly, but now he just needed to taste the scent of Bai's blood and flesh. The arm covered by Huaxia raised again, however, just as the sharp blade was about to swing down again. Suddenly, a white light flashed from the dark alley. Ugh! Clear pain struck the gecko, and the gecko looked dazedly toward his raised right arm. An extremely flat incision was displayed from above it, the blood seemed to have forgotten to flow for a while, and there was not even the slightest amount of blood seeping out of that incision. Before he could figure out what was happening, in the next second, a piercing chill swept through his entire body. The aura of death enveloped his body. The gecko's pupils shook dramatically, and the RC cells in his body subconsciously surged madly towards his neck as well as covering various vitals. As a Bakuro species, although their recovery power is extremely strong, but if they are injured to the vitals or their heads are cut off, they will still die. But Heezy exhibited, and Su Cheng's figure then appeared together. The Tang sword swung, the blade chopped above the gecko Heezy without being hindered in the slightest, instantly breaking it open. The gecko's heckles were not prominent in the defense area, and every swing of Su Cheng's sword, every chop broke through the heckles without any obstruction and landed on top of the gecko's body. Nagarev is judged to be successful. Doom Poison Physique Trigger. Opponent's strength attribute is lower than your own, and your physical strength is doubled and reduced. In an instant, while the crowd at the back was frozen, Su Cheng had already swung out more than dozens of blades. No. No good. Gecko was in a dark mood and was just about to make a move. Only to see a flash of coldness in Su Cheng's eyes, the Tang blade was put away, his muscles were tensed, and he fiercely stomped his foot forward. Bang! A dull crash sounded out, the gecko's figure shot out like a cannonball, and even with the body of the Heezy all crumbled at this moment. Oh wow! A mouthful of blood mixed with the remnants of internal organs was spat out from the gecko's mouth. Boom! 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 Violent impact sound out, a series of knockdown several walls gecko figure only gradually stabilized. From the time the gecko issued a threat to the Chinese people, to the same dead dog lying in the middle of the ruins of the wall, but in 10 breaths. Amidst the smoke and dust, Su Chang walked to the gecko's body, casually inserted the Tang knife at the gecko's helicopter, and stepped on the top of its wound. Red flashed in his eyes, staring straight into the gecko's eyes. What did you just say? A taste. Chapter 109 The Moon, the real moon, please vote. Ah! The gecko let out a wailing sound as its wounds were trampled and its face twisted. Just now, the scene where Su Cheng appeared to swing his sword, he surprisingly did not notice it in the slightest. By the time you realize it, it's too late. He hadn't expected this human's physical strength to be so strong. And, as if he hadn't perceived it wrong, the weapon in Su Cheng's hand was not even quink in body. It's an ordinary knife. Run. Must run. If you don't run, you'll die. You'll really die. This guy isn't even human. The gecko's original contempt for Su Cheng was gone at this moment. Seeing Su Cheng's gaze coming, he was now full of only one idea, that is to run. This kind of monster was no longer something that he, an S-class, could fight against, even SS-class. A few of the SSS classes were not necessarily his opponents. The gecko roared, frantically urging the RC cells to try and recover quickly, struggling to get up. However, no matter how much he squeezed the RC cells, the Heezy on his body surprisingly did not respond in the slightest. On the contrary, he could feel his own body was draining away at a rapid pace, and the wounds on his body were unable to heal. How is this possible? The physical and mental pain came at the same time, and the gecko's gaze towards Su Cheng was filled with unbelief. Still have the strength to scream? Su Cheng's gaze was bland as he pulled the Tang blade out of the Heezy. Accompanied by several flashes of light, the limbs flew out from amongst the smoke and dust, and the gecko that had been chopped off its limbs at the moment was just like a human stick, and was stepped on by Su Cheng above the ground. Blood flowed out like a stream, but despite this, the gecko remained alive, showing the tenacity of the residue. Wait. Wait.
There's something to discuss.
With its limbs broken and the aura of death enveloping its entire body, the gecko was truly afraid at this moment. At this moment, Su Chang was like a god of death in front of his eyes, so he hurriedly opened his mouth and begged for mercy. However, Su Chang did not pay the slightest attention to the other party. His gaze skimmed over the history of Chio, who had collapsed not far away from him due to lack of stamina, and then looked towards the hefty bag on the gecko.
Wait. What are you doing? No. Don't. Ah.
Beyond the smoke. As the creepy tearing sound came out, blood splattered all over the place, and the gecko's screams and wails went on and on. The Chinese crowd watching all of this could not come back to their senses for a long time.
Mostly because everything just happened so fast.
Originally, they were thinking about what to do with the gecko later, but they didn't think that the gecko would be sent flying like a dead dog in the next second.
This is the end? Woohoo, worthy of Sushin. Sushin is awesome. Before only in the TV saw the Su gods powerful, now so close to watch the distance feel all unrealistic, like, this speed, this power really is human can do? Of course it can't be something a human can do, otherwise why do you think Sushin is called Sushin?
With such a scene, not only did the Chinese crowd fail to react. The Sakura Nation viewers who watched the livestream were similarly filled with disbelief in their eyes after seeing the gecko being killed so easily.
How is it possible? Gecko was defeated just like that? He's an S-rank Bakura, the main character that drives the main character, Kaneki, and he was defeated just like that? Impossible, absolutely impossible.
It must be my eyes. How could this Chinese player be so powerful? It must be my eyes.
Baka. Gecko, you punk, how can you be easily defeated here? Get up.
Hehe, I really don't know what all the fuss is about in your Sakura country. This is all just our Sushin's normal operation.
Didn't you scream so much before? Do you know what strength means?
Watch and learn. Every move of Sushin is enough for you to learn for the rest of your lives. I have to say, Sushin, this wave of domineering to protect Xiaobai scene is really handsome. I still see Sushin so violent for the first time.
The gecko was defeated and the Sakura Nation crowd looked as bad as if they had eaten. Gecko, unlike Chio Rise, is an actual member of the Aotori tree.
Although only S-rank strength, but it is also an unrivaled top of the list. Just be killed is really difficult for them to accept. Originally, he had wanted to watch Su Chang and the Huaxia crowd being tortured by the other party, but this moment also all fizzled out. Death of Gecko, a member of the S-rank Cymbidium tree, has been detected. Reward Green Treasure Chest 1. The prompt popped up, and Su Chang skimmed over the completely breathless gecko underneath him with his heckbag in hand, looking towards the panel in front of him in slight surprise. I didn't expect that killing an S-ranked Becca Monogatari would explode the green treasure chest, which was out of Su Chang's expectation.
Husband, you're not hurt, are you?
At this time, Xiaobai ran past from the side, his eyes worriedly inspecting Su Chang's body.
Don't worry, I'm fine.
Su Chang smiled, subconsciously wanting to reach out and touch Little White's head, but after seeing the blood stains in his hand, he eventually withdrew it.
Wait. Just don't check here.
Suddenly noticing the movement coming from below, Su Chang's body was stunned and hastily stopped Little White's small hand. What don't check, husband, here is important, quickly let Xiaobai take a look, but nothing can happen.
Later.
Su Chang angled his head toward the Huaxia crowd at the back. Look, there are other people here watching.
The others? Little White followed Su Chang's line of sight towards the back.
Seeing the gaze of Su Chang and Xiaobai one by one, the Huaxia crowd hurriedly turned around.
Ah.
I'm blind.
Where is this and who am I? I'm going to do what I'm going to do.
Hiss.
This moon is really a moon. Su City.
Okay. Little White nodded his head obediently, but was still uneasy as he looked towards Su Chang's place. Seeing Xiaobai in the crowd like this, Su Chang shook his head helplessly. Right now he had other things to do, and it wasn't the time to think about that. Su Chang's gaze was directed towards Leisure, who was not far away, struggling to get up and escape. With Rishi looking horrified, Su Chang slowly walked by with the gecko's heckler in hand.
You. Don't you come over.
Having witnessed the entire process of the gecko being killed, as well as the scene of Su Chang cruelly ripping off the other hecklers hard, at this moment, Su Chang's fear in her heart had been magnified to the extreme. Seeing Su Chang reaching out, Leisure blocked his hands in front of his body and closed his eyes tightly in fear, completely losing the fierce look he had before.
But wait a while. The imagined scenario did not occur. Su Chang threw the gecko hebdomad in his hand in front of Leisure. Eat this hebdomad, and you will answer whatever I ask you later, understand? H. Hepburn?
Looking at the dark red color emanating from the hefty bag in front of him, Rishi looked up with an uncomprehending gaze towards Su Chang.
What's wrong with this being low grade and not liking it? Do you want something else to eat? Chapter 110 District 24 Requesting Votes. Eat something else?
Hearing Su Chang's words, Rishi's gaze subconsciously looked towards Su Chang.
No, what was I thinking?
Rishi shook his head, hastily removing the thoughts from his head. Although the human in front of him was indeed a little bit handsome, and a little bit strong, and also gave himself a heck of a lot of food, so he was the ideal person to be with.
But he's a Bakuro, how can a Bakuro and a human?
The doom poison was lifted, and Shio Rise could clearly feel the power returning.
She looked up with an uncomprehending gaze at Su Chang and said, You. What do you mean by this?
She still remembered that kick from Su Chang earlier. Just a moment ago he was an enemy, and now he turns around and tempts himself with a heck of a lot of money.
This guy definitely doesn't have a good heart.
Although she did want to eat the hebdomad in Su Chang's hand, after all, it was a gecko's hebdomad, and an S-ranked powerhouse would definitely be able to increase her strength by a lot after devouring it.
Nothing, just want to know a little bit of information here from you. If you want this hebdomad is yours, if not.
Su Chang smiled as he pulled out his tang sword and plunged it straight into the ground above the ground beside Rishi.
Even if Su Chang didn't say it, the meaning was already obvious. Gore.
Rishi gulped. With the doom poison gone and her strength restored, she slowly rose from the ground, her gaze directed towards the gecko's corpse not far away. The human in front of her didn't have any RC cell fluctuations or any kunai as a weapon, but was strong enough to crush her into a fight. If he ran, he definitely wouldn't be able to run away with his current physical strength.
After thinking for a few moments, Leisure took a deep breath, his eyes looked at Su Chang and said, What do you want to know about something? Say it first. If it's some hidden issues, I won't say anything, I still have my own principles. The problem of concealment? You mean?
Su Chang's gaze swept up and down the Leisure body. Noticing Su Chang's gaze coming, Rishi's pretty face reddened and hurriedly covered up the parts that were exposed due to the broken clothes. In this world, although she had acted extremely open in her previous meeting with Kaneki, the truth was that she had never acted in a human way with another person, and was still in an undeveloped situation. What's more, it's not that time yet, and she has only read about this kind of thing but has never experienced it herself. Seeing Su Chang come with such eyes, for a moment she thought that Su Chang wanted her that.
No, not there.
Rishi's head shook like a rattle, and although he couldn't do it verbally, the corners of his mouth drooled uncontrollably. What are you thinking about? It's just a little question, like where the green tree's lair is or something like that. Su Chang threw out the hefty bag and said casually with a wave of his hand.
The green tree's lair?
Rishi carefully caught the hefty bag, her gaze skimmed towards the Chinese crowd not far away, and she looked at Su Chang in surprise.
Are you guys going to attack the Aoi tree?
Although you're very powerful and it's not a problem to deal with SSS class Bakura, I'm afraid that if you want to take those guys with you.
That's not for you to think about. Su Chang shook his head.
Then, at Rishi's anxious expression, he grabbed Haibok from his opponent's hand and lifted it over Rishi's head.
Give it to me.
Looking at the other party's expression of reaching out and longing, Su Chang pointed to the tang blade on the side and said, This Qingtong tree doesn't seem to be very good for you either, S-ranked Hebrew, or getting stuck by that tang blade, choose one of these two. It's okay to tell you, but I don't want to go back to that place where it brings back bad memories. After bouncing a few times and seeing that he really couldn't snatch it, Rishi's eyes looked at Su Chang with a grudging look.
Okay, no problem.
The corner of Su Chang's mouth smiled. Letting go of his right hand, the heckler slammed down with precision on the top of Rishi's skull. Be careful, it's an S-ranked hebdomad very rare. After carefully wiping down Hyukpao, and after confirming that Hyukpao wasn't in any serious condition, Rishi told him where he remembered.
Is it really in District 24? Listening to Leisure's words, Su Chang's gaze could not help but ponder.
This time, the mission was to either destroy the lair of the green tree or kill that guy from the Sakura country. Although the country of Sakura is not large, but in such a vast crowd to find a person with a needle in a haystack is no doubt.
Pulling the tang sword out, Su Chang looked in the direction that Rishi was pointing.
After fighting Gecko and Rishi, while he was confident in dealing with the SSS-ranked Bakugan, there was a variable among these guys.
Takatsuki Izumi.
The only orthodox one-eyed, and the strongest of the Bakufu. One-on-one, Su Chang was still sure of fighting against one, but if he was beaten by a group.
What's more, this time, it wasn't just him and Xiaobai who teleported over, there were 10 other people who also teleported to this world together. The death of the crowd would have an effect on his rewards as well. As for why he didn't kill Rishi, naturally, it was because she was a key figure in this world, and without her then Kaneki couldn't go on. It would be a loss if killing her caused the world to collapse. What's more, she had only said the approximate location of the green tree, and the exact location would have to be led by her personally. Looks like we still need to meet with the CCG first. With the tang blade put away, Su Chang skimmed over Rishi, who was about to take a bite out of the hyukpao, and snatched it away under the other party's dumbfounded expression. I'd better hold off on this Hepburn, I've got a CCG to get into with this, I'll get you a better one later. Ah, no, no. Rishi shook his head and bounced around trying to snatch the he-bag back. But even at her peak strength, she was unable to touch Su Chang, and she was even more unable to do so in this current situation. Just now you clearly promised me. This is mine. You give it back to me. Li Shi's cheeks bulged as he stared at Su Chang, tears flowing in his eyes as if he had been greatly wronged and was about to cry out in the next second. Su Chang coughed and said righteously, cough cough. I did promise to give it to you just now, but I didn't say to give it to you to eat to give it to you to eat is what I said before, what does it have to do with just now? Liar. You cheat. It's true that you humans are all liars. Give it back, I don't care, quick. Quickly give it back to me. At this moment, Li Shi changed her previous fierce appearance, just like a little girl in general, and kept grabbing the hefty bag in Su Chang's hand. Such a scene caused the Chinese crowd at the back to whisper crickets. Listening to the voices of the crowd in the back, as well as Xiaobai's death stare, Su Chang sighed helplessly, alright, this hebdomad is for you. As the words fell, Su Chang was about to give the hefty bag into Rishi's hands. Next. Whoosh. Only a cracking sound was heard as a silver-white scythe flew violently past. Su Chang's gaze condensed as he swept Rishi into his arms to dodge the scythe attack, then turned around to look in the direction of the source of the sound. Who is it? 111th CCG searching officer requesting tickets. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I can't believe it was dodged. Outside of the street, a lazy child with a skinny figure and an appearance that looked like a lowly-like beauty slowly walked out. The child caught the turned-back scythe with one hand and put it behind his back, his eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon looking at Su Chang. Hey, uncle, can I ask? Why did you just save that Bakura when you're obviously a human? Is it hard to believe that you're also a Bakuro? Shirzwa, you're being rude, this is our new CCG search officer. Just as the child was about to swing his scythe to attack again, a figure from the back slowly stepped out. Only after seeing that the visitor was a middle-aged uncle did Su Chang put away his guard. Rather save you a lot of trouble, to find it on your own? Su Chang gazed towards the middle-aged man in front of him. Koki Shinohara. One of the 7 principal search officers in the CCG, in charge of search command in Sector 20. It seems that the other party is a kind uncle, but in fact, the war power is extraordinarily ferocious, only later and one-eyed lords of the battle, was not on the right leg and abdomen, and then bedridden, became a vegetable. If he's Shinohara Cookie. Then the guy next to him, who looks just like a girl, must be Suzumiya Shirzwa. Suzumiya Shizo, a 19-year-old search officer specially appointed by the CCG. He is a strange person, looks like a girl, and likes to kill. He has the same body odor that attracts Bakuran as Kaneki. Su Chang recalled Suzumiya Shirzwa's information, the other party's strength in front of him wasn't really strong, but because of the other party's personality, plus the fact that he was obviously a male but had a girl's face, as well as that maniacal laughter attracted a lot of fans. Only. Su Chang's gaze was puzzled. From the way Suzumiya Shizuku looks right now, she seems to have acquired Quink. According to the timeline of the Bakuman world, the other party acquired the weapon much later. It's acquired now, and appears to be on a trajectory that doesn't seem similar to the previous one. Could it be that the copy automatically corrected itself because my appearance changed the trajectory of the world's operation? Su Chang's gaze pondered. However, the Huaxia crowd at the back didn't have that much to worry about. The moment the crowd saw Suzumiya Shirzwa, they all of a sudden ran over to each other again to curiously gawk. I'll be damned, it's really just like a girl, this skin is so white, and the voice is just as imagined. Ha! This side is a Quiniku, right? Does Suzumiya Shizuku have a Quiniku at this time of year? Who cares, it's not something we should be thinking about anyway. If this is Suzumiya Shizuku, the one behind him is Shinohara Cookie, right? Sure enough, he looks like an amiable uncle. Although the appearance of Suzumiya Shirzwa's Chinese crowd was surprised, they did not act like Su Chang and Xiaobai, but only made exclamation sounds from their mouths from time to time. Mr. Shinohara, these guys are. Suddenly surrounded by a crowd of people, even Suzumiya Shirzwa looked uncomfortably formal for a moment. He's known for his epilepsy, but that's all for Bakura. For normal people he doesn't. From the information given from above, they should be officers with the Sioux City Searchers. Shinohara Yukari gazed at the crowd that had come, and a look of surprise couldn't help but flash through her eyes. He could tell that the people around Suzumiya Shirzwa were all uncomplicated in their strength one by one, and if they were experienced in combat, paired with Quink, they might be able to directly rival the level of a first-class search officer. A level 1 search officer can be 1 in 1,000, and now 10 appear at once. Furthermore, it seems intelligence can be wrong. Shinohara Cookie looked toward Sujo, who had gathered Rishi into his arms in front of him. Judging from the surroundings, a fierce battle had just taken place here, if he was not mistaken. Not far behind them lay none other than the gecko that they had classified as an S-class dangerous Bakuro. To be able to kill S-class Bakuro alone and control Rishi, who was close to SS-class strength, the strength of the other party is definitely different from that of a second-class searcher as labeled in the information. Husband. How long are you going to keep hugging me? At this time from the back of Sioux City, a gentle and delicate voice came out. Seeing Xiaobai smiling and poking out a head from the back, Su Cheng looked at Li Shi in his arms, whose face was suffocatingly red, even let go of his hand and let go. An accident? Isn't that an accident? Su Cheng awkwardly withdrew his right hand and smiled. His eyes skimmed towards the bottom of the Rishi, not to mention, although the Rishi is a Bakuro, but this hand is still quite good, although with his white is still a step behind. You are the second-class search officer mentioned above, Mr. Sojo, aren't you? While Su Chang was pondering, Shinohara Yukari walked through from the front, smilingly extending her hand towards Su Chang. Although I'm not the officer who transported you, we're all colleagues in the CCG, so let's get to know each other. My name is Shinohara Yukari. Su Chang. Su Chang shook hands and did not say much. That, can I ask? The one behind you, I believe, is our wanted SS-rank dangerous target, Chio Rise, right? With her palm retracted, Shinohara Yukari pointed at Chio Rise, who was hiding behind Su Chang, revealing only one of her eyes, and said, Ah, you mean her. Su Chang turned his head toward Rishi. At this moment, when Rishi saw Su Chang's gaze coming, his heart was beating frantically. She had heard of who Shinohara Yukari was. Extraordinary search officer, the strength of the other party spared her in her heyday would not necessarily be able to beat it. Now that her own physical strength had not yet recovered, if Su Chang handed her over, she would only be imprisoned and reduced to making quink weapons. Thought that in this situation now, if she were Su Chang, she would also hand her over without hesitation. This is a great opportunity to get credit. Su Chang retracted his sight and shook his head at Shinohara Cookie. She's just a friend of mine who probably looks the same as your wanted Chio Rise. Friends? Shinohara Yukari froze. Obviously he hadn't expected Su Chang to say that. The rear leasher's body was similarly stunned, his eyes full of unbelief as he looked up towards Su Chang. He went so far as to Shinohara-san. Shinohara-san. Just as the atmosphere was silent for a moment, Suzumiya Shizuku stumbled by in the back. The crowd around him was like playing with a doll, changing his hairstyle more than a few times, eventually tying it into a double ponytail look. If you didn't know the gender of the other person beforehand, when you saw Suzumiya Shizo, you would have thought that she was a little beauty from somewhere. Is Shinohara-san ready yet? Let's get this guy out of here early and head back. Suzumiya Shizo was about to be played out by the crowd, and his weapon was taken away at some point. He gazed towards Rishi at the back of Su Chang. Suddenly, the woman who was hugging Su Chang on the side of Zelis caught his attention. Little White was currently like a cat protecting its food, constantly striking Leisher's hand to prevent it from getting close to Su Chang. This is... Shirzwa looked at Kahaku in surprise. If he said it was a Bakuro, he didn't feel the Bakuro odor on Kahaku, but if he said it was a human, what was the matter with the tail behind the other party? Seeing that Suzumiya Shizuku couldn't even make out the woman behind Sujo, Shinohara Yukari couldn't help but be shocked. He had naturally seen Xiaobai's presence before. I had thought that Shirzwa could recognize what kind of creature the other was, but from the looks of the other, it seemed that he hadn't seen through it either. Since this one is also Mr. Su Cheng's friend, then it just so happens that they both met. How about we report back to CCG together? It's just as well that I can also introduce Mr. Su Cheng to matters concerning our CCG. Do you think it's feasible? Shinohara Yukari's eyes showed a slight slit as she looked towards Rishi. As long as they enter their CCG base, by then they will still be in charge of everything, and it will be hard for this guy to escape even if he gets his wings. Chapter 112, Bakuman Bash requesting tickets. Mr. Shinohara, should we just let them go? Suzumiya Shirzwa stood behind Shinohara Yukari and looked suspiciously towards the departing Su-Chung trio in the distance. He gazed at him in disbelief. Now that Rishi was in a state of serious injury, it could be the best time to do so. Su-Chang was only a second-class search officer, while Shinohara Yukari was a special class. If the other party didn't want to just forcefully snatch it over, wouldn't that be the end of it? This man I can't see through. I have a hunch that his strength is by no means that of a second-class search officer as the paperwork says, and even the two of us together might fight to the point of serious injury in order to take him down. Shinohara Yukari looked at Su-Chang's departing back and shook her head. The words he had just proposed were naturally rejected by Su-Chang without any hesitation. Though he didn't realize that Sujo, being a human, was defending Rishi, who was a Bakuro identity. But it can be extremely foolish to tear your face off nowadays. Not only did Su-Chang's strength scare him, but the woman at the back of Su-Chang was also unknown to him, whether it was an illusion or what. Whenever he looked towards Kahaku, his quink seemed to tremble. Let the other side go for now, as long as they don't do anything out of the ordinary, and in addition I'll instruct towards the top to send someone to follow up. Even Shinohara-san finds it tricky? Suzumiya Shirzwa nodded, but soon, his face couldn't smile. Shinohara-san, since they're all gone, why don't these people go with them? Suzumiya Shirzwa dodged the attack of the crowd and said towards Shinohara Cookie with a series of wailing cries. Hearing Shirzwa's words, Shinohara Yukari turned around to see the crowd one by one chasing after Shirzwa, ready to give him all kinds of dressing up. Even stockings and short skirts were taken out. Although the strength of these people was not as terrifying as Su-Chang. But trained properly and paired with quink can be a good fighting force. There were countless words he wanted to say, but in the end he sighed helplessly as he looked towards Shirzwa. Shirzwa, why don't you hold back? Suzumiya Shirzwa, huh? En route to Sector 24. Husband, why don't you hand this one over as well? Isn't she our antagonist? Little White protected Su-Chung tightly behind him, and whenever Rishi tried to approach, Little White showed his teeth to scare off the opponent. Su-Chang was also helpless regarding Xiao Bai's reaction. This world is too vast. If we look for it blindly, we don't know when we'll find our target, and there's still a use for keeping her. Su-Chang looked towards Rishi, who was leading the way ahead. Initially, he had wanted to join up with the CCG and attack together towards the green tree. But just now, I learned from Shinohara Cookie that the 23rd district was suddenly abnormally active with Bakuro, and it seemed that a large-scale event was about to take place. Rishi happens to know where this activity is. It was important to realize that his reward for this one was more than just trashing the green tree. Killing a powerful Bakuro can also be rewarded, not to mention that he also has the gift of force inheritance, so such a good opportunity cannot be wasted. As for the crowd that passed along with him, Su-Chang was worried about their safety, so he handed them over to those CCG guys. They weren't too strong, but they were reliable. The place he went to next was too dangerous for him to keep the crowd safe at all times. Can just a little gadget really mask its own odor? Su-Chang played with the bottles and jars in his hands. It was an item that Shinohara Yukari had given to him before he left, saying that it could confuse a Bakuro's nose and make the other person think that he was a Bakuro. As for whether the effect was really as amazing as the other party said, naturally it was still necessary to try it out to find out. Mr. Su-Chang. Almost there. Crossing several streets, Rishi's form leaned sideways against the top of a wall, returning to a familiar place. A bad memory flooded Rishi's mind. After she had probed her head several times to confirm her position, she then turned around to look towards Su-Chang. Listening to Rishi's words, Su-Chang put the bottles and cans away, his sight towards the street out. Nowadays, Su-Chang's intelligence was over 80, and intelligence was not only related to casting abilities, but also brought extremely powerful enhancements to the body. The most obvious is the visual change. Ordinary people could only see things within 50 meters at most with their naked eyes, but Su-Chang, whose intelligence was as high as 80, could see scenes hundreds of meters away with his sight. Through the dark streets, Su-Chang's line of sight landed on an unusually vast field. In the middle of this huge venue, a dense collection of bakelite was gathered, with dimly lit surroundings, blinding colored lights, constant screaming noises, and music blaring from time to time. From the front of them were numerous corpses, which at a closer look were human beings who had been hunted and killed. There was an indescribable tension in the air, mixed with the scent of blood and madness. It can't even be called an event anymore, it's an orgy. The orgy belongs only to the bakuro, and even in such an environment, some bakuro are even having fun in front of the crowd, not caring about other people's sight, as if this is just the norm. The line of sight was withdrawn. Su Cheng did not think that these bukkake were arrogant enough to raise such a big orgy. Were they not afraid that the CCG would give them an end in one pot? Even though he had seen a lot of bloody scenes, Su Cheng still revealed discomfort after seeing the bodies that were laid out all over the place. Work hard, wait here for me for a while, and when this one's over, I won't spare you the heck out of that guy. Su Cheng's figure sidestepped by Rishi's side and patted the other party's fragrant shoulder before walking towards the front. You? What are you going to do? Rishi saw Su Cheng take out his tang blade in a fighting stance, eyes filled with disbelief. Is it hard for him to want to fight those guys? There were at least hundreds of bakura in front of them, so wouldn't you be exposing yourself by just walking over there, and wouldn't you be looking for death? Su Cheng did not reply, his eyes looked towards Little White on the side. Husband, be careful. Even if Su Cheng did not say it, Little White immediately understood Su Cheng's thoughts and nodded his head as his figure leaped and disappeared into the darkness. In the meantime, in the center of the field, a bakura with a high nose seemed to smell something. His nose twitched and his gaze flashed with a hint of doubt. Why do I suddenly smell a living person? The scent of a living person? How can that be? You must have smelled it wrong. All the humans in this neighborhood have been killed off. Where would there be any more humans to come? Those CCG guys are just talking a good game. They're all a bunch of goons, they wouldn't dare to come at all. That's it, don't think so much. Can't you see how high the ones in front of you are? Keep getting high, it's our turn to take over the next batch. Wait, something doesn't seem right. I think I smell a living person too. At first no one cared about the words of the bakura with the high nose. But as more and more bakura smelled the same, the surrounding bakura sites couldn't help but look towards the source of the odor. There's actually a living person? Chapter 113, One Man Has Us Surrounded? This Chinese guy is crazy, right? There are at least hundreds of bakura in front of him, and he just walked straight past them? Really think killing a gecko makes you invincible? Single against AS class bakuro and face hundreds of bakuro, that is not a level at all. Even SSS class bakuro may not be able to block. This Chinese guy is just looking for death. Stupid. Just now so good opportunity to enter the CCG in favor of going to die, but also with that beautiful woman to die. You do not want can give us I was close to thinking I was going to lose again, but it seems that the final victory still belongs to our great Sakura country. As a reminder to you, in China our Daiko players have already rendezvoused with the core members of the Aozora tree. The scene within the street where Su Cheng was walking alone immediately attracted the attention of countless people. The scene of Su Cheng killing the gecko earlier had indeed given them quite a shock, and even Chio Rishi had not been able to gain any advantage in his hands. But that's only in one-on-one situations. Along with the increase in the number of bakuro, even if you can single-handedly brush the SSS ranked bakuro, facing the attack of hundreds of bakuro at once is only a dead end. What's more, there is no lack of guys with S-class strength among these bakuro. How to see how Su Cheng's behavior is like sending death without a doubt. The Chinese viewers watching this saw the crowd mocking Su Cheng and instantly transformed into keyboard warriors to fire back. I remember someone saying the same thing a while ago, who ended up getting punched in the face. Do you guys really think that our Sushin is the same as your shrunken head turtle? Just because we can't do it ourselves doesn't mean others can't, understand? Coming in half an hour early and only finding your camp now and you still have the nerve to bark? We, Sushin, don't even bother to go in the face of camp invitations, unlike you losers who only tend to others. Laugh your asses off, you Chinese people just keep screaming. Later on we'll see what kind of expression you'll have after this Chinese player gets split up. In your Chinese words, really don't know the height of the sky, how many kilograms of their own, and still dare to face the bakura population alone. I'd like to see how this guy is only able to beat it. Accompanied by Su Cheng's actions, for a while, the major live broadcasts were in an uproar. At this time, the center of the field. The bakura that sensed the human aura coming from the rear, one by one, looked towards Su Cheng, who had walked out alone from within the street. How come this is the only human scent? Is it hard to believe that he came alone? Hissing just when those dead bodies are not tasty, here comes a living thing. I'm afraid it's an unlucky person who walked in by mistake. Ha. The stupid ones are still in place, the smart ones are already one step ahead. This living human is mine, no one can take it from me. The sight of Su Cheng stepping out of the alleyway caused the outer bakura to wonder. Before the rest of the bakufu could react, along with a laugh coming out, a young man with the strength of an A-rank bakufu was the first to rush out. Watching Su Cheng walk by, the young Bakura was not even willing to turn on the Heko. Against a normal human or a guy with no quink, the same buffet is undoubtedly there. Turning on Hercules is completely superfluous. In the face of the young Bakura's pounce attack, Su Cheng's expression did not change. His thumb slowly pushed the hilt of the blade. Only a white light flashed from the middle of the dark night. Su Cheng and the young Bakuro figure missed each other, and the tang blade slowly retracted. Next. Under the shocked eyes of all the Bakuro, the young Bakuro's body cracked from the center of the eyebrow towards the bottom, like a flower petal blossom was split into two halves and fell towards the side. Snap! The sound of blood flowing was covered by the surrounding music. Su Cheng's figure stood behind the young Bakuro. Seeing the crowd of Bakuro's sight coming, Su Cheng's mouth slowly revealed a smile. Are you kidding me? At this time, a short-haired Bakuro who was more familiar with the young Bakuro, saw the young Bakuro's body split into two halves, and his figure violently lunged towards Su Cheng. However, it was as if Su Cheng had predicted this. With his left hand, he pulled out the revolver at his waist, aiming it right at the short-haired Bakura that lunged at him. Trigger pull. Bang! Lucky time trigger successful. Demon hunt triggered successfully. The damage of this power is increased by 300%. A gunshot rang throughout the area. The incoming short-haired Bakura's head instantly exploded, blood mixed with brain matter splattering all over the place. The short-haired man who had lost his head's figure fell from mid-air and fell limply to the ground. Defeat a target 5 levels above your level, to 100. The deaths of the young Bakuro as well as the short-haired Bakuro instantly froze the crowd of Bakuro watching the show in place. Before they could recover from their revelry, 2 of the young Bakemono were decapitated on the spot. What's going on? Who is this guy? He actually decapitated Jess, who was an A rank, with a single slash. Something's not right. This guy couldn't be someone from the CCG, right? Killing an A rank in a second with a single slash. This guy is definitely a first-class search officer, maybe even a special class. And there's a bunch of CCG guys as soon as they show up. No way, I'll go first. What are you afraid of? This guy is only one person, there are no other people around. He just broke into us alone and killed him. Even so, with the previous examples of the young Bakufu and the short-haired Bakufu, no one among the crowd went forward. A slash can kill an A-ranked Bakugan in a second, and the same can be done with a slash to kill them. At this moment, Su Cheng's sight retracted from the prompt. Casually blowing out the white smoke above the revolver, he took out the horn, which he had picked up randomly from the side of the road, and opened his mouth toward the front. Ahem, hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Well, it looks like this horn isn't broken. Seeing the change in the expressions of the Bakura, Su Cheng nodded and continued, everyone be quiet for a moment, all listen to me. You've been surrounded by me, put down your weapons and surrender immediately, please don't put up any meaningless resistance, although surrendering won't do much good. I'll still kill you all just the same. No. What is this human talking about? He surrounded us all by himself? Sure enough, it's the CCG guy. He dared to find this place alone, it's clear that he doesn't look us in the eye. First class or special class search officer? I've never eaten the flesh and blood of a human of this level before, and I might not be able to beat them in normal times, but now I have to taste it. Kill him. Must kill him. Su Cheng's words were like a fuse, instantly igniting the entire atmosphere of the scene. This was in their territory, and even if Su Cheng had intruded alone, he still dared to provoke them like this. At one time in all directions, at least 20 or more Bakura no less than B+ level surged towards Su Cheng at the same time. Time seemed to stand still in this moment. Ding! Su Cheng stood in the center of the crowd of Bakura, and a coin flew up from mid-air. Ding! Goddess of Luck triggered successfully. This throw is positive. Chapter 114, SS Class Bakuman, Orca. Begging for votes. Tip pop up. The various attributes doubled, and Su Cheng pressed one hand at the hilt of the blade. Next. Clang. The crisp sound of a sword chiming out. Countless blade lights flashed, and before the incoming Bakura could approach Su Cheng's figure by half a meter, they were instantly chopped into several pieces of meat and fell in place. I've heard that all of you Bakura are pretty good at recovering, but if you're chopped up like this, I wonder if you'll still be able to come back to life? The blade was sheathed. Su Cheng smiled as he looked towards the distant Bakugan. Golem. An A-ranked Bakura who was preparing a sneak attack gulped and looked at the chunks of meat around Su Cheng with panic in his eyes. More importantly, at this moment, Su Cheng was holding a revolver, and the gun was aimed in his direction. No. Out of the question. I was obviously so well hidden, how did he find me? Before that a ranked Bakura could phase in, a gunshot was heard again, and a body fell from the mid-air of a distant building. Extraordinary, this guy is definitely an extraordinary search officer. A knife to kill more than 20 B-class Bakura, this kind of strength can only be a special level search officer can do. With an extraordinarily loud transmission. Some of the Bakura that were originally eager to try, at this moment, one by one, they suddenly wilted down. The extraordinary search officer was an existence that could even be hardened by SS ranks, and they would undoubtedly be sending themselves to their deaths by charging up like that. Run, that guy's coming at us. An A-class Bakura was the first to fail to hold on, and the moment he saw Su Cheng's figure move, he hurriedly ran towards the back. The scene was thrown into chaos for a while, and at the moment when the sound of alert came out, Su Cheng's figure had already disappeared in place. Reappeared when Su Cheng figure from that A-class Bakua species behind the exhibition, Tang knife do not know when inserted into the other party's neck in the middle. Su Cheng gripped the hilt of the blade and pulled the Tang sword horizontally. Fizzle! The neck was severed and blood soared out like a fountain, adding an extra demonic atmosphere to the scene. I've told you not to make meaningless struggles, isn't it good to stand still and wait for death? Su Cheng's figure bathed in blood smiled as he looked towards the crowd of Bakura. No good. The closest Bakuro looking at the death of the A-class Bakuro beside him just wanted to flee, and in the next second, Su Cheng's figure flashed by from one side. Accompanied by a tiny cut coming from his neck, the Bakura's pupils shook, and his hands covered his neck with death in an attempt to stop the break from continuing to widen, wanting to connect his head back together, but the powerlessness coming from his body only supported him for a few moments before he collapsed. Under the effect of the gambling for life talent, Su Cheng, whose attributes were doubled, was like a wolf that stepped into a flock of sheep, and every time he swung his sword there was bound to be a Bakura that would fall. What was originally an orgy belonging to the Beka Monogatari has turned into a killing feast at this moment. Don't run! This guy is too fast, running is only one way to think, it's better to fight with him, I don't believe he can have so much strength. Su Cheng's sudden attack for a time hit the crowd of Bakuran unexpectedly, but soon accompanied by AS-class Bakuran stepped forward to preside over the situation. The crowd of Bakuran is no longer one-dimensional, fleeing instead towards Su Cheng counterattacked and went. This time it was their home turf, where the number of Bakufu in the area was in the hundreds to say the least. As long as they dragged on until the rear officers arrived, spared the extraordinary searchers would die here today. Finally reacted? Good thing too, time to start warming up. Seeing the crowd of Bakura begin to attack in a disciplined manner, Su Cheng stretched his shins and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A popping sound came out, Su Cheng's legs stomped out violently and forcefully, the airwaves visible to the naked eye shook the ground, and his body directly crossed over a distance of more than 10 meters. The Tang knife blade turned horizontally. In an instant, dozens of Bakura all looked at their chests since Su Cheng's front, blood dripping down their chests. Their proud Bakemono recovery ability loses its effect at this moment, and soon, they are unconscious and fall to the ground completely dead. Defeat a target 5 levels above your level, 43-100. After killing dozens of Bakura with a single slash, Su Cheng was about to charge towards the Bakura on the side when a threat suddenly came from his back. Su Cheng turned around and held the Tang sword against his body, his figure stepped into the surroundings of the Bakurai all the time there were heckles coming in his direction. Holding the Tang knife in one hand, Su Cheng's other hand did not look like it, and the revolver trigger was pulled down frantically. Ding! Lucky time trigger successful. Ding! Demon hunt triggered successfully. Ding! Demon hunt triggered successfully. Ding! A bullet erupted from the pitch-black muzzle, the spinning bullet tearing through the air with extreme penetrating ability. I'm this. Not dead. The S-class Bakuro species climbed up from the ground and hurriedly checked his own body, and he was relieved to see that there was nothing wrong with his body after the Hiko faded away. But soon, he sensed a powerful aura appearing behind him, and his body was abruptly stunned. After turning around to see who the visitor was, he hurriedly lowered his body to salute towards the other party. Lord Killer Whale. Looks like that guy didn't lie to me, there really is an interesting guy here. After the Bakuro named Killer Whale lightly skimmed the side of the S-class Bakuro, his gaze curved a smile at the corner of his mouth towards Su Cheng, who stepped out from within the shallow pit in front of him. Can you even stand up after resisting your own punch? Looks like this guy is a special search officer without a doubt. Although he didn't know why this guy would come here alone, but it was so hard to find an opponent who could spar for a little while, how could he let go of this opportunity? Lord Orca, this human. Ignoring the words of the S-ranked Bakufu aside, the Orca leapt from the heights and crashed to the ground. Stepping out from within the smoke,
He clasped his hands and stretched his shins towards Su Cheng in front of him. At this moment, Su Cheng walked out from within the shallow pit. After patting down the dust on his body and staring off to the side towards the darkness, he surveyed the Bakura that had suddenly intruded in front of him. Kamiyo Fuke, codename, Killer Whale. SS Class Bakuro. Chapter 115 The Battle of Wing Chun. What happened to that guy? He's not dead, is he? At the mouth of the street, Rishi peeked out ahead worriedly in the direction of the shallow pit. If she wasn't mistaken, the figure that flew just now seemed to be that guy Su Cheng. Could he, as a human, withstand such a heavy blow? Rishi's gaze was filled with worry. No, it's not. Suddenly, Li Shi seemed to realize something and hurriedly shook his head. Why am I suddenly worried about this human? He was clearly only a human to be sure, and he had just been so rude to himself. He's better off dead. But... Thinking of this, Rishi still couldn't stop looking in the direction of the shallow pit. STH. That's right, one is just doing it for the heck of it. If it wasn't for that heckler, I wouldn't worry about him and listen to him standing here. Yeah, it's definitely that heckbag. Rishi nodded and continued to look towards the front, Herzi behind him involuntarily animated. Sure enough, you're different. That punch I just threw, even that white-haired guy's going to suffer quite a bit. You're even able to stand up. Being my opponent is enough. The orca looked at Su Cheng, who had walked out from within the shallow pit, rubbing his fists in battle and looking towards Su Cheng. It seems that the timeline has indeed shifted. I didn't expect to meet this guy here. Su Cheng patted the smoke and dust on his body, his eyes looking towards the killer whale. Former leader of District 6, a powerful SS-ranked Bakufu who specializes in fighting techniques. According to the normal timeline, this guy should still be in the middle of a prison. That one time it seems that Kaneki went ahead with a Bakuman squad to rescue him, but ended up getting brutally stormed by the orca. By that time, Kaneki had already joined Aotearoa, and it clearly doesn't match up with the current time period. Su Cheng wiped away the blood stains above the tang blade, his gaze flatly looking towards the other party. It's just a sneaky punch, and besides, you don't think you've gotten the better of it, do you? Just now, his mind was on the top of that S-rank Bakura, so he didn't notice his sudden appearance for a while, and his torso took a solid punch, but it didn't cause any major damage. Listening to Su Cheng's words, the orca's gaze was puzzled. Suddenly, a tingling KAM emanated from the top of his fist. Ding! Nagarev's judgment is successful. Poison triggered. Strange quink? Seeing the delay in healing the wound, the orca's gaze was stunned. Was it attacked at that time? Ignoring the changes brought about by the wound, the killer whale looked towards Su Cheng. There was no panic in his eyes at all. On the contrary, the battle intent was even stronger. All of you get out of the way. Later on, you guys which dare to intervene, I'll destroy it first. The orca removed his shirt to reveal his toned muscles, and his gaze turned toward a warning that was poised on the sidelines. Can catch a punch from it and still be able to counter it at that point. This guy already has what it takes to be its prey. Prey, hunter. Su Cheng looked at the killer whale and so on. With his understanding of this guy, it was obvious that he was treating himself as his prey. If it was during the time when he had initially come into the world of the heavens, encountering this fellow might have been a bit of a problem. But now... Under the puzzled look of the orca, Su Cheng put away the tang blade and spread out his hands. Wing Chun, Su Cheng. This CCG guy is crazy? He actually took the initiative to put away Quink to fight Lord Orca? Oh, really a cocky human. This guy is dead. Who does not know that the killer whale lord is famous for physical skills, without Quang's human the same only to be slaughtered lamb undoubtedly. The blood and flesh of a special search officer, I haven't tasted it yet. I hope that later on, Lord Orca won't be too hard on his hands and break it for that human. It will be too much of a problem if it doesn't taste good. The scene of Su Cheng suddenly putting away his weapon puzzled the crowd of Bakufu watching from the sidelines. It was obvious that they had already thought that the tang blade was Su Cheng's Quang, and even though there was no Quang's aura in it, the power was so ferocious they would never believe that it was an ordinary tang blade. Among their perceptions, all humans were actually very weak. Under the effect of those quinks, humans became extraordinarily difficult to deal with, and even powerful enough to hunt them in turn. This current scene of Su Cheng was undoubtedly tantamount to sending death. How can a human body be compared to their noble Bakemono body? Strength, reaction speed, agility are not on the same level. Same as the crowd of Bakuro, the orca was also puzzled to see Su Cheng like this. But soon, his gaze became grave. Is this guy looking down on himself? There was still a chance of survival against him using Quink, but now that he had put Quink away, there were only two possibilities.
For one thing, the other guy's brain is rusted out and ready to physically fight Bakura. The second was that the other party didn't give a damn about him. A mere prey, how dare you look down on me? Facing such a provocation from Su Chang, the orca roared angrily and instantly closed the distance between the two. Heezy wrapped his arm and attacked with a punch. Su Chang raised his hand, his palm gently rested on Kamiyo Fuke's fist, lending his strength and hitting his joints, acupoints, and other vulnerable points. Su Chang's palm seemed to gently touch the outside of the killer whale's arm, but it caused his entire arm to tremble involuntarily. Before the orca could react. Immediately after that, Su Chang's figure suddenly sank down and struck Kamiyo Fuke's calf belly with a swift strike at a low angle. The strength of the force was so great that it actually caused the ground under Kamiyo Yakiai's feet to tremble slightly, and his body shape exploded back more than a few steps. The killer whale was repelled by Su Chang. Such a scene immediately made the crowd of Bakura watching around them suspect that they were shaking their eyes. This guy. The orca trembled his calves, and the tingling and stinging sensation coming from his calves made him revisit Su Chang. This human wasn't like those CCG guys, just in terms of the punch just now alone, it wasn't something those guys before him could have thrown. However, extremely confident in his own body techniques as well as his strength, after the calf trembling stopped, the killer whale attacked again. This time he had already taken out 10% of his strength. Facing the orca's rapid attack, Su Chang's expression still did not change too much, using his speed and agility to dodge the opponent's punches, and constantly wandering around Kamiyo Yakiai. Wing Chun's main focus, softness and speed. Every time Su Chang's punches landed at just the right point, avoiding the sharpness of Kamiyo Forkai Haiko, but also striking his weak points accurately. Rather than the other party being able to utilize Heezy to make some movements that humans could not do, Su Chang still quietly dissolved it. The speed of the duo was getting faster and faster. At first the watching crowd could still clear their movements, but at the back they could only see two residual shadows flashing. To outsiders, the battle between Su Chang and the killer whale seemed evenly matched. However, at this moment, only the orca that was fighting Su Chang knew how suffocating it was. Every time he attacked, his fists were as if they landed on top of cotton, not having the slightest effect. The opponent's strange moves he had never seen before, not that he hadn't consulted the fighting arts of the Sakura country, but he had never seen such moves, as if the opponent had been pinned down from the root. Die for me. Chapter 116, Killing an SS rank in one punch. Begging for votes. The killer whale roared, and punched towards Su Chang in an extremely bizarre position. Such postures are simply not possible with a human body. Once he relied on this move to hit countless opponents hard. But at this moment, Su Chang did not give him the slightest chance, as if he had already predicted half of it. Not only did he dissolve his attack, but incidentally struck out with a palm strike to pull the distance between the two of. That's right. Compete in power if you can, don't make all those tricks, just rely purely on power. Though that's shameful coming from the orca himself. Being a Bakuro himself, he shamelessly let a human compete with him for power. But at this moment, being extremely annoyed by Su Chang's strange stance pondering, he only wanted to give Su Chang a hard punch. I had expected Su Chang to look at him with a little cute eyes at him, open his mouth and refuse. However, to his surprise, Su Chang gladly received this request from the other party. Okay, no problem. But don't you regret it? Regret? Funny. He himself was a SS-class Bakuro, and the number of Bakuro that had died under his physical power was unknown to mankind. Competing with him for power was undoubtedly asking for death. But in order to give the other party the utmost respect, the orca frantically urged Heezy to grow. Unlike the gecko's heckle, the orca's heckle is a tail heckle, a huge heckle exploding violently from the root of his spine. His body muscles were visible to the naked eye as they continued to expand, and blood-colored vapors were exhibited from the surface of his body. Facing the orca in such a situation, Su Chang just slowly exhaled a breath, then blandly spoke, "Orca, have you ever experienced what is called extreme power?" Extreme power? The orca's gaze was quizzical. However, before he could figure it out, Su Chang's body abruptly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already appeared in front of him and swung out a fist. No good. The orca pupil shook. Under this fist he actually felt the breath of death, and hastened to say that it was not good. The body was just about to make a move, but the next second. Bang! A violent dull crash sounded out. Su Chang lands a heavy shot to the midsection. This punch, as if the entire space was shaken, God Generation Fork Glory's body was like being hit by a giant hammer,
the entire person exploded backwards and flew away, heavily hitting the wall behind him, and it was only after crashing through several walls that his body stopped. The scene happened so fast that before the Bakura watching on the sidelines realized what was happening, the orca's body was knocked out of the air. They gazed in the direction the orca had flown out. Only to see at this moment by Su Cheng a punch hit orca, 2 eyes rolled white, body lying down among the ruins of life and death is unknown, just exhibited the tail, he also disappeared at this moment. At this moment not only the onlookers back who did not expect, watch this scene of the Chinese people also gaze extremely shocked. Sushin wasn't kidding about the power of this punch, right? The opponent is a SS class Bakura, and it's also an orca known for its physical skills, and it was just knocked away? Known for his physical skills? Didn't you just see Sushin completely abuse the opposite side in terms of physical arts? It's the power of this punch. It's a bit too heaven-defying, isn't it? As expected of Sushin, I knew that this guy is definitely not Sushin's opponent. Where are those Sakura Nation guys? Come out, keep screaming. With my current strength of over 20 attributes, I can at most punch through a sandbag. This punch from Sushin is at least 100, right? How did Sushin do this? The scene of Sushin defeating the killer whale with one punch made the Chinese audience cheer. However, the faces of the Sakura Nation's crowd who saw the killer whale defeated were exceptionally ugly. Baka! What a waste this orca is. Before I watched you violently beat up Kaneki and thought how powerful you were, you can't even beat the other party without using a weapon. Why don't you just find a pit to bury it in? This guy also has SS rank strength? I don't believe it. There must be a guy posing as an orca. How can an orca's true strength be so weak? Won't you be able to repair it? What a waste, to come out with such a weak strength. What a disgrace to us. Is there a possibility that it's not that the killer whale is too weak but that we, Sushin, are too strong? Strong? Strong, my ass. What's so great about defeating an orca? If he can defeat an orca, we Daegu players can do the same. That's right. Now don't forget that player of yours is still surrounded by other Bakuro. The Bakuro behind him can all come this way. I don't believe that he can still survive in the face of so many Bakuro siege. District 24 Field Center. The scene of Su Chung defeating the killer whale with a single punch caused a lot of shock, and many Bakura had already left towards the distance the moment they saw the killer whale's defeat. Principal Search Officer. This guy's definitely a search officer extraordinaire. To be able to defeat Lord Killer Whale, this human in front of him was definitely at the extraordinary level, and was even on par with the strength of the white-haired human in that teleportation. Lord Orca has lost. Lord Orca unexpectedly lost. Extraordinary, this human is definitely an extraordinary search officer. Quick! Everyone run! Damn it, why would the extraordinary search officer come here? Doesn't that mean this area is surrounded? Along with the orca being defeated, screams and roars came out one after another. Even the S-ranked Bakuro who commanded the crowd of Bakuro before also gave birth to the idea of escaping. Even Lord Orca couldn't beat this human. Wouldn't he be sending him to his death if he went on? As he watched an A+ ranked Bakuro aside leaving towards the back, he was just about to turn around and follow the other away with him. Suddenly a dark shadow flashed past his eyes. Next. Pust. Only to see a tall-bodied figure exhibited from in front of him. The A+ ranked Bakura that had fled towards the back just a moment ago, had its head and body separated at this moment. Seeing the A+ ranked Bakuro suddenly die violently, that S-ranked Bakuro looked towards the figure that appeared in front of him with a trembling expression. Only a man with a slender physique and a white mask slowly turned around. The huge mouth above the mask, presented in an open state, took up most of the mask. The moment he saw the mask of the other party, the S-ranked Bakura immediately got down and saluted the other party. He could never misremember such an obvious feature. SS-ranked Bakugan, Bronze Tree Cadre. What's more, the other party is the adopter of that being. Hers, Norioi. Chapter 117, Where do you want to go requesting tickets? Lord Noroi. Though Noguchi and Killer Whale are just one more S away from him. But it's not as simple as it seems between the S and SS classes. The difference can be extremely large. Not to mention the fact that the other party was also a cadre of the Green Tree. Every single Boku of the Aotearoa tree is a monster in its own right. Even the weakest one in there can do a complete level of abuse against a Bakugan of the same level. Noroi is also SS ranked, but he may actually be quite a bit more powerful than the Orca. The opponent's recovery ability could be considered extremely perverse.
As well as the fact that although Nozurui only showed ochre, there were rumors that the other party was a heiress. The difference between the He-Man and the regular Bakuman is again extraordinarily large. Ordinary Bakugan usually only have one Hekai. Hekai are divided into 4 types: Feather Hekai, Scale Hekai, Armor Hekai, and Tail Hekai, and each of the various Hekai have their own place of strength. The average Bakugan is only one of its 4 types. However, as a Hierophant, Nozurui could control 4 types of Hierophants, and compared to the other Bakuro species that could only control one type of Hierophant, the difference was not generally huge. Nozurui looked at the A+-ranked Bakemono's head in his eyes and casually tossed it to the side before lightly skimming the S-ranked Bakemono towards the orca in the distance. Defeated so soon? Rather unexpected. Nurui looked at the orca's misery, the deep pupils beneath the mask, pondering. Judging from the condition of the orca now, the other is completely dead. But there was one thing he didn't understand. The killer whale is a SS rank Bakuro. As a Bakuro of the same rank as him, the recovery ability of the other party may not be as strong as his, but it's not so bad that his head didn't even fall off just to be blasted in the body and die. And yet, this scene is really happening again. It really surprised him. Thinking of this, Nozomiwai turned around and looked towards the distant Sioux city. At this moment, noticing Namirwa's sight coming at him, Su Chang rubbed his fists and raised his head to meet the other party's eyes. Another SS-ranked Bakugan? Su Chang looked at the other party's peculiar mask and recognized the identity of the other party at a glance. Are you the one in the information? It's really strange, the CCG didn't seem to have any information about you before. Where did you come from? Out of Su Chang's expectation, he had thought that Wild Luai would directly move towards himself. After all, the other party was known for being a man of few words but extremely fierce and superb strength. It's true that he doesn't open his mouth much. From where? Su Chang skimmed the direction of the darkness not far away, and when he saw the figure disappearing, his tang sword was drawn and slowly walked towards him. It was the first time he had ever heard a creature within his copy asking where he came from. He had thought that the creatures in this copy within the world of the heavens were all programmed to do so, but from what he could see now, it didn't seem to be what he had thought. Or maybe this Bakuro copy is not the same as the other copies? Su Chang pondered. This gentleman, please don't continue forward. I don't want to fight against each other. I've only come here to take the orca's heckles. Feeling the killing intent emanating from Su Chang's body, No Luai's gaze was extraordinarily grave. He could clearly sense that Su Chang was different from the search officers he had encountered before. This human is more like a Bakuro than they are a Bakuro. Don't want to fight me? But Su Chang twirled his tang blade and looked towards him with a smile. But that guy is my prey, and I don't want to give his habao to anyone else. Besides, that's a nice hefty bag you're wearing. What if I really wanted to? Along with Su Chang's words, the scene was exceptionally silent for a while. Even the breathing of the S-ranked Bakufu watching from a short distance away was extraordinarily clear. I heard that in the green tree, your recovery power is extraordinarily strong, and you can even recover from a broken head. I wonder if your recovery is stronger or my blade is faster. This guy. Underneath the mask, Nozomi's gaze was extremely grave. It is common sense to realize that although Bakura is different from normal people and has an extremely strong recovery ability, once the head is chopped off, it is certain death. One's recovery ability has not been exposed too much on the outside. The outside world only circulated information about his strong recovery power, but the ability to recover from a broken head was not known to others at all, except for a few individual people. How did this guy know? Not waiting for Nao Luai to figure it out, in the next second, he only felt the scene in front of his eyes blur. Su Chang's figure had already appeared in front of his eyes, and the tang blade in his hand was flashing with a dangerous cold aura under the moonlight. Such was the speed that Nozomiwai had no time to use his tail hook to resist, and almost subconsciously urged his armor to block in front of himself. But under the gambling talent enhancement, Su Chang's strength attribute was close to as much as 200, the tang blade chopped above the ether, and the ether, which was known for its defense, was not able to play a role at all at this moment. The tang knife fell on top of the coke, like a knife rolling a bean curd, although there was a slight resistance, but it was extraordinarily easy to cut through it. But it is also this trace of resistance, so that the Wild Luai reacted, body shape burst back a few meters, also do not care about the matter of taking out the killer whale Heezy, and hastily pulled away towards the rear. Is it really the He-Man? As the slash fell short, Su Chang skimmed over the still active Huaxia at his feet, and looked towards the sharply breathing Noriyuai in front of him. Power attribute determination successful. Eternal flow triggered successfully. The effect of the poisonous body is doubled. tip pop up. Nozomi looked in the direction of the cut-off Ko, though he managed to dodge a Sujo strike by the short gap. However, at this moment, he felt a strange power that flowed wildly through his body. His physical strength was cut down drastically, and he was also delayed in recovering from the sliced coal slashes. Nozurui immediately cut off the root of the coal, and blood continued to flow out along his body surface. That's pretty smart, knowing to chop off the roots to break the move. When Su Cheng saw how decisively Noriyuai had shed his Kahaku, he could not help but be surprised by his opponent's battle sense. Although this Tang Blade attribute of his winged stream was perverse, it was not invincible. Only the cuts that are made never heal. If the other party did not hesitate to cut off the wound along with the root of the wound after sparing a part of his body that would be thrown away, then this eternal stream of his was equivalent to being cracked as well. Only the perpetual flow was broken, and his doom poison physique wasn't that easy to crack. Noriyuai, who had just severed Kuroko's roots, could clearly appreciate it. At this moment, the expression on the back of Narui's mask could no longer be described as shocked. Though the wound at the root of the decapitated Heiko healed, his stamina was still draining away at a rapid rate. He himself was clearly only slashed once by the other party, but he instantly fell into the middle of a huge downward spiral. Not only is recovery failing, but stamina is gradually running out. Who the hell is this guy? At this moment, Su Cheng's image in Narui's eyes changed once again. All of his abilities were restrained by this human's strange power, not to mention him, even the chief came in the hands of the other party could not necessarily get the advantage. Such a powerful human would upend the entire Bakufu, and he must bring this information back. This guy may be even more powerful than Arima. Escape. You must escape now. Nozomi had only one thought in her head right now, and that was to run away. This human was simply out of his league. However, the moment this thought just popped up in his mind, Su Cheng's figure had already appeared on his right side, and an icy voice came out. Where do you want to go? Hers, Nurui. Chapter 118 Artificial Weapons? Requesting votes. Even if the Orcus are fine, I didn't realize that even Noriyuai had failed? Top of a building somewhere in Sector 24. A tall, white-clothed man wearing a red mask glanced at the incoming information and looked towards the center of this orgy with a heavy gaze. He had expected the news of the Orcus defeat, and the power generated by his opponent when he fought the gecko before was extraordinarily powerful. This time, the Orca was sent forward just to test the opponent's strength. Only the failure of Noriyuai was unexpected. Looks like a tough one has come this time. The masked man shook his head, his eyes retracting as he was about to turn away. Yet just the moment he turned around, suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past from the side. Noticing the difference coming, the masked man hastily urged Huaxia to fend it off. Next. Bang! A powerful force landed above his Hizi, instantly sending his figure flying several meters away, hitting heavily above the building's wall, which collapsed, just one step short of falling off the high floor. Who's there? Skimming over the broken tail, the faceman's gaze was fixed towards the front. Only to see in the moon color failed to shine to the black shadow below, two red awns from which to display, a woman with a beautiful appearance from which to walk out. It seems that what husband said really wasn't wrong. I didn't expect that there would actually be someone peeping from such a distance. The figure stepped out, and who else could the visitor be if not Xiaobai? Xiaobai's eyes were now curiously surveying the Bakuro in front of him, and under the other's puzzled expression, Xiaobai took out a pair of lists. After a few comparisons and confirming his target, White nodded and looked towards him with a smile. You're the one husband called Tadora, aren't you? Oker, I heard that you seem to have a Hihu form as well. What does the Hihu form look like? Can you show it to me? Who are you? Why do you know my information? Listening to Kahaku give out his name and all sorts of information, Tadara's eyes glanced towards Kahaku's tail behind him. Under the moonlight, Xiaobai's fur shimmered with a faint silver light, and his 9 tails swayed gently behind him. From the form of the tail it was clear that it was not changed from a Hizi, and it was the first time he had ever seen a human with a tail present behind him. Or the other side is not human. Is it that new artificial weapon the CCG came up with again? It was obvious that Tadara had already recognized Su Cheng as a CCG's artificial weapon, and now such an appearance of Xiaobai made him even more firm in his mind. CCG? What's a CCG? With a quizzical gaze, Kahaku pointed to his tail behind him and said again, This Mr. Tadara, can you show me your He-Man form? Otherwise you might not get the chance later. Kahaku's seemingly harmless expression was extraordinarily terrifying under Tadara's eyes. At the moment when Xiao Bai's jade finger pointed out, for a split second, it was as if he was being stared at by an extremely powerful beast. His entire figure was like falling into an ice cave, the RC cells in his body were screaming and shouting madly, and the aura of death enveloped his entire body.
The guy in front of me is a monster. Husband originally said to slave, found you first, do not do it in a standby look at it. Husband is so good to Xiao Bai, this time still care about Xiao Bai. Between the words, Kahaku slowly walked towards Deidara, but Kahaku was really curious. What about the construction of your boku, what should we do about that? At this moment, Xiao Bai clearly did not reveal the slightest bit of killing aura, but Duo Liang had experienced countless battles, had his heart beating extraordinarily fiercely at. Duo Liang opened his huge mouth, and an extremely ferocious flame erupted from the Herculean mouth formed above it. Seeing the flames coming, Xiao Bai took out the manual without slowing down. According to the records of the manual Su Cheng had given him, Duo Liang, who had turned into the form of a He-Man, had not only gained a substantial increase in strength, defense, and speed. Above it, the Herculean mouth can release intense high-temperature flames, and the temperature of such flames is even as high as 4,000 heat wave. Over 4,000 degrees? I didn't expect that just changing a form could become so much stronger, it's truly amazing. The light in Xiao Bai's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but let out a marvel. However, at this moment, Xiao Bai's figure stood in place, without the slightest avoidance of the scene of flipping through the manual. In the eyes of Duo Liang has been the same dead person undoubtedly. The flames that he himself spewed out were upwards of 4,000 degrees, and no living thing on earth could survive at that temperature. Even if she was an artificial weapon of the CCG, she would only die when hit by his flames. Stupid. Seeing the flames engulfing Kahaku's form, Dodorian lifted his He-Man form, and the air around him distorted under the heat wave. He had thought that this one would be a torturous fight, but he hadn't thought that his opponent would be so stupid that he wouldn't even know how to dodge his own attacks. Retracting his eyes from the midst of the flames in front of him, Deidara shook his head just as he turned around again. The familiar voice came out again from behind him. This flame temperature should still be good for burning hot springs. Hearing Little White's voice come out, Duo Liang's pupils shook, his gaze looking incredulously towards the back amongst the flames. Just see Xiao Bai figure roaming in the flame, the surrounding flames cannot approach her body half an inch, as walking in the void. How is this possible? Chapter 119, To Kill or Be Killed by All of You. The figure wandered through the tongues of fire, and White did not suffer any damage. Her 9 tails drew a beautiful arc in the air, as if dancing with the flames, and each wave brought up a burst of blazing airwaves, but they failed to touch Xiao Bai in the slightest. Her figure weaved through the flames like an elf strolling through the sea of fire, each step filled with grace and ease. At that moment, it was as if Deidara's entire worldview was in shock. At 4,000 degrees, even steel can easily melt, not to mention the human body. Now the other party was actually not affected by this flame in the slightest. How is this possible? Husband once told Xiao Bai an idiom, it's not polite to come and go. Xiao Bai said, her right hand's slender finger snapped a ringing finger, and a cluster of blue fox fire pulsed from her fingertips. Since you gave a gift to Xiao Bai, then Xiao Bai will also give you a small gift. The moment foxfire was on display, Deidara's mind went blank. This cluster of foxfire did not differ at the tip of Kahaku's fingers, but in Deidara's eyes this flame gave him an unprecedented sense of crisis. Nowadays he has only one word in his head. Danger. With a casual wave of Xiao Bai's hand, this foxfire was like a spirited fire dragon, cutting through the sky and heading straight for Duo Liang. The foxfire flew slowly, but for some reason, Tadora felt absolutely unable to avoid it. The RC cells in his body surged crazily, his body swelled, and his Hishi form was once again on display. Dodorian tried to continue spewing out waves of flame to fend it off, but his Hierophant form and the flames he was spewing out seemed so fragile in front of this foxfire. No. The moment the foxfire touched Deidara, it erupted in a dazzling blue light, completely engulfing his form. In the flames, Duo Liang's Hierophant form began to crumble, and before he could even finish his words, he eventually turned into a wisp of green smoke, which then dissipated into the air, leaving behind only a pile of ashes. From the time the fight was started to the time it was over before even half a minute had been reached. Ha! Just die? Kahaku stood above the tall building, blinking as he watched Deidara, who had been reduced to ashes, his 9 tails wagging gently. Picking up a deadwood branch from the side and poking it, after confirming that the other party was dead through and through, Xiao Bai's face stiffened. Kahaku whirled around Dodoran's ashes anxiously, a bad look on his face. This time Su Cheng led her is to follow the other side, do not strike, if encountered really have no choice, it is best to capture alive, in order to find their Qingtong tree's base camp. But she didn't expect this guy to be so weak that he was burned to death in one go, so who could she talk to? Tell me about you, wouldn't it be fine to say that your strength is such a dish earlier? Now it's good, I'm sure I'll be told off by my husband when I go back like this. Dorian. No, definitely can't just go back like this, or I'm sure I'll be told off by my husband. If because of this one thing, husband won't bring little white out in the future. No, absolutely not. Xiaobai shook her head, this was her first time traveling with Su Chang. If it's bad the first time, it'll be bad if Su Chang doesn't bring her back later. Husband is right, this time we need to kill more Buroku and find that lair called the Green Tree in one pot. If that's all it is, why don't I burn the whole city clean? White's eyes pondered. Since the goal of this time is to annihilate the Green Tree lair, according to the intelligence they are in this one city. Wouldn't it be mission accomplished if we burned down the whole city at once? Thinking of this, White rubbed a slightly larger ball of foxfire from her palm, but she quickly snuffed it out again. No, husband is still inside this city, what if I heard husband later? Kahaku gazed toward the Dodorian ashes at his feet. Mainly she hadn't expected this guy to look so strong, but in reality he was gone in a single burn, along with the scent. If there was still a slight scent, she might be able to follow the source to their lair, but for now. You're killing me. Kahaku stomped on Dodori's ashes in exasperation. Just as Xiaobai was thinking about what to do next, suddenly, a figure appeared from behind her. Noticing the scent coming from behind, White turned his head, his eyes suspiciously looking towards the bandaged figure above the bucket of water. Are you? Center of the 24th District Bekemonogatari venue. Death of SS-ranked Green Tree member Killer Whale detected. Reward Light Blue Treasure Box 1. Death of SS-ranked Aoi Tree member Noguchi detected. Reward Blue Treasure Chest 1. Killer Whale's Herb, probability of gaining the RC Cell Herb ability after consumption, with a 30% reduction in failure attributes. The probability of parasitizing in the tail will be greatly increased. No Louis Huko Buns, probability of obtaining RC Cell Huko ability after consumption, failure attribute reduced by 70%. The probability of parasitizing the corresponding unquestioned will be greatly increased. Is the wild Louis blue and the orca light blue? Su Chang nodded as he looked at the two treasure chests floating in front of him. According to attacks, Noriyui's attacks might be a bit lower than the orca's, but if they were based on overall strength, Noriyui could be much stronger than the orca. Just the fact that you can recover even if your head is broken is not something that can be matched by an ordinary Bakugan. After pocketing the treasure chest, Su Chang's eyes looked towards the orca and wild Luai's hebdomad. Earlier he had wondered if, since their hebdomads were useful to people in this world, if they could be used on himself as well. Now it does seem to be as he thought, except that the consequences may be slightly more serious. But with Lady Luck on his side, probability was not a problem. It's just a matter of waiting a little while for the Habao thing. Putting the hefty bag away, Su Chang temporarily cancelled the idea of transplanting the hefty bag. Not to mention the consequences of failure, even if the transplant was successful, what changes would occur he could not predict. What's more, the food of the Bakuro is human beings. This would be a bungler if this followed the transplant over as well. Su Chang didn't want to eat the rest of the food like a turd except for coffee and human flesh, which was too disgusting. Well, with those two troublesome ones out of the way, no one should continue to bother us next, so let's get the party started, shall we? Retracting his line of sight from Noriyui, Su Chang turned towards the crowd of Bakufu who were frozen in place at the back. What the hell are you trying to do? The S-Class Bakura who was at the closest to Su Chang saw Su Chang's gaze coming, swallowed his saliva, and his legs couldn't stop trembling and said, "Do what?" Su Chang shook off the blood stains above his tang blade, revealing a smile that he thought was amiable. "It's nothing, I just want to kill everyone present, or killed by all of you." Chapter 120 Battle, Massacre. Requesting votes. Arrogant. This human was just too arrogant. This was the first impression the Bakufu had of Su Chang. Although Su Chang had killed two SS-class Bakura, and such a battle record could indeed make him arrogant, but it should also be divided into occasions. Now he was alone, facing hundreds of their Bakufu. You know, fighting alone and fighting in a group are two completely different concepts. The threat posed by hundreds of B-rank Bakufu can be far more than a single SS-rank Bakufu. What's more, just now, he had consumed a lot of physical strength fighting with the killer whales, and to be like this, it was clear that he was not putting them in his eyes. Everyone, don't be afraid. I just poked around, there's no sign of other CCGs for miles around, this guy is alone.
After 2 battles just now, he definitely doesn't have much stamina left now. Let's go together and kill this guy. Dare to belittle us, human, you're afraid you don't recognize reality. Kill me. The night was low, the moonlight was thin, and only sparse stars dotted the inky canopy. Su Chang was holding a tang sword with a cold glittering light, standing alone in the center of the field. By the time Killer Whale and Nurui are dead, support has arrived from the Bakura in the backfield. All around them, hundreds of Bakura in various forms slowly approached. They were either hideous or cunning, and the lowest ranked ones possessed B-rank strength. Such a scale was a bit tricky to deal with even if Su Chang was at his fullest state. A group fight? Just saves a lot of chasing. Su Chang rubbed his slightly sore shoulders, his eyes looked around at the buccaneers, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Beastification is on. Charge, kill this guy. Killer Whale Sama's Hebdomad and Nurui Sama's Hebdomad are ours. With a low growl, the battle erupted suddenly. The Bakura came in like a tidal wave, and Su Chang's body swayed like a flash of ghost, weaving through the Bakura group. With the gambling for life talent as well as the bestialization ability, Su Chang's attributes had fully quadrupled. The tang knife seemed to have life in Su Chang's hands. Each swing was accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking wind, accurately slashing through Bakura's vitals. The B-class Bakura fell under Su Chang's sword, but their numbers were too great, and even if they just took a hit, their stamina would not be able to support them in the long run. Facing Bakura's encirclement, Su Chang had to keep moving to avoid being surrounded. The battle gradually turned white hot, and Su Chang's breathing became rapid. Just then, a huge S-class Bakura covered in hard-scale armor roared and charged at him. The power of this Bakugan was far superior to any other, and every attack was accompanied by a deafening roar. Su Chang sidestepped, skillfully avoiding the fat Bakura's fierce lunge, and at the same time, with the help of its impulse, the tang blade slashed through the Bakura's side abdomen at an astonishing speed. But the tang blade broke through the opponent's scale armor without any obstruction, and a large amount of blood sprayed and flowed out. Even though fat Bakura's hands were covering the wound with death, he couldn't stop the blood from spewing. Its gaze was shocked as it looked towards Su Chang, who was wielding the tang blade in front of it. His own Huaxia was focused on defensive shape, and now he couldn't even block a single slash from the other side? At this moment it did realize how difficult it had been for the Orca and Noriyui at that time. This human is a monster. Seeing that the wound was slow to recover, Fatty Bakura didn't care about that much, roared angrily and charged straight towards Su Chang. As long as this human was killed, then everything would be fine. Facing the attack of the crowd of Bakura, the harassment of the S-class Bakura, Su Chang's eyes flashed and his figure gave a beat to intentionally sell a break. Sure enough, the crowd of Bakufu immediately fell for it. Quick! This guy has a break. It's finally time for this, so what if you're a special search officer, die for me. The moment Su Chang's figure paused, countless Bakura came pouncing towards the surroundings, including the S-rank fat Bakura that had just rushed in together. Just at the moment when Bakura was flailing its teeth and claws and pouncing with all its might, Su Chang turned on the wrist guard increase and forcibly turned his body back at a bizarre angle. Seeing Su Chang's figure suddenly stabilized back, the Bakemono that pounced at this moment was dumbfounded. How could they not expect Su Chang to adjust his time so quickly? Not waiting for the crowd of Bukaki to say something dark and bad. Next! Su Chang's figure rose violently, like a bolt of lightning. From the center of the field a seemingly circular arc of blade light flashed by. In an instant, all of the incoming Bakura's bodies were cut at the waist. Su Chang's figure appeared from behind that S-class fat Bakura, and the blade penetrated deep into the Bakura's neck, directly cutting off its spinal cord. The body of the S-class Bakura instantly froze, the ferocious light in its eyes gradually dissipated, and it collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Defeat a target 5 levels above your level, 212-100. Defeat a target 10 levels above your level, 3250. The prompt popped up, the fat Bakura fell to the ground, and at the moment, there were at least hundreds of Bakura corpses lying all around Su Chang. Blood was flowing all over the place, interspersed with the remnants of internal organs. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Blood dripped down from the tang sword in Su Chang's hand. At this moment, Su Chang stood in the center of the crowd of debris, as if he was a demon from hell, emitting a stern and murderous aura all over his body. None of the surrounding remnants watched the scene, none of them dared to step forward. Previously, they relied on their numerical superiority thinking that there was still a chance that they could fight with it but reality told them that numerical superiority did not work in the face of absolute strength. Gore. Monster. This guy is a total monster. The original commander of the Bakuro S-class Bakuro, looking at this scene has been scared silly. Seeing the front of the Su Cheng's attack, it screamed and ran towards the back with its hands and feet. Escape! Run away! Must flee! If you don't run away, you'll die, you'll really die. This guy was not human at all, not even a fraction of the monster he was. Accompanied by the commanding S-class Bakuran to be the first to flee, the surrounding Bakuran that were still foolishly moving, now without the main core, also fled in all directions. However, the more the crowds of Bakura were like that, the easier it became for Su Cheng. If they were to surround him together, he might still have a slightly tricky time. But now they were all fleeing like headless flies, and the battle had completely turned into a one-sided killing. Compared to Su Cheng's speed, the speed of the crowd of Bakura was too slow, and in a short time, under the sound of screams and wails, body after body continued to fall. It wasn't until half an hour later that the surroundings gradually quieted down. At this moment, Su Cheng was holding a tang sword and standing in the center of the field, gasping for breath, and around him, the number of Bakura corpses lying down increased to nearly 400 as many. Defeat a target 5 levels above your level, 321 100. Defeat a target 10 levels above your level, 5150. Efficiency is still too slow. Su Cheng sighed as he looked at the prompt that popped up in front of him. There was only one person by himself, and even though he was fast, a lot of these Bukaki were still let loose as they ran in different directions. If we can keep all those guys, we can at least add another 200 or so too. At this moment Li Shi was already different from the initial. Looking at Su Cheng walking, she lowered her head and said in a voice like a fine mosquito. "Ha? What did you say?" Su Cheng rubbed his ears and approached Rishi's side in confusion. Even though Rishi knew that Su Cheng had heard it and was now saying it on purpose, she didn't dare to open her mouth out loud and continued to speak in a humble whisper. It's that Hepburn." "Oh, you mean Hepburn." Su Cheng took out the gecko's hefty bag from before and walked to the front of the nearest pool of water, taking off his clothes to clean the bloodstains on his torso. "The hefty bag is right here. If you want it, come and get it." "Are you sure? Really, give it to me?" Su Cheng was so decisive this time, but it left Li Shi a bit at a loss for words. Her gaze could not help but be drawn over to Su Cheng's figure. Under the illumination of the moonlight, Su Cheng slowly took off his bloodstained top, revealing his robust upper body, with muscle lines as distinct as carvings, and each muscle contained explosive power. Droplets of water slid down his angular pecs, outlining tantalizing silhouettes. At this moment, Rishi looked dumbfounded, a strange emotion rising from her heart. The feeling wasn't a food craving, but what she wasn't sure. "What? You don't want it?" After cleaning, Su Cheng redressed in clean clothes. See the expression of regret in the eyes of the distant Li Shi. "Will be a gecko Hebdomad picked up," slowly approaching her said. You definitely aren't that kind." "This Habao said to give it to me, surely you won't give it to me so simply." Seeing Su Cheng's line of sight coming at him, Rishi recalled the scene just now, shyly lowered his head and said. Previously, Su Cheng also said that he promised to give her the gecko's hefty bag, but in the end, it was still taken back by him. Thinking of this, Rishi coughed and straightened up, holding out her proud chest to meet Su Cheng's line of sight and said, "Say, what exactly do I have to say for you to give me this Habao?" "How?" The corner of Su Cheng's mouth smiled. "What should be done is not something I say, but what Ms. Rishi herself should do." "What should I do with myself?" Seeing Su Cheng organizing his clothes and walking towards the distant street, Rishi stood in place with his mind in a whirlwind of thoughts. Shouldn't he be? No, it can't be right. He had such a beautiful woman by his side, how could he possibly look at himself? Although she wasn't bad herself, she was still self-aware compared to that one. If it wasn't that word, what did he mean by it? Just as Rishi was thinking about it. At this time, within the Chinese live broadcast room, watching this scene crowd, see Su Cheng will be surrounded by all the big mono decapitation cannot help but gulp. This. All solved? Sajin alone killed all the Bakuro here? I'll go. I do realize now why Sushin wanted to hand over the other 10 to the CCG, together with the fact that it doesn't need them at all. Did you guys count how many S-rank, a rank Bakura just died? That's way too many. I'm getting misty-eyed just looking at them. I don't know, whatever. What's the point of knowing these quantities? All I know is that Sushin is awesome. Ha ha ha, weren't those Sakura country guys screaming for joy just now? They are still fighting a sea of people, but is a sea of people useful? In front of our Su god, it's all just a show of skill. The scene of Su Cheng decapitating hundreds of Bakura alone caused the Chinese crowd to cheer. However, the faces of the Sakura over viewers watching this were extremely ugly. They hadn't expected the Chinese players to be so perverted. Facing the siege of hundreds of Bakuro, it was hard to kill a way out, and even beat the whole Bakuro away. Who to find the reason to go? Wait, what is Chio Rishi doing? Not good, it's actually here again, Sushin run. I haven't seen enough here, I can't black out now. Sushin run. While the crowd was shocked, they suddenly realized that something was wrong. Only to see that in the middle of the picture, Rishi was following behind Su Chang. The other party's slender fingers slowly ruffled her blouse, and her gaze towards Su Chang was gradually out of place. Such a scene let watch the crowd suddenly feel bad. They have just seen on the rise, this time the black screen, simply then get to the half stop do not allow to continue more difficult. However, at this moment, Su Chang could not hear the shouts of the crowd in the slightest. By the time he reacted, he only felt two huge masses of ferocious weapons clinging to his body behind him. Su Chang slowly turned around and met Rishi's shy expression with a look of feigned doubt. Miss Rishi, what are you? Don't talk. Not waiting for Su Chang to continue, Rishi hurriedly gagged Su Chang's mouth. She didn't want to, it was her first time, and it was too shameful for her to take the initiative. It's all about the hebdomad. Yes, it's all about the Hepburn. Seeing that Rishi's pretty face was as red as an apple, Su Chang also stopped teasing the other party. Wait, just to be clear, I'm a Bakura, not you humans, so there might be some. It's okay, I want the Becca Monogatari. The corner of Su Chang's mouth smiled as he looked at Rishi's shy face and couldn't help but start composing a poem. 12 hours later. Su Chang once again straightened his clothes and looked towards the hazy Rishi in the back. Don't say, Bakuro does feel different, that is, the other side is Bakuro, recovery ability is strong, high intensity 12 hours the other side is now surprisingly able to stand up. Now. Can you give me Hepburn now? Rishi tugged at his slightly disheveled clothing, his legs trembling from the high-intensity Jinjiosi as he looked towards Su Chang. Her eyes looked towards Su Chang, remembering the scene last night, her face which had eased up was once again flushed. This was the first time she had experienced such a thing. No wonder all those humans were so obsessed with poetry and music, it turned out to be so beautiful. Hubba what hubba? Su Chang was puzzled. Chio Rishi? Didn't you just still say? Rishi-san, think about it, did I say before that I'd give you this habao after composing it? Seeing Su Chang like this, Rishi was dumbfounded. Was this the legendary lifting up of pants and not recognizing people? But on second thought, it seemed as if Su Chang had indeed not promised her, and this all seemed to be her own wishful thinking. But you can't. At this moment, Rishi was incoherent, not knowing what to say, so anxious that tears were constantly rolling in his eyes. Watching Rishi being so playful, Su Chang laughed. Alright, just teasing you. Not take it, all these hebdomads are yours. Su Chang rubbed Rishi's head and handed over several habao together to Rishi. Looking at the extra orcas in addition to the geckos as well as the hebdomads of S-class bakufu such as Nurui, Rishi looked stunned and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes as she looked towards Su Chang in disbelief. Lise was just about to say something. Suddenly, Su Chang turned around abruptly, killing intent raging in his eyes. The Tang sword was drawn and slashed towards fiercely in her direction. Chapter 122, Enemy, Prey, or Hunter? You, what are you doing? Su Chang's sudden transformation startled Rishi. Having seen Su Chang's strength before, in the face of Su Chang's knife Li subconsciously raised both hands to block. Dang! A clear voice rang out. Listening to the voice coming out of his ears, Rishi opened his eyes in confusion and surprise to look at himself. Ha? I'm fine? She looked at the dagger that had fallen aside. Her gaze flashed with a hint of doubt as she looked up towards Su Chang who was standing in front of her. What's going on? Didn't this guy try to kill himself just now? Now this. Rishi was puzzled and followed Su Chang's line of sight. At some point, three figures appeared at the end of the alleyway of that street. One of the three, a woman, was playing with a dagger in her hand, which on closer inspection looked exactly like the one at her feet. Since the woman's side, a shield-wielding man skimmed the other side and spoke, Karo, it seems that your skills have regressed quite a bit, you didn't even get a single hit from such a close distance? The woman named Karo did not answer the other party. At the moment, her gaze was all on Su Chang who was in front of Li Shi. Just now, if she was not mistaken, her own attack was blocked by this guy. At that time, the opponent was still some distance away from Rishi, and was able to react and fend off her attack in such a short period of time. This guy had her intrigued. These three guys. At this point, the Li's front. Su Chang looked at the three figures that appeared at the end of the street, and his gaze flashed with a trace of gravity. He knew a bit about this Bakuman world, but the three figures in front of him he had never heard of before. In particular, the crystals above the foreheads of the three of them stood out, distinctly different from normal human construction. Is it any wonder that? Is it a player from another world of the heavens? When he had passed through several copies of the world of the heavens before, Su Chang was thinking about things concerning other worlds. Since they can travel to other worlds, can people from other worlds travel to them? And where did the creatures within those copies come from? Especially when the trading house of the heavens opened, Su Chang became more and more puzzled about this issue. By now the words were probably much the same as he had guessed before. This world of the heavens was not just the many countries above their blue star. They had also been given a warning when the worlds of the heavens had descended before, that after a certain period of time, they would be faced with other realms attacking. Don't dawdle, all of you, we'll go back after we finish the mission by taking care of this Rishi early, isn't it just one more variable? I'll get out of the way, I can handle the other party myself. A man among the three stepped out holding what looked like a scepter. Accompanied by an unknown chant in his mouth, a strong energy fluctuation converged from the crystal above that scepter. Feeling this energy fluctuation, a trace of shock flashed in Su Chang's eyes. What is this, magic? Previously, when the attributes were raised, the intelligence line was also raised together. Su Chang had considered whether the world had the existence of magic. But nay, the several treasure chests Su Chang had opened before had never appeared regarding what he wanted. Now it seems like there really is magic in this world? Hey, this guy is the prey I've got my eye on. Not waiting for the scepter man to finish casting his spell, Karo on the side raised his hand in front of his opponent and pushed him to the back with one hand. You. The spell casting was interrupted, and the scepter man looked toward Karo angrily. The shield man to the side sighed slowly as he saw the scepter man's gaze and looked helplessly towards Karo, who was grinning at the corners of his mouth in front of him. Forget it, let her go, you do know her temperament, once she confirms her prey how she can't pull it back. What a waste of time. The sceptered man retracted his scepter in displeasure and warned towards Karo, I can tell you, that man in front of you is not simple, each attribute is at least 50 or more, since you want to be alone I won't be able to give you any gain. The district is just a prey, it doesn't need your hands yet. Karo looked sideways at the sceptered duo with a confident smile. Next. Bang! Only heard a loud sound came out, since that Karo position ground collapse, not waiting for Rishi to react, the other side of the figure has already appeared in front of the body. No good. Watching his opponent's dagger light up, Rishi tried to raise his hand to parry, but it was clear that it was too late. Just when the dagger was about to cut through her neck, only to see the side of Su Chang figure moved, the body nimbly turned in a kick in the abdomen of the attacking Karo. A dull crash sounded, and Karo's figure exploded backward as if he had been struck by a boulder. This guy is one of mine, isn't it a little impolite of you to strike without saying hello? Su Chang's figure blocked in front of Lishur, his gaze looking straight at Karo who had stabilized himself not far away. In the face of his kick, his opponent simply patted the dust from his abdomen and got back up as if nothing had happened. Although the kick he had just given himself did not use his full strength, it was only 70% of the power of his own original attributes. But the kick was also enough to incapacitate the S-class Bakura, and the other party was not affected at all. These guys seem to be targeting you, back off a bit later and find yourself a good spot to hide and save your life. Su Chang's eyes passed through the woman and looked towards the shield man and scepter man at the back. If it was true that these three guys were players from other worlds, as he suspected, he was not sure that he would be able to win in the fight later. Nowadays, there is a lack of information, their numbers are still at a disadvantage, it is good enough to be able to protect themselves, but also have to be distracted to protect others is really difficult to concentrate. This Rishi guy can't die now. At least not until he verifies that the experiment works before something happens. However, at this moment, Rishi, who was at the back of Su Chang, kept echoing Su Chang's words just now in his mind. This guy is one of mine? Rishi looked up at Su Chang with starlight flowing in his eyes. Was he so important to him? She had thought that her opponent was just craving her body, but now it didn't seem to be the case. Oh, a hero saving the day, such a cliched play? In front of Su Chang, Karo's figure stood up. Her eyes looked up and down curiously at Su Chang's figure. She had thought that she was going to take her time to play with Su Chang after she had solved Rishi too. But from that kick just now, it seemed that the other party's strength was a bit stronger than he had expected. Though it was unexpected. But doesn't that make it more exciting? Although Karo's language Su Chang had never heard of it, under the effect of the Eye of God and Demon, he was able to automatically translate it into the language of Huaxia.
And this scene convinced him even more that the other party was a player from another world and not a native character of this world. Karawa oozed out his tongue and licked the dagger. A golden light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Su Chang. I don't know how many times you can block me later. Chapter 123 Beheading, Playing Off. Seeking votes. Karawa's kills were extremely decisive, and every blade was directed towards Su Chang's vitals. The opponent's speed was different from the opponent Su Chang had encountered before. Judging from the fact that Karawa was not using any abilities right now, the opponent's speed was at least not less than 60. Karawa was fast, but Sojo wasn't too far behind. It's also almost 30 or so higher than him. Facing Karawa's attack, Su Chang easily dodged. The opponent's speed was difficult to react to for Rishi, but for Su Chang it would require a few more moments of seriousness. Su Chang dodged with ease, but it made Rishi at the back sweat. Karawa's attack speed was getting faster and faster, even the daggers had a cold aura on them, causing the air to appear white and the temperature to plummet. The street popped to pieces, and Karawa flung his dagger, blocking Luin in all directions like a whirlwind, with strands of chakras shooting out in all directions, piercing through the walls, and pressurizing the leasher in the back to make it difficult for him to breathe. Is that all you have, or are you hiding? Su Chang Tangblade resisted the incoming chi energy. The yellow crystal-like item on the opponent's head had been keeping Su Chang's extra attention. The moment Karawa changed his stance just now, he could clearly see the crystal on his opponent's forehead flash. Su Chang stared closely at Karawa, and suddenly raised his hand. His body staggered, the wind was light, and in his hand was a dagger that emitted a cold aura. Rishi and the shield man in the back and the others who watched the scene dared not breathe and looked up the street in silence. There, Karawa froze. Her hand was empty, the dagger snatched. Yeah. It wasn't until Karawa came back to her senses that Rishi in the back saw this and happily cheered for Su Chang. But soon, as if she realized something, she hastily gagged her mouth. What was he doing and why was he cheering him on? This guy was so bad before. At that time she had shouted to stop the other party but had been composing constantly. If not for her being a Bakuro recovery ability is a little strong, the waste is going to be tossed by him to waste. But if it's bad and you wish him dead. If he died, would he be able to escape facing those guys himself? For a moment Rishi was in the middle of a tangle. I didn't realize that this guy was one of the other chosen, but how can the contestants from where not be seen at all? The rear shield man's gaze was fixed on Su Chang. From the strength that the other party had just displayed was bound to not be a character from this world. To be able to fight Karawa like that, and even snatch the opponent's dagger, one must not be a character from this world, and the strength is extraordinary. Get ready for Karawa. There's something not quite right about that guy. She might have a little trouble dealing with it later. The shield man looked toward the scepter man, who was also revealing his surprise to the side. Karawa's melee ability, as much as he hated to admit it, was indeed powerful, and he himself was no match for her in melee combat. But despite this, the sceptered man did not intend to take a shot at the corners of his mouth and laughed. Oh, doesn't she like to show off? Let her go, knowing that this is the prey she has her eye on. You guys? Hey. I didn't realize that being the prey had a little bit of strength. I had underestimated you. As the dagger was snatched, Karawa turned around and looked towards Su Chang at the back. It seems that you are also a chosen one, only I don't know which side of the force you are from, and why I didn't see your race before. The chosen one? Race? Listening to Karawa's words, a trace of doubt flashed in Su Chang's eyes. What is this guy talking about? What is the chosen one and what's the deal with race? That's just it, seeing as how you should have gotten all the way to this point by fluke as well, I'm not going to continue to spend any more time with you. Seeing that Su Chang was silent, Karawa did not intend to continue spending time. Along with the corner of her mouth curving up, the crystal above her forehead burst into dazzling light. The moment the light dipped into the vinegar, an unpleasant premonition was exhibited from Su Chang's heart, and along with Su Chang's figure rushing out, a coin popped up with it. Ding! Goddess of Luck triggered successfully. This throw is positive. Strong mental fluctuations detected. Intelligence judgment in progress. Intelligence judgment failed. About to enter stun state. Ding! Gambling talent triggered successfully. This stun status is immune. Several prompts popped up in a row. Bang! A loud sound appeared. Su Chang's figure instantly flashed to Karawa's body and lifted his hand to the head. The crystal light appeared at first. Karawa had thought that the other party would faint, but after seeing Lin Feng disappear in a flash in the same place secretly said that it was not good, and hurriedly put his hands to protect his head. System alert, Eternal Stream Judgment successful. System alert, Doom Poison in effect.
System alert, breakage in effect.
1/3 tips appeared. Su Cheng froze for a moment. The breakage that had never taken effect before was now taking effect with a single slash. The sharp pain coming from her hand made Karo's nerves tighten to an extreme point, and her figure retreated dozens of meters away. She didn't expect the seemingly weak man in front of her to be so fast. If it wasn't for the warning that comes from experiencing life and death struggles on a regular basis, he might have hung himself with a single stab just now. Karo took off the gauntlet, this blue equipment of his suddenly showing scrapped for some reason. It was her only piece of blue equipment just gone, and she hadn't even used it a few times yet, and the gloves she used to defend herself against it were directly scrapped. A knife made her scrap 2 pieces of equipment. Her eyes looked up at Su Cheng in disbelief. Could it be the effect of that knife? Su Cheng swung his sword. From the sword he had just made he reconfirmed that the opponent's strength was probably at around 70, and his agility attribute should be quite high. It's deadly for Rishi and the rest of the Bakufu, but it's still too weak. Far too weak? Karo had wanted to open her mouth to ask the other party about the material of the knife, but the moment she heard Su Cheng open his mouth, she froze in place. The shield man and scepter man in the back couldn't help but shake their heads at this scene. It's starting again. What did you just say? I'm, too weak. Karo stared at Su Cheng with a deadly gaze. His body was constantly trembling without knowing whether it was due to excitement or anger. A large amount of chi and blood were exhibited from her body surface like steam, and the crystals above her forehead filled her eyes from around her limbs, and her body began to change as far as the naked eye could see. Without the support of her head, Karo's body soon went limp with weakness. Seeing this, the shield man and scepter man at the back glanced at each other, their eyes all revealing a look of gravity. Play off. Chapter 124 The Survival of China? Requesting votes. Holy? Who are these guys? I remember this time only our Sushin and Sakura nations players came in, right? Which country's players are these? How could they hurt Sushin? I don't know, I didn't see this image even when I browsed the live streams of players from other countries. These guys don't seem to be players from other countries. What? They're not players from other countries, then who are they from the CCG? That's not right, they don't look like CCGs at all with this appearance and clothing. It's really strange. Wait. Do you guys remember the announcement when the world of the heavens descended earlier, when it was said that there would be an invasion of other realms in 2.5 years? These guys can't be players from other realms. Hiss. You say that like it's really the case. I didn't realize that aliens really exist in this world, and they're so powerful that they can hurt Sushin. If there really are aliens out there, how long have they existed? It seems a bit of a struggle to deal with only 3 Su gods here now, and those monsters that have existed for many years. Can we stop them in the future? The scene of Karo fighting Su Cheng was extraordinarily shocking to the Chinese crowd watching the livestream. Karo's appearance, which was different from but similar to humans, made countless personnel extraordinarily concerned. The main thing was that the strength displayed by the other party was extremely impressive, and they were even able to injure Su Cheng. Of course, what worried the crowd the most was Karo and their identity. If the opponent was a player from another realm, the 3 of them alone were all still so strong. Could there be beings more powerful than them? If these 3 guys were just the weakest existences in the other realms, could they still hold off the attacks of the other realms when it was a kunai year later? For a moment the crowd fell silent. In the meantime, inside the highest operational command base in China, Elder Bai and his party looked at the picture in the middle of the screen, their gazes equally grave. Although Su Cheng had decimated Karo, they did not have the slightest joy on their faces. Found out. What country are these guys players from? No, Elder Bai, they don't belong to any of the current nation's contestants. It seems to be the same as the crowd's speculation, they are from other realms. Facing Bai Lao's inquiry, Xiaolu shook his head as he looked at the results displayed on the screen in front of him. I thought those aliens only existed in movies, but I didn't realize that such guys really existed. If they're also players from other realms, then why are the 3 of them allowed to act together? And we are all only able to send one person. How does this feel? A bit problematic? No matter what the reason is, what we can be sure of now is that the other realms that the world of the heavens is talking about really do exist, and in the future we might really have to fight against the creatures of the other realms in the universe. The gazes of the Raider Group's crowd looked at the live broadcast screen, and the words of discussion gradually gelled. The crowd had thought about it before. Are they humans the only creatures in this universe? How long had they Blue Star existed in this world? And how long compared to the entire universe? The final conclusion reached was that the time the blue star had existed was like a drop in the ocean compared to the entire universe, and was completely worthless. The humans may be the only creatures in their galaxy, but what about looking at the universe? How many galaxies are there, and are there other creatures out there? This scene now told them that the entire universe did not only exist with one creature, their human race, there were other creatures that survived.
The crystallized man in front of us is the best example. What's the situation over at the portal? Has there been any movement lately?
According to the information coming from General Liu, there hasn't been much movement on the other side of the portal, except for the occasional 1 or 2 weak creatures running out of it.
Weak creatures?
Elder Bai walked to Xiao Lu's side and pointed at the portal area in the middle of the screen and said, "Turn that side around," in addition to listing all the creatures that have appeared these days.
Yes.
Xiao Lu nodded his head, accompanied by the tapping of his fingers, and soon the picture among the portal switched.
King Kong's mountain-like figure was the first to come into view.
Below it were several puddles of blood, and the creatures that ran from it were crushed to death on the spot before they could take more than a few steps in the face of Vajra's calming presence. General Liu and others have not been too much contact with the King Kong. The character of the other side they do not know. Hundreds of meters of size once crazy up, around the defense measures may not be able to block each other.
These creatures are... Elder White stared at the trampled creature at Vajra's feet, his gaze uncontrollably thoughtful.
With the green body, the hunched body, and the wooden weapon, Bai Lao immediately recognized what kind of creature the other party was.
Isn't that one of the Three Stooges of Western fantasy, the goblins?
The moment he saw such a weak creature, Elder Bai's eyes did not reveal delight.
Instead, the gaze was extraordinarily intense. I didn't realize that what was coming couldn't be avoided. Elder White sighed.
If he remembered correctly, there were examples of players from other countries fighting against goblins when Su Chang was facing the Lair invasion before. And this kobold was only the beginning of a small meal, with more powerful creatures still to come. Now that the figure of the kobold appeared, it was the same as sitting on the tens of meters high teleportation back to the spell formation in front of him. When the remaining 3 days of the countdown are over, there will be a wave of extremely ferocious invasions. Previously, the attack was only against one person and was still so ferocious.
Now they are aimed at a country.
Immediately notify the major military districts and have them send more troops to suppress it, in addition to temporarily deploying all of the defense equipment from the major districts to the 666 base, with the artillery and missiles activated at all times, and informing the troops near the portal that they must patrol 24 hours a day without interruption, and that the warplanes must not be stopped either.
In addition, the base's defense range will continue to be extended by 30 kilometers.
Elder Bai's words resounded within the base.
The crowd couldn't help but look towards him one by one as they listened to Elder Bai's arrangement.
Xiao Lu swallowed his saliva and looked towards Elder Bai with worry. "Elder Bai, is this setup a bit too draining of troops? Is it really necessary to do this? I have a hunch that this invasion definitely won't be that simple. It's so much for Su Cheng alone to face, this time if it's for the whole country, even."
Speaking of this, Elder Bai's gaze solemnly looked towards the crowd.
This invasion is a matter of life and death for China.
Chapter 125, No, Dude? Requesting tickets. Sector 24, somewhere inside the street.
Caro's death caused the shield man and the others in the back to stare. The speed of Su Cheng's instantaneous outburst just now was extremely rapid, and they did not see each other's movements. They had thought that Su Cheng was just a soft target, but now it seemed like it wasn't what they had thought. The shield man and the scepter man both looked at each other, and the two of them took up a stance to meet the enemy.
The feel.
Su Cheng's figure appeared from behind Caro, looking at the tang blade in his hand. His gaze skimmed towards the dead Caro in the back. In that moment just now, it didn't feel like he had hacked at the top of his flesh, but some sort of extremely hard object.
Like crystals. Could it be that the other party's body structure was related to the crystals above their foreheads?
The line of sight was withdrawn, although the other party's race made Su Cheng a little puzzled, but at least it was one that had been resolved. Su Cheng's gaze looked toward the direction of the shield man and scepter man in the distance. Just now, Caro's strike before he died could be described as extraordinarily swift, and even though Su Cheng had prepared for it, he was unable to avoid it. After tearing a strip of cloth out of his clothes to casually wrap around the wound, Su Cheng's tang blade-wielding figure exploded towards the duo. The moment the crystal above Caro's forehead shot itself just now, he could clearly feel the heaviness coming from his body. While the heaviness didn't affect him too much, the thing didn't fall into the category of controlling negative effects, as evidenced by the fact that his talent didn't trigger it.
One hit is fine, but I fear it will be extraordinarily unfavorable for you if it happens more than once. The two men in front of them belonged to the same race as the woman before, and the two of them might also be able to make a move on the woman just now, so a quick battle is the best policy now. Gain me up, I'll block this guy's attacks and you try to output from behind. After the shield man said a word with the scepter man at the back, he took the brunt of the attack, holding a shield that was a head taller than his body, like a moving fortress, and rushed towards Su Chang with great strides. He bellowed as his shield slammed down, bringing up a gust of wind that shook the lanterns lining the street with the force, and a curtain of blue light rose from above the shield. Su Chang's figure was light, moving sideways like a ghost, avoiding the powerful strike, while the tang blade cut a silver trajectory, pointing straight at the shield crystal person's flank. However, it was as if the shield possessed spirituality, and was slightly flanked. Boo! A strong dull sound came out. Behind his shield man exhaled. He now appreciated what kind of guy Karo had just faced. His own strength attribute was close to 100, yet facing this strike from Su Chang, he had barely managed to block it. If it wasn't for his shield being able to activate, even the shield would have come off just now. What are you waiting for if you don't do it yet? The shield man let out a loud heckle, and under Su Chang's astonished gaze, he unexpectedly transformed into a liquid-like mold to plunge his tang blade into it. Right at this moment, the rear scepter crystal person began to exert its ability. The top crystal of the scepter glowed greatly, an icy cold energy beam snaked out like a snake, and took Su Chang's undershirt directly. Su Chang's heart was flabbergasted, his right hand fiercely exerted force, only to hear a shattering sound. Under the unbelievable gaze of the shield man, Su Chang unexpectedly pulled the tang sword out from within the shield in a hard way. With the help of a skillful jump, he not only avoided the beam, but also spun in the air with the help of his strength, lucky revolver drawn, muzzle aimed, and pulled the trigger violently. Bang! Ding! Goddess of Luck triggered successfully. Lucky time opens. All three-dimensional attributes are raised by 10 points. Non-stackable. The sound of a gunshot rang out and a silver bullet cut through the street heading straight for the scepter crystals. The scepter crystals reacted quickly, blocking with their scepters across the room as the bullets impacted above the scepter with a deafening roar. The sceptered man took several steps back before he was able to offset the impact of the bullet. He looked to his slightly numb right hand, and his pupils were shocked as he looked towards the revolver in Su Chang's hand. This weapon. The shield man on the side also noticed the revolver in Su Chang's hand. Seeing that Su Chang was about to snap again, the shield man thrust his shield into the ground and a growl sounded. Roaring wave detected. Basic power attribute determination in progress. Ruling successful. Will be provoked by the releaser, and the means of bodily attack will not be able to leave within 5 meters of the opponent. Gambling talent triggered successfully. This roar is immune. The prompt popped up and Su Chang's figure was stunned. His eyes were surprised as he looked toward the shield man to the side, but the revolver in his hand was not lowered, and he snapped it several times in a row at the scepter man in the distance. Several gunshots rang out, and a silver-colored bullet cut through the air resistance and flew towards the sceptered man in the distance. The sceptered man cursed as he faced so many bullets attacking him at once. The scepter in his hand violently plunged into the ground, accompanied by a burst of energy fluctuations exploding. A yellow barrier rose from in front of him. The bullet impact exploded a large crack above the barrier. When the last round fell, the barrier shattered. Kaji, what are you doing in this guy? The scepter man shouted angrily at the shield man in the distance. Is this what he calls fending off attacks? If he hadn't been prepared earlier, he would have died if so many bullets had been fired just now. There's something wrong with this guy. Kaji pulled his shield out and his form leapt in front of the sceptered man. With a buzzing sound, a huge orange barrier was exhibited from within the shield, blocking the entire street entrance. Revolver shots rang out, the bullets impacted above the shield barrier, and Su Chang's figure flashed into the middle of the street. Looking at the scene in front of him, Kaji's gaze was extremely grave. They've hit a tough spot this time. This guy is like a monster. All of his own roaring abilities had clearly taken effect, but his opponent was not affected in the slightest. I've long said to do it together. Now well, it's gotten into this situation, that Karo guy's own accident is still causing us to come together. It's all in the past, there's no use spouting off, there will naturally be a clan elder to punish for what happened to Karo. Kaji exhaled and took a potion out of his pocket. Renew the game, this guy is a tough one, Karo. No, forget about her for now, first press this guy to death here, you store up your killing moves, I'll block him for a moment. Are you sure you can block this guy? I can't move after this move is performed. The scepter man looked towards Su Chang in the distance. From just now until now, he had heard at least nearly 50 shots ring out. Obviously the revolver in the other's hand only had 6 rounds, how did the other shoot so many at once without changing bullets? Although this guy's strength and speed are fast, his base strength is probably around 80-90, it's just boosted high by other methods, blocking him for a moment won't be a problem. What about Karo's body? Destroy it altogether? Couldn't care less now, big deal, just get her a new one in the back and be done with it. The words fell, and the sceptered man said no more. Both hands were held in front of the scepter, and in an instant, surging energy burst out. At this time amongst the streets, Su Cheng looked at the energy beams rising in the distance, and an unpleasant premonition welled up in his heart. Under Kaji's puzzled gaze, Su Cheng put away his tang blade, his right wrist guard bloomed with azure light, and he clenched his fist and blasted a punch on top of the shield. Rumble! Kaji obviously did not anticipate that Su Cheng would be so reckless. The fist impacted above the shield erupted with a violent sound, the surrounding air seemed to have been torn apart, the stone slabs on the street were shaken by the shockwave and dust flew up. The power of this punch was so great that it caused Kaji's body to involuntarily fall back several steps, and the shield in his hand almost came off. Seeing Su Cheng attacking again, Kaji hastily stabilized his stance, and his shield was about to be inserted on top of the ground again. But soon, the next scene confused him. Only to see Su Cheng take advantage of Kaji's efforts to fall back, his figure quickly approached his side. Before the shield fell, Su Cheng grabbed both hands above the opponent's shield, and under dumbfounded expression, he fiercely exerted. I don't need you to tell me, I naturally know. Kaji's eyes flickered with battle intent, his gaze dead set on Su Cheng in front of him. This was the first time he had encountered an enemy whose power could be on par with his, and it had been a long time since he had encountered such an evenly matched sparring match. He had felt such a powerful force above a giant beast before, and he had never encountered such a situation among the chosen before. Although I don't know which race of chosen one you are, but to dare to compete with me in terms of strength, you've met a tough opponent today. Kaji met Su Cheng's line of sight, and the crystal above his forehead blossomed with dazzling light at this moment. At such a close distance, Su Cheng realized that the crystals within the foreheads of these guys were engraved with the same numbers as his arms. At this moment, under the constant blooming of the crystals, the number within his forehead was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 800 years worth of lifespan, or specializing in the strength attribute? From what was happening now, it was clear that the shield man in front of him was different from Karo, and the crystal on the other's forehead was unable to release the strange beams of light from the previous Karo. However, the other party could use this crystal power to forcefully enhance their own power attributes. Nowadays, the opponent's strength attribute came to at least 150 or more. Before, he might have found it troublesome. But now... The corner of Su Cheng's mouth smiled as he met Kaji's line of sight, and under the other party's shocked gaze, his body quietly began to change. Animalization is on. Strength, agility attributes doubled, increase beast favorability, duration, 30 minutes. The prompt popped up, and before Kaji could react, a huge force swept over him. Only for a moment. The shield in his hand was snatched by Su Cheng. It was as if time stood still in this moment. Kaji's brain roared as he looked at the shield that had been snatched by Su Cheng. No? What just happened? How did this guy snatch his shield for himself in one go? Cam. Each and every one of them can't be trusted. Seeing this scene, the scepter man in the back no longer continued to build up his strength, and the scepter in his hand emitted a dazzling blue light. Only for a moment. The temperature around them plummeted. From the bottom of the scepter man's feet, large ice scars spread rapidly in all directions. Just at the moment when Su Cheng's tang blade was about to land on Kaji's neck, winter had arrived. The surrounding area was instantly covered in ice and snow. The road, which was originally dark, seemed to be colored with a snow-white fuel. The surrounding buildings were all frozen under the scepter man's spell. Su Cheng, who was at the front of the Kaji, also maintained the movement of holding the tang blade about to fall at this moment. Feeling the cold aura coming from his neck, Kaji gulped. Almost. Just a little bit. If the scepter man's spell had been any later, his own head would have parted with his own. He was still extremely cognizant of Kaji's spells. Although the opponent's spells had an extraordinarily long build-up time, they were at least S-rank abilities, and they had saved countless copies by relying on this power. I didn't realize that this one would be used over the other chosen. What a monster! Kaji cursed and looked towards Su Cheng, who was frozen into an ice sculpture. His own shield was still in his opponent's hands. Just now, at the moment when Su Cheng's body surface changed, he could clearly feel that the other party's power had changed once again, at least more than doubled again. With such a perverse power, it was at least S-class. And, maybe this guy has more than one S-rank ability. Normally they acted alone in encounters to such a monster as Su Cheng only to be slaughtered, but the good thing was that this time it was them acting together. The process went a little awry, but the result was a success. Kaji, you guys always like to pull this one, just because I saved you once doesn't mean I can save you every time.
The scepter man gasped for air and looked towards Kaji with slight anger in his eyes. It was obvious that the spell he had just released was extremely draining his physical strength. Even the crystals above his forehead had dimmed by nearly half.
Accident.
I also didn't expect this fellow to have so much power, so I guess the other party's talent is not bad and has a lot of longevity value. Kaji awkwardly scratched his head and said, "That's fine, this time this guy's life expectancy value will be given to you, neither Caro nor I want it."
"Oh, what do you mean, too, as it should be?"
The scepter man skimmed the other side, pestle and mortar, walking slowly towards Su Cheng, who was frozen into an ice sculpture. Looking at Su Cheng's demeanor, as well as the aura released within his body, even if he was in a frozen state, the scepter man could not help but feel a vicious chill coming on. Such a powerful chosen one must have quite a lot of lifespan value in his hands. I hope I haven't consumed too much and still have a little over 300, or I'll be in deep. Release of the spell had consumed 300 years of. Although he had tried his best to resist, under this all-out strike from Su Cheng, the scepter came off, the crystal shattered, and the powerful energy backlash caused his figure to sway and a mouthful of blood spewed out as he lost his fighting strength. Su Cheng did not hesitate and his figure flashed to the front of him. The tang knife swung and a head flew up. Chapter 127, Rishi's Promotion, Bountiful Harvest Request for Votes. Before Kaji could react from the shattering of the ice sculpture just now, the scepter man had his head chopped off by Su Cheng, and lay lifeless on the ground. Looking at Su Cheng, whose figure stood with the scepter man's figure, the corner of Kaji's mouth could not help but twitch. It was the first time he had ever seen that any creature had managed to break free from the scepter man's spell. He had also had the honor of experiencing the power of the card pull's Rinnegan before, sparing him from being able to break free even with his status pulled full. How did he do that? But it was clear that no one was going to give him an explanation for the situation at hand. The moment he chopped off the scepter man's head, Su Cheng's figure was already coming towards him. Facing Su Cheng's attack, Kaji, who had lost his increase plus his shield, had no ability to resist. Blood splattered out as Kaji's form lay straight up above the street. Accompanied by the death of Kaji together, the surrounding streets gradually returned to their usual state, the ice traces dissipated, and Su Cheng's figure stood in the center of the trio gasping for air. Is this winning? Rishi, who saw the commotion diminishing at the back, poked out a head towards the top of the street. After seeing that Su Cheng was the only one standing within the street, she immediately ran out from the back with a delighted expression. The figure trotted to Su Cheng's side, looking at the bloodstains that emitted hot air and flowed out from Su Cheng's body surface. Rishi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Are you all right? Seeing as you seem to have lost so much blood, can you still stand? After struggling internally for a moment, Rishi finally resisted his inner longing and looked towards the stumbling Su Cheng, who was walking, and said worriedly. Being a Bakura, Su Cheng's state at the moment was like a huge piece of fat meat in front of her eyes. It was obvious to her before that Su Cheng was different from ordinary people and those CCG guys. Once she devoured Su Cheng, her strength would definitely skyrocket without a doubt. But in the way of the strength of the reason can only be on the sidelines to smell, hands is impossible to do it. Add to that. Rishi couldn't help but blush as she remembered last night's scene. It was the first time she had ever seen such a fierce human. It's fine, it's just a small injury. Su Cheng ripped the cloth from his shoulder. The wound that had been pierced by Caro earlier had not yet healed, and blood seeped through like a small stream. Standing the tang blade on its side, Su Cheng opened the trading line of the heavens with a thought and flipped his fingers to look for healing medicines. The enemies he encountered this time were more than a notch stronger than the ones he had encountered in the past. Luckily, he had the gambling talent enchantment, and his opponent's multiple controls were counteracted by himself. Otherwise, with the scepter man's Rinnegan attack just now, he might have really rested on his laurels. With his own intelligence attribute up to 81 and doubled, it was surprising that he would still be judged successful. The strength of the three this guy in front of him was definitely not to be underestimated. It was a good thing that he took care of one first this time. If all three of them had done it together, the present situation could have been worse. And you say you're fine, this wound is bleeding so much. Seeing that blood was continuously oozing out of Su Cheng's right shoulder, Li Shi's figure at the side rushed forward.
Su Chang, who was searching for healing medicine at this moment, suddenly felt a strange itch coming on, and turned his head to look, only to see Rishi lifting his purple hair with one hand, and his tongue sticking out to lick the wound on his right shoulder from time to time. Such a scene rather made Su Chang dumbfounded. What's she doing? Seeing that you're hurt, you want to take this opportunity to eat yourself? Su Chang was puzzled. But soon, as a prompt popped up, he couldn't help but look at Rishi with more than a little surprise in his eyes. Ding! Active RC cells detected, injury healing in progress. Soon after the tip popped up, the injury on Su Chang's right shoulder healed like new. Along with the cost of purchasing medicines for the treatment, a sum of money was also saved. At this time, after licking the wounds of Li Shi, the face of the naked eye visible rosy, she looked at Su Chang's eyes autumn waves flow. Seeing Su Chang looking towards her side in surprise, Rishi then came back to her senses and hastily put away her out-of-place expression. Look at that. It should be okay now. Strange, it's really healed? How come I didn't remember you had the ability to heal injuries before? Su Chang moved his right shoulder and looked towards Rishi with a puzzled expression after noticing the pain disappearing. Name, Kamiyo Rishi. Race, Bakuro. Grade, SSS Class Bakuro. Formation, Sioux City. Description: due to various reasons, the current Rishi is no longer the same as the previous Rishi. There is only one being inside her now, and she is willing to break away from her own Bakuro identity to be with the other person for him. Of course, merging eating the other person is the best wish of her heart. Promoted to SSS rank? Su Chang was slightly shocked as he watched the changes in Rishi's panel. No wonder this guy was able to heal himself with his saliva. It seemed to be related to the hebdomad he had swallowed earlier. Su Chang guessed that it should have something to do with Noriyui's habao. After all, the other party's healing ability was extremely perverted. If he hadn't run into him, I'm afraid he would have had the power to fight in the face of a SSS class Bakura. It must be that the present-day Rishi devoured the other's Hepburn and inherited the other's healing power along with it. Only. What's up with this camp? And the description, if he remembered correctly, it didn't seem like that before, did it? Skimming over the shy-eyed Rishi, Su Chang scratched his head. Although he was puzzled, the more important thing nowadays was not this. These three crystal people were so strong that they were bound to have quite a few good things in their possession. Putting the Tang blade away, Su Chang's figure walked to the scepter man's side. He had been concerned about this scepter in the other's hand since just now. Winter Scepter, Grade B+. After wearing, Strength +5, Intelligence +80. Ice Crystal, consume 1 year of life expectancy to unleash an ice pick shot of half the power of your intelligence attribute. Winter is coming. When using this, you need to chant for 3 hours, during which you can't make any movements, and the power is 3 times your own intelligence attribute. You can use up your life to shorten the chanting time and increase the power of the release. Good stuff. Looking at the scepter introduction, Su Chang's gaze flickered. His best equipment right now, the Tang blade, was only B grade, and this scepter quality crystal man was as high as B+ grade. And just this intelligence attribute bonus alone was almost catching up with all of his base intelligence attribute. No wonder the judgment would still be invalid after doubling its own attributes just now. Why is this thing so perverted? As for the time it took to release it, it was nothing to him at all. Putting the scepter away, Su Chang's eyes looked towards the shield he grabbed from the side. Sacred Light Cutting Shield, Grade B+. After wearing, Strength +80, Agility 30. Tailoring Strike, when attacked, 10% chance of rebounding half the power of the source of the damage into holy light toward the front. Shield Slam, consumes 1 year of life expectancy to throw a shield that deals 30% of its own strength damage, and can be increased by consuming life expectancy. Guardian Wall, consume 3 years of lifespan value, construct a half-meter barrier, can absorb no less than 50% of their own power attributes, the source of all attack damage, according to the amount of absorbed power to consume the lifespan into a holy light to counterattack. You can consume the lifespan to expand the scope of defense. Chapter 128 Waiting for the Rabbit requesting votes. Another B+ weapon? Su Chang weighed the shield in his hand, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. He didn't realize that the weapons in the hands of these two guys were both B+ grade, and the abilities attached to the weapons were extraordinarily perverse. The 80 attribute strength added to this shield alone was worth thousands of years of life expectancy value, not to mention the cropping strike that followed, as well as the other abilities. As for the column of agility attribute reduction by 30, it was equivalent to nothing for him. At this moment, Su Chang was in a great mood. Dealing with these three guys was a bit of a hassle and a lot of injuries, but it was worth it to obtain such two good pieces of equipment.
Putting the shield away with it, Su Chang turned towards Karo in the distance.
Doesn't this guy have any equipment on him?
Su Chang rummaged through Karo's body, searching for a while did not reveal the presence of a B+ grade weapon. The dagger on the side he had just looked at was just an ordinary iron weapon that was no more unusual, without any attribute additions.
Is it any wonder that? Su Chang's eyes looked towards the inside of the other party's clothes.
Though the head was severed from his head, it was still standing tall, and he seemed to have just seen a silver bright-colored piece of equipment between there. Su Chang coughed, then reached out to explore where the weapon was under the puzzled gaze of Rishi in the back.
In the meantime, inside the Wachovia livestream. Until Kaji died, the hanging hearts of the Chinese crowd watching this scene relaxed.
Scared me to death, I almost thought Su Shin was going to lose. What was that guy's ability just now that he was able to freeze the entire street? It was almost over.
Did you guys just notice that shield?
That guy was so damn handsome the moment he set it up.
Just like the paladin in the movie.
Now that Su Shin has defeated these two guys, I can't wait to see what Su Shin looks like using these two weapons. They're sure to be even more handsome.
Wait. You guys don't discuss the weapon thing yet. What is Su Shin doing? Why is he going over towards that woman? I go?
Why didn't I know before that the original Su Shin actually had this fetish?
How could he not even let go of this kind? What do you know?
That's what I call a master. This is the best time, except for a little bit of diaphragm, it really doesn't feel too good.
No.
That brother up there, what have you been through? The scene of Su Chang killing Kaji and the others caused the Chinese viewers watching the live broadcast to breathe a sigh of relief. When Su Chang was frozen into an ice sculpture, the crowd was worried about Su Chang's safety, but now this scene made them look forward to Su Chang's next action.
It's not really going to be the scene they have in mind, is it?
Inside the highest operational command base of Huaxia, Elder Bai and a group of personnel also watched this moment together. Although the scene of Su Chang successfully killing the three people of Kaji had made it easier for them, but now this behavior of Su Chang was really. The previous scene between Su Chang and Xiao Bai and the others was well within the rules of the world of the heavens, so they didn't say much, it was only human nature.
But now.
It was a good thing that in the end, Su Chang did not continue according to the scene they had in their heads. After Su Chang pulled out a silver-white dagger since he was inside the Karawa trench, he did not stay any longer and his eyes curiously surveyed the weapon in his hand. Shadow Attack Dagger, Grade B+. After wearing, Strength +20, Agility +60. Shadow Raid, consuming 3 years of life to open, it can conceal one's own breath after opening, lasts for 30 minutes. Broken Shadow Strike, consuming 5 years of life to launch an attack while hidden, doubling the power of the next attack if you are behind the enemy.
An assassin, a warrior, a mage.
Su Chang looked at the dagger in his hand, scanned the three Karawa bodies, and could not help but fall into deep thought. Judging from the configuration of these three people, it seems to be related to a certain profession. According to the normal career flow, there should also be a milkmaid among them. However, from the beginning to the end of the battle, the milkmaid was not seen.
It's just a matter of maybe overthinking it.
Su Chang skimmed a certain corner and shook his head to remove the thoughts from his mind. The harvest of this attack was not small, enough to obtain 3 pieces of B+ grade equipment. It was just a pity that the lifespan value in their bodies could not be seized for some reason. Judging from the strength of the three, their lifespan values were at least 500 upwards, so if they could take their lifespans, it would be a considerable amount of money.
Hey, where are you getting ready to go?
When the rear leasher saw Su Chang's figure leaving, after skimming over the card pole and the others, he hurriedly jogged to follow. Su Chang did not answer, looking at the only 2 days of copy time left in front of him, he asked sideways towards Li Shi, how far is it from the lair of the green tong tree?
Huh?
Rishi looked stunned, blinked his eyes, and after observing the surroundings for a while, pointed to the right side of the road. It's about 10 kilometers away from this direction, their location is slightly hidden, I won't know the exact location until I get nearby.
Okay, then hurry up.
Su Chang nodded his head, and then under Rishi's surprised look, he picked him up in one hand and weaved his body into the middle of the street.
Not long after the Su Chang duo left.
Since the area where the battle had just taken place, a young figure emerged from the mouth of the alley with a head. After making sure no one was around, she then stepped out of the alleyway entrance with a magic wand weapon, trembling.
Phew, is it finally gone?
The staff girl breathed a sigh of relief as she gazed around her after seeing the misery of Kaji and the others. She couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Although she did not see the battle between Kaji and the others and Su Chang. But when Su Chang was scraping the weapons, she stole a glance, and just a hint of the release of chi from Su Chang's body made her chill.
Are all the heads chopped off? How horrible. It's a bit difficult to resurrect, but it should still be possible. The stick girl took a deep breath, and after laying out the 3 Kaji's bodies, she retrieved the heads of the crowd from around the room and returned them to their respective places. Looking at the trio's miserable defeat, the stick girl waved her magic wand-like weapon in her hand and was about to cast a spell. Next. So this world actually does have the power of resurrection? You must be their nanny, right? Where are you from and what's with the crystals on your foreheads? Who? The stick girl was just about to open her mouth, when she heard the voice coming from the back. Her body was violently stunned, and she hurriedly turned around to look towards the source of the voice vigilantly. Who else could the visitor be if not Su Chang? Ignoring the vigilance of the young girl, Su Chang's figure walked to her side at his own pace. Crouching down and testing the bodies of Kaji and the others to make sure they were dead, he turned his head towards the young girl with a smile. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. Chapter 129 Nurse, Jo Shuren? Requesting for votes. You. Su Chang's sudden appearance startled the stick girl, and her figure fell to the ground, pointing at Su Chang in horror. What are you doing here? Didn't you already? Just now, she had clearly seen Su Chang leaving with Li Shi with her own eyes, and she herself had deliberately waited for a while to confirm that there was no scent before appearing. Where did this guy come from? You haven't answered my question. Su Chang casually found a place to sit down and said as he looked at her with a smile. He was puzzled before, thinking that the configuration of Kaji and the 3 of them looked like an obvious game cheat copy configuration. There's no way a team like this wouldn't have a milkmaid on it. The nurse was the core of the team, but the 3 of them didn't have one, if not for the fact that they were extremely confident in their own strength and thought it would be fine if they didn't need one. 2 is what's going on right now. Their nanny had been delayed by a mission or something earlier and was only just now arriving. He had noticed the change in the Kaji duo's demeanor before, and it seemed a bit off. After he had decapitated Karo, there was not the slightest hint of anger on the faces of the 2. On the contrary, they seemed to have long since adapted to the situation. That's odd. How could a team without a nursemaid fear death in the slightest? Could they not resurrect themselves? It was only that the heaven-defying ability of resurrection, Su Chang did not think that it actually existed. Have you been gone all this time? At this moment, even the staff maiden, no matter how stupid she was, knew the present situation. Su Chang did not leave in the very beginning, but did so on purpose, in order to trick the people behind Kaji and the others out. Only one thing she couldn't figure out was what he would do if she didn't show up. Wouldn't it be a waste of time here? He himself had purposely waited for half an hour before showing up, and the other party was so patient. Go. We didn't leave in the beginning, Su Chang. His initial target was you. On the side, Rishi walked by from the side, her gaze slightly adoringly skimmed towards Su Chang before looking at the Manastic girl and said, I actually smelled you at first, only it was too faint to be sure. I didn't think you were really hiding there. Li looked up and down at the appearance of the Manastic maiden, whose presence she had sensed earlier as well as Su Chang's. But at the time, she was afraid to be sure because of the smell of blood all around her. In the end, it was Su Chang who made the decision to turn back. Thinking of this, Rishi turned his head towards Su Chang. He himself was extremely sensitive to odors because of Bakura, so what was Su Chang's reason, and how did he do it? We don't have a lot of time. Are you going to just keep running out of time, or are you going to join them? Seeing that the Phaedra stick girl was hesitant to speak, Su Chang lifted the head of the card pole and placed it beside the other party, looking towards her with a kind face. I said. Feeling the killing intent coming from Su Chang's body, the stick girl swallowed her saliva and spoke cautiously, If I say something, can you not kill me? Su Chang nodded with a smile. Seeing the other party do so, the stick girl's expression was delighted as she hurriedly opened her mouth. That's right, I'm on the team with them, and I should be considered as the nanny you're talking about. As for where we come from, I'm afraid it's different for every chosen. We are from a world called Crystal Star. As for the crystal above our foreheads, it's just a place to store energy. Every clan member carries this crystal at birth. Listening to the words of the stick girl, Su Chang roughly understood the other party's situation. The stick of Law Maiden was from the same world as Kaji and the others, and like them they were personnel chosen by the worlds of the heavens. Only unlike their blue star, their planet was called the world of the Crystal Star. People born within the Crystal Star have a crystal stone on their foreheads, so they are also called crystal people. This crystal represents their power, and along with their death, this crystal will lose its effect together. Well, Well, I've said all I need to say. After the stick girl timidly raised her head and glanced at Su Chang, she spoke in a small voice, "Can you let me go now?" "Let you go?" "No, no, no." Su Chang shook his head and looked at her with a smile and said, "When did I say that I would let you go when you finished?" "No, didn't you just promise me that you wouldn't kill me as long as I told?" The stick girl was in a hurry. "Did I say I wouldn't kill you? Also, just because you mentioned not killing you doesn't mean letting you go. Fabulous stick girl?" Looking at the clueless expression of the mana stick girl, Su Chang waved his hand and said without any concern. He hadn't agreed to the other party's terms before, he just looked at her with a smile. In other words, this condition has not been established, and it is naturally unnecessary to fulfill the promise oneself. Further, not killing her and letting her go are two different things. How can they be confused? You're being unreasonable. Realizing this, the stick girl's eyes welled up with tears in her eyes in a hurry. However, Su Chang was not only unreasonable, he even went as far as to snatch the opponent's staff over. Previously, the weapons of the three Kaji people had given Su Chang quite a surprise. All three of them had B+ grade weapons, and as the core nurse of the team, the spells in the other party's hands were naturally good. What do you want? Seeing Su Chang's unsuspecting approach, the stick maiden clutched the stick tightly into her arms and looked at him tremblingly and said, "Ahem." It seemed to realize that there was something slightly perverted about this current behavior of his. Su Chang coughed and hastily stopped his movements. Now that it's at least being broadcast globally, it's actually a bit perverted to do this on your own. The way Rishi looked at himself in the back was getting progressively worse. He crouched down and once again revealed an amiable expression as he looked at the other party and said, "How about we make a deal now?" "Deal?" "That's right, a deal." Su Chang nodded his head and pointed to the staff in the other party's hand and said, "This staff looks good to me, why don't you give this to me? How about I let you go?" "You want this?" The staff girl looked to the staff in her hand. She thought Su Chang was trying to treat her that. So it's just a magic wand in her hand. After thinking for a moment, the Matastic girl shook her head and opened her mouth to refuse. No way, this is a piece of a class-type weapon that I can't easily get, and it's still a fans you won't like it, besides. You only said you'd let me go, you didn't say you wouldn't kill me when you let me go. Class A weapons? Listening to the words of the girl of the staff, at this time, Su Chang only had the word A grade in his brain, and his body shape involuntarily approached that staff. I thought this was another B+ grade weapon, but I didn't expect it to be a grade. Mouth. Drool. You're drooling. Ahem. Thoughts retracted, Su Chang wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and looked towards her with slight embarrassment. I didn't think this guy would learn his lesson so quickly. He naturally could not just let her go. The reason why he said so was just that he did not want to leave an image of a perverted uncle who robbed young girls of their weapons in the hearts of the Chinese people. If you can't do it yourself. Su Chang's gaze couldn't help but look towards Lizzie to the side. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd watching the live broadcast in leisure, the stick girl, Su Chang walked up and stripped off her clothes with one hand. The screen is also covered by a black screen at this moment. Fabulous stick girl? Chapter 130. Perhaps it will be a divine weapon requesting for tickets. No, what does this man want? Why is he suddenly pulling someone's clothes off? Could it be that he was warning himself that once he didn't follow his idea, he would end up the same way later? Unlike the mana stick girl, Rishi looked towards Su Chang with a confused face. She glanced at the bottom of her feet and then at her exposed skin, her cheeks instantly tinted a scarlet red. What are you doing? Rishi hurriedly used his hand to cover the key area and looked towards Su Chang with a face of shame and indignation. It's daytime now, even if the other party really can't hold it down, they have to find a place where no one is around. Now there's a man watching, and he's got the nerve to be so bold. Ignoring the gaze of the mana stick girl and Rishi, after making this scene, Su Chang picked up a random iron bar from the side of the road. After confirming the length and thickness of the iron rod, he walked to the direction of the erupting fire that was generated due to the battle between the people just now, and nodded with satisfaction after roasting the iron rod to a ruddy red color. This action of Su Chang's was extremely puzzling to the mana stick girl. What's this guy doing? Wasn't he beastly just now, trying to do something untoward to that woman? Why are you suddenly playing with sticks now? Without waiting for the magic rod girl to phase in, suddenly, Su Chang turned around with the iron rod in hand and looked towards her with a smile. In an instant, a sense of foreboding welled up from the bottom of her heart. What do you want to do? The stick girl looked at Su Chang in horror.
her afterglow looking towards the side of the rishi every now and then.
Is it hard for this guy to want to burn the clothes on his body and then humiliate himself in this place? No, no way. She also had dignity, and it would be better to die than to be toyed with like that. At that thought, the stick girl aimed her staff at her jaws and gasped, unable to stop her hand from trembling. After a few moments, she finally couldn't lay her hands on him, and her figure continuously retreated towards the back. Seeing that the Dharma stick girl was like this, Su Chang seemed to have expected it. This guy wouldn't have begged to be spared just now if he had the courage to commit suicide. Until the staff girl retreated to the wall of a street with no way back, Su Chang's right hand fiercely pressed on the wall to her left, his gaze looking straight into her eyes, the iron rod in his hand continuously emitting hot air. You have two choices now, hand over the staff or take this iron rod. Can I choose neither? The staff girl's body kept trembling from fear. If neither chooses, then again you will have to hand over the staff in your hand, and this one will be given to you just the same. Same for me? The stick girl did not understand what Su Chang meant in the second half of his words, and had thought that the other party was just like what she had fantasized about, preparing to use this crimson iron rod to burn out her clothes and humiliate her bit by bit. It was not until Su Chang brought that iron rod closer that her pupils trembled violently, and it was at this moment that she understood what the other party meant. No. No. The phalanx girl shook her head frantically, her body curling into a ball-like shape as she shook her head over and over. Su Chang's power attribute was so powerful that iron rod was at least half a meter in length, plus the thickness of 3 fingers could not be withstood by anyone, and the bones were going to be crispy when they were hit. Unlike the fabulous stick girls. Rishi, who had finished putting his clothes together at the back, looked at the red-hot iron rod in Su Chang's fingers, and a hint of anticipation flowed out of his eyes. As a Bakuro, her recovery ability was already strong, plus devouring Noriyui made her recovery ability rise another level. After being chanted by Su Chang for a night, she became more and more bold about certain things that she had never thought of before, things that she had not tried before. Here. I'll give you this magic rod, and you quickly take that iron rod away. Noticing that the temperature of the iron rod was gradually approaching, the magic rod girl pushed Su Chang away with force and hurriedly threw the magic rod of her fingers into the other party's hands, looking at the crimson part with a fearful face and said. Taking it from the hands of the mana stick girl, Su Chang's gaze curiously surveyed the weapon in his hands. Healing Girl Stick, Grade A. After wearing, Strength plus 10, Intelligence plus 100, Agility plus 10, Charisma plus 5. Cure, spend 1 year of lifespan to activate a cure for up to 3 creatures. The effect of the cure is determined by the amount of lifespan spent. Past life, consume 100 years of lifespan to activate, can activate the resurrection of up to 3 creatures that have been dead for no more than 1 day. The more powerful the creature, the more lifespan is needed to resurrect it. Cooldown time, 10 days. Knockout, consume 3 years of lifespan value to activate, pick up the mace and knock against the enemy, with a 1% chance of causing the enemy to be stunned. Sure enough, it has the power of resurrection. Su Chang looked at the introduction above the Dharma rod. His gaze could not help but flicker. Although the lifespan value consumed by resurrection was at least 100 years of lifespan, and there was still a 10-day cooldown, this still couldn't hide the glory of this skill being a divine skill. Only. This Dharma rod seemed to have other abilities that didn't seem to be very good except for this, past life, divine skill, and only the attribute bonus of 100 points of intelligence was slightly enough. F.A. The mace is yours. I can go now. At the edge of the wall, the stick girl was now crying into tears. If she was given another chance, she would never have gotten away with coming over. This guy is a monster. If you had handed it over when I asked you to before, maybe I would have let you go, but now. Su Chang put away the magic rod and played with the crimson iron rod in his hand. Isn't it a bit too wasteful if this is not used? As the words fell, the rod maiden's expression was stunned, and her remaining hope was annihilated. Seeing Su Chang gradually approaching with an iron rod in hand, at this moment, she was completely dumbfounded. No. Don't come over. Don't come over. If you leave me alone, I promise not to tell anyone about what happened here. As long as you. In the middle of the sentence, only a choking sound was heard. The staff girl's eyes rolled over, and she actually fell asleep just like that. Su Chang originally thought that the other party was shocked and fainted. To be close to investigate, this time it was his turn to be silly. No, that's a hiccup? After confirming that the staff girl did not have any life left in her, Su Chang scratched his head and looked at the iron rod in his right hand. Is this weapon this powerful? It's amazing how it can scare people alive. One time, several strange thoughts popped into Su Cheng's head. Perhaps this would be a godsend? Chapter 131, Don't Let Me Catch You. Requesting votes. This should be dead through and through. Putting the iron rod away, Su Cheng's eyes looked towards the side of the staff girl and the others. Just in case, Su Cheng thoughtfully removed her head as well and placed it with Kaji and the others. Though this one crisis is sort of over. But this instead gave Su Cheng a wake-up call. The world of the heavens was far more massive than one could have imagined. Anything is possible in this world, and these crystallized people are just the beginning, and more other creatures may come in the future. Especially with the dimensional invasion a Kunya later. He had to take this time to step up his strength in order to do so. That guy who called himself a god was not something he would forget. Hostility from the gods 50. Skimming his eyes at the column on the panel that did not move, Su Cheng waved his hand towards the rear rishi and continued to move forward in the right direction. The live feed resumes with the death of the fabulous stick girl. The Chinese viewers couldn't help but be curious as they watched the tragic situation of the French rod girl in the middle of the screen, as well as Su Cheng's contented appearance. What just happened? How did this woman die? And Sushin still has a satisfied look on his face? I'll go. You guys say it's possible that just now Sushin took advantage of that time to give her. You don't say. You really don't say. This guy can't really hold up against Sushin's offense. Maybe that's it. You guys, this next old astringent skin cannot stop for a while. Su God is like this? Just now it is obvious that the other party does not cooperate with the Su God to the other party to kill just is a pity. So lovely a sister, but nay is another race. The crowd couldn't help but think the wrong way as they looked at the miserable state of the staff girl and the liquid on the soles of her feet. However, the other foreign viewers who entered the live broadcast room, one by one, began to accuse Su Cheng. You guys from Lower China are really crazy. They're obviously from other worlds. We should just be friendly to them. How could you kill them? That's it. We should be exchanging in a friendly manner, but now that we've made such a mess, when it causes a great war between the two worlds, you Huaxia will be the culprit. Baka. You Chinese have won the battle, so what will happen if you let that woman come back to life? Can't you be a little more tolerant? You don't know how to think about world peace. The appearance of the crystalline man made the world realize that they were not the only race of humans that existed. There are many, many more civilizations in other locations that they cannot see. They had wanted to find out more about the other side, but how did they think that they would be directly killed by Su Cheng altogether? In the face of the ridicule of the audience of other countries, the Chinese people are not the least bit accustomed to it, and immediately turned into keyboard warriors to dislike back. Peace your mom, don't you see that they started it in the first place? They were going to kill you in the beginning, and you're still thinking of making peace with the other side? Is your head filled with a bunch of dumb, intellectually unsound, SOS is something I put my hands and feet up in favor of. Don't pay any attention to those, they can just get high on their mouths, they don't even know where their own country's players are running off to right now, and they are still in the mood to blow off steam here. Well, although we in the Northern Bear Country also wish to live in peace, we also agree with Huaxia in this wave, and since the other side has made a killing move, what's left to talk about? As the battle came to an end, there was a lot of bickering throughout the broadcast over whether it was peace or the battle. In the meantime, Becca Monogatari World, within Zone 22. Grandma, I didn't think the Chinese guy could even kill Orcus in them. Sakura Nation's player, Daiko, looked at the message from Sakura Nation and frowned. This time, Su Cheng's whereabouts were naturally exposed by him. I just didn't expect the killer whales in them to be defeated so quickly, and thought that they could cause a lot of danger to Su Cheng, but in turn, it grew their morale. The Orcus failure was unexpected, but Dago did not reveal the slightest hint of worry. Turning the panel off, he slowly turned toward the densely packed figures behind him. This time when he was gone for 2 long days, he didn't just find a random place to hide. Relying on the Qingtong tree, he had now assembled an army of nearly 3,000 Bakura. All it takes is for him to give the order, and the entire Bakuman army will swarm out. By then, whatever CCG, whatever Chinese monster, all are bubbles. In front of his Bakura army, no one could stop him. Just in case, of course. Dago's eyes looked towards the CCG base camp. This next CCGs, while not individually powerful except for a few, would still cause him no end of trouble with his plans. Furthermore, destroying the CCG base camp will more than double the final reward. Thinking of this, Daiko looked at the Bakura army below the theater and raised his hand. Strike! Target, CCG base camp. Inside a street somewhere in District 24. The bodies of Kaji, Karo, and the stick girl lay over the empty street. It had been several long hours since Su Cheng had left. But strangely enough, several hours had passed, and the bodies of Kaji and the others showed no signs of corruption at all, instead becoming more and more active compared to being killed initially. Breaking or snapping. Suddenly, a crisp sound of misplaced bones came out. The original long-dead Kaji, at this moment surprisingly sat up, his body beckoned to the distant head, the Kaji head as if by some kind of summons, a jumping and bouncing back to the top of the Kaji body. Once the head and body were assembled, Kaji twisted and turned, bones crackling continuously. Hiss. No matter how many times I come on here, it's still so uncomfortable. Kaji stretched as he turned his head to look around the street. Seeing that Karo and the others hadn't moved yet, he spoke helplessly, "There's no need to continue hiding, that monster is gone, we're safe for now." As Kaji's words fell, the originally motionless Karo and the others at this moment were also the same as Kaji before, their heads jumping towards the direction of their bodies. Not much longer. Karo, the rod girl, and the scepter man rose from the street together. That guy is truly a monster, and I don't know where he came from to be so terrifying. Isn't that right? All my magic rods were snatched by him. If I didn't die fast, she was going to use the iron rod that what me. The magic wand girl wrapped her hands around her body, remembering Su Cheng's expression earlier, she could not help but feel chilled. Karo, this time because of your unauthorized action, but we all died once and lost our equipment along with it, today's consequences must be borne by you, in addition to the clan elder's side we will not hide. The sceptered man gazed toward Karo, who was walking not far away. If the crowd had initially acted together according to his idea, the result would not be at all what it is now. Not only are the weapons gone, but even one of their lives is gone. This resurrection ability of theirs can be considered extremely rare and valuable, and now it's dropped a genius that really makes him extraordinarily heartbroken. Although the vast majority of the conversation that the stick girl had with Su Cheng earlier was true, she had also hidden quite a bit of information. For example, the congregation can actually be resurrected except for her. For example, the crystals on their foreheads can not only be used to attack, but shattering the crystals can gain their lifespan value. Another example. They can keep coming back to life and being reborn as long as the light of the crystals doesn't dim all the way. Karo, who was walking from the side of the street at that moment, did not contradict the sceptered man. Her eyes were shy and angry, and she looked unwillingly towards the direction that Su Cheng's duo had left. The dagger in his own chest was gone. Karo's fists clenched, engraving Su Cheng's appearance deep in his mind. I remember your appearance, next time, the result will not be this one, don't let me meet it. Chapter 132, Bakuya's Army Please Vote. Ah, Chu. At the 24th District Street, Su Cheng and Leisure walked among the twisting and turning alleyways. Su Cheng rubbed his nose, he always felt that someone was scolding him on this journey, and there was more than one. Looks like it's time to get some rest after this one. Su Cheng shook his head to remove the speculation from his mind. He gazed towards Leisha in front of him, and seeing the scene of the other party scratching his head from time to time and shaking his head from time to time, an unpleasant premonition surged up from the bottom of Su Cheng's heart. How far is it to the lair of the green tree? You're not lost, are you? At the word lost, Rishi's body gave an imperceptible lurch. She slowly turned around and scratched her head awkwardly with her head down. I clearly remembered that it was right here on this piece, but now I can't find it. Let me look again, maybe it's here. Su's city. Good lord, he really did guess right. This guy is a roadie. Before coming to the Bakura world in the future, Su Cheng had thought that it would be easy to find the location, but it was not. The world was almost indistinguishable from the one he had been in before. Without the help of God's perspective, everything seems extraordinarily contrived, and you can get lost if you're not paying attention. Since the last party, Xiaobai's whereabouts Su Cheng had also completely lost track of him. I had well said that I would wait at the rendezvous point, but I was late in seeing white. Is it hard to be in some kind of danger? Su Cheng was puzzled. But soon, remembering the previous scene where she had united Little Medical Fairy and Little Snow, she immediately dismissed the speculation in her heart. How strong the power of Kahaku's tail was, he was profoundly aware of it even now. Before, if it wasn't for the fact that his bestialization could strengthen a certain part of his body, the time the other party used his tail, he almost broke himself, and now I can't help but think about it with horror. It's almost dark again. How long have you been searching for this? You don't think you don't know where their nests are and are deliberately stalling for time, do you? Su Cheng casually sat on top of a stone brick and said as he looked at Li Shi, who was not far away looking around for directions. HHH. How can that be? I remember it very clearly. Here, yes. Should be, probably, maybe, could be this direction.
Rishi pointed at the crossed right side of the road, his eyes looking at Su Chang with great certainty and said. However, in the face of Rishi's affirmative look, Su Chang did not even want to look at it. Simply because, just now, they had come from that very path. Su Chang covered his face breathlessly with one hand. Can't it be that we're going to get lost here for the next few days? Although there is a Rishi here, pleasure is inevitable. Food, if there are all the day's trading line, really cannot also eat her meat. After all, the other party is Bakura. Drop a piece of meat can also be quickly recovered. But it would be a waste of a reward if it just ended like that. Defeat a target 5 levels above your level, 321 100. Defeat a target 10 levels above your level, 5150. Looking at the panel in front of him, Su Chang sighed as he speculated on his chin. Although he had killed a lot of Bakuro this time, there were so many Bakuro in this world. Wouldn't it be a bit of a waste to end it just like that? Just as Su Chang was considering whether or not to cancel this operation and let Rishi lead him to a place where there were a lot of Bakuro and kill Bakuro to gain attributes. Suddenly, Su Chang realized that something seemed to be wrong. How come this kill count hasn't changed? Didn't he kill 4 crystals a few hours ago? Why doesn't this number increase after killing them? Could it be that they're not Bakugan, so they don't count? Su Chang was puzzled. It wasn't long before a message from China caught his attention. After so many days of silence, is there finally movement? Looking at the news coming from Huaxia, the corner of Su Chang's mouth curved up into an arc. The panel closed and he gazed in the direction he had come from. He had been wondering how the number of Bakuro around him was so low, and was worried that there was no place to hunt Bakuro. I didn't realize this guy had saved himself a lot of trouble. Getting up and patting the dust on his body, Su Chang walked over to Rishi, who was still finding his way, and picked him up on his shoulder. Su Chang's sudden move startled Lei Shi. She just wanted to resist, but thinking about that night's pleasure, she finally withdrew her hand. Since resistance was ineffective, enjoyment was not inevitably a beautiful thing. However, Su Chang did not know what the other party was thinking. Rishi made no move to resist, saving himself no small amount of trouble. Skimming the surrounding area, his animalistic state opened. Shasta. Only a cracking sound was heard, and Su Chang's figure instantly disappeared in place. The night is low. The city's neon lights flicker in the faint darkness, and outside the CCG headquarters, a storm is brewing. Sakura Nation's player, Daiko, was leading a huge army of Bakufu towards the CCG headquarters. Such a voluminous scene immediately caused the Sakura Nation live broadcast room to boil. Ah, Yoshi. I knew you were good, Daiko. I didn't realize how long it's been since then. But you've gathered so many Bukaki, those CCG guys are screwed this time. If I remember correctly, that human's strongest weapon, Arima, doesn't seem to be here at this time of the day. This is a wonderful opportunity to catch. Haha, those idiots in Huaxia are still looking for Bukaki to hit. We've started a war here to hit your old home. Are you Chinese good at fighting? It's useless to know how to fight. Coming out to pass the copy relies on IQ, and when the headquarters is destroyed later, the victory still belongs to us. From Daiko's initial foray into the Bakuman world, where random personnel are killed and eaten up by Rishi, to his dusty escape later on. The crowd thought that this one copy would have nothing to do with the great ancient one. Which would have thought that in this short period of time, the other side had gathered so many Bakuro. Bakuro isn't scary, it's the gathering of these Bakuro that scares me. Scattered Bakuro were fine to deal with, but now that thousands of Bakuro were gathered together, the damage caused by each Bakuro was extraordinarily huge. Such a vast scale, for a while, made the Chinese people watching the live broadcast also worry. How did this Sakura Nation guy do it? In a short period of time, he's called on so many Bakura, and they're all willing to listen to him? It's over. It doesn't seem like the CCG has many personnel here at this time of night. It's still nighttime. I'm afraid the CCG will have a hard time surviving this attack. If I remember correctly, it seems that one of the missions of their Sakura Nation players was to destroy the CCG base. This shouldn't give them a win, right? Don't worry everyone, I went to take a look just now, and Sushin has already received a message to come this way. As long as this CCG can hold out for a while, by the time Sushin arrives, the problem shouldn't be too big. That said. However, the crowd looked at such a vast army of Bakura, and for a while their hearts were lost. Previously, although Su Chang had killed quite a few Bakuro in District 24, none of those Bakuro had exceeded 1,000 in number. The number of Bakemono here now is at least 3,000. Can Sioux City still hold up?
Chapter 133: A surprise attack requesting votes. Not much of a problem? Laughing, that Chinese player of yours dared to come here to be split up in minutes. Do you really think war is the same as playing house? That Chinese player will only die if he dares to come here, unless he's a cutie. Knowing that he can't beat them, he still wants to come. Yassi. This time it's finally a victory for our great Sakura nation. After we capture the CCG base camp later, let the rest of the Bakura go find that Chinese guy. I seem to remember there are 2 more bonus chances for them. Yes, that Chinese guy must be killed, otherwise this reward will be swallowed by them again. The Chinese one must die. The silhouette of the CCG base was cut by the columns of light from searchlights in the night. Since outside the CCG base, thousands of Bakura walk above the streets in a black mass. The visual impact alone is extraordinarily powerful. The Sakura Nation crowd was extraordinarily excited to see the scene one by one. Waging war is an action engraved in their blood. Because of the extreme scarcity of territory in their own countries, they had to go to other countries to wage war. It has become a habit over time. Daiko leads Bakura towards the CCG base, and such a vast scale is soon spotted by the CCG crowd. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Outside the base, the sentries stationed there were the first to notice the movement in the distance. The moment he saw the vast Bakura army in the distance, his expression first froze, and then he hastily pulled the alarm. Shasta! Alarms blared throughout the base. Listening to the alarms of the base go off, countless searchers stepped out from the base with quinks in hand and looked around suspiciously. What's going on? What's going on here? Why are the alarms going off? I heard there was an enemy attack. How dare those Bakugan hit us? Do they not want to die? These Bakufu haven't been dealt with for a while, and they've gotten so arrogant to such an extent that if they dare to come this time, none of them will leave. Say, why don't I see a single Bakura form? Didn't the alarm go off? Where did the Bakuro go? The crowd of searchers stepped out of the base with the quinnic and looked around for the Bakuro, but a sweep of the area did not reveal any other creatures active for very long. Wait. What's that? Suddenly, a first-class search officer among the crowd was the first to notice that something seemed to be wrong. He gazed towards the darkened wall in the distance. The wall was actually moving. Upon closer inspection, the first-class search officer's hair stood up in chills. This isn't a wall, this is clearly a Bakugan. It's all Bakuro, a completely uncountable number, at least 1,000 of them. Following the first-class search officer's eyes, the rest of the search officers also noticed the change, and their gazes were extraordinarily shocked. How did such a huge Bakuman army suddenly gather? Why haven't they heard anything? Also, this army is in front of their base and this alarm just went off? What are those guys for? Is it really the same as what I predicted? The number of personnel at the CCG base is simply not enough at this time. Daegu stood above a short building, looking out at the distant searchers coming out of the base, a smirk on his lips. He gazed towards the Bakuman army behind himself. Seeing the crowd looking extraordinarily agitated one by one, Daegu then waved his hand. Companions, these CCG guys have been suppressing us for so many years, and it's always been us being chased and evicted by them. Today, it's our chance to counterattack. Now that their base is empty, the best chance is right in front of us. Everyone get on me. Show those CCG guys who's the master of this world. I don't know what kind of ability Daiko used. Along with him opening his mouth, the faces of all the Bakura below were all extraordinarily agitated. Charge! Damn it, I've been looking at these CCG guys with displeasure for a long time. I have to eat them all today. That's right, why should they be free in this world and we have to live and die? We have to be the masters for a change this time. With a deafening roar, an S-Class Bakemono was the first to leap out of the shadows. Boo! His hezi was like twisted black thorns that emitted an ominous glow, instantly tearing through the first line of defense at the base's perimeter. A huge opening was exhibited from the outside of the base. After the defenses were broken through, followed by thousands of Bakugan, running or jumping, their eyes flashing with greed and anger, the CCG searchers reacted quickly with a dense web of gunfire and artillery in an attempt to stem the unstoppable torrent. The special quink weapon made a silver trajectory through the night, each hit accompanied by the wail and fall of the Bakuro. But even so, the number of Bakuran still surged forward like a tidal wave, without the slightest sign of abatement. Coupled with the fact that this time there was no intelligence to back it up, many of the personnel hadn't even reacted to the sudden attack before the Bukaki rushed into their faces. The crowd was able to hunt Bakura almost entirely due to quink, and was suppressed in every action for numerical superiority.
Unless some battles with a large difference in strength, it was possible for the crowd to go one-on-one. But now the number of Bakura with strength up to B+ level alone is in the thousands, and the A-level ones are in the hundreds. And a ranked Bakugan, in the unusual belief that it would take the cooperation of a 5-man squad of searchers to kill it. Now all of a sudden attacked hundreds of people. In the face of such an attack for a time, the whole scene is in a one-sided situation. Hold on, all of you. Support will be arriving soon, hold on just a little longer. A level 2 search officer had just defeated an A-ranked Bakugan, and before he could say a few words to the crowd around him, he saw a black shadow flash by from behind him. But a huge haze pierced through his body without any obstruction, and was pierced out along with his heart. That secondary search officer could even clearly see his own heart beating, only to see a pair of rough arms reaching out from behind. The first one, the S-ranked Thorn Bakura, held the other's heart in his hands and then swallowed it in one gulp in front of the other. With his heart missing, the secondary search officer's eyes were quickly covered in a pitch black and his body collapsed. Helicopters! There's a helicopter! There are still their CCG guys here now, they don't dare to fire on all cylinders. Come on, a couple squads and follow me over to shoot those helicopters down. Don't wimp out, don't stop. Once you wimp out, this excellent opportunity will be wasted. The appearance of the helicopter has caused many Becca Monogatari to beat a retreat. The crowd didn't expect these CCG's support to be so fast, especially after seeing hundreds of Bakuro killed by machine guns. The fear in the hearts of the crowd gradually grand. But soon, as several S-ranked Bakura spoke up and led their squads forward to shoot down the helicopter, the fear that surrounded the crowd of Bakura was much lessened. This time they were a surprise attack, and most of the Bakura were flooding into the base. These helicopters also dared to attack towards the rear of the group. Unless these guys swept away altogether, regardless of the deaths of their team members, the situation would still be in their favor. Boo! Soon after, along with the first explosion sounded. Over the base, the helicopters lost control and the sound of mechanical wailing came out. With a clear man sound, the fuselage crashed to the ground, completely engulfed in flames. The entire night sky of the base was instantly set ablaze. The crash of the helicopter instantly stirred the blood of the remaining Bakuro. The battle on the ground grew more and more grueling as the searchers engaged in close combat with the Bakura, the clash between Hercules and Cunark making a metallic clanging sound, each encounter accompanied by splatters of blood and broken bones. The entire battlefield was shrouded in smoke and fire, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of char and blood, making it almost impossible to breathe. The windows of the building shattered in the explosion, and shards of glass fell like rain. Shinohara-san, what's going on here? Not far from the base, Suzumiya Shirzwa, who had just finished his mission, froze in place as he watched the fires rising from the base and the sounds of killing coming out from time to time. They've been out for less than 2 days, why is the base suddenly in this state? Not good, these Bakura species don't know what kind of madness they've gone through, but they've all coalesced together to launch an attack towards the base. Shinohara looked at the message coming from the communicator with an extraordinarily grave gaze. Bakuro? Suzumiya Shirzwa wondered. Yes, the number of Bakura that attacked the base this time was at least in the thousands. It was a long-planned attack. Shinohara Yukari's gaze was grave as she opened the suitcase and took out the special quink from it before her body rushed towards the front. Shirzwa, don't just stand there, come with me, someone of this magnitude is bound to be in command at the back, kill that officer at the back and this attack will be a no-brainer. This time they were lucky to be out on a mission. Not only did they miss the first wave of the attack, but they even gave them such a good opportunity to be able to raid from the rear. Is it time to start killing again? Hearing Shinohara Cookie's words, Suzumiya Shizu looked slightly excited, removing a huge scythe, and his figure hurriedly followed towards Shinohara Cookie. Don't understand how it is now though. But listening to Shinohara Yukari's words, he only knew one thing, he could play with those Bakura again. Finally, you're here? I've been waiting too long, I thought you'd stay back and not come out. Inside the Bakuman army. Listening to Bakura's report from the sidelines, Daiko put the binoculars away and jumped down from above the short building to look towards the back streets. He had anticipated this scene. The army is attacking in the front, and that guy from Huaxia will take this opportunity to come to the rear and sneak up on himself. This attack on the CCG base, while major, was not his ultimate goal. His ultimate goal was really this moment. After launching his attack, he waited for Su Cheng to come and kill himself, and then he would rely on the S-ranked Bakura hidden around the streets, as well as an SS-ranked Bakura to deal the other party a fatal blow. Come on, just waiting for you to come over. Daigu's gaze looked towards the end of the street, remembering his previous humiliation, a ball of anger couldn't help but rise in his heart.
This guy dared to make a fool of himself in front of so many people, and even took away the reward that belonged to him. It was really hard for him to swallow his heart if he didn't report this kind of humiliation. Once he caught the other party this time, he had to properly torture them first. He wouldn't let them die easily. Just as Daiko was anxiously waiting for Sujo to come, at the end of the street, Shinohara Yukari and Suzumiya Shirzua came out from a distance. Looking at the two of them, Daigu's figure froze. No? How come it's these two guys? He gazed towards the B-ranked Bakugan off to the side. What's going on? Why these two guys? Where's Su Chang? Where did Su Chang go? Chief, wasn't it you who said to tell you if you saw two people moving together? Baka. That's not even the ING target I'm talking about, you dumbass. Daigu thumps his opponent with a vicious leg kick. He thought that his trap had finally been used and waited until Su Chang came to die. Which thought that the person who came was not Su Chang at all. The B-ranked Bakura looked slightly innocent as he was kicked by Daiko. The Su Chang he spoke of himself didn't even know. He had clearly said himself that he would call him if he saw two people, and now it was his fault for calling himself. What are you muttering there? Nothing. Nothing. The B-rank Bakura was stunned, and shook his head in a hurry. Chief, then what should we do with these two people? Kill them or? Do you still need me to give orders for this trivial matter? Just kill it directly. Daegu didn't really want to talk to his opponent. He had been lurking for a few days for such a moment now, and now he was told that the one who came was not Su Chang, who would suffer from this. Yes. Hearing Daiko's words, the B-ranked Bakura hastily turned towards the surrounding Bakura. Above the street at this time, Shinohara Cookie's eyes looked around as her figure suddenly stopped, raising her hand to stop Suzumiya Shirzua aside. Mr. Shinohara? What are you? Wait, there's a problem. Shinohara Yukari held Quink against his body as he gazed around towards the street. His instincts from many battles with Bakura told him that something was bound to be wrong with such a quiet environment. This is the back area of their Bakuro. They don't have a single Bakuro blocking them along the way even if the road is still so empty. It's not obvious to them. Our rear is right here, there is no danger, come on. Such a poorly thought out trap, only a little cutie. Only then will you keep going. Of course, the person who could set up such a trap is just as cute. It seems that I still overestimated the intelligence of these Bakufu. Shinohara Cookie shook her head and waved her hand at Suzumiya Shizu before skimming the buildings lining the street and cutting through them. Suzumiya Shirzua nodded, his figure following behind Shinohara Yukari. Wait! Shinohara Cookie's figure approached the building, sensing the movement coming from it, and stepped in to stop Suzumiya Shirzua. The two nodded to each other, and Shinohara Yukari then kicked the door to the building open. At this time inside the door of the room, the S-rank Bakura that was squatting halfway to the pit saw the door of the room suddenly kicked open and Shinohara Cookie and his duo rushed in from the outside, and the whole person was instantly dumbfounded. For a moment, the two sides' eyes met. Chapter 135, Surrounded, Heated Battle. Requesting votes. No, you guys. Wait, you guys, wait. Wait for me to rub it first. Seeing Shinohara Cookie's duo rushing in, the S-rank Bakuro raised his hand and just wanted to say something, but he couldn't move in his current state, being at the Bakuro's weakest period. Shinohara Cookie and Suzumiya Shizu in the front didn't expect this either. Seeing the S-class Bakuro frantically wiping his rear, the duo looked at each other and smiled, the quink in his hand flashing brightly from within the building. Soon, with a loud noise coming out, the building returned to calm once again. Mr. Shinohara, do you still want to bring this guy back to headquarters? It seems like it's an S-class Bakura. Suzumiya Shirzua moved his S-class Beka Monogatari body. With the duo's joint attack, plus the opponent's most vulnerable period, they killed him with little effort. However, looking at the yellowish-brown item stain underneath the other party's body, Suzumiya Shirzua pinched his nose and said with a slightly disgusted look in his eyes. Let's put it here for now, dirty though it is a bit, this guy's heckbag is still somewhat useful and can make quite a bit of quinks. Shinohara Cookie skimmed over the corpse of the S-rank Bakura. Nowadays the number of quinks within their CCG is so scarce that the good ones are squeezed and issued, to the extent that there are even instances of several people using the same quink. This S-ranked Bakugan Quiniku can't go to waste. Okay. Suzumiya Shizuku nodded, just about to say something. Next. Get out of the way. Shinohara Cookie lurched out of the way and pushed Suzumiya Shizu out of the building. Before Suzumiya Shizuku could realize what was happening, his figure was pushed out.
A loud bang came from inside the building, and smoke and dust raged.
Shinohara-san!
Suzumiya Shirzwa, who had regained his senses and stabilized his stance, hurriedly shouted anxiously towards the building, only to see a silhouette leap out amongst the smoke and dust. Shinohara Cookie was holding a large sword at the moment, and his figure was able to stand steadily beside Suzumiya Shizu as a bloody scar cut through his right shoulder, blood staining half of his shoulder red. Looking at Shinohara Yukari in this situation, Suzumiya Shirzwa was filled with worry.
Are you okay, Shinohara-san? It doesn't matter, it's just a small injury.
Shinohara Yukari skimmed the injury on her right shoulder and shook her head, her gaze fixed towards the building. At this time, in the middle of the building, a figure walked out from within the smoke. Several huge hentails fluttered behind him.
Another S-Class Bakuman. I didn't expect you humans to react quite fast. If I'm not mistaken, that Quinnock you're holding is a SS-Class Bakuroku Ochre, isn't it? The S-rank Bakura licked the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth and looked the Shinohara Yukari do up and down and said, to be able to use an SS-rank Quinko, I'm assuming that you guys must be an important person inside of the CCG, right? Oh, Taniguchi, is that even a guess? This guy is CGG's Special Search Officer, Shinohara Yukari. On the side of the street, a woman with an enchanting figure stepped out from the shadows. I didn't expect to meet an extraordinaire here. I thought it would be boring to guard the back, but it looks like there's some fun to be had now. Hissy, I don't care what's special or not, the quink in this guy's hand looks like it's pretty tasty, and no one's going to steal that knife from me later. As a voice rang out around the street. Several S-Class Bakura, each of them big and burly, with Huaxia like twisted thorns, exuded an ominous aura. They formed a semicircle, surrounding Suzumiya Shizuku and Shinohara Yukari. Not good. Shinohara Cookie and Suzumiya Shizu leaned back to back, their gazes directed toward the three figures that reappeared in front of them. These three guys turned out to be S-rank Bakufu as well. Together with the guy inside the building, this street alone was home to 4 S-ranked Bakufu. A single S-ranked Bakugan would require a single extra plus a squad of 5 to kill. Now that it was down to the last 4, just him and Suzumiya Shizuku, it couldn't get any worse. Mr. Shinohara, what should we do now? Being targeted by 4 S-ranked Bakufu, Suzumiya Shizuku didn't feel any fear. On the contrary, he had a little excitement. This sense of being on the edge of life and death just doesn't get any better. Now that the news of the changes to the CCG headquarters base has definitely gotten out, there is no need for us to fight them to the death. I'm afraid that support is already on its way. All we need to do next is to stall for time. Shinohara Cookie looked at the crowd with a wary gaze while holding a large sword. It was said that they were stalling for time, but in reality, it was impossible for them to kill even if they wanted to. Stalling is just the best way to say it. What are you all waiting for? If you don't move, then I'll start. This little girl is really handsome. The female S-ranked Bakura licked her lips, her tail exhibited from behind her, and her figure took the lead in charging up despite the change in color of the 3 people on the sidelines. Don't even try to grab it from me, this guy's big sword is mine. Seeing the female Bakuro make a move, the fat Bakuro on the side also couldn't hold back his figure to rush towards Shinohara Cookie. Remember not to get attached to the battle. Just stall for time. After Shinohara Cookie said a word to Suzumiya Shizu at the side, her figure took the lead to meet the 2 S-Class Bakura. The corner of Suzumiya Shirzwa's mouth curved up as he watched the female Bakuro attack. The figure flashed like a ghost, the scythe drew a silver trajectory in the air, each swing accompanied by the sound of air tearing, striking directly at the other party's hizi. The female Bakuro obviously didn't anticipate that Suzumiya Shizu would have this kind of strength. There was a slight flash of surprise in his eyes. I didn't realize that this little doll of yours was quite strong, but how long can you support yourself like this? The female Bakuro was equally interested, and she gave up on the idea of killing her opponent, instead wanting to have some fun with her. The moment the scythe collided with Hercules, sparks flew in all directions, accompanied by a deafening roar, as if even space had been torn apart. Suzumiya Shizu's movements are agile and deadly, each attack is precise and accurate. This kind of attack means ordinary Bakuro can't resist at all. But naturally, he was now facing an S-Class Bakura, and with the current strength of Suzumiya Shirzwa was completely no match for his opponent. Suzumiya Shizuku's attacks were like playful games in front of his opponent's eyes. Unlike Suzumiya Shizu, Shinohara Yukinori was as calm as a mountain, gripping his greatsword tightly and tapping the tip of the blade on the ground, as if he was building up his strength. When the fat Bakura from the front lunged at him, he sidestepped, and the greatsword in his hand instantly transformed into a silver lightning bolt, slicing through the opponent's flank, leaving a deep wound.
The moment Heezy and Quiank exchanged blows, it was like a steel collision, and the ear-piercing sound source constantly echoed, shaking the surrounding air. The fierce battle between the two sides caused the surrounding streets to gradually crumble. Every time the scythe collided with Hercules, a strong shockwave was stirred up, destroying the surrounding buildings beyond recognition. Steel and debris flew through the air like hail in a violent storm, leaving no place to hide. Boo! A loud sound came out, and Suzumiya Shirzwa's figure was sent flying from the front, hitting the nearby buildings with a heavy impact. Is Shirzwa okay? Chapter 136 Desperate Gap. Requesting for votes. Flames rose from inside the building, and Shinohara Cookies, who was not far away from the two Bakuran fighting with the two Bakuran, saw this scene and worriedly shouted in the direction of Suzumiya Shirzwa. Uncle, you can't even protect yourself now, and you still have time to worry about others? Heh, fighting against us and still dare to be distracted? Lie down for me, you. Seeing Shinohara Cookie's footsteps change, the fat Bakuro and the other S-rank Bakuro in front of him saw this and immediately shifted their attacks. The strong attack prevented Shinohara Cookie from counterattacking, and he could only swing his greatsword to parry it. Now Suzumiya Shizo's body was knocked out of the air and he is still alive. He had two other S-rank Bakufu tangled in front of him, keeping him distracted. Inside the building not far away, that S-class Bakura never made a move, and such a grim situation made Shinohara Cookie's gaze surprisingly heavy. If he was the only one, he would be able to escape with the quink in his hand, and his experience in fighting. But now, if Suzumiya Shizuku was still by his side, and if he runs away by himself, there is only one death ending facing him. Won't you be able to fix it, all of you, back off? Shinohara Cookie roared angrily, violently swinging his large sword to bounce the fat Bakuro in front of him, and his body shape was like a fierce beast pouncing on him again. At this point, the front of the crashed house. The female Bakuro licked the Suzumiya Shizuku bloodstains from her fingertips, holding the Suzumiya Shizuku blouse in her left hand and looking towards the house with a smirk on her face. Little sister, it's okay if I accidentally torn your clothes, right? Come on out, sister will help you sew up the split in your dress, or you'll lose face if the others see you like this. The female Bakuro figure approached inside the house, her eyes searching for Suzumiya Shizuku's form. Where did the people go? Looking at the empty house in front of her, a hint of doubt flashed in the female Bakura's eyes. As if thinking of something, the figure looked violently towards the back, Herzi stabbed out along with it. Not in the back? Expecting Suzumiya Shizuku to stage a sneak attack, but after seeing that there was no one behind her, she couldn't help but look puzzled. Where did this guy go? Just as she was wondering, suddenly, a voice came out from behind her. Sister, are you looking for me? Only to see Suzumiya Shizuku's figure lurch out from within the collapsed stone bricks behind the female Bakura. The scythe swung in his hand, and when the other party reacted, the scythe was already deeply embedded in the other party's heezy. With a sharp pull, he flung his opponent's entire body into the air, and then leapt up, his scythe cutting a perfect arc through the air and splitting his opponent in two. Blood sprayed out like brilliant fireworks. Plop. Her body crashed to the ground, and the female Bakuro looked at Suzumiya Shizuku with disbelief in her eyes. Only to see that at this moment Suzumiya Shirzwa was topless, bracing his scythe and breathing heavily, without a trace of female features on his body. You're a guy. Sister, who told you I'm a girl? I just look like a girl. Suzumiya Shirzwa walked up to the female Bakuro with a scythe in hand and a smile on his face. At the moment his hand holding the scythe couldn't help but tremble. This was the first time he had defeated an S-ranked Bakuro alone, and although the process was a bit of a sneak attack element, the result was indeed that he had done it, and to say that he wasn't excited was impossible. No. You can't. Seeing Suzumiya Shirzwa raise his scythe high, the female Bakuro's eyes showed fear at this moment. The body was sliced open, and it would take some time before it was repaired, and she couldn't move at this time. This one played to its own death. Her gaze rushed toward the S-ranked Bakura inside the house and raised her hand for help. Save me. But the scythe fell and an oval head flew out. In order to prevent his opponent from surviving the chopping off of his head, Suzumiya Shizuku skewered a hole in his opponent's head before he was satisfied to see brain matter mixed with an unknown liquid flowing out. However, killing the female Bakuro didn't make it any easier for Suzumiya Shizo. He pressed one hand on top of his scythe and braced himself to look toward the Bakuro in the distant house. The crisis is not over yet, and it's not time to rest. He had thought that this Bakuro would come to the aid of this female Bakuro just now, but to his surprise the other party not only didn't make the slightest move. Even in the face of his own hostility,
he appeared not to care in the least. Grass. Enchantress is actually dead. What is this guy doing?
At this point, the street front.
The concealed Bakura who was fighting Shinohara Cookie looked at the corpse beside Suzumiya Shizuku and cursed angrily in disbelief. Good chance. However, it was caught close to Shinohara Cookie at that very moment. The SS rank Quink swung violently, the powerful force penetrated through the concealed Bakura's body, cutting the opponent in half as well as the enchanting Bakura. With a hit, Shinohara Cookie did not continue to pursue the attack, and retreated to Suzumiya Shizuku's side to recuperate. Well, no injuries, right? Shinohara Yukari looked to Suzumiya Shizuku and asked worriedly. Shinohara-san, I'm not. Okay.
Suzumiya Shizuku shifted a bit as he reached up and touched his forehead, a warm sensation coming over him. It was only then that he noticed that he had just been knocked on the forehead and blood had soaked half of his head. Shizuku, good job, you did great this time, but now it's time for us to retreat.
Well. Okay, Shinohara-san. Seemingly due to the loss of blood, the scene in front of Suzumiya Shizuku's eyes began to fade.
Shinohara Yukari did not get carried away by her brief temporary upper hand, glancing at Suzumiya Shizuku's injuries and the Bakufu gawking at the houses off to the side. Now that Suzumiya Shizuku has lost the ability to continue fighting, continuing will only be bad for them.
Did I say you guys could leave? Just as Shinohara Cookie was about to retreat with Suzumiya Shizuku, a voice suddenly came from behind them.
Only a man with a robust figure suddenly appeared behind the duo. Sensing the change coming from the back, Shinohara Cookie reacted quickly and swung the large sword in his hand towards the back. However, a scene that shocked him happened. In the face of Shinohara Cookie's full force strike, the man raised his hand and caught it lightly, his fingers clamped onto the blade and hesitated to move an inch. Without waiting for Shinohara Cookie to react, the man snatched the large sword and kicked Shinohara Cookie straight above his body.
Boo! Oh wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Shinohara Cookie's mouth.
The man's strength was so great that he instantly kicked Shinohara Cookie dozens of meters away, and his body smashed into a small store nearby, where his life and death were unknown. Looking at the blood on the ground, as well as the collapsed store not far away, Suzumiya Shizuku's pupils fluttered as he met the man's eyes in front of him, breathing heavily. The scythe in his hand was just about to be swung, when the other party seemed to have read his thoughts. As if he had seen through his thoughts, a heko flew out and severed Suzumiya Shizuku's right arm, and the scythe fell to the ground with a crisp sound. A piercing ringing sound in the ears. At this moment, Suzumiya Shizuku's brain went blank. The massive lack of blood prevented him from thinking, and the man in front of him looked as if he had gotten tired of playing with the game, dangling Suzumiya Shizuku in a one-handed chokehold around his neck. A strong sense of suffocation came. The desire to survive made Suzumiya Shizuku continuously slap the man's arm, but no matter how much he struggled, the right arm as if it were steel did not move at all. SS grade. Chapter 137 Outsiders? Requesting tickets. Feeling the aura of the in front of him, Suzumiya Shizuku's pupils. Without waiting for him to say anything, a herc shot out violently, piercing his torso. Oh wow! A mouthful of blood was spat out, and the man casually flung Suzumiya Shizuku aside after casting a disgusted glance at him. The figure crashed into the street above, the flow of blood blurring Suzumiya Shizuku's vision. He gazed towards the ruins not far away and reached out unwillingly, Shinohara-san. Just as Suzumiya Shizuku's vision was dimming. Suddenly, from the other side of the street, a figure slowly stepped out from the shadows. Looking at the familiar figure, Suzumiya Shizuku seemed to remember something, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. He struggled to crawl in the direction of that figure, but due to the physical weakness he only crawled a few steps before he couldn't support himself and completely fainted. Another search officer? At this time, above the street. The SS-ranked Beka Monogatari also sensed the presence of other sense. The corners of his mouth gradually curved up as his gaze fixed on the figure that had walked past since the distance. He could clearly sense that the figure had a strong aura. Very strong. But the stronger the opponent, the more excited he gets. I didn't expect to meet you here. What a pleasant surprise for me, Kirishima Gato. Su Cheng's figure walked to the side of the fainted Suzumiya Shizuku, and after noticing that the other party was not dead, he gazed towards the SS-class Bakura above the street. Hearing Su Cheng accurately give out his name, Kirishima Satoru's pupils shook and looked toward him incredulously. What's wrong with this guy? How did he know who I was? Looking at Kirishima Satoru's reaction, Su Cheng at this moment strengthened the speculation in his heart even more. It seems that this world copy is different from the regular copy.
the gecko from before, or the killer whale, and that Noriyui. The appearance of these three guys doesn't match up at all with the original Bakuman timeline. Their appearance would have to wait at least a few months. Nowadays, with such an early appearance, it is clear that the world is not the same as the original timeline. And now he is in front of this SS-class Bakuro, is the Bakuro world, the protagonist Kaneki beside Dong Xiang's younger brother, Kirishima Gendo. In the original timeline, the other party was only an S-ranked Bakugan. Though at the end of the day he was also promoted to SS rank Bakura, but that was all very much later, and obviously doesn't match up with what's going on right now. Since the Orca's appearance, he hadn't been all that surprised by what he encountered in this world. Especially after fighting those crystals, he confirmed that the copy of Bakura he was now in was different from the initial one. Although this scene was expected by Su Chang, he did not expect that it was him that he encountered here. Ugh, tell me about you, wouldn't it be nice to be a good little tomboy? You have to go and get this. With his line of sight retracted, Su Chang looked towards Suzumiya Shirzwa, who had fainted on the side. Looking at the other party's appearance, Su Chang took out a pink-colored magic wand from within the system. Does it consume a year of your life to initiate a cure? He hadn't used the weapon he had obtained by killing the four of them crystals before, and now he was just in time to see how effective it was. Without much hesitation, Su Chang's mind moved. Yes. As the numbers in his hand decrease, a gentle glow exhibits from above the magic wand. The injuries on Suzumiya Shirzwa's body, which was covered in light, healed at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye, and even his broken arm began to grow back. This skill. Looking at Suzumiya Shirzwa's change, even though he had expected this magic wand, Su Chang was still shocked by its effect. Healing injuries was even possible, but even a broken arm could be healed. At this moment, Su Chang could not help but think. If it wasn't their Kaji 3-man squad that he had initially encountered, it would have been their 4-man squad. And instead of making the first move, Karo followed his teammates in a steady fight. Could he still overcome? After his brain deduced a bit, Su Chang finally came to a terrifying conclusion. He didn't have the slightest chance of winning. Superb defenses, means of control, defenseless lasers, and such powerful healing abilities, including resurrection. With such a team, unless he knew their tactics in the first place, beastization and gambling for life started at the same time, and he was the first to kill the stick girl in order to have a chance of defeating them. So you're not from the CCG, you're one of those outsiders. On the street, Kirishima Satoru quickly knew the other party's true identity after watching Su Chang's means. Outsiders? Kirishima Gato's words made Su Chang extraordinarily godlike. This guy says he's an outsider? Is it any wonder that? An impractical idea sprang from his mind. These guys aren't NPCs but real characters? And the world doesn't just disappear when you pass it, but it will always be there? No, it shouldn't be. If that's true, then what happened to the timeline at the very beginning? Su Chang shook his head, his gaze looking towards the misty island glorious capital ahead. Maybe this guy knows something hidden. It looks like this is the first time you've come to our world, isn't it? It's no wonder that it would be foolish to save that guy as a pure waste of time. Kirishima Gato laughed at Su Chang's puzzled look. He skimmed aside the S-rank Bakura, and the heko behind him slowly unfurled, each feather shimmering with an ominous light. I'll question you properly about your behavior just now later, for now let me deal with this alien rat. As the words fell, Kirishima Satoru's figure was like electricity, and his hakuko sliced through the air, bringing up a sharp whistling sound. In just an instant, its figure appeared behind Su Chang. Looking at Su Chang still maintaining the actions he had just made, Kirishima Satoru smiled disdainfully at the corner of his mouth. You're too weak. Chapter 138 The Little Boy? Seeing that Huaxia was about to penetrate Su Chang's torso, Kirishima Satoru shook his head in disappointment. At first, when he felt the aura on Su Chang, he had thought that this fellow could bring him a lot of joy, but he did not expect that he was still so weak. It wasn't that he hadn't encountered the same Su Chang's outsiders before. At first, when he didn't know the information about these outsiders, he had an extraordinarily difficult time coping with them, and was even killed dozens of times. These guys weren't weak, and they could even fight him back and forth, but that was all if he didn't make the first move. The number of times he had dealt with these outsiders had increased, and after knowing the means of these outsiders, it was all extraordinarily simple for him to deal with them behind him. These guys have to prepare before they start fighting, and their strength will change dramatically when they're ready. One only needed to strike before they were ready, and they would have no resistance. He had succeeded dozens of times in situations like the present one, without a single failure.
Just as he thought that Su Chang would also be the same as those outsiders he had killed before, suddenly. Under his shocked gaze, Su Chang turned around and looked at him with a smile. A silver revolver had appeared in his hand at some point, and the muzzle of the gun was aimed in his direction. Only to see Su Chang holding a pink magic wand in one hand, the other was holding a silver revolver, his thumb pulling down the safety. The gravel in the street trembled slightly, and a strand of killing opportunity in the underworld suddenly locked his whole body. Locked by the revolver, a strong sense of crisis instantly swept through Kirishima Satoru's entire body. No good. Kirishima Satoru's pupils trembled as his intuition told him that this shot could never be hit. Once hit, you will be seriously injured without dying. Since the fall of his attack, as well as Su Chang left will exhibition, but a breath of time, Kirishima Gorgeous All Strong endured the pain of the helicopter brake hard to stop the attack, toward the side of the dodge and go. Boo! Gunshots rang out. Time seemed to stand still in this moment. A pitch-black bullet burst out from the revolver's chamber, spinning and tearing the air towards Kirishima Satoru. Despite Kirishima Satoru's evasive maneuvers, the bullet still hits Heine behind him. Ding! Goddess of Luck triggered successfully. Lucky Time launched successfully. All three-dimensional attributes increased by 10 points. Not stackable. Demon Hunt triggered successfully. This damage is increased by 300%. 3 prompts popped up in a row. The bullet blew a big hole in Heine behind Kirishima Satoru, and intense pain swept through Kirishima Satoru's entire body. Not waiting for Kirishima Gato to get angry, the magic wand in Su Chang's right hand changed to a tang sword. Several sword-ons kept bursting out from the sky above the street. Power attribute determination successful. Eternal flow triggers. Poisonous body trigger successful. Ding! Goddess of Luck triggered successfully. Breaking successfully triggered. In an instant, Su Chang chopped several slashes in a row. One slash was more powerful than the other, and the slashes seemed to contain power that was enough to devour all things. The blade energy cut across Kirishima Satoru's body, slashing through his body with one blood mark after another, which were like whirlpools. Drilling pain emanated from the top of his body, and Kirishima Satoru's pupils looked unbelievably in the direction of the wound, the power emanating from it causing his pupils to tremble. You guys? Didn't your parents teach you that sneaking up behind you is not a good habit? The vulnerability in your eyes might be a false impression given to you by someone else. Oh, I forgot, you don't have parents. Without waiting for Kirishima Satoru to open his mouth, the tang blade was sheathed, and Su Chang raised his foot and violently kicked Kirishima Satoru in the chest. Boo! Only a dull crash was heard. As if being hit by a huge mountain, Kirishima Satoru's pupils exploded, fresh blood mixed with the remnants of his internal organs sprayed out from his mouth, and his body was like a kite with broken strings as it crashed fiercely into the upper part of the nearby street. I'm not dreaming. At this time, from the rear of Susu Castle, the healed Suzumiya Shizo had long since awakened. His eyes looked incredulously towards Kirishima Satoru, who was kicked away in the distance. The battle between Su Chang and the other party just now he happened to take in. An enemy that neither he nor Shinohara Cookie could fight against was killed in seconds by this man in front of them. From the beginning to the end of the fight, not even half a minute was reached. By the way, Shinohara-san. Looking at Kirishima Gato who flew backwards, Suzumiya Shirzwa remembered Shinohara Yukari and slowly stood up from the ground with his hands on the ground. What's wrong with my arm? Suzumiya Shizuku looked to his right hand with a puzzled gaze. If he remembered correctly, his arm was chopped off by that SS ranked Bakemono? And how did you recover from the wound on your chest as well? Oh, the little male lady has woken up, huh? I didn't expect to recover quite quickly. Noticing the movement coming from the rear, Su Chang smiled and looked towards Suzumiya Shirzwa. Little tomboy? Although he didn't understand what Su Chang meant, Shinohara Yukari had once told him that as long as they were killing Bakuro humans they were their companions. Not to mention that they had met with Su Chang before. Moreover, the images he saw during this mission to Area 24 lingered in his mind. A large field was actually covered with the bodies of Bakuroku. The corpses of ANS-ranked Bakufu are everywhere. What's more, there's a SS-class wanted Bakuman in the mix. Judging from the condition of those bodies to the injuries, it was actually all from one person's hand. They initially speculated if Su City did it. It seems right now. After all, he was the only one who could kill an SS-ranked Bakura in half a minute. Many. Thanks to the second-class searchers of Su City.
What are you thanking me for? It's just taking care of a small problem. We're all on the same side, no need to thank me. Sujo waved his hand and looked toward Suzumiya Shizuku. Suzumiya Shirzwa was very close to him, and for the first time, Sucheng also looked at Suzumiya Shirzwa's face more seriously. Fair skin, cherry lips moist. If he did not know the other party's male at the earliest, this kind of appearance is afraid that a male cannot top. More importantly, why was there a girlish scent coming from him when he was obviously a guy? Su City's second-class search officer? Seeing Sujo staring at him with unblinking eyes, Suzumiya Shizuku looked toward him in confusion. What's going on with the second-class searchers in Su City? Why do you keep staring at yourself? Is there something on your own face? Suzumiya Shirzwa thought, and after touching his cheeks to confirm that there were no other items, he met Su Cheng's gaze as if he had thought of something, and his cheeks instantly turned red. He'd heard before that certain searchers didn't like women, and were more attracted to their kind instead. Shouldn't Su City's second-class search officer also? Although he said that he didn't recommend it either, if it really came to that, he naturally wanted him to be above Su Cheng. Su. Just as Suzumiya Shirzwa opened his mouth, Su Cheng's figure suddenly stepped forward and swept him into his arms as he swung out the tang blade with his left hand. Dang! A crisp crash like steel rang out. Hercules and tang blade collided together. Kirishima Satoru's figure exhibited from behind Suzumiya Shirzwa, blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of anger when he looked at Su Cheng. Inferior creatures of the district, die. Chapter 139. Su Cheng being pushed back? Still able to move? Looks like you really do have a lot of secrets on you. Tang Dagger and Huaxia clashed together. Su Cheng was slightly surprised to see that Kirishima Satoru was still able to move. The power of those few blows just now was even more powerful than the punch that dealt with the orca, and the other party's physical quality was not as strong as the orca's, but he was able to survive from it and still be able to act. Earlier, when the tang blade slashed the opponent, he seemed to have heard a hint about breakage being activated. It was too rare for a creature within a replica world to have equipment from the world of the heavens. How is this possible with your power? Seeing his attack being parried, Kirishima Satoru's pupils trembled. Those previous strokes could only be described as him being careless and being caught by Su Cheng. But now his own was using all of his speed, plus all of his own strength, but he was unable to shake the opponent in the slightest. Is this guy still human? No, it can't be. You're just a mere human, an inferior creature. How could you possibly possess such a powerful force? Misty Island Gorgeous are unable to accept it. Behind the Heezy violently exploded, his body was wrapped in Heezy, and his two claws probed forward to grab Su Cheng. Su Cheng avoided it, and the claw wind sliced through, tearing apart all 10 meters of the street. A half-heretic? Su Cheng stared closely at the long-haired zombie attack trajectory. There was a pattern, although it was chaotic, but it was airtight. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not be able to believe that the Kirishima Satori was actually a half-heretic. There are only a handful of half-heroes and heroes within the entire Bakura world. Kirishima Goto is not one of them. However, this current appearance was truly the state of a half-heretic. There's definitely something wrong with this guy. Attacking several times in a row to no avail, Kirishima Satori roared on the ground and turned around, surprisingly fleeing. The Tang sword rotated, and Su Cheng's figure sidestepped Suzumiya Shirzwa and lurched out. Kirishima Satori Huko now haho, once the other party pulls away, it will be extraordinarily difficult for himself to catch up again. Although his own melee combat ability was strong, he was still slightly inferior against flying enemies. The last time Yuki had given him a lot of trouble. Never let him fly. Su Cheng did not have time to think more. From within the system, he threw the iron rod out fiercely, piercing through the void and inserting it into the abdomen of Misty Island Splendor Dew. Misty Island Splendor Dew growled and stared back at Su Cheng, and then fled towards the distance. When Su Cheng expected to chase, dozens of Bakura species violently sprang out from the surrounding area, suddenly roaring, as if stimulated, generally all blocked in front of Su Cheng. The strength of these Bakufu was generally at a class, and could not stop Su Cheng. With each swing of the Tang blade, several Bakura lives were harvested away. However, even so, dozens of Bakura surged together and seemed to lose half of their sanity, still blocking Su Cheng for quite some time. Misty Island Gato took advantage of this opportunity and hastily unfurled his feathered wings and flew towards the distance. G was playing this kind of thing? Breaking out of the Bakura circle, Su Cheng yelled into the distance, "Rishi, give me directions to Kirishima Gato." That guy ran toward the south. Rishi stepped out from the darkness of a side street and shouted at Su Cheng in a hurry. South? Su Cheng took a deep breath and a coin popped out from his hand.
At the same time, his physique began to change.
Ding! Goddess of Luck triggered successfully. This throw is positive. Gambling talent activated. Beastification is on.
Lucky time trigger successful, all three-dimensional attributes increased by 10 points.
Several elevation sounds came out in a row. Wait for the coin to land. Shasta.
Only hearing an air compression sound burst out, Su Cheng's figure instantly disappeared in place.
Ever since entering the Bakura world, the changes in this world made Su Cheng extra curious. Characters from various timelines seem to be having problems, plus there are other world players who show up. With the changes in the present-day Kirishima Gato, his intuition told him that this guy definitely knew something. The scene of Su Cheng fighting with Kirishima Satoru and the footage of the chase caused the crowd watching the live stream to murmur. Although there was a large portion of the audience that did not know what was going on in the present day, the present scene was such that even a little cutie all knew something was wrong. What's going on? Was the guy who fought Sujin just now Kirishima Gato? Isn't he Dong Xiang's younger brother? How did he appear here now? Something's not right, this timeline seems to be a bit off. The situation that Kirishima Gundu is acting in right now feels even stronger than the killer whale. The killer whale is between SSSSS. How can Kirishima Gundu at this time have this strength? What the heck? The scene of Sushin just now was so ambiguous, I'm completely knocked out. I wonder what the picture of Sushin with her will be like. I'm really looking forward to it. Holy, not a sister? That guy's a guy, and you're high on both guys? What, he's a guy? I go, wouldn't that be even better? Little male lady so I can't wait to see, even more, the image of Sushin pushing down the other side. Not necessarily Sushin pushed him I did not expect Sushin to be pushed back by this little male female. After all, this kind of contrast also exists, right? I'm going, Sushin being pushed back? I can't, my nose is bleeding just thinking about this image. A scene from Kirishima Gendo caused a lot of confusion among the crowd watching the live stream. But as a strange pop-up screen floated by, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room gradually became out of place. At this time, above the street, the fat Bakuro and concealed Bakuro from before had already been killed in passing when Su Cheng arrived. The S-Class Bakura inside the building is also heading somewhere at the moment. As Su Cheng left in pursuit, the entire street once again returned to silence. Are you okay? Rishi stepped out from the corner of the street and looked at the injuries on Suzumiya Shizuku's body, inquiring kindly. This guy, if she remembered correctly, was the one who had thrown the scythe at her earlier. If it wasn't for Su Cheng pulling in time, he would have been seriously injured by her, to say the least. Putting it before, the other party dared to treat her like this before, now he would definitely want to kill her while she was sick. But now, Rishi stomped her feet in anger as she recalled Su Cheng using the same tactics he used to tease her back then. I knew it, there's no such thing as a good man. Who are you? The slowed down Suzumiya Shizu picked up his kunai and looked at Rishido warily. You humans have a good memory, you were thinking of killing me before, and now you've forgotten so quickly? Rishi glanced at the other party unkindly. At this moment she had already included Suzumiya Shizuku among her formidable enemies. Listening to Rishi's words, Suzumiya Shirzwa tilted his head, observing the other party's appearance for a moment before then remembering Rishi's identity. Due to the excessive lack of blood and the fact that the aura of Rishi, who had now evolved into an SSS class, had changed so much, Suzumiya Shirzwa hadn't really recognized him at first. After confirming his opponent's identity, the scythe was lowered and Suzumiya Shizuku put away his hostility. Just now he witnessed Su Cheng shouting towards the other party, and since it was Su Cheng searching for the officer together, there was nothing to worry about. Only. Thinking of the image just now, Suzumiya Shirzwa involuntarily rubbed her hair and looked towards the direction Su Cheng had left with a worried expression. Is Mr. Su going to be okay? Shinohara Cookie. Chapter 140, Another Form of Companionship? Requesting for votes. Hey, wait a minute, I thought you were from Bakura? How come you went with Mr. Su? And how come it looks like you and Mr. Su are on good terms? Did you guys know each other before? What does Mr. Su like and what is he usually doing? Inside the streets. Rishi collects the Hekai of the S-rank Bakura around her, although her strength has now advanced to SSS rank. One more Hekai is always one more way to go. Listening to Suzumiya Shirzwa's constant chanting from the rear, 9 out of 10 sentences were related to Su Cheng. Even the better-tempered her could not help but be annoyed. Are you being idle?
What are you doing following me all the time? You want to know information about Su Chang, just wait for him to come back and ask directly. Rishi turned back to look at Suzumiya Shirzwa with an unfavorable gaze. Also, your base is in the middle of an invasion right now, and you have the leisure to talk to me here right now. Are you sure you're not going to go to the rescue? Rescue? Suzumiya Shirzwa waved his hand, not caring in the slightest. Shinohara-san said that we don't need to go over there, we just need to find the person behind that curtain. Looking for the man behind the curtain? Yes, that's right. Suzumiya Shirzwa nodded. Shinohara-san speculated that someone should be behind this invasion, and all we need to do is kill the person behind that and it will all be over. So? What about the Shinohara-san you're talking about? Rishi looked at Suzumiya Shizuku with a strange look and said, aren't you the only one here? Mr. Shinohara, isn't he just? Halfway through the sentence, Suzumiya Shirzwa's face froze as if he remembered something, and he hurriedly looked around for Shinohara Cookie. Watching Suzumiya Shirzwa run towards somewhere inside the ruins with a nervous expression, Rishi shook his head breathlessly. Should I call this little girl stupid, or just plain dumb? Retracting his eyes from Suzumiya Shirzwa, Rishi looked toward the several hefty bags in his hands. This time she had harvested a total of 3 S-ranked hebdomads, and any hebdomads below S-ranked were completely unappealing to her now, and did not help her in the slightest. Looking at the bright red, throbbing hebdomad in his hand, Rishi gulped and opened his mouth to swallow it in one gulp. I'm on. One bite fell short, and Rishi looked at the empty scene in his hands with a startled expression. Noticing the familiar scent coming at him, Rishi looked up with an awkward smile. You? How did you get back so quickly? If you don't come back early, won't these 3 hebdomads be all yours? Su Chang casually threw the body of Kirishima Satoru aside. After putting away the hefty bag, his gaze was fixed towards the distance. With the gambling for life talent, as well as the addition of bestiality, he quickly caught up with Kirishima Gato. In order to get some information out of the other party, he had purposely stayed his hand and didn't kill him. What would have thought that this guy would commit suicide after being caught by himself and leaving a meaningful message to him? You are indeed different from those outsiders. This time I lost to you, the next time won't necessarily be the same. For this time, and the next time in his mouth, Su Chang was extremely curious. As well as his suicide without the slightest hesitation, it was even more puzzling to Su Chang. Doesn't this guy fear death? Although the other party was full of suspicions and had not extracted a single useful word. But it's good to see that this haul is a SS-rated hefty bag. Mr. Su, Shinohara-san Shinohara-san. At that moment, Suzumiya Shirzwa hurried past from a distance with a figure on his back. Putting Shinohara Yukari's body down, Suzumiya Shirzwa's gaze looked towards Sujo for help. Breath gone, confirmed dead. After testing the other's breath, Rikishi Season licked the corners of his mouth and looked at Suzumiya Shirzwa. This guy is dead as a doornail, so why don't you give it to me since you're not going to have any use for keeping it anyway? No, you stay away from Shinohara-san. Giving a human corpse to a Bakuro, it's not even necessary to think about what happens next. Hey you little girl, it's dead anyway, it's not like he's your relative or anything. If you give it to me, I can still have him accompany you in another form, isn't that good? Letting you eat it, are you? Suzumiya Shirzwa looked at Rishi angrily. Is it hard for you not to want to go to the bathroom, or are you promising that you won't poop after eating Shinohara-san? Rishi rubbed her head. She did seem to have forgotten that. Mr. Su, I know what you're capable of, please save Mr. Shinohara, I'll promise you anything you want. He and Shinohara Cookie had confirmed that the previous scene in Area 24 was the work of Su Chang. To be able to kill so many Bakuro alone, and to kill SS-class Bakuro with extreme ease, the other party's ability is definitely not only as simple as it seems. Seeing Suzumiya Shirzwa's eyes glistening with tears as he looked at himself, Su Chang looked at him in surprise and said, Save him? Why are you so sure that I can save him? Because. Suzumiya Shirzwa froze. He obviously didn't expect Su Chang to say that. Looks like you know a lot of stuff too. Seeing Suzumiya Shirzwa like this, Su Chang affirmed the suspicion in his heart. This guy must know something about this world too. But unlike Misty Island Splendor in general, they are still fearful of death. I can indeed revive him, but what benefit can you give me, or, for that matter, what price? Su Chang thought to himself that he was not a good person. Just because he's on the CCG side doesn't mean he's going to go on a rampage and use his lifespan to help others unconditionally. On the side, Rishi listened to Su Chang's words. She always felt as if she had heard it somewhere. Seeing Su Chang scanning Suzumiya Shirzwa's body, Rishi's expression froze and he suddenly remembered something. He shouldn't. No,
it's not. Must be overthinking himself. This little girl looked underage. He couldn't have laid a hand on an underage person anymore, could he? However, to her block's surprise, seeing Sujo gradually approaching Suzumiya Shizuku, in the same scene as he initially had with her, Rishi was dumbfounded. Hey, this little girl is still underage, are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of being blocked? Little girl? Underage? Susuku looked at Rishi suspiciously and pointed at Suzumiya Shizuku. Are you talking about him? Or else, I know you're horny, but you can't go down on her, right, if you just can't help yourself. Speaking of which, Rishi's cheeks couldn't help but blush. Not waiting for her to continue speaking, Su-chung shook his head breathlessly and knocked on Rishi's head to push her away. This guy is a male. What adult is not an adult? What are you thinking in your head day in and day out? What, male? Listening to Su Cheng's words, Rishi's expression froze, shocked, and looked towards Suzumiya Shizuku, who was more girly than girly. For some reason, there was no surprise in her mind the moment she heard that the other person was male. Instead, it's more of a happy? Chapter 141, Second Class Search Officer? Requesting votes. After struggling for a long time, Suzumiya Shizuku looked at Su Cheng as if he had made up his mind about something. This was meant to be kept secret, but if you really want to know, you have to promise me you won't tell anyone. As long as you can come up with the appropriate intel, or benefits, I promise you won't tell. Seeing Shinohara Yukari look toward Rishi, Su Cheng waved his hand and continued, Don't worry, she's the same. Suzumiya Shizuku looked at Shinohara Yukari and then at Su Cheng, and finally sighed, I could take you to that place, but right now the road is blocked because of those Bakura invasions. The road is blocked? Su Cheng's eyes looked towards the flickering firelight in the distance, and after thinking for a moment, he explained with Rishi that he would take care of Suzumiya Shizuku, and then his figure walked towards the front. You? What are you going to do with this? Looking at the direction Su Cheng was walking, an unrealistic thought popped into Suzumiya Shizuku's head. He wouldn't want to go there alone, would he? According to the information, the number of Bakuran over there reaches thousands, and the number of A rank and S rank Bakuran is countless. The CCG's entire base was out in force and it was hard to resist, and if it wasn't for the help of thermal weapons, they might have been overrun long ago. Mr. Su, it's too dangerous if you go alone, the backup is on the way now. The backup will arrive in a while, why don't you wait for a while before you go? Worry filled Suzumiya Shizuku's eyes as he looked at Su Cheng. If something happened to Su Cheng, Shinohara Cookie's hope would be completely gone. Of course, he didn't want anything to happen to Su Cheng from the bottom of his heart. Hey, what's a guy like you doing worrying about him so much? Rishi stepped in front of Suzumiya Shizuku and looked at him with a wary gaze. You guys don't have a crush on him, do you? Of course, the latter phrase was just something Rishi used to poke fun at his opponent. However, out of her expectation. At the moment she said it, Suzumiya Shizuku shyly became visible to the naked eye. Such a scene would make Rishi giggle. No. Rishi looked at Sujo and then at Suzumiya Shizuku. Is this guy a chimera? It's not enough that the women like him, how come even the men are interested in him? Don't worry, I'll be right there. Su Cheng subconsciously touched Suzumiya Shizuku's head, and then his figure message in the middle of the street. Such an ambiguous scene not only made Rishi dumbfounded, but the crowd watching the live broadcast even burst into knocks one by one. See. What I said before, these two I really popped knocking okay. Look at Sushin, this look is obviously no offense. Hey, I really want to fast forward to the black screen scene. Sushin and Nanny, think of all the excitement. No, can you rotten girls give it a rest? Isn't this just a normal head touch? What are you guys thinking about? This little Nanny is indeed good looking, but Sushin at least has the Xiaobai girls, how could she possibly look at a male? By the way, speaking of Little White, have you guys seen Little White lately? After Little White left earlier it seemed to have disappeared. I'm also puzzled, perhaps Little White was delayed by something? Anyway, Sushin isn't worried, so we don't need to worry much. Forget about everything else for now, you guys, look at the CCG base, these two parties have gone completely crazy. Inside the CCG base. Due to Bakura's sudden attack and the color of the night, the entire CCG has been engulfed in flames, and all of its defenses have been breached. Even if the people support in time, but the number of Bakuro is extraordinarily large this time, the search officers and Bakuro corpses can be seen everywhere around the base. Ha. It's great, it's so great. All these years we've been chased by these searching officers, like rats in the sewers, and now it's finally our turn to attack. So that's all these searchers are strong enough to do. As long as we join together these guys have no resistance at all. Brothers, keep charging. Now they only have one line of defense left. Once we break through this base, it will be ours. The crowd of Bakuroku who had slaughtered the inside of the base had already killed. For the first time they tasted the fruits of such victories. They had all been surrounded by several searchers before, and now they were experiencing what they were feeling. Don't tell me, it's cool. Now that all locations of the base have been occupied by them, the last line of defense remains. Seeing that they were only one step away from success, the Bakura inside the base were all like chicken blood, fiercely attacking towards the last line of defense. Behind the defense line, due to the attack of a large number of Bakura, the entire base was extremely dead and wounded. The only remaining searchers on the base each had a deathly look on their faces. Hold on, all of you, hold on. Support will be arriving soon, we can't let these guys break through this line of defense. As the only special search officer in the base, Black Granite held Quink at the forefront to inspire the crowd. Seeing AS-class Bakura jumped in from the high wall, Black Granite didn't hesitate for a moment, pushing aside the search officer's body shape to rush out violently. As a special search officer, Black Granite had no trouble dealing with an S-class Becca Monogatari on his own. Plus the Bakura in the back hadn't broken through yet, and soon that S-rank Bakura died a horrible death under Black Granite's kunai. Standing above the corpse of the S-ranked Bakura, Black Granite gazed towards the surrounding crowd. He had thought that his killing of an S-ranked Bakura would boost the crowd's morale quite a bit, but now there was nothing but numbness in their eyes. Being searchers for many years, the people knew what Black Granite meant by his words. Saying that support is arriving immediately, where they don't know what the real situation is. The closest support would take hours to arrive, not to mention the tidal wave of Bakuroku outside. There were less than 100 of them left, and half of their personnel were 10-1 in battle. In the state they were in now, going against those Bakuroku outside would only lead to death. Damn it, how the hell did these guys do that? Sensing the atmosphere of the crowd, Black Granite's gaze was fixed towards the defense line beyond, the blackened ranks of Bakura. It was surprising that such a large scale had arrived at them so suddenly without any warning. Nowadays, all the major search officers are out on missions, and some of the strongest search officers fell among the Bakuro swarm in the first wave of resistance. There were less than 20 people besides him who could still hold out nowadays. And there are still at least 2,000 more Bakurans out there. A pair of 100. With such a horrifying ratio, even he could not help but feel despair. Seeing that the final line of defense was about to be breached, Black Granite took a deep breath just as he was about to fight to the death. Suddenly, a cell phone rang out. Seeing that the caller was Suzumiya Shizo, Korobanwa assumed that it was the other party arriving with backup and hurriedly answered. The signal was connected. Suzumiya Shiro's voice came out from the rear at the first time. Mr. Korobanwa, Suzumiya's second-class search officer has gone to support the battle. You guys hide back a little bit and be careful not to get hurt by mistake. Black Granite? Chapter 142 Zero Victory Ratio? Requesting votes. Listening to Suzumiya Shiro's voice on the back of the phone, Kurobanite thought he had misheard. A man comes to support, and he's a second-class search officer, and he tells them to hide back a bit so they don't get hurt by mistake? Now this is a situation where even if there is another one, no. Even if all the special searchers were here, they couldn't solve it. This time the number of Bakura was so huge that it will take at least all the searchers in each area to be transferred through to stop it, not something a few individuals can handle. Not to mention a second-class search officer. Isn't this coming to die? Shirzwa, are you sure you're right? Did the second officer of Suchin come with a squad, or did he come alone? Kurobanite gulped and waited for Suzumiya Shizu to reply, his heart beating extra violently at this moment. It's one of Sioux City's second-class officers. After hearing Suzumiya Shizu's affirmative reply, Korobanwa's heart completely died. It's not. What's there to report about a second-class search officer coming to something like this? A second-class search officer is not even as strong as Suzumiya Shizuku, so it's better to let him come and have some hope. The people of the Cherry Blossom Nation, who were watching this scene in general, were all happy when they learned that Su Chang had actually traveled alone to support him. Yosi. It's really God's help for our Sakura country. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to kill this Chinese guy, but this Chinese guy even came to send himself to his death. I didn't expect this Chinese guy to be something, even the SS-class Bakura couldn't help them, but it's fine now. Although the process went a little wrong, the final result won't change. I don't know whether to say that this Chinese guy is stupid or what. His strength is a little bit, but his brain is not good. He even went over there by himself. Do you really think that this is a family game? I've read that there are about 3,000 Bakura left in this one,
and he's just one person, and one mouthful of spit from each of those 3,000 Bakura could drown him.
Su Cheng's step ahead alone made the Sakura Nation crowd shake their heads in disdain.
If the other side had traveled to various regions to bring support to the table, they might have felt a sense of gravity and even a bit of despair. But now, if they were to do so now, how could they not have thought that Su Cheng would be stupid to this extent? The earlier scene with the pair of hundreds of bakufu did come as a bit of a shock.
But that's not a comparable amount now to what it was before.
The increase in the number of bakufu is not as simple as 1 plus 1, this is war, not martial arts overkill. Even if these 3,000 Bakura stood still and let him cut, it would take half a day to cut it, let alone say it's a sparring match. At this time, inside the highest operational command base in China, Elder Bai and his party looked at the image of Su Cheng traveling alone, and their gazes could not help but be heavy. Su Cheng, this kid is too reckless, this time it's a battle between CCG and Bakura, just wait for the support to arrive, what's he doing solving it alone, it's too dangerous. Elder Bai connect the signal with Su Cheng, persuade him not to be reckless, war isn't a joke, this disparity in numbers is too huge. That's right Elder Bai, tell Su Cheng about it. We can understand this situation of Su Cheng nowadays, he did do quite a few impossible things these days, but now this is not comparable to before. Before, at least there was a win rate, now this win rate is completely zero, going there can only send death. The people who were able to enter the base were all personnel who had come down from the previous battlefield. This is no time for heroism. It was good that Su Cheng was powerful, and it was good that he could fight 1 against 100. But that's all on the premise that the other side isn't very strong.
The number of S-ranked bakufu alone is extraordinarily high within the present-day war, not to mention the A and B-ranked bakufu. Even if Su Cheng was strong, there were times when people got tired. Once the slightest mistake is made in the battlefield, the repercussions are cascading. Listening to the persuasion of the crowd, Elder Bai's gaze was now fixed on Su Cheng in the middle of the screen. Although he also wanted to stop Su Cheng from moving forward, after these days, he knew that with Su Cheng's character, it was impossible to make him stop now. And Su Cheng, he should have his own ideas for doing this, he wouldn't be that reckless, right? I believe him. This. The crowd looked at each other, not expecting Elder Bai to be like this. Seeing the eyes of the crowd looking at him, Elder Bai shook his head and said, I know your concerns, why wouldn't I be worried as well, but I always have a feeling that Su Cheng, if he does this, definitely has his considerations. That said. But it's impossible to say that you're not worried. One person facing over 3,000 people, and against some otherworldly Bakugan. None of these situations can be described as bad. Just as Elder Bai and his group of personnel were worried about Su Cheng. Outside the CCG base. The scale is quite large, I didn't expect that fellow to be able to gather so many Bakura, it seems like he has gained quite a lot of harvest these days as well. Su Cheng's figure stood on a high ground, looking out at the densely packed Bakelite army in the distance and could not help but sigh. Such a large number of people, he naturally cannot directly so recklessly rushed in, the same send death without a doubt. According to this situation, it should be able to last a little longer, right? Looking at the engagement in the distance, Su Cheng opened the system panel to take a scepter out. Winter Scepter, grade B+. After wearing, strength +5, intelligence +80. Skill, Ice Crystal, winter is coming. Holding one hand above the scepter, Su Cheng could clearly feel that his vision had more than doubled in clarity, and his thoughts had become extraordinarily bright at this moment. I didn't realize that intelligence had this effect. Su Cheng looked at the scepter in his hand in amazement. Unlike the strength as well as agility attributes, one's intelligence was only around 80 without any equipment to add to it. It was only before, with the gambling talent turned on, that his intelligence had broken 100. He had wondered then why his vision and reaction speed became extraordinarily rapid every time the talent of betting on life was turned on, and it was inextricably linked to this intelligence if one looked at it from the present day. It seems that in the future, intelligence should not be left behind. Thoughts retracted. Su Cheng glanced at the gambling talent description and then looked at the scepter skill description, and an idea emerged from his mind. When releasing winter is coming, it is impossible to perform any action other than a continuous chant, not even cancelling, and can only be accelerated by consuming lifespan. If someone came to sneak attack at this time and their own lifespan value was not enough, then they could only wait for death. As per common sense, this skill needs to be released in conjunction with a teammate. But what about the fact that he is immune to this negative effect? Do it when you think of it. A coin was exhibited from Su Cheng's hand, and only a crisp sound was heard. Ding! Lady Luck has succeeded. Gambling talent activated. This throw is positive. The talent was activated. Su-chun looked at the attribute boost within the panel, stood the scepter in front of him and took a deep breath. Whether it works or not, it's all about this one. The temperature around them plummeted, and even space seemed to be frozen by this force. Under Su Cheng's feet, the originally withered grass was quickly covered with a thin layer of frost and snow, crystal clear and glittering with a cold light. Immediately afterward, a piercingly cold wind swept in from all directions, carrying snowflakes and ice crystals, which swirled and danced in the air. Winter is coming. Release in progress. Estimated time, 3 hours. Unable to move during release, unable to make any movement. Gambling talent triggered successfully. Immune to this negative impact. Chapter 143, Better to Die Than to Live. Requesting votes. The prompt popped up, and Su Cheng moved his feet experimentally. Taking a step out, Su Cheng's gaze flashed. It's a done deal. Originally, he was just holding the mentality of trying, but he did not expect that it would really come true, which was out of Su Cheng's expectation. As he walked around with his scepter in hand, the wind and snow around him actually followed him forward. What's the biggest drawback of mages? That would necessarily be the release of the front waist and the various drawbacks during casting. Now Su Cheng relied on the gambling talent to immunize the drawbacks. Imagine an assassin was going to slice a mage, but the mage actually ran faster than his assassin. Even while running, he unleashed a big move. If this situation doesn't work, rushing in is indeed a bit reckless, but right now. Su Cheng held the scepter in one hand, and noticing that the readings were still going on, a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his figure leapt down from the high ground. At this time, inside the CCG base, Black Granite and the only remaining searchers are still fighting off the Bakura attack. The last line of defense in the base was extraordinarily strong, but it couldn't hold up to these Bakufu taking turns. Originally, compared to Bakura, their humans' physical strength was slightly weaker, and now the other side's number was still so much more than their own side. Even if the defenses were strong, they would not be able to hold it now. How long until the nearest batch of support arrives? Black Granite decapitated an incoming A-ranked Bakura, and looked towards the back of the civilian staff with a grave gaze. The most recent batch will take at least half an hour, and the squad of this batch is led by a first-class search officer, numbering no more than 10 in total, with the rest of the team following one after another. Half an hour? Black Granite took a deep breath and tightened his grip on Quink as he gazed ahead toward the gate that was about to be breached. Now let alone half an hour, in another 10 minutes their gates will be breached. When the time comes to face thousands of Bakuro attacks, and so on, support to resist will only be able to collect their corpses. Hasn't that guy arrived yet? In this situation, Kurobanai couldn't help but think of the man in Suzumiya Shire's words earlier. To be able to make the other party care so much, one would think that the other party's strength was absolutely extraordinary. Nope. Black Granite shook his head. What is he expecting here? The other party was only a second-class search officer. No matter how strong he would only be able to flee in the face of such a large scale. It's even better to have Suzumiya Shizuku as support. Although the other party's strength was also in the second class, but the strength was still in the estimation, at least it must be stronger than the second-class search officer in his mouth. I'm afraid he's sacrificed on the road by now. Blackrock sighed. Dense number of Bakura, so far away from each other as a second class itself is difficult to protect, not to mention support. Glancing at the tired crowd of searchers in the rear, Black Granite turned toward the crowd as if he had made up his mind about something. Colleagues, I don't want to lie to you, the closest support won't arrive for another half hour, and the way things are going, the defense breaks through in 10 minutes at the most. I know you're all tired right now, and so am I, but are you willing to let these Bukaki ride over us? How many of our compatriots have these disgusting guys killed? Are we just going to give up? Black Granite looked solemnly at the crowd and said in a powerful voice. Listening to Black Granite's words, the surrounding search officers' eyes swarmed towards him. Can't. I don't know who in the crowd said a sentence, like a fuse, igniting the atmosphere of the crowd. That's right, a group of just because of the number of people, otherwise can let them arrogant. Grandma, if I hadn't been awake today, I'd have to kill at least a few more ranked Bakugan to get over it. Listening to the angry cries of the crowd one by one, Black Granite took a deep breath and raised the Quink in his hand. I know what's going on in your minds right now, and I also know how you're holding back, and at this rate, we won't be able to wait for backup. Once they break through this line of defense, the base will fall completely, and the cities in the rear will be completely under their control. Can we tolerate them doing that?
Instead of waiting to die here, why don't we charge out and kill each other? I'll open up the defense line later, if you have the guts, charge out with me.
The words fell, and the entire atmosphere instantly quieted down. The crowd looked at you, I looked at me, but no one came forward to answer. After all, there was still a chance of survival if you held on here. However, once you rushed out, there was only one way to die. It is better to die than to live, and the people are not stupid. As for other people's lives, they can't even take care of their own. How can they have the leisure to care about them? Watching the crowd fall silent one by one, Black Granite was dumbfounded. How is this situation not quite what you expected? Shouldn't they be rushing out after them after their own wave of impassioned speeches? Why is this happening now? He clearly remembered that the Chinese documentary he had watched before was not like this to be right. Is there something wrong with your own statement?
No, I shouldn't be wrong to say that the process is all right, and now they must have some concerns.
BlackRock nodded.
Now they definitely wanted to rush out with themselves in their hearts, but nay, they lacked an opportunity to do so. As long as he opened up the defense and took the lead, they would surely follow him out as well. With that thought, Black Granite tightened his grip on Quink and didn't hesitate any longer. The figure walked to the front of the defense line gate, took a deep breath, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Lifting his hand, he pushed the door open, and the pungent odor hit him, and limbs and arms were everywhere.
The Bakuro outside the defense line obviously didn't see this coming. What's going on? How did these searchers open the door on their own?
Haha, looks like these guys have completely given up. Everyone get on, blood and meat are just ahead.
This guy is an extraordinary search officer if I remember correctly, right?
I've never eaten the blood and flesh of an extraordinary search before, I'll have to try it today. The defenses opened, and one by one the crowd of Bakura surged towards the gate.
A bunch of all of them together. Facing the many Bakura attacking, Korobanwa roared out, holding Quinko and facing the attacking Bakura without any fear.
Due to the initial battle being too intense, a number of ANS-ranked Bakuro fell in the middle of the battle. Most of those remaining today are B rank and a few A rank, with the S-rank Bakufu in the back temporarily storing their strength to prevent support from arriving. As a special search officer, it was naturally impossible to reach this position without a bit of strength. Rather than facing the siege of many B-ranked Bakura, Black Granite appeared to be at ease, accompanied by the fact that every time he swung his Quinko, he was able to take away the lives of several Bakura. The aura that erupted from Black Granite's body shocked a number of Bakura for a moment. At that moment, Black Panacea was holding Quink, and many Bakura surrounded him in a fan shape. Looking around at Bakura's wary body, Black Granite's afterglow skimmed towards the crowd within the rear line of defense.
If you're like this, these guys must have been unable to hold back and wanted to make a move, right? However, when he looked away,
the scene in front of him instantly made him dumbfounded. Only to see that the crowd of searchers not only didn't have the slightest idea of support, but even rushed to the front of the defense line to close the gate.
BlackRock, no? Chapter 144 My Nenpai Requesting Tickets.
Black Granite had thought of countless scenarios, but this was the only one that hadn't crossed his mind. He had thought that if he was so brave, he would inspire the blood within the crowd to come out with him to resist. After all, the best defense is an offense. Then again, it was fine if they didn't come out, it didn't matter if they covered for him in the background, at least they could see that they still had an idea. The worst thing he could do was for the crowd not to come out and dare to join him in a fight with these Bukaki. Of course that was the worst thought in his mind. How could I have thought that this scene would occur now? Even if these guys didn't come out to support him, and even if they did, they cut off his only back way, he couldn't go back even if he wanted to now. Pthahaha, what an ironic sentiment, these guys even cut off his back road, it really kills me with laughter.
Is this the human race known for friendship?
That's a lot of friendship to turn right off for you. I think you'd better not be struggling, you're dead anyway, your comrades have abandoned you, you're still struggling for an egg. When the surrounding Bakufu saw the scene of the gate closing, one couldn't help but laugh at Kirabanzan. I thought these guys were going to have a fight to the death with them and feared for my life. They didn't expect such a scene to come up now, but it gave them a good insight. These guys. Black Granite was as hard as at this moment. The cut-off of his backway undoubtedly announced the message of his death. The Bakura that were originally still afraid of him no longer stayed their hand at this moment, and one by one, they attacked him like crazy. In just a few moments, his body was covered in scratches, and blood soaked through his entire body from the surface of his body. Seeing that Black Granite was about to be unable to support itself, the Chinese crowd watching the live broadcast was speechless.
Families, who understands, are these guys stupid? Sushin leading a lay fly can't even?
These guys must have bubbles in their brains, one thinks of going out to fight and kill, and the other thinks of hiding in the back. It's a hell of a thing to be able to defend.
This black granite is still too simple. Do you really think that all people are not afraid of death like our forefathers?
One can only say that if you don't make a mistake, you won't die. This base is considered to be completely ruined. Black granite. This special class came out, those S-class Bakemono immediately attacked the past. Without black granite's deterrent inside, the people are like toys, really cannot be tensed. The Huaxia crowd was extremely speechless at the scene in front of them. Let's not talk about what the outcome of black granite rushing out would be. They didn't follow along even if they didn't, and they even cut off the others' back roads.
If it wasn't for black granite being here, those S-ranked Bakufu would have rushed over in a rush. It's okay now.
With black granite's back road cut off, those S-class Bakura no longer had any worries, and one by one, they crossed the defense line and attacked towards the base.
At this time, inside the Bakura encirclement,
listening to the sounds of screams, pleas for help, and hisses coming from the rear, black granite braced himself to fend off Bakura's attack.
At this moment, he completely lost faith in the crowd.
He'd thought of everything, including the decapitation move after he'd stormed out, but hadn't realized that these guys were pussies and had gotten him killed instead. The blood continued to flow, and black granite's vision gradually faded.
Dang!
A crisp crash sounded out.
The Quinko in black granite's hand is knocked away and falls among the Bakuro.
Without waiting for him to step forward and pick it up again, his Quink was quickly parted from him along with a horrible chewing sound coming out. Losing Quink's resistance, facing the attacks of the Bakura species, black granite still didn't have the slightest means of defense.
But.
Heezy broken body sound came out. This moment black granite like a hedgehog, was countless heezy through the body, large mouths of blood flowed out of his mouth.
Is that the end of it?
Black granite's body lay helplessly on the ground, and just a second before he lost his consciousness, he only saw that the Bakura that were originally prepared to come forward to partake of him suddenly looked panicked and scrambled towards all directions to escape. When the Bakura ahead of Black Rock escaped, the scene in front of him was one that Black Rock would never forget. Only to see a figure slam down from the heights, landing firmly in the center of the Bakura. Su Chang was holding a staff. His figure was exhibited from amongst the Bekemonogatari. His figure was like a god emitting a dazzling blue light.
It seems like the timing is just right for it to be over.
Su Chang's gaze looked around, and when he saw that the buccaneers were each looking at him warily, the corner of his mouth slowly curved up.
In that case, I don't have to worry too much. Who are you? You? Popped out of nowhere? All around Su Chang, the crowds of buccaneers watching this scene were all extremely vigilant as they looked towards him. In Su Chang, they felt an unprecedented crisis.
As Bakuro, they are extremely sensitive to scents, especially those of their own kind. On Su Chang they smelled, at least, hundreds of different scents of Bakura.
Who am I?
Su Chang took a deep breath, one middle finger slowly raised, looking at the other party with a slight smile. I tender father. Only to see the numbers on Su Chang's arm decrease rapidly. With him as the center, the speed of the wind and snow drifting around him became more and more intense.
Winter is coming.
Su Chang murmured, his voice was light, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. As the words fell, one could only see an extremely large amount of energy continuously converging towards the top of the scepter of winter.
Bakura only felt the coldness growing around them. The extreme coldness made them unable to stop shivering.
Before they could wonder.
In an instant, a pillar of blazing blue light shot straight up into the sky.
A dazzling light erupted, like the brightest star in the night sky, instantly illuminating the entire world. At this moment, the originally dark base was as bright as day.
The closest Bakura to Su Chang was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture the moment the light was illuminated.
Taking Su City as the center, an ice scar as well as extremely fast speed spread towards the surrounding streets were frozen. Time seems to have become extraordinarily slow at this moment. Wherever the ice trails passed, the Bakura above the street failed to even let out a cry of pain before their blood stopped flowing and their figures turned into ice sculptures standing in place. What is this? Bakura, who was farther away from the pillar of light, looked at the scene with shocked eyes, but before he could finish his sentence his figure was transformed into a member of the ice sculpture army.
No, it's not right. Run, everyone, run.
How come these CCG guys are so fast with their support, and what class of Quinky is this with such a wide range? The light pillar took off into the air. Only a few breaths of time had passed, and hundreds of Bakura were turned into ice sculptures on the spot and completely lost their vitality. Black Granite, who was watching this scene from the back, looked as if he had seen some kind of miracle, his eyes filled with unbelief. In the middle of the light pillar, Su Cheng's was like a god descending into the world, emitting a. As to where the other had gone now, he did not know. The message delivered by the Sakura Nation Raider team had also reached its upper limit, and I'm afraid that this time, they really couldn't kill each other. Just as Daegu sighed, a sudden bright light illuminated the night sky. Noticing the changes around him, Daegu looked towards the sky in confusion. What's going on here? Why is it suddenly light out? Looking at the night sky illuminated by blue light, Daegu scratched his head with a puzzled expression. It's not good, it's not good. At that moment a hurried voice came out from the back, and an erranked Bakura ran towards the distance in a hurry on its hands and knees. Back up! Those CCG backups are here. Support? Impossible, I clearly didn't receive any information on my side about the arrival of CCG support. Listening to the voices of the Bakura in the back, Daiko didn't believe that those guys' support arrived. This time the attack he set up ambushes everywhere. Messages were coming in all the time, and the closest support was 15 minutes away. And even if they arrived, they would be held up by the ambush he had set up, and even if they had broken through by chance, they wouldn't have been able to arrive so quickly. Wait. What's that one? It was then that Daegu noticed the pillar of light rising in the distance. Looking at the pillar of light that illuminated the entire night sky, Daegu's entire body froze in place. This wouldn't be the support you were talking about, would it? As far as he could remember, no Quink in this Bakuman world had ever achieved such an effect. But now this pillar of light appeared in the direction of the attack. Yeah. And what? Don't dilly-dally. And. That erranked Bakura gulped and continued, I heard that this time those CCGs only had one person to support the resistance, a second-class search officer. The moment the other party appeared, this pillar of light went up, and we predicted the losses. 1,000. And the number is still growing. What? 1,000? The moment he heard this number, unbelief filled Daegu's eyes. What the hell? A second-class search officer breaks through the ambush he set up and arrives at the battlefield to kill the former Bakura alone. Isn't this a joke? However, in the midst of that erranked Bakura's continuous description, Daiko eventually knew how the specific situation was. It must be that guy. I didn't expect him to have gotten stronger again, this move wasn't even seen before. Daegu's gaze was dead set on the distant pillar of light. At this moment, even without witnessing the scene with his own eyes, he probably guessed which guy did it. The Chinese player who had humiliated himself in front of the globe and robbed him of his reward. Su's City. Get me all the Bakuro from ambushes all over the place, and those S-rank guys to get them moving too. Tell them that if they don't want to move now, then none of them will move later. Daegu gazed angrily toward the pillar of light rising in the distance, his palms clenched extra tightly. He had to kill this Su Cheng today, otherwise his heart would not be at peace. Inside the Wachovia livestream. When Su Cheng released the moment when winter would arrive, even though the crowd had expected it, the scene exhibited in the picture still couldn't help but startle the crowd. Holy, I'm not dreaming, am I? So many seconds in one move? There are at least a few hundred of these ice sculptures, right? Hundreds? Less. The number of these ice sculptures is at least as many as 1,000, and by the looks of it there doesn't seem to be a tendency to stop. This has extended to over 200 meters, isn't this range a bit too big? Is this move really the move unleashed by the guy Su Shin met earlier? Obviously this move has something to do with the person releasing it, I'm afraid that the higher the attributes the more powerful the release will be or something like that. The higher the attribute, the more powerful the release? In that case, how high is Su Shin's attribute? At least it's broken 100, right? Unlike the Chinese audience, the people of Sakura country who were watching this scene at the moment were completely dumbfounded. Bar ka na. How is this possible? No kidding. This is the kind of stuff people can unleash? The staff, it's that staff. That staff in this guy's hand is definitely of high quality, it might even be a divine artifact. Why is this Chinese guy so lucky every time that he can get a divine weapon for him? Without this staff this guy is nothing. Didn't you guys from the Sakura country say that we were sending people to their deaths before? What about now? Who's the one who's sending us to our deaths? Ugh, if you can't win, you can't win. This disbelief of yours is really funny. Don't get into it with these guys, they're as good as smoking exhale, there's nothing to say to them. Sakura Nation crowd, smoking and exhaling? What do you guys mean? What do you mean? Oh, lung fog, of course. Outside the CCG base. Su Cheng's figure stood in the middle of the light pillar. With him as the center of the ice trails spreading out in all directions, whether it was the people or other things touched by the ice trails, all of them were frozen with a layer of huge thick crystals. When the light of the light pillar gradually dissipated, Su Cheng's figure walked among the ice trails. Ice sculptures made of Bakura were covered around him. Few only killed 1,000 or so? Looks like the power is still too small. Su Cheng slowly exhaled a mouthful of hot air and looked towards the front panel. Defeat a target 5 levels above your level, 1234-100. Defeat a target 10 levels above your level, 138-50. The power of winter is coming is tied to the amount of life expectancy you have expended, as well as your intelligence. This time Su Cheng had consumed a full 300 years of lifespan value to release such an effect. You're only going to lose more and more money if you go any higher in life expectancy, and you won't be able to increase your range much. The scepter was put away, Su Cheng's eyes looked towards the bakelite around the ice sculpture, and a shield was exhibited from the center of his hand. Next, it's time to deal with these guys. Chapter 146, Siege Again, Cuts Unleashed. Is this guy a monster or not? Killed so many people by himself? I'm afraid those legendary SSS-class Bakuro can't even do that, right? 4. How did he just do that? I've never heard of a Quinky being able to do that, it's too heavenly. Who cares how he did it, that move was so powerful, there's no way this guy could have used it twice in a row, and now that he's definitely out of power, this is the perfect time to kill him. To be able to unleash such a powerful force, I'm sure his meat is also very tasty, I really want to taste what it tastes like. Quick, everyone gather around, this guy is definitely unable to unleash that move from just now, that strange rod has been put away, there's no way he can block it with everyone together. All around Su Cheng, along with the light pillar dissipating, the previously fleeing Bakuro species one by one curiously turned back to check. The crowd of Bakura had thought that it was the CCG army that had come, but they hadn't realized that Su Cheng was the only one who was here after the pillar of light had dissipated. If it was the CCG army arriving, they might have to be scared for 3 minutes, but now that it was just one person, and seeing as the other party looked unlikely to unleash now one more move, many Bakura rose up with greed. To be able to kill so many Bakura in one move, the other party's meat was definitely very tasty. Of course, the thing that made all the Bakufu most concerned was that scepter in the other's hand. If they could take the weapon for themselves, their status would be turned up several levels, and it was not even impossible for them to dominate. So much so, that more and more bold Bekemonogatari converged in all directions. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. Now that there is such an opportunity to reach heaven in a single step in front of us, not many Bukaki can hold down the greed in their hearts. Get out of my way, a bunch of cowards who don't dare to go on, then stay back. At that moment a lanky S-ranked Bakuman stepped out from the back. He looked Su Cheng's figure up and down with his eyes and licked his lips. I didn't expect that the one who unleashed this move would be such a thin-skinned fellow. I'm sure you've used up all your strength from that move just now, I wonder how many times your bones can hold up to my punches. As the words fell, only a loud bang rose. That S-rank lanky Bakura's body was like a cannonball as it violently rushed out. Good coming. Facing the attack of the lanky Bakura, Su Cheng did not dodge, just as he wanted to try the defensibility of this shield. Standing the shield in his hand in front of him, Su Cheng purposely controlled the force to suppress it below 100 attributes. Heh, even at your small size you're learning how to use a shield from someone else? Seeing this, the stout Bakemono laughed disdainfully, his body flashed to the front of Su Cheng's right fist clenched. In that case, this big master will let you recognize what is the gap in power. Between the words, the lanky Bakura landed a punch. Boo! The fist hit the top of the shield with a dull thud. Ding! Goddess of Luck triggered successfully. Tailoring strike. The prompt popped up, not waiting for the lanky man to respond. Only a ray of light burst out from the center of the shield, and the light impacted above the lanky man's torso, instantly sending him flying dozens of meters away. But the lanky Bakura stopped and a mouthful of blood spat out from his mouth. Although the power of that light just now was only half of his strength, it was hindered by the fact that the blow just now had no sign of warning and crashed into the upper part of his chest cavity without any defense. If it wasn't for the fact that his body was strong enough, his chest would have been pierced through with a crater just now. This shield. Noticing the many lines of sight. The lanky Bakura's gaze was alert as it looked towards the shield in Su Cheng's hand. Just now, when his own punch landed, even if the shield didn't shatter, this human surprisingly didn't have the slightest fluctuation. How could he have such a strong power when he clearly looked so weak? In that case, there is only one possible explanation.
There's something wrong with that shield. What, weren't you having fun just now? You're not? Come on, any more the size of the other guy is there. I've never heard of any quinks that have that effect. That's right, if you can't, just say so. I happen to have quite a few medicines for kidney weakness here, I can sell you some. The crowd of Bakura clearly didn't believe the lanky Bakura's words. After all, one scepter was already heaven-defying enough, how could one have two such heaven-defying weapons at the same time? What's more, the other party's appearance was not something they had seen before. It wasn't that Arima guy either. If it was the other guy maybe the crowd would believe it, but now. Get out of the way, if you can't, just watch carefully. A tiger without sharp claws is just a tiger. Where is the use of so much trouble? A Bakura with a body type similar to that of a lanky Bakura stepped out and pushed the other party aside before looking at Su Cheng with a smile at the corner of his mouth, then violently rushed out. However, the same as the sturdy Bakuro just now, only heard a dull sound came out. That S-class Bakuro body was instantly knocked out. Half kneeling on the ground, a mouthful of blood spat out from his mouth as he gazed unbelievably towards the shield in Su Cheng's hand. This shield. Oh, I told you a long time ago, who let you do not listen to, now well prefer to spit blood to be cool. Watching the other man do so, the lanky Bakura on the side laughed. Unlike Kue Bakura, the rest of the S-class Bakura didn't believe in this, and one by one, they attacked towards Su Cheng in front of them. But in the end, without exception, all of them were knocked away by the sudden appearance of light from the shield. The shield in this guy's hand isn't right. I don't believe it, a broken shield can be so evil, don't freeze everyone together. Chapter 147, Instantly Killing 10 S-Classes. Requesting for votes. No, it can't just go on like this. At this time, at the edge of the battlefield, Black Granite's eyes were hazel as he looked off into the distance, struggling to get up from the ground. However, the body was penetrated, and after struggling for a while he eventually collapsed helplessly. He had thought that Suzumiya Shirzwa guy was just joking. I didn't realize that such a godly person really existed. Where is this a second-class search officer, or even a special-class search officer is condescending to him? Such a powerful force could not even be surpassed by Arima, and such talent must not be allowed to die here. The strike just now could be known by any outsider, and it was impossible for Su Cheng to briefly release it again. Now facing so many Bakura attacks, the other party is just one person who will surely die, he must go forward to support before he can do so. Hey, they all went forward to fight that guy, and I'll laugh at the meat of the special searchers. At that moment a voice came out from behind him. A be-ranked Bakuman came out from a dark corner and licked the corners of its mouth as it watched Black Granite's appearance. Hercules wrapped his arm around and stabbed down at the still struggling Black Granite. But just as Hyuk-jae was about to touch Black Granite's brain, the B-rank Bakura's body was abruptly stunned. In the next second, only a tiny crack was seen coming from his neck. Suzumiya Shirzwa's figure appeared behind him at some point. As the blood stain dripped from above Suzumiya Shizuku's scythe, the B-rank Bakura head slid down from its neck to the ground. Mr. Black Granite. The B-rank Bakura died, and Suzumiya Shirzwa's form hurried past from the rear. Looking at the dying Kurobanite, Suzumiya Shirzwa panicked and stopped the bleeding. However, the injuries on his body were too severe, and he was able to hold on until this moment only by virtue of a trace of faith in his head. Shirzwa, you're here. Kurabanzan looked at Suzumiya Shirzwa who had come, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At last, we've managed to hold out until the support arrives, then I'm relieved. After delivering the aftermath, Black Granite's head lolled and he lost his life. Looking at his colleague who had once again died in front of his eyes, Suzumiya Shirzwa was at a loss for words. Shinohara Yukari before that, and now Kurabanwa again. They were dying in front of them, and they hadn't been able to do a thing about it. Oh. Right. Just as Suzumiya Shirzwa was feeling sad, suddenly, Kurabanzan's eyes opened up and pointed towards Su Cheng in the distance. That guy is very good, you can mention him towards the top. After saying that, Kurabanwa looked at Suzumiya Shizuku to say something else. However, Suzumiya Shirzwa's next words caused him to gulp his breath straight away. Mr. Kurabanwa, you don't have to struggle, don't worry about dying, Mr. Suzumiya will save your lives. Actually, I can still grab. The words fell, and he didn't wait for Kurobanite to figure out what Suzumiya Shirzwa meant by his words. Only to see Suzumiya Shizo wrap his arms around his head, a choking sensation coming from Suzumiya Shizo as he strangles Kurabanzan naked in his arms. The choking sensation was interspersed with the lack of blood, and in less than a few seconds Black Granite was completely lifeless. Mr. Black Granite. Noticing Kirabanzan's death, Suzumiya Shizu puts him down with a slightly sobbing tone. After placing Shinohara Cookie's body with his opponent, Suzumiya Shizuka gazed towards the battlefield ahead. With all of the S-class Bakura figures out, Su Chang was no longer standing still with his shield in hand. In order to test the true strength of this shield, Su Chang flashed between Tento and the crowd of Bakura. After a number of impacts, Su Chang probably understood how defensive the shield was. The power attribute of these S-ranked Bakufu was around 50, and the shield was able to completely absorb their power when one controlled the power attribute to be the same as theirs. And below 40 power attributes there is a short setback. In other words, the shield could absorb up to 80% of attacks beyond its own power. Are you a monkey or something? You only know how to hide. If you have the ability, don't run, and fight hard. The lanky Bakuriko unfolded and kept grabbing towards Su Chang. But at this moment, even if all of their S-class Bakura were all out, they could not touch Su Chang's figure in the slightest. Fine, then I won't run. Listening to the words of the lanky Bakemono, Su Chang nodded his head and stopped his figure to look towards the crowd of Bakemono. Seeing that Su Chang actually did stop, the lanky Bakura's expression froze and he was just about to make a move. Next. Whoosh. Only a cracking sound was heard. Blood soared from one side of him, the warm liquid splattering the top of his cheek. Noticing movement coming from the side, the lanky Bakemono's body stiffened as he looked to his right. Only to see one of the S-rank Bakufu who was on the same line as him, his body lying straight on the ground, his head nowhere to be seen. His pupils trembled as he looked at Su Chang, who caught the shield in front of his eyes. What did this guy just do? This feels pretty good in my hand, I just don't know how it compares to the shield in the hands of that eagle country arse. Su Chang took the shield that flew back and smiled as he looked towards the lanky Bakura. The test is almost over, it's time for this fun and games to come to an end. Playing around? What is this guy talking about? Does he mean the fight with them is just a game? Hearing Su Chang's words, the lanky Bakura looked furious and was just about to make a move. However, the next scene left him frozen in place. Only to see that at this moment, Su Chang no longer retained his strength. Under the doubled strength attribute of the gambling talent, the shield slam was launched, and he violently threw the shield in his hand violently. The shield made a graceful arc in the air. But the arc was extraordinarily terrifying in the eyes of the lanky Bakemono. The shield flew out, and every time the light in it flickered, accompanied by a head flying up. In less than 3 seconds, all of the S-rank Bakufu around him had their heads shattered and lay on the ground, eventually leaving only one of him still standing among them. Gollum. This is a joke. One hit instantly kills 10 S-class Bakuran. Is this really the power a human can have? Now that the obstacles are out of the way, let's do as you say and have a hard fight. Not waiting for the lanky Bakura to react, Su Chang wiped off the bloodstains on top of his shield and slowly walked towards him and said, "Run. Run fast. If you don't run, you'll die. You'll really die." At this moment, the thought of escape surged madly from the lanky Bakura's mind. Monster, this human in front of me was a monster. Get on. Everyone. This guy power has been exhausted by us. The lanky Bakemono's body involuntarily retreated towards the back. Grabbing an A-ranked Bakuro shouted towards the back, "We've used up all of our strength, this guy is running out of steam, it's so close, whoever kills this human, those S-ranked heckbags are free to eat as much as they want." If there was no benefit to just letting them attack, the crowd of Bakura were naturally reluctant to do so. However, after hearing the lanky Bakuro say that S-ranked Hibeos eat whatever they want, some A-ranked and B-ranked Bakuro gradually became unable to hold back. The eyes of the Bakura were greedy, looking towards the dead S-ranked Bakura Hipeo in the distance. Damn it, I can't help it. I've long gotten tired of staying in the B-rank position, I want to be an S-rank too. I've been in the A grade for a couple years now, I'll take one later, no one is going to take it from me. Oh, which one present doesn't want it? Still leaving you, want a fart eat, whoever snatches it first is the one who owns it. Chapter 148, The Guardian Wall requesting tickets. The lure of an S-ranked Hebrew is fatal to a rank and below Bakufu. Only by advancing to an S-class Bakuro, all the Bakuro will have a place in this world. Spare a thought for the CCG to deal with them. But a level and below, even CCGs don't pay much attention. This is not only a change in strength, but also a status symbol. As the lanky Bakemono's words fell, the surrounding Bakemono immediately swarmed. Hee, I don't believe that you can block so many people if you're even stronger, if you have the ability to release another move from just now, ah. The figure dodged to the middle of the Bakufu. The burly Bakufu looked towards the distant shield-wielding Su Chang and couldn't help but taunt. From the short encounter just now, the other party's strength was indeed very good, but the other party was just one person, while they had thousands of Bakura. Unless he unleashed his previous move again, he would have to die here anyways. Seeing Su Chang's figure gradually being engulfed by the Bakura, the lanky Bakura laughed out loud. There's no way, right? You also rely on that strange Kiinku before, now that thing cannot use it, you this shield and then make out one ah. A scepter Quinky is already anticlimactic enough. This shield he just tested, is it only powerful in defense, and the lethality is almost equal to nothing. The rays of light from within that shield could not harm them at all with a little caution. A shield that can only be used for defense is fine against a few individual Bakura, but now there's only one outcome when faced with an army of Bakura. Physical exhaustion is divided among them. However, Su Chang looked up from the group of Bakuro, his gaze wandering towards the lanky Bakuro. Oh? How did you know I had another trick up my sleeve? Between the words, under the gaze of the lanky Bakemono, the lifespan value on Su Chang's arm plummeted by 100 years. Boo! With Su Chang violently standing his shield above the ground. Next. Guardian Wall activated. Consumption of 100-year lifespan value detected, barrier extended to 10 meters. A dazzling holy light erupted from the surface of the shield, accompanied by a low chant. A several meters high sacred wall glittering with golden light suddenly unfolded from the night sky. With Su Chang at the center, a golden wall that encircled and wrapped his body in it blocked out the incoming Bakuro. Boom! 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 A dull crash sounded out. All of the incoming Bakugan attacks from all around landed on top of the golden barrier. The wall of guardianship emitted a dazzling holy light under the impact, and that light blazed like a hot sun, dispersing the surrounding darkness and causing the entire battlefield to be bathed in a holy light. What is this? The barriers were on display, and the lanky Bakura watched the scene with trembling eyes. Thousands of Bakura attacked that barrier, and each impact was accompanied by an intense wave that spread out in all directions like ripples, shattering the surrounding buildings, trees, and even the ground. This is the moment when the crop strike prompts pop up like crazy. Some of the incoming Bakura hadn't reacted to what was happening, and their forms were instantly catapulted out of the way. The surface of the wall of Guardian constantly flickered with various colors of light, and those Bakura that were bounced off the wall tended to wail in pain when they landed on the ground. Most of their Hekai were already shattered beyond repair, and some of them had even lost their ability to fight. This time it was different from the ruling when the lanky Bakura and others attacked, as at least hundreds of Bakura attacks fell at the same time. Some B-rank Bakufu can't resist even if they only eat 50% of the power of an A-rank Bakufu. All pay attention, that guy's ledge will have a counterattack. Don't just charge recklessly, attack once and then dodge towards the side. Realizing that the situation was not right, the lanky Bakuro quickly alerted towards the surrounding Bakuro. After being reminded by the lanky Bakura's words, many Bakura had already figured out the pattern of this wall counterattack. Despite the Guardian Wall showing amazing defense and counter-attacking power, the Bakurans were simply too many, plus the ability to crack counter-attacks. More and more Bekemonogatari followed, and they seemed to be endless, constantly coming from all directions. Such a spectacular scene caused the Chinese crowd watching the live broadcast to be extraordinarily shocked, but of course more worried. Sushin, this is too much, isn't it? Before one person destroyed thousands of Bakura, not to mention, now even relying on the power of one person to block thousands of Bakura attacks again? Nothing more to say, Sushin is awesome. Hiss. This block is blocked, but I'm afraid it's not much use to be on the defensive, right? According to this trend, how long can Sushin hold out? Can hold out until the support arrives? Oh, how long will it last? This time the gods can't save him. We, the great Sakura kingdom, have already sent support over, and more than a dozen S-ranked Bakura will arrive soon, so let's see how you can still block it then. I didn't realize that you Chinese players have quite a lot of weapons, but unfortunately, your IQ is not so good, so it's cheap for us, huh? One person's power is limited after all. Did I panic in that scene just now? I'm not panicked at all. Now this situation is in my anticipation. Give up the struggle before it's too late. Let it go. Early change the door is not better? The wall of guardianship is indeed powerful, able to withstand the attacks of thousands of Bakugan at once. But the crowd of Sakura Nation said they weren't panicking in the slightest. Resisting and resisting are two different things. The S-ranked Bakura sent by Daikoku earlier are also about to arrive at the battlefield, and if they continue at this pace, the only ones who will win will be them. Coming! The Bakugan from our great Sakura Nation camp has arrived.
At this time, from the back of the Bakuro group, dozens of figures fell from the heights. From the perception of their auras, there was no doubt that they were all S-class strength.
The crowd of S-class Bakura saw the scene and couldn't help but let out a gasp of amazement. What's going on up here?
The scene in front of them was so spectacular that it was the first time they had seen it, even for them. Now there's a CCG search officer in front of us, the other party has all sorts of strange quinks in their hands, as long as he's killed, this piece will be considered completely under control. At that moment, a burly Bakuro came up to explain the current scene to the crowd. Listening to the words of the lanky Bakura, the crowd of Bakura naturally disbelieved at first. But soon after experiencing the strength of the barriers for themselves, they realized it was no joke.
There was something wrong with the human quinnic in front of me.
The crowd of S-rank Bakufu looked at each other. Seeing what was going on in each other's minds, they roared and attacked.
CCG searcher with a powerful quinnic and surrounded by countless Hebrews.
Once you take down the other side, what will be harvested? The hearts of all the buccaneers are extraordinarily clear. Sharp hackles, swift surges, and even powerful bursts of RC cells, all attacks rained down on the wall of guardianship. These attacks that were enough to destroy any Quang's defenses, the moment they touched the light wall, it was like a mud cow entering the sea, being absorbed silently and without a sound, turning into a more radiant holy light, storing up momentum in the middle of the wall. However, as powerful as the wall of guardianship was, it had its limits. Soon, a crack appeared from above the ledge under the attack of the many Bakura.
Though brief, the subtle change was still noticed by an S-ranked Bakura.
Hurry! It's been going on for so long, this guy's about to lose it.
Everyone continue to speed up your attacks. The chance to evolve into SS rank, or even SSS rank, is just around the corner.